Once reborn, Su Wanwan found herself in a book titled The Villainous Baby Causes Chaos in the World, becoming the wicked sister of the villainous baby. She unexpectedly gained a special skill that allowed her to understand the inner thoughts of the little villain. In the original book, the sister would say, "You worthless brat, why don't you hurry up and die? Su Wanwan, be good, baby, and I'll make you something delicious, Jiajia. Is she going to poison me?" After a long time, Jiajia said, "Jiajia loves sister the most. Qiao Lifan, you are destined to be my wife in this life you can't escape." Chapter 1. Becoming the wicked sister of the villainous baby. Water. When Su Wanwan regained consciousness, she felt extremely thirsty. Her head was pounding, and her face felt as though something was stuck to it, making her very uncomfortable. When she finally managed to drink a bit of water, she fumbled for the cup and drank it all in one go. She remembered that while reading a novel at night, her heart suddenly ached painfully. Then she couldn't breathe, and everything went black. When she woke up again, her body felt unfamiliar. Opening her eyes, she looked around. The decor was very high-tech, and there was a robot standing nearby that could barely hold its head up. Looking toward the bedside, there stood a little boy about 5 years old. In an instant, she widened her eyes. This scene seemed strangely familiar. "I'm sorry." Jiajia was just in too much pain and couldn't hold back. Jiajia looked down, his eyes filled with regret. He should have been a bit harsher at the start, perhaps, then his sister wouldn't have woken up. Su Wanwan slowly turned her head and asked, "What's your name?" Jiajia blinked and obediently replied, "My name is Jiajia, and you're Su Wanwan, my sister." Upon hearing this answer, Su Wanwan stared at the ceiling without blinking. The novel she had read that night caught her interest only because there was someone in it with the same name as hers. But the person who shared her name was not the heroine, rather, she was the wicked supporting character. And the main villain in the book was the very Jiajia before her. He had been abused by this sister since childhood, and his resentment had been growing endlessly. A child's understanding of evil is quite simplistic under years of oppression. He had only one goal: to kill this sister. Only after killing the sister could he have a better life, free from the beatings he received as a 5-year-old child due to his family's poverty. In the book, Jiajia indeed killed Su Wanwan, and afterward, unable to bear the immense pressure, he turned dark. He killed the protagonist's family and ultimately faced condemnation from everyone in the galaxy, leading to his execution. The point at which she crossed over was just after Jiajia had killed Su Wanwan. No wonder her head hurt so much. It was because Jiajia had taken the robot's head and smashed it down on her, and it had killed her. After reading countless novels about crossing over, rebirth, and the like, it seemed there was no one else who had such a hellish start right after arriving like her. Su Wanwan raised her hand to pat Jiajia's head. However, he dodged her by turning his head away. That's right, she remembered that while reading, she had silently wished that the little villain was so pitiful. If she were to be his sister, she would never let him turn dark. Unexpectedly, her wish had come true. "Don't hit Jiajia, I will be good. Jiajia can eat only one meal a day," Jiajia said, looking down. All his evil thoughts stemmed from his biological sister. If they could change things from the source, perhaps Jiajia could become a very cute child. In fact, this family didn't have to be so poor. Because they were without parents and Su Wanwan had just come of age, the Imperial Federation provided a monthly subsidy of 3,000 interstellar coins. If given to a normal family, it would be more than enough. They were also allocated a house that required no rent or utility payments. Unfortunately, Su Wanwan only liked to buy things every day, and the items she bought were all useless junk. Every time the subsidy was issued, it would be completely spent within 2 days. Looking at her account balance of only 100 interstellar coins, Su Wanwan felt even more headache. "Sister won't hit you anymore. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go make you a meal." Su Wanwan slowly sat up, feeling a strong sense of dizziness as she did so. Jiajia ran off quickly and returned with a device. "Sister, the treatment device." In this world, all the equipment was very advanced. There was no need for doctors or engineers. If something was needed, all one had to do was give a command, and a robot would come to provide service. However, at the same time, the level of food preparation had decreased significantly. People here relied on something called nutrient solution to sustain their lives. Su Wanwan recalled the taste, a strong gasoline flavor, and each time she drank it, she would gag for a long time afterward. After receiving treatment from the device, Su Wanwan washed her face, revealing her true appearance. Jiajia looked at Su Wanwan's back and fell into deep thought. Why did it feel strange after his sister woke up? However, if Su Wanwan tried to hit him again, he now knew how to fight back. Just take off the robot's head and give her a whack. Gulyalu. Su Jiajia rubbed his stomach. He was still too small to buy nutrient solution outside, so he had to endure hunger at home for these past few days. At this moment, Su Wanwan had finished fixing her hair, revealing her smooth forehead. Jiajia must be hungry, right? Wait a moment, I'll make you something to eat. Su Jiajia looked at Su Wanwan suspiciously. He had no idea that his sister could cook. Food had disappeared in the galaxy for hundreds of years. Even if there were some streamers teaching food restoration, their explanations were vague. If he were to try to learn, he would find that he couldn't replicate the taste they achieved at all. There was no way Su Wanwan could do it. Su Jiajia had no hope at all, but he didn't want to die here. When Su Wanwan opened the fridge and looked inside, she fell into contemplation. The fridge was completely empty, not a single thing inside. Sister, there's no money left to buy food at home. Su Jiajia said obediently as he came over. What is this? Su Wanwan found a round object in the corner. It seemed there was no introduction about this thing in her memory. Su Jiajia felt that his sister was strange, but to avoid getting beaten, he explained obediently. This is a streaming device left by Dad. It should still work. His sister wouldn't need to rely on streaming for money, would she? With no looks, no skills, and no talents, how could she earn money? Su Jiajia had read some articles about streaming before. It seemed that with her skills, she could still make a little money, right? This was bought for 3,000, and that little antique vase was 30,000. She looked around and directly chose a few items to list on the second-hand trading platform. Before long, a notification came through that the transaction was successful, and the interstellar coins were credited to her account. Soon, a little robot came to collect those items. Are you not keeping these? Su Jiajia asked in confusion. These items were all treasures of Su Wanwan. He used to get beaten just for touching them. Su Wanwan squatted down and looked very seriously at Su Jiajia. Baby, I will definitely make sure you live a good life from now on. I will never let you sleep alone in the dark. Chapter 2. Starting streaming, cooking, and raising the baby simultaneously. Regarding what Su Wanwan said, Su Jiajia didn't believe a single word. He shook his head and transformed into his original form, lying down on a windowsill. Once he fell asleep, he wouldn't feel hungry. Su Wanwan looked at the little white fox on the windowsill and displayed a gentle and indulgent smile. She had successfully figured out how to skip marriage and have a cute little cub. After selling some decorations, she had gained an extra 20,000 interstellar coins in her account, enough to buy a lot of groceries today. As for the live streaming, she could experiment for a long time. She opened the interstellar shopping website and fell into contemplation after glancing at the strange-looking ingredients for sale. The vegetables here looked bizarre. The chicken looked like a chicken, but wasn't really one, having 4 legs and 6 wings. The chili looked like an eggplant, while the eggplant resembled a tomato. Moreover, although these things were cheap, their monthly sales were 0. Despite their odd appearances, they should all taste the same. With such low prices, this was simply her life-saving food supply. The refrigerator here could keep food fresh for a long time. As long as the food was placed inside, it wouldn't spoil. She decided to take out several thousand interstellar coins to buy ingredients. At the Research Institute. Director, someone has ordered our food. A young man with slightly sparse hair shouted. It was no wonder he was so surprised their ingredients had been sitting here for over a decade without anyone buying them. No one could make anything decent with them either. The last live streamer who collaborated with him claimed he could sell the ingredients that in the end, the food he made sent people to the hospital. That day, the medical capsule was completely full. Go check if there are any new streamers. Report back immediately. If they could find someone who could make traditional dishes, their research institute would have hope. The higher-ups said they would only give them 1 more year. If the product they developed didn't sell, they would shut down. That would mean the ancient vegetables and fruits would be completely extinct in the galaxy. No one wanted to see that outcome. The little robot quickly delivered the goods and organized them in the refrigerator. There was no need for Su Wanwan to lift a finger. While the little robot was organizing the items, she quickly checked the interstellar network and looked into how to use the live streaming orb. The one in her hand was an old model from decades ago, indicating it was somewhat incomplete. Its pixels were not as high definition as the latest models, but it was the latest version from back then, equipped with a holographic system for live streaming. It allowed viewers in the live stream to clearly smell the aromas from the kitchen and simulate the texture of the food after eating. It could be said to greatly benefit many product peddling streamers. After preparing, Wanwan took out 30 chicken wings for her first meal here, intending to make braised chicken wings. In her previous life, she lived alone, so to treat herself, she honed her cooking skills. Wanwan clicked a button on the hover device, and a display screen popped up in front of her, showing her own figure. She slightly adjusted the angle to include the entire kitchen in the frame. Although the image quality was a bit blurry and laggy, she was already satisfied that it worked. After the countdown of 321 ended, the real-time online viewer count appeared in the upper right corner. The lower left corner displayed the comment section, allowing Wanwan to see what the viewers were saying in real time. Another new streamer. And cooking? The last food blogger sent people to the hospital. I hope this new streamer doesn't follow in her footsteps. Aren't those chicken wings? That species has 6 wings. Can they be eaten? Wanwan smiled slightly and introduced herself. Hello everyone. I'm the new streamer Wanwan. You may not believe in these strange creatures, but please trust my cooking skills. Jiajia was awakened by Wanwan's voice. How did his sister really start live streaming? If it were up to him, the money from selling things would be better spent on nutritional supplements. He didn't believe in his sister's cooking skills. Streamer, activate holographic sharing. We can't smell anything. How can we know if it's good? This comment caught Wanwan's attention, but she had no idea how to activate holographic sharing. After searching the interface for a while, she couldn't find the relevant button. There's a vertical set of 3 dots in the lower right corner. Click that, and you'll find holographic sharing. Jiajia replied lazily. He was too hungry to have much energy. Following Jiajia's instructions, Wanwan activated the sharing, and immediately, a large portion of the viewers left the stream. Too smelly. I'm leaving. The unprocessed meat emitted a fishy odor mixed with blood, looking completely inedible. All ingredients need to be processed and handled to taste good. If anyone can stay and witness the final product with me, I would be very grateful, Wanwan gently guided. As long as one person could stay and say her food was delicious and spread the word, her live stream would be a success. Compared to other food live streams, hers was rather deserted. First, we'll blanch the raw chicken wings in boiling water to remove the scum and blood, then set them aside. Next, add some oil to the pan, then add ginger slices, Sichuan pepper, and star anise to release their fragrance. Everyone, make sure the pan is dry without any water stains when adding the oil. Wanwan moved fluidly, showing no signs of being a new streamer. Are these also things sold on our interstellar network? I haven't seen other streamers mention them. It smells so good. These things have never been used before. Can they be eaten? These were called spices hundreds of years ago. Cooking is about blending various flavors together. Spices create aroma, making the dishes delicious. Wanwan stir-fried the spices in the pan, then added the chicken wings to continue cooking. At this point, there were only 2 lonely viewers left in the stream. Wanwan's appearance was different from other streamers. She looked plain and didn't use heavy makeup to enhance her looks. But this was precisely what made her intriguing to the 2 remaining viewers. Bro, do you think she can make something delicious? I don't think so, but watching a beautiful girl isn't a loss either. While waiting, the 2 viewers in the stream started chatting. When they turned back, the chicken wings in the pan had already changed color. What did the streamer add? Did we miss something? At this point, the chicken wings emanated a fragrant aroma, both familiar and strange. The wings were coated in a sauce, a reddish-orange hue. Just looking at it was beautiful. You didn't hear me earlier, did you? I added rock sugar to caramelize it, then added cooking wine and soy sauce for seasoning. Now I just need to wait for 10 minutes. Wanwan covered the pot and steamed some rice in the smart rice cooker beside her. All that was left to do was wait. Chapter 3. Did I just acquire telepathy? Before a minute had passed, Wanwan suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something. The original owner of this body could use spatial abilities. She could just use her powers to speed things up. She extended her hand and set up a small barrier around the pot, accelerating the flow of time around it. When exactly 10 minutes had passed, she removed the barrier. 10 minutes are up. You can smell this aroma now. Wanwan picked up a piece of chicken wing and held it up to the hover orb. The device is too outdated, and I can only bring the food closer to. Enhance the sensory experience. Otherwise, the taste is very bland. The taste is good, but I don't know how delicious it really is. Another viewer in the live stream had already taken the chicken wings that Wanwan had brought over. Using the holographic sensory experience, to savor the taste and texture of. The food that I'll go buy the ingredients right now. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tip Su Wanwan 500 star coins in his opinion. Such delicious food would be worth even 5,000. However, he was a bit tight on cash, so he could only tip 500 for now. Su Wanwan smiled and waved at the screen. My brother and I are hungry too, so we'll see you next time, bye. Receiving a tip of 500 star coins on her first live stream was already a great start. With over 10,000 star coins left in her account, she could easily live for 2 months. Jiajia, come eat. Su Wanwan served the cooked chicken wings onto a plate. She felt that she had made a bit too little this time, but everyone has to start somewhere. Now that she had figured out the little guy's appetite, she would know how much to make next time. The little white fox leaped down from the windowsill and transformed into a 5-year-old boy, sitting at the dining table. She looked at Su Jiajia with a bit of envy. Her own body was inherently flawed, and she didn't have any memories from her childhood, so she still didn't know what her true form was, and couldn't transform into it. Normally, children in the star realm grow from beast-like cubs into humans gradually. But she was a bit different. By the time she had memories, she was already a little human girl. She had no idea how to retrieve the missing memories, and there was no clear definition in the author's book. Coming back to her senses, she saw Su Jiajia happily gnawing on a chicken wing. Is it good? As the saying goes, to conquer the villain's heart, one must first conquer his stomach. Su Jiajia's eyes lit up as he chewed on the chicken wing. When did you learn this skill? I've never seen you cook before. I had a dream the other night, and an old man told me that as long as it's delicious, kids shouldn't worry about the details, Su Wanwan said, as she also took a chicken wing too. Munch on. Thankfully, her cooking skills hadn't declined since coming here. Otherwise, her only joy would be gone. Upon hearing the word child, Su Jiajia turned his head away. He was no longer just a child. He was already a 5-year-old adult now. An adult who could resist. Does her injury still hurt? Although this incident wasn't caused by Su Wanwan, she felt inexplicably guilty. Even if they sent her true form over and took the little villain away, it would be fine. Su Jiajia shook his head. I've already healed it with a healing device. Sister, you don't need to worry. Hearing him say this, Su Wanwan felt even more creeped out. The little villain described in the book was an adorable, angelic baby, loved by everyone in the early chapters. But in reality, he secretly resented every word he heard. How could it not hurt? Doesn't she know how painful it was when that thing hit her head? Hearing this, Su Wanwan's hair stood on end. Could it be that she could hear the little villain's thoughts? Su Wanwan wanted to test her guess and immediately asked, So, is there a dish you really want to eat tomorrow? Sister can decide. I can eat anything. Su Jiajia smiled brightly, looking like an angelic baby. If one didn't know what was going on inside him, that I wonder if he can only cook this one dish, as long as it's not poisoned. Chicken is quite tasty. After hearing the voice from the void again, Su Wanwan was still a bit shocked, but she could confirm that she really could hear Su Jiajia's thoughts. What's wrong, sister? Su Jiajia asked with some confusion. Why did Su Wanwan look like she had lost her mind? Su Wanwan shook her head. Sister will cook chicken for you this week. Today, we have chicken wings, and tomorrow we will have chicken legs. They had just finished eating when the doorbell rang. Su Wanwan went to open the door, only to be greeted by someone unexpected. After their parents announced their death, this aunt became their nominal guardian, but in her memory, this aunt had hardly visited a few times. Aunt, what brings you here today? Although Su Wanwan didn't want to see her, she still had to maintain a smile. You are already 18 this year, right? Now that you're an adult, I no longer need to take care of you, but we still have to support your brother. So, I have a distant relative who can't have children and wants to take your brother to be their son. Su Wanwan's aunt said this not as a suggestion, but more like a notification. You didn't discuss such a big matter with me beforehand, did you? And it seems you haven't talked to Su Jiajia about it either. Su Wanwan still maintained a smiling demeanor. Even though she was scared inside, she couldn't show weakness to protect her brother. She thought about how she felt when reading the book. She couldn't just give up because of a small matter after all this time. Could she? Su Jiajia looked warily at their aunt at the door, then glanced at Su Wanwan. He didn't know if he would be abandoned. Why would I discuss anything with 2 kids? Come on, Aunt Wang, come take a look at Jiajia. Do you like this child or not? She barged in without being invited and even brought someone over without Su Wanwan's consent. Now Su Wanwan was a bit angry. You said it yourself. I'm already 18. I can afford to take care of a brother. Can't I? Su Wanwan frowned and blocked the doorway. She had no intention of letting these 3 people in. That child was something she had fought for herself. Seeing that Su Wanwan was unyielding, Aunt Su could only turn to Su Jiajia. Jiajia, come out and take a look. Your sister is blocking you from having a good life. You have to think for yourself. Su Jiajia walked with his short legs from the dining table to the door. Aunt Su looked delighted. Could this matter really be happening? This family had said they would give her 50,000 star coins once the deal was done, enough for her to squander for a long time. Su Wanwan watched Su Jiajia, her heart sinking to the bottom. Surely one meal couldn't replace this little guy's heart. What did she have to do to protect this brother? Aunt Su is not a good person, but Jiajia was only 5 years old. He was still at the naive age. Who would have thought that Su Jiajia would take a step forward, grasp Su Wanwan's hand, and in a small, tender voice, say something extremely cold. Want to take me away? Unless I die. Chapter 4. Finding a good family for your brother. Leave it to me. Following this old lady is worse than following Su Wanwan. At least I can overpower her. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan felt a moment of despair, but then she found her confidence. She held Su Jiajia's small hand tightly and said firmly, "You heard that. My brother doesn't want to go with you, and don't think I don't know what you're planning. My family is all gone, and now you want to take my brother away?" A disdainful sneer escaped from Aunt Su, who doesn't know that you're the notorious spendthrift sister around here. It's already a pity for Su Jiajia to be with you. Su Wanwan glanced at the man and woman standing behind Aunt Su, smirking slightly. You two, who can't even produce a single child of your own, want to adopt someone else's. I've never seen such shameless people. She would protect her own brother. And with her culinary skills, how could she not support him? She definitely could. Su Jiajia looked at Su Wanwan in surprise. This was a side of her he had never seen before. The previous sister would have happily sent him away for a profit at the mention of money. How could she now be opposing Aunt Su? He tightened his grip on Su Wanwan's hand a bit more, saying, I'm a person, not a commodity. I'm not being wronged. Aunt Su thought she misheard and asked again, what did you say? This time, Su Jiajia was much more resolute. I said I'm not being wronged. Your sister is a spendthrift. This time I found a family for you to adopt you, but next time, who knows where your sister will sell you off to? Aunt Su continued to persuade them vigorously. 50,000 star coins was not a small sum. Su Wanwan laughed coldly. Take your good intentions and buy yourself a grave. Maybe the flowers that bloom next year can earn you some money. After saying that, she slammed the door shut. She didn't like such an aunt. After isolating those 3 people outside, Su Wanwan leaned against the door and slid down to sit on the floor, letting out a long sigh. She had never spoken loudly to anyone before, yet today, she could argue with someone from a book she had only met once. Sister? Su Jiajia asked, a bit confused. Su Wanwan reached out and hugged Su Jiajia, repeatedly saying, I will take good care of you and raise you well. In her embrace, Su Jiajia couldn't help but smile faintly. He placed his hand on Su Wanwan's head, gently patting her like a father would. Sister, don't be afraid, Jiajia is here. It felt like something was quietly changing in his heart, but he was also very clear-headed. He had heard too many similar words before, so he wouldn't be swayed by a piece of candy. The 3 people at the door realized that today's plan had failed, and they could only leave in defeat. Aunt Su was filled with resentment for not getting the 50,000 star coins. How could she not handle 2 young children? After conspiring with the people around her for a while, Aunt Su suddenly shouted, This family is abusing children. 18-year-old Su Wanwan won't let her 5-year-old brother live a better life than her. She won't let the child come to our house. Is this how a sister should act? Hearing this, the siblings peeked through the crack of the door. Soon after she finished yelling, 3 flying vehicles arrived. 6 men got out, dressed in the Imperial Federation uniforms. Their expressions serious. You said someone is bullying children? Do you have evidence? Asked the tallest man, his voice stern. Aunt Su pointed at Su Wanwan's front door. It's this family. The sister has been abusing her brother, not feeding him or keeping him warm. I feel sorry for the child. Su Jiajia looked at the tallest man with great interest. The man was a head taller than the others, with a cold expression. The star insignia on his shoulder startled Su Jiajia. A general. I actually called a general over. You called? Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow, thinking, no wonder he asked the future little villain. So clever. Of course. Children are protected by the Imperial Federation. They must not be treated unfairly, Su Jiajia said proudly. He had it, but Su Wanwan did not. Su Wanwan gave Su Jiajia a thumbs up, nice. Just as she finished this gesture, there was a knock on the big door. It was the general. I heard you are abusing children. The Federal Minor Protection Organization is here to investigate. The man showed them his credentials through the door crack. Su Wanwan glanced at the name on it. Qiao Lifan? That fits his persona well. She opened the door, pulling Su Jiajia in front of her. As a sister, I have failed in some areas, but I have corrected myself now, Su Wanwan swore, raising 3 fingers to the sky. Qiao Lifan glanced at Su Jiajia beside Su Wanwan. Does your sister abuse you? Su Jiajia quickly shook his head innocently. It's the aunt outside. She wants to take Jiajia away to someone Jiajia doesn't know. Qiao Lifan nodded, indicating he understood the situation. You two should stay home if there's no need to go out for the next few days. We will take those 3 back for investigation. If there is evidence of buying and selling underage children, they will be detained for 30 to 50 years, during which your guardian will temporarily change to your sister. Understand? Su Wanwan had long wanted to transfer the guardianship of Su Jiajia to herself, and now was a great opportunity. We understand. She and Su Jiajia replied in unison. Finally, this home could completely belong to the 2 of them. You 2 little ingrates. Who provided for your food and clothing before? Aunt Su shouted incessantly outside. She knew she wouldn't be coming back after this. She might end up in federal prison for the rest of her life. Well, it's not you, Su Jiajia shrugged. He wasn't a 3-year-old who could be easily fooled. He was already 5. Before this, he hadn't seen this aunt bring them any food. She only came because there was something to gain. Qiao Lifan looked at the siblings in front of him, revealing a rare smile of appreciation. He missed his sister, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Since you acknowledged your past mistakes, you must work hard for your brother's sake from now on. Su Wanwan looked at the young general, who seemed like an old uncle, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. I know. Thank you for your trouble today. Qiao Lifan saluted her with a sharp military gesture and called out, dismissed. He suddenly thought Su Wanwan looked somewhat familiar and took out his communicator. Let's exchange contact information. Chapter 5. The General's Fiancé, E. Su Wanwan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't that too direct? Su Jiajia, watching from the side, was anxious and quickly tugged at Su Wanwan's sleeve. If they could get the General's contact information, they could call him directly if anyone bullied them in the future. What huge support that would be. After exchanging contact information, Su Wanwan looked at the second contact in her communicator, Qiao Lifan, and felt it was still somewhat unreal. Was it really that easy to add an Imperial General? He couldn't be a creepy guy, could he? If anyone bullies my little one again, just call me directly. Su Wanwan hadn't figured out how to respond, so she sent a cute emoji instead, obedient. JPG. Jiajia. Our guardianship is finally in our hands. After sending off the person outside, Su Wanwan turned to look at Su Jiajia with surprise. She didn't expect this matter to be so simple. Su Jiajia smiled shyly. But sister, if you're my guardian, I should be starting school this year since I'm 5. And about the tuition. They had online classes conducted uniformly on the Smart Brain. Even the mechas were virtual. The current stock of mechas was decreasing. External wars were frequent. And the scrapping rate of mechas was rising. So, there were no extra resources to train these students. I will earn your tuition. A semester's tuition was 10,000 star coins, and there were less than 2 weeks until the preschool class for the 5-year-old little one started. Time was tight, and the task was heavy, so Su Wanwan encouraged herself. She would do a live broadcast in the evening, making chicken wing casserole. She had prepared a little too little for lunch, so it would be just right for Su Jiajia to fill her stomach in the evening. If one live broadcast could earn 500 star coins, then she only needed to do 20 broadcasts to cover Jiajia's tuition. Sister, it's okay if I can't go this year. I can self-study at home for a year and still catch up next year. Su Jiajia was so sensible, it was heart-wrenching. Such a cute, angelic baby had such a tragic fate in the novel, which made Su Wanwan feel quite unsettled. No matter what happens in the future, you have to trust your sister, okay? Su Wanwan made a verbal agreement with Su Jiajia. She would take good care of this little one. She had been an only child in the past, always alone, and now that she had the opportunity, she had to seize it. Jiajia believes in sister. Su Jiajia rarely showed a sincere smile, which was incredibly cute. Although she was still young, she already showed signs of beauty. The Su family's genes were good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been written as a villainous family. Su Wanwan went to the refrigerator to find the needed ingredients and place them in the kitchen, preparing to continue her live broadcast to make dinner soon. During her free time, she also looked at food streamers on the live streaming platform. A considerable number of them made dishes using nutrient solutions as ingredients. It can only be said that they made the nutrient solutions a bit more flavorful. Some even cooked ancient cultural dishes, but the order in which they cooked made Su Wanwan's head hurt. They must have read a few recipe books without steps and just tossed all the ingredients into the pot together. Some ingredients weren't cooked yet, while others were overcooked, leaving only a few that were edible. Su Wanwan took a deep breath, tied up her hair, and opened the live, streaming floating ball. Hello everyone, I'm Su, the one raising the little one. Today we're making chicken wing casserole. Who knew there would be so many chicken wings and legs in this world? I'm here, streamer. The cola chicken wings you made last time were so delicious. I'm bringing friends this time. We won't miss a single step. Su Wanwan glanced at the bullet screen, tied on her apron, and smiled. All right, I'll take it slow this time to ensure you all can keep up. We have a lot of ingredients to prepare this time, but it's dinner after all, so those little cuties with conditions can follow along with me. She placed all the ingredients in front of the camera to ensure everyone could see. First, we'll dice the onion, then peel and cut the carrots and potatoes into chunks, and cut the corn into small pieces. The mushrooms need a cross-cut on their tops. Su Wanwan quickly handled all the ingredients. After preparing the ingredients, she glanced at the number of viewers online. There were already hundreds. This was much better than last time's performance. Why did the streamer decide to start live streaming? Su Wanwan spotted this comment in the bullet screen. One reason was to promote such delicious food, and the other was to earn tuition for her brother. She paused and continued. I wasn't a competent sister before, so I often neglected my brother and let him go hungry at such a young age. But now I need to make sure my brother is well-fed and warm. I guess I've grown up too. Whenever Su Wanwan spoke about Su Jiajia, a warm smile appeared on her face. Back at the command center, Qiao Lifan unintentionally clicked on the live streaming room and happened to see Su Wanwan saying this. He stroked his chin. When he first saw this woman, he felt she looked familiar. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and opened the Imperial Secret website. To promote the birth of Imperial little ones, the Federation assigned a partner to those warriors fighting for the Empire. Before reaching adulthood, the partner was kept a secret, and the partner assigned to him was none other than Su Wanwan, who was live streaming ancient cultural cuisine. Boss, you're watching her too. The food she makes is much better than other streamers. If you're interested, why not bring her back to be your wife? A man beside him teased. Their general had reached such a high position without having any feelings for any woman along the way. Today, he was actually watching a live stream. Qiao Lifan immediately closed his computer, crossed his hands behind his head, and leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed. Add 2 more sets of practice. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan had already tossed all the ingredients in a pot. The biggest advantage of this world was that there was no need to wait. Ingredients that usually required 25 minutes to stew could now be completed instantly with a small time spell. Lifting the pot lid, a rich meaty aroma filled the room, which smelled wonderful. Su Wanwan carefully picked out a piece of each type of ingredient and placed them in a small bowl for the people in the live stream to taste. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 600. The moment the holographic feature was activated, those who smelled the aroma went into a frenzy of tipping, eagerly using the advanced holographic technology to bring the food to their mouths. When will the streamer upgrade to better live streaming equipment? This equipment is a bit outdated. The food's flavor isn't being fully expressed. Yeah, we want to taste the real flavor. Su Wanwan showed a playful smile and thought for a moment. Probably after I save enough for the little one's tuition, if there's anything left over, I'll get a new one. Suddenly, a dazzling effect appeared on Su Wanwan's display screen. Qiao sent a big rocket to the streamer Su, raising her to the 5th position in the Food Live streaming ranking. Chapter 6. One price, 1800. If you don't sell, I won't buy. Su Wanwan stared at the big rocket on the screen, tugging at her hair. This was a bit too unreal, right? A big rocket on this website was worth 10,000 star coins, and with a 50-50 split with the website, she would end up with 5,000. Qiao, how many star coins do you need to send a kid to school? Su Wanwan replied somewhat dazedly, 10,000? For 1 semester. 5 big rockets exploded on the screen in succession, and Su Wanwan was completely stunned. She was so scared that she immediately shut down a live stream. So much money. It instantly relieved her urgent situation. After reacting, she quickly went to the back end and thanked the person named Qiao. Clicking on his profile, there are no videos or saved videos from others. What a strange person. What's wrong, sister? Jiajia curiously walked over. Could it be that she hasn't made a single penny from the live stream and is going crazy? If so, shouldn't she run away early? Wanwan hugged Jiajia and showed him the account balance. There lay a neat 30,000 star coins. You could go to school now. Wanwan rubbed Jiajia's little face and gave him a kiss. Jiajia immediately wiped his face, all covered in Wanwan's saliva. He obediently gave a thumbs up. Awesome. With his sister looking so plain and simple, someone actually found her appealing. Wanwan set Jiajia down and brought all the food to the table. Eat up. The fox loves chicken, so she planned to make all kinds of chicken dishes to ensure Jiajia wouldn't get tired of eating. The culinary delights that have been passed down for thousands of years had unfortunately gone extinct in this distant future. What a pity. Jiajia took a bite of chicken and squinted his eyes. If he could eat this delicious food, even if Wanwan hit him again, he could hold on for a few more days. Wanwan took out 15,000 star coins and directly transferred them to Jiajia's account. The remaining money could be saved for him to buy some useful things. As for the future, she would just work harder. Jiajia, for the extra 5,000. See if you need anything for studying. You can buy some yourself, or tell me, and I can help you buy it. Wanwan said softly. The education of her little one was not to be neglected. Jiajia, with a chicken wing in his mouth, nodded. I want to buy some study books, and I might need an interactive holographic camera. He paused and added, but it's very expensive. It's fine if we don't buy it. The holographic camera could simulate real combat scenarios, and during cubhood, they couldn't pilot matches. He had his own selfish motives. After dinner, I'll take you to buy it. Wanwan picked up a chicken wing, and by the time she finished, there were only 2 clean bones left. Jiajia's eyes lit up. Really? After they finished eating and washed the dishes, Wanwan went upstairs to change into a new outfit. She had plenty of clothes, but Jiajia only had 2 sets to change. Jiajia couldn't help but pat his head, wondering how the original owner could be so heartless. The stepmother shouldn't treat her child like this. She wanted to buy some nice clothes for Jiajia to wear. She casually put on a white long dress, brushed her hair, and applied some light makeup. Jiajia, let's go. Wanwan called upstairs. Before long, a small figure scampered down the stairs and crashed into her arms. This was the first time Jiajia's face showed such obvious happiness. He had never openly left this house since he was born. He always sneaked out. Perhaps his sister was really making a change? The largest shopping mall nearby was Qiao's. Upon hearing this name, Wanwan instinctively thought of Qiao Lifan, with whom she exchanged contact information that day. Handsome, tall, and in a prominent position, he must be a dream lover for many girls. Even in her dreams, she wouldn't think that Qiao Lifan had feelings for her. Sister, this place is so beautiful. Jiajia now acted like a 5-year-old boy, curious about everything. The toys in the mall were things he had never seen before. Wanwan calculated the money in her hand. Although it seemed like a lot, after buying the necessary items, she wasn't too sure how much would be left. So she planned to buy the essentials first and then see if she could add some daily necessities. Although most people now used e-books for studying, paper books had almost gone extinct. However, Jiajia preferred paper books, and their prices were quite similar. The mall had everything, including the latest home robots and great kitchen helpers. Boss, how much is your holographic camera? It's for the kids' mech class. Wanwan found a shop selling cameras and gently asked. The boss was a middle-aged man. He glanced at Wanwan and then at Jiajia beside her. After rummaging through the store, he came out holding a box. This is the latest model. It's only 100,000 star coins. Very cost-effective. Upon hearing the price, Jiajia clenched his little fists. I want the cheapest. 100,000 star coins. How could they have that much money? The boss clicked his tongue and went back to find a dusty camera on the shelf. This one is a 5-year-old model, now only 30,000. Jiajia's norte coldly. This camera was produced by Nebula Technology 8 years ago, and its original selling price was 18,888 star coins. How could an old relic like this have increased in price after 8 years? You're trying to scam us. Before he went out to buy something, he had already researched the cameras. Although the prices often discouraged him, he still hoped to find an outdated model that he could afford. The boss, holding the camera, flicked a few strands of hair on his head. This is a classic. You're just a kid, you don't understand. Let your adult buy it. His eyes were filled with the expression of "I'm not lying to you. Love your cub, buy it for him. Su ananten to su Jiajia. Is this camera enough for your studies? If not, we can come back and buy it later." Su Jiajia was a bit conflicted. It was enough, but it was too expensive. Su Wanwan calmed down, hearing what Su Jiajia was thinking. She slapped the table. 18,000. I want it. Are you selling it or not? The boss was startled, nearly dropping the camera on the ground. Look at this camera. Although it's an old model, it's still new. Su Wanwan glanced at the thick layer of dust on it. If this model sold well, it wouldn't have been left until now. One price. 1,800. If you don't sell, I'll go look at other shops. Chapter 7. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. Just be a good kid for your sister. The boss held the camera in his hands, unsure whether to sell it or not. If he didn't sell it, he might not find such a buyer for another 10 years, but selling it made him feel reluctant. Su Jiajia chimed in. Why not just forget it, sister? This camera is already an antique. We could buy a new one later, and it won't cost much more. The boss immediately teared up and presented the camera with both hands. I'll sell it to you. After 3 years of no interest, he finally had a buyer. Selling it would at least earn him 1,800. Can we raise the price a bit? The boss clutched the camera tightly, thinking 1,800 was a bit too cheap. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Since you're so straightforward, I'll take it for 2,000. She pulled out her light brain, scanned the boss's device, and transferred 2,000 over. Su Jiajia smiled brightly as he held the camera. Goodbye, boss. Wishing you prosperous business. He hadn't realized how impressive his sister was. A camera priced at 30,000 was brought down to 2,000. It was unbelievable. The boss waved his hand, hoping these siblings would come to his shop next time. Their bargaining was too fierce. Nowadays, people generally don't like to haggle. It's a technique used by people thousands of years ago, and he never expected to encounter it again. Sister, 2,000 for a camera. Exclaims. I checked before. Although this model was produced a while ago, it has all the necessary functions and is completely sufficient for class. Su Jiajia couldn't help but talk more. This was the first thing Su Wanwan had bought for him. He held it carefully like a treasure, and with this, he could finally understand what it felt like to pilot a mech. As long as you like it, Su Wanwan said, gently stroking Su Jiajia's soft hair. He was just over 5 years old, and his hair was still soft and pleasant to touch. After buying all the necessary books for learning, Su Wanwan turned into a children's clothing store. Since young children were extremely rare now, their clothes were also quite expensive. However, each piece was beautiful. An attractive adult outfit cost 500 star coins, but a child's outfit was at least 2,000. Pick whichever you like and try it on. Su Wanwan pushed Su Jiajia into the clothing store. He was wearing a very ordinary short-sleeved shirt, one that their father had bought when he was still around. After so many years, it had faded from washing and no longer fit well. Su Jiajia cautiously glanced at Su Wanwan's expression. His sister was being unusually nice to him today. Is she planning to sell me? Will she buy new clothes to send me to someone else's house? Su Jiajia's heart raced with anxiety, unsure if he should go in or not. Su Wanwan heard Su Jiajia's thoughts and squatted down to look into his eyes. She saw caution and a hint of uncertainty in his gaze. I told you I would treat you well, so please don't worry, don't panic, and definitely don't be afraid. Just be a good kid for your sister. Okay. Suanan Khag Sujia Vanting Tokanve Vormt Tohim. In the original story, Su Jiajia had been hurt repeatedly by Su Wanwan's actions, gradually closing off his heart. Just reading the text descriptions made Su Wanwan's heart ache. Now that she saw the child in front of her, she wanted him to grow up happily. Su Jiajia pressed his lips together and placed the camera into Su Wanwan's arms. Sister, I'm going to pick out clothes. Su Wanwan didn't see that as Su Jiajia turned around, her eyes were already a bit moist. He was such a strong child. How could he cry? Su Jiajia went to try on clothes while Su Wanwan waited at the door. Unexpectedly, instead of Su Jiajia coming out after trying on clothes, she encountered Qiao Lifan. Excuse me, who is abusing this child? Qiao Lifan glanced at Su Wanwan before walking into the store. Abusing a child? Su Wanwan turned at the familiar phrase. Looking at the staff pointed directly at her with a finger. It's her. Qiao Lifan was also a bit surprised and turned back to look at Su Wanwan. He walked up to her and stopped, quietly observing her face. What kind of magic do you possess? Why does everyone who meets you say you abuse children? During his time helping the Juvenile Protection Organization, he had only received 2 similar reports, and both times the subject was Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan blinked and shook her head. "I'm here to buy clothes for Jiajia." "Ma'am, look at the clothes she's wearing. One of her outfits could buy 3 of ours. And what is that child wearing?" The staff asserted, unable to tolerate people who bullied children. She also wanted a sweet little cub of her own, but hadn't been able to conceive one after 5 years of trying with her husband. Yet this woman dared to abuse such a lovely child. Su Wanwan's mouth twitched. "How about you let me explain? I want to listen. I want to listen. You're abusing children." The staff covered her ears and shook her head. The little child who just went and looked like a little angel. How could he have such a parent? "I know your situation. Let Jiajia come out for a moment." Qiao Lifan shrugged. Knowing this matter was related to her, as soon as he saw Su Wanwan. She was a pretty girl, yet she was suspected of being a wicked stepmother daily. Su Jiajia, confused, was let out from the dressing room while holding clothes. After he went in, a big sister had told him not to come out yet. He could hear voices outside, but the fitting room was locked from the inside, and he couldn't get out. "Sister treats me very well. She hasn't abused me. So for Su Wanwan. She lets me go to school, and even bought me new clothes. And she hasn't hit me recently. Brother Qiao, please don't arrest my sister." Su Jiajia tugged at Qiao Lifan's sleeve. Qiao Lifan looked down and saw a pair of watery little beast-like eyes. And his heart softened instantly. "Brother won't arrest your sister, don't worry." Su Wanwan directly transferred the money for Su Jiajia's clothes. Honestly, it wasn't surprising that others misunderstood her. She had good food, clothing, and living conditions, while Su Jiajia looked like a neglected little child. Change always takes time. "Let me take you back, otherwise someone might call the police on the way," Qiao Lifan suggested after thinking. There weren't many people with him today, so he could just have his subordinates take another flying vehicle back. "Would that trouble you?" Su Wanwan hesitated. Qiao Lifan shook his head and reached out a hand to her. "It's not a trouble because you are my." "Never mind, it's nothing." Chapter 8. As a general of the empire, he had no choice now. Was not a good time to tell Su Wanwan about this. It would only add to her worries. There were only a few days left until she turned 18, and once the time came, she would receive a notification on her holographic device. After that, Su Wanwan could choose for herself whether to keep him as her fiancé or to reject him. As a general of the empire, he had no choice. Having fought in wars for many years, sometimes he wouldn't see her for a year. Few could endure such loneliness. Su Jiajia was very excited along the way. It was her first time on a flying vehicle. Su Wanwan, on the other hand, was a bit concerned. What was she? She glanced up at Qiao Lifan's profile. His nose was prominent, his thin lips slightly pursed, and his long black hair softly fell over his forehead. Her first reaction was that she didn't know what his original form was. "But it must be nice to touch, right? Why are you always looking at me?" Qiao Lifan acted as the driver, skillfully manipulating the control panel. But the intense gaze beside him made him a bit flustered. His palms were slightly sweating. "You look a bit good-looking." Su Wanwan was a bit honest. She couldn't think of any other excuses. Qiao Lifan turned his head to look at Su Wanwan, and those ancient-looking phoenix eyes were staring at him without blinking. "If you keep looking like that, it will affect my ability to pilot the flying vehicle." This was only their second meeting. Yet he found Su Wanwan much more pleasing to the eye, mainly because she exuded a serene and calm aura, as if nothing could trouble her. Even when misunderstood as a malicious sister multiple times, she had never tried to defend herself. Feeling regretful, Su Wanwan turned her head back, wanting to look a little longer. Su Jiajia, sitting in the back seat, watched the interaction between the two. Was he about to have another brother-in-law? But the identity of this general of the empire was simply too impressive. So many women admired him. It wasn't surprising. "Remember to contact me if you need anything." After the flying vehicle reached its destination, Qiao Lifan turned back to remind Su Wanwan he would be in the city recently, so she didn't have to worry about bothering him. Su Wanwan nodded, and after bringing Su Jiajia back home, she finally sighed in relief. She felt a bit nervous being in the same space as Qiao Lifan. After returning home, she felt much better. "Sister, do you like General Qiao?" Su Jiajia asked curiously, looking at Su Wanwan. The expressions between the two didn't seem quite right. He could almost see pink bubbles. Su Wanwan's face slightly flushed, and she shot Su Jiajia a glare. What are you talking about? A little kid like you understands what liking is? Jiajia looked at Su Wanwan seriously. Of course I understand. I like the current sister, not the previous one. I also like dad and mom. Although their time together was short, both dad and mom were very gentle people. Su Wanwan couldn't stand serious explanations coming from a child's mouth. She immediately changed the subject. Let us go try on a new clothes and the camera. Sister is shy. After Jiajia said this, he immediately ran into the room, wanted to show his sister the new clothes he had picked out. Since the clothes were expensive, he didn't dare take more than one set. In the past 2 years during classes, teachers used online teaching methods, but each student had to turn on their camera to interact on screen. Some explanations required real-life observation, so the teacher would activate the holographic system to let the children enter her space as holographic images. Sometimes, they would also let the kids connect to the system themselves to experience the teaching materials. After changing his clothes, he opened the door. He had chosen a white hoodie paired with casual pants, looking even more obedient. Su Wanwan rushed upstairs and hugged Jiajia, kissing him a couple of times. Sister will earn more money and buy beautiful clothes for Jiajia to wear. The little villain was already good-looking. It would be a shame not to dress him nicely. Jiajia pushed Su Wanwan's face away, somewhat resisting. Don't do that. Seeing that his protest didn't work, Jiajia immediately transformed into a small white fox, wanted to slip out of Su Wanwan's embrace. Having lived for 5 years without being kissed, he was shy. Su Wanwan was quick and caught the beautiful little fox back in her arms. His fur felt like exquisite silk, incredibly smooth, with no odd smell. For her, this world was simply paradise. This is inappropriate. You are my sister. We can't do this. The little white fox arched through the air in a perfect arc, wagging its big tail as it ran away. His sister actually wanted to get her hands on his beautiful tail. So naughty. Su Wanwan looked at her empty arms, feeling a bit regretful. However, if her original form was also a big fox, she could touch herself. At night, Su Wanwan lay in bed, feeling the night breeze. She had just arrived in this world not long ago, but it seemed she had already adapted. In her previous life, she worked as a food critic, only needing to go out to work a few days a month. She also had no family and no close friends to keep in touch with. That feeling of loneliness was something she never wanted to experience again. She turned over in bed and saw a little head peeking out from the door. Jiajia was holding a pillow and a blanket, quietly asking, "Can I come in to sleep?" Su Wanwan immediately shifted to the side, making room for Jiajia. "Come here." Jiajia obediently climbed into bed, lying beside Su Wanwan. "Sister, did you know? I was really scared when I first started sleeping alone." Jiajia covered half his face with a blanket, leaving only a pair of dark eyes visible. Su Wanwan reached out and hugged Jiajia into her arms, and they cuddled for warmth, making the night feel not so cold. She understood that Jiajia was looking for a response. He just wanted to express the feelings he had buried deep for a long time. Tonight, Su Wanwan was his best listener. She could sense Jiajia's fear, that today was just a dream, and that tomorrow morning would bring another merciless beating. Su Wanwan hugged Jiajia and suddenly said, "How about I sing you a song?" She didn't know many songs, but she still knew a few lullabies. Jiajia's eyes lit up with a hint of expectation, and he nodded, adjusting to a comfortable sleeping position. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and chose the most familiar tune to hum softly. Her voice was sweet and gentle, and as she sang softly, Jiajia quickly fell into a deep sleep. Just then, she suddenly heard a disturbance outside the window. Chapter 9, Mr. Qiao. "Could you come to my house for a moment?" It seemed there were noises coming from the yard, as if someone was walking around. Now that it was completely dark outside, it was unlikely that there were any guests visiting her family. Su Wanwan carefully lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Under the moonlight, she saw something outside. It was a group of people dressed in all black, wearing hats and masks. There seemed to be a logo on their clothing, but it was too far away for her to see what it looked like. The first person she thought of who could help was Qiao Lifan. Su Wanwan crouched down and took a deep breath. The original book did not mention that the original host had been attacked, so she had no idea who these people were. "Mr. Qiao, can you come to my house?" After sending this message, she quickly found an electromagnetic gun from the wardrobe nearby. The range of the electromagnetic gun was quite far, but it had almost no lethality. If these people broke through the outer defenses, she could only escape with Jiajia. Jiajia was very sensitive to sounds and had already woken up when Wanwan got out of bed. He initially thought his sister was going to sneak out to play again, but after waiting for a while without hearing her leave, he asked, "What's wrong?" rubbing his eyes and speaking in a slightly hoarse voice. Wanwan stuffed a toy into his arms and said, "Hug this toy tightly, don't move. I didn't tell you to get out of bed." She wanted to see what these people were up to. When the house was divided, considering that 2 young children lived there, the security system of the house was at the highest level. The outsiders couldn't break through the defenses easily. Wanwan remained alert by the window, wondering what to do if these people broke in. Jiajia hugged the toy on the bed and didn't dare to speak anymore. It was only when she saw the aircraft that Wanwan finally relaxed. Qiao Lifan had arrived. A rope was lowered from the aircraft, and the soldiers quickly slid down. The black-clad people wanted to escape the moment they saw the federal soldiers, but they were all captured. Qiao Lifan glanced at the windowsill and happened to see Wanwan's face. He instructed his subordinates to handle these people and walked closer to the villa. Jiajia followed closely behind Wanwan, hugging the toy. Although he hadn't seen what had just happened, he felt a bit scared. Fortunately, he had his sister with him. Wanwan opened the door for Qiao Lifan and gestured for him to come in. "Come in. Thank you for your hard work. Shall I make you a late-night snack?" Qiao Lifan looked at the people outside and took out his light brain to send a message. Where did these people come from? Do you have any leads? After sitting on the sofa, he got straight to the point. This matter must be related to Wanwan and Jiajia, but if it were just ordinary coveting, they wouldn't mobilize such power. The uniform clothing and logo should come from some organization. Wanwan shook her head. "I've been living here with my brother, and we haven't offended anyone, so I don't know much." The book didn't describe the female antagonist's family in detail, only that her brother's storyline kept progressing. So, her arrival was like forcibly extending Wanwan's life. Just as Qiao Lifan was about to say something, the front door was suddenly knocked on. He had just told them to send these people back before coming over. They had only just completed their mission. Upon entering and seeing the expressions of the 3 people, they felt like they had come at the wrong time. They hadn't expected the boss to have given birth to a child. "Come in. I'll make you something simple to eat," Wanwan said with a smile, welcoming them in. Without these people, she really wouldn't have known what to do tonight. "You must be Sue, the one raising cubs. Our boss watched your live stream last time. The food you make is amazing. How do you make food from thousands of years ago?" "That's incredible." The soldiers began to discuss excitedly. Wanwan thought it was already late and decided to make something easy to digest for a late-night snack. In that case, she would make a bowl of noodles, which was simple and filling. After cooking the noodles, she put them into a bowl with chopped green onions, oil, salt, MSG, and soy sauce, and a steaming bowl of noodles was ready. "You're making us food, and now you have to serve it?" Qiao Lifan shot a glance at his subordinates who were waiting to eat. These guys had watched Wanwan's live stream all day. He knew that. A group of people rushed forward and quickly placed the noodles on the table. Although the preparation was simple, the aroma was undeniable. Jiajia was also a bit hungry and immediately picked up his chopsticks looking at the small bowl of noodles in front of him. "You might as well marry our boss. He has been single and has never dated. He is strong, has a great physique, and has a good temper, never scolds anyone. The most important thing is if they become a couple, they could come over for meals often in the future." Wanwan stayed silent at the teasing. Such an impressive person was not someone she could aspire to. However, it seemed that in the original book, this general didn't have much of an impact. After all, there was still a male lead in the world. The male lead South Halo would place him in a higher position, eventually overshadowing this general. This will be discussed later. Qiao Lifan glanced at Wanwan and changed the subject. The choice was in Wanwan's hands, and until she came of age, everything was uncertain. After counting, it should be the day after tomorrow that Wanwan's birthday was coming. He wondered what her reaction would be when she learned about it. "By the way, aren't you forgetting something? Our empire has assigned us fiancés. What if the boss's fiancé comes to cause a scene later?" One of the soldiers suddenly remembered and quickly spoke up. "Mr. Qiao's fiancé, he must be a powerful and beautiful young lady from a noble family. I'm just an ordinary person, so I want to aspire to that. But if you all want to eat in the future, you can always come to me," Wanwan said with a smile. Fortunately, she learned about this matter. Otherwise, finding out after developing deep feelings would be much harder to bear. Although her current body had not reached adulthood, she was already in her 20s in the real world. She had mature thoughts and wouldn't easily fall into a relationship unless the other person was exceptionally good-looking. Damn, I'm a visual person. She indeed had impressive qualities, but it seemed she wasn't exactly a young lady from a noble family. Qiao Lifan couldn't help but add. When he was first assigned, he just took a glance and closed the page because he didn't believe anyone would be willing to spend their life with someone who had to go to war at unpredictable times. But after meeting Su Wanwan, he couldn't help but wonder what life would be like if they were together in the future. Chapter 10. Who else can take care of my sister, this little waste? Su Wanwan awkwardly took a sip of soup, originally thinking that the two of them might have a chance. Jiajia made a shocking statement, saying that although it was assigned, the imperial regulations stipulated that if two people were not in love and willing to be together, this relationship could still be dissolved, right? He winked at Qiao Lifan. He was optimistic about this couple. The only one who can take care of my sister, this little waste, is probably the general, right? Su Wanwan heard Su Jiajia's thoughts and immediately widened her eyes. So in Su Jiajia's heart, she was just a little waste. She lowered her gaze, feeling a bit sad. Yes, in this place, everyone has their own physical form, which is a part of their combat ability. But she couldn't even manifest hers, which was equivalent to having no combat capability at all. That's why when she saw so many people in black outside the window today, she called out to Qiao Lifan. Otherwise, for someone almost of age like her, dealing with a few people in black shouldn't be a big problem. Plus, with the entire house's defense system. Sister, don't be sad. Although you can't manifest, and your temper isn't great, someone will come to marry you sooner or later. Su Jiajia patted Su Wanwan's shoulder as a form of comfort. Su Wanwan couldn't help but pinch his cheek. How come I didn't realize before that your mouth is so sharp? This isn't a little angel, but a little devil for sure. Su Jiajia knew that his sister wasn't really angry, and even made a face at her. Can't manifest? Qiao Lifan caught the key phrase. Su Jiajia glanced at Su Wanwan. And anyway, everyone nearby already knew about this. She should not be angry, right? Su Wanwan nodded, slurped a mouthful of noodles, and then said, yes. In my memory, I haven't manifested my physical form since childhood. I thought it would get better when I grew up, but I didn't expect it to still be like this now. It's not a big deal. I'm just an anomaly. As far as I know, it seems there hasn't been a second person in the Empire who can't manifest their physical form, Qiao Lifan said, stroking his chin. The information he had was the most complete, but there were no detailed records about Su Wanwan. Perhaps someone had deliberately erased this part in secret. He finished his noodles in a few bites, then took a sip of noodle soup. The soup was fragrant and rich, far better than any nutrient solution. At least in terms of taste and satiety, food could satisfy everything that nutrient solutions could not. Why has food disappeared from the planets? Su Wanwan was curious. There were no detailed explanations in the current books on the market. Most have said that nutrient solutions better met current needs. A soldier nearby finished a bowl of noodles and explained in detail, my family also loves ancient cultural cuisine. They say that cooking takes a lot of time. And in this technological age, the time spent making a meal could be used for many other things, which is why food has gradually been replaced by nutrient solutions. However, if I could eat such delicious food, I'd rather waste some time. He added, this flavor had disappeared from the planet for a long time. Even if they searched nearby asteroids, they could no longer find a planet like the ancient blue star, at least in terms of food. In the future, I will often do live broadcasts, and I will teach everyone the detailed steps to make it. You can follow along with me. It's very simple. Su Wanwan was generous and not afraid of passing on this skill to others, after which she might lose her job. Good food should certainly be shared. Even in the highly developed culinary culture of the 21st century, there were still many people teaching how to cook. If the price of development was the disappearance of food, she would rather not come to such a technologically advanced era. There's an emergency. We need to go back. Qiao Lifan glanced at the light brain and immediately stood up. He looked at the somewhat messy table with a hint of apology and said, sorry, I can't help you clean up. After a while, I will send you a housekeeping robot. Su Wanwan smiled and said, it's fine, you can go first. I'll handle it with Jiajia. Although she said she would leave it to them, Jiajia was as sleepy as a chick pecking at rice, and she would still have to clean up the mess. After all the soldiers left, Jiajia forced herself to rub her eyes and said, "Sister, Bill can still be used. You can start it up and go to sleep." Bill was the robot that had its head removed when Wanwan first arrived. Looking at its drooping head now made her a little uneasy. "Okay, then Jiajia can go to bed and wait for me." She walked to the side, put Bill's head back in place, and pressed the start button. Bill then started to move again, though his movements were a bit stiff. "Bill, please help clean up the table." "Thank you for your hard work," Wanwan said tentatively. She remembered that these household robots came with a complete database, could act according to their owner's commands, and even chat and play games with family members. They were indispensable companions for every household. After Wanwan arranged everything, she turned back to see that Jiajia had already curled up on the sofa and fallen asleep. It was already early morning. It was hard for such a small child to stay up late with her. She reached out and gently held Jiajia in her arms. The 5-year-old child felt so light it made her heart ache. "Sister, don't hit Jiajia. It hurts." Jiajia frowned and waved his little hand. He had tried to resist before, but knew it was useless. Wanwan hummed a little tune, holding Jiajia back to bed, gently stroking his head. "Sister won't hit Jiajia. She'll make delicious food for Jiajia, buy beautiful clothes, and take Jiajia to learn mechs," Wanwan whispered in Jiajia's ear. As she spoke these words, Jiajia's brow finally relaxed. Even in his dreams, hearing these words should bring sweet dreams, right? Her dream had also come true. She could raise such a lovely little one to grow up. As she thought, Wanwan closed her eyes, wrapped both of them in the blanket, and tilted her head to enter a dream. After Wanwan fell asleep, Jiajia suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Wanwan, feeling both familiar and strange, with a hint of struggle in his eyes. Tonight, he had said such things, and his sister wasn't angry. Could he also have a little expectation, hoping that his sister had really changed for the better? Following the instinct of his body, Jiajia burrowed back into Wanwan's arms. It felt so good to have his sister by his side. Chapter 11. Sister. Bill's mind is broken when she woke up. The birds outside were already chirping. The birds on this planet looked a bit strange, with much brighter colors. When she woke up in the morning, she saw a row of Barbie pink birds standing on the windowsill and almost thought she was having a nightmare. Jiajia had already gotten up. The bed still had some warmth, indicating she had just woken up. Wanwan washed up a bit, and when she opened the door, she was startled. The floor downstairs was covered with broken dishes. A single chopstick could break into more than 10 pieces, and bowls were shattered into powder-like fragments. It was mainly spread all over the room. Wanwan patted her chest, closed her eyes, and opened them again, seeing no change in the scene before her. All right, she wasn't dreaming. So a thief came last night? "Sister, Bill is broken," Jiajia said innocently, sitting in the middle. She had already cleaned up some of it in the morning, but the scene was still quite spectacular. It seemed to be because last time he had taken Bill's head off, so now his mind was a bit malfunctioning. "Just leave it, don't clean up. I'll handle it later. Be careful not to cut your hands," Wanwan quickly called out when she saw Jiajia about to pick up the porcelain shards. Jiajia obediently stood up and pushed the already halted Bill to the corner. "Sister, we can hire a housekeeping robot, and it will clean up quickly." Wanwan resigned herself to the situation and immediately called for a housekeeping robot. Otherwise, it would be a bit embarrassing to see the mess during the live stream later. The housekeeping robot charged 200 star coins per call and could clean the whole house, which was very convenient, especially with its speedy efficiency. After placing the order, a robot arrived immediately, and after a quick sweep, it cleaned up all the debris on the floor. While the housekeeping robot tidied up the house, she adjusted the camera. To ensure her future living expenses, she decided to live stream all 3 meals a day. Occasionally, she would make some desserts at night, which would guarantee their daily expenses. It was like starting from scratch, so it was normal for the initial period to be a bit tiring. She tied her long hair into a ponytail and prepared everything she needed. For breakfast, she could have something light paired with some appetizers, which would perfectly satisfy the morning. Porridge and noodles were undoubtedly the simplest options. She had made noodles last night and planned to make porridge for breakfast today. There was no skill or difficulty involved. Later, she would open a Starwave account and post the food she made. Wanwan was determined, took out the ingredients, and started the live stream. Good morning, everyone. At this time, many people should be preparing breakfast, right? Today's segment can also be done together with me. Wanwan greeted as usual. Many people have been waiting for her to start the live stream, but since she was a new streamer and her streaming times were not fixed, many people didn't know when they could catch her live. Sure enough, there's a breakfast tutorial. It was worth the wait. I've been waiting on an empty stomach for this meal. People from the Ingredient Research Institute also came to watch. Ever since this streamer started her live broadcasts, their food could finally be sold. They felt they were not letting down the organization's years of trust. Although the things they cultivated were a bit strange, at least they looked good. Wanwan took out a bowl of rice and a few sweet potatoes. She peeled and cut the sweet potatoes into chunks, and they were ready. Today's ingredients are these. We just need to put everything into the rice cooker and cook for about 20 minutes. Then I will teach you how to make a drink that the little ones at home will definitely love. Wanwan teased, taking out some tea leaves and milk. The first drink I want to teach you is called milk tea. Friends who pay attention to human life a few thousand years ago should know that milk tea was the favorite drink of people back then. Wanwan put the tea leaves into the pot, added a small amount of water to stir and release the color, then poured in the milk to cook together. Various small ingredients could also be added to the milk tea, but since I don't have any materials here today, I'll one tea demonstrate it for now. Friends who like it sweet can add some sugar for flavor. Wanwan sprinkled a handful of sugar. Jiajia had already been attracted by the rich aroma. This was also the first time the viewers in the live stream saw Wanwan's little one. This is too cute. Too bad I've never had a little one. Try it upstairs. Who knows, you might get one. My lifelong dream is to have my own little one. Wanwan looked at the comments on the screen, her eyes crinkling with a smile. She poured the milk tea from the pot into 2 cups, first giving Jiajia a small cup to taste. Then tell the older brothers and sisters how it tastes. Jiajia brought it over, took a deep breath. The milk tea had a rich tea and milk fragrance, filling the whole room with this aroma. After savoring a sip, Jiajia's eyes narrowed. It was so delicious. After finishing, he even licked his lips, feeling refreshed. Wanwan also timely activated the scent-sharing system, allowing the viewers to smell the sweet aroma. My streaming equipment is a bit outdated, so I can't let you taste the drink, but you can buy some ingredients and try it yourself according to the steps I just did. Wanwan took a sip of the milk tea in front of everyone. It was indeed the familiar taste. She walked aside, set up a barrier around the pot, and used a time spell. After the rice cooker made a sound, she removed the barrier. You can still taste the porridge. It's the same. If you like sweet food, you can add some sugar, but I think the sweetness of the sweet potatoes is already enough. Wanwan left a small bowl in front of the floating ball, while she took Jiajia to the side to have breakfast. The viewers in the live stream were very considerate and began to reward Wanwan, contributing a bit for the little one's schooling. And such delicious food couldn't be bought outside, even if one had money. Jiajia, you can't just drink milk tea. You need to eat something too, or you want tea grow tall in the future. Wanwan put the milk tea in Jiajia's hand aside. A big cup that he drank was left with only a third. Hearing this, Jiajia immediately picked up a spoon and obediently ate the porridge. The rice had a sweet aftertaste in his mouth. Mixed with the sweet aroma of the sweet potatoes, it was really delicious. Sister, how did you suddenly learn to make so many delicious things? Jiajia asked curiously. Upon hearing Jiajia's question, everyone in the live stream also perked up their ears. This streamer had been unremarkable before. It seemed she had just started live streaming recently and could bring such delicious things. If she had known how to make them before, she shouldn't have hidden her skills. Wanwan lowered her head and thought for a moment. I don't know. I just suddenly had these recipes in my mind, and I wanted to try making them. After hearing this, the people in the live stream began to discuss. One person's comment sparked a discussion among everyone. Did the streamer say she just had these recipes in her mind? Could it be a case of atavism? Chapter 12. Sue, who works hard to live stream and earn money to raise cubs, the blue star they are currently on was once known as Earth several years ago. After thousands of years of reproduction, it has taken on its current form. People have gradually been born in beast forms due to historical evolution, but in this process, they have also lost many things. Delicious food is one of them, along with the traditional concept of humanity. They have only seen the phenomenon of atavism in books. where it is said that ancestors would randomly pass down their memories to the inhabitants of the planet. They hoped to carry forward ancient culture and bring back the technological era. But that is just something written in books, and no one has ever discovered any legendary atavism phenomenon. Su Wanwan didn't expect that there could be a reasonable explanation for this. Maybe? The corners of her mouth twitched as she quickly lowered her head to hide her emotions while drinking porridge. After the meal, she immediately went to turn off the live stream, preparing to write down the recipes for the dishes she had made over the past 2 days and post them on her newly registered Xinglong account. Sister, I've already paid my tuition, and the teacher said I can start class today, Jiajia said as she glanced at her light brain. Su Wanwan turned to look. Jiajia's light brain was an old antique from who knows how many years ago. It seemed to be something the former owner had discarded at home. Comparing it to the new model she had, she felt even more like a wicked stepmother. Then go study. If you're serious, I'll do a few more live streams and get you a new light brain. The kids these days also have a sense of comparison. She didn't want her brother to be looked down upon when he went out. Upon hearing there was a reward, Jiajia immediately went upstairs and returned to her room. Su Wanwan was able to settle down and do her own things. Recently, her fan base had grown to over 1,000, and just after posting an article, people started following her. She changed her bio to Su, who works hard to live stream and earn money to raise cubs. After thinking for a moment, she added, I hope everyone can enjoy hot and delicious food. After posting everything, Su Wanwan, almost possessed, opened the Xinglong page of the Federal Battle Team. Almost every photo featured Qiao Lifan's stunning looks. There were also many young girls in the comments screaming, who would like a popular contestant in the team who is capable, wealthy, and good-looking. She liked him too. But after learning that he had a fiancée, she knew that they were impossible together. She didn't have a habit of coveting someone else's love. After closing the page, Su Wanwan tidied up and glanced at Bill, who was still facing the wall, sighed, and looked for the engineering robot to repair the robot. It would be much cheaper than buying a new one. She directly called one, and noticing that there was a free appearance change function, like a dress-up game, she gave it a new look. After everything was repaired, Bill was back to life. Master, please instruct Bill if you need anything. Bill shook his new head, clearly very satisfied. Su Wanwan customized a pair of rabbit ears for him, plush ones that would sway as he moved, looking extremely cute. It was just a pity that the functions of the household robot were too many, and she couldn't make it a full rabbit outfit. Otherwise, the drawers on his body might not pop out. Just continue doing what you need to do, Su Wanwan said simply and went upstairs to her room. She wanted to see if there was any major event happening in the city recently. She remembered that in the original book, the city where the wicked female supporting character was located was often embroiled in war. But in the few days she had been here, it seemed extremely peaceful. People were living and working in peace, and there were no riots. Could it be that, after she arrived, the entire plot began to change? After logging into Xinglong, she discovered that the city was not as peaceful as it seemed. Some people were raiding for nutritional supplements, others were snatching cubs on the street, and some were secretly using force. The price of nutritional supplements was rising, and due to changes in taste and formula improvements, a considerable portion of them could not be used. With no food and feeling hungry, people had no choice but to rob on the streets. After reading all this, Su Wanwan lay flat on the bed in a big letter shape. She was just a food critic. What did she do? She had initially thought that as long as she took care of the cub, she could be a slacker. But now it seemed that just raising the cub would require a great deal of effort. Fortunately, the cub was obedient. Su Wanwan recalled the details in the book. She remembered that when the wicked female supporting character first appeared, the author wrote that she had to write a diary every day. The diary was kept in the cabinet by the bedside. She immediately got up and took out the diary from the cabinet. It was quite thick, and the initial handwriting was somewhat childish, seemingly written by the original owner when she was younger. At that time, every day was about eating, drinking, and having fun, and it was a very happy family. However, when she turned 15, life underwent a tremendous change. In the diary, it was written, "Suddenly, many people broke into the house, and they took my mom away." This discovery shocked Su Wanwan. It proved that the original owner's parents might not have disappeared due to death. At that time, Jiajia was still young and wouldn't have any memory of this scene, so the one who bore everything became her sister. Perhaps that's why she became increasingly neurotic in the end. However, nothing could justify beating up a cute cub. Now, Jiajia's situation seemed to be under control, but perhaps there was still some resentment towards this sister in her heart. Wanwan put the diary back and sighed deeply. Being a sister was really difficult. She browsed the food rankings on the live streaming website, and there was an event this month where the top 3 streamers would receive exposure and a large amount of star coins. The first place would get 100,000, the second place 50,000, and the third place 10,000. If she could get 10,000 star coins, it would last her a long time. After reading the rules, she clicked to sign up. The rankings for the event were mainly determined by the streamer's revenue. Only the streamer with the highest revenue could win the reward of 100,000 star coins. Fortunately, the competition was all on the food channel. No one would ask for gift while cooking, right? Thinking this, she clicked into the currently hottest food live streaming room, where a woman in revealing clothing was dancing. While dancing, she handed ingredients to the robot beside her, which would complete the subsequent processes. Brothers, please help Wanwan by clicking follow. I'm begging you, I signed up for the event, and I need your help to get first place. Chapter 13 Wu Waner is so silly. How can she not even cook a dish? In the live broadcast room, countless men were enchanted by Waner, crazily sending her gifts. The big rockets made Wanwan's light brain lag. For a moment, Wanwan fell into deep thought. Could food live streaming really be played like this? Waner saw that the robot had processed all the ingredients, and she dumped them into the pot and started stir-frying. Suddenly, a delicate cry rang out. Woo, Waner is so silly. How could she not even cook a dish? Wanwan looked at the vegetables in the pot, which were silent and breathing not at all, and fell silent. However, the men in the live broadcast room were particularly fond of this, frantically sending gifts and spamming the comments, as if afraid Waner wouldn't see their efforts. Although no dish was made, she danced for a long time and acted cute. If this could also be considered as part of the food section, should she put some effort into her appearance as well? Previously, due to her not being too busy with work, she had developed many hobbies, and sewing was one of them. So she could definitely make a hanfu or something to use for live streaming. Since this was how the top performers got up there, she had her own ways too. For the sake of money and to support Jiajia, she could definitely do it. Without hesitation, she immediately went online to order the materials she needed, and the robot quickly delivered them to her door, taking only a few minutes. She loved the feeling of such rapid delivery. The fabrics she bought were all in stable colors, such as dark blue and deep red, along with some versatile colors like black, white, and gray. Speaking of the most representative color, it had to be red. Determined, she immediately pulled out the red and black fabrics. The remaining fabrics were just enough to make an outfit for the little one as well. Red and black are classic color combinations, and Wanwan decided to go all in. Just when she was troubled about embroidery, she discovered that this sewing machine was actually a robot too. Can you embroider? Wanwan tentatively asked. The robot lifted the front half and nodded. Instantly, a virtual screen appeared in front of Wanwan, offering thousands of embroidery designs to choose from. I want to embroider 2 cranes at this position on the chest. Wanwan pointed to the skirt's edge of the hanfu she was making, which was a chest-length style. After hearing this, the sewing robot immediately got to work, and in just a few moments, it completed the embroidery of 2 lifelike cranes. After looking at it, Wanwan felt very satisfied. The sewing robot's database had many patterns from ancient times. Although it couldn't perfectly replicate them, creating a semblance was not difficult. It all relied on high technology, and Wanwan was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. She felt like there was a lack of involvement. When she had time in the future, she would definitely make a hanfu by hand, as well as a cheongsam and clothes from ethnic minorities. They would all be beautiful. She had so much to teach in this regard. Sister, we are done with class. We will continue at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. When are we having lunch? Since Jiajia had been eating the meals made by her sister these past few days, she felt much stronger and her spirits had improved significantly. Compared to when she was drinking nutritional supplements, she was a completely different person. Moreover, eating had gradually become an enjoyment rather than just a means of survival. Wanwan glanced at the time. I'll change my clothes and go cook. Just wait a bit. She didn't have time to make a very elaborate hairstyle, so she simply used a chopstick to put together a simple one. After changing into familiar clothes, her mood improved a lot. when she opened the live stream. The cover of the broadcast changed to a new photo she had taken, instantly attracting many people to come and watch, no matter whether they came for the food or not. As long as there were many people, Su Wanwan felt pleased. There was an active label on the right side of her live stream, indicating that she was currently participating in an event. Hello everyone, I am Su, raising Jiajia. Does anyone know about the outfit I am wearing today? Su Wanwan turned around in front of the camera, showcasing her outfit from all angles. I know. It's a type of Hanfu. I didn't expect the host to actually show us something from ancient times. The host must have ancestral bloodlines. There's no doubt about it. Su Wanwan smiled lightly. Then today, I will wear this outfit to cook for you. She didn't want to compete with anyone over who wore less. The people in the live stream instantly became excited. It seemed that because she was wearing this outfit, Su Wanwan's every move carried an antique charm. It was extremely beautiful. The top streamer Wanna noticed that the number of viewers in her live broadcast room was slowly decreasing, and she frowned, speaking in a sweet voice. Where are you all going, brothers? Don't leave Wanna all alone here. Wanna is scared. However, even with her acting cute, it couldn't change the fact that people were gradually leaving her live broadcast room. She gritted her teeth and glanced at the small light brain beside her. The viewership had skyrocketed to first place, apparently belonging to a new streamer. Did new streamers now dare to go against her? When she clicked in to take a look, she saw Su Wanwan cooking quite skillfully, providing commentary along the way. The only difference was the clothes she was wearing and the style she was making, which looked completely different from the current fashion style. Wanna, what kind of host is this? Cooking in a way that looks like she's about to sell something. When Su Wanwan looked up, she just happened to see this comment and smiled slightly, choosing to ignore it. It seemed that her live broadcast viewership was gradually closing in on Wanner. Wanner, you're a big streamer, clearly categorized in the food section. Yet you can't even cook a meal. You're always acting cute and still have the face to call yourself a food streamer? A big streamer like you coming to a new streamer's room to comment. Aren't you ashamed? A normal host wouldn't be so silly as to use her main account to comment. The live broadcast room started to chatter, and Wanner became even angrier. Brothers, that Su who raises Jiajia is bullying me. Wanner deliberately lifted her long skirt, revealing her long, beautiful legs. She bit her lip, looking innocent and pitiful. To say didn't he work would be a lie. I'll go help you fight them off. It's just a new streamer. What is there to be afraid of? No one can shake our Wanner's position as the #1 food streamer. Wanner's army, charge. This time, Su Wanwan deliberately slowed down her cooking speed, waiting for this wave of heat. While she was processing the ingredients, she suddenly noticed a group of people with Wanner's title flooding into the live stream room. She immediately turned on the scent-sharing feature and added spices to the pot to bring out the aroma. With just a few kinds of spices, she could create such a pleasant smell. Isn't food amazing? But even such simplicity was something some people could not manage. Chapter 14, Why Should I End My Broadcast? When Su Wanwan said this, she clearly had something in mind. The moment those with the title of Wainer entered and caught a whiff of the aroma, they fell silent. They had all forgotten they had come to confront Su Wanwan, because this smell was simply too enticing. Although Wainer's live streaming room also had a shared system, what they usually smelled, there was mostly a strong perfume, completely devoid of any food aroma. But after coming here, they suddenly realized what could truly be called gourmet food. Brothers, don't let the food distract you. Our goal is to make Su end her broadcast. Yeah, let us go for it. Seeing that these people were thinking this way, Su Wanwan decided to engage them in conversation. Since she didn't need a time barrier to cook today, she simply pulled up a stool and sat in front of the table, waiting for the fragrant aroma to waft out gradually. Why should I end my broadcast? Su Wanwan smiled at the camera, showing no signs of anger at all. The Wainer army that had come to pick a fight was also stunned. In the past, when they wanted to confront a streamer, no streamer ever asked them why. Because you made our Wainer sad. Yeah, we're fighting for Wainer. Wainer is our faith. Su Wanwan stroked her chin with her finger. It must be said, this group of people was quite cult-like. She glanced behind her. Since Su Jiajia wasn't in the kitchen, she could unleash her sharp-tongued food critic skills. Then I want to ask the platform, in this food division, can someone just dance in revealing clothing and waste ingredients in a pot and be called gourmet? Has your Wainer ever made any decent dishes? Isn't that just wasting food? You should all know how scarce crops are on this planet, right? You waste so casually and still think you're right? The timer beside her went off, and Su Wanwan walked over to lift the lid of the pressure cooker. Inside was the chicken soup she had stewed for Su Jiajia today to help replenish her brain after a tiring morning. The broth was fresh and rich, and the chicken was tender and falling off the bone. She could eat 2 bowls just with the soup over rice. Su Wanwan scooped the chicken and soup into a small bowl and pushed it in front of the camera, activating the holographic share. Why not try some real gourmet food? After saying that, she ladled the cooked rice and chicken soup out and placed it on the table outside, casually closing the kitchen door behind her. Self-proclaimed Wayner Army. People like this coming to the food channel to stream is an insult to gourmet food. Time was left for these people. If they still refuse to change after eating this bowl of chicken soup, then let it be. Jiajia, come down for dinner. Su Wanwan called upstairs. Upon hearing the call, Su Jiajia instantly turned into a little fox and leaped down the stairs, just in time to transform back into human form as she rolled to the edge of her seat. So fragrant. Su Jiajia stared wide-eyed at Su Wanwan. Today her sister looked so beautiful. To have a quality brother-in-law, shouldn't he do something? While Su Wanwan was ladling the soup, Su Jiajia quickly took a sneak photo and sent it to Qiao Lifan. Brother Qiao, does my sister look beautiful today? No playing with phones during dinner. Su Wanwan gently reprimanded. That is not a good habit. Su Jiajia obediently set it aside and slurped up the soup. After eating Su Wanwan's cooking, it felt as if all fatigue of the day had vanished in an instant. After this meal, he could study until night. Sister, I found that when I drink nutritional supplements, even if it's just 1 serving, my body still feels tired. Why is it that when eating meals, I don't feel that way at all? Su Jiajia asked curiously. If food is such a good thing, then why is it disappearing in development? On this point, Su Wanwan couldn't really give a clear answer. The physical stamina of people on this planet wasn't that great, so most tasks were completed by robots. The types of robots were becoming increasingly diverse, and humans here only needed to survive. It might be because eating can satisfy the body, Su Wanwan said uncertainly. Every time she finished a meal, she felt a sense of satisfaction. That was also why she became a food critic. To be able to eat gourmet food from around the world without spending money is a dream for many. Then, Brother Qiao's team is going to the front lines to help, or else the remaining chicken soup. Su Jiajia pursed his lips, carefully observing Su Wanwan's expression. It was precisely because of this wicked sister that he learned to read people's expressions from a young age. That day, seeing Su Wanwan's expression, it was clear she was interested in Qiao Lifan. But it seemed that after learning that every soldier had a fiancé that night, she gradually became indifferent. But he wanted a general brother-in-law. So handsome. He had checked the information last night. The probability of Imperial soldiers being with their assigned fiancé was less than 5%. So Su Wanwan had a great chance. Su Wanwan looked at the pot of soup and thought of Qiao Lifan eating noodles that night. Coming back to her senses, she shook her head. Forget it. Since he should be very busy right now, we shouldn't disturb him. Su Jiajia took a deep breath and could only hurry to finish the meal in front of him. If his sister didn't want to take a step forward, he would have to contact Qiao Lifan. Su Wanwan felt something was strange about Su Jiajia today. It seemed he always had some schemes in mind. She tried to listen to his thoughts, but didn't hear anything useful. He was currently focused on finishing his meal quickly. Su Jiajia quickly finished his food, went upstairs to open their chat history, and sure enough, Qiao Lifan had replied. Is this Hanfu? Your sister is indeed skilled, and she is beautiful. Su Jiajia stroked his chin, thinking about how to get his sister and Qiao Lifan together. He unexpectedly shot his shot. Do you like my sister? The typing indicator in the chat box showed for a long time without a reply. Was this question really that hard to answer? Or did Qiao Lifan already have a response in his heart? Just as Su Jiajia was about to continue looking at his courses, Qiao Lifan's reply came. Everything is the best arrangement. Su Jiajia thought this reply was a bit nonsensical. What did it mean that everything is the best arrangement? Did he have feelings for the fiancé he assigned to him by the Empire? Was it true that his sister had no chance at all? Chapter 15. Please, streamer, change your live streaming equipment. Su Jiajia rolled around on the bed, staring at the chat box for a long time without knowing what to reply. So she just closed it. After finishing her meal, Su Wanwan asked Bill to tidy up the table while she went back to the kitchen to check the bullet comments. She was curious to know whether those so-called Wan family army had retreated or what their thoughts were on such delicious food. However, when she looked at the screen, she found no bullet comments at all, as if everyone was savoring that rich chicken soup. "How's my chicken soup?" Su Wanwan was very confident. Although she couldn't convey the taste 100, she was still confident in the flavor of this dish, seeing that there was still no activity in the live room. Su Wanwan asked again, "How does it compare to your Wanner?" At this moment, the bullet comments started scrolling wildly, and she realized that it wasn't that no one was talking, but rather that her old live streaming equipment had frozen. After all, it was an outdated model from many years ago, and if too many people sent bullet comments at the same time, it would freeze up. So as long as you all like it, that's fine. Bye. See you at the next meal. Many viewers in the live room who couldn't get in due to the lag began to spam GIFs while staring at the black screen. Please, streamer, change your live streaming equipment. Even if the taste was somewhat compromised, they could still tell it was delicious. I wonder how much better it would be with new equipment. Su Wanwan was considering trying out delivery since the speed of delivery here was extremely fast. It usually arrived within half an hour, and the dishes would still be hot, allowing them to taste the original flavor. She glanced at the back end, where many people recommended various ingredients for her to cook. Today, a private message caught her attention. "We are from the Ancient Agriculture Research Institute and would like to invite you to discuss ancient crops. Would you be available to come?" Su Wanwan thought that if she could connect with them, she might be able to buy some seeds at a low price. Plus, it would make buying vegetables much more convenient. After all, the current channels for buying vegetables were through their official store. "I can go over right now. Are you available?" The other party quickly sent a string of numbers, their contact account. After adding the account, Su Wanwan noticed that the person's avatar was of a comical little old man. He looked quite cheerful, with a round face that had an air of an agricultural scientist. "Hello, I am Su Wanwan. May I ask where your location is?" Su Wanwan was curious about what this research institute looked like, and was even a bit eager to meet. The other party quickly replied, "We have sent a car to pick you up, and it will arrive at your door in about a minute. You can wait at the entrance." Seeing this, Su Wanwan decided not to change her clothes and just went as she was. She instructed Bill that, after she left, no one was allowed to open the door regardless of who knocked, and to inform Su Jiajia that she was going out for a bit. She assured Su Jiajia not to worry. She would be back soon. Bill nodded vigorously. As a smart and handsome robot, he would take good care of his little master. When Su Wanwan finished everything and stepped out, a black car was already parked at her door. The black car had large characters printed on it, Empire Agriculture Research Institute. Su Wanwan opened the car door and got in, feeling curious. Many people on this planet had abandoned the most primitive means of transportation in favor of flying vehicles. So why did this research institute not use flying vehicles? The man driving seemed to read Su Wanwan's thoughts. "Are you wondering why we don't use flying vehicles?" In fact, every person he picked up would ask the same question. Some were larger internet celebrities who immediately complained to him once they got in the car. However, some could hold their tongues until they reached the institute. He had gotten used to it by now. So Wanwan sin sirli nadith. Yes. It seems that flying vehicles are more convenient on this planet. There's no traffic jam in the air, no traffic lights, and it's faster. Because we don't have money. The answer was unexpectedly sincere. Su Wanwan was taken aback. Selling vegetables? No money? You're doing a food live stream and should have seen how other streamers operate, right? In this category, there isn't a single serious and decent food live streamer on any platform. The driver was a young man, likely a staff member of the Research Institute. In fact, rather than saying they didn't want to live stream food properly, it was more accurate to say they didn't understand. So Wanwan said, just like that Wanner she saw today, what was the difference between her and other beautiful streamers? It was just that cooking was added into the mix. No one would just throw all the ingredients into the pot without thought. This is how they wanted to gain popularity while showing off a persona. And it turned out to be quite successful. The #1 in food category live streaming. The ingredients and reputation of our research institute have also been tarnished by these people. If the food they made isn't tasty, they would say it's a problem with our raw materials. He felt quite helpless. So the Research Institute was now in a state of financial deficit, relying entirely on the empire to support it. But this was ultimately not a long-term solution. They could only seek other avenues and find streamers to cooperate with. Su Wanwan was the 36th dreamer they had approached. "Let me do it," Su Wanwan declared confidently. Cooking was something she wasn't afraid of, even among those who could only drink nutrient solutions. Before long, the car had stopped at the entrance of the research institute. The young driver, having been impressed by Su Wanwan's words in the car, had a good impression of her. "This way, please." He gestured, but the direction was not towards the research institute, but a secluded little road next to it. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it over there?" The appearance of the research institute was a tall, towering semicircle, looking quite grand. But it seemed that the Agricultural Research Institute was not located within the same area as these facilities. The driver smiled and nodded, "Because our research institute is really poor. It's not cost-effective for the Empire to bear the expensive rent for us, so they allocated us a separate area, but it's also quite nice over there." Su Wanwan could only follow him down the small path. If she hadn't seen the scene in front of her with her own eyes, she might have almost believed it. Chapter 16. Tomatoes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes in front of her was a piece of land that could be described as primitive. There were some small leaves in the soil that looked like weeds. At the back, there was a small shed where 3 people were focused on their computers. Su Wanwan blinked, seemingly unable to believe the scene before her. It felt as if she had returned to her grandfather's house in the countryside. The air was filled with the fresh scent of soil. Although it was quite simple, she genuinely liked it. "Hello, I'm Suanan." Su Wanwan stiffly raised her hand to greet them. The 3 people in front of the computers suddenly exclaimed in unison, clearly having seen something interesting. "So this is what tomatoes looked like 1,000 years ago. Why does the color of what we grow look different?" The one speaking was the elderly man who had added Su Wanwan's contact information, with kind eyes and a very cute appearance. "Hey, raising little ones, Su. You're here. My last name is Qi. Just call me Director Qi." Standing to the left of Director Qi was a fair-skinned little boy who seemed a bit shy when he introduced himself. "I am Potato," said the cute girl with twin ponytails standing to his right. At that moment, the driver, who was standing behind Su Wanwan, also spoke up. "I'm Sweet Potato. I usually handle transporting personnel and seeds at the Research Institute." A relaxed smile appeared on Su Wanwan's face as she extended her hand to everyone. "Hello, I am Suanan. I am currently a streamer, and my goal is to earn money to support my little ones." Upon seeing this gesture, everyone present was taken aback. But Director Qi was the first to react. "This is a handshake. I'll go first." Su Wanwan's eyes widened. Had the etiquette from before disappeared in this world? How do you greet each other now? In the original owner's memories, she had hardly interacted with others, so naturally, she had no recollection of this. She hadn't found any descriptions in the books either. Was the entire planet's way of life different from the 21st century? Director Qi demonstrated by simply waving his hand. Su Wanwan felt that she had been silent more often lately. "It's fine. You don't need to worry about these details. I came today to see the varieties you've cultivated. The types available for purchase online were very limited, and she wanted to see what else could be brought back for use. Although we have been cultivating for a long time, many of the things are still quite different from the species that existed on Earth back then. For example, the tomatoes we just planted." Director Qi pointed at the tomatoes in front of him with a hint of helplessness. "These are the ones we just cultivated, but according to the records, tomatoes should be red, yet the variety we produced has turned purple. We really can't sell species that differ so greatly from the records." "Do you usually use a time barrier when growing vegetables?" Su Wanwan squatted down and spotted the barrier set up beside the vegetable patch. Director Qi nodded, "Yes. Otherwise the time taken to grow vegetables would be too long. Plus, we don't water or fertilize. Without that, we wouldn't be able to grow anything. The seeds from previous experiments all died halfway. Could you give me some seeds to take back and try? Who could refuse growing vegetables?" Su Wanwan looked at Director Qi with eager eyes. With a wave of his hand, Director Qi said, "We have plenty of seeds here. Potato, go get her some." The girl with twin ponytails immediately swayed her braids and went to the storeroom. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Wanwan wandered around. This place was really small, just a little courtyard next to the Research Institute. There was a plaque at the entrance, awkwardly inscribed with the words Agricultural Research Institute. At this time, Director Qi had already begun examining Su Wanwan's clothes. Clothes from ancient times are truly beautiful. If you could make such clothes and sell them, you would definitely sell a lot. Although there was ongoing war at the borders, the people in the city were still in a temporarily peaceful state, and many enjoyed buying beautiful clothes. Su Wanwan had some ideas in her mind, but she was currently struggling with a lack of startup capital. I have thought about it too. I will definitely open a restaurant and a clothing store in the future, but as you know, I'm just a new streamer and don't have much money. So opening a store will have to wait. Once I have money, I could research it. She had never tried running a store herself. If we could sell more of our ingredients, once the Research Institute has money, it could provide you with comprehensive support, Director Qi said seriously. He genuinely did not want these ancient species to disappear from this planet and believed Su Wanwan had the ability to help them get through this difficult time. Moreover, if we return to the Research Institute, there are many precision instruments there, and the yield will significantly increase, Sweet Potato added. Su Wanwan suddenly felt the weight of a heavy responsibility on her shoulders, like a hero saving the world. I will try my best. After all, who doesn't tea like delicious food? Su Wanwan wasn't sure she had that ability, but she wanted to see how far she could go. If she could really promote delicious food to every household and replace the unpalatable nutrient solutions, she would have done a good deed. Your approach is very simple. After watching your live stream, we also tried cooking some dishes ourselves, and they were indeed very tasty, so we believe in you, Director Qi said, looking at the Agricultural Research Institute as if it were his own child. He had spent too much time here. Having studied ancient cultural knowledge about the lives of people living on Earth thousands of years ago, and after graduating, he joined the Agricultural Research Institute. If he had to give it up, he could not do it, but he also couldn't achieve it solely through his own efforts. Seeing tears sparkling in Director Qi's eyes, Su Wanwan quickly responded, I will definitely try my best, but since I don't know what my abilities can achieve, please don't hold too high of hopes. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Chapter 17. Turn back into a little fox and let sister hug you. Shi knew the purpose of Su Wanwan's words, and he also understood how difficult this matter was. It was unfair to put all the burdens on Su Wanwan. It's okay, just go ahead and do it boldly. Whatever materials you need, as long as we have them, we'll provide them for you. The resources in Shi's hands were limited, and although he was still working overtime to produce more, he had to find a way to sell the previously stockpiled goods. Although Su Wanwan's livestream had led to an increase in people deciding to buy materials and make things themselves based on her tutorials, the sales were still far from enough for the Agricultural Research Institute to return to their premises. I'll go back first. After I return, I'll study these seeds. If I can successfully cultivate them using the original method, I'll pass that method on to you. Su Wanwan had previously taken a whim to grow some small potted plants, but she had no experience in actual planting. Moreover, finding these ancient materials online was incredibly challenging. I'll give you a ride. Gua was exceptionally excited. He seemed to see the day when he wouldn't have to endure hardships waving at him. It was mainly because Su Wanwan looked exceptionally beautiful today in her outfit, especially her pair of phoenix eyes, which stood out the most. Who wouldn't like a beautiful woman? Su Wanwan looked up at Gua and smiled gently. Then I'll trouble you. In the future, I'll cook some food and bring it to you. If she had to move around the city often in the future, she might also need to buy a flying vehicle. The moment Gua heard there would be food, he immediately rushed to the front to open the car door, being extremely attentive. Anyone who had watched the live stream knew that Su Wanwan's food was harder to come by than delicious nutritional liquids. The most important thing was that the taste was many times better than the nutritional liquids. Su Wanwan enjoyed the breeze in the car all the way back home. The first thing she did was change out of her clothes, as they weren't very convenient for doing things. Bill, has Jiajia come out? Su Wanwan asked Bill, who was quietly standing nearby. Bill nodded. The young master seemed a bit upset when he saw you weren't home. He has finished class now. Why not go comfort him? After going upstairs, Su Wanwan gently knocked on the door of Su Jiajia's room. Jiajia, can you open the door for your sister? There was some slight movement inside the room, but the door did not budge. Su Wanwan gently twisted the doorknob, and the door opened. Su Jiajia was curled up in bed, covering his head with a blanket, clearly not wanting to talk to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan stepped forward and wrapped the bundled-up little figure in her arms, pulling the blanket away to reveal his little head. Jiajia, why are you sulking? She gently smoothed Su Jiajia's messy hair and asked softly. A 5-year-old child still had a bit of weight. After holding him for a while, she felt her arms start to ache. She could only place Jiajia on the edge of the bed and squat in front of him to inquire. Jiajia rubbed his eyes. Because his sister had disappeared as soon as he woke up, he thought his sister didn't want him anymore. If sister runs away, I won't be able to eat such delicious food again. How can I tie my sister down so she won't leave me? Wanwan raised her eyebrows. Little guy, your thoughts are quite dangerous. Sister didn't abandon Jiajia. I told Bill before leaving that I would be back soon. I won't leave you behind. Wanwan rubbed Jiajia's head. It was understandable. Such a small child had always been through ups and downs with his sister scolding. So now that things had suddenly improved, it was natural for him to think she might abandon him. And how could his sister leave such a cute Jiajia all alone? Suanan Kisugiji's litofatse. After eating well, Jiajia's little face had some meat on it, and kissing it felt like touching jelly, all bouncy and soft. Jiajia shyly turned his face away. He still couldn't adapt to such overly intimate gestures, but it seemed his sister really liked it. Thinking of this, he quietly leaned his face towards Wanwan's lips. Kiss me. I never expected that one day I would use cuteness to charm my own sister. Jiajia's inner thoughts were gritted teeth, but his body was quite honest. Wanwan narrowed her eyes and immediately poked Jiajia's arm. Turn back into a little fox and let sister hug you? Jiajia initially didn't want to, but for the sake of future meals, he could only bow his head and transform into a snow-white little fox. His tail flicked anxiously. In the past, whenever his sister saw him in beast form, she would say he would become a fox spirit and would scold him. But now it seemed increasingly abnormal. If he hadn't been with his sister all this time, he would have thought his sister had been replaced. When Wanwan saw the soft-furred little fox, her eyes lit up, and she immediately picked up the little fox and took a deep breath of its fur. Jiajia's eyes were half closed from the kisses, and his canine teeth were tightly clenched. She is my sister. She is my sister. She is my future meal ticket. I can't bite her. I can't bite her. As Wanwan listened to Jiajia's inner thoughts, she continued to inhale the scent of the little fox's fur. She hadn't violated Jiajia. This was just a normal affection from sister to her brother. One bite won't solve the meal issue. 2 bites won't solve it. A lifetime of meals, 1 solve it. Jiajia suddenly opened his mouth to bite Wanwan's wrist. Stop kissing. Stop kissing. It's so annoying. Wanwan realized that only by listening to Jiajia's inner thoughts could she see that he was just an ordinary cub. Usually, when they interacted, he always pretended to be sensible. It was quite pitiful. Wanwan immediately changed her position, holding the little fox in her arms. Have you had a long day of studying? Do you want to take a nap? The little fox immediately transformed back into his human form, distancing himself from Wanwan. Women are truly terrifying. If it were a general, could they withstand such torment? I want to eat. Jiajia warily looked at Wanwan. Tonight's ingredients wouldn't be him, would they? He had just felt all of his fur covered in his sister's saliva. Fox meat is not delicious. Wanwan glanced at the smart device. It had all the food delivery apps. She wanted to see what the hottest food on the market was. In summary, ingredients mentioned in ancient culture would not be bought by anyone. The most popular items now were nutritional agents and some things called energy cubes. It was said that those cubes were crispy and could keep a person energetic all day after eating them. After ordering a few items, Wanwan turned to Jiajia. How about we eat nutritional liquid and energy cubes tonight? Chapter 18 today's dinner is nutrient solution and energy cubes. When Jiajia heard this, it was like being struck by a bolt from the blue. After finally escaping that tasteless life, was he being thrown back into it again? If you want to eat something else, I can make you some simple dishes. I want to try what flavors the current nutrient solutions come in. Suanan said Nasli Tosuja. In her impression, the original owner had always drunk the cheapest nutrient solution, which was a transparent liquid that, while not making one hungry after drinking, still left one feeling weak and exhausted. She was just a bit curious about the ingredients of this nutrient solution, what it was made of, and why it had the same effect as fasting pills. Jiajia reluctantly agreed. Then let's stick with the nutrient solution and energy cubes today. After all, he hadn't tried the latest nutrient solution and was still a bit curious about the taste. Soon, the ordered items were delivered. Wanwan looked at the 2 tubes of pink liquid, and her whole body resisted this thing. There was also a small box of energy cubes, 6 in total. which were said to be sweet and could revitalize the human body. It sounded quite mystical, but the actual effects might not be as described. "Sis, it looks unappetizing," Jiajia said as he reluctantly opened the nutrient solution and poured it into his mouth. Wanwan followed suit, and after drinking it, she felt a sticky sensation in her throat, as if she had taken a big gulp of high-concentration glucose syrup. It had a cheap strawberry flavor, with an aftertaste reminiscent of gasoline. Why would they use such a thing in place of delicious meals? Wanwan couldn't understand it all. Jiajia's small face wrinkled into a ball. After eating Wanwan's cooking, he found the nutrient solution even harder to swallow. Wanwan picked up an energy cube and tossed it in her mouth. After chewing, she found it difficult to swallow. It was indeed sweet, but it felt like chewing on some kind of shellfish, and afterward, her mouth was filled with the residue of the energy cube, which was hard to clear away. Although it could alleviate hunger in her stomach, she felt that if there were delicious meals in front of her, she could still eat. It didn't have much effect on satiety. It merely suppressed her appetite. "I'll go make you dinner." Wanwan glanced at the remaining energy cubes and gave them all to Bill. This type of robot could also recharge using these energy cubes. Wanwan went into the kitchen, turned on the video recording function, and quickly made a fried rice dish. In less than 5 minutes, the whole room was filled with a delicious aroma. She thought about sending some to the Agricultural Research Institute, so she made a little extra. This pot of rice was enough for many people. "Sis, I told you not to buy the nutrient solution, and you didn't believe me." Jiajia felt wronged. After drinking such a terrible nutrient solution, he felt like he was in a bad state. Plus, he had no energy at all. It was completely different from when he was full. "Jiajia, are there no overweight people on this planet?" Wanwan asked curiously. They weren't eating regular meals, and a nutrient solution wouldn't lead to binge eating, so everyone's figures should be quite slim. The main thing was that there were no snacks in this world. Everyone seemed to eat just to survive. That feeling wasn't good at all. Wanwan scooped out the fried rice and divided a small pot for the delivery robot to send to the Agricultural Research Institute. Then serve herself and Jiajia each a bowl. The next time she went live, she planned to hold an event to randomly select lucky viewers to win free meals that she made herself to help those who, even after watching the videos, couldn't replicate the same flavors. She needed to seize the moment. Popularity could be converted into money. With money, she could better care for her little ones. What is being fat? Is it like Bill? Jiajia hadn't learned about Earth-related knowledge yet, so he naturally didn't know that humans had different body types. Since the nutrient solution appeared, it had been hundreds of years, and the people on the streets had always had the same physique. Thin and frail. It was all the same. Wanwan scratched her head. So if someone became like Bill, what would you think? After all, Jiajia was still a child, and she wanted to know how chubby people appeared in the eyes of such a child. Very cute, right? Cease. The most common creatures on the streets now are dogs and cats, along with some poultry. Don't you think they would be especially cute if they got fat? Jiajia's eyes lit up at the thought of getting fat. Who doesn't like round, fluffy animals? Even if he was a little fox. Becoming round would definitely make him the cutest in the world. "Sis, do whatever you want. Just make sure not to leave Jiajia behind. You promised in front of the general to take good care of me." Jiajia's eyes were fixed on Wanwan's face, as if afraid she would regret it. Wanwan patted Jiajia's head. "What are you thinking? I want to leave you behind." She didn't know if saying such things to Jiajia every day would annoy him or make him feel more secure. As a little one, living in fear every day wasn't her purpose for coming into this book. Her goal was clearly to make Jiajia the cutest child in the entire galaxy. "I believe in you, sis, and I believe in what you do." Jiajia showed a bright smile and quickly took a few more bites of rice. At that moment, the people at the Agricultural Research Institute also received the meals sent by Wanwan. Although it was just a bowl of fried rice, they could smell the rich aroma even through the delivery box. What is this called in the data? Golden fried rice. Director Chi carefully took out a bowl. Every grain of rice was wrapped in egg liquid, making the whole bowl of fried rice golden. However, making fried rice this way was more time-consuming and labor-intensive than usual, so there were very few references available. Director, I think inviting Wanwan here this time was worth it. Sweet Potato was eating big mouthfuls, and after finishing the bowl of fried rice, he felt that the years spent drinking nutrient solution were a complete waste of life. Potato's whole face was nearly buried in the rice bowl. She was sure she could grow red tomatoes, and she believed in her. Moreover, if our raw materials could be further purified, wouldn't her cooking be even better? Potato's thoughts were sudden, but there was some logic in her reasoning. Just like the rice they grew, regardless of quality, it was all mixed together, so the size of the grains in this bowl was uneven, with some small ones that seemed underdeveloped. If all the grains were plump, the taste would definitely be elevated by at least one level. Tomato, who had just finished a bowl of fried rice, couldn't help but burp, "I'll go purify it." Chapter 19, Who Can Refuse to Grow Vegetables? They had never considered before that the quality of food could be so uneven, and it might affect their reputation. If they ruined their reputation while tending to this small vegetable garden, no one would come to buy their vegetables. Wanwan was working hard over there, and we can't give up either. She ate a bowl of egg fried rice and felt full of fighting spirit to have better meals. He also had to work hard. After dinner, Wanwan searched around but couldn't find a suitable place to cultivate seeds. What does sister want to do? Jiajia had explored the entire city when he was starving before. If Wanwan needed anything, he was sure he could help. Look, these are the seeds from Earth. The vegetables we eat grow from these tiny seeds, little by little. Wanwan showed Jiajia the seeds in her palm. These seeds were not just from one type of plant. They included many things that agricultural research institutes couldn't grow. Wanwan noted that most of them were climbing plants. They probably hadn't found relevant information, so they had just been thrown on the ground to grow, which is why they didn't thrive. But now we need a place where they can grow, so we can enjoy delicious meals in the future. Jiajia, do you have any ideas? Wanwan looked at Jiajia and asked patiently. Jiajia pointed outside the door. Previously, flowers had been planted there, but they all withered. It should be fine to plant vegetables there, right? The place his sister was looking for was far, yet right in front of her eyes. Wanwan then turned her gaze to the area outside the door. Recently, she hadn't paid attention to the plot of land in front of the door. The house the Empire had allotted to them came with front and back gardens, but because the original owner had never maintained them, they had all become overgrown. If she used it to grow vegetables, she could harvest a large vegetable garden later. Sister, I want to go too. Jiajia looked eagerly at Wanwan as she prepared the tools. Recently, Wanwan had been doing everything by herself, and he wasn't used to not being asked for help. Seeing Jiajia so enthusiastic, Wanwan directly handed him a small shovel. Can you help me dig holes? I can also do a live stream. With such a good-looking little brother, she had to let her fans see him. Her fan count had been growing impressively. After just 2 days of streaming, it had already reached over 5,000. As long as she persisted, the number of fans would only continue to increase. Do I need to change into a different outfit? After class, Jiajia had changed back into his usual simple white t-shirt. Wanwan shook her head, saying it wasn't necessary. Even if he wore new clothes, he'd have to change them after working, so it was better to play in this outfit. Once they finished, she'd come back and buy him new ones. This outfit would only be worn this last time. Once the streaming money came in, she'd buy Jiajia some comfortable and pretty clothes. It felt just like raising a son in a game. Okay, let's go. Jiajia was already a bit impatient. Wanwan cleared her throat, changed the streaming category to outdoor, and then clicked to start the live stream. Hello everyone, I'm Sue, raising little ones. Today, my little one and I will show you how the vegetables we usually eat are grown. The people on the planet had only a vague understanding of how nutrient solutions were made, and they were extremely curious to see someone attempting to decode vegetable planting. Isn't it just throwing the seeds into a petri dish and using a time barrier to accelerate growth? Those who had been watching Wanwan's live stream were very curious about her steps. In their eyes, everything edible was produced quickly, without wasting time, manpower, or resources. No, thousands of years ago, people used the most traditional methods to farm. Watching the seedlings grow day by day until the day they bore fruit was a very happy experience. While explaining to the viewers in the live stream, Wanwan taught Jiajia how to dig holes. The holes didn't need to be too deep, otherwise the seedlings wouldn't be able to break through. But they couldn't be too shallow either, or the seeds wouldn't be covered and a heavy rain would wash them away. Jiajia dug a hole just right according to the length Wanwan showed him. Wanwan tossed seeds into the holes. Some seeds she couldn't recognize, so she'd have to wait until they grew a bit to see what species they were. So, it seems like it takes a long time for a plant to grow. If everyone is waiting for the crops to grow, won't there be no food? There were many questions in the comments, and Su Wanwan only picked a few to answer. But it's important to know that crops aren't grown by one person. Thousands and thousands of people must be involved in farming to ensure our daily diet. Whenever Su Wanwan mentioned growing food, she felt a strong sense of pride. Back then, everyone worked together, and their efforts were incredibly fruitful. After just 2 days here, she found herself missing her time as a food critic. I see, it seems interesting. Where did the streamer buy the seeds? Su Wanwan smiled slightly at the comments. The current number of seeds wasn't very high, but she could teach them some simple ways to experience crop growth. She was also exploring seed cultivation methods. If everyone collectively went to buy seeds, it would greatly burden the research institute. Mainly, not everyone could grow them. In that case, the seeds would be wasted, and if the research institute couldn't cultivate them, that crop would become extinct. Originally, they felt a bit regretful to hear they couldn't grow them themselves. But upon hearing Su Wanwan's next sentence, everyone perked up again. As long as there were things they could try, they were willing to give it a shot. After all, there wasn't much to do every day. The office work basically only required a light brain. After Su Wanwan had planted all the seeds, she sprinkled a little water on the surface before taking Jiajia back inside. This was the first time the people in the live stream saw Jiajia's face. How was the streamer's little one so cute? Like a little angel. Yeah, I've never seen such a beautiful little one. His face is chubby, unlike my little one, whose face has no meat. Jiajia also saw the comments on the screen, and he proudly pinched the chubby flesh on his cheeks while standing in front of the screen. See, this chubbiness comes from eating the meals my sister makes. You all should cook well for your little ones at home too. Otherwise, they won't grow up to be as cute as me. Chapter 20. The weak host slaughters pigs online at this moment. It seemed like the people in the live stream room had discovered some secret. Can a host put up links for the ingredients used in cooking every day? It would be more convenient for us to buy them. What the person above said makes sense. A shopping page can be opened on the live stream page. Su Wanwan looked at the bullet screen and curiously opened the settings of the live room. And indeed, there was a place to list shopping links. However, it also stated that this feature could only be used after joining a guild. She currently did not have a guild, just being an individual host. So many functions were unavailable to her. Moreover, if she were to list items, she might not be able to handle it. Sorry everyone, I haven't signed a contract with a guild yet, so I can't list items right now. I'll look for a better guild to sign with in the next few days. Su Wanwan was actually quite resistant to signing contracts. It would be better if she could communicate directly with the officials. Signing with a guild meant her actions would be restricted. Sometimes, even what she could broadcast had to be decided by the people over there. She just wanted to stream things she liked. I see that the #1 host on the food list has signed with a pretty good guild with great benefits. If she can broadcast such large-scale content, will Su Wanwan also become like that in the future? The person who spoke earlier also fell silent. Indeed, they were also afraid of watching Su Wanwan dance and cook every day. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. If I were to look for a guild, they wouldn't interfere with any of my decisions. Su Wanwan did not intend to make any changes. If she had to, it would just be some adjustments to the dishes. So what do you all want to eat today? Any good ideas? Su Wanwan planned to take everyone's suggestions. Then let's eat pork. Eat lamb. Beef is fine too. The most commonly available meats on the planet were these few types, just with somewhat strange appearances. Otherwise, there was not much difference. The naming conventions had been passed down. However, many places had their own names for them. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and decided to start with the first one. Then we'll eat pork first. The bowl of fried rice from the night before was not enough, so she planned to make some snacks. If Jiajia got hungry at night, she could go grab some to eat. Jiajia, do you want to eat sweet pork snacks? Su Wanwan turned to look at Jiajia. Only then did she realize that Jiajia's smiling face was smeared with dirt, looking like a little calico cat. Su Wanwan chuckled and quickly cleaned Jiajia's little face with her hand. Having a cub is great. Why don't we have any cubs? I really want a cub, but the host and her cub are both good-looking, so they look so good together, right? Eat. Sister, Jiajia wants snacks. No matter what she made, he would eat it. His sister would never make him anything bad. Su Wanwan returned to the house to prepare to order pork. While Jiajia was outside looking at the little soil pits where seeds had been buried, there were some small, unnamed bugs in the soil, which fascinated him. He had never really observed before and didn't know there were so many creatures in the world. Soon, 3 flying robots delivered an entire pig to Su Wanwan's doorstep. Su Wanwan glanced at the pig's shape and was almost startled. The pigs here had 8 hooves, but their bodies were thin, far from the meatier pigs of the past. With this yield, no wonder not many people ate it. The fat-to-lean ratio of the pork didn't look good either. It was all lean meat, but she didn't know how it would taste. She regretted not buying pre-cut pork. Otherwise, like now, she wouldn't know how to start. With such a big pig, will the host really slaughter it? Su Wanwan glanced at the screen and decisively shook her head. No. However, she was once fascinated by cutting techniques for pigs, cows, and sheep in 8 minutes, so she had watched many videos on butchering. The most reliable thing she remembered was the pork tenderloin. She swiftly cut off the tenderloin and showed it to everyone, saying this piece of meat from the pig is called tenderloin, and the food we're going to make today is made from this. Sister, can we eat it directly? Jiajia looked at what was in Su Wanwan's hands, which all seemed good to him, wishing it could be delivered to his mouth immediately. Su Wanwan gently flicked Su Jiajia's forehead and smiled, little glutton. Wait until I finish making it before you eat. Facing the camera, she chopped the pork belly into small pieces, added soy sauce, cooking wine, sugar, oyster sauce, salt, and black pepper, then used a time barrier to speed up marinating and rolled it into thin slices on a baking tray. After baking it in a multi-functional oven for 10 minutes, she took out the flattened pork mixture and retrieved a secret weapon from the fridge behind her. Can you guess what this is? Su Wanwan showed everyone a small bottle containing a thick, orange-yellow liquid. When she bought it, she was just taking a chance, not expecting to really find it. In this world, there were no breeding places, and she thought she wouldn't be able to buy it. What is this? I can't tell at all. It can't be. No way. Since it was taken from the fridge, it must be edible, so don't guess randomly. Su Wanwan saw that the guesses from the people in the bullet screen were getting farther away and quickly announced the correct answer. It was honey. Produced from a beehive, it has a sweet, thick candy flavor with some floral or fruity scents. Those interested could give it a try. She poured a little out onto the side using the bottle cap, allowing anyone who wanted to taste it to do so directly. Su Wanwan brushed a layer of honey over the pork, sprinkled sesame seeds on top, and put it back in the oven. Sister. Su Jiajia's eyes sparkled beside her as he caught a whiff of the sweet aroma. It must be delicious. Su Wanwan scooped a spoonful of honey into a cup and added some warm water, saying, try this. Eating it directly might be too sweet, but drinking it with water is different. Su Jiajia immediately hugged the cup with both hands and took a big sip. This was a flavor he had never tried before. Sweet and fragrant, incredibly delicious. While Su Jiajia was tasting the honey water, the pork jerky in the oven was also ready. The whole room was filled with a sweet aroma. Su Wanwan immediately turned on all sensory sharing. As a food host, it shouldn't be a big problem to tempt those who couldn't eat, right? The people in the live stream felt a wave of fragrance wafting from the light brain, making them all feel invigorated. Even though they had just consumed nutrient solution at night, smelling this aroma surprisingly made them feel hungry. Chapter 21 Jiajia is really a naughty child. Do you feel empty in your stomach? After a while, someone finally asked a question in the bullet comments. Su Wanwan just finished cutting the pork jerky, and after it cools down, it would be a great snack. Of course, it can also be eaten hot. I just drank a nutritional liquid tonight, but after smelling the aroma, I really feel hungry. How strange. Su Wanwan stared at the bullet comments, realizing that it wasn't just her and Su Jiajia who felt this way. Well, let me hold a lottery now. Those who win, send me your addresses, and I will send you a pack of pork jerky to try. She had made quite a bit today, and there would still be some left for her and Su Jiajia to eat. The remaining ones could be given away as fan benefits, so that everyone could have a taste. She opened the page and sent out a lottery wheel with 5 winners. There were over 3,000 people online in the live stream, and if circumstances allowed, she would want to send a pack to everyone, but unfortunately, she was all alone, and even working overtime might not be enough. The bullet comments were silent, all waiting for the lottery results. This lottery instantly attracted a portion of the audience. There are also some people who had been supporting Wanner earlier. What is wrong with you Wanner fans? Didn't you look down on our anchor? Why are you here to participate in the lottery now? Have some shame, big anchor fans. You really know how to play both sides. The Wan family supporters looked a bit awkward. Although it was like this, they admitted they couldn't resist the delicious food made by Su Wanwan. In the food live stream, The aroma of food filled Su Wanwan's stream, which was very different from Wanner's. It's okay, guests are always welcome. Su Wanwan didn't want her live stream to get noisy, as it was good for the atmosphere. These people came, and she didn't believe they wouldn't feel awkward when they returned to Wanner's stream. Soon, the lottery results came out, and there was actually a familiar ID among the winners, which was that of Qiao. Qiao, to repay you for the big rocket last time, I will give you some extra this time. Su Wanwan always believed in repaying kindness. The big rocket had helped her in urgent times, and since she had no money, she could only give him more delicious food. Sister. Su Jiajia tugged at Su Wanwan's sleeve, looking eagerly at the bowl of pork jerky. He wanted to eat. Although he had dinner earlier, he could still eat more. He wanted to become the chubbiest little fox. That would be cute. Hearing Su Jiajia's thoughts, Su Wanwan paused her action of holding the pork jerky, unable to imagine what it would be like if Su Jiajia turned into a round little meatball. This snack isn't good for kids if they eat too much, so tonight you can only have 5 pieces. Su Wanwan took out 5 pieces from the bowl and handed them to Su Jiajia, then stored the rest in the fridge. The fridge here has a huge advantage. Anything stored inside will never spoil. She could make snacks to her heart's content and store them in the fridge, so she wouldn't have to make them fresh every time she wanted to eat. Su Jiajia looked at the 5 thin pieces in his hand, then looked up at Su Wanwan. He bit his lip and pouted slightly. Sister, can I have one more piece? He had felt hungry from the aroma just now, and now that he saw the delicious food, only being able to eat 5 pieces felt too regrettable. Seeing Su Jiajia like this, Su Wanwan could only give him one more piece, then turn off the live stream to pack according to the addresses. However, she was a bit concerned about Qiao's address, which was written as a minor protection organization. If she remembered correctly, there was indeed someone named Qiao there. That was Qiao Lifan. But during the mission, he probably wouldn't have the time to watch her live stream. She could only comfort herself this way. If the ambiguity continued for too long, she might mistakenly think it was love. She couldn't let herself develop that kind of illusion. Su Jiajia looked at the 6 thin pieces in his hand and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Sister, you're so nice to me. It seemed that after that day, Su Wanwan's attitude towards him had completely changed. All his requests, as long as they weren't excessive, could be met. Now he could even attend mecha classes, something he had never thought of before. Sister, didn't I mention that Imperial Cubs can start classes 2 years early? Su Jiajia held the pork jerky in his hands, not daring to eat. He paused and added, it's about the subjects. It didn't seem good to keep this from his sister. And now, his sister probably wouldn't blame him for this. Su Wanwan looked at Su Jiajia in surprise. Could there really be options for early education? She put down what she was holding and brought Su Jiajia to sit at the dining table. I don't know, but if you want to say something, I'm here to listen. If it didn't want to say it, she wouldn't ask. Everyone should have the opportunity to grow on their own. If they went down the wrong path, she could correct it later. Su Jiajia bit his lip, took a deep breath, and began to speak. Actually, not every subject requires 10,000 star coins per semester. If you choose the most common cultural classes, you don't need to pay any fees for a semester. After saying this, he glanced at Su Wanwan. Seeing his sister so busy every day made him feel a bit uncomfortable. It seemed that because of his willfulness, his sister had to work so hard to earn money. Su Wanwan was a bit surprised. She propped her chin with her hands and looked at Su Jiajia. Why are you so serious about such a small matter? I thought you were expelled from school because of bad equipment. Su Jiajia widened his eyes and looked at Su Wanwan. Sister, you're not mad at me? Buying the camera was also because I wanted to attend mecha classes. I wanted to experience what it's like to sit in a mecha. That's why. He spent a lot of money on this, even using up all the money Su Wanwan had earned from her previous live streams. He was really a naughty child. As he thought about it, tears began to fall from Su Jiajia's face. He was really a naughty child. He wouldn't even consider his sister. Even when his sister was angry every day before, he wouldn't ask her the reason, only thinking that killing his sister would free him from that kind of life. Su Wanwan saw that Su Jiajia was crying and quickly hugged him, stuffing a piece of pork jerky in his mouth. Eat something sweet and you won't cry. Okay. Sister thinks Jiajia should learn whatever he wants. Being interested in a subject is a good thing. When she was young, she wanted to learn to paint. But because her family was too poor to afford the tuition, she had to give up. No matter how many nice things she bought for herself when she grew up, It couldn't make up for the feeling of wanting to learn a hobby back then. She didn't want Jiajia to become that kind of child either. Chapter 22, signing a contract with StarChart Entertainment. Does sister think Jiajia is a bad child? First, he hit sister on the head with bill. Then he lied that studying for a semester costs 10,000 star coins. Su Jiajia's crying was silent, just continuous sobbing, which made Su Wanwan feel extremely heartbroken. Jiajia is not a bad child. Sister knows that. She knows that I hurt you in the past, which is why you acted that way. Sister doesn't blame you. Su Wanwan gently rubbed Su Jiajia's soft hair and patted his back. She had read books and paid special attention to this pair of antagonists, so she knew what Su Jiajia had gone through. If she were in that situation, she would also choose to kill her own sister. Rather than being beaten to death, it would be better to be taken to a juvenile protection center, where at least there would be something to eat and no one would hit him. So she doesn't blame Su Jiajia. He is just a 5-year-old child. Su Jiajia immediately buried his head in Su Wanwan's arms, not forgetting to pull out half a piece of pork jerky from his mouth and hold it in his palm. He wants to be the best little one in the world and cannot let sister suffer alone. All right, let's go back to sleep. Tomorrow, continue with your mecha class. Money is not something you should worry about. Su Wanwan wiped away all the tears on Su Jiajia's face and then rubbed his head. Su Jiajia nodded with red eyes. Then I want to sleep with sister tonight. Nighttime is very scary. There are always inexplicable noises outside the house, and he used to be too afraid to sleep every night. Thinking about the night, Su Wanwan recalled those mysterious men in black. Since they came once, they would definitely come again. But before that, they might have come several times without breaking through the house's defense system. Su Wanwan patted Su Jiajia to comfort him. Okay, after you finish the pork jerky, come upstairs to find sister. She also needed to check if there were any new messages in the back end. Now she only had a Starwave account and a live broadcast room. Those were the only places to contact her. There must be many places like agricultural research institutes in this world, and she hoped to get to know those people through the live broadcast. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the back end, she received a somewhat unexpected message. Hello, host. I am a manager from StarChart Entertainment. Would you be interested in joining the guild? If she remembered correctly, StarChart Entertainment was the guild Wanwan belonged to, being in the same company as such a woman. Moreover, Wanwan is now the top figure in StarChart Entertainment, with all resources prioritized for her selection. Although Wanwan's live broadcasts are vulgar and have no bottom line, it must be said that in this world, traffic is king, and she is still a winner. After thinking for a while, Su Wanwan replied, If I join a guild, I hope your company will not impose any restrictions on me. The content of the live broadcast and the types of products sold will be decided by me, and I will also bear any related benefits or negative impacts myself. This is equivalent to her just getting a name at StarChart Entertainment. This reply put the other party in a bit of a dilemma. However, Su Wanwan is now the dark horse. If they don't quickly recruit her under their banner, others will soon share in the pie. All profits belong to you, and we will not interfere with your live broadcast, but for corresponding company promotions or other large events, you need to participate as our artist. Is that okay? This was already the biggest concession made by StarChart. Su Wanwan quickly typed OK and clicked send. Since it was so straightforward, she signed. Her current goal is to take down Wanwan, the borderline food broadcaster, and also get the rewards from the events. The duration of the event is quite long, giving Su Wanwan ample time to prepare. The other side was also quick, immediately pushing Su Wanwan's contract over. After she signed online, the word StarChart Entertainment quickly appeared at the top of her personal profile. The nameplate was shiny and quite good-looking. After confirming the contract was signed, she checked the proportions displayed in the back end and then closed the website. As for the following matters, she would wait and see. At least the contract showed sincerity and did not have any traps inside. Sincerity is always the first step in cooperation. Su Jiajia was upstairs munching on pork jerky. This little thing was simply too delicious. His sister is a treasure. Just as he was biting into the last piece, he heard that familiar sound outside the window again. It was rustling, as if many insects were attacking him. He immediately ran upstairs and curled up in Su Wanwan's blanket. Sister, I'm scared. Su Wanwan listened quietly and then held Su Jiajia as she looked out the window. It was still the same men in black with the same markings on their clothes. What exactly are these people? Why do they come to their house every night? It's certain that this group comes from some organization and is targeting the two of them. It can't be that they are after their deceased parents, right? Moreover, she had already called Qiao Lifan once last time. It would feel a bit awkward to call him again. In the future, Qiao Lifan will surely have his own family, and she needs to find a way to solve the problems herself. Su Wanwan took a deep breath to bolster her courage. It's okay, Jiajia, don't be afraid. She carefully thought about it. If those people could get in, they would have done so long ago. The fact that they haven't acted until today must mean that there is some mechanism around the house that they cannot crack. So, until they do, they are safe. Su Wanwan quickly called for Bill. He had been with their parents at the beginning, so he was already there when they first arrived at this house. Bill understood some mechanisms better than others. Bill tilted his head, shaking his rabbit ears. With those two ears, he looked like the cutest little robot. Seeing Bill's actions, Su Jiajia finally calmed down a bit. Is there any defense mechanism in the house? Su Wanwan immediately asked the question she wanted to know the most. She hoped to get an affirmative answer so that both she and Su Jiajia could feel more at ease. Bill turned around in place twice. As if he were thinking, the previous owner set a restriction. Only invited guests can enter the room. The house itself has no defense mechanism. Su Wanwan was even more puzzled now. Why would the parents of a pair of cubs choose to set up restrictions next to a house in a peaceful city? Did they already know this day would come? However, she couldn't piece together the specifics. Only the original owner's diary had some hasty scribbles. Chapter 23. Waking up to a fiancé? Last night was a bit exhausting, and neither of them knew when they had fallen asleep together. The sunlight outside was bright, warming both Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia. Su Jiajia curled up in a ball, nestled in Su Wanwan's arms, as this was the only position that made him feel somewhat secure. The warmth in the bed was unprecedented. As usual, Su Wanwan took out her holographic device to check the latest news and yesterday's star wave reading. However, she noticed a small red dot in the citizen information section. Generally, citizen information is updated every 20 years, and if there are changes in address or other details, one can apply for an immediate update. But upon opening it, Su Wanwan rubbed her eyes. In the spouse section, it displayed a fiancé, and the name behind it was quite familiar. Huh? Su Wanwan gasped and sat up in bed. What was going on? She woke up to a fiancé? What's wrong, sister? Su Jiajia, still a bit groggy, was startled by his sister's exclamation. Su Wanwan held her information section in front of Su Jiajia's eyes. Jiajia, under what circumstances would someone suddenly have a fiancé? Su Jiajia sat up in a daze, his hair frizzed and static. When the Empire assigns someone to be a fiancé, it could be cancelled at any time. Sister, have you been forced into marriage? He still couldn't comprehend the situation. What exactly happened? Who was she marrying? Su Wanwan put down the holographic device, feeling a bit dazed. If she remembered correctly, today was her coming-of-age day. She didn't expect such a big surprise. Qiao Lifan, General Qiao? Su Jiajia finally reacted and quickly glanced at Su Wanwan's personal information. After confirming that the name was indeed Qiao Lifan, he blinked and said, Sister, I think General Qiao is a good choice. You're usually so silly. At least someone like a general can handle you. Plus, General Qiao is a nice person and wouldn't look down on us for not having parents. However, Su Wanwan immediately shook her head. I don't think it's feasible. It felt like a dream. During their previous chat, they had mentioned that Qiao Lifan had a fiancé, but she never expected that the so-called fiancé would be her. Su Jiajia got up to prepare for class, while Su Wanwan opened the chat window with Qiao Lifan. Their conversation was still at the last exchange. Since they had just added each other as contact details and said a few words, there had been no further communication. She typed a few times, but ultimately deleted the messages. What should she say? Why her? If you have any questions, just ask or feel free to call. Qiao Lifan's message came through first. He noticed that Su Wanwan had been typing for a while without sending anything and figured she was unsure of what to say. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and decided to call. However, upon hearing Qiao Lifan's cold voice, her palms began to sweat slightly. He seemed to always be like this, with little emotional fluctuation. Even his photo on the Star Network homepage had no expression. Why me? Su Wanwan tugged at the corner of the blanket, tossing and turning. Qiao Lifan seemed surprised by her question. After a moment of silence, he replied, It was assigned by the Empire. I didn't know before coming of age. If you don't want this, it can be cancelled and they will assign me a new fiancé. But as you know my duties, I doubt anyone would agree. The reason he told Su Wanwan earlier was that he wanted to take a gamble. If the Empire's assignment could work, then there wouldn't be so many single men among his subordinates. If you want to give a try with me, that would be great. As Qiao Lifan said this, he was also sweating coldly. Ever since he learned that Su Wanwan was his fiancée, he had been obsessively watching her live stream every day, observing her every move and trying to figure out what kind of person she was. Should I think about it some more? Su Wanwan was unsure about accepting this marriage assigned by the Empire. She had never been in a relationship before, as her life had always satisfied her. Spending her free time doing things she enjoyed was enough for her. She wasn't sure if she could adapt to having someone else involved in her life. How about we meet tonight? Qiao Lifan tentatively asked. They had just repelled a wave of enemies from another galaxy, so they should be able to rest for 2 days. Su Wanwan hesitated. It seemed a bit inappropriate to meet right after discovering the situation. Sister, you should go. I'll stay home with Bill. Su Jiajia, who had been eavesdropping, finally found an opportunity to chime in. Su Wanwan gently patted Su Jiajia's head. I still have to live stream tonight. And should I go home now? We could take a walk in the morning, and I'll send you home to live stream at noon? Qiao Lifan's tone was uncertain for the first time when discussing these matters. This was different from his military life. There were no women in his squad to flirt with, and he had never been in a relationship. All right, I'll wait for you at home. Su Wanwan hung up after saying this. Taking a deep breath, she calmed down before starting her morning routine. She carefully curled her hair into small ringlets. The original owner's wardrobe had all kinds of clothes, so finding something suitable was not a problem. She chose a white dress and paired it with a pair of lower-heeled shoes. After doing her makeup, her phoenix eyes made her look somewhat alluring. Sister, if you don't come back, can I eat those pork jerky for lunch? Su Jiajia had been craving the pork jerky all night. He had only eaten a little bit yesterday, which was definitely not enough. I'll set a few recipes for Bill. If I can't make it back in time, let Bill cook for you. Su Wanwan had already planned what to eat for all 3 meals today. She could also bring back a cake for Su Jiajia since it was his birthday. But you have to remember, when you're home, you absolutely cannot open the door for anyone, even if it's someone familiar. They must wait for me to return before they can come in, okay? There is no one trustworthy around them. Opening the door casually could put them in danger. Su Jiajia nodded immediately. Until he knew the identities of those men in black, he would definitely behave. He couldn't cause trouble for his sister, and during the day, he would be studying at home and wouldn't wander around. Sister, you just go and do your thing. Jiajia will study hard at home, and you must work hard to bring a brother-in-law back for me. Su Wanwan chuckled softly and turned to input the program for Bill. In the morning, he would make 10,000 egg custards, at noon a braised chicken, and they would decide on dinner when she returned. Chapter 24, the only mountain on the entire planet after everything was ready. Qiao Lifan's flying vehicle arrived. From such a distance, Su Wanwan was puzzled about how he got back so quickly. Are you anxious? Qiao Lifan got out and opened the other door, welcoming Su Wanwan inside. He hoped their relationship would develop gradually and that this would be a process of mutual understanding. I just came out, and I saw you already here. I didn't even have to wait, Su Wanwan replied honestly. During their last interaction, Su Jiajia had been with her, making it a bit awkward, but now that they were alone, she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Where are we going later? She wasn't familiar with the nearby area, as the original owner had mostly stayed at home shopping and hadn't gone out. I've looked up some information. 1,000 years ago, many crops came from mountains. Although almost all the trees and mountains on the planet have been flattened, I know of a place that still preserves the original ecology. Do you want to check it out? He had found that place after going through many maps and wasn't sure if Su Wanwan would like it. Although live-streaming food was her profession, he noticed that her smile while cooking was genuine, indicating she truly loved food. I want to go. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up at the mention of it. She was tired of seeing the colorful vegetable varieties. The crops cultivated now looked quite strange, and she wondered if they could find original seeds on the mountain. As long as they could bring back one, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Qiao Lifan started the flying vehicle, and they flew over the streets. As time passed, the surroundings became increasingly desolate. Piles of industrial waste were stacked by the roadside. Have all these robots been scrapped? Su Wanwan was shocked to see the robots that were still somewhat intact by the roadside. At least thousands of robots stood there in a powered-off state. almost like a scenic view. Qiao Lifan glanced down and explained that many people would discard their old robots after getting the new models. However, the Empire couldn't process so many discarded robots in a day, so they had to be temporarily stored here. Su Wanwan suddenly thought of various movies she had seen about robots gaining consciousness and ruling the world. She also believed that everything had a spirit, and she wondered if these robots, after long-term interaction with humans, could develop something called emotions. Their memories would forever remain at the moment they lost power. And if they remained unpowered, they would never wake up again. Seeing that Su Wanwan seemed very interested in those robots, Qiao Lifan began to explain to her. He had read her information and knew that after her parents passed away a few years ago, she had kept herself locked inside her house and hadn't gone out for years, so she probably wasn't aware of the changes outside. Can't these robots do anything else? It's a shame for them to just become industrial waste, she said, feeling a bit heartbroken. If they could be sold cheaply to someone, she would take a few back, one for growing vegetables, one for watering flowers, and another for chopping vegetables and tidying up the house. That way, she wouldn't have to do anything. It would be a perfect life. They can't, unless the chips inside them are formatted. But after formatting, their old appearances would no longer be chosen by anyone. Destruction is the most suitable outcome, Qiao Lifan explained as they passed the spectacular group of robots and finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. This is the last remaining mountain on the planet. We can go up and try our luck. Qiao Lifan took a deep breath. Everything here was vibrant, and he liked it. Su Wanwan finally smelled the fresh fragrance of flowers and grass and felt a bit excited. When she looked out from her home, all she saw were industrial steel and iron plates, devoid of any signs of life. If possible, she hoped to move her house here. Look, this is a type of wild vegetable from the mountain. It's edible. Su Wanwan pointed to the green little plants on the ground and said. She thought for a moment and took out the live-streaming floating ball from her bag. Do you mind if I start a live stream? Many people had never seen the original form of the jungle, and she wanted to let them experience it. Qiao Lifan shook his head and said he didn't mind. She could go ahead, as long as she didn't mind being seen together with him in the live stream. Su Wanwan immediately opened the live streaming page and changed the category to outdoor. When fans saw her start the stream at this time, they rushed in. What is the host eating today? Wait, the host is outside? Is there still such a green place on our blue star? I know this place. It's the area outside the industrial waste zone, right? There are often interstellar bandits around here. The host isn't scared. It's fine now. At that moment, everyone in the live stream noticed the figure beside Su Wanwan. He had arrived in time and was still wearing a sharp uniform. Although only his shoulders and below were visible, they could guess who it was. Is that General Qiao? It can't be General Qiao, right? Shouldn't General Qiao be fighting at the border now? How could he appear here? But that uniform does belong to his team. Did the host abduct someone from General Qiao's team? Of course, Qiao Lifan also saw the comments in the live stream. He glanced at the somewhat awkward Su Wanwan and voluntarily squatted down to look at the camera. Hello everyone, I am Qiao Lifan. I've returned to the planet for a break after a successful battle at the border. Everyone was shocked. What is going on? General Qiao is actually next to a food live streamer? This is a huge anomaly. Be honest, what is General Qiao's relationship with our little Su? Little Su was the nickname given to her by the fans in the live stream, as they didn't know her name. So they simply used 3 characters to refer to her. Su Wanwan waved her hand, not wanting to discuss something that was still unclear. She immediately turned back to glare at Qiao Lifan, telling him not to say anything. Qiao Lifan understood and said, I also like the host food, so I came to make it convenient. This explanation clearly didn't satisfy everyone. General Qiao was famous for being disciplined and spent almost all year on interstellar warships. How could he travel such a long distance just because he liked someone else cooking? Who would believe that? Now, back to the main topic. Today, I want everyone to see what the most primitive plants look like. In this forest, I can find some plants that still retain their original forms. This is quite rare. Su Wanwan quickly changed the subject, thinking that if they continued, it would be impossible to explain their relationship. Chapter 25, General Qiao and Officer Lin. Are there still original plants? Are these the ones growing in the soil? Do the hosts all know each other? Can you explain it to us? I think this host just knows how to cook. It's too hard for her to explain, right? Su Wanwan glanced at the person speaking, and indeed, there was a name tag for Wanner in front of her. This water was like a mouse dropping in a pot of porridge, tainting her fans with the same odor. However, she wasn't angry. There was no need to make things difficult for herself. I may not have the ability to explain, but I can tell everyone what is edible. Su Wanwan was already holding a small handful of wild vegetables, which would make an excellent soup. The one in my hand is a type of wild vegetable. Whether it's for soup or stir-frying, it tastes great. In such a forest, the more colorful something is, the more poisonous it tends to be. Su Wanwan thought for a moment. This saying didn't seem very appropriate in this world. After all, little birds are all Barbie pink. Qiao Lifan took the wild vegetables from Su Wanwan's hand. I'll take these. You continue explaining. Su Wanwan's hands were small, and she couldn't hold as much as he could. He was just right for this role as a tool. Su Wanwan quickly rubbed her face. It was just a touch of hands. Why was she blushing? If the host and General Qiao are fine, why is the atmosphere between them so strange? Sure, the host has grown up. Let's listen to the explanation seriously. General Qiao knows, right? You can't bully the cubs. Qiao Lifan saw that comment and slightly curled his lips. I won't break the law. Trust me. Is this a disguised admission? Can we ship this? The people in the comments were extremely curious, and someone quickly posted on Starnet. Breaking news. General Qiao's fiancée appears. She's actually a food streamer. While explaining to the fans in the live stream, Su Wanwan stared blankly at the rapidly increasing number of viewers. Moreover, it seemed like today's live stream was organized and premeditated, with gifts being sent like roses, 99 roses, and love cruises. What's wrong with you? Want to date wild vegetables? Su Wanwan quickly scrolled through the comments, but couldn't find a reason for these people's unusual behavior today. She felt like a weasel in a melon field. Still her own melon. Is the host really with General Qiao? What about Officer Lin? I stand with General Qiao and Officer Lin. Officer Lin is both beautiful and cool. The best choice for General Qiao. General Qiao, won't Officer Lin be sad if you do this? Su Wanwan looked at the names repeatedly appearing in the comments and opened her portable light brain to check. The first entry in Star Encyclopedia was about Officer Lin. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, wearing a federal military uniform with a hint of coldness in her eyes. She was indeed a stunning beauty. No wonder people wanted to see General Qiao and Officer Lin together. Su Wanwan felt a bit disheartened. They already had an official pairing. Should she still interfere? I, Qiao Lifan, have nothing to do with Officer Lin. It's all above board. Please don't ruin my good fate. Qiao Lifan adjusted the camera to a position where his face could be seen. Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan in surprise. This wasn't something he would typically say. He even went out of his way to explain such a trivial matter. And what good fate? It was just an arranged marriage imposed by the Empire. Look, this mushroom is inedible. Su Wanwan raised a mushroom in her hand, which looked like coal, black and dark. When she poked the middle part of the mushroom, a puff of smoke emerged. Is this the host's magic, or do mushrooms just grow like this? Aren't plants lifeless? In people's current understanding, all plants are lifeless and should be displayed in museums. If it weren't for Su Wanwan starting this food segment, they would have known that there are things in the world far tastier than nutrient solutions. The important thing is that they can be perfectly replicated. Everything in the world is alive. If it weren't, how could it grow? Along the way, Su Wanwan picked whatever was edible while educating the viewers in the live stream. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding environment grew darker. Suddenly, the grass nearby rustled, and Su Wanwan's hair stood on end. In this deep forest, there shouldn't be creatures that disappeared 1,000 years ago, right? Food streamer, come to our place and cook for us. We don't want nutrient solutions anymore. A man emerged from the shadows, with a scar on the right side of his face, extending from his brow bone down to his neck. The wound had healed poorly, with some skin misaligned, resembling a centipede crawling on his face. He held a shockwave pistol in his hand. If hit by the gun, one would instantly feel pain to the point of fainting. Su Wanwan initially didn't think about how to escape. Instead, she realized this was an interstellar bandit. He then turned to Qiao Lifan beside Su Wanwan and whistled at him. Finally in my hands, huh? Don't be so confident in life. Just look at the scar on my face. Today you'll have one too. After saying that, 7 similarly equipped bandits emerged from the surrounding grass, tightly surrounding Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan. Qiao Lifan instinctively reached for his waist. He brought his sidearm today because he was accompanying Su Wanwan. There were 7 of them against the 2 of them, and one of them had no combat ability, and he had no weapon. How would they fight? The livestream signal had also been cut off. Perhaps these people were attracted because they watched the stream. Where are the soldiers from the border defense warship? Qiao Lifan asked sternly. Above this mountain, there were 2 stationed military units, which they thought were quite safe, but they had still been exploited by this gang. The scarred man laughed sinisterly. Of course they're gone. We took care of them. Isn't that obvious? He spread his hands and walked around the 2 in the middle with a ruthless gait. In the last battle, almost all of his brothers and sisters had been killed by this general in front of him. Now, he finally found the opportunity for revenge. Wanwan, I'll create an opening for you to run deeper into the forest. Their SA camp at the top of the mountain. Tell them to come down for support. Wanwan's mind flashed through many ideas, but none seemed applicable to the current situation. Chapter 26. Spicy chili powder attack, but she didn't want to leave Qiao Lifan alone. No matter how powerful he was still just a mortal, and she had never heard of what Qiao Lifan's true form looked like. It seemed like no one had seen it. Wanwan quietly rummaged through her bag. She remembered bringing quite a few things today, including some seasonings for when they ate out. When she touched the small round bottle, an idea suddenly struck her. Come on, whoever takes down Qiao Lifan, I'll reward them with a selection from my treasure trove. The scar-faced man looked at Qiao Lifan with a sinister gaze, as if he were looking at a corpse. Upon hearing this good news, the bandits around them became enthusiastic. Qiao Lifan clenched his fists and quickly punched the closest bandit in the face. Run, he shouted. Fortunately, there weren't too many of them. If there were more, he couldn't guarantee he could safely get Wanwan out. Wanwan immediately took out the chili powder from her bag and opened the lid. It was a powder spray bottle originally intended to evenly sprinkle chili powder on ingredients. But she didn't expect it would now be used to season these bandits. She pressed the top button and sprayed 2 bursts on each bandit's face. It's such a waste to use the chili powder I ground so hard on you guys. Wanwan pulled Qiao Lifan's arm and, as they were leaving, she didn't forget to give the scar-faced man 2 sprays as well. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? The bandits, unaware of the power of the chili powder, stood there with their eyes wide open, their mouths full. In an instant, their faces felt both painful and itchy, and they couldn't open their eyes. Their heads felt as if they had been boiled in hot water. Qiao Lifan snapped back to reality and immediately ran with Wanwan toward the mountaintop. He was familiar with the path up the mountain and knew where the stronghold was. You were so confident just now. Do you really think the stuff in your hands can subdue them? Qiao Lifan couldn't help but worry about what would happen if something went wrong. Wanwan's chirath. As long as I have some confidence, I want to give it a try. Or do you think someone like me, who has always stayed at home, can outrun those bandits? Before them stood a 2-story small building, which looked as if it had no signs of habitation. What place is this? Wanwan wondered, noting that there were some flowers and plants around, making it quite beautiful. Qiao Lifan glanced inside through the window, then frowned and pushed the door open. At the back of the house, he found a man in uniform tied up. Where are the others from your team? Qiao Lifan asked as he removed the gag from the man's mouth. The man shook his head, sweat covering his face. I don't know. I was on guard at the door. Today, everyone from our team went out on a mission, and I'm the only one here. The poor man was likely scared stiff by the bandits. Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan. What is the situation now? They had been robbed by bandits at the foot of the mountain, but upon arriving at the top, they found that the mountain had also been raided. How are they supposed to get back to the city now? Qiao Lifan pulled out a light brain and entered a number. Send the first squad up the mountain. I suspect the defense line here has collapsed. Since they were currently in a rest period, their team could still mobilize. Wanwan and Qiao Lifan stood in the room, the atmosphere a bit tense. She realized she wouldn't be able to return for lunch. Jiajia would have to eat the meal made by Bill at home. Fortunately, he had input the commands in advance. Let's wait a bit. We'll make plans once my subordinates arrive. Seeing that Wanwan was dressed lightly, Qiao Lifan took off his uniform jacket and draped it over her. The mountaintop was quite cool, and the temperature could even be described as a sudden drop. After taking off his jacket, he still wore a white shirt underneath, the pocket area adorned with a small badge, and the buttons meticulously fastened to the top. Wanwan admitted that she had a thing for uniforms. She couldn't help but look multiple times at photos or videos of people in uniform she saw daily. Stop staring at me. Qiao Lifan said with a light cough. Su Wanwan tilted her head in confusion. Why? Because. The rest of his words were drowned out by the roar of a massive engine, and Su Wanwan couldn't read his lips, so she had to give up. A light warship descended from the sky, and exactly 10 people disembarked. The leader was the woman Su Wanwan had just looked up, Officer Lin. Su Wanwan instinctively wanted to hide. After all, this was the business of their combat team. But then she thought she was now Qiao Lifan's fiancé. So what was there to be afraid of? Even if she came out to play, she couldn't leave without a weapon, right? General Qiao. Officer Lin didn't even spare a glance at Su Wanwan. She tossed the gun in her hand to Qiao Lifan and then shot a glance at Su Wanwan. Those without combat capability should leave as soon as possible. Find a safe place to hide, little waste. Su Yanyan giritit hertit. Although this person spoke unpleasantly, what she said was true. First, she couldn't transform into her true form. Second, she had no combat ability. Following Qiao Lifan would just be a burden to him. Shut up. Qiao Lifan frowned, released the safety on the gun, and handed it to Su Wanwan. Can you dare to use it? His eyes were filled with trust, hoping Su Wanwan could take the first step. This gun was currently the simplest and most lethal. If Su Wanwan could hold on to it, self-defense would definitely not be a problem. If the situation in the house was relatively safe later, there would also be a guard with her. Su Wanwan took the submachine gun, weighing it in her hands. How should she put it? She was quite good at shooting games and knew how to aim. Moreover, in the original owner's memories, it seemed her parents had taught her some basic knowledge when she was young. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept a weapon for self-defense next to her pillow. How can your sidearm be given to her? Use mine. Officer Lin was now staring at Su Wanwan, feeling overwhelmed. Bringing such a person along was just adding chaos. Qiao Lifan pointed to the warship. Give me the one I used before. The bandits are about to arrive. If you talk more, you'll all go back and do extra training together. Upon hearing extra training, several people's expressions changed, and one subordinate immediately went back to retrieve Qiao Lifan's sidearm. Su Wanwan tightened her grip on the gun in her hand, and she was still wearing Qiao Lifan's clothes, completely surrounded by his scent. It was a fresh and cool fragrance. Stay behind and protect yourself. The people led by the scar-faced man are ruthless bandits. They will stop at nothing for their own interests, so you must be careful. Qiao Lifan was somewhat worried about Su Wanwan. Chapter 27. What good stuff do you have? Little girl, Su Wanwan nodded. During such a significant event, she wouldn't add to the chaos. Soon, several figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. Su Wanwan adjusted to the gun's scope and grip. She hid behind the crowd, feeling like a fragile little plant. If she wanted to stay close to Qiao Lifan, she had to become someone worthy of him. One characteristic of hers was that the more fierce the competition around her, the more determined she became. If they said she was worthless and unworthy, she would prove them wrong. Hey, little girl, what good stuff do you have? Come show it to your brother. If you join us, we'll take you to eat the most expensive nutrient solution. The scar-faced man, with his group, found a small stream and soaked for a while to regain his composure. Su Wanwan scoffed softly. What was so good about nutrient solutions? He might as well hurry up and be reborn. In the next life, he might eat something 1,000 times tastier than nutrient solutions. The scar-faced man squinted and licked his upper teeth. Such a little girl was just the right kind of fun. Su Wanwan's palms were slightly sweaty on the grip of the gun, but she didn't dare wipe them. General Qiao, what about your people? If you hand them over, I promise to withdraw from the Blue Star and never come back. The scar-faced man smiled, thinking that with such a treasure, they wouldn't have to come to the Blue Star to plunder every day. The bandits loved 3 things in their lives: women, treasures, and money. Qiao Lifan slightly curled his lips, raised his gun, and shot in one go, hitting a little thug right in the chest. Don't touch my people. At this moment, the Starwave homepage was flooded with information about Su Wanwan, from her being discovered with General Qiao to being attacked, and the time between these events was short. The main issue was that the live broadcast had been interrupted, and there was no news about anyone. No one knew what the situation was like now. Seeing one of his men go down, the scar-faced man waved his hand, leading his subordinates to pounce. Target the little girl. Grab her, and we leave. Deputy Lin glanced at Su Wanwan and scoffed. In this day and age, even a useless person was being fought over. The scar-faced man drew his sidearm. Their weapons were all self-modified, inferior to the Empire's sophisticated equipment and harder to control. But the advantage was their immense lethality. Su Wanwan retreated to the wall, carefully observing the battlefield. Including Qiao Lifan, their fighting strength was 12 people, while the enemy had only 6. Although they had a numerical advantage, the bandits were a group willing to risk their lives, fighting fiercely each time. In terms of morale, they had no advantage. Su Wanwan raised her assault rifle, took a deep breath, and held it, aiming for a bandit's head. Sure enough, her first shot went wide, but it seemed she was starting to find a rhythm. However, at the same time, she attracted the attention of the bandits. After the little thug's attention was drawn to her, his head immediately burst with a spray of blood. The scar-faced man searched for an opportunity in the crowd, his eyes fixed on Su Wanwan. He had never seen a girl who stood out so much to him. Moreover, he had never encountered a girl who could curse him so sweetly. Su Wanwan aimed at his head. As soon as she pulled the trigger, he could die instantly. But according to Qiao Lifan's description, the scar-faced man wouldn't give her such an easy chance. Fire to attract his attention, or go hide back in a house, Deputy Lin said, having appeared beside Su Wanwan at some point. Su Wanwan's heart sank as she fired a shot. The scar-faced man didn't even dodge. He merely touched his ear. The bullet had grazed past, leaving a cut on his ear. At the same time, the little thugs around him fell one after another. And soon only he was left on the battlefield. I will remember this gift you gave me. I'll look forward to our next meeting. The scar-faced man's face darkened as he stepped back into the shadows. He escaped again. With space teleportation, he didn't know which dimension he had ended up in now. Deputy Lin gritted his teeth and spoke these words. The scar-faced man was the Empire's #1 wanted criminal, and he had escaped time and again after being pursued for so long. Now, not only did he have an old grudge, but he also had a new one. Qiao Lifan, you should know what the consequences of leaving your post to play with women will be, right? Deputy Lin frowned, scolding Qiao Lifan. Su Wanwan watched the two of them with interest, curious about their situation. The Starwave Internet was saying one thing about Qiao Lifan being pure and another about the two having a relationship. Until she got to the bottom of things, she wouldn't entrust her feelings to anyone. I'm sorry, but you should speak with a bit more respect. Otherwise, leave my squad. I will help you apply to the higher-ups. Su Wanwan is my fiancé, Qiao Lifan said, standing in front of Deputy Lin, using the gentlest voice to say the cruelest words. Su Wanwan, being a woman herself, could see what kind of mindset Deputy Lin had and what she thought of Qiao Lifan. Unfortunately, Qiao Lifan did not react. Was it really okay to eat the fruit of another woman with her fiancé? Deputy Lin clenched her fists but ultimately said nothing. Getting into Qiao Lifan's team was an opportunity she had worked hard to apply for. She couldn't lose the hard-won chance because of a newcomer. I understand. Deputy Lin tossed her long hair and turned to board the warship. Qiao Lifan pressed a button, calling the aircraft to his side. I'll take you back. I'm sorry for involving you in today's events. Su Wanwan shook her head. It's fine. I got to see many plants when you brought me here, and I'm very happy. It was just a pity that all their spoils were left behind midway, but she could always come back if given another chance. That person is the granddaughter of a high-ranking official. She was forced into our squad. Her skills are decent, so I kept her. If she bothers you again, you must tell me, Qiao Lifan explained repeatedly, fearing Su Wanwan would misunderstand. He would not have feelings for Deputy Lin. Su Wanwan checketh. I just found out today that you're my fiancé. If you really have someone else in your heart, I won't force you. She had no boyfriend in her last life and didn't want to look for one. She just found it novel that the Empire would assign one. Plus, she had a good first impression of Qiao Lifan, so she thought she would interact with him a bit more. As for what the future held, she had not thought about it yet. At least for now, she wanted to treat Qiao Lifan as an ordinary friend. Chapter 28. I heard everyone says I'm dead. Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan's face. I saw you long before you saw me. When I saw your name in the fiancé column, I was quite surprised. But I didn't recognize you back then because you have changed so much. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and realized she had no memory of Qiao Lifan. When she was little, the original owner spent most of her time alone and had no nearby friends to play with. In her memories, the neighbors seemed to avoid the family, which made her feel a bit sensitive. But I don't seem to remember having met you, Su Wanwan said calmly. If she couldn't remember, then she couldn't remember. Qiao Lifan's expression remained normal, without a hint of embarrassment. You really haven't seen me. Back then, Su Wanwan was like a little son, living not far from my home. I would often sneak over to watch her and observe her life, imagining what height I would need to reach to be worthy of her. Su Wanwan glanced up at Qiao Lifan. He was a bit strange. I'm home now, so I'll go first. Be safe on your way back, she said as she got off the flying vehicle and waved goodbye to him. Qiao Lifan watched her enter the house before he activated the flying vehicle and left. As soon as Su Wanwan got home, she collapsed onto the sofa. It had been such a tiring day, and she had been called a little waste. Sister. Su Jiajia heard the voice and immediately ran down from upstairs, launching himself into Su Wanwan's arms. He affectionately nudged Su Jiajia with his head. Sister, Bill's cooking isn't as good as yours, but I finished it all. He looked like a well-behaved child. His big, watery fox-like eyes stared straight at Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan rubbed Su Jiajia's little head and pulled him closer. After a tiring day, the feeling of having a little one waiting at home was truly healing. Sister, everyone on Xinglong is saying you're dead. Su Jiajia suddenly remembered a big piece of news he had to tell Su Wanwan. After hearing this, Su Wanwan immediately took a look, and the top 2 trending topics were all about her. Food streamer Su Yushan went missing in the mountains. General Qiao fell with her. Su Wanwan flopped back on the sofa, feeling it was absurd. She immediately posted an update. I'm not dead. Thank you for your concern. After sending this message, countless people rushed in, asking what had happened to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan wasn't sure if she should talk about it. We encountered a few little rascals when we went up the mountain. There was no signal in the forest, so the live stream cut off. Both General Qiao and I are not in any danger, so everyone can rest assured. We'll resume the live stream tomorrow. Seeing this message, everyone could only suppress their questions. They could tell those people were definitely not ordinary little rascals. But it was good that the streamer and General Qiao were safe. Sister, are you okay? Su Jiajia looked at Su Wanwan with concern. He was a bit scared after seeing the news online, but he also knew that his sister would not easily die. She wouldn't die in his hands, and she definitely wouldn't allow anyone else to take her life. Su Wanwan rubbed Su Jiajia's little head. With him by her side, she wasn't afraid of any difficulties. She always remembered how she had come this far. It was to be a good sister to Su Jiajia. Su Jiajia nuzzled against Su Wanwan's palm, but unfortunately, he was still too young to share her burdens. But once he learned to pilot a mech, things would be different. Sister, you can take some time to test your mental power. If you have mental power, it means you can transform your body. He had heard the teacher talk about mental power in class today. Everyone's mental power varies in strength, classified from D to SSS. But a 3S level mental power had never appeared before. General Qiao's mental power level was S, but he wouldn't easily use in battle. If it backfired, it could cause irreversible damage to his body. He didn't expect his sister to be 3S, but even a C or a B would be stronger than an average person. Su Wanwan fell into thought after hearing this. It seemed necessary. She couldn't have nothing, could she? Did she bring her own body here? Then, sister, I'm going back to class. Su Jiajia called out to Su Wanwan and ran upstairs. Su Wanwan rubbed her temples. Her head was starting to hurt. Ever since she got in touch with Qiao Lifan, her perception of this world seemed to have changed a bit. Initially, she only wanted to focus on food live streaming and raise Su Jiajia well. But now, she had inexplicably become someone else's rival, received attention from Xinglong, and even got close to an imperial general. She didn't know if the timeline in the future had changed. If it hadn't, the male and female leads would soon arrive in Xingqing. Here, the two of them would establish their own power. According to the original book's trajectory, they would personally rescue the little villain from the room and then join the federal battle team, overshadowing Qiao Lifan completely. But it was clear that there were no villains in the current world. The male and female leads didn't seem to be around either. She searched for the names of the female and male leads on Xinglong, but there were still no relevant entries. Before coming to Xingqing, the two had acted very low-key, so it was normal that they couldn't be found online. After resting for a while, Su Wanwan went upstairs to change into more comfortable home clothes. She planned to go out and check on her little seedlings. The little seedlings grew every day, and their vibrant energy made her very happy. Many seeds in the vegetable field had sprouted little green shoots. Once they grew a bit more, she would be able to tell what kind of seeds they were. Then, with the right temperature, they would surely thrive. She I want to put the products on my live stream. Do I need to communicate with you? Or can I just put them up directly? Su Wanwan finally remembered this matter, which she could use for her next live stream. Dean, she replied quickly. Just let me know what you need, and I'll prepare in advance. You can put it up directly. In fact, even if Su Wanwan told him before the live stream, it would still be fine. The crops grew quickly. As long as one unit could be sold, the Agricultural Research Institute would be one step closer to revival. Su Wanwan closed the chat interface, but unexpectedly saw a message from Qiao Lifan. Chapter 29. Girl, I've set my eyes on you. Let us have kids together. I've already gotten the official statement out and found a topic to divert attention. This matter cannot be known by the people in the city to avoid unnecessary panic. As long as their battle team is around, they must ensure the stability of the city. Su Wanwan looked at the message sent by Qiao Lifan and suddenly felt a lot more at ease. She opened the Starwave homepage and glanced at the pinned message, which was the Federal Battle Team's statement, basically saying that a few small thugs had set their sights on the two of them, wanting to rob them. But who would believe that? Anyone from this planet knows who General Qiao is. To dare to rob when they see General Qiao's face, they must have enormous courage. After resting enough, Su Wanwan decided to go upstairs to see what Jiajia was learning in class. Mechs were beyond her understanding, and if possible, she also wanted to give it a try. Su Wanwan knocked on the door. When there was no response, she opened the door a crack to take a look inside. In the room stood a gigantic virtual mech, which should be the equipment the teacher was projecting to each student. Jiajia was excitedly trying various operations on it. Sister, look how cool the mech is. Jiajia was quite enamored with this steel giant. Although it was virtual, students could still touch it and even sit on it to experience it. However, the operations lacked a sense of realism compared to an actual mech. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and searched online for information related to mechs. If the main combat methods in this world were transforming back to their original forms and using mechs and weapons, there should also be corresponding exhibition halls. Sure enough, she found one located in the city center, which was an experience center. Inside, there were some outdated mechs that had been eliminated but could still be used. A reservation was required a month in advance, and they could go experience it on the day of their appointment. She checked her star coin balance and immediately clicked to make a reservation. Next month, I'll take you to touch a real mech. Su Wanwan looked at the successful reservation information and sat down in front of Jiajia. It was evident that Jiajia really enjoyed this class, listening attentively to all the lessons. The teacher's explanations were simple and easy to understand, allowing the children to perform some basic operations. When she arrived, the class was just about to end, and after sitting on the mech for a while, Jiajia reluctantly jumped down. I also want to go to the battlefield and become someone like General Qiao. Jiajia's eyes were filled with longing as he admired powerful figures like General Qiao. Then you have to eat well and exercise every day. You'll become stronger in the future, right? Su Wanwan wiped the sweat off Jiajia's face. There was still some food left from the lunch Bill made, so Su Wanwan decided not to cook dinner that night and to take a good rest. Sister, let us go test our mental strength. Jiajia had never been to the mental strength testing center and wanted to know what his initial mental strength level was. If possible, he also wanted to know if it could grow in the future. Su Wanwan glanced at the location of the building on the map. Let us go. They called a flying vehicle and flew directly to the entrance of the mental strength testing center. There were very few people here, and almost everyone who went in came out looking worried. Does the mental strength test require blood samples or something? Why do those people look like that? Su Wanwan curiously stood at the door for a while. Jiajia knew the reason. Sister, I saw in the data the other day that the current mental strength levels are far worse than a few years ago. They have generally dropped by a level. That's why General Qiao's mental strength can be considered top tier on this planet now. In the past, at least 2 or 3 3S level mental strength experts would appear each year, but there haven't been any for at least 10 years now. This might indicate a decline in human physical functions and combat capabilities. If other planets found out about this data, they would think that the blue planet is an easy target to conquer, and the border wars would never cease. Su Wanwan squeezed Jiajia's small hand. Shall we go? Jiajia nodded firmly. Let us go. Knowing is better than being kept in the dark. Everyone wants to be the next strong one. Everyone wants to be a beloved strong person. Although Jiajia was still young, he wanted to grow. After entering the mental strength testing center, Su Wanwan looked around. The crowd was generally divided into two age groups, the young ones and the adults. Elderly people hardly ever came here to test their mental strength. Both lines had only a few people, with some standing by and observing. Su Wanwan released Su Jiajia's hand, saying, "Wait for me here after the test. And don't run around, okay?" Su Jiajia nodded and immediately ran eagerly to the testing equipment. The mental strength testing device was a large capsule-like chamber. When a person entered, the lid would automatically close, ensuring that outsiders couldn't see what was happening inside or know the mental strength levels of others. However, all this data would be uploaded to the federal database, and the upper echelons of enemy countries would analyze the data every day, counting how many people were at each level. Normally, testing should occur when the young ones first learn to walk and talk, and again when they just reach adulthood. Su Jiajia was purely an oversight. Su Wanwan took a deep breath and stepped into the open capsule. "Miss, are you also here to test your mental strength?" A casual male voice came from the side. Su Wanwan turned her head in surprise. "Is there something?" She thought it was a fan approaching her, but it seemed this person didn't recognize her. The man looked Su Wanwan up and down. "I have A-level mental strength. If you test higher than B later, how about we have a kid together? Maybe we could have an S-level." Su Wanwan had never heard such a blatant pickup line before. She widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at the man in front of her. "Can you flirt like that in public?" Shocked, she asked, "What level is your mom's mental strength to have a son like you?" The man was quite proud, winking as he said, "My mom is also A-level, so I perfectly inherited her abilities. How about it? Are you tempted?" Su Wanwan was almost sickened by his greasy demeanor and nearly gagged. She calmly replied, "Then you and your mom might also have an S-level kid." Chapter 30. I want to have children with you because I think highly of you, so you're just waiting at the mental power testing center to find someone to breed with? What kind of mentality does such a man have? The man's expression changed. "Don't be ungrateful. Look at how many A-level mental powers are left on this planet. I want to have children with you because I think highly of you." Su Wanwan shrugged. "Then you should go find someone else. I'm not interested." She turned and entered the testing chamber, which contained only a display screen and several materials for testing, mostly various bottles and jars. There were also instructions nearby to teach newcomers how to use the equipment. After glancing through the instructions, Su Wanwan stood in the center, ready to start the test. The test required her to focus her eyes on a bottle and then try to move it with her mind. If successful, it would prove she could use mental power, and the level would be determined based on the height and distance the bottle moved. Su Wanwan felt a bit apprehensive. It looked a bit like a scam. A small bottle? She could just move it by thinking? Despite her doubts, she decided to give it a try. As she concentrated, she felt a slight pain in her head. However, the bottle did begin to move slowly according to her thoughts. With a good start, she began to make the bottle float in the air according to her will. Su Wanwan looked in shock at the bottle that was being manipulated at will. What was the principle behind this? It was as if a line extended from her mind, guiding the bottle as it moved left and right. SSS level, the highest level of mental power. To celebrate, confetti even floated on the screen. At the same time, the higher-ups of the Empire received the news immediately. Su Wanwan glanced at the bottle above her. It didn't feel difficult at all. The power within her seemed to be endless, and the initial headache had disappeared as she became accustomed to this method. She blinked, and the bottle suddenly lost control and fell to the ground. Looking at the bottle on the floor, she felt a bit unreal. As she turned to exit the chamber, she was surprised to find a group of men in black waiting outside instead of Su Jiajia. They were dressed in sharp suits with a unified insignia. Standing in formation at the door, "Sir, the chief requests your presence," one of the men in black said first. Su Wanwan glanced at the chamber door beside her. Su Jiajia still hadn't come out. "Can I wait for my brother for a moment?" The leading man in black looked a bit troubled. After communicating with someone through a tiny earpiece, he nodded. "Who are you guys? I was the first to notice this girl. You guys shouldn't be trying to take her away from me." The man who had previously acted like a little thug rushed forward, attempting to push the men in black aside. But they stood as if rooted to the ground, not moving an inch. "Girl, come with me. I promise to buy you different flavors of nutrient solution every day, the most expensive ones." The man continued, unwilling to give up, stating that if he didn't take Su Wanwan home today, he would regret it. Only then did the leading man in black turn to look at Su Wanwan, silently asking for her approval. I don't know him. He just came over and said that if my mental power level was high, he would take me home to have children, Su Wanwan replied sincerely. The man scrutinized her again, wondering why she looked so familiar. After confirming that Su Wanwan didn't know him, he signaled to his companions. The men in black immediately surged forward, pinning the man to the ground before dragging him out of the mental testing center. Can't let anyone disturb us. Su Wanwan began to feel anxious, not knowing if something special had happened to Su Jiajia inside. Why hadn't he come out for so long? The cubs' tests take a bit longer. So don't worry, one of the men in black comforted her. They all wore black uniforms, sunglasses, and had icy expressions that frequently drew attention. Su Wanwan thought that after today, she would definitely be trending online again. Just for a mental power test. Why were there so many people around her? Was it possible they were there to protect her because she didn't have mental power? I think that girl looks familiar. She seems to be a popular food streamer recently. She overheard someone nearby whispering. Su Wanwan turned to take a look. Although there weren't many people in the hall, they were all gathered together discussing her. Fortunately, Su Jiajia's chamber door finally opened, and he walked out, looking a bit dazed. The man in black in front glanced at the news and looked at Su Jiajia in surprise. You two are together? That's perfect. He gestured for them to come forward and exchanged glances with the other men in black. Su Wanwan felt a sense of unease. It seemed like these people were conspiring about something. As for the chief, he was the highest leader of the empire. She couldn't find out much information about him or whether he could be trusted. And Qiao Lifan was just her fiancé assigned by the empire. They hadn't had much interaction, so she didn't know if he was trustworthy either. Since the day she was reborn, the original plot had been changing slowly. She just needed to remember the key time points of the major events. Why such a high mental power? Why is it 3S? Su Wanwan heard Su Jiajia muttering in his heart and immediately turned to look at him. He also had 3S top-level mental power. If it was just her, she could still think it was because she wasn't local, but both she and Su Jiajia had it. This matter must be related to their parents. When their parents passed away, the two siblings didn't even receive a box of ashes. The empire just sent someone to inform them that their parents had died in an accident. Thinking carefully, there were many doubts about this matter. She secretly sent a message to Qiao Lifan, informing him of where she was going. Now, he was the only one she could trust. If the chief was a good person, then it was just her being overly cautious. If he had ulterior motives, it would be an extra layer of protection. The men in black took Su Wanwan outside the testing center, where many flying vehicles were already waiting at the entrance. Su Wanwan glanced back at Su Jiajia. He looked a bit timid, tightly gripping her hand. It's okay, let us go, Su Wanwan said softly. She had plenty of little gadgets on her. If anything happened, finding a place to hide wouldn't be a problem at all. Chapter 31 Test Results Top Tier 3S. Level Mental Power Expert Su Jiajia followed Su Wanwan and sat on the leading spacecraft. This spacecraft looked substantially more advanced than Qiao Lifan's, with windows that activated anti-peeping mode, making it impossible to see who was inside from the outside. There has never been a 3S level mental power expert in the galaxy. Why am I the only one? The level of mental power is declining day by day. What is the reason for this? Su Jiajia's mind was filled with countless questions. It was also the first time Su Wanwan heard Su Jiajia thinking so much in her mind. Could it be that such mental power experts appeared before, but were taken away and never returned? At that moment, Su Wanwan felt that Su Jiajia might be onto something. Because there are so few mental power experts, even if someone disappears, no one might know. Moreover, the instruments at the testing center are fully enclosed. Others also wouldn't know how strong the mental power of those who walk out from inside is. Before she could sort out all the thoughts, the spacecraft came to a halt. The building in front of them seemed to reach the sky, entirely silver white, with a huge symbol representing the azure star hanging in the center. A red carpet was laid in the middle of the road, and a man in a black uniform stood every 5 meters or so on either side. As Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia walked down the red carpet, they felt as if they were on a dead-end road. Entering the building's main entrance, a short and stout middle-aged man was in the center of the hall. After the black-clad man handed Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia over to him, they stepped back. Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia, come with me. The chief is waiting for you upstairs. My surname is Wang. You can call me Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang smiled and led the two into a nearby private elevator. The private elevator had only one button, going straight to the top floor. Our chief is very easy to talk to, don't worry. He never makes things difficult for kids. Uncle Wang seemed to sense their unease and reassured them. He had taken in at least a dozen children this year. Some were curious about the place, while others were excited. However, it was his first time seeing cautious individuals like Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia. Uncle, the chief won't eat us, right? Are we the first 3S level mental power experts in recent years? Su Jiajia asked sweetly. Su Wanwan knew Su Jiajia had her own thoughts and didn't stop her. Uncle Wang paused and squatted down to talk to Su Jiajia. Of course not. The chief will even give you candy. The more he said that, the more vigilant Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia became. However, you are indeed not the first 3S level. In this current environment, who would come forward to say their mental power is so strong? Su Wanwan lowered her gaze in contemplation. It was precisely because of the low numbers that no one knew whether they existed or not. But the annual data showed that there had been no S-level experts on Azure Star to date. Or were they concealing? With a ding, the elevator reached the top floor, and the doors slowly opened. Blinding sunlight caused both of them to squint. As Su Wanwan led Su Jiajia out of the elevator, she finally saw the man sitting in the chair. She had expected an elderly man, but the man before them was at most in his early 30s. Great! We have 2 more mental power experts. He clapped vigorously for the 2. Su Jiajia glanced worriedly at Su Wanwan. This man seemed strange. I called you over today for no other reason than to meet you. You should know what mental power represents on Azure Star. When you grow up, I hope you can join the Federal Combat Team and contribute to our Azure Star. He spoke with ambition, trying hard to persuade them. Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia exchanged glances. It sounded as if something big was about to happen, as if the entire planet was in danger and urgently needed strong individuals for protection. So how about it? Are you 2 interested? Su Wanwan tightened her grip on Su Jiajia's hand, took a deep breath, and replied cooperatively, You should know I'm just a small food streamer. If I hadn't gone to test my mental power today, I wouldn't have known I had such great strength. If there is a need for us in the future, we will help. But for now, I still want to continue live streaming food. It's a profession I love. After listening to their statements, the chief pondered for a moment and then turned his gaze to Su Jiajia. And you? Su Jiajia innocently pointed to herself. Sir, I just turned 5 this year. Studying is what I should focus on. After hearing both of their responses, the chief snorted lightly. My surname is Long. You can call me Uncle Long. I'm a few years older than you, so just call me that. You can go back for now. I will find you again later. After saying this, he turned away, and Su Wanwan couldn't see his expression. She even felt somewhat bewildered, not really understanding what this so-called chief meant. Was today just to see what they looked like? After taking the elevator back to the first floor, Uncle Wang handed each of them a bottle of nutritional liquid. This is our newly developed brand. It hasn't been officially launched yet. The flavor should suit young people. You 2 can each have one to try. Su Wanwan took the nutritional liquid and turned to leave the building with Su Jiajia. At the entrance, there was a waiting spacecraft that took them directly home. Sister, I feel something is strange. Shouldn't we have done a mental power test? Su Jiajia whispered. The smiling uncle they met at the elevator and the strange chief inside didn't seem like normal people at all. Moreover, they clearly said there had been similar levels before, but not a single one had appeared in the annual reports. Such experts would be discovered in daily life. Why had no one stepped forward until now? Let us just focus on our own matters and be adaptable. This nutritional liquid looks a bit strange. Su Wanwan shrugged and placed the 2 bottles of nutritional liquid on the table. Most nutritional liquids on the market are clear and transparent, with slight color variations based on flavor, but the ones in their hands were different. The liquid in the bottles was a deep red, appearing chaotic under the sunlight. Sister, we can't eat things given by strangers. Su Jiajia tugged at Su Wanwan's sleeve, and the nutritional liquid doesn't taste good. After thinking for a moment, Su Wanwan put the 2 bottles of nutritional liquid in a small box for safekeeping, just in case they might be useful in the future. Chapter 32, Don't Drink Anything. He gives you. Su Wanwan held the small box and placed it in the corner of the refrigerator, planning to take it out for testing later to see what the so-called nutrient solution really contained. When she pulled out her holographic device to check messages, she found that there were actually more than a dozen unread messages from Qiao Lifan. Don't drink anything he gives you. I'm on my way. Are you okay? Su Wanwan was startled. She had forgotten to reply. Would Qiao Lifan rush to the commander's office now? Come back quickly. I'm at home. She immediately sent the message. On Qiao Lifan's side, it showed that he was typing for a moment, then a call came in. Su Wanwan hesitated when she saw the caller ID, but fearing he might be anxious, she decided to answer. It takes a while to get to the commander's office. I was worried something happened to you. Did he give you any trouble? Qiao Lifan's tone was a bit impatient at first, but he took a deep breath and calmed down. No, but do you know about those mental power users from before? Su Wanwan tentatively asked, hoping he might know something. Qiao Lifan pondered for a moment and lowered his voice, saying, It's better if you don't get involved in this matter. The more you know, the more dangerous it is for you. Now that you're home, I can relax. After saying that, he hung up. Su Wanwan looked at the call-ended screen. It seemed that everyone acted strangely when mental powers were mentioned, and she couldn't afford to alert them. Sister, why don't you try to transform your entity again? Su Jiajia looked at Su Wanwan's worried expression and couldn't help but suggest. With such strong mental power, it's impossible that you can't transform your entity. Su Wanwan shook her head. I can't sense anything. I don't even know what species I am, let alone transform. She opened a shopping page and ordered dozens of dinner knives. Since she couldn't use magical attacks, she would go for physical attacks. At her age, how could she not protect her brother? In the courtyard, Su Jiajia set up a row of empty cans on the railing from a distance and shouted with her arms wide open, Sister, is this far enough? Su Wanwan gave an okay gesture. Using dinner knives was the most reasonable method she could think of. As a food streamer, she liked to use her own utensils. So carrying a dinner knife wasn't excessive, right? Seeing that gesture, Su Jiajia immediately ran far away to hide behind the wall. Her sister had never played with knives before. What if she accidentally hurt him? There was no other adorable cub like him in the world. Su Wanwan squinted her eyes, recalling the feeling of handling knives before. Previously, she just liked throwing knives onto the cutting board, but now the distance was doubled, yet the principle remained the same. Once she practiced the basics well, she could incorporate mental power for control. She rotated her wrist and sent the knife flying toward the target. The dinner knife spun in the air a few times before landing perfectly on the ground in front of the cans. Sister, you can do it. Today's goal is to knock down these 5 cans. After throwing a few more, Su Wanwan gradually regained her previous feel. She experimented with the use of mental power. After all, mental power was an invisible and intangible thing, elusive. She tried to wrap it around the dinner knife and give it a boost at the moment of throwing. With her current wrist strength, it was hard to throw the knife far. In the best-case scenario, she could reach about 5 meters when the target was visible. But in a real fight, the enemy might be 10 or even 20 meters away. Would she just stab the ground with the dinner knife as a trap? Sister, you hit it. Su Jiajia excitedly picked up the can that had the knife stuck in it. She hadn't seen how the knife came out. In an instant, she just heard a sound, and there was the can on the ground. Su Wanwan was also a bit surprised. It turned out that adding a little mental power could have such a significant effect. To test the results, she decided to try again. Seeing this, Su Jiajia quickly ran to the side to hide. This time, Su Wanwan carefully aimed at the can, holding 2 dinner knives, wrapped them in mental power, and shot them out together. With 2 sounds, both dinner knives hit their targets simultaneously. The knife tips penetrated the can, leaving only the handle sticking out. The power was considerable, but she still needed time to practice for perfect use. Sister, you're amazing. Su Jiajia cheered like a little cheerleader, waving her small arms for Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan looked at the empty cans that had disappeared and finally revealed a smile of satisfaction. She was completely useless after all. She squatted down and opened her arms to Su Jiajia, no longer worried about not being able to protect him. Su Jiajia immediately ran from a distance into Su Wanwan's embrace, nuzzling his head against her chin with a smile, feeling grateful to have a sister. You learned to use mental powers so quickly. That's impressive. When Su Wanwan turned around, she saw Qiao Lifan standing at the door. He seemed genuinely happy for Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan quickly opened the door to welcome Qiao Lifan in. Why didn't you call us when you arrived? It's not good to stand at the door. Qiao Lifan pointed to his still warm flying device. I just arrived, It's no trouble. Su Jiajia glanced at Su Wanwan, then at Qiao Lifan, and quickly ran back into the house. He couldn't delay his sister from finding a brother-in-law. Seeing Qiao Lifan's appearance, Su Wanwan unconsciously asked the question that had been on her mind. General Qiao, what is your entity? As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately covered her mouth. It would have been fine if she were asking Su Jiajia, but she wasn't very familiar with Qiao Lifan yet, and she just blurted out wanting to know about his entity. If she weren't a woman, she might have been thought of as a pervert and taken away. Qiao Lifan chuckled lightly, his peach blossom eyes forming a crescent moon as he asked back, "You want to see?" Su Wanwan nodded. If he was willing to show it, it would be a problem. Qiao Lifan glanced around at the environment. It's spacious enough. But as a general, if this form were seen by others, he would feel a bit embarrassed. He touched his nose, lowering his voice a bit, even carrying a hint of a threat. If I transform back, you must not laugh at me. He had once tried to participate in battles in his original form, but all the official reports from the federal team had been deleted by him. It was truly a disgrace to the image of an imperial general. Chapter 33, General Qiao's true form is. Su Wanwan swore to the heavens that she wouldn't laugh after seeing it. Someone as cold and formidable as Qiao Lifan should be a handsome wolf, leopard, or tiger, right? There's nothing shameful about that. It can't be some Barbie pink animal. Let's go inside instead. Qiao Lifan pointed to the interior of the house. Outside, people were constantly passing by, and there were flying vehicles overhead. If the entry got exposed again, it might never be removed. Su Wanwan never thought Qiao Lifan would agree to such an unreasonable request, but seeing a chance now, she was naturally 100% cooperative. She immediately opened the front door and invited Qiao Lifan inside. Su Jiajia, who heard the conversation outside, sat motionless on the sofa, watching the two. A golden particle aura radiated from Qiao Lifan, and then in the living room of Su Wanwan's house, a giant panda about 3 meters tall appeared. Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia were both stunned. Su Jiajia had never seen such a creature that only existed on the ancient blue star. As for Su Wanwan, she never expected that the seemingly aloof and handsome Qiao Lifan's true form would actually be a giant panda. If this were in the past, it would definitely be a national treasure. Seeing the two in a daze, Qiao Lifan quickly transformed back into human form, apologizing for scaring them. Before entering the book, Su Wanwan often watched videos about giant pandas online, and her dream was to touch one. However, that wish had never been fulfilled. Thinking about Qiao Lifan's true form, the fur was incredibly soft, and the 2 fluffy ears looked very touchable. Can I touch it? Su Jiajia and Su Wanwan both spoke at the same time. Who wouldn't be tempted? Qiao Lifan was evidently startled by this request. People in his team teased him that no woman could resist the suave and handsome General Qiao. But if they knew his true form was a panda, they would immediately take back what they said. Why do these siblings from the Su family not follow the norm? Since it was Su Wanwan's request, he transformed into a panda and lay down on the ground. Su Wanwan immediately hugged the panda's head and gave it a flurry of kisses. It was just too cute. Moreover, the panda transformed by Qiao Lifan had fur as soft as a cat's, and the 2 large round ears felt wonderful to touch. Qiao Lifan thought to himself, "It's a good thing I'm a panda now, otherwise my blushing would be noticeable." Although he had countless achievements in battle, he had no experience with women. Su Jiajia transformed into a little fox and sprawled out on Qiao Lifan's back, making it feel like a soft, warm bed. Qiao Lifan, you're a national treasure. Su Wanwan kissed the panda's forehead and sincerely admired its round, glistening eyes. Qiao Lifan slightly averted his gaze. That was on the ancient blue star. In the current galaxy, pandas weren't cool enough. Everyone liked flashy forms. Giant pandas just look sturdy. Not all. I really like it. It feels very safe, Su Wanwan said, rubbing it for a while before reluctantly letting go of Qiao Lifan's head. She truly had no resistance to giant pandas. Su Jiajia softly squeaked from Qiao Lifan's back. Sister said she really likes you. Su Wanwan shot her a glare. I said I like giant pandas. What did I say? I like General Qiao. Besides, General Qiao is definitely better suited for Vice Officer Lin. They were all in the same team, had a lot of contact, and their strengths were comparable. Qiao Lifan turned his round eyes to look at Su Wanwan. But I like you. I've liked you for a long, long time. He said it with deep affection. But Su Wanwan had no idea where they had met when they were young. The original owner's memory didn't have it, and Su Wanwan had only recently arrived. I'm not the same as before. If you like the old me, I suggest you find someone else to like. Su Wanwan bluntly expressed her thoughts. She wouldn't be a substitute. Even if she spent this lifetime living with Su Jiajia, she wouldn't randomly find a man to be a substitute for survival. Su Jiajia flicked her tail. She couldn't understand what they were talking about. Qiao Lifan transformed back into human form and sighed softly. I'll tell you the story when I have time. Just know that I like you, and that's enough. Su Wanwan didn't believe this at all. Many men would say, I've liked you for a long time. She wasn't a gullible 3-year-old. I'm leaving now. If you need anything, find me, Qiao Lifan said, seeing Su Wanwan's disbelief, lowering his gaze so she couldn't see his expression. But Su Wanwan could sense that Qiao Lifan was a bit sad now. Then why don't you say it now? I'll see how credible it is, Su Wanwan asked tentatively. Hearing that Su Wanwan was willing to listen, Qiao Lifan's eyes brightened instantly. But just as he was about to start, he frowned and looked towards the door, grabbing his weapon. Su Jiajia was immediately frightened and ran into Su Wanwan's arms. Someone was outside the door. It seemed that the yard door hadn't been locked when they entered, which allowed someone to take advantage of the opening. Sister, I'm a bit scared. The little fox's claws tightly clung to Su Wanwan's neck, glancing at the door after a long internal struggle. He also wanted to protect his sister, but seemed unable to overcome his mental barrier. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open, and standing outside were a group of men in black. They were all equipped with high-quality weapons, and their uniforms bore a unified emblem. This time, Su Wanwan observed closely. It was a red circle with flame-like patterns surrounding it, and in the center was a phoenix ready to take flight. Biological Research Institute? What do you want here? Qiao Lifan protected Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia behind him. A man stepped out from the crowd. His hair reached his waist, and he raised his chin, looking down at Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia. To think I would find General Qiao in the home of 2 little ants. What an honor. My mission is to take Su Jiajia and Su Wanwan away. It has nothing to do with you, so step aside. Seeing him, Qiao Lifan stood straight, aiming his gun directly at him. Black Wolf? Rare visitor. They shouldn't have what you want. You'd better leave now. Su Wanwan listened to the unfamiliar term and hugged Su Jiajia tighter. Biological Research Institute. What kind of place was that? Black Wolf? They must be from an organization. But why did they come to find her and Su Jiajia? Chapter 34. How can you defeat me alone? You think you can win against me alone? What you say doesn't count. My boss specifically ordered me to bring these 2 little ones back. If I can't bring them back, I'll be the one punished. The Black Wolf scoffed and signaled, and all the people in black rushed forward. How can you defeat my Shadow Legion alone? I thank you for not closing the door today, giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, breaking the restrictions of this broken house would be really difficult. For years, he had been sending people from the organization to explore the restrictions of this house, but they had never been broken. Qiao Lifan's fingers danced quickly as he set up a barrier around Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia. Stay put and don't move. After saying that, he immediately turned back to join the battle. Su Wanwan closed her eyes. Why should she always be the one being protected? She didn't want to be useless either. It's just that she didn't have a physical body. She closed her eyes, and her mental power surged out like invisible transparent threads. Su Wanwan manipulated the mental threads, binding one person after another. The threads made of mental power were tougher than steel cables, and the members of the Shadow Legion fell one after another. Soon, only the Black Wolf was left on the field. Seeing the unusual situation before him, his expression changed drastically. Qiao Lifan, your mental power has actually reached this level. Qiao Lifan glanced at Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia, understanding in his heart. He switched his weapon from a gun to a dagger and quickly rushed towards the Black Wolf. He was buying time for Su Wanwan. This was Su Wanwan's first attempt at using her mental power, and sometimes the threads in the air didn't obey her commands, swirling like a tangle of noodles. Su Jiajia quietly transformed back into human form and jumped to the ground, mimicking Su Wanwan by starting to mobilize her own mental power. The threads covered the entire villa. creating a large net that enveloped everyone within it. The black wolf probably wouldn't be able to escape this time. Is it not your mental power, but theirs? I knew that children born to such parents would definitely be little monsters. The black wolf gritted his teeth and said, realizing too late. He tried to find a gap to escape, but no matter what, he would be bounced back by the large net. Jiajia and Wanwan worked together to manipulate the net, making it smaller and smaller until they trapped the black wolf in place. And only then did they suddenly open their eyes. When Wanwan saw the black wolf trapped on the ground and unable to move, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did I just hear you mention my parents? Wanwan slowly walked towards the black wolf, half squatting in front of him and asking in a low voice. If he knew something, it would prove that the disappearance of the original owner's parents was related to him. If the parents were alive, Jiajia wouldn't have ended up like that. The longer she stayed with Jiajia, the more she immersed herself in the identity of the original owner. The original owner's parents were equivalent to her parents. The black wolf gritted his teeth. After following his master to battle for many years, he had actually been defeated by a little girl. It was simply a humiliation. Wanwan tightened the net again and asked, "Where are my parents? What is the Biological Research Institute? They're not dead, right?" The black wolf gasped for breath. His mental power unable to compete with Wanwan's, and under the current restraint, he could barely breathe. They're not dead, but they're close. No one who entered our Biological Research Institute ever came back alive. The black wolf stubbornly refused to tell Wanwan what was happening with her parents. In a fit of anger, Wanwan even felt an impulse to kill the black wolf. Jiajia, seeing this, carefully tugged at Wanwan's arm and said, "Sister?" She now resembled her earlier self, the one who would hit and scold Jiajia every day. Wanwan came back to her senses, her mental power dissipating like a tide. Her vision blurred, and after glancing at the black wolf in front of her, she completely lost consciousness. After losing consciousness, she fell into a black void. In that place, there was a girl who looked exactly like the current Wanwan. She pointed to a piece of emptiness in front of her, signaling Wanwan to look. As Wanwan stepped closer, she realized that these were also the memories of the original owner, but they hadn't been transmitted to her when she received the memories. She looked inside, and there was a young Wanwan playing games with her parents on the grass. Her father and mother gently taught her to use mental power to control small objects for play. Outside the fence, there often stood a little boy, his eyes filled with envy or something else. He would watch for a fixed 1 or 2 hours every day. Later, when Wanwan had a younger brother, the little boy outside would watch her play with her brother every day. Wanwan began to understand. The little boy outside was likely the young Qiao Lifan. She just didn't know his background or what had happened to him. When Jiajia was 2 years old, Qiao Lifan never came back again. Then, one day, her parents' mental powers went berserk and were taken away by a group of people. The young Wanwan didn't dare to look up and didn't know who those people were. Afterward, someone forcibly erased the memories of Wanwan and Jiajia and told them that their parents had died in an accident. After that, Wanwan's mental power often went awry, and she believed that her brother was the culprit behind her parents' disappearance. Under such emotional torment, the original owner would hit and scold the young Jiajia every day, spending all the relief funds on useless trinkets for herself. Later, Wanwan arrived, taking over the body that Jiajia had killed. After watching these fleeting memories, Wanwan looked at the original owner in front of her. "I will help you find your parents, and I will take good care of your brother." Although everything she experienced now felt somewhat magical, since her one thought had caused her to become the Wanwan in the book, she would take on the corresponding responsibilities. The original owner smiled slightly and turned into golden dust, dissipating into the black void. "Sister, don't die," Jiajia cried, burying herself into Wanwan's arms. A few days ago, Jiajia had wished her sister would pass away quickly. But now, all Jiajia hoped for was that her sister could stay with her, preferably for a lifetime. The medical device and the team's doctors also arrived, but they couldn't figure out why Wanwan wouldn't wake up. When Wanwan woke up, she saw a completely different setup from her home. The entire house was in black and white, and the furniture was very simple. Beside her on the left lay Qiao Lifan, with Jiajia also resting on him. Chapter 35. If you want me to move to your house, just say so. The two of them slept soundly, and Wanwan had no intention of waking them. In the depths of her consciousness, although she felt the time was short, she had no concept of the passage of time. Sister, Jiajia turned over and hugged Wanwan's arm. Don't wake Jiajia. Even now, in her dreams, there were still shadows of the past. Wanwan gently patted Jiajia, using her body heat to warm her. Qiao Lifan immediately opened his eyes at the slightest sound and quietly went to the side to get a tube of nutritional fluid and an energy cube. Drink and eat something. You've been in a deep sleep for 2 days, and your bodily functions have been declining. Wanwan looked at the transparent liquid and recalled the lingering smell of motor oil, feeling her stomach churn. She shook her head. Do you have a kitchen? I'll go cook something to eat later. Jiajia must be hungry too. She didn't even know how she ended up at Qiao Lifan's house. They had agreed to start a live stream the next day, but she had disappeared for 2 days, and her fans must be worried. Wanwan gently pulled her arm out and placed a pillow in Jiajia's embrace. Jiajia snuggled the pillow and turned over to sleep again. Qiao Lifan silently led Wanwan out of the room. Although I don't have a kitchen here, during your deep sleep, I ordered a whole set of kitchen supplies. You can see what's missing, and I'll get more. Qiao Lifan pointed to a small area around the corner, almost a one-to-one replica of Wanwan's kitchen. This is too extravagant, and why are Jiajia and I at your house? Wanwan was a bit curious. Her own home had everything, so it didn't make sense to move all the way to Qiao Lifan's house. Qiao Lifan's eyes flickered, and after a long pause, he said, Your house. The front door is broken and not very safe, and I have a home medical robot and a specialized team of doctors here to better treat your injuries. Wanwan snorted softly. She could hear that calculation from 800 miles away. After seeing the original owner's memories, she became curious about Qiao Lifan. Want to know what kind of person he used to be. If you want me to move here, you could just tell me directly. No need to go around in circles. Wanwan slightly raised her head and glanced quietly in Qiao Lifan's direction. Qiao Lifan blinked in surprise. Is that okay? Now, robots can do anything. Fixing a front door only takes a few minutes. Caught in such a clumsy lie, Qiao Lifan felt a bit embarrassed. Wanwan didn't give Qiao Lifan a clear answer and began searching for her live streaming floating ball. Where's my cooking stuff? After searching for a while, she didn't find the old ball. Qiao Lifan pointed to the kitchen. I bought you a new one. I put the old one in your bag, which is still in the room. They couldn't go in to retrieve it now, fearing it would wake Jiajia. Wanwan tied her hair up and went to take a look around the kitchen. The refrigerator was already full, with everything one could need. Almost everything that could be bought from the Agricultural Research Institute had been moved over by Qiao Lifan. Can we give it a try? If you don't like me in 3 months, I will propose to cancel the engagement to headquarters. Qiao Lifan's suggestion came suddenly, leaving Wanwan unsure how to respond. However, she was willing to get to know someone over the next 3 months. Okay, I'll go cook. You can't help. Now, she had time to carefully examine Qiao Lifan. He was wearing a casual white shirt and loose-fitting trousers, giving off a youthful charm. This was a stark contrast to his former stern demeanor as a general. He also appeared to have a good physique. Extra points. Wanwan went to the kitchen. Since she and Jiajia hadn't eaten for 2 days, they should eat something light to protect their stomachs, so they could enjoy more delicious food later. She planned to make some pickled vegetables, spicy cucumbers, and sweet garlic. After preparing the ingredients, she started the live stream. In an instant, the streaming room quickly filled up with familiar faces, along with some newcomers. They had learned about Wanwan through recent news. This was an unexpected little boost in popularity. Host, if you don't come out soon, we'll have to come find you. We haven't known what to eat these past few days. Hurry up and get to the point. I'm curious if the host and General Qiao are really together. Is this something we can ship? Plus, the host doesn't seem to be at her own home. The background is different. Wanwan looked at the comments and cleverly changed the subject. I'm just a food streamer. It's best not to inquire about my personal feelings. Before everything settled down, she didn't want to make any statements. I haven't streamed these past few days because I caught a little cold. It might be because it was a bit cold in the mountains that day. So, babies, make sure to keep warm when you go out to play. Wanwan casually made up an excuse. I don't want to just listen to cooking. I can't cook either, but she called me baby. Same here. I hope next time a host can pick more people. I'm not only bad at cooking, but also unlucky. Su Wanwan almost forgot something. After reading the comments, she immediately attached the link to the Agricultural Research Institute in the streaming room, listing all the seasonings and raw materials needed for today. There are many types of seasonings, but only 3 raw materials. I've listed all the raw materials. You could buy what you need. The seasonings might be a bit many, but if you buy them this time, you'll be able to use them for future dishes. Su Wanwan explained to everyone. What she was making now wasn't too difficult. Especially today's dishes, one just needed to follow the steps to add the seasonings. As soon as Su Wanwan said that, everyone held their breath, waiting for her to demonstrate. Su Wanwan took out a basin of garlic, filled it with water, and then threw in a handful of salt. Just a little salt, and we will soak it for 4 hours. Su Wanwan used a barrier to accelerate the time, and when it was about time, she removed the barrier. Next, we will make a syrup. For 1,000 milliliters of water, add about 750 grams of rock sugar. After the sugar dissolves, add rice vinegar and continue to boil for 2 or 3 minutes. Su Wanwan added the seasonings to the pot one by one. Her movements were elegant, exuding a sense of calm beauty. Chapter 36. Cucumber with sugar garlic. After the sweet and sour water cooled down, Su Wanwan added 40 milliliters of white wine to it. Next, we just need to put the garlic in the jar and let time flow as fast as possible. If we convert to time, it will likely be ready to eat after about a month of pickling. Su Wanwan capped the jar and set up the barrier, preparing to make the next type of pickle. These pickles can last a long time, providing breakfast and side dishes for quite a while in the future. Su Wanwan then took out the cucumbers. The sugar garlic would need some more time, so she decided to cook some porridge and prepare the cucumbers at the same time. The method for cooking porridge was the same as the sweet potato porridge she taught everyone last time, but this time we would omit the sweet potato. The cooking time for the porridge was not long, and she was too lazy to speed up time. She let the rice cooker cook slowly. Why are all the dishes today cold? Can they taste good? They don't look as delicious as the hot dishes from the past few days, and there's no aroma. Can't the host make anything else? Su Wanwan saw the doubts on the screen and wasn't angry. She wanted to let them know that delicious food doesn't have to be hot. Even cold dishes can be very tasty. Chinese cuisine is profound and extensive, and there are many things they haven't seen before. When Su Wanwan looked up again, she found a PK invitation on the page, sent by Wanner. It must be that Wanner's people had come over to inform her. She controlled the module with her eyes and clicked accept. She wanted to see what kind of tricks Wanner could pull off. Now the two of them were in the same company. As soon as the PK started, the screen instantly split in half, with Wanner's live streaming room appearing on the right side. As soon as she caught a whiff of cheap perfume, she immediately turned off the scent sharing from the other side. The fresh and cool cucumber aroma was much more pleasant. A battle? Wanner was still wearing a somewhat flashy red outfit today, exposing her shoulders and collarbones. If she pulled her clothes down a little more, the live streaming room would be immediately banned. Su Wanwan cut the cucumbers into strips and tossed them into a bowl, thinking, I don't want to play. She had never thought about doing any PK. She just wanted to quietly stream food. Wanner chuckled mischievously. It's okay. Sister will teach you. PK is when both of our live streaming rooms open scent sharing and the audience in the live stream gets to choose. We each make a dish, and they taste it, voting for whichever they think is better. Fair, right? Someone had just come to inform her that Su Wanwan's food today looked unappetizing. Plus, it had no aroma, indicating she was out of tricks. What a great opportunity to suppress her. Only she, Wanner, could be the #1 in Xingpan entertainment. Why should a newcomer have any hope of taking her position? Su Wanwan calmly nodded, all right, let's do it. She immediately muted the other side and continued making her pickled cucumbers. This time she cut 8 cucumbers, intending to give some away to the audience in the live stream. She didn't know why they thought cold dishes wouldn't taste good. Perhaps it was the lack of a steaming atmosphere. In contrast, on Wanner's side, she was making her dish while playing loud background music, which was quite annoying. Even though she was a food streamer, the room was filled with the scent of perfume. Of course, it could just be her personal distaste. We added 2 spoonfuls of salt and 2 spoonfuls of sugar into the bowl, and then mixed them well. Su Wanwan proceeded to the next steps at a leisurely pace. After not eating for 2 days, she did feel a bit weak, and after mixing for a while, she broke out in a light sweat on her forehead. However, to enjoy a perfect breakfast, she was willing to endure. She would rather faint than drink a sip of nutritional liquid. What should I do, Sue? I'm not yet an adult and don't have much pocket money. What if I lose later? Sue, I really want to help you, but I'm powerless. Can I still watch your live stream? Su Wanwan found it somewhat amusing to see those comments on screen. I just said to have a little fun. Why take it so seriously? If you want to vote, go ahead. If not, then don't. My goal is just to bring you delicious food. Everyone who drank nutritional liquid should experience what delicious food really is. Moreover, the satisfaction after a meal cannot be matched by any ordinary nutritional liquid. Hearing this, the fans in the live stream felt even more guilty. They would rather Su Wanwan say she didn't have money for votes and leave. It felt like they were just freeloading. Su Wanwan remained calm, and after evenly kneading the cucumbers, she used the barrier to lower their temperature. Then she heated some oil in a pot, adding an appropriate amount of Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, garlic slices, ginger slices, light soy sauce, water, and sugar. Once everything had cooled down, she squeezed out the moisture from the pickled cucumbers and added the seasonings and peanuts. A rich rice aroma gradually spread throughout the room, and the people in the live stream slowly began to smell it. I have a discovery. The host changed the live streaming equipment. It smells like we're right there in the kitchen. The host finally splurged on new equipment. The previous one made me lean on the screen every day to smell. The aroma was so faint, and the fragrance wasn't that obvious. Su Wanwan glanced at the new live streaming ball, which was surely expensive. She advised everyone that when cooking at home, if they had time, they should try cooking without the barrier. Although the barrier speeds up the cooking process, it loses a lot of fun, and the flavor of the food gradually releases during the cooking process. Su Wanwan arranged the dishes beautifully on a plate and placed it in front of the camera. She also remembered to put some of each dish into small bowls for sharing. Although they couldn't actually eat the food, they could perfectly experience the crispy texture and the flavor of the food itself. As usual, there would be a lottery today. Just as Su Wanwan was about to open the lottery page, she suddenly heard the door to the room open and a small figure dashed into her arms. Sister, why aren't you in the room sleeping with me? Instead, you're out here cooking for him. Su Jiajia complained vigorously. I'm just a little cub. I need someone to accompany me. Su Wanwan had been in a daze for so many days, and he had been by her side all along. She never expected to wake up and find herself taken away by Qiao Lifan. If Su Wanwan didn't comfort him soon, he would throw a tantrum. At that moment, the fans seeing Su Jiajia were going wild. The little cub is so cute. When will the host bring the little cub out to play? I'll treat you to free nutritional liquid. Hearing Su Jiajia speak, the fans were all stunned. So that means there are others in the host's house? Who is that stinky man? Who gets to eat such delicious food every day? Chapter 37. The anchor has a situation. Su Wanwan glanced at the screen, then pinched Su Jiajia's dewy little face, rubbed it a bit, and whispered through gritted teeth, Jiajia, sister is live streaming and cooking for you. It was so fantastical that a young anchor suddenly had a man overnight. How old is the anchor this year? Could it be that this little one is really the anchor's child? And that guy, he can't possibly be the child's father, right? It could also be the anchor's friend. The child didn't specify whether that person is male or female. At this moment, those busy eating and those busy watching were seeing Wanwan's votes rising sharply. Su Wanwan took a moment to look. Wasn't this supposed to be a food live stream? Why was Wanwan tugging at her sleeve and starting to dance? And what was that pot of dark charcoal-like stuff? Could it be eaten? Indeed, looking at it more was an insult to the word delicious. However, her dancing did cause the votes on the other side to rise. Su Wanwan glanced at her own unchanged progress bar, moved a stool over, and focused on watching Wanwan dance, also turning on the sound from that side. She had finished cooking, just waiting for Wanwan to finish dancing so she could eat. Brothers, help Wanwan with the votes. If Wanwan wins, she should make Su, who raises the little one, switch careers, and kick her out of the live streaming industry. Okay? Wanwan was using her voice skillfully, occasionally throwing a flirtatious glance. As soon as the people on Su Wanwan's side heard this, they became anxious. If Su Wanwan stopped live streaming, where would they learn to cook delicious food? Many families had quit nutritional liquids after watching Su Wanwan streams, feeling refreshed every day, no longer lacking energy. Everyone rushed to vote, and those with money threw in cash, quickly reversing the progress bar. Su Wanwan looked at the screen and said, Wanwan, isn't this a bit off? You clearly said it was a food competition. What are you dancing for? Let's share the food you made and the food I made so everyone can see which is better. Jiajia finally woke up at this moment. Upon seeing Wanwan on the screen, he immediately turned his head away. I won't look, I won't look. How could such a big person still act coy and shy? Jiajia shouted loudly while buried in Wanwan's arms. Isn't this clearly bullying my sister? Qiao Lifan glanced at the kitchen and quietly opened the live stream. He had just heard the whole story while Wanwan was live streaming. He didn't expect Wanwan to use such despicable means. The live streaming industry needed to be regulated now. He opened a dialog box and edited a message to send. After receiving a reply, he was satisfied and smiled. No one could bully his fiancée, not even himself. Upon hearing about the shared system being initiated, Wanwan immediately panicked. Her live stream usually only had sent sharing and wouldn't let people in the room taste her food. Wanwan, confident and unafraid, quietly waited to see how Wanwan would conclude. If you don't open it, when the time is up, no matter how many votes I have, it will all count as my win because what you presented to the audience is not food at all. Wanwan sat on the chair with her legs crossed. Her eyes filled with a confident smile. How can a chicken stand with a phoenix? Wanwan looked at the charcoal in front of her and then at the barrage in her live stream, her hand trembling as she wanted to initiate the holographic sharing. If she really let them eat it, her job would definitely be lost. But if she didn't open it, it would be like admitting defeat. That would be worse. Wanwan is live streaming. The Wan family army supports you. No matter what your dish looks like, it smells good. Brothers support you. As soon as Wanwan opened Wanwan's live stream with her brain, she saw the barrage inside. It turned out that this bet had never been intended to be fair from the beginning. And because of this bet, Wanwan's live stream attracted many passers-by. Isn't Wan on the top of the food area? How did this new anchor rise against her? I heard Wanwan is the biological daughter of Xingpan Entertainment, and she's been promoted all the way to now. This new anchor is in trouble. Wanwan seemed to ignore it. She served 2 bowls of porridge and brought the remaining 2 plates of dishes to the dining table behind her. At this time, there were still 2 minutes left in the PK time. Jiajia, go eat first. Sister will eat later. Wanwan helped Jiajia tidy up his slightly messy hair from sleeping. Just Jiajia's looks had already won over many viewers. Who doesn't like a soft, cute little sweetheart? Jiajia shook his head and said like a little adult, Jiajia wants to see sister compete against the big witch. Sister's cooking is the best. Unless something better comes out for me to taste, she won't dare. Wanwan was provoked by a little kid and immediately initiated the holographic sharing. Come on, taste it. What do I have to be afraid of? The ingredients from ancient Blue Star are treasures, and no matter how they are cooked, they are delicious. Wanwan raised her eyebrows. Yes, they are treasures, but now they are being wasted by you. They may be delicious no matter how cooked, but at least they should look edible. While dancing, Wanwan put ingredients into the pot without even flipping them. All the ingredients were just waiting to glow red inside. Such wastefulness. The people in Wanwan's live stream were curious about what was being made on the other side, and soon half of them left. Wanwan, seeing so many people suddenly appearing in her live stream, became even more excited. Brothers, Wanwan is dancing for you. Click the follow button in the top left corner and join my fan club. Then you can see Wanwan's dance every day. But no matter how hard she called, her follower count didn't increase at all. Brothers, do you want to see Wanwan dance right now? Then Wanwan will dance for you. Staying in Wanwan's live stream felt like watching a clown for Wanwan. Wanwan was beautiful and had a hot figure, but her approach was wrong. Why not just be a beauty anchor instead of trying to get a piece of the food pie? No food anchor had ever been as outrageous as Wanwan. Before long, the audience that had just rushed out all ran back. Help! I took a bite of that dish, or whatever it's called, and I've already drunk 3 bottles of water. It's bitter and salty, and it has a taste of dirt. I feel like my mouth isn't clean anymore. I need to eat more of the little one-Su's dishes. I finally know what bad food tastes like. There's actually something worse than nutritional liquids. Help! Chapter 38, but he's a giant panda. Those who returned from Wanner's live stream were wailing one after another. Now it's all good. Those who didn't go don't want to go either. Who wants to torture their own taste buds? People returning from Wanner's live stream quickly sent tickets to Wanwan, as giving them to Wanner would make them look a bit foolish. Why would they choose to eat something worse than nutritional liquid when there are delicious options? It's purely self-torture. As the countdown reached 3, 2, 1. The timer ended. Su Wanwan's ticket count was a full 2/3 higher than Wanner's. I'm not asking you to quit the live broadcast world, but you can at least exit the food section. Bye-bye. I hope you can keep your bet. Su Wanwan smiled and waved at the screen, finding it tiresome to look at her any longer. Sister, let us do the lottery. Su Jiajia was instantly excited when she saw the lottery interface on the screen. Su Wanwan held Su Jiajia in her arms and opened the lottery page. Since I made quite a few dishes today, I plan to draw 10 people for each type. Everyone should already know how to make kanji, so I want to draw for that one. The kanji at home is almost ready. Host, hurry and draw. I want to eat the dishes. 1. After watching the host video, I felt I could make kanji well. I got everything ready. Just need the dishes now. Su Wanwan smiled. But there are only 10 portions, so for those who don't get drawn, don't waste food. You can make something simple like fried peanuts to eat with it. Su Jiajia pressed the lottery button, and soon 20 names appeared. The first 10 will get cucumber salad, and the next 10 will get sweet garlic. This device is very smart. It can send all the goods with one click, and the robot automatically locates the recipient's back-end address. So there's no fear of someone claiming them fraudulently. After packing all the ingredients, Su Wanwan called the little robot with one click to take everything away. As long as these people like to eat, what she made is meaningful. Sister, it's time to eat. Seeing that Su Wanwan had finally finished her tasks, Su Jiajia quickly ran to help serve the kanji. They already had 2 bowls, and he served another bowl, bringing them all to the table. Su Wanwan waved at the camera, bidding everyone goodbye, saying, "See you at the next meal." At that moment, Qiao Lifan walked around the corner. Having eaten such meals often, he indeed had no lingering feelings for nutritional liquid. He could smell the refreshing scent of cucumber and the aroma of kanji from the back. Compared to this warm meal, nutritional liquid is simply incomparable. Try my cooking. Su Wanwan pushed the bowl of rice towards Qiao Lifan. They hadn't eaten for several days now. Drinking a bowl of kanji was the most comfortable thing. Su Jiajia didn't need Su Wanwan to remind him and immediately hugged the kanji bowl to drink. He had endured 2 days without nutritional liquid. Even strawberry-flavored nutritional liquid couldn't sway his desire for food. If only this food could be mass-produced and made portable, then we could eat warm food on the battleship. It would greatly boost the morale of the soldiers. Su Wanwan had a sudden idea. What you said is indeed feasible. But if we want to mass-produce, I'll need a factory, a lot of workers, and a substantial supply of raw materials. That'll take a long time. The food they had eaten before was mostly vacuum-packed, and there were also portable snacks like small biscuits that could fill the stomach and be easy to carry. Produce. They taste pretty good. However, considering the long term, a lot of money would definitely be needed. Then I'll buy a piece of land to serve as the factory's base. After saying this, Qiao Lifan was about to contact someone to reserve a plot. Su Wanwan immediately reached out to stop him. You can't use your money. I want to run the factory myself, and we'll find a way. They weren't married yet, nor had they completed their 3-month agreement. Who knows if they would end up together later. Su Jiajia watched the two of them with keen interest. General Qiao is handsome, and he has money. He will definitely make a good brother-in-law in the future. I have to get my sister to charm him over. Su Wanwan glirdat Su Jiajia. Does this kid want her to marry quickly? Su Jiajia immediately lowered his head to eat, not saying a word. You scared me. I almost thought my sister could hear what I was thinking. Su Wanwan chuckled softly. She could hear him. What are you laughing at? Qiao Lifan found it somewhat baffling. Isn't it a good thing not to use his money? Su Wanwan shook her head, popped half a piece of sweet garlic in her mouth, and said, No, I just suddenly thought of something funny. After the meal, Su Wanwan comfortably lay on the sofa in Qiao Lifan's home. Although it was simple, the furniture was very comfortable and looked quite valuable. She didn't expect Qiao Lifan, an imperial general, to be quite wealthy. However, it was her first time living with a man, and she was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. I don't often stay in the house. If there's anything, you can contact me anytime. If you want to come back, you can call too. Qiao Lifan picked up his coat. The borders were unstable recently, and he had to take his team for patrol every day. Su Wanwan sat up straight, wearing a pure white nightgown with her long hair cascading down. Her beautiful eyes looked seriously at Qiao Lifan. Since we have made an agreement, I also have my own rules. If you want to be my man, you must have boundaries with other women. Do you understand? Su Wanwan said earnestly. This is the bottom line. She wouldn't interfere with his social life, but it couldn't be too excessive either. She wouldn't regard Lieutenant Lin as an unfounded rival, but it's always good to be cautious. Qiao Lifan saluted Su Wanwan. Understood. Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia both burst into laughter. Qiao Lifan glanced at the two, his cheeks slightly flushed. Then I'll take my leave. You two can stay here for now. After the door was closed, Su Jiajia leaned closer to Su Wanwan. Sister, don't you think General Qiao is very cute? And he is so nice. Su Wanwan didn't respond directly, pursing her lips. Is he? Jiajia, being with someone for a lifetime is not that simple. You need to understand the other person's true character. Maybe he seems gentle on the surface, but inside he could be a fierce beast. Although she said this, Su Jiajia still didn't quite understand Su Wanwan's meaning. He raised his little face, excitedly gesturing. But he is a giant panda. Such a cute giant panda. How could he hurt anyone? Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Was the little villain really this innocent before darkening? She pointed to Qiao Lifan's profile on the star degree page. Your giant panda has already scratched to death no fewer than 100,000 enemy troops. Chapter 39. Your aunt sent you to jail? Su Jiajia's beautiful thoughts shattered in an instant. He had been trying to convince himself that he could persuade his sister. But his sister was like a stone in a latrine, both smelly and hard, impossible to budge. However, what she said made sense. Leaving with a man without understanding the situation could lead to regrettable consequences. It wouldn't be easy for the Empire's designated fiancé, to get a divorce. Sister, I support you. Su Jiajia clenched his little fists. He had to work hard for his sister's happiness. He needed to investigate General Qiao properly. Su Wanwan rubbed Su Jiajia's little head. How could this little fox cub be so adorable? Just as she was about to check what items were in Qiao Lifan's house, she received a phone call. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Su Wanwan hesitantly answered, "Hello?" On the other end was an irate man who immediately started yelling. "It's because of you. You've been sent to jail. We've been watching you for years. You don't know how to be grateful." Su Wanwan sighed softly. What was meant to come would come. As soon as Su Jiajia heard the voice on the phone, he frowned and said quietly, "I don't like Uncle." This man was an alcoholic who had hit people and caused quite a few incidents. He had scared Su Jiajia several times when he was little. "You little brat. I never expected you to like me. If you want to cut ties, fine, but you better pay me the support money for these past few years." Uncle Su was aggressive, and to put plainly, he just wanted money. Su Jiajia asked in confusion, "Uncle, have you ever given us money?" Su Wanwan followed up, "Uncle, have you ever fed us?" Uncle Su snorted angrily. "I still have custody over you. What is wrong with asking my juniors for a little money?" Su Wanwan, you've been making a lot of money streaming online, even if it's quite shameless. Upon hearing that, Su Wanwan hung up and blocked the number. What kind of person was this? Is streaming cooking considered shameless? This person probably still lived in the last century. Sister, can we just ignore Uncle and his family? Su Jiajia lay limply in Su Wanwan's arms. His aunt wanted to sell her for money, and his uncle wanted to ask them for money. He had heard that they also had a son who was already an adult, but had no income and relied on the family to buy him nutritional supplements to avoid starving. Su Wanwan opened her blacklist to show Su Jiajia, they can't reach us anymore. We don't live in the same place anymore. It should be quite difficult for them to find us, right? Ding! A notification sounded, and Su Wanwan received a message. Star Chart Entertainment invites you to the monthly meeting, scheduled for tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the top floor of Starlight Hotel. Su Wanwan had heard that Star Chart Entertainment held monthly meetings to review the earnings of the streamers. They would also select the monthly top streamer, along with quarterly and annual top streamers. These rankings came with bonuses. However, Su Wanwan was not too keen to attend. Mingling with those people seemed pointless. Su Wanwan, you must attend this meeting. It was a message from the agent assigned to her by the company. She had never met this agent since they were assigned to her. Officially, they were responsible for assisting her with streaming, but they had been of no help at all. Su Wanwan looked at Su Jiajia. Want to go play around? Tomorrow was a day off, and they had plenty of time to have fun. A childhood without fun and games was incomplete. Upon hearing that they could go out to play, Su Jiajia's eyes lit up. Okay. Su Wanwan immediately went online to check for clothes, ordered a few for Su Jiajia, and bought herself an outfit as well. Attending the meeting required formal attire. Although she had plenty from before, They were all left at the previous house. The next morning at 8 a.m., the door to the second floor of Starlight Hotel was pushed open. A girl in a pure white gown entered. Her long hair styled up with 2 strands left in front, her phoenix eyes and cherry lips giving her a charming look. Beside her was a little boy in a black suit. His delicate features and soft hair with tiny curls, making him look adorable with a slight smile revealing a tiny canine tooth. Is that Sue, the one raising cubs? That little boy next to her must be your cub, right? Bringing a cub to a gathering, is she trying to show off? The murmurs around were mostly mocking. No one thought she should be there. Jiajia glanced worriedly at Su Wanwan. Although his sister had changed a lot and was very gentle with him, that didn't mean she'd be just as gentle with others. What if there was a scene at StarChart Entertainment? Should he run away or not? Su Wanwan tightened her grip on Su Jiajia's hand slightly. She bit her lip and held back the words she wanted to say. She was here to attend a meeting, not to fight. So, you are Sue, the one raising cubs? Welcome to StarChart Entertainment. Your presence truly enhances our prestige. A man with a mustache approached Su Wanwan dramatically. Su Wanwan recognized from the introduction about StarChart Entertainment that this man was the big boss, exclaims. It was surprising how his name matched his appearance. Su Wanwan elegantly greeted exclaims, only to look up and see the woman next to him looking at her with disdain. This outfit seemed somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. This is our most outstanding streamer at StarChart Entertainment, Wanwan. You're from the same channel, so you should support each other in the future. Exclaims held Wanwan's hand, attempting to push it into Su Wanwan's hand. Seeing Wanwan's unwilling expression, Su Wanwan quickly pulled her hand back. No need for pleasantries. Let us rely on our own abilities. She couldn't stand how Wanwan was a food streamer but didn't cook. And Wanwan couldn't understand how she had so much popularity without selling herself. Since that was the case, why force a connection? Exclaims felt a bit awkward. Although he had anticipated this situation when signing, it still put him in a tough spot. A newcomer with high ambitions wasn't a good thing. It was Wanwan who spoke up next, throwing a flirtatious glance at exclaims. This newcomer doesn't understand the rules. So let me take the recommended spot next week. I promise to make more money for the company. Chapter 40. President of Xingpan Entertainment. Exclaims Su Wanwan suddenly showed a look of realization. So it turned out the two of them had this kind of relationship. It wasn't surprising that Wanwan could establish herself on the food channel. Su Jiajia innocently and kindly asked, Sister, who is this person? She looks a lot uglier than the anchor you competed with that day. Su Wanwan lovingly patted Su Jiajia's head and said, So let's not believe in any pretty anchor online, okay? Maybe when they leave the camera, they become a different person. The two of them were joking, while Wanwan beside them listened with a gradually twisted expression, making her look even scarier. The host came on stage at the right moment and started reading the opening speech. Most of the anchors came here to expand their connections, hoping their future streaming careers would go smoother. However, neither Wanwan nor Lin Wanwan dared to approach anyone. Lin Wanwan looked gentle, but after that little encounter, she was also someone not to be trifled with. As for Wanwan, her backing was the boss of Xingpan Entertainment. And if she said the wrong thing, she could lose her job. No one wanted to take that risk. Su Wanwan found a corner to sit down. Sooner or later, she would leave this company, but before she did, she wanted to dig a little. Although Xingpan Entertainment had a bad reputation, it did gather many top anchors. Xingpan had many resources on streaming platforms, but the anchors they promoted often had questionable reputations. Miss, is your child yours? A round-faced little girl suddenly poked Su Wanwan's arm. Her eyes were innocent, as if she was just asking casually. She's my sister. Are you also an anchor? Su Jiajia, seeing that they were of similar ages, directly started a conversation. Su Wanwan glanced to the side. The little girl was sitting next to a man around 30 years old, who looked like her father. The man just glanced over and then returned his gaze to the stage. I am an anchor, a model. Now it's my turn to ask you, does your sister really cook? Does it taste that good? Oh, I forgot to tell you, my name is Qiao. Su Wanwan looked at the girl named Qiao, who seemed a bit dazed. But she was indeed cute, wearing a pink princess dress today and sporting 2 ponytails. As soon as Su Jiajia heard about cooking, she became proud. My sister cooks really well, and it's super delicious, way better than nutrient solutions. Qiao exclaimed, Then can I go eat at your house? Both Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia were shocked for a moment. Was this little girl so casual? What if they were bad people? What if she couldn't get out after entering their house? Su Wanwan couldn't help but remind the man sitting next to Shui Xiao Xiao. Are you this little girl's guardian? As a parent, you should let your child have some caution and not just follow anyone. The man tugged at his expensive suit jacket and scoffed. Where she wants to go is none of my business, as long as she can come back during the live stream. Su Wanwan glanced at the host speaking on stage, then at the two kids beside her. If there weren't so many people around, she really wanted to slap that man. Is this how parents behave? He actually let such a cute little girl roam free. Then after the banquet ends, you can come home with me, Xiao Xiao. I'll cook for you, Su Wanwan directly agreed, considering it was at least safe there. Besides, what's the big deal about having one more kid? It wouldn't make her poor. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Thank you, sister. Su Jiajia also looked at Su Wanwan with surprise. She hadn't made a friend until now, let alone invited one to her home. So, Xiao was the first. You two can play, just make sure not to leave my side. Su Wanwan looked around and didn't find anything edible. Every table was filled with various flavors of nutrient solutions and energy cubes, looking cold and uninviting. Everything in this world had a sense of technology. Some people even had to sleep in unique sleeping pods, resembling coffins. Now I announce that the winner of this month's first place is Miss Wanner. The host exclaimed with great surprise, calling out Wanner's name. Vanna smiled radiantly, her clothes almost falling off. However, there was no applause from the audience. Year after year, whether it was the annual award, monthly award, or quarterly award, it was always Wanner's. Honestly, this company shouldn't be called Xingpan Entertainment. It should just be called Wanner Entertainment. Who would want to find an old man the same age as my father, especially when he's ugly? I don't plan to continue in a while anyway. All the resources go to Wanner. Su Wanwan stroked her chin, a mocking smile creeping onto her face. A company that only supports one anchor is quite interesting. She wanted to challenge this. Can she really compete against the capital? Next, I would like to introduce our company's new anchor, Su, who raises kids. The host announced, shining several spotlights on Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia, making it hard for them to open their eyes. Fortunately, the lights were just to let everyone recognize the two, with no other intentions. If they needed to introduce newcomers, she really wouldn't know what to say. Wanner's gaze lingered on Su Wanwan, filled with jealousy over her good looks, her cooking skills, and the attention she attracted from exclaims right upon arrival. If everything she had was about to be taken away, she might as well ruin Su Wanwan now. Her eyes grew increasingly fierce, and Su Wanwan couldn't help but glance in her direction. She definitely wasn't thinking anything good, and she might need to be cautious on her way home. But she truly didn't regard Wanner highly. The reason for joining Xingpan Entertainment was merely to annoy Wanner. After enduring until the host finished speaking, the anchors began the free socializing segment. The meeting would break for lunch and not delay everyone's evening live stream. Wanner walked straight towards Su Wanwan, her tone unfriendly as she said, I have something to talk to you about. Come with me. Chapter 41, come here. I have something to say. Su Wanwan didn't want to move and just wanted to leave directly when the banquet was over. Why should she? There was a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Just because she had a relationship with exclaims, did she think everyone had to accommodate her? Wanner, seeing this, clenched her fists. She really found Su Wanwan unpleasant. I really have something to say to you. Then say it here. There's no one around. And asking me to go out seems like we have something going on, Su Wanwan said without giving Wanner any face, comfortably lounging on the sofa. Su Jiajia and Shui Xiao were chatting happily, and she preferred to watch the children by Su Jiajia's side. Wanner could only angrily sit down beside Su Wanwan, flipping her long hair awkwardly and saying, You can't steal Xiangu from me. Everything she had now was because of exclaims. If she lost this support, then everything she possessed would be gone, whether it was money, status, or the honor she currently enjoyed. Besides, he wasn't a good person. There were many better options out there. If you want to find a supporter, just go outside and find one at random, but you absolutely cannot touch my Wanner, Wanner said sternly. Su Wanwan laughed, shaking with amusement. What did you say? I like exclaims. Want to steal him from you? Are you overthinking this? Besides, you just said he isn't a good person. Yet you're still by his side? Su Wanwan couldn't make sense of Wanner's thought process. Wanner snorted, It's best if he isn't. Whether he's a good person or not doesn't matter to me, but it makes a difference for you, a girl who just turned 18. You're clearly someone who would give up everything for money and status, while Su Wanwan looks like a little kid who just stepped into society. If she weren't in the food segment, she might actually enjoy making this friend. Su Wanwan found Wanner's words quite baffling, as if she was trying to persuade her not to go down the wrong path. Or maybe she was afraid she would steal her spotlight. It was a bit contradictory. After saying her piece, Wanner put on a smile and went to find some big bosses to drink with. In this circle, there were only so many people. Making one more connection was beneficial for her future. Sister, when can we go home? Jiajia asked, unable to sit still. There was nothing good to eat or play with here. He wanted to go out and have fun with his new friend. Su Wanwan looked around and saw Xian Bazi's gaze constantly shifting toward her. Just as she was about to get up, Xian Bazi approached. "Mi Su, how's your recent live stream? Our company discussed that changing the direction of your stream might be better." Su Wanwan could guess what direction Xian Bazi was talking about, but she pretended to be clueless. "What direction? I think it's fine as it is. It's just that you might need to change a bit in terms of your clothing and speaking style. You should learn to ask your big brother for gifts. Otherwise, how much can you earn relying on their goodwill every day?" Xian Bazi's eyes had a somewhat lewd glint. He was a businessman, thinking about how to maximize the benefits of each female streamer. To him, everyone was just a commodity. Su Wanwan was slightly different. Her streams were very pure, yet her popularity rivaled Wanner's. He felt it necessary to give a reminder. "Then what do you think I should do for my live stream?" Su Wanwan looked up at Xian Bazi, his little schemes clearly visible on his face. Luckily, when she signed the contract, she made it clear that no one was allowed to interfere with her streaming content. Xian Bazi stroked his small mustache. "You have a good figure, and you look good, so why not showcase your strengths?" "Because I'm a cook, I'm a food streamer. May I ask you, what do you think food is?" Su Wanwan retorted without holding back. Xian Bazi was momentarily at a loss for words at Su Wanwan's question. Usually, the streamers he handled followed his rules, and it was the first time he heard someone refute his suggestion. "And when I signed the contract, I also said that I didn't want anyone to interfere with my live content, so I won't accept your suggestion." After saying this, Su Wanwan stood up and took Su Jiajia's hand. Su Jiajia was still holding Xiao's hand, and they walked out together. When they sat down in the flying vehicle, Su Wanwan still felt a bit unreal, wondering if she had gone too far with what she said. "Sister, you were so amazing just now." Sofiafia, sitting in the back seat with Xiao, had sparkling eyes. Su Jiajia always knew his sister was timid, although she had changed a lot this time. He didn't expect her to resist anything, but today seemed a bit unexpected. Xiao also looked at her with admiration. "If my dad were this amazing, that would be great." Su Wanwan turned her head and saw Xiao's little tuft of hair swaying, looking extremely cute. "Let's go home. I'm going to make you a big meal." Xiao, wearing a dress, must be uncomfortable, right? "I'll buy you a more comfortable outfit to wear later," Su Wanwan said kindly. The clothes she wore were all cheap gauze, very uncomfortable. Xiao immediately peered out from the back, half her head showing. "Thank you, sister." She had no clothes to wear. Her family's clothes were all sent by the brand, but she didn't like them. Su Wanwan directly set the destination for the flying vehicle and activated the autopilot. Taking advantage of the downtime, she searched for Xiao's live stream replay to take a look. After just one glance, Su Wanwan immediately turned off the stream. Then she couldn't help but look again. Was such little fabric really suitable for a child to wear? Moreover, under the guidance of someone nearby, she posed in several ways that didn't belong to her age group. Listening to the voiceover, it sounded just like that man who had been beside her earlier. "Did your father make you shoot this?" Su Wanwan held up the live replay for Xiao to see. When Xiao saw the video, she turned her head away, refusing to look at the screen. "Dad said shooting this makes money, and they gave a lot of money. Dad can't refuse." Xiao answered softly. She felt somewhat numb to this line of work now. But as long as she agreed to stream, her dad would be very happy. Dad also said that the money for her schooling had to be earned by herself. But now that school had already started, she still hadn't been able to go. She didn't even know how much she had earned. Chapter 42. Xiao live streaming with her sister Su Jiajia also peeked over and, after seeing the video, didn't say much. Although she was young, she was more perceptive than most children. Su Wanwan immediately went online to pick out a few outfits, both for boys and girls, to add some new clothes for Su Jiajia. When the clothes arrived, Su Wanwan happened to be at the entrance of Qiao Lifan's home, where a large cardboard box was waiting. Inside the box were the clothes she had bought. After marveling at the speed of delivery for who knows how many times, the three of them worked together to carry the box inside. Go ahead and unpack the clothes. Wear whatever you like and come find me after you've changed, Su Wanwan said as she went upstairs. In fact, sometimes what exclaims said made sense. She should change her live streaming style, but not in a bad way. She decided not to change her makeup today and found a simple little white dress to wear. If Xiao was willing later, she could take her along for the live stream. Just as she finished changing, she heard the sounds of the two kids playing downstairs. Your clothes look so good. Yours look good too. My sister has great taste. Su Wanwan opened the door and looked down. Su Jiajia had chosen a black top paired with black shorts, white socks, and black shoes. Opposite her, Xiao wore a white collared shirt with a plaid skirt underneath. Very student-like. Su Wanwan went downstairs to help Xiao tie her hair into a high ponytail, topped with a big bow hairpin, revealing her delicate little face. She squatted down to Xiao's level. Later, when Sister cooks, we're gonna go live. Do you want to show your face too? If Xiao was unwilling, she wouldn't push her. Are we making something delicious? Or do you want to change clothes? Xiao tilted her head in confusion. We're cooking together with Sister. If you want, you can help wash the vegetables. If you join us, our theme today is cooking with two little cubs. Su Wanwan had already thought of the theme. This would be a refreshing approach for the fans. As soon as Xiao heard this, she jumped a few times in place. We're going live. We're cooking. She had heard that Su Wanwan's cooking smelled great, but her dad didn't let her watch other live streams. She could only watch dressing up videos from kids her age or other little models like herself. Seeing Xiao agree, Su Wanwan immediately started preparing the ingredients. She planned to make some fast food that kids generally liked, along with sweet dishes like sweet and sour pork and crispy pork. For rice, a pot of plain white rice would be enough. As for the process today, there were too many dishes, and she didn't plan to explain too much. Just let everyone watch. When she had time later, she would post the complete cooking steps on her Xinglong account. She tied on an apron and then started the live stream. Su Wanwan waved to the two little ones in front of the screen. Hello everyone. Today I am Su, the caretaker of two little cubs. Where did this child come from? She looks a bit familiar. Isn't that the model Xiao? The clothing style is so different. I didn't recognize her for a moment. The little girl looks adorable like this. Why does her family always dress her in those other clothes? I complained many times, but they didn't listen and even blocked me. Su Wanwan put her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Today, Xiao is here as our guest, so let us not talk about anything else. Let us get started with cooking. These two little cubs are too cute. What a dream collaboration. Xiao looks so good in this outfit. If she always wore normal clothes for live streaming, I would definitely watch every day. Xiao could also see the comments scrolling by, and she asked, somewhat bewildered, do the older brothers and sisters like me dressed like this? But Dad says I can only make money wearing those clothes. Su Wanwan handed Xiao a few potatoes. Go wash these potatoes, and Jiajia can peel them. Let us work together. The potato skin could easily be scraped off with a spoon, making it the safest ingredient for her to handle. The rest she could manage on her own. With a bowl of minced meat, a few lettuce leaves, some tomato slices, and homemade tomato sauce, along with little baked breads, Su Wanwan was ready. As the bread started baking, she opened the sharing system. Today's meal is something kids usually love, and it smells really sweet, so I'll let everyone smell ahead of time. Su Wanwan looked at the two little ones scraping potatoes and smiled indulgently. As the bread baked, a deliciously sweet aroma filled the air, along with the savory scent of the meat patties. It was a pity that the Agricultural Research Institute hadn't produced butter yet. Otherwise, it could have added some creaminess. Today's meal seems easy to make, but the host isn't selling half-finished products, boo-hoo. Su Wanwan looked at the comments and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, but if I'm the only one cooking, I can't make that many half-finished products for everyone to choose from. She wished she could bake hundreds of breads at once, but she didn't have that capability. I heard that a home appliance company has developed a new oven that can cook a lot of ingredients at once. Apparently, they decided to make it after watching the host's live stream. I wonder if it's been developed yet. Su Wanwan hadn't really paid attention. It had been a long time since she replaced any appliances in her previous house. After moving here, all the appliances were prepared by Qiao Lifan. If they are available, I'll check after the live stream and buy one to ensure the fans can enjoy the meals I cook. Su Wanwan patted her chest, but to be honest, she felt uncertain. If she could bake hundreds at once, would she have to knead the dough all day? The largest container at home probably wouldn't be enough. However, in the age of technology, anything was possible. She was just waiting for a kind-hearted person to create a copier that could replicate ingredients one-to-one. Sister, we're done. Su Jiajia and Xiao each held 2 potatoes in their hands. The brown-black skin of the potatoes had been scraped clean, leaving only the yellow insides. Sister, what else can we do? We want to help. Xiao's expression had become much livelier, no longer the dazed look she had when she first came out of the banquet. Chapter 43. The amazing little ones are helping their sister with a live stream. Su Wanwan thought for a moment, then took the fried meat patties out of the pan and placed them on a plate. You can assemble the ingredients you want to eat yourselves. I'll demonstrate one for you first. Start with a layer of bread at the bottom, then add a piece of lettuce, 2 slices of tomato, a layer of meat patty, and a little ketchup. That's it. Su Wanwan showcased it to everyone. From the outside, it looked like there were many layers and the colors were very rich. Taking a bite, you could taste just a bit of each ingredient, greatly enhancing the texture. Xiao quietly swallowed, realizing that Su Wanwan really could cook. It turned out not everyone cooked like Wanwan, taking advantage of the 2 little ones fiddling with their burgers. Su Wanwan left the live stream camera with them and went to prepare the rest of the dishes. It was the first time fans saw 2 little ones live streaming together, and it felt very novel. Little ones, can you help me try adding a bit more ketchup? Little ones, I want to try the taste of ketchup. Can you secretly help me turn on the holographic sharing? The fans behind the screen were going crazy. They wanted to taste the food made by the little cuties. Su Jiajia secretly glanced at his sister, who was already cooking at the nearby stove. She probably wouldn't have time to manage them for a while. He quietly approached Xiao and whispered, Xiao, do you know where to turn on the holographic sharing? He didn't know how to do it. Even though he knew there was a live stream floating ball at home, he had never used it. As soon as Xiao heard this term, her expression instantly became a bit panicked. She dropped the ingredients in her hands and ran outside. Don't turn it on. Don't turn on the sharing. Seeing Xiao's reaction, Su Wanwan immediately explained to the people in the live stream room, and then muted it as she rushed over. She directly hugged Xiao, gently stroking her long hair. Okay, we won't turn it on. Can you tell your sister how to do it? Xiao had not been able to escape from her fear for a long time. She was still trembling. Su Jiajia tentatively held Xiao's hand. Sister, what's wrong? After a long time, Xiao finally calmed down, but thinking about those scenes made her tears fall continuously. Holographic sharing, if it's turned on, it's really disgusting. Her little hands tightly gripped her clothes. At that moment, Su Wanwan suddenly realized something and opened her live stream to check the comments. Xiao's live stream is filled with a bunch of beasts. I guessed it long ago. What happened to the host? How is Xiao doing? Is this situation something we can report to the Minor Protection Organization? Su Jiajia took out his little light brain and pressed the page for the Minor Protection Organization. Sister, do you want me to help you report it? If you don't want me to, I won't. He thought it was best to ask for Xiao's consent first. After reporting, Dad will come and beat me to death. Xiao was a bit scared. Actually, when she ran away during the live stream, maybe someone had already contacted her dad. Su Wanwan immediately disconnected the live stream. Xiao's situation was more important. Is your dad scaring you? After the Minor Protection Organization investigates, if the situation is true, they will take you to their base for temporary care. They will only send you back after contacting relatives or social workers willing to take care of you. Su Jiajia explained everything he had found out to Xiao. He had previously done this research for himself. Xiao sniffled, her eyes red as she looked at Su Jiajia Then can you help me? I really don't want to do that kind of live stream anymore. It's really disgusting. Without hesitation, Su Jiajia dialed the phone number and explained the situation to the person on the other end. Su Wanwan still found it hard to understand why the Minor Protection Organization hadn't issued a warning to Xiao's father despite the long duration of the live stream. This was somewhat abnormal. Moreover, they could still broadcast freely on the live streaming platform. Shui Xiao seemed to sense Su Wanwan's confusion and quietly said, at that time, Xi and Bazzi told Dad that streaming like this could make a lot of money and wouldn't attract anyone's attention. So Dad started bringing me to do it. Seen by the... How powerful is this person to allow such live streaming to exist and to block the minor protection organization's footsteps? It's really ridiculous. Hearing the sound of flying vehicles outside, Su Wanwan took a glance outside and, after confirming that the people were all in uniforms, opened the door. Why is it you again? The leader frowned. Today, there was no Qiao Lifan in the team, and the leader was the person who had been with him last time. Could it be that you were abusing the little ones again? The person looked at Su Wanwan suspiciously. Those with a criminal record needed to be monitored closely. Su Wanwan quickly waved her hand. Don't you watch live streams? Come in and talk. It's about that little girl. Although the leader didn't watch live streams. Someone behind recognized Shui Xiao at a glance. Model Xiao. I thought this live stream was a bit vulgar and didn't watch much. Is there a problem? Shui Xiao blinked, refocusing her eyes. Can you watch the replay? I don't want to say. Su Wanwan had only watched a little of the replay and hadn't finished it, but just that little bit made her feel a bit nauseous. Like a group of demons. Brothers, please help her, Su Jiajia said seriously while looking up. The people from the Minor Protection Organization all liked little ones. Originally, it was a group of spontaneous civil organizations, but later they were discovered by the high-level officials of the empire and became formalized. Seeing Su Jiajia, the leader's tone softened considerably. If the investigation proves true, I will help her, you can rest assured. After someone clicked on the replay, everyone's expression became serious. Why has no one noticed this for so long? Su Wanwan glanced at the leader's nameplate. His name was Li Yun. The person behind scratched his head. This live stream generally doesn't appear on my recommended homepage, and I don't like to see children dressed so little, so I never watched. Who knew there was such a big fish hidden here? Xiao, can you come back with us? How about we find your dad? Li Yun gently squatted down to talk to Shui Xiao. Shui Xiao looked longingly at the kitchen filled with food. Can I eat a meal before I go? She really wanted to know what food tasted like. Chapter 44. Having a daughter like you is my misfortune. The members of the Minor Protection Organization exchanged glances. There had never been a precedent for this. I have done a lot, so why not all eat a bowl together and leave after eating? But after taking Shui Xiao away, can we ensure that we can still contact her? Su Wanwan thought of a win-win solution. They couldn't let Shui Xiao eat under their watch. What if General Qiao got angry if the woman he liked cooked for someone else? If General Qiao notified them for extra training, it would be disastrous. No one would deny you a meal, right? If it doesn't delay your work, just eat and leave, it's fine. Su Wanwan served the food according to the number of people and placed it on the dining table. When Shui Xiao saw the hamburger she made, her face instantly lit up with joy, and all the fear she had just experienced dissipated like smoke. The members of the Minor Protection Organization looked at each other and quickly pulled out chairs to sit down. I have to say, the taste was really delicious. They had smelled it as soon as they entered the room. Su Wanwan finished making the remaining hamburgers and placed one in front of each person. The fries were freshly fried and ready. Today, you all got to share these little ones' meals, so let us have you try the kids' menu. Su Wanwan distributed the utensils and announced, "Let us eat." As soon as they heard those words, Su Jiajia and Shui Xiao sprang into action. They hadn't eaten anything all morning and were starving. With one bite, they could taste the sweetness and sourness of the ketchup, along with the tomatoes, lettuce, and meat patty. The combination of crisp and soft textures made both little ones squint their eyes in satisfaction. When they heard it was a kid's meal, the organization members were still a bit hesitant, but seeing the two little ones enjoy their food, they quickly grabbed a hamburger and took a bite. If you want vegetables, just scoop some rice. The two pair well together. Su Wanwan scooped a bowl of rice and placed some vegetables on top. Cooking can also earn money. This is almost as good as in my past life. How did you come up with so many delicious dishes? The members of the Minor Protection Organization were amazed. This was their first time tasting real food. Su Wanwan shrugged, saying it was all passed down from ancestors. There were originally many dishes, and through combinations, new dishes could be formed. If calculated carefully, they could probably eat for years without repeating the same dish. Although no one usually eats that meticulously, there are indeed many varieties. It would be a real shame for such delicious food to be lost. It seems that since the nutrient solution was introduced not long ago, these dishes that require cooking have gradually faded from everyone's view. This is because making them takes time, and the nutrient solution is really convenient. Let us go, uncles. Shui Xiao finished her portion and stood up, stretching. Today was the happiest day she had experienced in many years. Can I come back to play with you again? Shui Xiao's eyes were full of anticipation. With delicious food and peers her age, she really liked it here. Of course, you can come whenever you want. Just let me know in advance, and my sister and I will definitely be waiting for you at home. Jiajia also liked this big sister very much. Just as she finished speaking, Wanwan heard someone attacking the front door. The door was very sturdy, and the people outside would not be able to get in for a while. Daddy, Shui Xiao trembled all over. She didn't expect him to find her so quickly. If she hadn't eaten this meal just now, she might have been able to avoid her father. For people from the Minor Protection Organization came today, and it was uncertain whether they could subdue a raging beast with just 4 people. Hand over my daughter. Wanwan, what are your intentions? Wanwan glanced through the window and saw an enraged bull charging against the courtyard door. Brothers, it's time to act. They've come right to our door. No need for us to look for them. The organization members were excited. Otherwise, they would have to think of ways to catch Shui Xiao's father. You all go ahead. I'll stay inside to protect the children. Wanwan held the 2 children tightly. Shui Xiao was extremely scared. Jiajia held her hand and said, Sister, don't be afraid. Although my sister isn't powerful, she will protect us. That one sentence almost shattered all the confidence Wanwan had built up. Thank you, little ancestor. You two stop talking. The organization members had already gone out through the door and into the garden. Wanwan immediately locked the door from the inside. We are the Minor Protection Organization. You have been exploiting cubs for profit on live streaming platforms, and we are here to take you away. The bull completely ignored them, only crazily charging at the door. His only focus was on Shui Xiao. If she wasn't there, it meant he had no income at all. The organization members immediately drew their weapons and used electric shocks to take the bull down. After a moment, the bull reverted to human form, his dead fish-like eyes fixed on the house. Once I get out, I will definitely find you. Ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Having a daughter like you is my misfortune. Shui Xiao felt no emotion upon hearing these words. He often said such things. She gritted her teeth tightly and after a while, finally managed to say, Is having a daughter like me truly a misfortune for a father? Wanwan firmly denied it. Of course not. Every cub has a reason for coming into this world. You must not belittle yourself. The Protection Organization will arrange for your future well-being, and I have saved your contact information. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to us, all right? Sister, remember to call me when you get there. Jiajia was also reluctant to see Shui Xiao go, but she had to leave to escape this hell. After the organization members subdued the bull and took him away on a flying vehicle, 2 people stayed behind to bring Shui Xiao out. Your father will be imprisoned, and you will come with us to the organization for education. After you turn 18, you can choose to leave the organization and venture out on your own. Is that all right? Lian explained the arrangements to Shui Xiao, hoping to put her at ease. Shui Xiao nodded. She wanted to live a more normal life. She turned back to wave goodbye to Wanwan and Jiajia, saying, Goodbye then. I hope when we meet again, we will all have better lives. Jiajia waved goodbye to Shui Xiao with reluctance. She had made her first friend, and she hadn't expected their time together to be so short. She felt so sad. Chapter 45. My sister became silly after sending off Shui Xiao. Wanwan hurriedly logged onto Xinglong to explain what had just happened. Among the numerous comments, a few stood out. Who are we supposed to look at now that you sent Shui Xiao away? Is this a case of Xingpan Entertainment inviting thieves into the house? Why are family members fighting each other? Let your little one wear women's clothes for us to see. It's really speechless. Wanwan checked the profiles of these people and found varying degrees of inappropriate content. After organizing and uploading today's menu, she deliberately added a line at the beginning. Some people are human, but some do not deserve to be called human. Jiajia, is it a bit too meddlesome for me? Wanwan felt a headache coming on. She hadn't had the courage to interfere in such matters before. She wouldn't even dare to intervene when a little dog was bullied by the roadside. And now that she finally had the courage to do something she wanted, she was met with more criticism. Jiajia blinked. But if we don't inform the organization today, will the sister still be able to survive once everyone knows about this? My sister must be a fool, right? It's probably because her brain isn't working well that she's not so fierce anymore. I'll have to take care of my sister in the future. So annoying. Wanwan was momentarily speechless. Why did Jiajia see her this way? Clearly, she just wanted to act cute with her dear younger brother and get him to notice her more. So, do you think your sister has become silly? Wanwan asked hesitantly. Jiajia nodded without hiding it. Although the previous sister was fierce and would always hit Jiajia, she never hesitated in her actions. But now, the sister hesitates over little things, which is not like my sister at all. Wanwan lay on the sofa, looking at the battered door, and sent a photo to Qiao Lifan. Sorry, your front door had a little accident. What brand is this door? I'll compensate. Sister, you're not angry, are you? Jiajia, seeing that Wanwan didn't respond, quickly climbed onto her and asked. Wanwan shook her head, not angry but thinking. Since sister has become silly, then from now on, the thinking matters will be up to you, Jiajia. She looked seriously at Jiajia. Although in the original book, he would become a brave and resourceful villain in the future, if she continued her current educational approach. Jiajia might turn into a frail little bear child. It was time to change her teaching methods. Jiajia was a bit blindsided by the big task his sister just assigned him and nodded blankly. I want to let sister die. Just after saying this, they heard the familiar sound of a flying vehicle at the door. Jiajia looked at the door and then at Wanwan's sister. Did you tell General Qiao what just happened? What a waste. What a great opportunity for a hero to save a beauty. Just try to see if General Qiao really likes sister. After Qiao Lifan got off the flying vehicle, he kept staring at the big door in his yard. This door was bulletproof, made from special materials sourced from the military to handle sudden attacks. But now, the door was dented and had small holes in some places. He immediately forwarded the photo to the technicians. The materials are still not up to standard. Wanwan and Jiajia stood outside the door, feeling very anxious. After all, they were only temporarily staying here, and they had already damaged the door on the first day. Wanwan touched her nose. The door looked quite expensive, and she didn't know how much it would cost to repair. How was this door damaged? Qiao Lifan touched the holes above, and it didn't seem to be from a firearm, nor did it look like it was caused by a cold weapon. It looked like some kind of pointed cylindrical object. It was a cow. Jiajia found it hard to say. After seeing Qiao Lifan's suspicious gaze, he rushed forward to hug his thigh, forcing out 2 tears. We were both scared. That huge cow crashed into the door. Wanwan twitched her mouth. Would Qiao Lifan believe this clumsy excuse? She hadn't been afraid of so many black-clad people outside, but now she was scared by a cow? It was the door's poor quality that startled you. I've already notified them to send another one over. Qiao Lifan surprisingly remained calm. This cost should be borne by me since I brought that cow here. Wanwan felt she should admit her mistake, as it was her live broadcast that attracted Xiao's father. Although she didn't know how he found her current address in such a short time, reflecting on it was still a bit terrifying. There is no need for us to be so clear-cut between the two of us. The door's lock had already been damaged. It couldn't be opened in the usual way. Just now, Jiajia had squeezed through the gap because of his small size. Qiao Lifan nimbly jumped over the 2-meter-high wall into the yard. For now, the second team will guard the boundary, so I can stay at home for a while. Of course, it's also to cultivate my relationship with Wanwan. It felt like there was a layer of paper between them, with neither willing to break it. But it was just a layer of paper. It felt as if they were separated by mountains and rivers. No matter how much Wanwan thought, she could only recall a segment about General Qiao, which was that midway through the story, due to a battle that shook the entire galaxy, General Qiao fell, and the male lead took his place, leading the entire army to victory. Now that General Qiao was her fiancé, she couldn't let him die. Moreover, it seemed that spending time with Qiao Lifan made her feel very comfortable, not greasy, and maintaining just the right distance. If you mind, I can go live in another apartment. This place can be left for you and Jiajia. Qiao Lifan added. Although he really wanted to stay in the same house as Wanwan, If he was too aggressive, it might seem a bit offensive. Su Wanwan hurriedly waved her hand. It's fine. I also have some things I want your help with. Many people have given feedback that after eating meals, their physical strength is much better than when consuming nutrient liquids. And their mental state is also much better. Usually, just walking a little further at home would make them feel tired. But as long as they ensure sufficient food, this situation won't occur. So Su Wanwan wanted Qiao Lifan to be her little guinea pig. Qiao Lifan pursed his lips. His beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed to captivate Su Wanwan's soul as they looked in her eyes. Whatever you want to do, I will accompany you. Chapter 46. Why me? Su Wanwan's heart suddenly raced a few times. She admitted that Qiao Lifan was very handsome and knew how to use his looks to his advantage. She had never treated any man so gently before. After hearing Qiao Lifan's words, Su Wanwan ran upstairs, turned around, entered her room, and locked the door in one go. Leaning against the door, her mind was filled with Qiao Lifan's beautiful peach blossom eyes. Didn't they say that people in the battle team were cold like robots? Some even indifferent to emotions? How did she end up meeting such a man? What's wrong with your sister? Qiao Lifan was a bit puzzled. He had just learned in the battle team that one should be gentler with girls. But why did it seem like Su Wanwan was scared off by him? Was he really that frightening? General Qiao, your sister is shy. You need to put in more effort. Su Jiajia was completely enjoying the drama, encouraging from the sidelines. Qiao Lifan tilted his head slightly. Women were really hard to understand. Su Wanwan locked herself in her room and went to the homepage of the battle team. Looking at Qiao Lifan's promotional photo, he looked excellent in it. The comments section was full of people hoping to be Qiao Lifan's fiancé, E. The latest update said that General Qiao was now back in the city to recuperate. The young girls in town must be even more excited now. Jiajia said you were shy. After returning to his room and thinking for a while, Qiao Lifan edited a message and sent it. He didn't understand emotions and naturally didn't know how Su Wanwan felt. Why me? Su Wanwan finally voiced the question that had been on her mind. It was difficult for her to say it face to face, but typing felt smoother. Qiao Lifan was taken aback, staring at the question on the screen, unable to respond for a long time. But if she asked, his answer would definitely be the same as last time. When I met you as a child, I felt I had found the son of my life. After reading that, Su Wanwan quickly followed up with, and now? The pastor had nothing to do with the present her. She didn't know the life of the Su Wanwan in the book. Although she now had memories of the past, it felt unreal. At that time, I was thinking of canceling the engagement once you came of age, but I inadvertently discovered that person was you. I also know that a person as a child can be completely different from who they become as an adult. But when I saw you streaming, protecting your brother, and how determined your brother was to choose you, I felt that was the partner I wanted. It wasn't about having great capabilities. He could completely protect this family. But there had to be something special that attracted him, like now. When Su Wanwan was still an optimistic little son, he hoped that the suppressed things in his heart would never be known to Su Wanwan in this lifetime. To express his sincerity, Qiao Lifan directly sent Su Wanwan a document. The document detailed his personal history and events before he joined the battle team. It was much more detailed than what could be found online. Su Wanwan opened it and took a glance. In the upper right corner was Qiao Lifan's ID photo, which seemed to have been taken when he was younger. It detailed his family situation. He was the young master of the Qiao family, but his parents had been fighting over divorce since he was little, ultimately abandoning young Qiao Lifan, leaving him to live alone. So from a young age, Qiao Lifan had no parents and lived by himself, discovering the lost little Su Wanwan by accident. It mentioned that Qiao Lifan had exhibited symptoms of mania as a child, harming himself and his family, and was sent to the hospital for treatment. It was still unknown if he had fully recovered, but he hadn't had an episode in many years. Then he had worked his way up to his current position, becoming the youngest general and the highest commander of the empire. There was also a highlighted line, extremely yearns for a harmonious family. Hopes the superior will choose a fiancé, eat carefully. Upon reading this line, Su Wanwan felt something was off. If he yearned for a harmonious family, then no matter how he chose, it wouldn't be her. You yearn for a harmonious family, but the fiancé he assigned to you is me? Come to my room and let us talk. After sending this message, Su Wanwan opened her room door. Immediately, footsteps could be heard outside, and after Qiao Lifan entered the room, Su Wanwan closed the door again. If you yearn for a harmonious family, then the best choice certainly wouldn't be me, Su Wanwan said firmly. Qiao Lifan became an adult much earlier than her, and during that time, Su Wanwan was at her most broken. This led to the possibility that if they were to be together, the conflicts between them would escalate. I have also thought about this question, and the answer should be with the superior. Qiao Lifan had long considered this and had secretly investigated Su Wanwan. But at that time, there was very little information about her. He only understood her personality and family situation. So he and T thought about the sunny little girl from childhood. Did he deliberately arrange unsuitable candidates for you to control you? Su Wanwan speculated tentatively. But if that were the case, wouldn't it contradict the Empire's intention to cultivate an excellent battle team? If the family was in chaos, who would still have the heart to fight? No, what he wanted was a battle team that was iron-blooded, without any emotions and not hindered by feelings. At first, Qiao Lifan didn't understand. But after observing the reactions of the soldiers in the battle team after talking to their fiancé, he realized his goal was just that. First, you have to know that those who can enter the first and second tiers of the soldiers have gone through military academies since childhood to reach the battle team. So they have never been in a relationship. Therefore, when they experience emotional discord with their fiancé, they generally choose not to continue. Losing the hope of forming a family means they wouldn't direct their thoughts elsewhere. It could be said that the central point was well thought out. So assigning them fiancé was actually to better control these soldiers? Su Wanwan found it hard to understand these people's thought processes. But I encountered an unexpected situation, which is meeting a wonderful you. Qiao Lifan smiled. He never expected that if he had met someone else, he would have turned into something else entirely. He might have become a fighting machine like his soldiers. What about your soldiers? They can't possibly be single for life, right? Su Wanwan found it quite absurd. If those people had a stable family, wouldn't they work harder for their family? Qiao Lifan teased. That will depend on you, my fiancé. Chapter 47. The lover of the Barbie Pinkbird is fluorescent green. Su Wanwan shrugged. What did it have to do with her? Was she supposed to help those soldiers believe in love again? Even the soldiers who had been fighting hard in the team for years wanted a home. Qiao Lifan said lightly that with Su Wanwan's brains, she should be able to understand. You're morally kidnapping me, Su Wanwan accused. Just because she had to set a good example for those soldiers, did that mean she had to take the lead? Qiao Lifan quickly waved his hand. No, I just meant that if possible, I wouldn't force you to do anything. Su Wanwan glanced out the window, leaning on the windowsill to look at the slightly yellowing leaves. Let me think about it for myself. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to spend a lifetime with a man. Seeing Su Wanwan like this, Qiao Lifan could only turn and leave the room, closing the door gently behind him. Outside, the Barbie Pinkbirds seemed to have found their partners, who were fluorescent green. Seeing Su Wanwan watching them, they chirped a couple of times, as if communicating, then began pecking at their beaks without a care in the world. Su Wanwan blinked. Qiao Lifan's face, as if sculpted by God, kept appearing in her mind. She tapped her head. I'm blinded by desire. Su Wanwan closed the window and checked the comments and her fan count on Xinglong. The previous negative reviews had all been pushed to the bottom, replaced by some positive encouragement. Her fan count had also increased due to the daily recipe shares. Don't eat fish. Anchor, don't think too much. You've already done your best. Zai Su. If it weren't for Zai Su, Shui Xiao would probably still be forced to livestream now, right? Su Wanwan lay on the bed, her mood suddenly much better. Perhaps this was the joy of having fans. When encountering problems, someone would comfort her, making her feel like she wasn't fighting alone. Sister, I don't have class tonight. I want to go play. Jiajia boldly proposed this request. If it were now, her sister would probably be able to fulfill this request. How about going to the nearby amusement park? Su Wanwan suggested. Although the city had become highly technological, amusement parks remained enduring recreational facilities. More people chose to experience things online, but that meant less waiting in line when going there. Yay! Can we really go? Jiajia was extremely excited. This was his first time going out to play. Su Wanwan checked the time and looked up the nearest amusement park, then pulled Jiajia outside. Hurry up and change clothes. If you're not ready by the time I'm done, we want to go. Upon hearing this, Jiajia ran back to his small room. Today, Su Wanwan had bought him quite a few new clothes, and he thought every piece looked good. He could only grab a pile of clothes, and run to Qiao Lifan's room. Brother Qiao, quickly help me see which outfit looks better. Jiajia was buried behind a stack of clothes. Qiao Lifan was sitting in a chair reading recent battle reports. Hearing Jiajia's question, he put down the documents in his hands. After flipping through the clothes, he picked out a casual outfit and said, "Wear this one. You're going out with your sister soon, right?" "Yes. Brother Qiao, you should come too. I want to go to the amusement park with my sister." Jiajia had been looking forward to this entertainment activity for a long time. He had heard that there were mecha-like attractions at the amusement park, and he couldn't wait to touch them. Qiao Lifan thought for a moment and glanced at Wanwan's direction, then sent a message in the group. "My fiancée is taking her brother to the amusement park. Is it better to accompany them or not? Urgent." Waiting for replies. As soon as the message was sent, someone responded immediately. "Of course, go. Boss, tell us which amusement park you're going to, and we'll prepare a surprise for you. The days without training are indeed a bit boring. Boss, we'll come and lend you a hand." After reading the two messages, Qiao Lifan changed into a similar outfit to Jiajia's and grabbed a jacket. The temperature at night would be lower than during the day, and it would be great if he could use it. As soon as Wanwan pushed the door open, she bumped into Qiao Lifan, who was also coming out. He looked like a student in his outfit, completely lacking the aura of a general. There was even a cartoon dog printed on the hoodie. "Is it ugly?" Qiao Lifan pointed to the little dog printed on his stomach. This outfit was chosen for him by the team members. If Wanwan didn't like it, he would definitely make them train harder when he got back. "No, it's fine, just not quite like your usual style." Wanwan touched her nose, feeling a sense of dissonance, as if the domineering male boss had turned into a pure-hearted male college student. "Is it okay for you to go? If someone discovers you at the amusement park with a woman, what if we don't end up getting married?" Wanwan asked. She was worried about affecting Qiao Lifan's reputation, as well as her own. Qiao Lifan stepped forward and took Wanwan's hand. "Since we've decided to try to be together, we can't keep acting like strangers. From now on, treat me as your boyfriend. If I do anything wrong, just let me know." Wanwan's hand was held in Qiao Lifan's warm grasp. His hands were somewhat rough, calloused from practicing weapons. But it was these small scars that brought him great achievements in battle. Jiajia immediately ran up and grabbed Wanwan's other hand, making the three of them look like a family of three. The sky gradually darkened, and the lights of the amusement park turned on one by one, creating a dazzling scene. "Sister, I want to come here often in the future." Jiajia was seeing such a beautiful night view for the first time. In the first few years of his life, he had always stayed at home, going out only to find food. He had never really appreciated anything seriously. "Let's make a deal. Your school has tests, right? If you get good grades on the report card I receive, I'll give you a voucher. With this voucher, I'll grant you one reasonable wish. How about that? Whether it's going out to play, wanting a big meal, or learning something you like. Anything is fine." In an instant, Jiajia felt as if he had entered paradise. He jumped up with all his might, hanging on to Wanwan's neck and leaving a wet kiss on her cheek, his eyes squinting with joy. "I love my sister the most." Chapter 48. I'm accompanying my wife. No time, a 5-year-old child still has some weight. Wanwan felt like her neck was about to break. Come down, let's go play inside." Wanwan had already booked the tickets, and all they needed to do was scan their faces at the entrance to enter the amusement park. There weren't many people in the amusement park, but still, several people frequently glanced in their direction. Just after entering the park, 2 little girls shyly walked towards them. "Are you General Qiao Lifan?" one bold girl asked. "Can we take a picture together?" Her eyes were filled with joy, not expecting to meet Qiao Lifan here. If they got a photo together, she could show off to her friends later. Wanwan tactfully stepped away from Qiao Lifan to let him take a picture with the girls. Unexpectedly, Qiao Lifan pulled Wanwan back. "I'm sorry, but let's take the picture another day. Today, I want to accompany my wife." Qiao Lifan spoke gently, but his words left no room for negotiation. The 2 girls then glanced at Wanwan beside Qiao Lifan. They hadn't heard that Qiao Lifan was married, and now it seemed he even had a child. "You're not married, right?" "If you're not married, everyone has the right to pursue happiness," the girl stated emphatically, showing no consideration for Wanwan. Jiajia quickly turned her little head and looked at Wanwan. "Mom, why is this ant chasing after Dad?" Wanwan gasped. "What? A surprise, Mom?" "Maybe the ant has her own ideas," she replied. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately fell silent but then felt a bit angry. General Qiao, didn't you say you were unmarried? How come you have a child now? Everyone was kept in the dark. The reason they liked Qiao Lifan was that he had always maintained a clean reputation, never getting too entangled with other women. Moreover, he had always focused on serving the empire and dedicated himself to his career, which made him the ideal type in the hearts of many girls. First of all, I'm unmarried. I don't have a girlfriend. Every point I mentioned isn't what I said. You can ask the official blog why they made me into that image. I'm a person. I can have someone I like. Qiao Lifan didn't want the residents to deify him too much. However, the official blog had been using him to build the team's reputation. He couldn't agree with that. He had previously requested a clarification, but they ignored him. I'm going to expose you. I want everyone to know what kind of person Qiao Lifan really is. The girl angrily took out her light brain, wanting to capture a photo of Wanwan and Qiao Lifan to post online. Since things had escalated to this point, Wanwan decided to just let it be. She leaned closer to Qiao Lifan, tidied her hair, and turned to pull Jiajia into her arms. Make it look nice. The girl hesitated for a moment while taking photos, then snapped several shots in quick succession. After finishing, she shot a glare at Wanwan. You two are shameless. You've kept it from us for so long. Do you think it's funny? Wanwan shrugged and led Jiajia away, looking for interesting rides. She could endure, but her patience had limits. Let us go play on that one. Do you want to join us? Wanwan turned to look at Qiao Lifan. This person was simply a troublemaker. The ride she pointed to was the highest one in the amusement park. It would launch visitors like a cannonball, allowing them to enjoy the view of the entire park from high up. Qiao Lifan felt that Wanwan was underestimating him. Don't forget what I do. Wanwan realized she had dug her own grave. After all, he operated warships, and his position was much higher than that of an amusement park ride. Sister, let us go. Jiajia's eyes sparkled with excitement, looking at the towering ride, his whole demeanor screaming, I want to go. Wanwan waved her hand. Let us go. The moment they reached the high point and looked down, Wanwan felt a bit dizzy. In fact, she loved thrilling rides. She just had a slight fear of heights. Wow, little cub, this is so cute. Come let your sister touch you. Before Jiajia could react, his face was suddenly pinched. Andy, who are you? Jiajia was on the verge of exploding. The person who was pinching his cheeks wore staff clothing and scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, we've never had little ones come and play on this ride. But I really like them. It's hard to see little ones while working on this ride. Can you play on this ride? Wanwan asked. As in her previous world, children weren't allowed on high-altitude amusement rides. Of course, our amusement park is designed specifically for little ones. Every ride has parent-child seating. You see, like this, you two adults sit on the sides, and he can sit in the middle. Just then, a group of people finished their turn, and she pointed to Wanwan. And there are patrolling drones on both sides of the ride. If anything happens, they will come to rescue immediately. Since the park was built, there have never been any accidents. Don't be afraid, sister. Jiajia looked at Wanwan with complete calmness. He wasn't scared at all, while the one worrying was actually his sister. Wanwan steeled herself, took Jiajia's little hand, and sat in the row of seats. This position was in the front row, ensuring the little one could have the perfect experience. So beautiful. Wanwan hadn't seen such a beautiful night view in a long time. Although there were more robots than people in the amusement park, looking into the distance. Every house was lit up, shining brightly together, forming a river of lights. This river stretched into the farthest distance, merging into the night sky. If you like, you can sit in my flying vehicle later. I'll take you up to see the sky at night, Qiao Lifan said, watching Wanwan's captivated expression, unable to help but smile. Her emotions always seemed to uplift those around her. She was always so optimistic and positive. Do you know that on the ancient blue star, there is something called a sky lantern? I've heard that if you write a wish on the lantern and release it far away, it will come true. The night view here looks just like a sky full of sky lanterns released. So beautiful. Wanwan swung her feet gently, waiting for the ride to start. It felt like the perfect observation deck. But the moment the ride started, she regretted it. What perfect observation deck? She was sitting on a rocket being launched. Chapter 49. Your child bumped into my child, apologize. For a moment, she felt as if her features had been blown out of place. She had thought the speed would be fast, but she never expected it to be this fast. In contrast, Jiajia next to her indeed had the special seat for young children, with a thin barrier blocking the fierce wind. The gentle night breeze felt quite pleasant. "Sister, I want to play again later." Jiajia stretched out her little hand and shouted. At this height, it felt like she could reach the stars. Wanwan wanted to shake her head, but the strong wind prevented her from doing so. There were screams coming from behind, and she thought how nice it would be to faint right now. "Calm down. Don't mind the wind. Look far away," Qiao Lifan reminded Wanwan from the side. The joy of riding amusement rides is all about enjoying the scenery and experiencing the thrill of falling from height, right? Wanwan lowered her head and took a deep breath, barely managing to open her eyes. As they spun around, she could see the entire amusement park as attractions. Or is there anything clear to see? "Jiajia, look at that mech you like." Wanwan pointed to the right. There was a 10-meter-tall, giant mech, painted in a very cool design, and beside it were some smaller ones available for rental. The attack devices of these mechs were set to a very weak mode, so even if they fired, they wouldn't hurt anyone. Jiajia was so excited upon seeing it that she almost wanted to jump off the roller coaster right then. "Sister, let us go play later. Jiajia wants to play." Jiajia looked down at the entire amusement park and felt like she had never been to such an amazing place. Besides the mechs available for rent, there were also many other game facilities designed like mechs. The ride quickly came to an end, and Jiajia pulled Wanwan straight to the place she had just seen. Qiao Lifan watched the two of them from behind, thinking, maybe this is what dating really looks like. A mech costs 10,000 star coins an hour, something only the wealthy can afford, so there weren't many people renting them. Wanwan readily transferred 20,000 star coins, saying, "Go ahead and play. Enjoy yourself today. If 2 hours isn't enough, I'll give you more." This was the most worry-free way to take care of child. Jiajia immediately ran toward her favorite color, and with the help of the staff, climbed into the mech. "Have you ever operated a mech?" Wanwan found a park bench to sit on. Qiao Lifan sat down next to her and said, "I have. Before I became a commander, I often had to operate mechs to carry out solo missions. The experience is really great. Once you're in a mech, you feel like you're an entire battle team, and an invincible one at that. Can someone like me, who's useless, still learn?" Wanwan eagerly sought an answer. She couldn't fight with her body, only with a butter knife and her mental strength, and she needed something stronger to arm herself. Mechs are mainly controlled by physical strength. If your strength isn't enough, you might not even be able to move the control sticks. Qiao Lifan began explaining the principles of mechs to Wanwan. But Wanwan felt hopeless after hearing the first half of his sentence. She was just someone who cooked, capable of flipping one spoon, but not the second. "I need strength. How could I have any?" Upon hearing that there might be a chance, she quickly asked, "But what?" "However, your mental strength allows you to operate a mech without using your hands." Qiao Lifan brought hope to Wanwan. Wanwan looked into Qiao Lifan's eyes, trying to figure out why this person was so nice to her. But his eyes were very clear, showing nothing at all. If she were to force it, there was only her reflection. She awkwardly turned her head away. Now that she thought about it, the number of times they had met could be counted on one hand. There was no deep emotional connection. Wanwan mentally calculated her requirements for a partner, which weren't high, either rich or good-looking. But Qiao Lifan happened to have both. It doesn't seem like a loss, does it? "How did you play? Why did you bump into my son? Where are your parents?" A woman's sharp voice cut through the sound of the mechs. Instantly, everyone stopped and looked towards the source of the voice. "Whose child is this? Is there no one to manage this? Oh, my baby, are you okay?" The woman immediately climbed into the mech and pulled the child in the cockpit out. "I haven't played enough yet. What do you want? You're so annoying." The child being pulled out was a little boy who kept struggling, even slapping the woman back. "Jiajia?" Wanwan glanced at the mech in front of the woman. Wasn't he that the one Jiajia had just gotten into? Jiajia calmly jumped down from the mech. "If you can't handle a slight bump, why bring your child to play with mechs? You might as well go home and play virtually where no one touches him." Jiajia stood in front of the woman, small but with an impressive aura. This incident shouldn't be blamed on her. When playing such attractions, one should be prepared to bear the corresponding risks. Just like riding a roller coaster requires courage. Moreover, the previous bump was very slight. Anyone in the cockpit wouldn't have felt any shaking at all. "You little brat. Why are you bullying my son? Didn't you all see?" This little rascal bumped into my son. Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan exchanged glances and stood up at the same time, walking to Su Jiajia's side. We are his parents. Is there a problem? Did your son get hurt? Do we need to call for medical assistance? Su Wanwan crossed her arms and looked at the woman. Throughout the entire exchange, it was only the woman who was screaming madly. It's so noisy. What's your attitude? Your child bumped into mine, and this is how you speak? Ah, General Qiao. Don't think that just because you look like Qiao Lifan, you can do whatever you want. The woman screamed like a madwoman, and the child in her arms was being squeezed to the point where his face was getting deformed. Sister, Jiajia didn't T-bump into him. The area is this big. Minor bumps are inevitable. Su Jiajia already knew that no matter how she explained, this woman wouldn't T-listen. Su Wanwan pulled Su Jiajia a bit closer, reminding her that she wasn't the only child with parents present. Our child has repeatedly stated that she didn't T-bump into your child. And your child has also said yes, fine. Why is it that you are the only one who doesn't T-believe it? What do you want? Su Wanwan stepped forward, staring directly at the woman. It was simply unreasonable. Did she think they were easy to bully just because they looked young? Chapter 50. Compensate me 30,000 star coins and consider it as nothing happened compensation. My son is precious. Just looking at you, it's clear you don't cherish your own cubs. I'm different from you, even if it was just a bump. The woman counted on her fingers for a long time before finally coming up with a number, 30,000 star coins. Su Wanwan scoffed, 30,000 star coins? Then I should say you scared our cub too, so you owe me 30,000 as well. That woman was unreasonable. I need to remember what she looks like. I can't let my child play with hers easily. What if we get scammed? Baby, when you go play later, you can't play with their family, okay? We need to avoid getting entangled with them. This is too scary. If you're capable, go build your own amusement park. Su Wanwan looked around at the people. They weren't blind. They all knew what was going on. The woman ignored the voices around her, firmly believing in her own reasoning. I ask you, is this how you educate your child? You bump into someone and don't even apologize? Do I need to ask for 30,000 star coins more? The child in the woman's arms had started to breathe unevenly, his face turning red, unable to speak. Mom, you, breathe, help. The little boy's face was full of pain, and his limbs gradually became limp. Only then did Su Wanwan notice the little boy in her arms. Let him go. Are you trying to strangle your own son? The woman's eyes were fixed on Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia, with no intention of letting go of her child. Su Jiajia frowned. Although this adult refused to listen, the child was innocent. Moreover, this child was different from the adults in their family. He quickly transformed into a small white fox and quietly sneaked behind the woman, biting down hard on her wrist. The woman cried out in pain, finally releasing her arm from the boy's neck. The little boy collapsed on the ground, gasping for air like a dying fish. Do you know why my dad doesn't want you anymore and wants a divorce? It's because you are crazy. You're a complete lunatic. The little boy was so frightened that he immediately distanced himself from the woman. She had been neurotic more than once. Every time she went off, it was terrifying, like a demon. How can you say such things, child? What do you mean your dad doesn't want me anymore? I am your mother. The woman glared, her eyes turning red from the pressure. After biting the woman's wrist, Su Jiajia quickly turned and jumped into Su Wanwan's arms. He hadn't bitten hard. The woman's hand likely just had a minor scrape. Moreover, the most important thing right now was the relationship between this mother and child. Sister, it seems like the situation is a bit off. Su Jiajia whispered in Su Wanwan's imbrace. Su Wanwan glanced at Qiao Lifan beside her. He frowned as if he had thought of something. Is this how a mother acts? This child can't possibly have been picked up by him, right? Su Wanwan frowned as she looked at the two people opposite her. If a child grows up in such a hysterical atmosphere for a long time, his mental state will be greatly tormented. So pitiful, but this is someone else's family matter. Su Jiajia sighed softly as the scene turned into an argument between the two. Even his mecha couldn't be played with anymore. Poor sister, losing 2,000 star coins. Let's come back another time. The commotion at the scene seemed like it would take a while to settle down, and there wouldn't be any chance to play for the time being. Just as Su Wanwan was about to turn around with Su Jiajia, the woman behind them suddenly rushed over like she had gone mad, howling. You such an impolite child. I'm here to teach you how to behave. Qiao Lifan quickly reached out and grabbed the woman's wrist, flipping her over and slamming her to the ground. You conspire to harm another's cub. I have already reported this to the management office. They will be here to take you away soon. While holding her down, Qiao Lifan called the management office. Their holographic devices were specially treated. Pressing the corresponding button automatically reported their location. It was just a little bit, and Jiajia would have been grabbed by this madwoman. Jiajia was clearly frightened, burying his head deeper into Wanwan's embrace. Clearly, today's incident wasn't that serious. Why had it escalated to this point? How can you, such a grown person, not be as reasonable as child? Wanwan frowned and said. The little boy beside them no longer wanted to acknowledge that this person was his mother. He walked over slowly and said to Wanwan, Sister, can I borrow your phone? I want my dad to come pick me up. He had been taken from his dad by his mom. He initially thought it didn't matter who he was with as long as they treated him well. But after arriving, he found that life was completely different from what he imagined. Furthermore, his dad's visits had all been driven away by his mom. Wanwan handed him the holographic device. Here, it's for you. The little boy dialed the number and walked to a corner to make the call. The woman on the ground had her hair scattered, obscuring her face. If you call your dad, don't come looking for me again. Who are you people? Why are you taking my child away from me? She cried out incessantly. Wanwan squatted down. We are not trying to take your child away from you. Just look at yourself right now. Are you fit to take care of him? Once your emotions stabilize, I can help you communicate with your child. She didn't intend to break up anyone's family. She just wanted to resolve the matter quickly. A flying vehicle whizzed overhead, circling a few times before landing beside them. General Qiao? After receiving the location information from the battle team, they rushed over immediately. No one expected General Qiao to be here. This person, you can take her back for processing, and remember to respect the opinions of the child over there. Qiao Lifan arranged the situation. The leading man looked at Wanwan holding Jiajia in surprise, wondering if the iron pot had blossomed with flowers. Has he found a woman? The little boy had just finished his call and returned the holographic device to Wanwan. He looked at his mother being handcuffed and felt a mix of emotions that he couldn't quite describe. Some bitterness and some sourness. If only his mom could listen to him. If only she could calm down and talk properly, he wouldn't have completely lost hope in her. Who wasn't a pitiful person? Just because her past was sad, does she have to transfer that heavy pressure onto him now? The little boy deeply bowed to the three of them. Thank you for today. If it had been someone with a worse temper, they might not have been here today. Chapter 51. My fiancé. Is your baby, Wanwan watched the two people board the flying vehicle and turned to look at Jiajia. Do you still want to play? Jiajia's playful spirit had completely cooled down. He shook his head, not interested at all, but he was a bit hungry and wanted to go home for dinner. The surrounding children and parents gradually dispersed, and it seemed unlikely that any children would come to play with this attraction tonight. Shall we go home and cook? Wanwan glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock at night, and the night wind made her feel a bit cold. Just as she rubbed her arms, she suddenly felt a weight on her. Did you bring the clothes all this way just for this? Wanwan teased with a smile. Isn't that a bit too much? She actually treated a dignified general as a tool. Qiao Lifan shrugged. You'll be cold. Jiajia felt goosebumps all over. How could couples in love be like this? Hey, now that my sister has Qiao Gij, she doesn't want me as her brother anymore. So annoying. Jiajia crossed his arms and walked ahead, glancing back constantly. Qiao Lifan took a step forward and pulled Jiajia into his arms. How could I not want my brother? Your sister doesn't want me. I will still want you. With Jiajia around, Wanwan couldn't escape either. It was the first time Jiajia let someone other than his family hug him, and he felt a bit uncomfortable. But the scent on Qiao Lifan was really nice. After struggling a bit, drowsiness overtook him, and he actually fell asleep on Qiao Lifan's shoulder. Jiajia is heavy, right? How about I carry him instead? Wanwan wanted to take Jiajia from Qiao Lifan's arms, but was dodged by Qiao Lifan. I'll have to get used to it sooner or later. Qiao Lifan shifted Jiajia's weight. Your sister hasn't agreed yet. You need to put in more effort. Jiajia made a cheering gesture with his little fist. Qiao Lifan pinched Jiajia's cheek. Shouldn't Jiajia help his brother? Jiajia glanced at Wanwan's expression and saw that she had no objection. So he smiled mischievously. If brother performs well, Jiajia will help. After all, Qiao Lifan was still his favorite brother-in-law candidate. Your sister needs someone to protect her. Su Wanwan watched the two of them acting like children and shook her head. It was too silly. How could they have this effect together? What delicious food is sister planning to make tonight? Qiao Lifan asked, coaxing the sleeping Su Jiajia. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. You call me sister? That is too much of a stretch. But to be fair, Qiao Lifan saying sister sounded quite nice. His tone had a slight rise at the end, almost like he was being a bit coy, just like Su Jiajia. Then I can't call you little sister, right? That sounds like a greasy old man, Qiao Lifan countered. Calling her by her name felt too distant, while using a nickname felt too intimate. Fearing that Su Wanwan might be unhappy, calling her sister together with Su Jiajia was the best option. Su Wanwan rubbed her face. She felt her cheeks were burning. This was the first time a man had called her that. Just call me by my name. Anyway, we are already in the same boat online. Su Wanwan decided to let it go. At least until now, she didn't dislike Qiao Lifan. In fact, being with him and Su Jiajia gave her a strange illusion of a family of three. Qiao Lifan nodded. Wanwan, the name slipped out easily. Once they got home, Su Wanwan thought about what to make that night. Jiajia, whenever we go out to play on the ancient Azure Star, we always have to eat some snacks. How about I make some for you tonight? She wanted to eat takoyaki, cotton candy, taiyaki, and grilled sausages, but it seemed like the raw materials for these things. She opened a shopping website and searched. She saw that there were already ready-made ancient-style machines, but it seemed nobody had bought them. Then that's fine. Su Wanwan immediately placed an order. When the robot arrived, she directly set up Qiao Lifan's kitchen to look like a street food stall. She knew she couldn't replicate the taste of the sausages sold before, so she could only make a few to grill. I'll prepare the batter. Qiao Lifan, you help cut the octopus, and Jiajia, you can stuff the sausages. Su Wanwan changed in her cooking clothes, tied on an apron, washed her hands, and got started. Once everyone was ready, she clicked the live stream button. The footage of them going to the amusement park had already been captured and posted online, so hiding was meaningless. With things as they were, Su Wanwan let it go. Hello everyone, I'm Su, the one raising baby Su. These two people beside me should be familiar to you, right? Su Wanwan didn't shy away and directly exposed Su Jiajia and Qiao Lifan to the camera. The crowd had never seen Qiao Lifan working before, and everyone felt it was extremely novel. I was going to ask about the photos online. Now it's great. No need to ask. I thought General Qiao would be an otherworldly immortal, but it turns out he can help cook as a family husband. My dreams are shattered. Oh my, I must be dreaming. I can actually see Qiao Shun in my lifetime. Su Wanwan smiled widely. What's wrong? Your enthusiasm isn't high today, huh? There will be a lot of delicious food coming out soon. Can't that attract you? Qiao Lifan also raised the octopus in his hand. Later, you can try the ingredients I cut. Are they good? After a moment, he remembered something and spoke again. You all think of me as too otherworldly. I'm just an ordinary person. I want to get married too. I'm just a soldier, and I don't need to guard my virtue like a celebrity, right? He hadn't even opened his StarNet account, so from the beginning, he never intended to go in that direction. Qiao Shun, you are a god. You alone stormed into the enemy's base camp and came out unscathed. What else could that be if not divine? The fans were extremely excited. They genuinely regarded Qiao Lifan as their faith. Qiao Lifan immediately raised his hand to stop them. That time was not unscathed. I almost died. It was just that the medical robot's technology was good, so I didn't leave any scars. Qiao Shun, I heard that people from the Imperial Battle Team are assigned fiancé ES. So did you break up with your fiancé before getting together with baby Su? Doesn't that violate Imperial regulations? Qiao Lifan calmly opened his personal information, covering other areas with something, and then showed it to the camera. He actually looked a bit proud. My fiancé is your baby Su. Chapter 52. Are you the kind of unfamiliar engaged couple? The live broadcast room fell silent in an instant. Didn't they say that the success rate of team members' partners is very low? It seems like there has only been 1 or 2 pairs since the beginning, and they ended up getting divorced. If my memory serves me right, it should be like this. So a miracle is happening in front of us? Impossible. General Qiao is with someone who cooks? Clearly, Vice Officer Lin is a better match for General Qiao. Many people have been shipping this couple for a long time. Now, learning that the couple they ship is actually real is too heartbreaking. There has never been a saying that someone is suitable for someone else since ancient times. Even if you think they are suitable, I don't think so. Qiao Lifan explained to the person who just sent the comment. Wanwan and Jiajia exchanged glances and looked at Qiao Lifan together. It feels like there's a successor in this live broadcast room. Qiao Lifan seems capable of chatting with them all day, and the number of online viewers has increased significantly. Sister, I really think General Qiao is quite nice. Jiajia whispered in Wanwan's ear. Wanwan had just finished adjusting the batter and was now cooking red beans. She scooped a chunk of red bean paste with a spoon and put it in Jiajia's mouth, saying, "Can't keep your mouth shut." Jiajia chewed on the red bean paste. It was sweet and delicious. After swallowing the red bean paste, he spoke again. Sister, you really need a man who can help you cook. Wanwan lightly tapped Jiajia's head with the spoon. You're still young. Do you know what it means to spend a lifetime with a man? What if my sister thinks I'm a fool? Jiajia secretly grumbled. Isn't it just that after being together, the relationship gets really good, and then you'll have a cute baby like me? I want to get jealous of the little baby. Wanwan touched her nose. What to do if her brother is too silly? Anyway, since her sister has already agreed to get to know General Qiao, she shouldn't let go. Tonight, Jiajia will sleep by himself, and sister will sleep with General Qiao. We've agreed on that. Jiajia seriously arranged the sleeping arrangements for the night. What kind of nonsense is the baby saying behind? I think I heard something outrageous. Is it just my illusion? I seem to have heard that the baby Su is going to sleep with General Qiao tonight. Wanwan glanced at the screen. Putting the red bean paste, she just mixed aside. What kids say can't be taken seriously. She turned on all the equipment, having prepared the materials, and it was time to start cooking. Jiajia immediately wiped his hands and stood in front of the taiyaki stall. Boss, I want 2 of these. Wanwan skillfully brushed oil in the pan, then poured batter into 2 symmetrical molds, letting it flow evenly in the equipment until it formed a perfect taiyaki shell. Help me turn on the scent sharing. Wanwan commanded without hesitation. Qiao Lifan was assisting nearby, doing whatever Wanwan asked him to do. She filled the already baked shells with plenty of red beans, then added a piece of mochi, completing her homemade taiyaki. Although it would definitely differ from what is sold outside, she was absolutely confident in the taste. The equipment and materials are already listed, so if anyone wants to buy them, feel free. However, there's also a new announcement today. If anyone wants to learn how to make snacks with me, you can private message me after my live broadcast ends. Wanwan had made up her mind. She wanted to take on apprentices. She wanted to make this culinary desert bloom with vibrant flowers. Will you teach us thoroughly? Can someone with 2 left hands learn? What's the tuition fee? And are there any requirements? Almost everyone was eager to try, wanting to make delicious food with their own hands. Wanwan thought for a moment. When you private message me, tell me what you want to learn and whether you follow my videos. I plan to find 1 person for each type to be my apprentice. Once you learn, you can't secretly reduce the ingredients. And you can't take the opportunity to sell the snacks at sky-high prices. Her idea was simple, so the requirements weren't many. If you take on apprentices like this, I'm afraid at least half of the people in the live room will come. Qiao Lifan teased with a smile. Ding! Qiao Lifan's light brain beeped. His expression changed. He took it out to take a look and immediately put down the octopus chunks in his hand. After turning off the sound in the live room, he turned back to Wanwan and said, I have to go to a meeting. Sorry, I can't stay with you tonight. Qiao Lifan hadn't even changed his clothes. He was still in his training uniform from the battleship. Wanwan felt a bit sudden. She packed all the taiyaki she made into Qiao Lifan's hands, saying, if you can't come back, eat this. After you finish, message me and I'll make more for you. Holding the steaming taiyaki, Qiao Lifan waved goodbye to Wanwan. I'll be back soon. After deciding to openly acknowledge her relationship with Qiao Lifan, Wanwan had already thought about the situations that might occur in the future. Most likely, Qiao Lifan would have missions outside and couldn't return, or something like a work injury might suddenly happen. However, his sudden departure made her feel a bit lonely. Wanwan turned the live broadcast sound back on and glanced at the comments. So what exactly is the relationship between baby Su and General Qiao? Are they the kind of unfamiliar engaged couple? Wanwan and T planned to hide it from everyone. They were getting along well and felt it was worth trying to be together. With such a good man like General Qiao, the streamer probably won't find another one, right? If it doesn't work out, will the streamer really be willing to give up General Qiao? Wanwan nodded, why not? I'd rather not spend a lifetime with someone unsuitable. Then what does the streamer think of Vice Officer Lin? Knowing that you're with General Qiao, Vice Officer Lin must be very sad. Su Wanwan had already lost count of how many times she had heard news about Vice Officer Lin. Even though she had a good temper and could endure a lot, she was starting to feel physically fatigued now. Sorry, what I think has nothing to do with you, Su Wanwan thought, slapping the dough onto the mold. I'm just asking. I think General Qiao and Vice Officer Lin are a good match. And the whole team says good things are coming for them. Su Wanwan focused on the person SID, telling them to lock in General Qiao and Vice Officer Lin on the spot. She rolled her eyes. Why don't you go ask them? If they say I'm the third party, I'll immediately break off my engagement with Qiao Lifan. If either of them says they have no feelings for the other, you owe me an apology across the internet. How about that? Chapter 53, he must have been bewitched by you. The barrage had been silent for a long time, and everyone was waiting for this person's reply. Su Wanwan had already made her stance clear. She absolutely did not interfere in other people's relationships. It was just a matter of whether the person sending the barrage dared to take up the challenge. Okay, I'm going to ask now. I don't believe that General Qiao and Officer Lin have worked together for so long without any feelings. He must have been bewitched by you. Su Wanwan found it amusing. If she had the ability to bewitch men, would she still be single? Sister, let's continue eating. Su Jiajia looked at the squid pieces beside her, drooling. General Qiao was out of luck. He was still hungry. Su Wanwan directly set up a small stall at home, saying, "Come on, barrage to order. What do you all want to eat? I'll make it one by one. Once it's done, send me what you want and your address, and I'll send it to you." She brushed a layer of oil on the takoyaki machine, poured in a layer of batter, and then returned to the taiyaki, working on both without delay. Can I have them all? The people behind the screen were nearly drooling. Even if they had the machines, they couldn't make such snacks. If you can finish eating, I can finish making. I'll keep going until Jiajia and I are full, or until I'm tired. Su Wanwan was going all out. Today's live stream would definitely be long enough to satisfy these people. Su Jiajia sat upright in front of the machine with her new plate. Watching the small balls rolling into shape, her stomach began to protest. Sister, is it because General Qiao left that you're feeling disgruntled? Su Jiajia found her sister unusually active today. Normally, she wouldn't be willing to stream for even a minute longer, but today, she seemed to have plenty of time. Since you're having fun today, I want to have some fun too. Su Wanwan, after all, was still a child. Who said adults couldn't play with toys? The takoyaki machine was like her toy. Then Jiajia will play with sister. Boss, when will my taiyaki be ready? Su Wanwan smeared a generous amount of red bean filling inside the taiyaki, added a small piece of mochi, and placed it in Su Jiajia's small plate. All done. Pay up. Su Jiajia patted her pocket. Why do I still have to pay? She stood up and pecked Su Wanwan's cheeks. 2 taiyakis paid for. The people in front of the camera were melting at this scene. This isn't a food live stream. This is obviously a parent-child live stream. Perfect for watching with kids. Does anyone have kids at home? I've already brought my kid, but she is asking me what those delicious things made by sister are. What should I do? Su Wanwan looked at the barrage about kids. Just in time for the first batch of takoyaki to be ready. Those of you watching with kids, send me your addresses and I'll send some to you first. But be careful. The freshly made food is very hot. Let it cool down before giving it to the little ones. Su Wanwan de maindi fotfelli. The first batch made a total of 50 pieces. 20 were sent to the Agricultural Research Institute, 6 to Su Jiajia, 6 to herself, and the rest were distributed to those watching the live stream with kids. A pot was completely divided up. Although we're drooling, we can't snatch food from the kids, right? But if it's made by the little one, I still want to grab some. Takoyaki has been received. The little one says it's delicious. Su Jiajia was also holding her plate, immersing herself in eating in front of the camera. Su Wanwan planned to wait for the food to cool before eating, so she didn't rush to eat, but kept making batch after batch. In a short time, a mountain of takoyaki and taiyaki piled up beside her. Shipping took some time, and the money came in quickly. Anyway, every order came with a small gift for her. And she didn't care how much money she received. It was all about the pleasure of making food. Host, can we send something to the little one? Like small toys, the little one is just too cute. We know you don't lack these things, but we don't have kids. Can we virtually raise one? Seeing someone say this, Su Wanwan turned to Su Jiajia and asked, your older brothers and sisters want to send you things. Do you want them? This was a question of mutual trust. She was also afraid that there might be some strange things mixed in, but if she rejected the fans' request, it would make them sad. Send it to my office in the city. I'll take it back when I come back. It was a message from Qiao Lifan. Su Wanwan glanced at her phone. Wasn't he in a meeting? How do you have time to watch her live stream? On the battleship. General Qiao. Commander Qiao. This strategy needs your approval. Had they called him back too hastily? It seemed like he just showed up physically, but his mind was elsewhere. Qiao Lifan finally put his phone on the table and looked up. No, let us wrap up the meeting. I need to go strategize. Officer Lin glanced at Qiao Lifan with concern. Are you feeling unwell? A new treatment pod has just arrived. You can rest in there for a bit. She looked down and saw Qiao Lifan's phone, which was broadcasting Su Wanwan's live stream. The two people inside, one big and one small, were happily cooking. General Qiao, you should know that you belong to the Empire and shouldn't waste time on personal affairs. She snatched the light brain and exited the live stream, quickly memorizing Su Wanwan's contact number. You've disappointed me greatly. Qiao Lifan's gaze fell on the light years where Su Wanwan's smile had disappeared, his expression darkening. It seemed he'd been too easygoing in the past. His subordinates were getting out of hand. On Su Wanwan's side, she finally finished shipping everything and informed the fans of Qiao Lifan's office address. Don't send anything too valuable. He'll be very happy with some small toys. Su Wanwan was worried the people in the live stream would send random expensive gifts. We know. You can't accept expensive things, so we'll just send some toys and clothes for the little one. Su Wanwan happily agreed. Wasn't it great to have someone help her raise a child? Does the little one want anything? Older sisters will buy it for you. The ID speaking was very familiar to Su Wanwan. She remembered this person had been around since she started her live stream. Raising the little one by, would you like to be an administrator in my live stream? An administrator was something Su Wanwan had only discovered in the past couple of days while browsing live streams. She could hire someone to help manage the barrage, but usually it was people from the company who filled those roles. Su Wanwan didn't need an agent, so she could only dig for one herself. Chapter 54, New Admin. By the baby raiser, who was called out, was extremely excited. Can I do it? I've been an admin for a little streamer before. I have some experience. But that streamer stopped streaming later. Su Wanwan nodded. Of course you can. In my case, unless there are special circumstances, I probably won't stop streaming. After all, she is just a cook. She only knows how to cook. If she stops streaming, she might just open a restaurant. She entered by the baby raiser's name in the settings, and soon a shiny golden admin badge appeared next to her name. Then my live stream room will rely on you. I'll go to the backend later and send you my contact information. You can add me. Su Wanwan was tired of making octopus balls and grilled fish. And Jiajia had eaten and drunk enough to go upstairs to sleep. She would let the robot at Qiao Lifan's house clean up the mess, and today's matters would be completely over. The faint scent of Qiao Lifan lingered in the air, making her unable to calm down. Being an admin allows you to add contact information. We wanted to. Su Wanwan glanced at the screen. Soon, I'll create a big group with by the baby raiser, and then post it in my Xinglong updates. If you want to join the group, you can join anytime. After saying that, she turned off the live stream, and sent her contact information to Bai the baby raiser through the backend. Before long, she received a friend request from Bai. After accepting it, she curiously browsed through Bai's updates to see what kind of person her fan head was. It was a young girl, not very old, who was trying hard to make the dishes she taught. Sister Susu, I'm going to create the group right now. Bai the baby raiser quickly set up the group, preparing 2 groups in total. One for those who had given gifts in a live stream, and the other for anyone who had watched the Baby Sue's live stream. After all, the people coming from outside were mixed, and she was afraid that someone envious of Su Wanwan would come in and cause trouble. Su Wanwan had never seen a pig run, but had seen a pig's trotters. Although it was her first time as a streamer, she had watched a lot before. Thank you. I'll send you some delicious food later. After typing this, Su Wanwan called the robot to help clean up and went upstairs to sleep. After arriving at Qiao Lifan's house, the black-clad people outside were gone, and Jiajia slept very soundly. She wouldn't be bothering Su Wanwan to find her anymore. Some of the things from her original home had already been brought over by Qiao Lifan, and even the layout had been adjusted according to the previous house, just that the place was much larger. Su Wanwan took out the diary from the cabinet by the bed, wanted to see what had happened after her parents were taken away. She flipped to the back of the page she was reading, and it was a scribbled piece of paper, almost filled with red ink. At that time, she must have already had some mental issues. Go find them. Below this sentence was a red phoenix with wings ready to fly. Sure enough, it was related to that organization, but where to find them? The diary seemed to have skipped many years after that page. The handwriting had matured, filled with many maps and information about the mysterious Fire Phoenix organization. Su Wanwan uploaded the insignia online for image recognition, but found no useful information. Sister, why aren't you sleeping? She had just seen a faint light outside the house and wanted to come out to take a look. Su Wanwan remembered that she hadn't told Su Jiajia about their parents before. Jiajia, Mom and Dad, didn't die in an accident, Su Wanwan said to Su Jiajia. Just like he said, he was already 5 years old and had the right to know these things. Su Jiajia was taken aback, then immediately climbed onto the bed to peek at the diary. How did Mom and Dad die? He often saw his sister writing and drawing in this diary, thinking she was just documenting daily life. He didn't expect it to contain such shocking things. Perhaps they didn't die at all? Maybe they were just imprisoned somewhere and couldn't come to find us, perhaps waiting for us to grow up and then find them based on clues? Su Wanwan tried to guess. Yet, she couldn't find more clues at home. Before Mom and Dad passed away, Dad gave me a small mech, which was fully realistic. Could there be clues in there? Su Jiajia tentatively asked. He didn't really think a toy could hold anything. But if Su Wanwan's guess was correct, maybe there was information left by Dad in there. Perhaps even in their original house, there was information, but the black-clad people had broken down the door, and she didn't know if they could still find useful clues after returning. Su Wanwan inexplicably began to solve the case. Clearly, she had just entered an ordinary novel, simply becoming the sister of the villain baby, yet now it gave her the illusion that she had to rely on her and the baby to save the world. Let's go back one day, while Qiao is not around. Su Jiajia suddenly had a flash of inspiration, insisting they go back when Qiao Lifan was not there. They couldn't occupy the precious time they had living together. You've changed your tune so quickly. Su Wanwan noticed the way Su Jiajia addressed her at that moment. Moreover, wouldn't it be better to go back when Qiao Lifan was there? They would have someone to protect them if they went together, and, if not, someone could watch over the house. Su Jiajia chuckled a couple of times and quickly returned to his room. Letting his sister think things through properly, he said that saying more was useless. This was a matter between the two of them. After Su Jiajia left the room, Su Wanwan put the diary back in the drawer. Qiao Lifan had made the bed very soft. She could sink into it, feeling very secure. Wrapping herself in the fluffy blanket, she began to seriously contemplate her feelings. Up until now, Qiao Lifan had been just like this, but because of the team matters, it was hard to find time to meet. She considered herself a non-clingy person and hoped both sides could pursue their own careers. But not seeing each other for a long time, she really didn't know if it would work. Unless the turmoil this time was calmed down and they achieved victory. She remembered that in the original book, the peaceful days lasted a long time before the thrilling battle came. It should be soon that the borders were stabilized, due to the male lead's appearance, and General Qiao would be recalled to the headquarters to train the future successor. But she didn't want to see any male lead take office. Qiao Lifan was the male lead she recognized. Chapter 55. 1 month until the next event node, Su Wanwan covered herself with a blanket and wrote down the timeline of the major events happening in the story. In the original book, all the timelines were calculated based on the age of the minor villain. Given that Su Jiajia was only 5 years old now, it meant that in another month, Qiao Lifan would be recalled. The male and female leads in the original book were filled with a sense of justice and were determined to reform the entire galaxy, which included the federal battle teams within their scope of reform. Therefore, they aimed to gain control over the battle teams and plan the population of the entire city, hoping for more children to be born. As for the ambiguous nutrient solution, Su Wanwan couldn't quite remember the details. By the end of the book, the nutrient solution was hardly mentioned, except that just before the conclusion, the male and female leads drank the red nutrient solution given to them by their commander. After drinking it, their powers surged, and they ultimately stabilized the entire galaxy, driving out all the space bandits. The Azure Star became the strongest galaxy, one where no one dared to disturb. What exactly were the ingredients of that red nutrient solution that made it so effective? Su Wanwan couldn't analyze it without the proper equipment, and it felt like a cat was scratching at her heart. Thinking about this, she fell asleep. The next morning, She woke up to a ray of sunlight shining in her eyes. Without a strict livestream schedule, she had no idea what time it was when she woke up. Jiajia next door was probably already in class, judging by the clattering sound coming from her room. Learning to pilot mechas had its advantages. At least she could protect herself later on. Wanwan stretched, feeling that she needed to find something to do, like opening a snack stall and then starting a factory. Recently, her livestream income had accumulated to several 100,000 star coins, and her fan base had grown to over 500,000. Mostly because people discovered the delicious food in her livestream and shared it with friends, leading to a chain reaction of new followers. If you have time, should we meet? Wanwan sent a message to Bai, who was raising the cub. She wanted to discuss future plans, thinking that if she could trust this person, they could make money together. Bai quickly replied, I'm currently working at a corner CAF in the East. Can you come here to find me? Although the current world lacked gourmet food, some beverages had survived, such as coffee. However, the taste of this coffee was different from that on the ancient Azure Star. It was all mixed with nutrient solutions. While it had a familiar flavor, the two species were vastly different. Wanwan replied with a good, tidied up a bit, and prepared to go out. Before leaving, she stuck a note on Jiajia's door and set the planned recipes into her home robot. It was a pity that she couldn't bring Bill's big ears over for now. She slung a small bag over her shoulder and set the destination of her flying vehicle to the CAF's entrance, then let go of the control stick, allowing the vehicle to operate itself, which was much steadier than her handling. The flying vehicle was fast, and she struggled to keep her composure. In just 5 minutes, she flew from the city center to the east, where the population was noticeably less than in the central area. The streets were sparsely populated, and there weren't many tall buildings. The CAF was indeed just a corner spot on the street. However, it was strange that such a place still needed to hire staff. Bai, who raises the cub? Wanwan asked uncertainly, seeing only a young girl inside. The girl had long straight hair tied in a ponytail, looking like a college student. She wore the CAF's uniform and appeared quite young. Jiajia, it's me. You look even better in person than on camera. How come you didn't even turn on the beauty filter? I was very excited. After leading Wanwan to a seat, she began to introduce herself. My name is Bai Yun. I just turned 18 this year, and I plan to attend the Imperial Mech Academy. Nice to meet you. Wanwan shook Bai Yun's hand and suddenly remembered that at this age, she should also be going to college, right? Bai Yun was quite talkative, and once she started talking, she couldn't stop. I'll have plenty of time in college. The Imperial Mecha Academy uses a self-directed learning strategy. We can attend classes whenever we want, and if we don't want to go, we can even study at home. After saying that, she blinked at Wanwan. I'm capable enough, right? I can definitely help you manage the live stream. Great. You help me manage the live stream, and I'll pay you and provide food. If the number of viewers increases later, I'll find you 2 more partners. Managing it alone is just too exhausting. Wanwan was currently live streaming full-time and had time for planning, but if she had to do other things in the future, she couldn't possibly monitor the live stream 24 hours a day. She couldn't do it herself, so she wouldn't ask others to help unless she hired an assistant. Jiajia, there are some teams online that specialize in managing live streams. If you want, you can look for them. They'll help you as long as you have the money. Bai Yin seemed to know more about this than Wanwan, having had prior experience. Right now, I can't look for a team because I signed a contract with Xingpan Entertainment, but once I terminate it, I can. Wanwan was worried about violating the terms of her contract. Although it was uncomfortable to stay there, she didn't want to waste her money. I also want to ask, how did you manage to sign a contract with Xingpan Entertainment? Their reputation in the live streaming world is terrible, just like the model Xiao and that Wanner. It's because of them that this live stream platform has become so chaotic. Bai Yin was young and spoke her mind freely. She genuinely liked Wanwan's live stream, which was why she was so outraged when she saw Wanwan sign with Xingpan Entertainment. She thought another good streamer was going to be ruined by them. Besides, the president of Xingpan Entertainment is someone who holds grudges, so you must be careful. Jiajia. Wanwan felt a headache coming on. Bai Yin was just too energetic. She felt that if she sat there all day, Bai Yin would talk to her all day. It's fine. I know how to handle these matters. Since I'm here, I will definitely be able to leave. But now is not the time to go. Wanwan thought she would wait a while longer. She would only do what she wanted to do after she personally witnessed Wanner leave the food channel. The events she had signed up for were also nearing their conclusion, and the results would be determined in the next couple of days. If she could win that sum of star coins, she would be able to invest in the Agricultural Research Institute. Chapter 56. There might be seeds at the auction, sister. Su knew in her heart that Xingpan Entertainment was indeed not a place to stay for long. Bai Yun turned to get 2 cups of coffee. Although it was called coffee, it was actually a brown nutritional liquid with a hint of coffee aroma. Sister Su, can you also make coffee? She had been drinking various drinks made from nutritional liquids since she was little. This kind of drink would not leave one feeling hungry after consumption, and many people used it as a meal replacement. Su Wanwan pondered for a moment. The Agricultural Research Institute had not yet cultivated coffee beans. Even if she searched, she might not be able to find any. Many plants must have already disappeared from this world. The brown liquid in the cup did not emit a single wisp of steam, making Su Wanwan feel somewhat weary. I can only make it once I find the raw materials for coffee. Many things have already disappeared now. There are no stored seeds at the Agricultural Research Institute, and there definitely won't be any outside. Some collectors might have taken the seeds for their collections. By the way, Sister Su, do you know about the auction in the city? Seeds seem to appear there often, Bai Yun said mysteriously to Su Wanwan. She had stumbled upon this auction while surfing the internet one day. She heard that there were many valuable items without a market there. Do you know where it is? I want to go check it out one day. It would be great if they have seeds. Su Wanwan thought of the fruits that had not yet been cultivated and felt tempted. Bai Yun directly sent the location to Su Wanwan in the chat box, saying she had heard it was here, but she had never been there, so she didn't know if it was true. She had always wanted to check it out, but she didn't have any money. She heard the entrance fee was tens of thousands of star coins, and as a student, she couldn't possibly have that much money. Do you want to go with me? Su Wanwan sin sirlim baitif. If Bai Yun hadn't told her about this, she wouldn't have known such a place existed. Bai Yun's eyes widened immediately, trembling as she pointed at herself. Can I? The entrance fee there is very expensive. Su Wanwan checked the relevant information about the auction and found out there would be one this weekend. The entrance fee was 150,000 star coins, and bidding inside would also require spending a considerable amount of money, but even just going to take a look would be worth it. What's wrong with that? Just think of it as a celebration for helping me manage the live broadcast room. Su Wanwan laughed. If someone was genuinely good to her, she wouldn't mind repaying them 100-fold. Bai Yun suppressed the urge to jump up and cheer, quickly pulling the coffee-flavored nutritional liquid back in front of her. Then I won't have to torture you with this nutritional liquid. The CAF was bustling outside, yet no one seemed interested in coming in. Su Wanwan asked, doesn't this CAF lose money? Bai Yun shook her head. The boss is a strange person. I only saw him once when I joined, and I haven't seen him since. As long as I get my salary, that's enough for me. She had a typical worker's mindset. As long as she got paid, she would do what was asked. Next time I'll bring you some little cakes. I'll go back now, and I'll come and find you on the weekend. We'll go to the auction. Su Wanwan noted the schedule in her memo. Things have been a bit chaotic lately, and she was afraid she would forget. Bai Yun immediately cheerfully tidied up the table. Then I'll wait for you, Sister Su. I'll take care of your live broadcast room and fan group. I promise nothing will go wrong. She had been doing live broadcasts for a long time and was very familiar with where Su Wanwan's videos were. She could even give a little introduction to new fans. Su Wanwan glanced at the strange CAF before leaving. She still had to go home to check on Jiajia. It must be boring for him to be alone at home. Do you know about the auction? She thought for a moment and sent a message to Qiao Lifan on the way. He should know much more than she did. Now, everything she could collect was through online searches. Anything she couldn't find left her in the dark. She should bring out the skills she had from her previous life in gathering information. Sister. As soon as she entered the door, Jiajia rushed into Su Wanwan's arms like a little cannonball. Why did you go out for so long without taking Jiajia with you? Jiajia complained in a babyish voice. I specifically went out while you were in class. You should stay home and focus on your studies. Isn't it just right for me to return when you're done? Su Wanwan rubbed Jiajia's little head. He felt a bit insecure because of their parents' departure and his sister's harshness. She was also trying to find ways to comfort Jiajia, but the effect was minimal. And if you keep relying on your sister like this, what will you do when you go to school in the future? Su Wanwan pulled Jiajia to sit on the sofa. Jiajia still didn't want to leave his sister's embrace. He really hated the feeling of being alone at home after class. Then I won't go to school anymore, Jiajia said stubbornly. He wanted his sister to always be with him. Even if she got married and had a baby in the future, she still had to love him very much. But you need to go to school to learn about the mecha class you like the most. You'll still see your sister every day after school. Wanwan said patiently to Jiajia. When dealing with children, one must have patience. Jiajia fell silent. He liked the mecha class, and he also liked his sister. But he felt he had to make a choice between the two. So when I come back from class, can I see my sister? Jiajia asked gloomily. The time for online classes at home was only 2 years. After that, he would have to go to school and attend classes with his peers. And he couldn't stay at home anymore. In fact, Wanwan didn't dare to guarantee. To avoid lying to Jiajia, she could only be honest. If my sister has nothing to do, she will pick you up after class. If my sister can't pick you up in time, she will send someone to do it. Is that okay? Jiajia nodded slowly, hesitating. He hoped to see his sister every day. Right now, his sister was his only family. Moreover, she didn't mind how harsh he had been before. All right, hurry up and go study. We'll have the leftover taiyaki and takoyaki for dinner tonight. I saved some from yesterday, and it's all in the fridge. Qiao Lifan's fridge had a storage layer that kept food at the right temperature, so even if yesterday's food was put in, it would still be warm today. It was much smarter than her own fridge. Auction? If you want to go, I'll accompany you when I return. Qiao Lifan seemed to have just freed up some time and replied to Wanwan's message. Is there any danger? If there wasn't, she could just go by herself. She mainly wanted to buy a couple of seed packets. I'm worried about your safety. Auctions can be a bit chaotic. Chapter 57. Where are the cubs going? Seeing Qiao Lifan say that, Wanwan was really a bit touched. Of course, it was only a little. I plan to go this weekend. You just take care of your things. After sending the message, Wanwan put away her light brain. She should buy a newer, more portable one. Right now, both she and Jiajia were using the old model, which looked like a mobile phone, but with the updates. Now there were ring-shaped and watch-shaped ones available, which would be more convenient. After checking the price on the shopping app, she directly ordered one. Now that she was earning money, it wouldn't make sense not to improve her quality of life. Dear Sue, who is raising cubs, we have a program, Where are the Cubs Going? Sincerely inviting you to participate. This message suddenly popped up, and Wanwan checked the relevant information. It was a show about raising cubs. The main selling point was the different personalities of the cubs, allowing many families to enjoy the fun of cloud raising cubs. And the program had very positive reviews with no negative rumors. The compensation offered was also quite generous. She clicked on an episode to watch. The show started with a mini-game where the cubs chose their rooms. If their performance was poor, they would be forced to stay in the worst house. As for the environment, Wanwan thought it didn't matter. Even the worst room looked clean and tidy. The episode she watched was filmed in another small city, with few people and low houses, resembling a rural area from the past. However, there weren't any pets or flowers, and the industrial atmosphere was everywhere. But there were still plenty of places to play, like exploring an old amusement park and even a haunted house set up by the production team, all to see the adorable expressions of the cubs when faced with unexpected situations. Some segments required the cubs to go out and buy things themselves, such as nutritional liquid for dinner and bedding. After watching an episode, Wanwan replied directly, "Sure." The production team immediately sent over the time and location. When the time came, a flying vehicle from the team would come to pick them up. In this world, almost everything had meal replacements, yet television programs still persisted, giving Wanwan a sense of illusion that she was still in the original world. However, the people on the show all looked somewhat uniform, as if they were carved from the same mold. Thinking the timing was about right, Wanwan went to the fridge and took out the grilled sea bream and octopus balls, and the taste was still the same. Even the bonito flakes on top slowly curled up after being taken out. "Sister, I'm here for dinner. We talked about the basic attacks of mechas today. It was really cool." Jiajia bounced down from upstairs, clearly enjoying today as class very much. Wanwan popped an octopus ball into Jiajia's mouth, saying, "Ah, so good. Yesterday's meal is still warm today." Jiajia mimicked Wanwan, saying, "Ah, so good. I can eat the food made by my sister." If sister had been like this back then, he must have been the happiest child among his peers. "By the way, isn't your school going on break soon? Sister will take you out to play. Do you want to be on TV?" Wanwan turned and asked casually. Whether this would happen depended on Jiajia. as the cubs were the main attraction. Jiajia thought for a moment. Will Jiajia have fans on TV? Will I be as popular as sister? If so, then he would go. He also wanted to be liked by others. Wanwan stuffed another ball into Jiajia's mouth, saying, "You're so cute. If you perform well on the show, of course, many people will like you." Jiajia immediately jumped up, raising his hand, "I want to go." After all, he was still a 5-year-old child, and being liked by people was more important than anything else. Then Jiajia, you have to be obedient on the show, and try to make everyone like you, okay? Wanwan considered this an opportunity for herself to take a break. Now that she had started live streaming, she sensed someone would seek her out. She just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Moreover, it was a decent program. The time was set to start next week. Just when the Cubs were on break, and the other Cubs' names were not yet on the list, the production team probably wanted to keep all guests confidential. Wanwan checked the historical lists. They were all bloggers active online bringing their cubs. If nothing happened to Xiao's family, Xiao should still be on today's list. Will Sister Xiao go? Jiajia thought of Xiao, who he had played with quite well. Now Xiao should be living like a normal child in the organization, but she probably wouldn't be able to come to the show. Why don't you call and ask? Just dial the Minor Protection Organization's number. Wanwan suddenly remembered that Xiao hadn't reported her safety since she went, and now she didn't even know how she was doing. She put the newly bought watch-type light brain on Jiajia's wrist. This watch would automatically adjust its size according to the wrist width, so there was no need to worry about it not fitting. She herself wore a ring on her middle finger. With just a light touch, a floating screen would pop up, and the rest of the operations were the same as a regular light brain. New, so beautiful. Jiajia immediately started fiddling with the new light brain. Wanwan glanced at the remaining octopus balls. She couldn't eat the same dish for 3 days, so she directly sent the leftovers to Qiao Lifan's battleship. There was plenty left, enough for a whole ship of people to eat. Just as she sent it, thinking it should have arrived, a call came from that end. As soon as Wanwan answered the phone, she saw Qiao Lifan's face and the subordinates behind him. "Thank you, sister-in-law, for the food," everyone shouted in unison, making it feel like a scene with a mafia boss and his little brothers. "No need to thank me. I just made too much and sent some over. You all eat, and if you need more, let your General Qiao come find me, and I'll cook for you." Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed. These were just small things within her ability. In their eyes, it seemed like she had saved the world. "Boss, when are you going to marry sister-in-law?" "If you get married, I'll go back to meet my fiancé." Boss, you have to work harder for this food." Qiao Lifan frowned slightly, turned his head, and shouted, "After eating, all of you need to train for 3 more hours. Even after a meal, there should be some return, right?" Chapter 58. Are you so fierce to them? The subordinates behind him hurriedly took their share of food and left. Isn't this repaying kindness with enmity? Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan on the screen and smiled. Why are you so fierce to them? They weren't like this when they were together. One person behind them, who hadn't finished leaving, happened to hear this and quickly poked his head back in. "Yeah, sister-in-law, you should manage the boss a bit. He usually treats us harshly and often makes us do extra training." Wanwan laughed, unexpectedly finding out that Qiao Lifan was a two-faced person. "Tsk, you need to do an extra 100 push-ups," Qiao Lifan scolded. Usually it was fine, but now it was supposed to be his alone time with Wanwan, and these little rascals kept ruining it. "Thank you for bringing food to these little rascals. I'm here participating in a tactical plan. Once the planning is done, I can go back," Qiao Lifan said gently. Just seeing Wanwan's face made all his fatigue vanish. He really liked this feeling of being designated to someone. At least it gave him a chance to connect. Thanks to Wanwan, he had the opportunity to be together. "I'm not in a hurry. I'm at an auction this weekend. And next week, I have to participate in the recording of a show called Where Are the Little Ones Going? You might not see me for a month," Wanwan shrugged. It wasn't that she intentionally didn't tell him. She was just used to living alone and had only just thought of Qiao Lifan. "Can I go with you?" Qiao Lifan asked tentatively. He had spent the first half of his life fighting for the Empire and now wanted to try living differently. Being with Wanwan was his small goal. "Aren't you busy over there? It's more important to focus on your own matters." Wanwan was a thoughtful girl. Qiao Lifan, however, fell a bit down. "But you are my fiancé. I hope you can rely on me a bit more." In Wanwan's presence, this general felt like an ornament. She was like a self-reliant, strong woman who could live well without a partner. Su Wanwan hesitated. If you go on the show, won't people say that General Qiao isn't guarding the empire properly and is instead seeking attention on a show? She was considering Qiao Lifan, thinking that the reputation he had worked hard to build shouldn't be easily lost. Qiao Lifan shook his head. I'm not worried about myself. So why are you worried about me? He wanted a stable family, a little one. These would be his motivation to step back from the battlefield. But without a family, what was the point of being a general? He wasn't a killing machine for the empire. Su Wanwan raised her eyebrows. All right then. I'll ask the production team if I can bring a brother along. I'm hanging up now, bye. If Qiao Lifan came back in the next few days, he would start preparing to bring in newcomers. She was still thinking about how easily the head of the original book's personnel could be replaced, which might indicate that Qiao Lifan had lost control. However, since he wasn't the main character, there wasn't much elaboration. The rest would have to be explored by Su Wanwan herself. After hanging up, she added the production team's contact information and explained the current situation to them. For the production team, Qiao Lifan's presence equated to a boost in popularity, which was a good thing, so they were certainly on board. However, Su Wanwan felt a bit hesitant. After all, going on a show with Qiao Lifan would essentially mean publicly acknowledging their relationship. Qiao Lifan seemed to have a plan. Su Wanwan thought from another angle and felt that Qiao Lifan had a bit of a little girl's mindset from her past life. When he found a suitable relationship, he was always eager to confirm it. Otherwise, it seemed like he lacked a sense of security. After realizing this, she calmed down. Whether it was early or late to confirm, it didn't matter. It would be better to think about what to eat tomorrow. Sister, Xiao answered the phone, saying that the organization wouldn't let them go out, and she was doing well in school. Moreover, she mentioned that it seemed she had found her biological grandparents. They would also be on the show. Su Jiajia excitedly recounted everything that Xiao had said on the phone. Then let's go together. You can finally play with your Xiao sister. Aren't you happy? Just study hard during this time, and when the holiday comes, we can have some fun, Su Wanwan. After coming to this world, had been thinking about how to cook and make money. She hadn't given herself a chance to relax, and now it seemed she had finally waited for it. Yay! Su Jiajia jumped up happily and even hugged Qiao Lifan's household robot. Unfortunately, the robot couldn't bear his weight and fell to the ground with a thud, separating its head from its body. Su Jiajia was stunned, sitting on the ground and trying to put the robot's head back on, but it was futile. He pouted with a sad face. Sister, I didn't mean to. This robot's head is even easier to take off than Bill's. Su Wanwan instinctively touched her own head, wondering if the next time she disappointed Su Jiajia, it would be this robot that would get smashed. It's okay. I'll call the engineering robot to fix it soon. Su Wanwan had no intention of blaming Su Jiajia. What would you call a child if they didn't cause any trouble? She had watched many educational videos about young ones. Su Jiajia, holding the robot's head, looked like he was about to cry. It was different from Bill. Bill was taken apart by him, but this robot wasn't intentional. Sister, Jiajia is a bad child. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan quickly walked over to Su Jiajia. How can you think like that, Jiajia? You just wanted to share your happy feelings with the robot, right? You just used too much strength this time. Next time, if you hug it gently, it won't have any problems. Su Jiajia, still holding the robot's head, didn't quite understand. With tears in his eyes, he firmly said, Can you call the engineering robot now, sister? He wanted to see the robot fixed. Su Wanwan called the robot repair service right in front of Su Jiajia, and within a minute, the robot was already at the door. Once inside, it quickly reconnected the household robot circuits. After rebooting, the robot seemed a bit slow at first, standing still for a moment before immediately starting to dance around. Jiajia is happy. Bill is also happy. Su Jiajia wiped away his tears and asked in surprise, You're also called Bill? Having been here for so long, he hadn't asked about the robot's name, but he clearly didn't expect that it shared the same name as the robot at home. Was it a telepathic connection, or was there something more to it? Chapter 59. Bill is not called Bill but Wanwan. Bill wasn't called Bill before. He was only recently named Bill. Qiao Lifan's Bill is bouncing around, clearly very pleased with his new name. Su Wanwan curiously asked, What were you called before? The robot jumped around for 2 circles and replied, I was called Wanwan. Su Wanwan took a deep breath. She simply couldn't imagine the scene of Qiao Lifan calling this metal lump Wanwan. It was just too strange. Sister, so Brother Qiao must have had a crush on you for a long time, right? Jiajia said with a hint of melancholy. A mad, beautiful girl encounters a domineering general's secret love after many years. They recognize each other at first sight. You are my fiancé. He now also finds Qiao Lifan to be quite a mystery. Wanwan turned to Jiajia with a smile. Did you sneakily read novels during class, especially those romance ones? Otherwise, how could such a bizarre idea suddenly pop up? Jiajia hurriedly waved her hands. I didn't. Sister, you're talking nonsense. I only read 2 books last night. How did you know? Is there a surveillance system in the new light brain? Wanwan thought to herself that her mind-reading skills are much more useful than surveillance. Let me see what novels you've read. Wanwan reached out to Jiajia, knowing this little rascal probably hadn't chosen good books. Jiajia struggled internally for a long time, wondering if her sister would hit her, scold her, or dislike her. Wanwan gently patted Jiajia's head. No reading during class. If you want to read after class, that's fine, but don't take the content in the books too seriously. Only then did Jiajia show Wanwan a glimpse of the stored novels. Wanwan took a quick glance and didn't continue. She was just pondering why Jiajia liked reading such things. I want to see how I can get sister together with Brother Qiao. Jiajia said nervously, tugging at her clothes. Did I do something bad by being kind? Wanwan thought for a moment. The books on her shelf were indeed all about children. These things should happen naturally. There's no need to rush, and even if you read them, it won't help. Wanwan patiently comforted her. Jiajia was still too young. It was better to read less of this type of literature. I want to go find Sister Xiao, Jiajia suddenly said. She didn't have peers to play with at home. Initially, she thought she didn't need friends, but after playing with Xiao for a day, she realized how nice it was to have friends to play with. If her sister had let her go out to play with other kids back then, she would have probably been very happy. Then let us ask if we can visit? Once you enter the organization normally, you shouldn't be able to come and go freely. What if some criminals sneak in? Jiajia revealed a cunning smile. I asked. The uncle on the phone said we could go. Wanwan laughed helplessly. Little rascal. Let us go. She didn't expect Jiajia, though still young, to have learned to act first and report later. The venue needed by the Minor Protection Organization was quite large, and to avoid occupying space in the city, it was purposely set up in the suburbs far from the city. Upon landing, the first thing visible was a huge white courtyard. Wanwan looked at the appearance and instantly thought of a prison. The entire building was gray and white, and no sounds could be heard from inside. The whole organization was eerily quiet. There was a guard station at the entrance, his eyes tightly fixed on Wanwan and Jiajia. We're here to visit. Wanwan stepped forward to state their purpose. The guard snorted coldly. Now you want to visit? What were you thinking when you mistreated the cubs? Wanwan froneth. What right do you have to assume we are the ones who mistreated the cubs? Can't we just be ordinary friends coming to visit? The guard snorted again. The kids who come in here don't have their own friends. So how could there be friends coming to visit? Aren't you here out of guilt for something else? Big brother, it's because you didn't have friends when you came here that you think others don't have them too. Jiajia asked sincerely, innocently, and adorably. The guard seemed to be struck where it hurt, angrily pulling out his weapon and aiming it at Jiajia. Get out of here quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Wanwan took a glance inside, but couldn't see any children, so she couldn't confirm where Xiao was. Seeing this, Jiajia cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted, Xiao. We're here to see you. But the guard let us in. If Xiao was there, she would definitely hear them. Get out of here, quickly. Don't make a loud racket. The guard was getting anxious. Today, these two, one big and one small, were a couple of troublemakers. Wanwan was sure this man wouldn't dare to shoot. He couldn't just kill someone for coming to find someone, right? Soon, a small figure ran out from inside. It was Xiao. Her grandparents hadn't come to pick her up yet, so she still had to stay in the organization for a while. Seeing Xiao run out, the guard immediately scolded. What are you doing out? Get back. Xiao had been there long enough to be used to the guard's style. I just came out. If you have the guts, shoot me. Xiao hated this person for acting like a big shot with no authority, who said that no one was allowed to visit in the organization. After coming to the organization, Xiao had become much more lively. She used to be dull, but now she was starting to act like a girl her age. What are you staring at? This is my little brother. Hurry up, and opened the door to let him in. Xiao shouted loudly with her hands on her hips. The guard wanted to say something more, but the words stuck in his throat. He wouldn't argue with the child. After the gate opened, Xiao immediately took Su Jiajia's hand and ran inside. In the organization, each child had their own room, which they could decorate according to their preferences. To be honest, Xiao quite liked it there. Su Wanwan followed behind the two children and took a general look at the building. The inside was not visible from the outside. Initially, Su Wanwan thought that being located in the suburbs would be quite shabby, but after looking around inside, she realized it was not like that at all. The interior decoration was quite new, and many students were sitting in classrooms on the first floor. When a teacher saw Xiao running over, they hurriedly chased after her, shouting, "Don't forget to come back for class." Xiao shouted back, "Got it." Although she said that, she didn't really mean it. The things they were learning were so boring that she'd rather be outside playing. As for the more advanced courses, she couldn't even touch them at her current stage. Chapter 60, after testing her mental strength, a part of it was taken away. "Look, this is my room. Isn't it beautiful?" Xiao showed Su Jiajia around. The entire room was decorated in a festive bright red. At first glance, it looked like a wedding room. Su Jiajia's little face scrunched up. She wanted to say it wasn't pretty, but she was afraid Xiao would get angry. She could only awkwardly say, "It's pretty, right? I love red the most because my family never bought it for me before." Xiao lay on her little bed. Having a room she could decorate herself was something she had never even dared to dream of before. "What do you all study here?" Su Jiajia asked curiously. If her sister hadn't gotten better, she would be here too. Xiao pouted. "I'm already this big and they still want to teach me to read. It's so boring. A few days ago, I took a mental strength test, and it seems that those with slightly higher scores were taken to other places." Su Wanwan caught the key point in Xiao's words. "So, you started taking mental strength tests as soon as you came in?" Normally in such organizations, once children come in, they just need to survive. Why test mental strength? And why take away students with strong mental strength? Children here usually wait for adoption from the outside world, but it seems a bit strange now. "Do you know your grandparents?" Su Wanwan asked casually. Although they were her biological grandparents, Xiao had been with her father since she was born, so she probably didn't even know she had other relatives. Xiao nodded. "Yes, my grandparents. I saw them once when I was little. They were very nice to me. If I wasn't doing well at home, I would definitely come to find you." She wouldn't be polite with Su Jiajia. She really liked Su Jiajia's sister. Su Wanwan squatted down and retied Xiao's hair, which had already come undone from running around. "Do you know where the children who were taken away went?" Su Wanwan wanted to know if all those with high mental strength were immediately taken away after taking the test as children. The last time they were called was because it was their first mental strength test. "I just heard something about a training ground. I don't know where they all went. I want to go play too, but I'm not strong enough." Xiao looked at her neatly tied ponytails in the mirror, extremely happy. Her hair always came undone after a day of playing, and the teachers here only helped them with their hair in the mornings. "Can you be my mom?" Xiao suddenly turned around and asked. Su Jiajia immediately hugged Su Wanwan's thigh. "No, she's my sister. Stingy. Share a bit with me." Xiao made a face at Su Jiajia. She had never had many people in her family, and seeing that Su Wanwan was willing to help her with her hair made her want to have a close relationship. "Then you can also call her sister," Su Jiajia said after much hesitation. He really liked playing with Xiao, so he could share his sister with her. "What if my sister likes Xiao and doesn't like me?" Su Wanwan heard Su Jiajia's thoughts and hugged both little ones tightly. "When we go to record the show, I'll make you delicious food." They would be together for a whole month, giving these two little friends plenty of time to play together. Before that, she wanted to know what the legendary training ground was really like. Did everyone drink the special nutrient solution made by the leader? "You should hurry and leave after your visit." Xiao, still has classes to finish today, said a teacher-like person who came in from outside. She didn't even knock on the door before barging in. Su Wanwan was startled and looked at Xiao, who seemed a bit reluctant. "We'll see each other again soon." The teacher kept a close watch on Su Wanwan's back until she walked far away. Su Wanwan walked out of the protection center's main gate, and only then did that cold gaze disappear. The guard at the entrance had also changed. It was no longer the person from the morning. "Sister, why does this place make me feel a bit scared?" Luckily, Jiajia didn't come to this place back then. Jiajia had been very quiet when he came out from inside, not daring to say much. Wanwan glanced back. The entire building was silent, as if no one had ever existed inside. Let's go. Once Xiao comes out, we will have good days ahead. Wanwan killed Jiajia's kind. Shortly after they walked away, someone came out of the dormitory building, watching Wanwan and Jiajia lost in thought. Before long, the weekend arrived. Wanwan took Jiajia to the entrance of the rumored auction house. There was a person at the entrance with a money-collecting machine, scanning each person's light brain as they entered. She was waiting for Bai Yun at the door. She had left a bit late today and specifically told Bai Yun to call for a flying vehicle, and she would pay. Unexpectedly, before Bai Yun arrived, she encountered an unexpected person. Have you finished handling your team's matters? Wanwan asked curiously. Isn't formulating strategies something that requires long-term thinking? How come you're back so soon? Qiao Lifan touched his nose somewhat guiltily. It's time for the deputy captain to take on the team's responsibilities. I finished handling it, and I think accompanying you is more important. Jiajia had a smile on his face. Qiao Gij and his sister made a good match. I'm waiting for one more person. She should arrive shortly. Wanwan glanced at the time. If she left from over there, it would take about 10 minutes by flying vehicle, and 8 minutes had already passed. Made new friends? Qiao Lifan wanted to be part of Wanwan's life and wanted to know what she usually did. Whenever Wanwan mentioned Bai Yun, her mood improved, yes. She's my live broadcast room manager, helping me manage the fan group and maintain the live broadcast comments. A guy? Qiao Lifan was good at picking up on key points. He didn't want to see other men around Wanwan. He hoped Wanwan was only his. Of course, she's a girl. Girls are detail-oriented and suitable for this. Produce. She's still young. Just then, a flying vehicle flew over from a distance, and a little girl jumped down from it. She was wearing a dress today and looked like a minor. I kept you waiting. I'm not very familiar with operating flying vehicles, so I came a bit late. Bai Yun immediately ran up and hugged Wanwan's arm. After a while, she realized something was off. There was a man beside Wanwan. She looked up and almost screamed, Qiao. General Qiao? Qiao General and the anchor. Is it real? Chapter 61, is the CPI ship real? Qiao Lifan quietly leaned closer to Wanwan, trying to signal to Bai Yun that it was just like this. Wanwan glanced at Qiao Lifan, saying he was too childish for a grown person, even more so than Jiajia. They were currently engaged and not yet married. She didn't want fans to imagine anything just because she was with General Qiao. Otherwise, it would be awkward if they really broke up later. You will definitely get married. Make sure to share some wedding candy with me then, Bai Yun said cheerfully. There are 30 minutes left before the auction starts. Are you going to enter? The person at the entrance reminded them. Wanwan immediately raised her hand, but unexpectedly, someone acted faster than her. Qiao Lifan placed the ring on the scanner before her, and with a beep, the money was processed, opening the auction hall's door for them. It's very expensive. I'll pay you back later, Wanwan said, quickly fiddling with her light brain to transfer money to Qiao Lifan. Qiao Lifan pressed his hand against the ring, stating, according to imperial regulations, after engagement, the couple's assets are shared. You can use mine, and I can use yours. I'm very wealthy. How wealthy? Wanwan's eyes lit up at the mention of wealth. People are busy in the world, most of which is for that little bit of money, right? Qiao Lifan pondered how to describe it. Probably, it's enough to last a lifetime. His job in the Federation came with great benefits and treatment, and since he didn't spend much, he was able to save almost all his money. Over time, the money in his account grew exponentially, making it indeed unspendable. Wanwan didn't believe it. No one's money was truly unspendable. If there was, she wanted to see it. Bai Yun chimed in, Sister Su, don't doubt it. General Qiao's account balance is on the interstellar leaderboard. The moment they entered the auction hall, Wanwan admitted she was shocked. From the outside, the place looked unimpressive. She thought it would be a dark and shabby little room, but upon entering, the entire space was magnificent. The black walls paired with red seats created a classic color scheme that presented a serious auction atmosphere. The seating was composed of red velvet double sofas arranged in a circular formation, accommodating nearly 1,000 people. Wanwan couldn't help but exclaim, "This auction hall is so beautiful." Just as she wanted to step forward to take a look, a man blocked her path. "You must be General Qiao Lifan, right? Our master invites you to take a look." The man speaking had fluffy fox ears and a bushy tail, resembling a fox. "Can I touch it?" Su Wanwan asked, feeling a bit itchy to touch such fluffy things. Moreover, fox fur was much softer than panda fur. The fox showed a hint of surprise, then lowered his head slightly. "If you don't mind." Such beings in the interstellar realm often represented a lowly bloodline, unable to fully transform into human form or beast form, and they usually didn't venture out during the day for fear of other strange gazes. "Sister, I want to touch it too. Can I touch the tail?" Su Jiajia, although having one himself, wanted to join in seeing how much fun Su Wanwan was having. "My surname is Hu, and my name is Hu Li. If you need anything, just call me," he said, casually offering his large tail. Others had always regarded him as lowly, but today, being liked by two friends must be his lucky day. Half-beasts typically didn't have jobs. He was only here as a temporary worker. If you liked him, you could ask him to help with housework, and he would be very happy. Qiao Lifan explained to Su Wanwan. "You seem to know a lot?" Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan in surprise. "Mr. Qiao used to come to our auction house, but he only bought furniture," Hu Li explained. Su Wanwan blinked. "So, the cooking utensils she used every day might be antiques?" Su Jiajia chased after Hu Li's tail from behind, wondering if his tail would be that big and soft when he grew up. "How can I invite him to work at home?" Su Wanwan thought about his ears and tail, feeling like a little cat was scratching her heart. In Qiao Lifan's eyes, half-beasts were not considered men and thus did not pose a threat. When Hu Li heard there might be work, his eyes widened a bit. "Are you offering me a job?" Typically, even housekeepers wouldn't hire half-beasts because of shedding fur. But this beautiful lady was actually willing to let him work. "Yes, I still need someone to help me with live streaming and chopping vegetables," Su Wanwan said very honestly. "Robots don't look good on camera. It's better to use a person." Hu Li was good-looking and had relevant service experience, making him the best candidate. "You can come over whenever you're free. I'll pay you, and you'll get to eat delicious meals." Su Wanwan offered conditions that no fox could refuse. "I only have one auction this month, so I'll come find you tomorrow." Hu Li's steps became lighter as he thought about where to find his next job after finishing today's work. Hu Li opened the door to the private room, motioning for Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan to enter. "This is the private room reserved for you by the auction house owner, and you can watch the entire auction from here." The private room was a separate space on the second floor, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window facing the auction center. There were also floating, movable cameras for a comprehensive view of the auctioned items. They could see outside, but those outside couldn't see in. The private room was only open to those who spent over 100 million star coins a month. "Brother Hu, I still want to touch the tail." Su Jiajia looked reluctantly at the door, where Hu Li had just left. Hu Li's ears twitched slightly. "Little master, I still have work to do today. Can I let you touch it tomorrow?" Su Jiajia reluctantly accepted the suggestion. "Okay then." Bai Yun had been silent throughout the journey, and after Hu Li left, she quietly said, "I heard half-beasts are very dirty. Sister Su, do you really want a half-beast to work at home?" At the door, Hu Li was about to close the door and leave when he suddenly paused upon hearing this. Past employers had some peculiar preferences for choosing half-beasts for household work. Since then, he had developed a cautious character. How cute. Plus, Jiajia is also a little fox. Their breeds are the same. It's just like having an extra little pet, Su Wanwan thought. Hu Li looked young, no more than 15 or 16, just dressed a bit maturely. Chapter 62. The half-beastman is so tempting. Hu Li heard this and couldn't help but curl his lips. He was truly an angelic person. But you could raise Jiajia just as well. They're the same species. She is a traditional blue star person, so she looks down on half-beastmen from the bottom of her heart. How could someone look human but have animal traits? It's different. Jiajia can't grow ears and a tail. Su Wanwan thought of those soft big ears and a big tail and wanted to pet them. What she liked were those ears and tail. They were both beautiful and cute. Bai Yun saw that she couldn't persuade Su Wanwan, so she simply stopped talking. Continuing would only lead to an argument. Qiao Lifan picked up the booklet on the table and handed it to Su Wanwan, saying, "This is the collection of items for today's auction. You can take a look to see if there's anything you're interested in. Just jot down the item numbers, and you can bid when the time comes." Su Wanwan glanced at it. Most of the items were antiques and some ornaments, none of which interested her. She still had a bunch of those in her previous house, and they couldn't be eaten. Those vases could be used as flower pots when she moved her vegetables over. It was only when she flipped to the last page that she saw something she wanted, a bag of seeds spread out on red velvet. It looked somewhat old, and her knowledge of seeds was lacking, so she couldn't tell what species they were. But if she bought them and took them to the Agricultural Research Institute, she was sure to gain something. The last item to be auctioned was at the grand finale? Su Wanwan stretched lazily, but it seemed that the last item was usually quite expensive. Su Jiajia was the first to speak. That's not true. The second to last item is the most expensive. Generally, after the second to last item, most people leave, so the last item is usually the cheapest. Did you sneak a peek at extracurricular books again? How do you know this? Su Wanwan was a bit surprised. Su Jiajia's breadth of knowledge was somewhat unexpected. Why is it about half-beastman again? Do I still need the things he picked up? This half-beastman looked quite good, but he was dirty and weak. What use was he? I hope the next auction can change the auctioneer. Otherwise, I won't come back. It's bad luck. Upstairs, they could still hear the discussions from downstairs. Su Wanwan frowned at these words. Huli on stage, however, seemed unaffected, still smiling and introducing items to everyone. This is the current situation of half-beastmen. If you take a half-beastman home as a housekeeper or for live streaming, others will say the same about you. Are you sure you still want to take him home? Qiao Lifan neither supported nor opposed this, waiting to see the whole situation. If Su Wanwan insisted on her opinion, that was also fine. What's wrong with that? I just think it's cute. It would look good in my live streaming room. And saying half-beastmen are dirty, I think it's these people's hearts that are dirty. Su Wanwan looked at the crowd below. Most of them were discussing how the auctioneer today was a half-beastman. Clearly, their own forms were also animals and furry. Why should he be criticized for having only a tail and ears? Saying half-beastmen are dirty is mainly because they inherit some animal traits, like a fox's odor, a rabbit's incessant mating, and a dog's heat cycle. However, those who can transform into humans are normal people and can control these forms, Bayun added. Su Wanwan thought about the fox odor and was suddenly dumbfounded, but it didn't matter. She could make some natural fragrances to suppress it. Who said foxes couldn't smell nice? That's fine. If that's the case, it would be even more like an ordinary pet. Su Wanwan had always regarded Huli as a humanoid pet, much easier to manage than an ordinary pet. Seeing that no matter what she said would not change Su Wanwan's mind, Bayun could only give up. She listened to the bids of several million and was astonished. How could these people be so wealthy? She had never thought about stepping out of her own circle. And attending this auction had indeed opened her eyes. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. I can buy you something? Su Wanwan generously offered to her new assistant. Although her savings weren't much and she couldn't afford expensive items, small ones were still within reach. Bayun immediately shook her head. Even if such expensive items were given to me, they would be useless and easily broken. Instead of giving them to me, it's better to send them to someone who truly fits them. She just wanted to see. These items had no place in her life. Su Wanwan pinched Jiajia's little face. If you like something, tell your sister, and I'll buy it for you. Su Jiajia quickly shook her head. Sister, just buy me some toys. These things are too precious. Jiajia doesn't want to play with them. If they get broken one day, it would be a huge loss. After asking around, Su Wanwan found it even less interesting. The things she wanted were at the very end, and the people around her had nothing they wanted to buy. Did you see the cover page? There's another item said to be a relic from ancient Blue Star. You could take a look. Qiao Lifan had done his homework for this auction. Only then did Su Wanwan glance at it. Normally, she wouldn't look at the large pictures in the list. She generally couldn't afford them. It was filled with several thousand words of introduction, and only at the end was there a picture of the item. After looking it over, Su Wanwan felt her heart sink. That was indeed an item from ancient Blue Star, and it looked somewhat familiar. It was a mobile phone, encased in a cover shaped like a bass cake, with little decorations made of whipped cream on top. Do you recognize it? Qiao Lifan curiously leaned over to take a look. Such an old item would likely only be used by collectors in modern Blue Star. Su Wanwan nadif. Looking at the phone, suddenly feeling like crying. She thought she was the only one who came, but the thing she held back then had come along too, and it had ended up in such a shabby state. Sister, don't cry. Su Jiajia climbed onto Su Wanwan's lap and wiped her tears away. Can I ask you for a favor? Su Wanwan quietly said to Qiao Lifan. She pulled Jiajia a bit closer. The child's clothes were so soft, almost like a natural tear-wiping tool. Qiao Lifan could guess what Su Wanwan wanted to say. Don't worry. no matter how much this phone goes for at the auction. I will help you get it back. Although 1,000 years separated them, he didn't understand why this phone was so important to Su Wanwan. But as long as it was something she wanted, he would do anything to get it for her. Chapter 63. I come from the ancient Azure Star 2,000 years ago. I tell you, although you may not believe it, this phone actually belongs to me, Su Wanwan said while sniffing. How could she not recognize an old friend she spent every day and night with in her previous life, even sleeping together? Moreover, this phone was newly purchased and had only been used for 2 months. The phone case was also custom-made recently. Besides this phone, there was also a batch of packages on the way, which she probably wouldn't receive. Sister, don't scare me. You were clearly born on the Azure Star. How could you have something from the ancient Azure Star? Jiajia said, a bit scared, fearing that her sister was making excuses because she no longer wanted her. Su Wanwan finally controlled her emotions. When this phone is in my hands, you'll understand. It's now the year 4022, but this phone is a product from 2022. Although it sounded a bit unbelievable, Su Wanwan shrugged. If someone suddenly stood in front of her 2,000 years ago and told her that they had time traveled, she would have believed it either. Qiao Lifan remained silent, instead staring intently at the phone on the auction page. In fact, some items from the ancient Azure Star had been sold at this auction before. If that's the case, then weren't those items all Su Wanwan's? Bai Yin looked at Su Wanwan curiously. Is that why you know so much about ancient cultural cuisine? It seemed plausible. After all, even the old scholars today couldn't completely restore a dish from ancient culture. Yet Su Wanwan could make many of them. Su Wanwan nodded. That's right. Back then, there were no nutritional supplements. We ate delicious meals every day. Su Jiajia sat on Su Wanwan's lap, fiddling with her fingers. But the sister before didn't know how to do this. He suspected that the sister in front of him had been swapped. Can you tell me about this when we get back? Su Wanwan felt that it was too complicated to explain all at once. Should she tell Su Jiajia that they lived in a book? Is the current world a world in a book? Su Jiajia looked into Su Wanwan's eyes, trying to figure out if the person in front of him was really his sister. After a while, he leaned into Su Wanwan's embrace and said, Sister, no matter where you come from, you are still my sister. He decided that in this life, he would recognize Su Wanwan. Bai Yin looked at the auction items below and quickly patted Su Wanwan's shoulder. It's here. It's your phone. The item was placed right in the center of the auction items, which was favored by many antique collectors. Box 1, 10 million. After the auctioneer announced the start, Qiao Lifan entered 10 million and pressed the button. As soon as he did, almost everyone in the audience looked up to watch. No one had ever been to Box 1 before, and it was the first time they heard its voice. Those who initially wanted to get involved put down their paddles to avoid offending the big shot in the box. 10 million once, twice, 3 times. Sold. Huli smiled at the interior of the box. That was his new master. The thought made his foxtail sway uncontrollably. Ugh, it's disgusting to see a half-beast wagging its tail. I really can't watch anymore. This action was too crude. Why would the organizers choose such a half-beast? Can't they find someone who doesn't shake there? But, fortunately, this auction item belonged to Box 1. Otherwise, even if I won the bid, I wouldn't want to take it. Huli's smile visibly stiffened for a moment, and his tail hung straight behind him, afraid to move. It didn't matter if he wasn't an auctioneer anymore, but if the auction house's business suffered, no one would dare to hire him in the future. Without money, he couldn't buy nutritional liquid. Every year, a few of his friends starved to death on this planet that lacked nothing. Poor little fox. Being talked about like this, Su Wanwan thought as she rested her chin on her hand, watching Huli's appearance. Perhaps in their world, those who could turn into humans and animals were the strange ones. The remaining auction items didn't catch anyone's eyes. And while waiting for the auction of the seeds, only Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan remained awake. Su Wanwan walked up to Qiao Lifan and stood with him, looking down. I didn't expect General Qiao to be someone who likes coming to the auction house, Su Wanwan teased with a smile. Qiao Lifan shrugged. Because every year, mercenaries collect the wreckage of warships on the battlefield. Some bodies we cannot recover, but mercenaries can. They might even risk their lives for money and bring them to the auction house, and I buy them under the pretext of buying furniture. Then I return them to their families. At least it's a form of remembrance. Su Wanwan couldn't smile anymore. She initially thought Qiao Lifan wanted to live a luxurious life, but it turned out he was just trying to give his comrades some comfort. You're quite great. Unlike me, just a cook. What do you see in me? Su Wanwan had never been confident. She felt that if she were good enough, how could no one want to date her? Aside from her reasons, she thought she wasn't that outstanding. She was just an ordinary person, an ordinary food critic. You can't see your own strengths. Only we outsiders can see them. Otherwise, why do you think Bai Yun is willing to be your assistant? Why does Jiajia like you? Qiao Lifan countered. Jiajia shrugged. It was because he had no one else to rely on, as he had given Bai Yun money. But saying it like that was a bit too ungrateful. What is there to think about? Others think I'm the best, but you're the only one belittling yourself. Qiao Lifan said gently. He was shocked to hear that Su Wanwan came from 2,000 years ago. Maybe I'll understand once I think it through. Su Wanwan pondered for a moment. She really liked to get stuck on things. Once a matter was raised, if she didn't solve it, she couldn't eat or sleep well. The current problem was, why would Qiao Lifan, an imperial general, like her? According to what he said and the memories the original owner had provided her, they had only met once when they were young, and after such a long time, he didn't know her current situation. How could he suddenly learn about her and be willing to form a family with her? Could it be love at first sight? Su Wanwan muttered unconsciously while thinking. Qiao Lifan openly admitted, yes, when I was helping at the Minor Protection Organization, I saw you protecting Jiajia in your arms, dealing with Su Auntie and the buyers in such a quirky way. You were the first girl I ever saw like that. Chapter 64. From now on, my account will be managed by you. Su Wanwan pouted, realizing that he actually had a soft spot for those who abuse cubs. Aren't you curious if my past of abusing cubs is true? Su Wanwan asked Qiao Lifan. It seemed Qiao Lifan was not particularly interested in her past. Even if it were true, you're not abusing cubs now, and Jiajia really likes you. Qiao Lifan didn't want to delve into Su Wanwan's past. Perhaps, as she said, her past and present were two completely different people. Seeds. Qiao Lifan pointed to the auction stage. People below had already started to leave one after another. They wouldn't be planting vegetables, so the seeds were of no use to them. Snap! Su Wanwan saw that the preservation of those seeds was still very good in the camera. They should still be able to grow. Thankfully, the preservation devices in this era were well made. Otherwise, after being exposed to wind and sun for 1,000 years, the seeds would have dried up long ago. Qiao Lifan directly inputted 100,000. No one would fight him for the seeds. As expected, the 100,000 was successfully transacted. What a waste. One bag of seeds costs 100,000? Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan's hand. Even though it wasn't her money, just thinking about it made her feel pained. Qiao Lifan hesitated a bit as he withdrew his hand. Then from now on, my account will be managed by you. It was just that he usually didn't buy things, and if he did, it would be at the auction house, so he was used to it. Su Wanwan sighed. Even though she earned quite a bit in her last life, she was still frugal when it came to buying things for herself. Unlike Qiao Lifan, who was a strong and wealthy man. If later on then leave it to me to manage. Su Wanwan's omitted words should have been understood by Qiao Lifan even if she didn't say them. Sister, did we buy the seeds? Can I go touch the tail now? Su Jiajia sleepily walked over and hugged Su Wanwan's thigh. The Huli he was thinking about was still packing things up on stage. Wait for Huli to come over, and then we could go home together. Su Wanwan picked him up to wake him up a bit. It was a bit hot in the room. Even sleeping made one sweat. If they went out now, they would definitely catch cold. Bai Yun also rubbed her eyes, saying she came to see the auction house, but had fallen asleep after a few items were auctioned off. After Huli finished packing, he personally brought up the items Qiao Lifan had bid on. Su Wanwan's phone and a small bag of seeds. Huli. As soon as Su Jiajia saw Huli, he pounced on his tail. If the tail could bear his weight, he even wanted to sleep on it. Huli was still wearing the auctioneer's outfit. My work for today is done. I can accompany you back to my new post. He was looking forward to the upcoming job, which was much more interesting than this place where people mocked his identity every day. Su Wanwan waved her hand. Let's go. Once they got home, she would check if the phone still worked. If it did, it contained many recipes she had saved, not just home-cooked dishes, but also other types of cuisine. There was also some information about food that could be extracted together. Let me change my clothes first, and then I will look for you at the door. Huli elegantly bowed and quietly pulled his tail back from Su Jiajia's grip. He was still wearing the auction house as clothes because he didn't have his own to wear. Su Wanwan nodded and led everyone out of the auction house. Once outside, Bai Yin quickly called a flying vehicle. She was in a hurry to get back to work and also needed to help Su Wanwan organize her fan group. On Blue Star, as long as you knew the other person's Lightbrain account, you could transfer money to them. Su Wanwan first gave her 50,000 as compensation for her hard work during this period. After Hu Li changed his clothes, he looked outside and only came out after confirming there was no one around. He didn't have clothes to wear and was afraid of embarrassing his new owner. Su Wanwan was a bit shocked when she saw Hu Li's outfit. It was a thin, washed-out white short-sleeve shirt, and the pants were full of holes. "I'm sorry you had to see this. We have trouble finding work, so all the money we earn goes to buying nutrient solutions." Hu Li felt a bit apologetic. He didn't mean to leave Su Wanwan with such an impression. Luckily, the auction house provided clothes. Su Wanwan directly went to a shopping website to buy some clothes for Hu Li. "Let us get on the flying vehicle first. Your new clothes will arrive once we get home." Following her meant he wouldn't have to worry about being poor. He would definitely not have to worry about food or clothing. Hu Li was almost moved to tears. It was the first time someone wanted to buy him clothes, give him a job, and feed him. This kindness was something he couldn't repay, even if he cultivated to become a nine-tailed fox. Su Jiajia was tired from sitting. He had only slept half of his nap in the auction house. Hu Li consciously laid his tail on the seat. "Little master, you can sleep here." Su Jiajia immediately hugged Hu Li's tail and fell into a dream, with a pleasant floral scent that helped him sleep. Su Wanwan glanced back, and, seeing the warm scene between the two, didn't say anything more. It was equivalent to Su Jiajia having a playmate, and she also had someone to help her with live streaming. This live streaming room would become livelier. "Do you have other people at home?" Su Wanwan casually asked. Most half-beast people's parents were also half-beasts. In rare cases, they would have normal people combined with them, but the offspring generally still had genetic defects. Hu Li shook his head. "No, they died shortly after I was born." Half-beasts had a very short lifespan, living only about 30 years. That was quite normal. "Then you can stay at our home with Jiajia. We can give you a room. This way, even if she had to go out in the future, Su Jiajia wouldn't be too lonely at home." Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan. "After all, it's your house. Do you agree?" If he didn't agree, she would go back to her own home. Qiao Lifan readily agreed. There were many empty rooms at home, and even if she wanted to form a half-beast army, it would be fine. Su Wanwan usually only moved back and forth between her room and Su Jiajia's room, and she and T really taken a good look at the villa. "So, can I raise a half-beast army at your house?" Su Wanwan suddenly had a whimsical thought. She felt really sorry for Qiao Lifan. She was a complete pet lover, and Qiao Lifan couldn't turn into a giant panda to live at home every day, but half-beasts could. "Do you really have such an idea?" Qiao Lifan had originally just mentioned it casually, but didn't expect Su Wanwan to really think about it. Su Wanwan shrugged. "Because I like raising pets, but there are no pets here." Chapter 65. This is 4022, the paradise of Furway control in her previous life. She often talked about wanting to raise some cats and dogs, but due to work reasons, she never did. In this life, it should be her turn to fulfill her wish, right? Then, I could buy another house in the suburbs. Qiao Lifan calculated that there are currently more than 30,000 half-beasts existing on the entire planet. If she wants to form a large army, she must account for all these half-beasts. Buying houses for 30,000 or more would require at least a large piece of land. I might as well do it myself. If I can earn that much money, then I'll go for it. Su Wanwan shrugged. It's not good to always use Qiao Lifan's money. She glanced at Qiao Lifan's account and transferred him 1 million first, leaving the rest until she earned some more to give him. We half-beasts are not picky about our habitats. If you want to form an army, just give the order and we will come to help you, Hu Li said softly from the back seat. Although half-beasts have always been marginalized, each of them is grateful and knows how to repay kindness. I'm just saying it. After all, the current war doesn't require our participation. It's best for everyone to coexist peacefully, Su Wanwan expressed, not wanting war at all. A peaceful life is the best. After returning home, Su Wanwan immediately took out her phone. In this era, there are no charging devices, and her phone only had 15 battery left. She tried to check the internet connection and was somewhat shocked to find that it could still connect to the previous network. If you want to transfer data, just open the data transfer system on the light brain and bring it close to your phone. It will automatically recognize the data and import it, Qiao Lifan said beside her. After hearing this, Su Wanwan quickly followed the instructions. 15 wouldn't last long. Inside were her written evaluations, some recipes, photos of food, and materials she noted down out of interest. Once she transferred all this data, she would be the new generation of a little chef. After the transfer ended, her phone was left with only one battery. She immediately logged into her Weibo and posted an update. The Earth of 4022 has entered the interstellar era. Everyone must pass on your cooking skills. No more nutrient solutions. And there are beautiful half-beasts here. It's the paradise of Furue control. After posting, her phone's battery completely ran out. If there was no way to charge it, it would turn into a brick. Su Wanwan looked at her black-screen phone and sighed. She never expected that one day she would post an update as a time traveler. Whether anyone would notice is unknown from now on. She just needs to live her life as Su Wanwan in this world. Can't this be used anymore? Qiao Lifan pointed at the item he bought for 10 million. It was still lit a moment ago, but now it was completely dark. Su Wanwan nodded. Indeed, everything on ancient Blue Star relied on electricity to function. Without power, it was equivalent to having nothing. Unlike now, where everything could run on the ground without needing electricity. Even if she could create a rechargeable cable in the future, she wouldn't find a place to generate power. Ancient Blue Star's sister? Jiajia had just taken a nap on the aircraft and was now full of energy. Su Wanwan nodded and then shook her head. Not now. Right now, I'm the sister of Blue Star. If nothing unexpected happens, I definitely can't go back. Since she couldn't return, there was no need to be bound by the past. Instead of dwelling on the past, it was better to look forward to the future, especially since she now had such a cute little one. She needed to help the little one grow up and also prevent Qiao Lifan from dying in that battle. There was still much to do. The most important thing was to restore the former prosperity of this food desert. There were so many delicacies, and she didn't want to make everything herself. Sometimes, she wanted to buy some from outside. Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan and said, "What should we cook tonight?" "I'll help you with Huli." Jiajia also raised her hand. "Jiajia will help too. I'm starving after a busy day." Su Wanwan thought for a moment. She was feeling lazy, so she might as well make something that didn't require much effort. "Let us have hot pot tonight. You guys can do it yourselves." "I'm too tired to cook." Su Wanwan felt that attending an auction had exhausted all her energy. "What is hot pot?" "It sounds delicious." As soon as Jiajia heard there was food, she rushed to wash her hands. After lying down for a while, Su Wanwan sat up and checked what materials were left in the fridge and online. She couldn't buy beef balls or hot pot balls. Those would have to wait until she could make them herself. Right now, the only things available were some vegetables and things that grew from the ground. "How are your knife skills?" Su Wanwan asked. If it was about slicing meat, only Huli and Qiao Lifan could do it. The two exchanged glances, relieved. They had only used daggers before, and that was for slicing people. Su Wanwan dragged half a pig and half a cow from the fridge and tossed them onto the table in the middle. "In a bit, you guys will be responsible for slicing this pig into thin slices. Huli will take care of slicing the lamb. The more slices you two can make, the more we can eat today." Su Wanwan stretched a bit. The little things were quite heavy. After preparing all the ingredients, she finally started the live stream. She adjusted the angle to ensure everyone was in the frame. Today's main event would be the pork and lamb slices. Besides that, there were also some vegetables and bean products, which were her favorites, but unfortunately, they also took time to prepare. Today, she really didn't want to do anything. "Hello everyone, I'm Su, raising little ones. Today I'll share a very simple dish with you. Because the preparation steps are a bit complicated, I will make a lot of the base ingredients. If you want them, you can purchase them directly." Su Wanwan found the biggest pot in Qiao Lifan's house and moved it to the stove. Making hot pot base requires too many raw materials, which is troublesome. She missed the days when she could buy hot pot base anywhere. "If anyone wants to make this base, feel free to message me, and I'll send you the recipe. Once you learn it, you can decide whether to open a shop or just make it for yourself." Su Wanwan tossed the prepared ingredients into the beef oil pot, but she added one thing. If opening a shop, don't cut corners. Good food is like this. Once you miss even one seasoning, the taste will differ greatly. I don't want you to ruin your reputation, nor do I want mine to be ruined. Chapter 66. Half-orcs are dirty because they shed fur. If anyone dares to cut corners, we'll be the first to smash her shop. Why does Su seem so low on energy today? Is she sick? What is that person behind her? If I'm not mistaken, it's a half-orc? The viewers in the comments were very curious about Su Wanwan's state. She did seem a bit listless today. It's normal to feel a bit tired after going out to play, and I'm also very hungry. Su Wanwan splashed cold water on her face to perk herself up. She pointed to Huli behind her, who is indeed a half-orc. Isn't he cute? He'll be a regular in our live stream from now on. Why not drink a bottle of nutrient solution? I absolutely won't eat anything that a half-orc has touched. Someone in the comments asked. In this situation, a nutrient solution would undoubtedly be the best option. Su Wanwan shook her head. It tastes too bad. I'd rather go hungry than drink that stuff. Her hands moved quickly, tossing ingredients into the pot, and the aroma gradually wafted through the air. Su Wanwan noticed many prejudices against half-orcs in the comments and sighed softly. Why do you think half-orcs are dirty? Why won't you eat anything they've touched? The viewers fell silent for a moment. Yeah, why would it be dirty? It seems like a belief passed down from ancestors. Because they shed fur, or maybe it's an ancient animal instinct. If it were a mole, it might dig holes at night. But if they shed fur, humans shed hair when in humanoid form and shed fur when in their original form. Everyone is the same. As for Huli, he washed his hands before making the meat slices. Su Wanwan shrugged. She directly set the live stream to share sense by default. Otherwise, it would be a hassle to turn it on every day. I can smell it now. It's oil. But today's smell seems a bit different. Being able to detect the different scent is impressive. I'm using beef tallow to make the hot pot base today, so of course it smells different. Su Wanwan added spices to the pot, stir-frying them before taking them out. The hot oil's aroma layered upon itself. And finally, she added her homemade Jiajia, continually stir-frying until the simple hot pot base was done. If she wanted a better flavor, the recipe would need to be adjusted. But today she was just making it for her family, so she didn't fuss too much. Plus, for those who drink nutrient solutions every day, they probably can't handle spicy flavors, so she didn't add too many chilies. The dish she made today was spicy. Some might love it, while others might not like it at all. It depends on your own taste. Su Wanwan added some vegetables to the simmering base and held it up to the camera. You can try the flavor. I'm starving, so I'm going to eat now. Su Wanwan waved at the camera and placed the base into the floating pot. This pot could heat up without gas, which Su Wanwan found quite novel. But it proved useful when eating hot pot. The meat slices they had cut had already piled into a small mountain, and Jiajia was sitting nearby, waiting for dinner. While Su Wanwan was idle earlier, she checked the current rankings. She had surpassed Wanner in the food channel rankings and temporarily claimed the top spot. However, Wanner wouldn't easily give up. She valued fame and fortune above all else. It remained to be seen what trick she would pull this time. Just throw in whatever you want to eat. The meat slices can be taken out once they change color. Previously, there were many ingredients that could be added to the hot pot, but now many things couldn't be done, so she'd have to wait until she could do it herself later. Su Wanwan shrugged, tossing in a large chunk of meat slices that resembled a little mountain. She felt like she could eat 8 bowls of meat today. Jiajia carefully scooped a pair of chopsticks full of cooked meat slices into his mouth, swallowing with some difficulty. Sister, my tongue hurts. Su Wanwan handed him a glass of cold milk. Drink this. I might have added a bit too much chili. You can try it. And if you really don't like it, I'll make you something else later. For children, the flavor was a bit strong. It was her first time taking care of a child, and she really had no experience. Jiajia took a sip of cold milk, feeling much better in his mouth. He quickly ate a few more meat slices. If he could ignore the pain, this hot pot was really delicious. Sister, it's tasty. Jiajia's eyes lit up as he quickly picked up some more meat slices into his bowl. All right, let us dig in. After dinner, it's time for bed. The box over there is full of Huli's clothes. You can take a look later and wear whatever you like. Su Wanwan helped scoop some meat slices into everyone's bowls. Huli, being new, was still a bit shy. You all eat first. I'll wait until you're done before I eat. It's not right for a servant to eat at the same table as the master. Huli scratched his head. Too timid to eat. The comments were right. His fox fur would fly everywhere. And what if it floated into their bowls? Su Wanwan pretended to be angry and slapped her chopsticks on the table. Huli immediately sat obediently in his chair, not daring to move. Sister says you should eat. Huli, Hurry up and try my sister's cooking. Jiajia added a few more chopsticks of food to Hu Li's bowl. Qiao Lifan looked at Hu Li, who was too scared to move. Since Wanwan has let you work here, then we are a family now. If you need anything, just tell us. What's wrong with sitting together for a meal? Hu Li cautiously picked up his bowl. You're all really nice. He felt a lump in his throat. After so many years of hiding and running, he had to beg for a job just to get a bottle of nutrient solution. Today, unexpectedly meeting the benefactor of his life at the auction house made him vow that if Su Wanwan was ever in danger, he would protect her even at the cost of his life. As a trade for his sister's food, Hu Li decided he would sleep with me tonight. Jiajia couldn't help but cheer at the thought of Hu Li's big fluffy tail. It's so furry, it feels great, and it must be very comfortable to sleep on. Su Wanwan exchanged glances with Qiao Lifan. It seemed they both didn't mind that Hu Li was a half-orc. It felt like their unspoken understanding had deepened. Hu Li's gaze softened. As long as the little master liked it, he would let her have his tail every night from now on. Chapter 67. Where did the streamer's half-orc come from? Fans of Su Wanwan who came to try her hot pot noticed the atmosphere and unconsciously began to change their views on half-orcs. It seems there's nothing wrong with having half-orcs working at home. They look good and have a sense of propriety. Isn't this fox better looking than my household robot? How about we ask where the streamer's half-orc came from? We should get a few too. This comment sparked a flurry of responses, and everyone started asking where Su Wanwan's half-orc came from. Sister Su, hurry and check the comments. They want half-orcs too. This message came from Bai Yun. Su Wanwan glanced at it and immediately opened the live stream. After seeing what was being discussed, she turned to Hu Li. You half-orcs have a common place to live, right? Are there any half-orcs over there who want to work? Preferably those who are nimble? Hu Li was taken aback and quickly nodded. Most of the half-orcs over here are unemployed, and they are quite agile. If they encounter work they don't know how to do, they can learn. Most half-orcs are unemployed because they haven't been given a good environment. If given the opportunity, they will definitely work hard. Su Wanwan held a bowl and came to the camera. After taking a large bite of meat, she said to the viewers, so, if you can offer half-orcs sufficient wages, whether you want them to help run a store, provide companionship, or do housework, just let me know in private messages if you made up your mind. She couldn't just push half-orcs into a pit. The families receiving them had to be ready as well. After seeing these people, she suddenly had a bold idea. After today, last month's event would be over. If all goes well, she should be able to take first place, and with so many interstellar coins, she should have enough to open a shop. At that time, all the staff would be half-orcs, which could also change people's views on half-orcs. She sighed contentedly after taking a big bite of meat, thinking that she had given so much for the entire galaxy, and the commander should reward her. Alright, that's it for today's live stream. I'll pack all the base ingredients and put them up for sale soon. If you want to buy, go ahead. The raw materials will also be available. All from the Agricultural Research Institute, quality guaranteed. Su Wanwan waved at the camera before shutting down the live stream. The meat was incredibly delicious, and no matter how it was cooked, it tasted great. I'll help you pack. Hu Li was very grateful to Su Wanwan for having such delicious food for the first time. If Su Wanwan hadn't brought him back, he might have been able to buy a week's worth of nutrient solution, but he didn't know what he would do next week. Now he didn't have to worry about food and clothing and even had a place to stay. I'll teach you in a bit. After eating his fill, Su Wanwan stretched. If I could get some sesame sauce or similar condiments, that would make this hot pot unbeatable. Seeing Su Wanwan go to the large pot, Hu Li hurried over. Su Wanwan took out several large baking trays, poured the hot pot base into them, flattened it, and then used a condensation barrier. This way, the hot pot base could turn into a large slab, which could be cut into smaller pieces afterward. You see, a piece is about this big. From one tray, we can cut out 36 pieces. We can keep 10 for ourselves and sell the rest. After demonstrating for Hu Li, Su Wanwan felt a bit sleepy after having her fill. Hu Li quickly began cutting after watching her. His learning ability was quite good. At least he could easily pick up such small tasks. Su Wanwan felt relieved. She yawned a little, saying, I'm too sleepy, so I'm going to bed. You guys have fun. Qiao Lifan watched Su Wanwan's back silently follow her upstairs. Jiajia had always been following Hu Li, as she really liked Hu Li's big tail. Hu Li, will my tail be as big as yours in the future? Jiajia hugged it, reluctant to let go. Hu Li raised an eyebrow. Of course, our fox tails grow larger as we grow, and when you get bigger, yours will definitely be prettier than mine. He couldn't transform into a graceful fox. Until today, he had always hated his parents for bringing him into this painful existence. But today, all his suffering was healed by someone named Su Wanwan and a little fox named Jiajia. Jiajia hugged Huli's big tail and swayed along with its rhythm, which was simply a natural sleep aid. After Su Wanwan went upstairs and was about to close the door, she noticed a tail following her. She looked back cautiously at Qiao Lifan. What do you want? Are you planning to do something to me? Qiao Lifan chuckled. Had his image in Su Wanwan's mind fallen so low? I just wanted to ask if you need to bring anything for the variety show. If there's anything you don't have at home, I can buy it now. Su Wanwan shook her head, saying that they generally wouldn't allow bringing too many things for variety show recordings. Just the basic necessities would be fine. As for the home situation, she was considering whether to let Huli stay home. If she left him here alone, people outside would keep talking, which wouldn't be good for Huli's growth. What if he turned into a big villain in the future? Taking Huli along and just saying he's our little assistant would be better. Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan's expression and already knew what she wanted to say. Good. Su Wanwan's worries were resolved, and she could finally sleep peacefully. Until the door to Su Wanwan's room closed. Qiao Lifan reached out to touch the spot she had just touched. It still carried her warmth. He really wanted to hold Su Wanwan in his arms, but not yet. After returning to his room, Qiao Lifan checked Su Wanwan's information. He had the highest access rights in the database, making it easy for him to look up information. Su Wanwan's complete transformation had occurred on the day he met her. Before that, there had indeed been neighbors saying they once heard sounds of abuse coming from her house, and Jiajia often went out alone to forage. But ever since that day, Su Wanwan seemed to have become a different person. He frowned slightly. He had heard about wormholes enabling spatial travel, but he hadn't heard of one that could transfer a person's soul. If that were the case, it could only prove that the current Su Wanwan was not the same person as the son he had known in his childhood. Qiao Lifan sighed, closing the data. He was very clear about his feelings. The events of his childhood were merely a trigger. What he liked was the current Su Wanwan. If he had to give a reason, what reason is there to like someone? Chapter 68. Although Huli is a fox, he can help you guard the house since she went to bed early last night. Su Wanwan got up when it was just getting light outside. After washing up, she went to the side to pack her luggage. There were quite a few things to bring today, and she needed to pack several pieces of clothing. Fortunately, there were unmanned flying vehicles available to carry the luggage. She just didn't know what kind of transportation the production team would send to pick them up. The time was set for 8 in the morning, and she glanced at the clock, noting that it was only 5, giving her plenty of time to prepare. Suddenly, she heard some rustling noises outside. Could it be that thieves had broken into Qiao Lifan's house? After a series of rustling sounds, it finally stopped, but she felt as if the noise was just outside her room. Master, are you awake? It was Huli speaking in a very soft voice. He usually practiced at night, aiming to cultivate into a 9-tailed fox. With his abilities, he could definitely protect himself. Su Wanwan immediately opened the door and let Huli in. We have a TV show to attend at 8 this morning, so you need to go back and pack your clothes and other things. We will probably be staying there for about a month, so just prepare what you need. Huli hesitated a bit. Although he was a fox, he could help guard the house. His tones sounded as if he was saying, "Do you need a watchdog?" Su Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle. There wasn't anything valuable in the house that needed guarding. It would be better for him to come along and have fun. Moreover, for so many years, Half-Beast had never appeared in people's sight. Didn't he want to help clear their name? Huli mainly worried because he had seen some variety shows while working at a store, and there were usually many viewers. If a half-beast was brought along, it would definitely affect Su Wanwan's reputation. But I already have many fans, and they all know there's a half-beast by my side. So you don't need to worry, Su Wanwan reassured him while checking her luggage for any missing items. Some things that weren't necessary would be left at home. After hearing this, Huli gently nodded, "I understand." Su Wanwan would wake up a bit later than Qiao Lifan, but their luggage was in their own rooms, and she couldn't go in to tidy up. However, if she waited too long, it might delay their schedule. Su Wanwan took off her slippers and, like a cat, tiptoed to gently push open Su Jiajia's door. After quietly taking his clothes and shoes, she slipped back out, where her hand grasped the doorknob to Qiao Lifan's room. She suddenly hesitated. Was it a bit inappropriate to barge into a man's room? To avoid delaying their schedule, she steeled her heart and pushed the door open. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped into the room, a shiny dagger was pressed against her neck. Who? Qiao Lifan's eyes flashed with cold light. So far, no one had dared to disturb him while he was sleeping. Wanwan awkwardly smiled and gently poked Qiao Lifan's wrist with a finger. You have quite the morning temper, huh? If I had known, I wouldn't have come in. Qiao Lifan shook his head to clear his thoughts. Sorry. Did I hurt you? Wanwan shook her head. No. I just wanted to help you pack your luggage. Jiajia's is all packed, and Huli is packing his own. Qiao Lifan sheathed the dagger, his eyes showing a hint of guilt. Sorry, usually no one can get close to me while I'm sleeping. I didn't expect you to barge into my room so early in the morning. What do you need to pack? I can help you, he offered. As a big man who fought outside, he must not be good at packing his own luggage. Qiao Lifan opened the wardrobe to show Wanwan. Upon seeing it, she immediately felt there was no need to help. His clothes were neatly arranged in 2 rows, 1 row of white shirts and another of suit pants. Don't you wear anything else? Wanwan was shocked. The last time they went out, the sweatshirt he wore was the only different piece of clothing in his wardrobe. It's too troublesome, and I can't match them. My subordinate said this set suits me better, so I bought a few more, Qiao Lifan replied honestly. Usually, he wore combat uniforms, and he would only change into a set of pajamas at home. When going out, he would just grab a set and leave. There should still be time to buy more things once they got there, so he thought he would just pack his underwear himself, and she could take care of the rest. Wanwan quickly grabbed 3 pieces and ran out. It was truly terrifying. She would never sneak into Qiao Lifan's room again. His morning temper was lethal. Wait, Qiao Lifan chased after her, throwing her something that looked like a small keychain. This is a storage space with compression functionality. You can put everything you need in here. Just point it at the items you want to store and press the button in the middle. Qiao Lifan explained to Wanwan. She glanced at the keychain, which was heart-shaped with small white wings on both sides and a round button in the center. Just now, she was worried about what to do if she had too much luggage, but now she could bring clothes, cosmetics, and kitchenware all at once. If it weren't too much trouble, she would even consider packing up Qiao Lifan's kitchen. She aimed at the items she had already packed in the box on the floor and pressed the button. Instantly, everything disappeared. Pressing it again, everything reappeared, just as it had been before. Truly, in this great interstellar era, everything was so advanced. After she had everything ready and had done her makeup and hair, Jiajia woke up. The first thing he saw was the wide-open wardrobe and countless stolen toys. He immediately shouted, "Sister, thieves have broken into the house." His favorite small clothes were missing, and his favorite small toys were also gone. Thankfully, he was still here. Seeing that there was no movement outside, Jiajia hurriedly put on his shoes and ran to Wanwan's room. With tears in his eyes, he complained to her, "Sister, thieves have broken into the house." Wanwan gently combed Jiajia's messy hair and then pressed the little heart-shaped button. "No thieves? No thieves. Did you forget that we're going to participate in a variety show? I've packed all your things, and we're taking everything you like with us. Okay?" Wanwan comforted Jiajia. This was the busiest morning she had ever had, packing things and comforting the little guy. Plus, she had to prepare for the variety show. Chapter 69. Sweet orange hard candy at 8 o'clock in the morning. The aircraft that Zai was on arrived punctually at Qiao Lifan's doorstep. It was an aircraft 4 times larger than the ordinary ones, decorated like a small, luxurious airplane cabin. Wanwan and her group of 4 were clearly taken aback when they exited. The director was there to welcome them because Wanwan had brought Qiao Lifan along, but he didn't expect there to be a half-orc as well. "Sorry, I didn't mention I was bringing an extra person," Wanwan said apologetically. She had forgotten to give the director a heads up. The director waved his hand quickly. It's fine. It's fine. Just having you here is already a big favor to our show. Bringing 1 more person is no problem. He looks good on camera too. Having handsome men and beautiful women on the show is a guarantee for ratings, and the little treasures he invited this time were all good-looking. Huli appeared somewhat anxious, knowing he was the reason for the director's explanation. "Let's go. We can head up now," Wanwan said, pulling Jiajia to board the aircraft first. She hadn't seen such a flashy aircraft in the city before. This kind of aircraft is specially made, like the bus from before. Qiao Lifan pondered about the previous means of transport. This action seemed a bit strange to the director. Why was he still explaining in the ancient language of the blue planet? Qiao Lifan smiled. It's just our habit. Wanwan usually likes to study ancient cultures. He couldn't just tell the director that Wanwan came from 2,000 years ago. Even if he said it, the director might not believe him. Jiajia, this seems to be your first time going far away, right? Don't be scared. Once we get there, we'll just play games. The director loved cubs, which was why he created this show, and he didn't expect it to receive such a good response, continuing it to this day. However, finding suitable cubs was becoming increasingly difficult, as the birth rate of cubs had been declining year after year. Experts predicted that in another 10 years, there might be no cubs born. By then, a planet without new life would gradually head towards destruction. Miss Su, could you showcase your culinary skills on the show? The director discussed this feasibility with Wanwan. Wanwan's selling point was her ancient culinary arts. Plus, she had brought along an adorable cub, which would greatly benefit the program. She was also the first amateur to receive unanimous approval from the team. Of course, we eat every day, and it's been a long time since we've had nutrient solutions. I can prepare more dishes for you all to try. The more people like it, the closer we are to the revival of gourmet food, she replied. The director hadn't prepared script. For this month, all the schedules for the guests were unknown, but that made it more fun and challenging. Okay, if you need any ingredients, just let the production team know. I know those ingredients come from the Agricultural Research Institute. We can arrange for them on short notice. Then I'll just lightly take on the role of a chef this time. You can tally up what the guests want to eat each day, and I'll randomly select dishes from the list to make. How does that sound? Wanwan suggestive. This time, the director proposed a 5% share of the total earnings for her, provided she followed the production team's arrangements. Wanwan believed she had no problem with that. Moreover, for the 5% profit, she would find ways to create more profit for the show, which was probably what the director wanted. Great idea. I'll note that down in the script when I get back, and we'll arrange for a family to cook with you each day, or change families for every meal. We'll also arrange for a live broadcast throughout. Does that sound good? The director frantically took notes, feeling fortunate to be collaborating with Wanwan this time. I'm fine with that. I just hope you can manage the comments in the live chat, she said, not wanting Huli to be vilified because of a variety show. The director nodded repeatedly, knowing what the appearance of a half-orc implied. Half-orcs hadn't appeared in people's sights for a long time. They rarely communicated with others and seldom appeared during the day. He hadn't seen such a creature in a long time. Jiajia felt a bit bored sitting on the aircraft. Sister, can you make candy? She had seen a sweet snack called candy that was sweet and could be enjoyed for a long time. After tasting sweet dishes, she had completely fallen in love with that flavor. Wanwan had a sudden idea. How long until we reach our destination? The director glanced at the route plan. About 2 hours. The place we were going is a bit far, so we'll take some time. Wanwan pressed a small heart button, targeting an empty area, releasing her luggage. The pot she brought didn't require fire, making it very convenient. Fortunately, the Agricultural Research Institute had already produced white sugar. Otherwise, extracting the sugar on-site would take more than 2 hours. She poured some white sugar and water into the pot to dissolve, then added some freshly squeezed orange juice. After pouring it into a tray, she quickly set up a barrier to cool it, resulting in simple fruit hard candy. Without molds, the shape might not look great. Unfortunately, she couldn't cut the hard candy into small squares out of thin air, and if she had molds, she could have made various shapes that would look better. I'll do it, Qiao Lifan said as he pulled out a dagger, sliced the candy block a few times horizontally and vertically, and when he took it out, it was a translucent little square. As soon as Wanwan saw Qiao Lifan's dagger, she thought of the chill on her neck that morning. If that dagger had been any quicker, she might not have made it through the morning. Everyone try it. Wanwan distributed a piece to each person. After throwing the candy into his mouth, Jiajia squinted his eyes in satisfaction. It doesn't taste quite like I imagined, but it's still delicious. He had thought the candy would be as sweet as the dishes, but it turned out to be different. The candy made by Wanwan had a sweetness mixed with some orange flavor, making it very tasty. Sister, I want to eat this every day. Billy likes it too, right? Jiajia couldn't hide his little thoughts. He not only wanted to express his needs, but also wanted to include Huli. You can't eat it every day. It will ruin your teeth, and that will hurt a lot, more painful than being shot by a stun gun. Su Wanwan admitted she was scaring the child, but as the saying goes, toothaches aren't a disease, but when they hurt, it's deadly serious. If it really came to that, Su Jiajia would regret it. After hearing this, Su Jiajia tilted his head, then pulled his hand out of his mouth, and a tooth came out with it. Is this how teeth get ruined? Chapter 70. The upper teeth should be thrown down, and the lower teeth should be thrown up. Su Wanwan inhaled sharply and quickly pried open Su Jiajia's mouth to take a look. For a moment, she thought it was a horror movie. Fortunately, it was just a normal tooth loss. If you eat candy every day, every single tooth will fall out like this in the future, Su Wanwan said, holding the tooth Su Jiajia had in her hand. This tooth was an upper one, and she directly opened the window and threw it out. Upper teeth should be thrown down so they can grow back properly. Although this was a saying from childhood, it was still effective for coaxing children. Who would have thought that Su Jiajia would pout? What if the previous tooth wasn't thrown away? His previous teeth had just fallen out. He wouldn't stop growing teeth, would he? The director gave a glance to the cameraman beside him, hoping that part had been filmed. Su Jiajia was really quite interesting. The cameraman nodded and checked the playback. Every flying vehicle was equipped with a cameraman to capture these children before they arrived at the venue. Qiao Lifan smiled at Su Jiajia, saying, I didn't throw mine either, and my teeth are just fine. Su Wanwan sighed deeply when she saw how easily Qiao Lifan had unraveled her joke about coaxing children. Could it be that Qiao Lifan was a black hole for coaxing kids? We're here. Our venue is just below, the director said, glancing out the window. Su Wanwan looked outside and was astonished to find they had arrived in a desert. There was nothing but sand. Was she supposed to perform wilderness survival here? Us. Su Wanwan was a bit incredulous that they were going to shoot here. There were people who had lived in the desert and didn't want to leave. They had houses and food, and every week, someone would specifically fly in with nutritional supplements. Living here was absolutely not a problem. They mainly wanted to show city folks that some people still insisted on living in ancient ways. The director had long since set the theme for this episode, completely disregarding the guest's thoughts. He only did what he wanted as an undefined director. Once the flying vehicle landed, Su Wanwan looked around. All she saw was yellow sand, and when the wind blew, it got in her mouth. In the distance, she could vaguely see some small houses. Those should be where the residents lived. The others should have arrived by now, so let's get ready to start. The director immediately got into work mode, stepping out of the camera's range. The cameramen also began their work. Su Wanwan was still a bit dazed. Was it really going to start so suddenly? Let's go find the other families in front. The director instructed. Huli and Su Jiajia had already started playing. They were like foxes, completely unbothered by the desert. However, Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan were having a bit of a tough time. One was human, and the other was a panda that would get heat stroke if the temperature rose slightly. This is so much fun. I don't want to go home. After hearing Su Jiajia's thoughts, Su Wanwan fell silent. Should she just leave Su Jiajia here and go back herself? After all, he was a 5-year-old baby. He should be able to take care of himself, right? Sister, come quickly. They're all in front. I see them. Su Jiajia called out to the two behind. Thinking adults were troublesome, Su Wanwan glanced at Qiao Lifan as they supported each other down the sandy slope. She suspected this slope was their first test. If they weren't careful, they could easily tumble down. But since it was sand, it wouldn't hurt much. Who knows, it might even scare the guests' true forms out. Just as Su Wanwan stumbled, Qiao Lifan quickly caught her. Both of them felt a bit awkward afterward. Sorry, I didn't stand firm. Su Wanwan waved her hand, relieved she was wearing flat shoes today. If she had worn heels, both of them would have fallen. Su Jiajia had already transformed into a little fox, sliding down the sand slope on all fours. He was small and light, so he encountered no resistance while sliding down. Huli, with his big tail, also managed to slide down the slope smoothly. Now it was just Qiao Lifan and Su Wanwan left. Su Wanwan couldn't transform into her true form, and every step she took was slippery. Wearing a skirt, she couldn't even sit and slide down. I have an idea, but I don't know if you'll want to. Qiao Lifan suddenly thought a good plan, but couldn't be sure if Su Wanwan would agree. He leaned in close to her ear, and after he finished speaking, Su Wanwan's face turned red. Is this something that can be aired? Su Wanwan asked quietly, pulling at the corners of her mouth. Qiao Lifan nodded. If you keep walking down, it really might not be able to air. With no other choice, Su Wanwan had to follow Qiao Lifan back up the slope. At the top of the sand slope, Qiao Lifan transformed into a large panda, and Su Wanwan curled up into a small ball in his arms. "Are you ready?" the panda asked. Su Wanwan closed her eyes, tightened her skirt, and nodded go. The panda hugged Su Wanwan with both paws, lowered his head, and rolled down the slope. They passed by Su, Jiajia, and Huli at the bottom of the slope and reached the cluster of houses directly. In front of the houses, Qiao Lifan shook off the sand on his body before transforming back. Su Wanwan felt dizzy, as if she had been on a roller coaster. It was more thrilling than she had expected. Seeing her condition, Qiao Lifan quickly let her lean against him. "I'm sorry, I went too fast just now. Take a moment to recover." Su Wanwan waved her hand. She was fine, just not used to spinning in midair. Qiao Lifan's belly fur was very soft, and she liked it a lot. "I'll definitely go slower next time," Qiao Lifan said with some regret. Just as Su Wanwan began to feel better, a little fox jumped into her arms, and Su Jiajia bit down on her wrist. "Sister, you're so bad. You didn't wait for Jiajia and just went with Brother Qiao." He didn't bite hard. Su Wanwan only felt a tickle on her wrist. When she looked up, she saw all the participants for the variety show had gathered, including Shui Xiao Xiao. How can a grown person not know that half-beasts are dirty? How can they let him stay around the cubs? Ugh, our Tuan can't play with them. A woman with neat short hair looked on with disdain. She was Gu's mistress, named Lu Meili, and the person beside her, Gu Tuan, was Gu's illegitimate child. The director really had some issues with his choice of guests, Qiao Lifan whispered to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan suddenly realized why the child had been born, but hadn't been able to take a position. With this kind of quality, who would dare let her take a position? Shui Xiao Xiao was accompanied by 2 elderly people, likely her grandparents. There were a total of 4 families for this episode, and she hadn't seen the other group yet. With 2 boys and 2 girls, they were all gathered. Chapter 71. I dream of having cub. Hello, everyone. I am Su Wanwan. This is my younger brother, Su Jiajia, and this is Huli. You all should know this person. He is Qiao Lifan. I brought some candies that I made for your cubs. If you don't mind, you can come over and take some to eat." Su Wanwan took out a small package of candies and placed it on the table. She made it very clear, if you don't mind, eat. If you do mind, then don't. She didn't need to make everyone like her. After a few days of training, Huli's mindset had relaxed a lot. If others didn't like it, then so be it. As long as his master didn't mind, that was enough. TCH, who would want that junk? My nutrient solution is the most expensive, she said, patting Gu Tuanshuan on the head. Although Gu Tuanshuan was drooling with desire, she ultimately didn't dare to go against her mother's wishes. She wanted to quietly build a good relationship with Su Jiajia while her mother was around, so maybe she could get some candies later. Now we will start our first segment. Each family will send 1 person to hold their cub and spin 10 times, then go get our room cards. The rooms are right across from you, and whichever house you get, we will stay at for the month. The director announced the rules. They didn't have the ability to build houses here, so they were borrowing rooms from others. They had already made arrangements with the families they would be staying with. Just as Su Wanwan was about to pick up Su Jiajia, she was stopped by Qiao Lifan. "This is what I'm best at." He was very skilled with battleships, fighter jets, and aircraft, so spinning was no challenge for him. Su Wanwan understood that everyone had their strengths and let him handle it. Don't worry about how well it's set up inside. Just pick a room with a bigger space. Otherwise, we won't have anywhere to put our things. And we have a lot of people, Su Wanwan instructed. She wasn't very reassured leaving this to a man. Qiao Lifan glanced across with his excellent eyesight. The smallest room was the best. It was a very clean single room, like a small inn. The worst room was actually big enough for Su Wanwan to cook in if she wanted. But was this environment too much of compromise for them? It doesn't matter what the inside is like, as long as we can stay. Jiajia never minded this aspect. Su Wanwan shrugged. Qiao Lifan suddenly felt it was a bit of a waste to be going to the worst little room after winning first place. Su Xiao Xiao shouted to Su Jiajia, "Jiajia, where are you going? I want to stay next to you." Su Jiajia pointed to the farthest poor house. "I want to go to that big room." Su Xiao Xiao quickly tugged at her grandmother. "Then let us go to that third room." Looking at the floor plan, it was arranged in order. So her choice of the third room would definitely be next to Su Jiajia's room. A bunch of fools, there are good rooms available. Yet they insist on staying in that broken one. Lu Meili flicked her long hair, a dignified general with such poor judgment. But then she suddenly had some thoughts. She didn't have a proper status at the Gu family. She heard that Qiao Lifan and Su Wanwan hadn't married yet. So didn't that mean she had a chance? If she could win over Qiao Lifan, her life would be much better in the future. Hey, your little kid is precious. Why don't you stay in that #1 room? I'll let you have it. Lu Meili pointed to room #1. Su Jiajia decisively shook his head. You go ahead. That small room has no place to cook, and if we cook outside, it's all sandy. Ungrateful. If you don't want to go, then don't. Wang Meili tossed her long hair and hugged Gu Tuanshuan. This child is getting heavier and heavier. I feel a bit sore in my wrist just holding her. Start. With the command, Qiao Lifan quickly spun 10 times, casually walking towards room 4 to retrieve the card. The entire room looked like an old small bungalow, surrounded by fabric. But fortunately, the space was large enough. After getting the card, they could see who lived in the house. Room 4 was home to a couple who had been together for many years but had no cubs. They had tried hard for many years without any hope. They really wanted a cub to accompany them. After looking around, Su Wanwan tugged at Su Jiajia's little hand. Jiajia, there's a couple in this room who needs our help. Should we go help them? Su Jiajia nodded vigorously. Jiajia wants to do good deeds. All right, everyone has chosen their rooms, so let us go find our rooms according to the map. The director said as staff members came forward to hand out a map to each family. Su Wanwan suddenly felt that bringing Qiao Lifan along was like having a cheat code. Maps, spinning. These were Qiao Lifan's strong suits. Qiao Lifan took a glance and then set off in the right direction with Su Jiajia, while the other families were still trying to figure out their positions. Qiao Lifan had already brought them to the door of room 4. This should be it. A sign with the number 4 was posted at the entrance. A couple walked out from the house, looking no older than 30. When they saw Su Wanwan, their eyes lit up instantly. It's Su, the one who raises cubs. We can't believe someone who raises cubs came to our house. Su Wanwan smiled brightly. Hello, Su, who raises cubs. I'll be troubling you for the next month, but I will cook for you. The couple quickly nodded. No need to be so troublesome. Oh, such a lovely cub. We dreamed of having a cub. We even checked our health before, but the feedback was that there was nothing wrong with our bodies. We just can't have a cub. Su Wanwan wanted to prove her thoughts were correct here. I have an idea. For these days, you can only eat my cooking. Okay, don't drink the nutrient solution anymore, and then after a week, you can try again. Su Wanwan initially felt it was due to some components in the nutrient solution that prevented these people from being fertile. But as long as they returned to a normal diet, they could recover. After that, natural conception would return to normal. We'll listen to you. We've tasted your food and holograms several times, and now we can finally eat real food. One of the women quickly came over to hug Su Wanwan. It was clear that they genuinely liked her. Chapter 72. The Red Willow Woodman is lost. The other 3 families clearly did not have such a smooth experience. The room number 3, where Shui Xiaoxiao stayed, was relatively okay. However, the worst was room 1, where Lu Meili stayed. The room's environment was indeed nice, but the landlord enforced hotel rules strictly. They were told not to mess up the room, to wake up at a specific time every morning, and they had to bring him a portion of food every day. Lu Meili exploded on the spot, saying she didn't want to do this ridiculous show anymore. On Su Wanwan's side, she looked around the room. Although it appeared to be fabric-walled in the photos, it didn't feel cold inside at all. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert was significant, and the house needed to be warm enough. What is this house made of? It looks and feels like fabric, but why isn't it cold? Su Wanwan asked curiously. A woman pulled out a piece of fabric from under the bed to show Su Wanwan. Look, this fabric is made by us. It's denser and thicker than what is sold outside, so with 3 layers wrapped around, the cold wind from outside can't get in. She had feared that her house would be too shabby to attract anyone, but she didn't expect Su Wanwan to choose this room. Since it's almost noon, let me cook something for you, Su Wanwan suggested. There were many delicious foods to make in the desert, and she was craving grilled meat and fish. One type of skewer used for grilling was produced in the desert and was called red willow wood. She had seen some when she came down and could go pick some to skewer the lamb and grill it. Let us eat. I'm starving, Su Jiajia complained. Having only eaten a piece of candy since waking up early in the morning, and her stomach was growling. Qiao Lifan, you take the kid to the desert to cut red willow wood. Huli, you're in charge of cutting the meat here. I'll go find some materials to start a fire. What do you think? Su Wanwan assigned tasks clearly, ensuring everyone had their own responsibilities. As for the couple who owned the house, it was unreasonable to have them do work since they were the ones borrowing the place. You could just rest here and wait for the food, Su Wanwan said as she saw the couple trying to get up, quickly urging them to stay seated. Su Wanwan then ordered someone online. Although there were still some ancient plants growing in this desert, they were quite limited. To protect the ecological environment of the desert, it was better to use as little as possible. Can you start a fire? Su Wanwan asked, only to find out that she couldn't. She couldn't use fire-type barriers. People living here normally could use all types of barriers, but Su Wanwan could only never learn to ignite fire barriers. In her childhood memories, her parents had taught her how to use barriers, but she could never produce fire. A woman stepped forward, snapped her fingers, and lit a fire. You don't have fire-type abilities? The woman looked at Su Wanwan in surprise. Su Wanwan shrugged. She had never been able to since she was young, and her previous attempts had all been in vain. The woman pondered for a moment. I heard you can't transform into your original form, right? Su Wanwan ordered sheep online and taught Huli how to cut it. Yeah, I've never known what my original form looks like and have never seen it. Finally, I came to an interstellar era where I could transform into a beast form, but I can't. It felt like arriving in a world full of magic without having any magic herself. The thought of this made her a bit down. Moreover, her parents, who might have known about her original form, were missing. Maybe your original form is related to fire. The woman suddenly suggested something that surprised Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan didn't know much about the origins of original forms in this world. It was still necessary to ask local people. Why do you say that? Su Wanwan wasn't fond of fire and had never thought she would have any connection to the fire element. The reason you can't transform into your original form now is that it might be suppressed by some kind of restriction, which prevents you from transforming. And the inability to use fire-type barriers should be because your original form is fire-related, so it's all suppressed, the woman speculated. She believed that if Su Wanwan could transform, she would definitely be a very beautiful animal. Don't listen to her nonsense. She usually likes to read all kinds of strange novels, and these ideas probably come from them. Her husband interrupted quickly. If he could point Su Wanwan in the right direction, it wouldn't be a problem, but what if she ended up going down the wrong path? Delicious food would once again become extinct on this continent. Could it be that my original form is actually a stove that ignites automatically? Su Wanwan thought out loud, considering how she had been cooking for so long. The woman looked at her as if she were a fool. Our original forms can only be animals. So far, there has never been a case of furniture turning into a human. However, it seemed that no one had reached such an old age without being able to transform into their original form. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chewy, and this is Chul. Although we share the same surname, we are not related. Chewy suddenly remembered she hadn't introduced herself. Su Wanwan was instantly impressed by their names. Your names sound so nice, like you were meant to be together. And if you have kids in the future, they all have the surname Chu. So there is no need to worry about whether they take their dad's or mom's surname. Thank you. Is there anything I can help with? Chewy felt it wasn't good to just watch from the side and wanted to help. You should just sit over there. You don't do any housework at home and now want to help cook? Move aside. I'll do it. Chul pushed Chewy aside. With so much meat, Huli can't cut it all by himself. He took out a knife and stepped forward to help Huli process the lamb. Su Vanyan sitrichet her muskles. Grilling skewers was hard work. She was just waiting for Su Jiajia and Qiao Lifan to bring back the red willow wood. A cameraman had gone out with them, so there shouldn't be any danger. She looked towards the door, but had yet to see the two of them. What if something happened? They're just getting some red willow branches, but it's like they've disappeared. She turned to the cameraman beside her. What should we do? If General Qiao is lost, are we finished? Chapter 73. Did you rob the red willow wood? The photographer's expression changed sharply. If General Qiao had an accident on their show, the entire program would be over. His salary hadn't been paid yet. After thinking for a moment, he immediately communicated with the entire photography crew through a tiny earpiece. Who was following General Qiao? Where are you now? After waiting for a while without a response, his heart sank. Su Wanwan was also anxious beside him. If Qiao Lifan encountered some bandits on this show, she would hate herself for a lifetime. Thinking of this, she had Huli help them with the meat while she headed towards the place where Qiao Lifan had just set off. He was bringing Jiajia with him. He might be fine, but Jiajia was so small. Su Wanwan felt a bit anxious as she climbed over a small hill and finally saw two small figures in the hazy yellow sand. She patted her little heart to calm her emotions. As long as they weren't lost, that was good enough. However, the two of them looked a bit strange, together with a cameraman. They were carrying a bunch of large plants, resembling giants bearing a heavy burden. Su Wanwan was dumbfounded. That couldn't be the red willow which she wanted, could it? Did they pull up all the red willow wood in the entire desert? As she approached, Su Wanwan let out a long sigh. Did you dig up all the red willow wood in this area? Jiajia, with her hands behind her back, was extremely well-behaved, blinking her big black eyes at Su Wanwan. Brother Qiao said there were too many people, and there might not be enough, so they unconsciously dug up this much. Su Wanwan glanced at the uprooted red willow wood. Could it be that Qiao Lifan had some personal grudge against this plant? Isn't he cutting it wrong? Qiao Lifan didn't yet know where the problem lay. He looked at what he was holding in his arms, which should indeed be the red willow which Su Wanwan mentioned. Su Wanwan could only sigh, blaming herself for not being clearer. They only needed to cut off the branches on top. Since it was already like this, they would wait until they got back to process it. It was rare for a general like Qiao Lifan to do such rough work. In her eyes, she felt sorry for Qiao Lifan. These red willow woods were heavy, but in Qiao Lifan's hands, they were lighter than his weapons. After their group returned to room 4, Huli and Chuli had already processed all the lamb meat, piling it high on a large table. Because they were grilling with red willow wood, Su Wanwan asked Huli to cut the meat into larger pieces, making it more enjoyable to eat when grilled. Jiajia was already drooling just from looking at the meat. This meal was specially prepared for Chuli and Chuyu, so she didn't call the director team. Today's footage would be quickly edited into the first episode and released, and starting tomorrow, it would be live-streamed all the way. It was a problem to prepare a small feast, right? Huli and Qiao Lifan, you are responsible for cutting the red willow wood to this length, and Jiajia and I will thread the meat onto skewers. Jiajia, be careful not to poke your hand. Su Wanwan assigned the tasks clearly. Chuli and Chuyu glanced at each other. One joined the team, cutting red willow wood, while the other joined the team, threading meat. They had to contribute their efforts to eat those delicious skewers sooner. Su Wanwan took out the seasoning she had prepared earlier. This was her own blend of barbecue spices, with a slight hint of spiciness that everyone could enjoy. Since she liked it super spicy, she could add more chili powder while grilling. How could they not eat barbecue in the desert? With many hands making light work, soon, a table full of meat pieces was completely skewered. Can I start the live stream? Su Wanwan looked up at the cameraman. The director hadn't told her whether it was okay before they came, so she didn't know if it was feasible. After the cameraman asked the director through his earpiece, he gave Su Wanwan a positive response. The director agreed to let Su Wanwan live stream, which was equivalent to bringing them free traffic. Su Wanwan immediately took out her live streaming equipment and started the broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Su, the one who raises cute babies. Guess where I am right now? Su Wanwan posed with the 3 people behind her and took a picture with Chuli and Chuyu beside her. This scene feels a bit familiar. Isn't at a variety show? What is it called again? Where's the baby going? Baby Su brought the baby on the show. Can we finally see the baby? Every day? Su Wanwan winked at the camera. Bingo, you guessed it. This episode will be live streamed tomorrow. Welcome everyone to watch me and my baby. She held the meat skewers in front of the camera to show everyone. Today's food is quite simple. Since we're in the desert, we chose to have grilled meat. As long as we cut it and thread it onto this red willow wood, once grilled to perfection, we can sprinkle some seasoning on top. It sounds simple, but we don't have a desert at home. Of course, you can also do it outside the desert. Just find a piece of land that won't catch fire, build a fire pit like I did, and place the skewers on top. Su Wanwan demonstrated. It can be said that there is no technical difficulty. You just need to master the timing between grilling it well and not burning it. Su Wanwan strictly followed the order of 3 pieces of lean meat and 1 piece of fat meat to skewer, which would add more layers of flavor. Occasionally, biting into a piece of fat meat would be incredibly fragrant and juicy. When we eat, if we feel it's too greasy, we can use these vegetable leaves to wrap all the grilled meat and eat in one bite. Su Wanwan picked up a skewer of grilled meat, placed it in a vegetable leaf, and handed it to Chuyu beside her. Can you describe the taste to us? Su Wanwan guided Chuyu to express her true thoughts. This was her first time inviting a guest in the live stream. Qiao took a bite. Her eyes lit up. The taste of food is definitely incomparable to any expensive nutritional liquid. This is so delicious. People in the live stream, let me tell you, no matter if you drink thousands or tens of thousands of nutritional liquids, nothing compares to this bite. Eating is way more satisfying than any holographic simulation. You should all be familiar with the taste of lamb. The barbecue flavor carries a hint of smokiness, slight sweetness, and a bit of saltiness and spiciness. It's really delicious. In that moment, Wanwan thought, why not let Qiao take over the live stream for promoting products? Her delivery was much more professional than hers. Hearing Qiao's comments, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but salivate. Wanwan's descriptions were quite direct, placing the food in front of the camera for them to taste. It was also the first time she had heard outsiders comment on her dishes. Chapter 74. How Jiajia appears in General Qiao's eyes. Jiajia, Qiao Lifan, and Chuli had already gathered around, each picking up a skewer and tasting it with big bites. Wanwan always brought them surprises. Every day's meal was different, and the flavors varied as well. Only Huli stood quietly aside. Although he was also swallowing, he adhered to his duties. At home, as long as the host was willing, he could be a bit indulgent, but not outside. Jiajia glanced back and immediately grabbed 2 skewers of meat, running over to stuff them into Huli's hands. Huli wanted to refuse, but couldn't. Jiajia's hand was tightly gripping his, clearly indicating he wouldn't eat if he didn't take it. Huli had no choice but to take the skewers. He was very tempted and wanted to eat, but he felt it was inappropriate to eat with the host. Let us eat together. The people in the live stream should get used to the presence of half-beasts, Wanwan shrugged. She broadcasted according to her preferences, and no one could dictate her content. Only then did Huli feel at ease to start eating the grilled meat. Smelling the aroma, the photographer was also tempted, and next to him, Xiao followed the scent to find Wanwan. Can I have a skewer? Xiao's eyes lit up upon seeing the food Wanwan prepared, no matter how much nutrient liquid she drank. Seeing Wanwan's cooking instantly made her hungry. Xiao, she's also in this show. She looks so much better than before. Seeing Xiao in such a lively state in my lifetime really comforts me as a mother. What would she do without Jiajia? Wanwan had been struggling with whether her cooking was right, but it seemed she was right after all. Qiao Lifan had eaten half and glanced at the pile of red willow wood beside him. What should they do with these wooden sticks? They couldn't just throw them away, could they? Wanwan looked over and replied, it's fine. We're going to stay here for a month. If we don't use them all, we can give them to the friends in the live stream. There's no waste in ingredients. She looked up and noticed 2 kids standing at the door. One was Gu Tuan, the daughter of the Gu family, and the other was a very shy little boy. If you want to eat, you need to ask your parents for permission first, Wanwan kindly reminded. Otherwise, if something went wrong, they would blame her. Plus, Gu Tuan's mother disliked half-beasts for being dirty. Jiajia usually doesn't treat children like this, right? What is wrong with giving them a few skewers of meat? Isn't Xiao also eating here? Maybe she just doesn't like these 2 kids. Powerless people really don't stand a chance. After all, she is a streamer. Does teaching you to cook mean she has to be a good person? Wanwan glanced at the comments in a live stream, but didn't take them to heart. They should know an old saying, don't comment without knowing the whole story, right? What they saw was her having cooked food, but not giving it to these kids. But what happened before that? The little boy immediately ran back to find someone. The aroma was just too tempting. He had never smelled anything like it. Gu Tuan was also tempted, but knew her family would never allow her to eat it. So she could only drool at the door. I've been with your Jiajia all along, so I should have more say in what kind of person she is. Qiao Lifan finally filled his stomach. He felt that if Wanwan cooked, he could eat for a lifetime. However, he couldn't always let Wanwan handle 3 meals a day. Everyone gets tired sometimes. Once he had time, he should learn to cook as well. Military campaigns didn't defeat him. Making a meal shouldn't be harder than fighting a battle, right? So in General Qiao's eyes, what kind of person is our Jiajia? Someone, eager for gossip, directly asked. Wanwan glanced over. That ID seemed a bit familiar. Is it a fan of the CP? Wanwan gave Qiao Lifan a look, signaling him not to speak. Qiao Lifan shrugged, but your fans asked me to say it. Say it. General Qiao. Don't mind Su Zai Zai. Su Zai Zai can even dodge it. Su Wanwan glared at the comments, clenched her fist, and gestured towards the live stream ball. You want me to dodge in my own live stream? This batch of fans is really hard to manage. We want to hear, how is the emotional state of the two now? Does General Qiao like Su Zai Zai? Only I want to know if Su Zai Zai likes General Qiao. Although many people treat General Qiao as a fan, why does it feel like Su Zai Zai is a bit different? Su Wanwan glanced at the comments, then at Qiao Lifan. This was true. She didn't chase stars. No matter how impressive someone was in front of her, they were just an ordinary person. Unless there was something about them that she genuinely liked or she had gotten used to their presence, she wouldn't choose to be with them. Qiao Lifan adjusted the angle of the live stream ball towards himself. Then I'll say it. I really like your Su Zai Zai and hope that one day I can marry her. His tone was extremely gentle when he said this. He lowered his gaze, as if whispering to himself, or perhaps sharing a private evening whisper. The live stream erupted in excitement. I've never seen General Qiao so gentle, so rare. There are indeed surprises in Su Zai Zai's live stream. Who could resist such a gentle General Qiao? Su Thai Thai, is your heart made of stone? How can you not be moved? Su Wanwan let out a soft laugh. You guys, just because a man is a bit gentle, you want to steal your hearts. Be careful, you might end up on a pirate ship because of this. Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan with a pitiful expression and quietly asked, being with me, is that like getting on a pirate ship? Su Wanwan shot him a glance. You look like a pirate to me. Chu Li and Chu Yu watched the interaction between the two and exchanged mysterious smiles. If these two didn't end up together, they wouldn't believe it. The way this couple flirted was just like when they first got together. Hu Li and Su Jiajia were still young, and the two little foxes were munching on meat skewers while watching the show. Can Brother Qiao and sister be together? Can I have a general brother-in-law? Su Jiajia took a bite of the meat skewer, savoring it. Hu Li nodded, it's possible. However, the progress of their relationship was really slow. If they were in their half-beast territory, these two would probably have already had cubs by now. Who still takes their time like this? Chapter 75. I can handle the matter with Vice Officer Lin myself. The little fans in the live stream seem to have heard about a huge revelation. Eating food even comes with benefits. I'm really in love with this. So actually, Zai Zai Su and General Qiao are a mutual affection, but they just haven't confirmed their relationship yet, right? But what will happen to Vice Officer Lin if Zai Zai Su and General Qiao get together? Please stop stirring up feelings about Vice Officer Lin every day. General Qiao has already said he has no other feelings for Vice Officer Lin. So why keep dragging it on? Su Wanwan glanced at the barrage, noticing a tendency for conflict, and quickly called for a stop. Hey, we haven't even made any commitments yet. Take it easy. It's all Qiao Lifan's fault. Don't worry, I can handle the matter with Vice Officer Lin. I won't be too timing. And I'll treat you, Zai Zai Su, well. Qiao Lifan seemed to solemnly vow this in front of tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream. Everyone present could hear it. Even if he wanted to go back on his word, he couldn't. Well, that's it for today's live stream. Tomorrow, let's see where Zai Zai will go. Su Wanwan quickly shut off the live stream, fearing that Qiao Lifan might say something that would cause even bigger trouble. Are you angry? Qiao Lifan cautiously asked. He really didn't understand women's feelings, but he wasn't in a hurry. He could learn slowly if Su Wanwan was willing to give him the chance. Not really, but you have to think carefully. If we really don't end up together in the future, what will people say about you and me? A general who pursued his wife for months but ended up not together. Was it Qiao Lifan's fault or Su Wanwan's? Su Wanwan didn't want to get into more trouble. How can you be so sure that we won't end up together? He was confident. 50-50. Su Wanwan didn't answer Qiao Lifan's question. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, she prepared to tidy up the room since she would still be sleeping here tonight. At that moment, the earlier little boy suddenly pulled his mother over. Seeing everyone finished eating, he pouted and almost cried. He asked with a slight whimper, Sister, is there nothing to eat? My mom sent me to eat. Su Wanwan quickly took out a large handful to share with the little boy. Here, you can take this to eat. The little boy's mother was also not one to speak much. She looked at her son, who was happily holding the skewers, and couldn't help but chuckle. I am Shu Lingli, and this is Shi Xiongxiong. We often watch your live streams. When he saw you, he smiled like crazy. Shi Lingli patted Shi Xiongxiong's head. What can I do? He's my son. I have to pamper him. It's fine, as long as you don't mind our Huli, You're welcome to eat with us anytime. Xiao. When you go back later, bring some to your grandparents too. Su Wanwan finished distributing the remaining skewers. This food wouldn't be good by tomorrow. Sure Xiao quickly took the skewers and ran off. Sure Xiong was also taken away by Sure Lingli, leaving only a few of them in room 4. Finally, they could rest. Who knows what kind of task awaits tomorrow? Su Wanwan lay down on the bed. This bed seemed to be newly set up, but there was only one. Although it was large enough for 4 people, Su Wanwan absolutely did not want to sleep next to Qiao Lifan. Tonight, I'll sleep on the edge, and then Jiajia will sleep next to me, and he has to hold Huli's tail to sleep. Qiao Lifan sleeps on the other side. Su Wanwan arranged the bedding and tossed some of Su Jiajia's small toys on top. Each bed had curtains prepared on the sides. As long as the curtains were drawn, there was still some privacy. Chu Li and Chu Yu saw that Su Wanwan and her group were almost set up and directly pulled the curtains to turn off the lights to sleep. The whole room was filled with a pleasant smell of barbecue. Surrounded by such fragrance, they would surely have sweet dreams. Early the next morning, just as it was getting light, the task card was already slid in through the curtain. Huli jumped up suddenly. As a half-beastman, he was usually very cautious in his living place. Any little noise would wake him up immediately. Friends in room 4, hurry up and set off. Today's task is to go to the nearby town and complete the task for the parent group and the child group. Holding Huli's tail, Su Jiajia turned over, seeming to hear some noise. Qiao Lifan also got up. Normally, he would be going for a morning workout at this time. Su Wanwan heard the noise, rubbed her eyes, and looked outside. She couldn't tell what time it was since it was still dark. Is there a task? Su Wanwan asked softly, as Chu Li and Chu Yu were still sleeping. Since coming here, she had never gotten up this early and felt a bit dazed. Huli handed the paper to Su Wanwan. There was already a live streaming floating orb waiting outside their bed. There were 4 in total. Once they got out of bed, the floating orb would follow them. Su Wanwan stretched, put on her jacket, and groggily got herself ready. If the parents and children are going to be divided into groups, then Huli must take good care of Su Jiajia and the other 3 babies. You're the oldest here, Su Wanwan gently reminded. Huli was still young, but could be considered a child, and his personality was mature and steady, so it would definitely be fine to leave it to him. The most serious problem was still the gossip of people on the street. For example, a half-beastman out shopping during the day. Don't worry, I won't let what others say affect me emotionally anymore. As long as Jiajia doesn't dislike me. Huli's fluffy ears trembled. The person he trusted most now was Su Jiajia, and the person he wanted to protect the most was also Su Jiajia. Perhaps even when he got married in the future, he would still treat Su Jiajia like his own younger brother. Qiao Lifan didn't need to pack much. After washing his face and changing clothes, he could head out. Huli glanced at Su Jiajia, who was hanging on his big tail, and resignedly hugged him, moving his hand from the tail to his ear. But because it tickled, he couldn't help but twitch. Huli Gidge, don't move. Su Jiajia grabbed Huli's ear, causing him to suck in a breath. Su Jiajia rubbed his sleepy eyes and then realized that what he was holding wasn't his big tail. But it seemed that he had pulled out some fur because he had just pulled too hard. Now what? He was completely awake. And not only had he hurt Huli's ear, but he had also pulled out some fur. Huli Gidge. I didn't mean to. Chapter 76. Away from the parenting life. Enjoying the world of 2, Huli's ears couldn't help but twitch. What could he do about the little cub he had chosen? Just pamper him. It's fine, let us go. Today, you have to go on a mission alone with your brother. Huli lifted Su Jiajia a bit higher. Su Jiajia gently touched Huli's ears. They were the most sensitive part, and he ended up grabbing them quite hard. He felt so sorry for Huli. Su Wanwan yawned as she stepped out of the room. It was too early. It didn't feel like a day for fun, more like a day for work. Let's go. In front of them were 2 flying vehicles, one for adults and the other for children. Each family was separated, indicating that today's mission might require Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan to complete it together. Su Wanwan felt that the production team might be playing tricks within the tasks, but she had no evidence. After watching Huli board the spaceship with Su Jiajia, she finally entered the ship designated for the 2 of them. In the center of the spaceship, there was a table with a mission card on it. Next, you will enjoy a life away from parenting and relish the world of 2. We have specially prepared 2 tickets for you. Let's set off now. On the back of the mission card were 2 tickets. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up when she saw the address. There was an aquarium? She wondered if there would be her favorite beluga whales or great white sharks inside. Have you ever been to an aquarium? Su Wanwan asked, holding the tickets. Watching animals used to be a way for her to relax. But now that people had beast forms, there were naturally no zoos anymore. Qiao Lifan shook his head, saying, I've been on a warship for the past few years, and Haven T had a chance to go out and play. He was alone, and Hen T thought about visiting those fun places. What kind of grown man goes to amusement parks and aquariums alone every day? Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan. Having him accompany her at this time seemed quite nice. She just wondered what task Jiajia had on their side. At that moment, the voice of the director team echoed in the flying vehicle. Since the children's task required star coins, both parties needed to discuss how much to give the children and transfer the star coins. After listening, Su Wanwan thought for a moment, I'll transfer him 10,000. With money in hand, there is nothing to worry about. Previously, she might have only given him 100 for some small things, but now she had money. Su Jiajia didn't need to worry about money. While Su Wanwan was transferring the money, Qiao Lifan also input Su Jiajia's account and transferred him some funds. How much did you transfer? Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan curiously, knowing that based on his spendthrift tendencies, it surely wouldn't be a small amount. Qiao Lifan secretly showed Su Wanwan his record. Su Wanwan gasped so much. Are you serious? The live stream had started too early, with only a dozen viewers. There was a large screen on the wall of the flying vehicle that displayed comments. How much? I want to see. General Xiao is definitely not a stingy person. Su Wanwan gestured a 100 to the floating ball. Giving a child that much money, what was Qiao Lifan thinking? Wow. Su Wanwan watched the sparse comments. When there were few comments, she could see what everyone was saying, which was quite interesting. It reminded her of when she first started live streaming food. They should meet that mysterious Qiao sometime. She wondered what kind of person he was, especially since he had sent a big rocket to send Jiajia to school at the very beginning. The destination has been reached. Please proceed to the aquarium. Su Wanwan picked up the tickets and slung her small bag over her shoulder. The aquarium covered tens of thousands of square meters, appearing entirely light blue. She wondered what material it was made of, shining brightly under the sunlight. What surprised her was that normally, such a large aquarium should have many people outside, like couples or adults with children. But outside this aquarium, there wasn't a single person. It was eerily quiet. This aquarium, why do I feel like it's haunted? Su Wanwan stood at the entrance, hesitating to go in. It was dark inside, and she couldn't see what was there. Qiao Lifan reached out his hand. Shall we go together? Su Wanwan originally didn't want to, but she was genuinely a bit scared and could only tremble and take Qiao Lifan's hand. In her life, she feared nothing else but ghosts. At the entrance stood a person wearing a shark head and a suit, looking like a staff member of the aquarium. It's Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan, right? The little one has arranged a special itinerary for you. Please follow me. Su Wanwan exchanged a glance with Qiao Lifan. Could it be a surprise? Following the shark-headed figure inside, they first walked on a red carpet, and the lights on both sides lit up in sequence. At the end was a pitch-black area. She couldn't quite tell what was there, but it felt a bit chilly, sending shivers down her spine. Is your aquarium legitimate? Su Wanwan asked cautiously. Why does it seem so off? The shark head chuckled a couple of times without speaking. After reaching the end, he opened the large red door. A surprise awaits you ahead. Su Wanwan looked into the dark depths, catching a faint whiff of a fishy smell. Maybe this was the true essence of the aquarium, but was it really necessary to make it feel so immersive? Qiao Lifan was in front, protecting Su Wanwan as they entered the room. The large door behind them suddenly closed, and she heard the sound of the lock clicking. Did you think her show would be so kind? Of course not. Here, it's the aquarium escape room. Su Wanwan seemed to know a lot about the things on Blue Star, so she must have heard of this game. You need to find a key in these scenes to open the door to the real aquarium. Su Wanwan looked at the already lit room before her, filled with fish tank decorations, with some crabs and such in the tanks. The largest things in the entire room were a few big carp in a pool. I've seen previous shows. It seems that very few people ever escape from such rooms. Qiao Lifan surveyed the surroundings, noting that even when people failed to escape, no one ever revealed the answers. So now, people still didn't know where the key was hidden. Can we destroy props? Su Wanwan had an idea and wondered if it would work. The voice from the director suddenly paused. Until now, no one had ever made that request. That's fine. After all, the set is this one, and it's not expensive. If something breaks, we could just fix it later. Su Wanwan directly pressed the little heart. Thankfully, her props were all here. She hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and now she was almost starving. She waved at the camera, saying, "Hello everyone. Today I'm going to teach you various ways to cook fish." Chapter 77. Spicy stir-fried octopus and crab. Braised carp in this scene. There are carp, some crabs, and it seems there's even octopus nearby, enough for them to enjoy a seafood feast. They have a whole day, so it won't be late to complete the task after eating. Help me catch 2 octopuses and some crabs, and bring 2 carp as well. Su Wanwan first prepared the seasonings. She brought some ingredients that could be eaten directly, just in case the production team threw them into a survival situation. The director behind the monitor was somewhat dumbfounded. They were going to eat his props directly. Qiao Lifan specifically chose the larger, livelier ones. It goes without saying that anything alive in this room could be Su Wanwan's ingredient. It's just a matter of size. Qiao Lifan brought one over, and Su Wanwan put one into the pot. The crab and octopus were stir-fried spicy, and the carp was braised. She chopped the octopus and threw it into the pot to battle with the crab, then covered it before starting to handle the carp. Su Wanwan touched the fish's belly and felt something was off. Why was the belly so hard? When she cut it open, she unexpectedly found a surprise inside. A key hidden in the fish's belly? It seemed that ordinary people would never find it. Su Wanwan tossed the key aside and continued cooking. They couldn't spend the whole day just wandering the aquarium, could they? Is there anything I can help with? Qiao Lifan rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, his hands still wet. Help me kill the other fish, take out everything inside. I have another pot, and we'll have a full fish feast today. Su Wanwan took out a large pot, added water, and threw her prepared fish into it. The seasoning packs were all pre-prepared. Luckily, she did some before coming, otherwise, it would be hard to find the seasonings now. They would have to settle for boiled fish. Here's another key. Qiao Lifan pulled the key out of the fish's belly. Su Wanwan looked at the pool of fish and thought, perhaps to prevent guests from finding the keys, they hid one in each fish's belly? Wasn't that a bit too magical? She initially thought they were ingredients or for decoration, but they were actually all keys to progress. Who would go into the water to catch fish for fun? Unless it was for food. The organizers probably never thought anyone would actually progress, right? No one has seen anyone succeed after so many episodes. The keys are hidden too deep. Su Wanwan obtained 2 keys, and the crabs and octopus were almost done. Each of us gets a dish. You can choose first. The 2 fish were neatly placed together in the pot. Qiao Lifan casually pointed to one. Then I'll take this one. He was not picky about food, especially when it was made by Su Wanwan. He could eat anything she made. After finishing the 2 fish, Su Wanwan borrowed a fish tank to clean the pot and put it away before using the key to open the large door in front of them. As expected, behind this door was the real aquarium. The blue and light purple lights intertwined, and stepping inside felt like being underwater. Surrounding them was pitch black, with only some lights illuminating the glass tanks. And it could be said that the entire building was made of glass rather than just the tanks. They only had this small solid area beneath their feet. Everywhere else, fish swam around. This was the territory of angel fish. Small white ones with blue sparkle on their scales. Incredibly beautiful. I almost thought there was no aquarium, but the production team really didn't disappoint me. Su Wanwan couldn't help but smile. She hadn't seen such a beautiful scene in a long time. I had never been to an aquarium before. I always thought it would only be interesting to take children or go with a partner, but now I finally came. Qiao Lifan glanced at Su Wanwan beside him. In the past, besides strategic planning and practicing shooting, I had no interest in anything else, but after meeting you, I realized there are so many things in this world worth understanding. Hearing this made Su Wanwan's eyes flicker. She really didn't know how to respond to someone's goodwill. She could feel Qiao Lifan's feelings toward her now. You don't have to say anything. I'll wait for you. Qiao Lifan understood Su Wanwan's feelings. He quietly wrapped his arm around her waist, and seeing she didn't resist, he tightened his embrace a little more. Can I see this? Isn't this equivalent to a confession? What? Is the progress this fast? Too strange, too strange. Let us go. Let us check out the next place. Su Wanwan looked up at Qiao Lifan. The heartbeat was silent. She admitted that Qiao Lifan was subtly influencing her emotions and her views on marriage. As this sentence ended, a row of lights slowly lit up, guiding them to the next venue. Wanwan and Qiao Lifan leaned against each other as they walked into the next venue. It was a bit cold inside, and leaning against Qiao Lifan, they could warm each other perfectly. In the next venue, Wanwan thought she would see more fish, but it turned out to be a small-scale skeleton museum. Some fish skeletons that could be found were pieced together for display. However, for the others that couldn't be found, only pictures were available. Wanwan glanced at the pictures and couldn't help but shed tears. I've seen these fish. They're very beautiful, and they even play with people. Chapter 78, the next program, is the Mermaid Grand Award. The place she pointed to was where the beluga whales and dolphins were. On this planet, due to massive industrialization and the change of times that eliminated the need for food, many marine creatures can no longer survive because they have no food to eat. Unexpectedly, they're already gone. In fact, if I had a choice, I would still choose to go back to the year 2000 to live. At least there everything existed. Nothing had disappeared. This was the first time Wanwan said such words to Qiao Lifan. Qiao Lifan understood as well. Although people's lives now hardly require them to do anything themselves, they have already lost too much. So what is left in the aquarium now? Braised carp? Stir-fried octopus? Wanwan sighed. Don't be sad. Don't be upset. Next, please enjoy the Mermaid Grand Award, specially prepared for Wanwan. This segment was decided by the director after careful study of ancient cultures. It was said that there were mermaid performances in the aquarium over there. Wanwan and Qiao Lifan walked along a small path into a large exhibition hall. Then, music began to play. Suddenly, a person fell from above, tying their legs with colorful ribbons, rendering them unable to move, making them stand stiffly like a stick in the tank. Wanwan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What is this? The director backstage was also somewhat puzzled. According to ancient texts, mermaids have a human upper body and a fish lower body, without legs. How could a person be both a fish and a human? He could only come up with such a method. Wanwan turned to look at Qiao Lifan. She had learned to swim and had previously tried out of curiosity. Do you want to see? Qiao Lifan nodded, then suddenly shook his head. He wanted to see, but he wanted to wait until it was just the two of them. If it was performed in the variety show, wouldn't all the audience see it? Wait for me a moment. I also want everyone to see that there were many beautiful things before. Wanwan patted Qiao Lifan's hand and looked at the camera in the live broadcast. Director, are you there? Please bring me some beautiful fabrics in the same color. The director's team quickly found what Wanwan needed, and she went backstage to get busy. Since there was no ready-made mermaid tail, she could only sew it herself, using flowing gauze for the fins and top, and shiny fabric for the tail. You mustn't go tell on me in Qiao Lifan's live broadcast. Wanwan di maindif. Only surprises that the other party doesn't know about can be called surprises. She quickly sealed one tail, tried it on, and it fit well. Instead of using the initial mermaid look with just a bodice, she made a flowing long dress with a dance style. The outfit I made is quite different from most mermaid costumes before. According to our records from ancient Azure Blue Star, mermaids wore 2 beautiful scallop shells. While making the outfit, Wanwan also explained to the viewers in the live broadcast, many ancient texts are no longer available, and she didn't want to provide incorrect interpretations. Wow, using scallop shells must look great. Is there anyone in the live broadcast room who could try to make one? I hope a crafty person can come to the rescue. What Wanwan made is already very beautiful. After finishing sewing the outfit, Wanwan tried it on to confirm it wouldn't fall apart when she wore it, then found a place to toss the live broadcast floating ball aside and changed into the fishtail. There were safety personnel who could swim at the edge of the pool to prevent anyone from drowning. Wanwan bounced to the edge of the pool and took a deep breath. If you hold this pearl, you can breathe freely underwater. A safety personnel handed her a pearl. This pearl was made using the latest technology, allowing for easy breathing even underwater. No need to carry an oxygen tank to explore like before. Wanwan held the pearl and jumped into the water. At first, she was a bit unaccustomed, but soon she could breathe comfortably underwater. People quickly flocked to Qiao Lifan's perspective to watch this beautiful mermaid performance. Wanwan swam around in the water a couple of times to get used to it. To be a good mermaid, the key is to control her knees. After all, Mermaids swim with very graceful postures, and their tails do not bend significantly. The aquarium staff soon played music for Su Wanwan. Her seaweed-like hair floated in the water, bending into beautiful arcs with the movement of her body, complemented by a look no one had ever seen before. In an instant, she attracted everyone's attention. Su Wanwan was still an amateur at dancing. She had only learned for a short time and could dance a few familiar tunes. However, being in the water with this outfit made any movement look good. After finishing a piece, Su Wanwan swam up from the water, took a shower, and changed back into her clothes. Qiao Lifan was already waiting at the door. Does it look good? Su Wanwan asked confidently. At the same time, she wanted to see the feedback from the comments. Suddenly I understand what those ancient texts mean. There really is such a beautiful dance performed underwater. I'm increasingly yearning for ancient azure blue star. Is there any place like it? I'm different. How about Su Wanwan marry me? I want to be like General Qiao, coming and going all the time. I'm quite wealthy, just not as good looking as General Qiao. Su Wanwan laughed after reading the comments. These people really dare to say anything. I increasingly hope you belong to me alone, Qiao Lifan said. In these few days, he had seen various unique aspects of Su Wanwan. The seriousness when cooking, the optimism when helping others, and now her dance in the water. He was genuinely curious about what else he didn't know about her. The information never mentioned that Su Wanwan could do these things. He was starting to truly believe that Su Wanwan came from ancient azure blue star. I am not yours alone. I belong to no one. I only belong to myself. Su Wanwan said clearly. She didn't like sweet talk like a little girl saying, you belong to me, I belong to you. She just wanted someone who could respect all her choices, and they could support each other to the end. That was enough. Qiao Lifan nodded in agreement. You only belong to yourself. Su Wanwan felt pleased and lightly hummed as she walked out of the aquarium. At this moment, her makeup was still holding up well. She had washed it off twice, yet it hadn't come off. Her hair also dried instantly, no need to blow dry. Chapter 79. How can I communicate when I can't speak penguin language? As they exited the aquarium, Su Wanwan was in front and Qiao Lifan was behind. Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan's back, as if he could see that ray of sunlight he could never reach again. Why aren't you moving? Su Wanwan basked in the warm sunlight outside. She turned back to look at Qiao Lifan, sensing something strange in his gaze. It's nothing, just thinking, Qiao Lifan replied, catching up to her. Even if she was the sun, as long as he stood by her side, he would eventually find his way out of the dark circumstances. He couldn't let Su Wanwan shine alone, using her warmth to illuminate others. He would also have the chance to become Su Wanwan's son someday. You seem a bit odd. Was the itinerary inside not interesting enough? Su Wanwan felt good, at least better than when she was at home. No, just thinking about some things that might worry you, Qiao Lifan said with a gentle smile. He didn't want to bring his negative emotions to Su Wanwan. It would be better to talk about such things when they were more familiar with each other. If she couldn't accept it then, he would be willing to let go. Su Wanwan didn't suspect him. She looked at the sun lazily stretching outside and asked the floating ball, you didn't underestimate our IQ, did you? You only prepared one segment for today, and there's only one type of fish in the aquarium, along with some ingredients. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The production team fell silent. They really thought no one would be able to solve the puzzle today, so they hadn't prepared any follow-up tasks. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and find something fun nearby, something that overlaps with ancient culture. Quick, quick, quick. It seemed they really hadn't prepared for the next part of the itinerary. What should we do? Should we just walk around ourselves? Qiao Lifan suggested. This venue appeared to be very large, definitely not just 3 exhibition halls. Do you think there might actually be other fish in this aquarium? Su Wanwan was very concerned about this. Then let's go for another walk. Qiao Lifan knew about Su Wanwan's little thoughts. There should be other places besides the escape room. Otherwise, the space wouldn't be so large. If it were all offices, then it would be too strange to have so many people taking care of these angel fish. At the entrance, the shark head was no longer visible. He must have gone back to rest after completing his guiding task. So now, the whole aquarium was left with just the 2 of them. It felt like they were on a date in the aquarium. There were also 2 live, streaming floating balls accompanying them. From the outside, the aquarium appeared square, and the corridor on both sides was not solid, suggesting there might be more rooms next door. Qiao Lifan held Su Wanwan's hand, as he had a better sense of direction, guided by him in the darkness. Su Wanwan thought having a boyfriend like Qiao Lifan felt pretty good. This is the room we didn't go into earlier. Qiao Lifan pushed open a door, and behind it was a bunch of penguins. As soon as the door opened, a flock of penguins squawked and rushed towards the two. Now I see why the production team didn't bring guests here, Su Wanwan said. What are you doing here? Didn't we tell the production team not to bring anyone? A person who looked like a staff member frowned, holding a bowl of small fish. Su Wanwan stepped forward to explain, sorry. We just thought there shouldn't be only one type of fish in the aquarium, so we wanted to see if there were other animals. The staff member's expression softened a bit. There's a reason we didn't let you come here. These penguins have bad tempers, as you just saw. Su Wanwan was genuinely surprised. The previous penguins looked so cute and wouldn't actively attack humans. Why they changed like this? If you're not afraid of being bitten, you can go in and try. If you are afraid, you can wear clothes like mine. They can't bite through it. Su Wanwan shook her head. I want to try. I'm not afraid of being bitten. She had never touched a penguin before, but she felt deep down that these animals shouldn't behave like this. The staff member sighed and could only hold the fish while opening the door. Unexpectedly, when the door opened this time, the penguins were extremely quiet, not squawking at all, and even approached quite friendly. Wow, have they turned friendly seeing a beautiful girl? The staff member moved closer to Su Wanwan, feeling that being near her seemed safe. The penguins glanced at the staff member, then at Qiao Lifan, and finally turned to Su Wanwan. They all sat down beside her. Why are these little animals so quiet around Su Wanwan? How strange. At first, when the door opened, these penguins seemed about to jump up, and now they're quiet, which seems a bit unusual. Su Wanwan was also curious. She tried to reach out and touch one of the penguins' heads, and it didn't resist, but instead leaned closer to her. The staff member, seeing this, also reached out to touch it. Suddenly, all the penguins charged at him, and he quickly dropped the bowl of fish and ran away. Seeing the penguins turn their attention to Qiao Lifan, Su Wanwan hurriedly shielded him. No, he's mine. This is my person. Does Su know what she's saying? Isn't this a confession? The people upstairs shouldn't be too crazy about CP, because he is with Su Wanwan. The ones upstairs just came in. They must not have seen the previous playback. If you had, you wouldn't say that. Although there was no expression on the penguins' faces, for some reason, Su Wanwan could tell they were deep in thought. Hey, little girl from the production team, can you help me talk to these penguins? Our director said that if these animals can't be used for exhibitions anymore, they have to be sent back to their original place. But the temperature outside isn't suitable for them to survive. Sending them back is a dead end. The staff member yelled anxiously from outside. Right now, Su Wanwan was their savior. There really were more than just angel fish in the entire aquarium. It was just that the remaining creatures couldn't be used for exhibitions. One by one, they had terrible tempers. They bit anyone they saw, and recently, there were always animals dying without any new offspring. Although she didn't know how these groups were managed, this situation couldn't continue. Su Wanwan never expected that one day she would receive such a task. She looked at the penguins in front of her, wondering how to communicate with these animals. She couldn't just squawk like them, could she? After all, she was a person, and she didn't speak penguin language. Chapter 80. Su Jiajia is lost. Hey, listen to me. If you keep getting so agitated, you'll go extinct, Su Wanwan said. She loved all little animals. They were all so cute. She didn't want to see such adorable creatures disappearing one by one, leaving only humans who could turn into beasts. How about I trade you some fish? If you agree, just eat this fish. Su Wanwan squatted down and placed the fish by the mouth of the leading penguin. The penguin hesitated for a moment, tilted its head, and ate the fish. So we have a deal. No more attacking the caretaker. Just live your remaining days here peacefully. Su Wanwan could guess why these penguins were acting this way. There was no habitat outside, so they could only survive in this small area, which surely wasn't as good as the outside world. If it weren't for the little one, I might not even know there were so many animals in the aquarium. I visited this aquarium once before. It only had some introductions in angelfish, so I never went back. Can a little one check what other animals are in this aquarium? If there are many new species, I'd like to take my family to see them together. Su Wanwan glanced at the bullet comments. After confirming that the penguins were calmed down and the fish was fed, she took the basin and went out to find the caretaker. After explaining the situation, the caretaker was more than happy to let Su Wanwan tour around. He had just reported to the director that the entire aquarium was currently in a deficit, and if someone could help solve this, it would be a huge relief for them. Please follow me. The caretaker took Su Wanwan around each exhibit and even left her his contact information. In the future, if any animals in the exhibits were uncooperative, they could contact Su Wanwan. If it weren't for Su Wanwan, I might not even know there were so many marine creatures. It's just too few, and this is still the largest aquarium on Azure Star. If we all support the little one, the aquarium can earn money, and the animals can eat better. Won't that help them reproduce? The bullet comments echoed, and they quickly made plans on the public screen for when to visit the aquarium together. Su Wanwan looked at the enthusiasm of these people. Honestly, if even 1/10 of them came to see it, she would be satisfied. You come to see the animals, and I'll cover the cost. Suddenly, Qiao Lifan spoke up. He had just looked at the ticket prices and found them reasonable. Even if everyone in the live stream came, he could afford it. Later, have your director add my quantum brain number, and then just let me know how many people come in our name each day, and I'll send him the ticket money. Boss Qiao is really generous. I'll tell our director this good news right away. The caretaker quickly called the director. After a busy round, it was already dark outside, and a cool breeze hit as they exited. It would only be colder in the desert, and Jiajia's task was still a mystery. I seem to have lost my brother. It was a message from Hu Li, along with a location address. Su Wanwan exchanged glances with Qiao Lifan and immediately ran to the flying vehicle. After setting the destination, she waited anxiously. How could Jiajia possibly get lost? She couldn't reach him. Su Wanwan was going crazy. He didn't answer calls or messages, and she feared he had been taken away. Finding him would be difficult. Moreover, how could such a steady kid like Hu Li lose him? Su Wanwan genuinely didn't know what to say. Perhaps he wandered off to play somewhere? Qiao Lifan tried to comfort Su Wanwan, suggesting she think positively. Shouldn't there be staff watching over the kids in their group? Didn't the staff notice the child was missing? Su Wanwan looked at the live broadcast equipment. She really wanted to throw that floating ball away. What was the point of broadcasting when Jiajia was lost? Upon reaching the designated address, Su Wanwan found it was a bustling street, making it indeed difficult to find Jiajia. We just said we were going to the riverbank to release lanterns, and when I came back after buying the lanterns, Jiajia was gone, Hu Li said, holding 2 lanterns shaped like little foxes. Su Wanwan felt a bit flustered, but forced herself to calm down. She had promised to be a good sister. How could she lose Jiajia so easily? Using her mental power, they were the closest of people, and she could find Jiajia immediately with it. This was the fastest way, but she had to control the range to prevent everyone from knowing her mental power level, which could cause panic. Closing her eyes, Su Wanwan spread her mental power like a vast web over the whole street, carefully avoiding the crowd while searching for the most familiar feeling. Suddenly, it seemed she found it. After mobilizing all her mental power, she saw a scene that made her want to turn back immediately. After retracting her mental power, she angrily walked towards the target location. Hu Li and Qiao Lifan were both confused. Only Su Wanwan knew what she had just seen. Following the path, she finally found Jiajia behind a small house. She walked up behind him and slapped him on the backside. Jiajia was stunned, jumping up and looking at Su Wanwan in a daze. Sister, why did you hit me when you came? That hurts. Su Wanwan rubbed her hand. This slap felt different from the previous ones. It didn't hurt as much, but it still stung. What are you hiding here for? Su Wanwan was furious. She had already thought about what to do if Jiajia really couldn't be found. Yet this kid was hiding here playing hide-and-seek. Jiajia looked a bit wronged. I just wanted to scare Hu Li Gij. Su Wanwan poked Jiajia's head. Yes, you scared Hu Li, and you scare me too. Are you happy now? God knows how anxious she was when she heard Jiajia was lost. Although I feel sorry for the little one, I agree with Su Wanwan's approach. What if next time the little one hides like this and gets taken away by a bad person? The little one is still young. Yes, just a child. Being a child is no excuse. If his bad habits aren't corrected at this age, there will be problems sooner or later. Su Wanwan's mood finally calmed down. Looking at Jiajia, who was holding his backside with a wronged expression, she couldn't bear to scold him any further. I'm sorry, sister. Imsuri, umriali. I'm sorry, brother Qiao. I worried you all. Jiajia said cautiously, not really afraid of getting hit, but afraid that Su Wanwan would ignore him from now on. Chapter 81. Hurry and comfort your sister. Having finally become a happy child with a caring sister, His greatest fear now is to return to the past. Huli let out a sigh of relief and handed the lantern to Jiajia, thinking that it shouldn't be like this next time. He almost felt like crashing into a pillar, if he couldn't even keep an eye on the little master. Why did he have to be the butler of the Su family? Jiajia took the lantern and suddenly burst into tears, saying, "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I want to play hide and seek outside anymore." Although Wanwan's emotions had calmed down, she was still somewhat angry. The program team had live cameras, so they were probably watching too, but they hadn't informed her. "Have you finished your tasks?" Wanwan asked, trying to soften her tone. Jiajia nodded with a pitiful expression, indicating that they were done. Wanwan turned and headed towards the flying vehicle. She needed to go back and rest. Jiajia's courage was growing, which was both a good and a bad thing. She wouldn't let him become a timid boy, but she also couldn't let him turn into a reckless brute. Upon reflection, in the original book, aside from taking some wrong turns, Jiajia's other directions were quite normal. Should she give him enough freedom? Go and comfort your sister. Qiao Lifan pointed towards Wanwan. Jiajia felt a bit scared, but my sister is angry, and she is very scary when she is angry. I don't want to go, but if you don't comfort her, she will always be scary. Qiao Lifan teased Jiajia. After all, he was still a child and easy to trick. Once he grew up a bit more, it wouldn't work anymore. Jiajia felt like there were two little people fighting in his heart. Hurry and comfort your sister. She won't be angry anymore. Don't go. Do you want your bottom to be spanked into pieces? There is no bill around now. The current sister is different from the old sister. She won't spank you into pieces, at most just 2 pieces. You can't go. Look at how angry she is. She looks like a big monster. If you go, she will eat you. Wanwan, listening in front, couldn't help but smile, thinking how cute yet infuriating they were. When they reached the entrance of the flying vehicle, she suddenly felt a weight on her thigh and looked down to see Jiajia hugging her leg. "Sister, please don't be angry. Jiajia will never make you worry again. Please believe me." Wanwan moved her leg, wanted to walk into the flying vehicle. But she couldn't. Helpless, she could only pick Jiajia up into her arms. "Can you promise there won't be a next time?" The feeling of almost losing him was something she didn't want to experience again. Can I just play hide and seek at home from now on? There are too many people outside, and I was scared I would be found when I was hiding. Luckily, people just passed by and didn't come looking for me. You can play at home because there is someone we know. Now that young ones are so precious, what if you encounter a bad person on the road? Didn't I tell brother, Huli, to keep an eye on you before we came? How could you not follow his lead? It's my fault. I didn't keep an eye on the little master, Huli said, feeling extremely guilty. If he had taken Jiajia with him to buy the lanterns, would this situation have occurred? Wanwan shook her head. "I'm not blaming you. It was your first time, and you didn't have much experience. You'll know better next time, right?" Qiao Lifan stood by playing the bad cop, and the two of them surprisingly had a bit of chemistry. "But if next time you still can't take care of Jiajia, we'll have to find someone else to help watch over him." Huli trembled in fear. No. There definitely won't be a next time. I will take good care of the little master, having finally touched the light of hope. If he were to fall back into the days of being looked down upon, he would feel uncomfortable. Huli seems to be quite a good half-beast. Or is it that all half-beasts are like this? I'm a bit tempted. I don't know if you've heard of the abandoned cat effect. Cats that were abandoned, when picked up again, become entirely different from before. This is recorded on the ancient blue star. I know. What the upstairs person means is that the half-beast community is like a group of abandoned cats. So when they find humans who treat them sincerely, they will give 200 loyalty? Wanwan glanced at the bullet comments. It was indeed that meaning. But correspondingly, you also have to treat them sincerely. This is why I said you need to be prepared before sending me private messages. That night, she received many private messages asking what people wanted a half-beast for. But she didn't reply. She wanted to wait until the variety show ended to show everyone what real half-beasts are like. And only after everyone understood would she start selecting suitable families. Patience is essential, and one must not resort to hitting or scolding. A group of darkened half-beasts might not affect the entire planet, but raiding that master as home wouldn't be a problem. But is there anyone like me? I'm not only not discouraged by this idea, But I also want a half-beast even more. Yes, but you should discuss it with your family before making a decision. I also want a half-beast to keep me company. Su Wanwan took Su Jiajia onto the flying vehicle and gave each of the two little foxes a piece of candy. You all need to learn from today's lesson. Otherwise, I want to take you out to play next time, she said, patting Su Jiajia's little head. Su Jiajia nodded repeatedly, thinking that as long as he got candy, he would be the best little baby in the world. You can't tell the adults about today's tasks, okay? We'll announce it together when we get back. Su Wanwan's curiosity to probe was instantly suppressed. She wanted to ask, but could only wait until they got back. We did a lot today. You'll know when you get back. I want to know what my sister did today. Su Jiajia nestled in Su Wanwan's arms. To prevent her from getting angrier, Su Jiajia was using all his tricks to try to make Su Wanwan happy. Your brother Qiao and I also did a lot today. I'll show you the replay when we get back, Su Wanwan teased. Those little animals, if Su Jiajia could see them, he would surely love them. They were fluffy and adorable. Moreover, they couldn't turn into humans, so Su Jiajia probably hadn't seen them before, aside from those Barbie pink and fluorescent green little birds. Chapter 82. Why can she solve it but I can't? After returning to the shooting location, Su Wanwan found that they had become the last group again. The three groups in front had already returned, but they looked somewhat unwell. Since everyone is here, let's discuss the task completion status of each family's group today. Su Wanwan's family completed the task perfectly. Su Jiajia and Huli went to buy things for their older siblings and succeeded, while Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan went to the aquarium for an escape room challenge and successfully made it out. Jiajia's Lu Meili failed to complete the task, while Gu Tianchuan completed hers successfully. Lu Meili felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this. Why did Su Wanwan get to attempt such an easy task? An escape room that anyone could probably clear? What kind of task was it for her? A person afraid of heights, to ride a drop tower at an amusement park? She suspected that the show was deliberately trying to mess with her. Su Wanwan shrugged. If you went, you might not pass either. Why don't you give it a try? If it weren't for her sudden craving for a meal, how could she have found the key inside the fish's belly? Try it. Isn't it just a puzzle game? I can definitely pass it. Tianchuan, are you going? Lu Meili said arrogantly, and Su Wanwan suddenly wanted to know what the comments in her live stream were saying. I know what Su Wanwan wants to see. I just checked her live stream, and there's no one there at all. That is probably why she is so reckless. Maybe she thinks her stream isn't even on? After glancing at the comments, Su Wanwan was even happier knowing the situation in Lu Meili's live stream. The audience here served as a communication channel between Qiao Lifan and Su Wanwan. What are you laughing at? Qiao Lifan felt a bit confused, but Su Wanwan couldn't directly say she was laughing at Lu Meili's empty live stream. So the audience ran over to Qiao Lifan, sending comments to inform him of what was happening. After reading them, Qiao Lifan finally understood what Su Wanwan was laughing at. So blinked. Sister must be going to that escape room that no one has cleared since the show started, right? I heard no one has ever solved it. Yes. So we assigned the same level of difficulty to everyone. In fact, going to the amusement park might even be easier, said the director beside them. He increasingly regretted bringing Lu Meili along with Gu Tianchuan. With Lu Meili there, Gu Tianchuan's South cuteness had no place to shine. She didn't even dare to say a word. Earlier, when Gu Tianchuan completed her task by herself, her performance was much better than now. Lu Meili always seemed to look down on everyone, especially Hu Li, the half-beast. Then I'll try that escape room too, right now. What? You guys wouldn't dare let me go, would you? Lu Meili put her hands on her hips and scoffed. The director was getting a bit annoyed with this woman. Go. Take her there. Tonight's program is to watch her clear the escape room. Su Jiajia turned to Su Wanwan with delight. There's a show to watch tonight. Lu Meili raised her chin. Why is everyone saying Su Wanwan is smart and capable? I'm not incapable. She immediately went to the flying device prepared by the director, aiming for the escape room that Su Wanwan had just completed, where the props were still there. If Lu Meili could really get out, it would be impressive. The director directly shared Lu Meili's screen, allowing everyone to see her perspective. The journey to the escape room took a while, while the remaining three families went their separate ways. Gu Tianchuan looked around and cautiously asked, Su Jiajia, can I come to your house to play for a while? Her mom was going to play in the escape room, leaving her alone in the room, which made her scared. I don't want you to come. Your mom dislikes Hu Li, But I like Hu Li, Su Jiajia said seriously to Gu Tuanshuan. Hu Li was also part of their family. If Gu Tuanshuan disliked him, why would she want to hang out? Gu Tuanshuan lowered her head. Actually, I like Hu Li too, but my mom. As long as you can convince your mom, you can come to my house to play with Hu Li, Su Jiajia said earnestly. He didn't want someone who disliked Hu Li staying at his house. Gu Tuanshuan's eyes lit up. I can sneak back to the house before my mom comes back. So she won't know I was there. I'll just come secretly. Seeing her say that, Su Jiajia could only reluctantly agree. Okay, but don't let your mom find trouble with Hu Li, or I want to play with you. Gu Tuanshuan nodded repeatedly. Hu Li, on the side, was still a bit confused. How did he suddenly become so popular? After everyone returned to the house, Lu Meili had just arrived at the entrance of the aquarium, led by that familiar shark head. Su Wanwan patted her belly. It's time to make something to eat. Do you like fish? She asked casually, respecting the dietary habits of others in their home. Both of them nodded. Although they weren't sure what it would taste like, they would love anything she made. Su Wanwan's cooking was something they craved after just one taste. The barbecue from yesterday seemed to be dancing in their stomachs. All right, let's make grilled fish today. I'll buy some, and you guys can start the fire like I did yesterday. Su Wanwan instructed everyone on their tasks. She needed to find some fish with fewer bones. Otherwise, the kids wouldn't be able to eat. Su Wanwan browsed a shopping site and found that they had ribbon fish. Who knows when it was caught and processed? But having something to eat is good enough. She immediately ordered 10, cut the fish into small pieces, and skewer them on willow sticks to grill. This fish only had 2 rows of small bones and 1 row of larger bones in the middle, making it particularly suitable for children. Can we eat this? It looks kind of monster-like. Chi stared at the ugly ribbon fish for a while before daring to take action. Everything can be eaten. It just depends on how you want to eat it. Su Wanwan rolled up her sleeves. Preparing ribbon fish was quite simple. Just cut off the head and gut it. Then chop it into slightly longer segments and skewer them on the willow sticks. Now everyone in her house had learned how to grill skewers, making self-service barbecue possible. When Lu Meili arrived at the escape room entrance, everyone on Su Wanwan's side had a grilled fish in hand, evenly roasting them over the fire. In the gradually cooling desert, they gathered around the fire, grilling fish, and it was simply delightful. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were wrinkling their noses at the smell. Why does today's smell seem off? Chapter 83. Hurry up and tell me how Su Wanwan got out. Until now, the smell hasn't improved. It's still a fishy odor. Su Wanwan glanced at the comments, noting that this cooking method was quite different from the previous ones. The smell, while grilling, wasn't fragrant at all. But once it was done, adding some seasoning would make the flavor burst forth. She was waiting for the ribbon fish to be grilled until golden and crispy before sprinkling her homemade barbecue seasoning on it. I've already posted the recipe for this seasoning on my Starwave homepage, so friends who want to try making it themselves can check it out. She never kept any secret recipes from others. All the dishes she made were shared with the recipes. As long as you want to cook, you can follow along with her. After sprinkling the seasoning, the entire room filled with a new aroma. For those who want to taste the original flavor, grilling the fish on its own is also a good option. You can give it a try. Su Wanwan checked the fish and, seeing it was almost done, picked it up to remove the bones from both sides and took a bite. It was refreshing. Watching the show while snacking was the perfect pairing. Lu Meili rummaged around the secret room, but couldn't find the key. My fans in the live stream, can you tell me where the key is? You all watched Su Wanwan's live stream this morning, right? Don't be so selfish. Lu Meili fiddled with her hair in the secret room and struck a sexy pose for the camera. Unfortunately, no one in the live stream paid her any attention. Who would remind her? No one reminded her sister when she was solving the puzzle, right? Su Jiajia rolled her eyes at the screen. After all, the people in the live stream probably didn't know where the key was hidden either. Su Wanwan's chirath. After all, they were the first to complete the challenge. This fish. Qiao Lifan held it up in front of Su Wanwan, asking her to take a look. How could a general not know how to eat? It felt like all his dignified image collapsed in front of Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan took it and helped remove the bones, saying it's okay. Many people don't know how to eat fish. For them, it was a new food, so it was normal not to know how to eat it. Besides, even on the ancient Blue Star, no one would teach others how to eat fish. It was like an instinct. Sister, can this be eaten with rice? With porridge? Su Jiajia's little mouth was greasy from eating. He wanted to pair everything with rice, as it was both filling and delicious. If you want to eat it with porridge, I can make it another way next time. Grilling it might give it a bit of a fishy taste. If prepared in a special way, it won't have that odor. Jiajia seemed to understand somewhat, but he knew his sister would make delicious food for him again. Yay! Can't wait for my sister to cook for me. Today, grilled fish is enough. Lu Meili in the secret room was getting a bit frantic. How did Su Wanwan clear the challenge? Was this Gu's lover? With this temper? Su Wanwan leaned closer to Qiao Lifan's ear and whispered, "What is her temper like?" Qiao Lifan felt a tickling sensation in his ear and didn't dare to move. Maybe it was because she was beautiful after all. She used to be a star. When Su Wanwan heard this reason, she instantly understood. The wealthy liked beautiful people. What temper? It might even be seen as a little charm. She probably wouldn't come out tonight unless she wanted to grill fish inside. Su Wanwan thought this person should be contemplating how she got out, then backtracking. But she probably never imagined that she had cooked a meal inside, right? This grilled fish is so delicious. Can we make it home too? One after another, they kept eating, thinking they had plenty, but soon the dishes were emptied. Gu Tuanshuan swallowed hard. Can I have one? Mom, want to find out? Su Wanwan just noticed that Gu Tuanshuan hadn't eaten at all and was just watching from the side. Go ahead, just be careful of the bones. Eat a little first and see if you feel any discomfort. If not, then you can eat more. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and added, I've heard of kids being allergic to seafood. Since you haven't eaten these foods before, you might not know what an allergy is. It's better to be cautious. Gu Tuanshuan obediently took a fish to grill herself. She had seen their grilling process earlier and knew what was cooked and could be eaten. Su Wanwan looked at the screen. Lu Meili had probably given up completely and was sitting aside to rest. Are you all so heartless? Just leaving me here without telling me where the key is? Of course, no one in the livestream responded. Those who knew where the key was were enjoying grilled fish in Su Wanwan's livestream. The aroma here was much better than the fishy smell over there. The director didn't call for a stop and let Lu Meili continue on her own. If she still couldn't get out tonight, the director probably wouldn't rescue her. After Su Wanwan and her group finished their meal, Huli tidied up and then lay down in bed. She had never felt this satisfied after drinking nutritional liquid. Indeed, food was an essential thing. Wasn't it? Chuyu stretched out in bed, feeling incredibly comfortable. If we're not here during the day, you two can also make some grilled meat or simple snacks. You can watch my replay to cook along. Su Wanwan pointed out a clear path for the two. She couldn't let them starve when she was home. Chu Li and Chuyu now realized how enjoyable eating was. It's so great that you came to our home. We're so lucky. But will we really have cubs this way? Chu Li's biggest worry was still about the cubs. They both really liked cubs, and after seeing Su Jiajia, their desire became even stronger. Speaking of this topic, Su Wanwan touched her nose. She wasn't very sure either, just trying her luck. I can only say let us try it. I'm also guessing whether there's a connection between the two. I haven't had the chance to experiment. But as long as you eat well every day, your body's won't get worse. Su Wanwan could only say it wouldn't affect their health. As for what would happen later, that was another matter. So, shall we try to see if we can conceive cubs tomorrow? Chuyu's face turned red. Although she felt a bit excited about having cubs, she was mostly nervous. What if the cubs still didn't come? Or what if the cubs didn't like their family? Chapter 84, we want cubs too. Su Wanwan thought for a moment. Okay, you can give it a try. We'll definitely have to go out to complete tasks tomorrow. Chu Li and Chuyu exchanged glances. They plan to go to bed early today and spend the whole day tomorrow trying. Here, as long as one is pregnant, it can be detected immediately with a home medical device. Every household has one. Waiting for good news. If eating can lead to having cubs, does that mean we are saved? We don't know how many people want to have cubs, but can't. We want cubs too. Let's go to bed and stop looking at her. We'll see if anything comes out by tomorrow morning. Su Wanwan stretched. She was full but felt like something was missing. She clapped her hands and remembered that she had been focused on eating these days and hadn't drunk much. Su Wanwan quickly took out some tea leaves and milk to make a pot of milk tea. Let's drink some sweet milk tea and wish for a good night's sleep. Su Wanwan poured several large cups, just enough for each person. No variety show could stop her desire to eat, drink, and have fun. Su Jiajia wanted to help Huli pack up, and Su Wanwan let her go, drinking a couple of sips of milk tea before heading to bed. Qiao Lifan, did they say anything about you bringing new people? Su Wanwan asked again. She wasn't at ease, not knowing the recent situation of the main characters in the original book. Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan with suspicion. How did she know? Recently, there's a newcomer named Long Outyen. The organization said I should take him under my wing. How did you know? Su Wanwan grinned. She had forgotten that such matters were confidential. Fortunately, their live-streaming device had been turned off when they went to bed, and these devices wouldn't disturb them while they slept, which was quite smart. Su Wanwan could only make up a story. A fairy told me. What else did the fairy tell you? Qiao Lifan shifted his position, staring directly at Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan shrugged. Your position will be taken over by this Long Outyen, and you will die in a great battle in the future. Qiao Lifan took Su Wanwan's words as nonsense. He was firmly seated in his position and couldn't possibly be replaced by a newcomer. Besides, although he wasn't a one-man army, he was at least a general who could take on 100. Believe it or not, I just want to warn you to be careful. Otherwise, when you die, my engagement will be dissolved. Su Wanwan turned her back to face the wall, though she didn't know if this would be useful to Qiao Lifan. She had said what she needed to say. After not seeing Su Wanwan's face, Qiao Lifan fell into deep thought. Su Wanwan had said before that she came from 2,000 years ago, so if she really knew these things, that would be even stranger, right? She wasn't from the future, so how could she know about future events? However, he leaned towards the idea that Su Wanwan had no reason to lie to him, as she wouldn't gain anything from it. After revealing this matter, Su Wanwan felt quite conflicted. No one could predict what would happen in the future. Her arrival had already affected the storyline, and whether Long Outyen would become the next commander was still uncertain. What if he was intimidated by Qiao Lifan's momentum? She tightened the fabric of her clothes against her chest. She just didn't want to hear news of his death when she had finally developed a bit of affection for him, although this thought felt a bit selfish. She hoped that in the future world, Qiao Lifan would be the male lead. Sister, Huli and I are back to sleep. Su Jiajia brushed her teeth and cleaned herself up, then jumped beside Su Wanwan. Not having to go to school is just wonderful. Su Wanwan rubbed Su Jiajia's head, pulling him into her arms. Let's rest for a bit and then sleep. We probably have tasks to do tomorrow. Sister, can I read a little more of the novel? Su Jiajia smiled at Su Wanwan while holding his light brain. You can watch us sleep. She noticed that Hu Li's light brain was still the oldest model, like a brick in his hands. She thought for a moment and bought him a new one online. The same model as Su Jiajia's in a watch style. The robot outside has a gift for you. Go get it. Hu Li was taken aback at first, then pointed at himself in a daze. For me? He had never received a gift from anyone before. He couldn't believe he had one today. Hu Li walked out in confusion, opened the robot's delivery box, and found it was the latest model of light brain. Is this for me? Hu Li held it in his hands. He had only just started working a few days ago. He didn't deserve such an expensive gift. Take it. We each have one. Su Wanwan said generously. She wasn't short on money now. Su Jiajia immediately sat up from the bed, helping Hu Li put on the watch. Now brother Hu Li can read novels with me. His novel wasn't finished yet, and he had recently collected many new ones. Sister, don't you like reading novels? Su Giga snuggled up to Suanen. Qiao Lifan watched Su Jiajia's little appearance, wishing he could also become a 5-year-old child so he could be close to Su Wanwan. Unlike now, where it felt like there was a galaxy between them. How about we switch places? Hu Li looked at Qiao Lifan with a pitiful expression, feeling a bit hesitant to get into bed. It's fine. You can sleep with Jiajia. I'll just watch. He thought it was better to keep his distance. Approaching without Su Wanwan's consent might annoy her, which was not what he wanted. As soon as Su Wanwan heard novel, she recalled the day she crossed into the book. She feared she might have died from staying up late reading novels, which was how she ended up here. I won't read, and you can't stay up late either. It's dangerous, Su Wanwan said seriously. If she hadn't read so late, she might have woken up as that food critic. But then she wouldn't have met Su Jiajia. I really want to see what General Qiao and Su Wanwan are doing under the covers. Will the director fulfill this dream for us? How about just a peek? Director, I know you can see. The director sat in the back, watching the barrage of comments on the screen, stroking his chin. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but mainly because if the floating camera moved even slightly, Qiao Lifan would notice. How could he secretly place the floating camera in the gap of their curtain? Chapter 85, Is There an Enemy Attack? It seemed that Qiao Lifan had a sense of foreboding as he suddenly glanced towards the floating ball at that moment. The director behind the scenes was startled, thinking, no one could possibly guess what he was thinking, right? Can't do it, can't do it. You can just use your thoughts to imagine what they're doing inside. Based on the sleeping positions, the two of them must have done nothing at all. Has the director come out? Has the secret filming been discovered? Director, tell us what is happening inside. The director looked at the barrage and chose to ignore it, shutting down Su Wanwan's live stream and pretending not to see. This was called ignorance is bliss. He wasn't avoiding it at all. Why are you always looking that way? The live floating ball has already been turned off, right? Su Wanwan looked curiously at Qiao Lifan. Qiao Lifan shook his head. I feel like the director is up to something bad. Su Wanwan raised her eyebrows. Can you really feel that? If I want to do something bad next time, won't Qiao Lifan be able to sense it too? You want to do something bad too? Qiao Lifan leaned closer to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan silently turned her head towards the wall. What bad thing can I do? Blow up your kitchen? Jiajia looked at the two people beside her. How about I go sleep somewhere else with Brother Huli? Maybe by tomorrow morning. You can have a little one. His eyes sparkled, hoping that Qiao Lifan and Su Wanwan could have a baby. Then he wouldn't be the youngest in the family anymore. He could be a big brother. Su Wanwan immediately flicked Su Jiajia on the forehead, dreaming, go to sleep. Tomorrow morning you can't let Brother Huli call you anymore. You're already a big 5-year-old. You need to learn to get up by yourself. Su Jiajia was flicked and immediately burrowed into the quilt. If it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Why hit him again? Su Wanwan felt a bit uneasy, as if something was about to happen. This inexplicable premonition made her restless, and she could only try to comfort herself to sleep. After falling asleep, she wouldn't think about those things anymore. In the middle of the night, Su Wanwan was suddenly awakened by a loud noise, as if a meteor had fallen in the desert. Qiao Lifan also sat up and immediately opened the curtain to look outside. There was a flicker of fire outside, but in this desert, where could the fire be coming from? Don't go out, let me take a look. Qiao Lifan said to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan could still protect these people here. He could just go out and check the situation alone. I'll go out with you. I have some fighting power too. Since no one was following him, let him go. A housekeeper can't just stay at home every day, right? Qiao Lifan glanced at Huli and nodded. Although the half-beastman couldn't transform into beast form, his combat power was still considerable. Chuli and Chiyu also woke up, frowning as they looked outside. Are the interstellar pirates attacking? But they wouldn't randomly choose this desert, would they? Speaking of interstellar pirates, Su Wanwan suddenly thought of an old acquaintance. It can't be that scar-faced guy, right? Don't move in bed. I'll go take a look. Su Wanwan immediately got out of bed and went to the door to take a peek. She opened a small crack in the door and saw that familiar scarred face at the entrance. What is going on? The scar-faced guy is back. And how did he know they were on this variety show? What is happening outside? We can help too. After all, this is our home. Chuli and Chiyu were a bit anxious. Although this place didn't look very beautiful and wasn't as prosperous as a big city. It was their home where they had lived for a long time. It should be nothing serious. Qiao Lifan is a bear man. After all, the panda skin is tough and thick, and that scar-faced guy doesn't look like he has much strength. Let us go out and help. We can't just sit here and wait. Chuli and Chiyu looked outside and pulled out their weapons from under the bed. They had heard that there were some very ferocious animals in the desert, so they had prepared some weapons when they came. They had used them for so many years, but who would have thought they would need them today? Then you all be careful. Su Wanwan saw that she couldn't persuade them and could only remind them. She didn't know what was happening outside and still had to watch over Su Jiajia at home. Sister, why don't you go help General Qiao? I can stay home by myself. Su Jiajia was also unsure what was happening outside and felt extremely nervous. The Golden Turtle's son-in-law, he personally chose for his sister couldn't just die in this battle, right? Su Wanwan patted Su Jiajia's head. It's okay. Qiao Lifan is now at least a general. He can't just die because of an interstellar pirate, right? She was just about to peek outside again when she heard footsteps around the house. Those footsteps were unfamiliar to her. They should be the subordinates of the scar-faced guy sneaking over. Su Wanwan made a shushing gesture to Su Jiajia and quickly pulled out a dinner knife from her pocket. The dinner knife she carried with her was now quite useful. She released her spiritual power and locked onto the pirates outside, launching the knife with precision. Let us go. We need to find Qiao Lifan. It's not safe in the house. Being outside with others might be better. Sununtai Jiajia tightened each Greek on Sununtai Wanwan escosts. At this moment, he couldn't be a burden to her. Sister, over there. Jiajia could see Qiao Lifan's figure from a distance. He stood there as if he could withstand thousands of troops. The people around him didn't dare to approach him at all. His spiritual power had already turned into substance, becoming wisps of fine threads swirling around him. When Wanwan ran to his side, she noticed that the scar-faced guy was holding a child. That child was Qiao. Upon seeing Wanwan, the scar-faced guy suddenly took an interest. Hey, beauty, you haven't told me what you used last time. That taste was quite strong. Wanwan fronit, no comment. She turned to Qiao Lifan, wanting to know how he turned his spiritual power into substance. Once solidified, it seemed that his combat power increased significantly. Calm your mind. Visualize what you want your spiritual power to become in your mind, and then control your spiritual power to merge with your intention. Jiajia was also listening to Qiao Lifan's words. The scar-faced guy on the opposite side looked somewhat dismissive. If it were so easy to condense spiritual power into substance, wouldn't everyone be able to do it by now? Huli clenched his fists. When he was young, he couldn't protect his family, but this time he must protect Wanwan and Jiajia well. Chapter 86. Manifesting one's weapon with mental power. Wanwan closed her eyes and concentrated, not yet sure what to transform her mental power into. So she decided to let it flow freely and try to condense something first. If it worked, she would think about its form later. The scar-faced man was not in a hurry either, spinning the dagger in his hand around Qiao's neck. Since Wanwan had already surprised him once, he might as well wait a bit longer. What if she surprised him again? He liked strong women, like a little pepper, as it gave him a sense of conquest. Qiao's live stream was interrupted, and the director suddenly felt something was wrong. There had never been a precedent like this since the show began. Just as Wanwan opened her eyes, she held her hands out in front of her, and suddenly a huge scythe appeared in her hands. The scythe was as white and shiny as jade, looking extremely beautiful, with tiny star-like patterns radiating from its surface. The scythe was larger than both of them, and it looked quite terrifying. A hint of obsession appeared in the scar-faced man's eyes. Wasn't this the perfect woman he desired? Powerful, fierce, and even beautiful. Ah, gorgeous girl, you really surprised me. The scar-faced man, constrained by Qiao Lifan's mental threads, did not dare to approach. As soon as he moved a step, he was struck by a massive shell. Hey, daring to call me sister, are you tired of living? My sister is with my brother-in-law. Who do you think you are? Looking ugly and powerless, like a wandering rat trying to pursue my sister? Jiajia, inside a white mecha, had just launched the shell. The only thing he wanted was the mecha, so his mental power naturally transformed into his favorite thing. He was initially worried that this mecha might look good, but be useless and couldn't fire shells, but to his surprise, it operated just like a normal mecha. Wanwan looked at Jiajia and smiled slightly. Awesome, Jiajia, go for it. With bold words, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of them. Like a cockroach in a sewer, difficult to deal with. Jiajia gestured to Wanwan, sister. Together, his shell, combined with his sister's large scythe, would surely send the scar-faced man back home this time. A slight smile appeared on Qiao Lifan's lips. When he first saw Wanwan, she looked like a wandering girl, weak and helpless, only knowing how to cook. He didn't expect her to grow to this extent. If her parents saw her, they would surely be very happy. Wanwan raised the scythe, which was twice her size, and forcefully slashed forward. A light blade shot out, creating a deep trench in its path. The scar-faced man initially thought little of it. How powerful could the mental power of someone from Azure Star be? But when the light blade approached him, he couldn't smile anymore. How did it feel like the power was above S level? He tossed Qiao aside and jumped awkwardly to the side. What level is your mental power? He shouted at Wanwan. Was this little pepper a bit too spicy? Wanwan made a face at the scar-faced man. Is this something I can easily tell others? I don't know, but it seems quite powerful. It should be enough to deal with you, right? Wanwan smiled and waved a scythe in her hand. She liked this weapon and didn't need to change it. It had enough power. It might even compensate for her inability to transform into her true form, right? The scar-faced man had suffered defeats in succession. He could accept losing once, but not a second time. Girl, you don't plan on going back with me to live the good life, do you? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he had dodged the light blade, he still suffered some impact. So Wanwan laughed. You really are both ordinary and confident. When did I say I want to go back with you to enjoy the good life? Besides, do you even know what good and spicy mean? If that nutrient solution can make you taste something good and spicy, you must be a talent. Qiao Lifan was looking for an opportunity. While the scar-faced man was talking to Su Wanwan, he used a mental net to bind the scar-faced man tightly. He wouldn't escape this time, right? The scar-faced man struggled to break free from the net, but to no avail. It was too tight. I really have bad luck today, running into both of you. If it were a different time, do you think you could beat me? The scar-faced man still hadn't had enough of his life as an interstellar bandit. Where'd he get a chance to change the time? He might as well stay in prison and enjoy his old age, since he probably wouldn't get out in this lifetime anyway. Jiajia piloted the mecha, moving the cannon back and forth to aim at the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man dared not move, having to remain in place obediently. He initially thought they were two little rabbits, but now the little rabbits had turned into wolves, fiercer than him. You can't treat me like this. I'm a well-known interstellar bandit. Aren't you afraid my subordinates will come looking for you? Seeing that force wasn't working, the scar-faced man tried to take a softer approach, hoping these iron-hearted people would relent a bit. We've had interstellar bandits attack us almost every month in recent years. When have we ever been afraid? Qiao Lifan said lightly, blocking the scar-faced man's words. He really couldn't communicate with these people, feeling very frustrated. At that moment, a warship descended from the sky. The scar-faced man was very familiar with this warship. He had seen it countless times. Qiao Lifan seemed to have seen through the scar-faced man's thoughts. Don't worry, this is the last time you'll see this warship. From today onward, you should worry about never seeing the sun again. If nothing unexpected happened, the scar-faced man would spend the rest of his life in prison. And the Empire's prison was quite special. The inmates basically never saw the sun again. Nutrient solutions would be regularly supplied, and the main door had reinforced mechanical locks to ensure no one could escape. The scar-faced man slammed the mental net hard. His hand burned into a grid pattern. He was really screwed. After the people from the warship came down and took the scar-faced man away, Qiao Lifan finally withdrew his mental power. When Vice Officer Lin saw Qiao Lifan with Su Wanwan, she unusually said nothing. She only glanced at Su Wanwan before returning to the warship. Just as the door was closing, it seemed she wanted to say something to Qiao Lifan, but after a long while, she opened her mouth and still didn't say anything. Let us go, Vice Officer Lin called out. Now only their team was in the city, so all recent matters in the city were entrusted to them. After the warship flew away, everyone around gathered around. The sand in front of Su Wanwan had a deep trench, revealing the moist soil below. Chapter 87. What General Qiao and Su Wanwan did at night. After everything calmed down, the people around gradually gathered. Wanwan is so cool. If it weren't for you guys today, we might have all been in trouble, said Shi Lingli, her eyes wide open when she saw Su Wanwan pull out a huge scythe. If only I had such strength, I could better protect my son. Su Wanwan looked at Shi Lingli and estimated that they were probably coming for us anyway. So this is a blessing in disguise. They never intended to harm anyone else, which is why Gu Tuanshuan could stand unharmed until they came out. If the scar-faced man wanted to kill for fun by the time they came out, everyone outside would likely be dead. The director rushed over after the scar-faced man was taken away. Are you all okay? Why did the live broadcast suddenly cut off? What happened? His tent was set up a little far away, so he only arrived now. Seeing the traces on the ground, he was completely shocked. Su Wanwan shrugged. Could you please find someone to fix this ground? It's a bit too visually disturbing. If we start the live broadcast tomorrow, the audience will ask questions I can't explain. The director looked around curiously, trying to get an explanation from them, but everyone seemed to have agreed to remain silent. We can't say anything. Just let the director think that we kids are being unreasonable, lost the live broadcast floating ball, and dug a hole, Shi Lingli said with a silly laugh. The director saw he couldn't get a word out of anyone and had to compromise, relieved that there were no casualties on site. If any of you are injured, hurry and find the healing device. You can't blame our show. This wasn't arranged by us. The director was worried about being extorted for money because of this. Everyone waved their hands in unison. No, don't worry about it. You can go now. We should sleep too. Good night. The director felt as though there was a stone blocking him. How could he be the only one in the whole place not knowing what happened? Is he a bit of a failure as a director? After the director left, Su Wanwan turned to the people around. Thank you all. She didn't think it was necessary for everyone to know her spiritual power level just yet. She hadn't heard of anyone below S level being able to turn their spiritual power into a tangible weapon. Once this information got out, everyone would know how extraordinary her and Su Jiajia's spiritual powers were. It's fine, you all gave us so many delicious things, so consider it our return. Can we have breakfast with you tomorrow morning? Ling Li cleverly shifted the topic. Okay, let's have grilled fish for breakfast together tomorrow. Gu Tuanshuan, you were startled earlier. Are you feeling better now? Su Wanwan looked at Gu Tuanshuan beside her. Although she had just had a dagger held to her neck by the Scarface man, fortunately, there wasn't even a scratch on her neck. I'm fine, I've experienced this kind of scene often before. I'm used to it, Gu Tuanshuan replied calmly. She was the illegitimate daughter of the Gu family, which could be considered one of the wealthiest families on Blue Star. So she had often been kidnapped since she was young, but each time she managed to escape, she now felt that being kidnapped was like having a nutritious drink. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. You can get used to it? She turned to Qiao Lifan and asked, have you ever been kidnapped? In terms of money, Qiao Lifan clearly had more. Plus, if you were to have kids with Qiao Lifan in the future, the kids would probably be kidnapped too, right? Qiao Lifan quickly raised his hand to declare, I can protect the safety of my family and myself, so I absolutely won't allow any kidnapping incidents to happen around me. Su Wanwan spread her hands. Let's talk about it when it actually happens. Anyone can say it beforehand. Let's clean up and go to bed. Who knows what new surprises the production team has in store for us tomorrow. Su Wanwan stretched. She hadn't felt tired during the fight, but now she truly felt a bit exhausted. With Su Jiajia beside her, she quickly fell asleep. The next morning, as expected, no one could get up. Even Qiao Lifan woke up just to receive the card and then went back to sleep. Why is today's live broadcast room so quiet? Did General Qiao and Su Wanwan spend the whole night making babies? Can you stop spreading rumors? Our cutie, Su, has already said she isn't with General Qiao yet. There's still Deputy Lin in between. Who knows if these two will end up together? Can we still do today's task? We can't let the audience just watch them sleep. The director was a bit worried, but didn't dare to call the Qiao family. Hey, isn't there still one person in the secret room? Let her come out. She can hold on for a while, a staff member reminded. They had completely forgotten about the person in the secret room yesterday. The director was startled and quickly brought up Lu Meili's footage. If someone went missing on a show, it would be a major oversight. In the video, Lu Meili was leaning against the wall, her head down, making it impossible to tell how she was doing. Quick, go to the secret room and get her out. The director hurriedly sent someone to bring Lu Meili out. It said that this secret room is generally inaccessible to ordinary people. She didn't believe it. Who would even look for the fish? Director, she's fine. She just fell asleep. Should we send her back? A voice came through the headset. The director quickly agreed. Hurry and bring her back so she can have a good sleep. Although this woman isn't likable, she's still a person. Is there a task now? Su Wanwan turned over, blinking as she slowly woke up. Qiao Lifan directly threw the card at Su Wanwan. I haven't looked at it. You can take a look first. Su Wanwan glanced at what was written on it. Today's task is for everyone to make a reunion dinner together. It seemed to be another task concocted by the director. And while it would be fine for her to cook alone, getting so many people to cook with her would be really challenging. She could already predict the chaotic scene that would ensue. What a hassle. Su Wanwan thought about just going back to sleep. What kind of karma is this? Su Jiajia was sleeping soundly while hugging Hu Li's tail. Hearing the conversation, she joined in. Are we eating? We had grilled fish last night. I feel like I've already digested it, and my stomach is empty. Su Wanwan stretched. She had slept enough, and it was time to get up and tidy up. She had already made hot pot before, so for the next reunion dinner, she would really need to make something simple that everyone could participate in. Chapter 88, Making Dumplings and Having a Reunion Dinner. Get up, get up. Jiajia went with Hu Li to wake everyone else up and prepare for cooking. We aim to finish all 3 meals during the day today. Su Wanwan thought that if they got everything done in the morning, they would have nothing to do in the evening. Su Jiajia was a bit drowsy, and among the few of them, Hu Li was the most energetic. After all, he didn't need to sleep. What materials do we need? I'll go order some first. Qiao Lifan opened a shopping website and glanced at it. They needed pork, chives, eggs, and shrimp. These were her two favorite fillings from her previous life. It had been a long time since she had eaten them. Qiao Lifan quickly ordered the vegetables and got up to get busy. Jiajia was still holding a pillow and took on the important task of waking people up. Shui Xiao Xiao, get up. Jiajia knocked on Shui Xiao Xiao's door. Isn't this our little darling? Waking up so early, come give your sister a kiss. What a cute little treasure. Don't fight with me upstairs, the darling is mine. I want to kiss the cute little treasure until I'm dizzy. Jiajia had no idea what was happening in the live stream, floating around like a soul outside. After knocking on Shui Xiao Xiao's door several times without response, she could only move on to the next room. Wanwan woke up a bit and saw that the delivery robot had brought the ordered goods. But it seemed like there was too much. She looked at the mountain of chives and was dumbfounded. Why did you buy so much? Didn't TU check the weight? Wanwan stared at the mountain of chives in silence. Even if this was an agricultural research institute's expedited growth, it would take several rounds to achieve this. And even if they left the leftovers for the people living here, it would still be enough for them to eat several meals. Wouldn't he eating the same dish get boring? Wanwan glared at Qiao Lifan and thought that buying groceries shouldn't he be left to men. It would be better if she did it herself. How could you get tired of eating the food you make? Qiao Lifan said this sincerely because Wanwan's cooking was so delicious. And even if she only made one dish, he still liked it. Then you could just eat plain rice every day. It's simple and filling. Don't ask me to cook anything else. If I do, don't eat it and see if you get tired of it. Wanwan picked some of the chives from the mountain, and thankfully the quantity of the other ingredients was still normal. Qiao Lifan felt a bit regretful about what he just said. Why not? Since it's Wanwan who said it, then I'll just follow. Matey, come help me cook today. There's a lot of prep work to do. If it's just cooking for our family, I can handle it. But for so many people, it'll take some time to prepare. Wanwan planned to directly call over anyone in the village who was willing to help or willing to join for a meal. It would be easier to have everyone eat together. Does your panda paw work well? Wanwan moved everything outside and set up a table. Anyone who wants to eat, come out. Those who can help out, or else I want to share later. She shouted at the top of her lungs. Sure, Xiong was the first to come out, dragging his mother along. He was really fond of the flavor of Wanwan's cooking. Adults can help chop the vegetables. And the kids can help me put the chopped vegetables into that big pot over there. Wanwan pointed to the big pot she had brought. This pot was big enough to make dumplings that could fill the entire village. What are we making? Jiajia asked curiously. Besides these vegetables, there's also a lot of flour, which made him a bit puzzled about what Wanwan wanted to make. When you were researching ancient Blue Star literature, did you ever come across a food called dumplings? Wanwan hinted at the beginning. This delicacy is often eaten during reunion festivals. It allows the whole family to participate. Jiajia leaned over to look into the pot, imagining how many fillings could fit inside. It must be very delicious. Only Shui Xiao Xiao's family had been silent, and they didn't seem to be asleep. Director, can you check if Shui Xiao Xiao is in her room? Why can't I call her out? Wanwan wanted to go in and take a look, but it wouldn't be good to barge in. At this moment, the owner of room 3 came out. That child has been gone all morning. She left us a letter and one with your names on it. She held 2 letters in her hand and handed one to Wanwan. Wanwan opened it and quickly skimmed through it. It basically said that her grandparents had some matters at home and asked her to return, so she could no longer participate in the show. But I'll just be us eating today. Xiao Xiao said she has some family matters. After reading it, Wanwan explained to Jiajia what could be so important that she would give up such a good opportunity to go home. Wanwan shook her head as well. It might be something very important. Qiao Lifan saw that the ingredients in the pot were increasing and, after asking Wanwan, turned into a panda and sat by the pot to start stirring. This task would be difficult for anyone who was a panda. The pot was simply too big, and stirring required a lot of strength. The director watched from behind the scenes and felt like joining in. They usually drank nutrient liquid, finishing it in just one sip, and there wouldn't be a scene where they sat together to drink. Director, why don't we join in too? After all, we are using live broadcast floating balls for filming. We can just let the floating balls do the work, right? A staff member next to him looked at the scene in the camera, feeling tempted. The scene of Wanwan and everyone making dumplings looked so warm and inviting. And they didn't even know that food could be eaten this way. Should we go or not? The director was torn between wanting to stay at his seat and wanting to join in. All the staff members under him were waiting for the director to speak. As long as the director said yes, they would immediately leave. The director took a deep breath and said, "Let us go. Let us go together." This might be the most indulgent moment for the production team since the show started, with everyone joining the guests, with no one watching behind the scenes. It all depended on the audience's self-discipline. However, there really wasn't much to maintain in a live broadcast show, especially since this filming didn't have a script. He also didn't like giving others scripts. What was said according to the lines always felt awkward and stiff. It was better to let Wanwan take the lead, and it would be more enjoyable for everyone to cook a meal together. The audience in the live room watched as more and more people gathered around Wanwan. The huge panda stirred the filling at the side, while the others chatted and wrapped dumplings. Even if the shapes weren't perfect, no one criticized. The scene looked as beautiful as a painting. Chapter 89. Why should she associate with inferior beings? Wanwan deliberately did not call Chu Li and Chu Yu, letting them prepare for their baby-making project in a room. Not having their own children for so long had become a thorn in their hearts. If eating could fulfill their wishes, that would be wonderful. "Sister, can we eat this directly?" Jiajia pointed at the bowl of chives, egg, and shrimp filling, which smelled delicious. Wanwan nodded. "Yes, you can. If you want to eat, take some out and share it with the kids. This can be eaten as a dish on its own." The flavor was already well balanced, and cooking it was just a matter of reheating. Hearing this, Jiajia quickly scooped out a small plate and took it to share with her friends. "How come half-beasts can make dumplings? Whoever wants to eat can eat. But I want tea." Lu Meili huffed and twisted her slender waist to head back. Gu Tuanshuan looked at the dumplings and then at her mother. She really wanted to eat. "Mom, can I go eat with them?" She didn't care whether her mother would eat or not. She just wanted to join. "You can go if you want. Just remember to throw away the clothes you're wearing before you go inside." Lu Meili shot Gu Tuanshuan a glance. Was this her daughter? She hated half-beasts so much, yet her daughter had no opinions at all. Half-beasts are so dirty. They swing that big tail every day, and their ears are covered in fur. "Miss Lu, isn't your original form an animal?" Wanwan turned to ask. She had been quite tolerant of Lu Meili, but if she continued to be so aggressive, then she couldn't be blamed. It is an animal, but not this kind of lowly animal. It can only partially turn human. It's just a product of incomplete genes. Why should she associate with such inferior beings? Being an animal doesn't entail superiority or inferiority unless you're some rare beast. You have fur, and so do they. What's the difference? Wanwan said, lightly while wrapping up beautiful dumplings. Lu Meili huffed again. She just couldn't stand Li, yet these kids seemed quite happy to play with him. Why should a half-beast be so loved by so many people? Wanwan knew that she and Lu Meili had different views, and neither would back down. Continuing to argue would lead to no conclusion, so it was better to drop it altogether. However, she had to speak up for Li. Li remained oblivious, focusing on wrapping dumplings. He couldn't expect everyone to like him. He and felt upset when half-beasts were ostracized by the entire planet's inhabitants. Now, being able to stand here and make dumplings with everyone made him very happy. "I'm a bit hungry," Jiajia said, looking at Wanwan, and began to wrap a few dumplings herself. Although they looked a bit strange, they were still well-made and wouldn't fall apart. "I'm hungry too. Let me boil a pot for you. You kids go eat first, okay?" Wanwan took out a steamer of dumplings and put it directly into the pot. Dumplings cook quickly and are not labor-intensive. Can the delivery robot send out food? We also want to eat dumplings. Just looking at them makes me hungry. When can we eat what the streamer makes? When can we open a store? Wanwan glanced at the prepared filling. Actually, today could totally be a lottery day. There were plenty of them, and they could wrap them quickly. A tableful would be enough for a dozen people. The whole village only had about 40 or 50 people. Then after we finish dividing what we have here, if there are any leftovers, I'll do a lottery, Wanwan said. The atmosphere of reunion is meant to include everyone. And you can wrap dumplings with us. It's very simple. Everyone at home can participate, and we'll do it together. Wanwan encouraged the people in the live stream. Since she arrived here, it was the first time she had been so busy. Seeing that the filling was ready, Qiao Lifan transformed back into human form and joined the dumpling-making team. Why is General Qiao's original form panda? Every time I see it, I feel my dreams are shattered. Ysnt it a majestic wolf or tiger? After seeing it a lot, you get used to it. It seems quite contrasting. Su Wanwan smiled slightly after seeing the comments. Don't look down on pandas. In ancient Blue Star, they were considered national treasures. It seems there are no wild pandas now, right? Maybe there are, but no one has discovered them. But on this planet, which doesn't even have mountains, finding a panda would be harder than ascending to heaven. I've heard that there are many primitive beasts on the nearby Furuixing. I've heard stories about Furuixing too, but hasn't no one ever been there? There is no way to verify if it's true. The comments on the screen caught Su Wanwan's attention. The dumplings in the pot were ready, and she scooped them out into a small bowl, handing it to Jiajia to share with her friends. Is there really a place called Furuixing? Su Wanwan asked. Qiao Lifan, being well-informed and having traveled extensively, should know. He nodded. Yes, there is, but I haven't been there either. If we get the chance, we can go together. I checked the coordinates the other day. It's not too far. Is this a date? Right? I hope what I think is true. If not, let us use this opportunity to Furuixing and settle this marriage. Su Wanwan didn't respond, continuing to scoop out bowl after bowl of dumplings. They could talk about that later. She still hadn't figured out her own career. How could she find time to go out and play? I heard there are many bee species from ancient Blue Star up there, although they can't turn into humans. Their intelligence is much higher than when they were on ancient Blue Star, and they can understand what we say. Qiao Lifan whispered temptations into Su Wanwan's ear. Su Wanwan felt a little tempted, but wasn't enough for her to drop her livestream career and head to Furuixing. They're all fluffy. As soon as a flying vehicle lands, they all come running over for petting, Qiao Lifan said expressionlessly, making it sound very strange. Su Wanwan gritted hertit. That cunning man. Let us find a time to go. It wasn't a big deal to visit another star system. It wouldn't take much time. So she would go. Who could refuse cute little animals? If she could turn into a fluffy little animal, she would be willing to pet herself every day. But she couldn't. The dumplings are ready. Everyone come eat some to fill your stomach, Su Wanwan called out. If one bowl wasn't enough, they could get another. The fillings on both sides were different, making it easier for people to choose. Su Wanwan took a bite of chive dumpling, and the juices burst out instantly. The shrimp inside added a touch of freshness, and it was incredibly delicious. Chapter 90. When your child is born, be sure to call us. Do you really like it? Qiao Lifan asked curiously as he watched Su Wanwan savoring her food with great satisfaction. Su Wanwan nodded. I really like it, especially in the past. She started to say, but then closed her mouth. In the ancient Blue Star, there were semi-finished products like dumplings and tangyuan. After a long day, people would come home and not want to cook, so they could just open a pack, boil it, and enjoy it with some pickles or sauces. It was truly a blessing. Thinking about her previous life, Su Wanwan felt quite thrilled. How about we start a factory later to make them? Qiao Lifan thought it shouldn't be too difficult to implement. However, he had seen that Blue Star had large machine assembly lines when he was researching, and those machines couldn't make the products. He wondered if robots could be used instead. After this variety show ends, let us focus on our careers and strive to let the people of Blue Star enjoy the meals we make ourselves, Su Wanwan said, stretching a bit as her hands and feet felt sore from cooking. She handed a bowl of dumplings to Qiao Lifan. Want to try? I should still be good at this. Su Jiajia had already gone off to eat with her friends, so Su Wanwan didn't have to worry about her. After the meal, they covered the stall outside with a barrier to keep the dust off. This was their food for the day. She returned to her room and, after listening for a moment, asked, how is it? Any good news? It seemed like Chuya just cried. She touched her belly and thought, so it really was the nutrient solution causing this? Su Wanwan suddenly became even more curious about the nutrient solution. What ingredients were in it that could alleviate hunger and sustain life, but not allow for childbirth, while also significantly reducing physical strength? During your pregnancy, you could just watch my live streams. I made various dishes every day. Chuli can handle that, Su Wanwan said, feeling happy for them since they were fulfilling their dreams. And our physical strength has improved a lot compared to before, Chuyi said, her face a bit red. Is that something you can casually say? Su Wanwan responded, smiling. That's good. Eat well every day. After all, we're only here for a month, and we can't change much. When your child is born, don't forget to call us to witness it. Su Wanwan had proven through this experiment that eating could indeed increase the birth rate of cubs. However, she couldn't understand why the leader was so focused on developing the nutrient solution instead of promoting traditional meals. A month passed quickly, and Su Wanwan felt she hadn't played enough. Thanks to the variety show, her fan base on Starwave had reached over 1 million. She had become a relatively well-known blogger, and because of her cooking skills, she was unique on the entire planet. Many people may not have followed her, but they all knew of her existence. Su Wanwan, is it not enough that you sent your aunt to prison? Are you also blocking me? Who gave you such boldness? I'm right at your doorstep. Open the door. Su Wanwan glanced at the message from an unfamiliar number that seemed somewhat familiar. However, if her aunt's family continued to disturb her life, it wouldn't be a solution. Sister, isn't this person your aunt's son? Jiajia recognized the number immediately. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and remembered this person. He was a freeloader who had lived at home since becoming an adult. However, this tone seemed to suggest it was her uncle who had sent this message. The flying vehicle would arrive home in about 10 minutes, but it was Qiao Lifan's home, and she didn't know where her uncle was waiting. What's wrong? Qiao Lifan had nothing to do with the team, so he came back with Su Wanwan. Their relationship had clearly become closer after this variety show. My uncle seems to have come looking for me. The person you took away that day was my aunt. Ever since she was taken away, my uncle has been relentless. Su Wanwan shrugged, not wanting such relatives. It's fine. If he's waiting for us at home, we can clarify things with him. He probably saw you on the variety show and came, right? Qiao Lifan understood the intricacies, noting that this kind of thing happened in many families. When a younger generation becomes successful, some relatives prefer to act like vampires, continuously seeking financial support, sometimes even demanding more valuable things. His attitude towards such people was to drive them away. If one attempt didn't work, try again. When the flying vehicle landed, Su Wanwan indeed saw that familiar figure at the door. So you become successful, huh? Mixing with wild men outside and not even sending some money home? Su Wanwan's uncle rushed forward, raising his hand as if to slap her. While other nieces wanted to send money home when they earned, Su Wanwan only thought of spending it on herself, not considering giving anything back. Qiao Lifan immediately grasped his wrist. What does her earning money have to do with you? Why should she send you any? And he is not some wild man. He is Su Wanwan's fiancée assigned by the Empire, with a legitimate reason to be with her. She is my niece. Why can't she send me money? Every younger generation has the obligation to support their elders. Why should Su Wanwan be the exception? But others had their elders supporting them when they were young, and it's only natural for them to support their elders when they grow up. Just like my parents raised me in Jiajia when we were young, Su Wanwan shot a glance at her uncle, genuinely disliking him. In fact, she didn't tea like her uncle's entire family. You've only been here twice, right? The first time was to check if my sister and I were dead so you could take her house. The second time was when my aunt came to try to sell Jiajia. Jiajia hid behind Su Wanwan, clearly scared of her uncle. Hearing Jiajia's words, Qiao Lifan tightened his grip on her uncle's wrist. He regretted not coming to see his fiancée earlier when he first learned who she was. Unfortunately, he hadn't taken it seriously back then and hadn't considered that they might really end up together. If he had paid more attention back then, the outcome would have been completely different. Chapter 91. But that's your elder. Let go of me. What do you want to do? Are you going to hit this old man? Uncle Su shook his arms, but couldn't break free. Qiao Lifan squinted at Uncle Su and asked as a grown man, "What are you doing at a young girl's door so late? Also, how did you find this place?" Su Wanwan usually wouldn't share her home address and had nothing that could leak it. He couldn't figure out how Uncle Su found it. It's simple. Just ask someone to check. Uncle Su replied dismissively. Today, Qiao Lifan wasn't in uniform, and to Uncle Su, he just looked like a slightly good-looking pretty boy. Ask someone to check. Who? The FBI? Qiao Lifan looked at Uncle Su with curiosity. Did this old man have some connections? The only place that could check a citizen's current address was the Investigation Bureau. If he found out who did this, he would definitely strip them of their uniform. What are you doing? Su Wanwan, is this how you treat my dad? He is your elder. Uncle Su's son also rushed over. Uncle Su's son had a name that was quite fitting. Su Wanwan remembered that his name was Su Bujing. They named him that because they didn't want him to be a completely upright person, hence the name. The reality proved they didn't let them down. He grew more and more crooked. Then why do you keep coming to harass us? Su Wanwan wasn't afraid of these two. She pushed Su Jiajia to hurry back inside to hide. She could handle the situation outside. Su Jiajia took a glance back and quickly ran inside. It was definitely safer at home. If you can give me money, why would I come to find you? Uncle Su said, sounding very justified. He came today just for money, bringing Su Bujing along. If they didn't give them money, the two of them would stay here. Su Wanwan exchanged glances with Qiao Lifan. Why say anything more? Just fight back. If they could have talked it out, they would have done so long ago. Qiao Lifan had the same thought. The two immediately conjured their weapons. As soon as Su Wanwan's sickle appeared, Uncle Su turned into a red poisonous snake out of fear. Su Bujing beside him also joined the fight, shouting, "What are you two? How could our Su family have people like you?" Su Jiajia stood on the small terrace on the second floor, piloting his psychic mech, saying, "Talking bad about my sister. You deserve to die." A cannonball shot out, hitting the snake right at its 7 inches. The huge cannonball struck the small snake as if it was a game. Seeing this, Su Bujing leaped up, aiming for the second floor, where Su Jiajia was. Wasn't Su Jiajia the precious one? If he caught Su Jiajia, Su Wanwan would willingly hand over the money, right? Qiao Lifan saw this and directly used a thread to pull Su Bujing down. He then saw clearly that Su Bujing was actually a dog, and a strange-looking one at that, pure white body with half a black head, like he was wearing a fake bangs. Have you ever seen Su Bujing look so strange? Qiao Lifan wanted to laugh, but it was hard to hold back. Su Wanwan shook her head. This might be the first time I've seen him. He's really ugly, but quite unique. After taking a glance, she swung her sickle down. He was so ugly that he would scare Su Jiajia. Su Jiajia, up on the floor, witnessed the power of his sister's sickle firsthand. As it struck down, the floor tiles and ground instantly turned over, revealing the deep soil. He suddenly thought, this sickle must be very quick for plowing. Uncle Su and Su Bujing had already been buried in the soil and weren't going anywhere. To avoid trouble, Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan dug them out. The snake and the little dog were both on the verge of death. After treatment from the healing device, they would definitely survive and wouldn't be disabled. But the pain they felt was real. Jiajia, go get the healing device and give them a light treatment to ensure they can go home on their own. Su Wanwan shouted upstairs. They couldn't let anyone die in Qiao Lifan's house. Su Jiajia quickly brought down the healing device and treated the two faint lives below. Then he quickly ran back inside, looking at the trench at the entrance. Su Jiajia glanced at the trench and fell into deep thought for a moment. For a moment, he felt his sister was a destructive force ever since she got that sickle. However, he wasn't much better. He was the one who blew that pit up. I'll get a robot to fix it. You guys don't have to worry about it. Qiao Lifan reassured the siblings. Since he knew Su Wanwan had this ability, he should be known the consequences for his house. At least they hadn't completely demolished his home. He felt quite relieved. That sickle should be used less in the city in the future. Otherwise, it will attract attention sooner or later. Su Wanwan looked at the land in front of her, feeling a bit scared. If she accidentally shook her hand one day, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Using psychic skills is actually prohibited in the city, Qiao Lifan realized while talking to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia looked blank. Did he want to send them to jail? Qiao Lifan quickly waved his hand. No, you can use it freely with me around. Only then did Su Wanwan's expression improve a little. She needed to be cautious next time. Your uncle shouldn't come to cause trouble for a while. So how about we set out for Furuixing after a couple of days of rest? Qiao Lifan tentatively asked. Sister, I want to touch small animals. We'll be starting school soon, and won't be able to. Su Jiajia rested his chin on the table, looking adorable. Even Su Wanwan couldn't resist such cuteness. Then after we rest a bit, I'll handle the things on the account, and we'll go, okay? By the way, Cooley can also check how many people from your side are willing to go to be housekeepers. I'll compile the background data. Su Wanwan was sifting through private messages. She filtered out all the families in bad situations. Those who weren't sincere in adopting were also filtered out. Those with ulterior motives had to be filtered out as well. After this filtering, there weren't many left. But ensuring that the beastmen would be safe after going over was enough. She didn't want these people to live in fear at their residence. And after coming out, they would be even more scared. It would be better for them to work odd jobs to earn money. Chapter 92. Half-orc butler, move out. Huli immediately opened his light brain to contact a group they had. Usually, when they needed to recruit people, someone would inquire outside and then post it inside. However, it often seemed that the inquiries were about half-orcs, deliberately misleading people to go there. Over time, the half-orcs in the group became increasingly vigilant. After Huli sent out this message, it was as if it had sunk into the sea without any response. Indeed, no one dared to believe that someone would be recruiting a live-in butler for a long time. Huli stared at the empty dialogue box, somewhat lost in thought. "Master, can I take a picture with you?" Huli tentatively asked, wondering if having a photo would make these people believe it a bit more. Wanwan nodded. "Sure. Don't they believe there are such good jobs available? Even part-time jobs usually don't employ half-orcs long-term." Huli took a picture with Wanwan and sent it to the group chat. "This is the home where I am currently working as a butler. The master is Jiajia. The families you want to go to will also be screened by her before being introduced to you." This significantly increased the credibility. Soon, someone in the group asked tentatively, "Is this true? I've seen her live streams. She seems to be a big streamer. Shall we give it a try?" Huli quickly sent the registration form prepared by Wanwan to the group, which included some basic information and the areas they were good at. For example, some families wanted someone who could learn to cook from Jiajia and prepare meals for them, while others wanted a younger person to play with their little girl. After Huli organized the collected registration forms, he forwarded them to Wanwan. The group exploded with excitement. There had been mentions of needing half-orc live-in butlers before, but those who had gone ended up in chaotic situations. This time, it seemed to be quite legitimate. They wondered if they could actually go. The salary didn't matter. What they cared about was being able to drink nutrient solution. Will anyone want a female butler? A serious one? The girls in the group were hesitant and afraid to speak up, as the jobs they had found before had left a significant shadow on them. If anyone asks about job opportunities, just tell them I might start a factory to do some food processing work and might need some nimble people. Ask if they're interested. As soon as Wanwan thought about the enterprise she wanted to start, her head started to throb. She needed many people, at least several thousand. After hearing this, Huli immediately posted Wanwan's message in the group, and the response was enthusiastic. How could they not go if there was work? Wanwan turned to Qiao Lifan, smiling and making a heart gesture to him, asking him to take care of the site selection. Qiao Lifan looked at the little fox like Wanwan and chuckled helplessly. "Okay, leave it to me." If the address was fine, they could renovate it and let the workers in. Renovations were quick with robots, and everything could be finished in 2 days since robots didn't need rest. Wanwan glanced at the registration forms and matched a few families that seemed suitable, then handed over the forms with important information erased for the corresponding families to take a look. As long as they liked them, it would be considered a successful match. After that, she would take the half-orcs to the master's house for a visit, and once everything was confirmed, they could sign a contract and start working. They were all very happy. Huli showed Wanwan the chat records. If there was a stable life to live, who would want to choose a life of hiding and struggling? It wasn't that they didn't want to live well. Their backgrounds determined everything. Once they started working formally, they should be happier. She told them that if they encountered any unfair treatment at work, they could come to find her, and she would always be in touch. Wanwan gave them a reassurance. Although this might cause her some trouble, it was worth it. Perhaps it was because she had done many good deeds in her previous life that she got to know Jiajia and Qiao Lifan in this life. How about these 2 locations for the site selection? They're a bit remote, but there's enough space. If we install some security robots, safety will also be assured. Qiao Lifan quickly settled on 2 places. Wanwan looked at the surrounding environment. It was indeed suitable for a factory. Let us choose a place in the city too. I plan to open a restaurant. When the factory prepares the base materials, they can send them to the city for sale, using a production line. She planned to have a row of snacks like takoyaki and barbecue to attract people, and the prices wouldn't be too high. There were many addresses that could be used for storefronts in the city, and with Wanwan's fame, even if it was far, people would still come to eat. Qiao Lifan wasn't too worried about this. He pointed out a relatively prosperous area to Wanwan. How about this place? There are clothing stores and a big mall nearby, and people usually go there to shop. Wanwan decisively made her decision. After looking at the price, she transferred the money to Qiao Lifan. Can you help me buy it? She wasn't very familiar with the process, but Qiao Lifan was. Can we go out to eat in the future? Jiajia said, thinking about being able to eat delicious food outside, her mouth watering. I'll send you the interior design plans for the 2 factory locations. Wanwan quickly sent the blueprints to Qiao Lifan. Her design was very simple, resembling the previous production line, with the current preservation technology being so good. Once they were prepared, they wouldn't spoil or lose heat, allowing them to send them directly to stores or other places for sale. They could also attract more franchises to maximize profits. In the future, Sister will take you out to eat delicious food. Even if I don't feel like cooking, you can still enjoy it and eat whatever you want. Wanwan really wanted to return to the times when she could casually stroll around after work and find good food, instead of the stalls selling nutrient solution on the streets, with only a few flavors that tasted like gasoline. After arranging everything, Wanwan stretched lazily. If she went to Furuixing for a vacation and handled all matters upon returning, could she then count money at home? She would also have more time to investigate the truth about her parents. That diary no longer had more clues. After moving to Qiao Lifan's place, those black-clad people with the fire phoenix pattern had never come back. Chapter 93. Departure to Furue Star. Wanwan raised her right hand and pushed the documents in her hand. She originally thought it would just be a fun trip for a variety show, but it turned out to be even more tiring than a regular job. Every day, there were tasks to complete, and she just hoped this trip to Furue Star would truly be a chance to relax. She planned to bring more vegetables and meat, as small animals would surely love to eat them. Wanwan had ordered some fresh fruits and vegetables. Jiajia looked at Wanwan and said, Sister, you really know a lot about ancient Blue Star. You must know more than those who actually live there, right? It seems like you aren't as familiar with the current world. Wanwan shrugged. It's because I like it. Just think about the delicious food you've eaten. Isn't it good? And those little toys. I haven't made any for you yet. When Jiajia heard about the toys, her eyes lit up. Sister toys. After saying that, Wanwan regretted it. No 5-year-old could resist the temptation of toys. She tore off a piece of paper, modified some chopsticks, and made a simple paper windmill to play with on the spacecraft. Once the ordered items arrived, Wanwan gathered them all in a small heart-shaped container, and the whole family set off for Furue Star. When she saw the trench at the door, Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed she had given Qiao Lifan a big surprise. She had only been living there for a short time, and now the place looked like this. The engineering robot was scheduled to come and fix it today, so it should be leveled by tomorrow. Qiao Lifan glanced back. The poisonous snakes and wild dogs on the ground had disappeared, likely back to their homes. Sorry for the trouble, Wanwan said, touching her nose. She realized she needed to practice throwing knives properly and not carelessly take out the sickle. It's no trouble at all. I often damaged my house when I practiced before, back when my mental control wasn't as good. Wanwan seemed to have heard some earth-shattering secret, her eyes widening in surprise. After boarding the spacecraft, Qiao Lifan skillfully input the coordinates. He had heard his subordinates mention them before and remembered them. He never expected there would come a day when he could actually use them. You've really never been there? Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan suspiciously. His movements were just too familiar. Qiao Lifan nodded. Really never, but I've researched the information. You could take a look. He pulled up the data on his optical brain for Wanwan to see. There were some materials and pictures about Furue Star, which seemed to have been taken from high above, showing many small rabbits and other creatures. Most importantly, the entire background was a soothing green, as this planet had a primitive ecological environment, so wonderful. Because almost no one has been to Furue Star, it has remained in its original state, Qiao Lifan explained. What is that? Wanwan looked at the distant dark black hole, goosebumps rising on her arms. They were now flying at a height far above the city. The view outside the window was filled with the vast galaxy, looking extremely beautiful. It's a wormhole. As long as we pass through this wormhole, we can reach the vicinity of Furue Star, Qiao Lifan explained to Wanwan. Jiajia and Hu Li were having a great time playing with the windmill, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Wanwan instinctively tightened her grip on the armrest. Reading about wormhole travel in books was one thing, but experiencing it firsthand was another. Don't be nervous. This spacecraft is of high quality, and there won't be any problems even during long-distance travel, Qiao Lifan said. Recalling how he felt the first time he boarded a spacecraft, He looked just like Su Wanwan did now. Look, that's Furue's star, Qiao Lifan pointed out to Su Wanwan. She looked out the window to see a green planet teeming with life. Su Jiajia was also drawn to the unusual colors. This was a sight never seen before on Blue Star. So beautiful. Can we live here? Su Jiajia thought it was very pretty as she looked down from above. The scent of green grass wafted up. Huli nostalgically looked at the ground, saying, I heard that our previous living area was filled with this grassy scent. There were no signs of human life on the entire planet. Su Wanwan stepped off the spacecraft and immediately started a live stream. Hello everyone, I'm Su, the caretaker of little animals. Do you see where I am now? Her background was lush and green, with many little animals. When these little creatures saw someone had arrived, they curiously looked toward the newcomers, together with Su Jiajia, who was petting the little animals, Huli with fox ears and a tail, and the handsome Qiao Lifan. The scene looked like a beautiful painting. Furue's star. I knew following Su the caretaker of little animals would never disappoint. I thought Su the caretaker was just joking, but she actually went. It's amazing to see so many little animals. Can you show us what a normal fox looks like? After browsing the comments, Su Wanwan showcased each species. Look, this is a little fox. Unlike the common pure white foxes we see, this one is red. Most of the foxes on Blue Star were white, with only a few having different colors. Su Jiajia was already quite special. Just as she finished speaking, a tiger jumped out from behind and snatched a nearby little rabbit, glancing disdainfully at Su Wanwan. A tiger? Is it eating animals? Shouldn't we call the police? The bunny is so cute. Why does it have to eat the bunny? Su Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed, but continued to explain. This is the law of the natural society. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Weak animals can only be food. After all, they can't eat like us, drinking nutrient fluids just like how little birds eat insects. The audience in the live stream seemed to struggle with this concept, but gradually calmed down as Su Wanwan explained. They had no way to intervene and could only watch helplessly as animals were eaten. Can't the streamer save them? What if all the little animals on Furue's star are eaten? Su Wanwan shrugged. If I save this one rabbit, the tiger might starve. Would you want to let one animal live at the cost of another's life? Chapter 94. Livestream banned? After hearing Su Wanwan's question, the people in the live stream room fell silent. Indeed, this choice was difficult. Moreover, the breeding speed of animals is quite fast. For example, a rabbit can give birth to about 5 to 8 offspring in a litter, and it can mate once a month. Female rabbits can start to conceive new life as early as 8 months old. Su Wanwan explained to the people in the live stream. Some audience members still couldn't accept it, but Su Wanwan had no intention of explaining further. She was here to relax today and didn't plan to over-explain anything. Sister, it's so cute. Can we take it home? Su Jiajia asked Su Wanwan while holding a small rabbit. The little rabbit seemed to be just mature enough, small and quiet in Su Jiajia's arms. Well, you have to ask the little rabbit if it wants to, Su Wanwan said, not having any strong feelings about having another life at home. As long as it could be well taken care of, that was fine. Besides, this wild rabbit would eat on its own as long as it was provided with enough food and water. The only trouble was that the food had to be picked from Furuixing at regular intervals. They were currently in a large grassy field surrounded by a forest full of trees. Su Wanwan wanted to go in and see if there were any seeds. Her planting base had not yet started preparations, and the seeds she bought at the auction had not been planted yet. She also wondered how the seeds back home were doing. Before leaving, she had set up a temperature-appropriate barrier for them. I want to go see over there. Su Wanwan pointed to the dark forest, not knowing what was inside, but feeling a strong urge to check it out. Let's go, Qiao Lifan said, curious about this planet, especially since it was so beautiful and quite different from Blue Star. He had heard that in ancient times, Blue Star was green and lush like this place. But the leaders who came later thought the greenery was useless and cut it all down, sealing the ground afterward. Gradually, it transformed into what Blue Star is today. Honestly, if we could live here, it would be so much more comfortable. I love flowers and plants, and I also like small animals. Su Wanwan took a deep breath of the fresh grass scent, which was refreshing. Most importantly, the small animals here were quite intelligent and wouldn't randomly kill innocents like the large beasts in their traditional sense. When Su Wanwan looked down at the live stream room again, she noticed a line of red text appearing in the middle of the room. Detected reactionary comments in your live stream. The administrator has permanently banned the live stream room. Remaining time, 9,999 years. She was a bit stunned. Permanently banned? Was it because she said she wanted to live here? That seemed unnecessary. What's wrong? Qiao Lifan noticed something was off with Su Wanwan and asked concernedly. Su Wanwan pointed at her live stream room, saying, "It's banned. It should be because I just said I wanted to live on Furuixing, right? I'll go ask." Qiao Lifan dialed a number and directly asked, "I want to know why Su Wanwan's live stream was banned." The person on the other end hesitated a bit, saying, "I don't know. It's an order from above. I'm just an administrator." After hearing this, he hung up the call. Suddenly, Su Wanwan thought of someone and contacted Xian Bazi directly. "Hello, I want to ask about my live stream being banned. Do you have any way to help?" Xian Bazi seemed to be running, panting. "Banned? If it's banned, then don't live stream. After you're banned, you can't live stream on the entire platform." Su Wanwan pursed her lips. The company as president didn't show any emotion about her live stream being banned. If she said it was a coincidence, she wouldn't believe it. "Was it you?" Xian Bazi took a deep breath, sitting up to say to Su Wanwan, "I was involved in your live stream revenue. So how's your live stream being banned related to me? Plus, you poached one of my streamers. If I wanted to retaliate against you, I would have done it long ago." Su Wanwan was a bit confused. Just a single sentence shouldn't have drawn the administrator's attention. It was also possible that someone reported her. The only person on the entire live streaming platform who disliked her as much as she disliked them was Wanwan. However, based on what she said at the banquet, it seems she wasn't a narrow-minded person. "Is it Wanwan?" Su Wanwan suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. It turned out that she wasn't running, but was working out with Wanwan. "Wanwan, your live stream was banned because I had someone do it. Don't waste your time. Even if you appeal, it won't be resolved. The top food channel can only be me, Wanwan." Wanwan said in a charming and enchanting voice, saying extremely irritating words. Upon hearing that it was indeed Wanwan who did it, Su Wanwan's emotions calmed down. "I see." She decisively hung up the phone and sent a message to Xian Bazi. Terminate the contract. She initially just wanted to see how high Wanwan could jump, but now it seemed this was the peak. She could completely start anew in a better place, but Wanwan couldn't. Soon, the other side sent over the contract. After carefully reviewing it, Su Wanwan signed it online directly. From now on, she was a free person. Thinking about it this way felt quite refreshing. Have you thought about where to live stream next? The food culture can't just stop here, right? Qiao Lifan asked. If Su Wanwan wanted, he could start a media company specifically for her and let her be the boss. "I want to go solo." Su Wanwan thought for a moment. Actually, wherever she went had risks. It would be better to find some people and create a website. Now, it was easy to create a website. As long as you communicated your requirements to a robot, it would generate it automatically. All the functions could be used as long as they were added. So, there was no need for her to know how to do it or have any technical skills. And as for traffic, she was the traffic itself. She had that confidence. "Forget it. I'll think about it when I get back. Since today is for fun, let's enjoy it to the fullest." It's Su Wanwan's principle not to discuss work during breaks. "Let us go. Let us pick some fruits in the forest." Su Wanwan pointed the hiv. Even from a distance, she could see many fruit trees, though she didn't know if they were edible. Su Jiajia was still holding a windmill and a small rabbit, excitedly saying, "The little rabbit said it can come home with us." He raised the little rabbit he was holding to show Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan quickly found a small basket from her little heart and handed it to Su Jiajia, saying, "Put the rabbit in the basket. From now on, the task of finding food for the rabbit every month when we come to Furuixing will be yours." Chapter 95. Trapped in a mountain fog, Su Jiajia confidently clenched her small fist. "I will do my best." This was her first time encountering a small animal that couldn't transform into a human. It was so cute and couldn't talk either. The rabbit in the basket was also very obedient, its tiny 3-part mouth moving constantly. There was some grass and feed in the basket that had been prepared for it to eat, and they would have to pick some more when they left later. The forest was much cooler than outside, and they had to be careful of what was underfoot and overhead. If this place was truly a primitive ecosystem, there must be snakes around. Su Wanwan was nervous about stepping on those little lives, as it was her first time in such a primitive forest. There wasn't even a single path inside. They had to forge their own way. Su Jiajia was in the middle, with Uli following behind to keep watch. Look, these are edible, Su Wanwan exclaimed, jumping up to pick some fruit. Some of them were still unripe and green, clearly sour and astringent. However, her purpose this time wasn't the fruit, but the seeds. As long as they had seeds, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to eat those fruits. Sister, can we eat this? Su Jiajia held a small blue fruit in her hand. Su Wanwan nodded. Try it, it's a blueberry. Were there many places like this on the former blue star? Qiao Lifan had only seen data about the ancient blue star and had no videos or more imagery to reference. It was likely that people back then regarded such a life as normal, so they didn't bother to record much. Let's take pictures here and bring them back. Then post them on my Starwave homepage. Su Wanwan used her light brain to take many photos. However, she felt like something was missing. Can you take pictures? Su Wanwan poked Qiao Lifan. Qiao Lifan felt a bit confused by the question. Taking a photo was just turning on the camera function and pressing the shutter button. So why did she ask if he could? He nodded blankly. Can I? All right, I'll demonstrate for you. Go stand under that big tree. Su Wanwan directed Qiao Lifan. Lift your chin and look at the top of the tree in front of you. Yes, perfect. The place where Su Wanwan directed Qiao Lifan to stand had a beam of light shining down, creating a beautiful Tyndall effect unique to nature. Qiao Lifan looked like an angel who had fallen from the sky, with his hair glowing. I'll show you, and then you take one of me, okay? It has to be exactly the same. Su Wanwan said. She used to enjoy taking pictures, but no one had taken them for her. So there weren't many in her phone, just a few selfies. After taking a look, Qiao Lifan gave an okay gesture. You go ahead. Su Wanwan was wearing a long white dress today, layered with tulle, looking beautiful, although it wasn't very suitable for climbing mountains. She had initially wanted to have a nice time petting a small animal, but now she was climbing a mountain. After counting down from 3, Qiao Lifan captured that beautiful moment. Su Wanwan's appearance wasn't overly striking, but the more you looked, the more pleasing it became. In the photo, she really looked like an angel about to leave them. I didn't know photos could look this good. Qiao Lifan glanced at the photo and sent it to Su Wanwan. After she looked at it, her vision went black. She was 168 centimeters tall, but in the photo, she only appeared to be 140 centimeters. Retake. Lower the camera a bit. Su Wanwan repositioned herself. She decided to stay put and wait for Qiao Lifan to center the photo. This time was lower, but only her legs were in the frame. Where's my body? Su Wanwan touched her chest. Try not to get angry. She had previously thought that those people online who said their boyfriends took weird photos were just joking, but now it was her turn. How about I try again? Qiao Lifan scratched his head. He was really not good at this. He had no artistic sense, and it seemed like it would be better to let him command a warship than take photos. Sister, let me do it. Sofia Valentiv, taking Qiao Lifan's place. He was a bit short, but his shooting angle was just right. Look, sister. After taking the photo, he sent it directly to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan gave Su Jiajia a thumbs up, as expected of my brother a talent. Beautiful. From now on, you'll be responsible for taking pictures for sister. She smiled at Su Jiajia, finding him adorable. Qiao Lifan scratched his head. He had watched Su Jiajia take the photo, but still didn't understand what the problem was. However, the photo Su Jiajia took was indeed quite good. Brother Qiao, learn from me, or sister will get angry. Su Jiajia, acting like a little adult, reached out to pat Qiao Lifan's shoulder, but being too small, could only pat his waist. The family of 4 took a neat photo and changed her StarNet profile pictures to that photo. As soon as Su Wanwan changed her profile picture, many people messaged her asking about her livestream being banned, but she didn't respond. She planned to find a suitable opportunity later to share her company's news with everyone. Although there were various rumors online, she thought it was better to let the dust settle for a while. Your star wave has exploded. Qiao Lifan also took a look. If he dared to treat Su Wanwan poorly in the future, her fans could drown him with their spittle. Having fans is great, and having you all is wonderful. Su Wanwan hugged Su Jiajia and twirled around, teaching him about the varieties of wild vegetables and fruits along the way. Unknowingly, they had approached the deepest part of the forest, where the path began to turn muddy. Let's not go any further. Let's go back, Su Wanwan said. It was said that the depths of the forest were the most dangerous places, where who knows what could be lurking. She had already collected a lot of things by this point, so there was no need to go deeper. All right, let's head back. Qiao Lifan glanced around and saw there was nothing else to take. When they turned around, they were momentarily dumbfounded. Thick fog surrounded them, making it impossible to see the path they had come. Moreover, they had wandered around while climbing the mountain and had no idea how they had gotten up. What should we do? The sun is about to set. Jiajia's voice trembled a bit. He was starting to feel scared. After the sun set, they wouldn't see any light. Moreover, since there were tall trees surrounding them, they couldn't call their aircraft to land. If they couldn't think of a solution, the four of them would be trapped here. Chapter 96. Rabbit King Huli twitched his nose and looked in a certain direction. Master, treat me like a dog. His sense of smell was quite strong. The scent of grass wafted up from the mountain below, while the smell of dirt mixed with leaves came from above. The two were distinctly different. As long as they could make it down the mountain smoothly and walk downhill, once they reached an open area, they could go home. There was no other way now but to trust Huli. The three of them found their mental strength useless in their current situation and couldn't destroy the mountain to escape. Under Huli's guidance, the four of them walked for a long time until they reached the edge of a small river, where spring water flowed down. Although they wanted to continue, it was already dark. Let's rest here for the night. We'll take turns keeping watch. Huli and Jiajia should go to sleep, Qiao Lifan suggested. They were on Furuixing and couldn't call for rescue. They had two choices: travel in the night or sleep here. Wanwan looked around. Staying overnight on the mountain could be dangerous at any moment, but she had no choice. All right, do you have any treasure for them to rest on? Wanwan asked Qiao Lifan. Huli spoke first. I don't need to sleep. I will cultivate at night. It's just right that I can see the moon here. So only Jiajia needed to sleep. Jiajia sat on a large rock, blinking. He was indeed tired. I really want to sleep. Then I'll hold you while you sleep. Wanwan took the little rabbit from the basket and placed it in her clothes, then reached out to Jiajia. Just as Jiajia was about to go over, a loud noise suddenly came from down the mountain. Could it be an earthquake? Wanwan jolted and thought to find shelter. She suddenly felt the rabbit in her chest thumping against her neck. What does that mean? The four of them looked at the rabbit in their arms, as if recalling something they had heard when they first arrived. Although the animals here couldn't turn into humans, they had human-like intelligence, so they could communicate with them. So, is this rabbit male or female? Are you male or female? Qiao Lifan asked. Seeing the rabbit didn't respond, he pressed further. If you're male, nod. If you're female, shake your head. The rabbit hesitated and nodded. Even if it was male, what did it matter? It was just a 1-month-old baby rabbit. Wanwan patted the rabbit's head and then placed it on her shoulder. Then you can't go in there, okay? Even a 1-month-old rabbit needs to learn about gender differences. The rabbit nodded as if it understood, then pointed in the direction of the sound, indicating Wanwan to look. The four of them looked down the mountain together and saw a white line emerging from the mist below. That white streak was still moving, and the sound resembling an earthquake was likely coming from them. That is, Huli sniffed the air and then looked at the rabbit on Wanwan's shoulder with a strange expression. Did you call them? The rabbit obediently nodded and wiggled its ears. When those creatures came closer, Wanwan finally saw what they were, a group of rabbits. A large group of rabbits lined up in a straight line and came to Wanwan's front. Are you here to take us down the mountain? Wanwan asked the rabbits tentatively. The result was that all the rabbits turned their heads in unison, presenting their backs to Wanwan. Wanwan was a bit shocked. What does this mean? Now thousands of rabbit heads were facing down the mountain, and Wanwan wanted to move, but these rabbits did not budge. At this moment, the rabbit on her shoulder ran down and sat on the backs of those rabbits, looking back at Wanwan. Ride on the rabbit train? That won't work. How heavy are we? The rabbits can't carry us. Wanwan waved her hand. Jiajia also couldn't bear it. Such cute little rabbits couldn't possibly sit under their butts. Huli, perhaps due to being a half-beast, found it even harder to accept this method. A nearby rabbit looked at Wanwan, stood up, and walked over to a larger rock, extending its 2 paws and directly lifting the rock. Wanwan no longer objected and resignedly sat on the rabbit's back. This rabbit, if it weren't so small, could probably carry all 3 of them. But she couldn't help but glance. If it were a wild rabbit, it would definitely not be able to do this. So, the animals on Furuixing might be unable to turn into humans or half-beasts for some reason, which led to their current form. Why were they living on Furuixing? Was it possible that someone deliberately placed them here? After successfully reaching the bottom of the mountain, Su Wanwan's expression was still a bit dazed, as if the recent experience had been a dream. Sister, it's just like the fairy tales from the ancient blue star. Where's my rabbit? Su Jiajia turned around, and among the vast field of rabbits, he couldn't find the one he wanted to keep. He pouted, almost crying. The little rabbit helped us so much, and I said I would take it home to enjoy delicious food, but now it's gone after just one day. Su Wanwan tugged at her hair and found the little rabbit that had gotten tangled in her hair. Don't cry, it's here. Let's take it back and say goodbye to them. Su Jiajia took the rabbit, obediently waved goodbye to the rabbit army, and promised he would come back again. We'll definitely meet again. Even after they got back home on the aircraft, Su Wanwan still felt as if she had been dreaming. She looked at the rabbit on the table, wanting to confirm her guess. Can you drink nutrient solution and eat food? Su Wanwan asked the little rabbit in front of her. The little rabbit nodded. Its digestive system was no different from humans, so it could naturally eat what humans could eat. Su Wanwan pondered for a moment, further confirming her thoughts. Then if we're not around, you can move around in the room, but remember not to run outside. It's very dangerous out there. Su Wanwan kindly reminded the little rabbit. Since it had come, it was also a member of their family. Seeing Su Jiajia carrying the rabbit away, Qiao Lifan approached Su Wanwan and said, Isn't there a bit too many furry creatures around Jiajia? What will happen to the rabbits when he goes to school later? Su Wanwan's tasks were increasing, and it was impossible for her to help Su Jiajia take care of small animals. But Su Wanwan was somewhat unconcerned. Don't worry, that rabbit can take care of itself, and it definitely won't add new members. It's too troublesome. Chapter 97. Are you loyal to the federal battle team? Su Jiajia slipped quite comfortably. Now having not only a foxtail in hand, but also a rabbit. Are the rabbits on an ancient blue star like the ones we see today? Qiao Lifan asked with a furrowed brow. It was truly astonishing, even more so than the half-orcs. Such a small rabbit could lift a giant rock with its physical strength? Not at all. Rabbits are delicate little creatures, very cute. What was the name of the rabbit we saw on Fury Star? Rabbit King. Are you loyal to the federal battle team or to the blue star? Commander? Su Wanwan asked curiously. It seemed that every member of a battle team had to swear an unconditional obedience to orders before joining. So Su Wanwan couldn't quite grasp Qiao Lifan's current attitude. Given the uncertainty, she wouldn't speak to Qiao Lifan. Qiao Lifan slightly curled his lips. I only believe in my faith. And his faith was just a little girl. Su Wanwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried about having to be enemies with Qiao Lifan in the future. Then I can say this. I suspect that the nutrient solution you've been drinking since childhood is a reagent used for experiments. And the subjects of the experiment are the people of the entire blue star. Those on Fury Star might be the failed products of the experiments, while the successful ones are nowhere to be found. Su Wanwan shrugged. It was just a guess. However, the nutrient solution definitely had issues. After doing live broadcasts for so long, the high-ups of the blue star should have noticed her. The fact that they hadn't intervened yet meant she hadn't touched the core. What you said seems to make some sense, but we can't send the nutrient solution to any research facility for testing. All laboratories on the blue star are under the commander's jurisdiction, Qiao Lifan said. It was indeed not simple for just the two of them. Su Wanwan thought carefully for a moment, deciding to set aside the nutrient solution issue for now and just focus on resting today. Let's go back and take a break. Then tomorrow we can check out how the factory is doing. Also, my media company. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. I want to personally participate in the interviews. I not only want to do live broadcasts, but also sign artists and take down Xingpan Entertainment. And that Wanner, the rat droppings that tarnish good food. Su Wanwan found some snacks from the refrigerator, ate a little, and then went upstairs to rest well and recharge her energy to better enjoy her current life. Early the next morning, Su Wanwan rushed to the factory in the suburbs. Accompanied by Hu Li, the factory had been fully decorated according to Su Wanwan's requirements. Each area was clearly defined, with a large factory surrounded by a ring of square rooms. Each factory had 20 rooms designated for processing instant food products. Though she had previously done, would have a few perceptive people come over to watch the videos and replicate them. For those she hadn't done, she would teach them step by step, taking at least a month to 2 months before they could officially start working. Let us call over some half-orcs who want to come to the factory, Su Wanwan said while checking the customized items she had ordered. She had ordered full-body protective suits and protective hats that effectively ensured no half-orc fur would fall into the production. The The styles were also very novel, with many colors. So everyone should be able to find clothes they liked. Huli sent a message, and soon after, some half-orcs ran over. They couldn't afford to take a flying vehicle or a car, so they arrived panting. Is this for real? Can it really be a long-term and stable job? The first to arrive was a leopard, who prided himself on his speed. Earlier, when robots weren't as advanced, he could earn some money by delivering goods. But later, everything could be done by robots, rendering him useless. Of course, let us wait and see how many people can come today, Wanwan said as she found a seat to sit down. The half-orcs kept arriving one after another, and Huli was also inquiring about the situation in the group. Once he confirmed that everyone had arrived, he informed Wanwan. Wanwan sat in the middle chair, legs crossed, and said loudly, "Hello everyone, I am Wanwan. Let me introduce you to this factory. Those who have seen my live broadcast should know that I'm mainly focused on food, and this factory is for processing food. If you don't know how to do it, that's okay. I will teach you step by step. If you have no money, that's fine too. I can provide that." She only needed one thing, that these people wouldn't cheat or slack off in the factory. She needed to ensure that every kind of food produced would strictly adhere to the regulations. We know, the half-orcs in front of her had various forms, and Wanwan felt like she was watching an animal documentary. They each had their strengths, and if these people could work well, her factory would surely prosper. Now each of you take your protective suits. There's a display screen in front. If you don't know how to wear it, you can watch the tutorial. Then find a room you like. Each room can have 3 people. After Wanwan finished speaking, she stepped aside to let the half-orcs make their own choices. Each room had a nameplate indicating the corresponding food being made inside. It was up to them to decide what they wanted to do. Billy felt a bit nervous. Bad people could be found anywhere. The half-orcs had only become more united through long-term exclusion, but he couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be a mouse droppings among them. It would be best if these people could work honestly. Each room had a display screen showing the production process, continuously repeating, and there were many materials available for them to experiment with. However, if they failed, they had to eat what they made. No waste was allowed. Everyone could choose the food they were interested in to operate. People like frying, boiling, and cooking. Everyone was a unique individual. Wanwan stood in the middle, surrounded by half-orcs, who were all staring intently at the display screen. Some chose their rooms after watching, while others wandered around in confusion. If you really have no interest in anything, that's okay. I might open different factories or stores later, and you can come back then, Wanwan said with a smile. If being a cook doesn't work out, you can be a waiter, and those good at math can be cashiers. There will be no shortage of opportunities. The main thing was that she was now the boss of these half-orcs, which was simply a delight. She could see the furry ones every day, which was immensely satisfying. Chapter 98, Huli. This factory is handed over to you. After Wanwan finished speaking, people immediately left, knowing their own capabilities and not wanting to hold Wanwan back. They would come back to try again when the work was not so difficult in the future. Wanwan was not in a hurry. It didn't matter how many people were needed here. More people meant more variety, while fewer people meant less variety. It was the same. Moreover, people could rotate every month to try things they wanted to experiment with. The half-beasts were already prepared, standing properly in the rooms they had chosen. All right, since you have made your choices, let's get started. The steps in the video are very detailed, and I will be here with you for a few days. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Wanwan looked around. For now, all the rooms had videos. This was Huli's first time seeing so many half-beasts around him, and he wore a slight smile, grateful to her for giving them a chance to survive. Without this job, many half-beasts would still die after a while. Anyway, I need to hire people. Since you say half-beasts are very capable, why not use them? Wanwan shrugged. The moment she opened the factory proved she would only choose employees beneficial to herself. The dishes you practice making now will be your lunch, Wanwan kindly reminded them. They must ensure that what they made wasn't too bad. Even if it turned out to be terrible, it couldn't be wasted. The half-beasts surrounded the area, not daring to start cooking yet. I will give you 5 more minutes to watch. No matter what level you see, you must start cooking after that. Wanwan glanced at the time. Once these half-beasts began cooking, she would have to call Jiajia. She couldn't go back in the morning, so Jiajia had to handle breakfast by herself. The school would start in 2 days, and she still needed to prepare some things for the new semester. When the 5 minutes were up, Huli also helped to patrol each small room. He might not be good at cooking, but he was absolutely skilled at chopping vegetables. He didn't hold back and could teach all he had learned to these half-beast comrades. Huli, if I'm not here in the future, please help me manage this place. I'll give you a raise, Su Wanwan said. The factory needed someone to oversee it, otherwise quality couldn't be guaranteed. Huli shook his head. I'm afraid I won't manage well. He was used to taking on small tasks, like helping with auctions or working as a waiter. He had never had experience managing a factory before. Just give it a try. I will have a lot to do in the future and won't have the opportunity to come often. You just need to ensure that no one slacks off and that production runs normally every day. Su Wanwan simplified the matter. Seeing Su Wanwan so confident, Huli could only agree, then I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll call you. There's a possibility in trying everything. If he didn't give it a shot, he might never achieve anything in his life. But try might just work out. Su Wanwan briefly explained to Huli what he should do daily, mostly cleaning the equipment, which could be done by specialized robots, and then delivering the goods that needed to be sent to various places each day. Huli noted everything down in his memo, so he wouldn't forget. Just keep an eye on things here. I'll go back to check on Jiajia. Remember to let them eat the food they make for lunch. We can't waste it, Su Wanwan reminded him. Although the Agricultural Research Institute was working overtime to produce vegetables, the experimental fields outside were too small, making it impossible to mature too many crops at once. If they could move back, mass production would be easier. Thinking of this, she sent a message to the Agricultural Research Institute. How far are you from moving back to the Research Institute? The response came immediately. The approval has come through. We can move back next week. Don't worry, the store opening can wait another week. They had never been so busy, rushing to the fields to plant vegetables as soon as they woke up. Once they returned next week, they would also need to apply for some help with planting. Otherwise, they couldn't supply Su Wanwan's factory at all. All right, don't rush. The vegetables they had settled on were enough, and during this time, she could stockpile some finished products. She would first release the first batch for her fans to purchase, hoping everyone could have a taste. Then the next step would be to open the store. She just didn't know how perceptive these half-beasts would be. When Su Wanwan returned home, Jiajia had already gone upstairs to study. The little guy felt a bit down for not seeing her, but it seemed he didn't miss her much while studying. Qiao Lifan saw Su Wanwan looking up at the stairs when she came back and spoke directly. You just went to arrange things at the factory, right? Yes. If those half-beasts can learn to make some dishes today, we can start selling tomorrow. Do we need to apply for any permits? Su Wanwan suddenly thought of the requirement for a business license to sell food. Qiao Lifan shook his head. There's no precedent, so even if you go to inquire, you probably won't be able to get one. You can only wait until later when it needs to be done. Just like the nutritional liquid sold now. It was made by adding things to the original private nutritional liquid. Most of it was just adding some energy cubes. Su Wanwan logged into Xinglong and posted an update. There's a surprise next week. Wait for my live stream. If the factory is fully operational, will you be able to rest a bit? It won't be as tiring as when you're live streaming. Qiao Lifan was concerned about this issue. When she relied heavily on live streaming to make money, it seemed like she had just finished one session, and before she could rest, she had to start another. Recently, the frequency wasn't as high, and she appeared much lighter. Making money, what is tiring about that? She was very happy. As long as there was money coming in, she could do anything. Making money, happiness? He didn't feel that way. Money seemed just like a string of numbers to him. As long as it could buy him things he liked, that was enough. Although he didn't have many things he liked. Su on one side, you have too much money. I recommend you put all your money with me, then start from scratch, and you'll feel the joy of making money. She was full of mischief, of course. She didn't genuinely want Qiao Lifan's money. It was just a casual remark. But just as she looked down at the news, she received a message. Your account XXX has received 5 billion star coins. Chapter 99, Account Deposit 1. 5 billion star coins. Su Wanwan gasped in shock after looking at it. Are you serious? She had just mentioned it casually, but what if Qiao Lifan ran out of money? Don't transfer it back to me. I want to try the joy of making money too. Qiao Lifan said sincerely. There were really not many things in this world that made him feel happy, and Su Wanwan was one of them. So he was genuinely curious why making money brought him joy. Well, okay, I'll keep the money for now. I won't spend a single cent of your money. If you need it again, just let me know anytime. and I'll transfer it back to you. Su Wanwan wouldn't take someone else's money. She could only act as a temporary savings bank. You can use it too, Qiao Lifan said. He couldn't use it all himself. And if it could make Su Wanwan happy, then that money would have meaning. In an instant, Su Wanwan felt that Qiao Lifan was a bit like the foolish son of a landlord. With so much money in his hands, it felt like a pile of data. Did you really earn this in the team? Su Wanwan wondered, skeptical about how any team could earn 5 billion in just a few years. Qiao Lifan scratched his head. There are also some small businesses. You could do small businesses while fighting in the team for years? Su Wanwan found Qiao Lifan increasingly hard to understand. This person was quite strange. Then tell me, what do you mean by small businesses? Su Wanwan asked curiously. She couldn't marry someone whose background was unclear. Well, the address of the shop you mentioned, the mall next to it is mine, along with some small stores. Qiao Lifan said somewhat shyly. He hadn't meant to keep it from Su Wanwan. He just forgot that he had some small shops. He also had some in other cities. But they were all small, barely making ends meet each month. The more he opened, the more he earned. In addition, he had a fixed asset in another account that he wouldn't touch unless absolutely necessary. Su Wanwan fell silent, feeling that Qiao Lifan's world seemed a bit different from hers. Just then, Jiajia finished studying and rushed downstairs to jump into Su Wanwan's arms. Sister, you're finally back. The teacher said there's a parent-teacher meeting at school tomorrow, and you have to come. Su Wanwan nodded. Okay. She had never attended a parent-teacher meeting before. This would be her first time. I'll go too. I should count as a half-parent, right? Qiao Lifan said. He was Su Wanwan's fiancé, so he should be involved in Su Jiajia's matters. Parent-teacher meetings are boring. Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan, wondering if this busy person could sit through one. I know, Qiao Lifan replied without hesitation. It's just the teacher talking about last semester's performance and the upcoming tasks. I know. Since Su Wanwan couldn't persuade Qiao Lifan, she had a compromise. Sister, the teacher said it would be held at the academy. Su Jiajia told Su Wanwan. This was his first opportunity to enter the academy, and he was eager to see the mechs used for teaching. Sure, tomorrow we all have time. We'll go with you, Su Wanwan said. Even if she had something to do tomorrow, she would make it work. She wanted to be involved in Su Jiajia's growth. Nothing was more important than her brother. Su Jiajia's eyes squinted with joy, and after grabbing some snacks from the fridge, he hurried back to his room. He still needed to look at the operation manual for the mechs. After Su Jiajia returned to his room, Su Wanwan asked, You seem to have never mentioned your family to me. Up to now, she only knew Qiao Lifan as a person, and she wanted to hear about him directly from his mouth, without thinking of looking it up. Upon hearing family, Qiao Lifan felt a bit apprehensive. He didn't know how Su Wanwan would react after learning about his family situation. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. But if you want to marry me, you must be clear about your background, Su Wanwan said, fiddling with her hair. She was still a bit unaccustomed to talking about marriage. Qiao Lifan took a deep breath and opened a page on his optical brain, handing it to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan thought it was something fun, but upon receiving it, she found it was an electronic family tree. Your family. Is the family tree all recorded in the optical brain? Su Wanwan was genuinely a bit outdated. She had never seen one before. Qiao Lifan explained. Each person's family member information is recorded in the optical brain at birth. You just need to click on your identity. Su Wanwan was surprised. So, I can see my parents' information? She first looked at Qiao Lifan's family tree. Although it was densely packed, she initially thought there were many people. But it was actually just from his grandfather to his immediate family. His grandparents had 3 sons, with Qiao Lifan's father being the eldest. His father had 7 children. 3 of them died for unknown reasons, leaving 4, with Qiao Lifan being the youngest. Su Wanwan suddenly remembered hearing that the Qiao family was a big family, but she hadn't expected there to be so many people. Your mother had 7 children? Su Wanwan still found it hard to believe. 7 was a lot. Almost 14 years of continuous childbirth. Unless she had been giving birth without a break in those years to condense the time. That's because my father had children with 5 women. Qiao Lifan pointed to the string of names behind his father. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. It seemed that big families were complicated, but she was also curious. With so many years of influence, Qiao Lifan hadn't gone astray, right? I absolutely will not marry that many wives, Qiao Lifan assured Su Wanwan. His father had been crazy about marrying women just to have more children. But he was different. He didn't need that many children. Hearing this made Su Wanwan feel better. Whether or not to have children was her decision. But it was absolutely unacceptable for the other party to change partners just because she didn't have children. So, my family situation is quite complex. Can you accept that? I don't have much contact with them now, but after my father passes away, I'll receive an inheritance. Qiao Lifan was very honest. This was the first time he had talked about his family with someone else. Su Wanwan didn't think it was a big deal. After all, she would be marrying Qiao Lifan, not his family. Maybe you just need to handle your own matters well, right? Su Wanwan's Chirath. Chapter 100. Shui Xiao goes missing after all. It's just the two of them living their lives. If the family relationships can be coordinated, then they should be. If not, there's nothing that can be done. My family might still have some disputes over inheritance, but they can't overpower me. When Qiao Lifan said this, he wore a proud expression. His combat power is the highest in the entire family. No one would be foolish enough to seek him out for a sparring match. What about your mother? Su Wanwan also didn't know which of the names belonged to Qiao Lifan's mother. The 5 women looked strikingly similar and beautiful like big stars on screen. Qiao Lifan pointed to the last woman, who had passed away from depression. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes as he looked at her. His mother was wonderful, but unfortunately, she married into such a family. My condolences. Su Wanwan wasn't good at comforting people. It took her a while to spit out those 2 words. For her, it was a kind of relief. Qiao Lifan was touching the virtual image on the screen. When he met Su Wanwan, his mother had just passed away not long before. This was also one reason he envied Su Wanwan. Sister, why isn't Shui Xiao answering her phone? Su Jiajia rushed down. He had just wanted to call Shui Xiao to ask why she hadn't replied to any of his messages since the show ended, but he couldn't reach her at all. He had a bad premonition. Su Wanwan glanced at him and dialed Shui Xiao's number. At this time, Shui Xiao should no longer be studying. Even if she was studying, her family should be able to help answer the phone. She had just escaped from a tiger's den and hoped she wouldn't fall back into another. Qiao Lifan quickly found Shui Xiao's address after she left the Minor Protection Organization and handed it to Su Wanwan. Go take a look, but they might not be home. Su Wanwan frowned. It would be great if she could find out where Shui Xiao went. Qiao Lifan kept tapping on something and then said, Shui Xiao is at the Federal General Hospital. That's a hospital. Nowadays, if someone has minor ailments, they can quickly be treated with a treatment device. But for things like surgery, a doctor still needs to diagnose them. Shui Xiao was very healthy when she left the show. Why did she suddenly go to the hospital? Let us go, let us check it out. Su Wanwan quite liked that little girl, Shui Xiao. She was pretty, lovable, and could play with Su Jiajia. It would be great if she had a daughter like that. Sister, hurry up, let us get there quickly. Su Jiajia tugged at Su Wanwan's clothes, feeling inexplicably anxious. He had a nagging feeling that he might not see Shui Xiao again. Seeing Su Jiajia so anxious, Su Wanwan quickened erpache, putting on a coat and tying her hair up before rushing out. Outside, Qiao Lifan's flying vehicle was parked. He had already set the coordinates. Once Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia got on with Hu Li, he immediately activated it. Destination, Federal General Hospital. Do you feel unwell? Su Wanwan rubbed Su Jiajia's little head. It was the first time she had seen him so worried. Is she dead? It seems she's not alive anymore. What happened? Su Jiajia didn't speak, but kept repeating those words in his heart. Feeling uneasy, Su Wanwan furrowed her brows. What could Su Jiajia be sensing? She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If Shui Xiao had been taken away and had only lived a few days after being rescued, then she would rather not have saved Shui Xiao in the first place. The flying vehicle soon landed on the top floor of the Federal General Hospital. They took the elevator down directly to the floor where Shui Xiao was located. Su Wanwan glanced around and realized they were at the operating room. Waiting at the door were Shui Xiao's grandparents. What happened to Xiao? Su Jiajia rushed forward to ask the two of them. They clearly didn't expect Su Jiajia's family to find him here. The grandmother wanted to say something, but was stopped by the grandfather. Xiao is fine. It's just a minor issue. Su Jiajia frowned. You're lying. Shui Xiao didn't need surgery at all. You brought her home just a few days ago, and now she's in the hospital? At that moment, a little girl was pushed out of the operating room. Su Jiajia immediately rushed forward to take a look But the girl was not Xiao. The grandparents rushed over, asking, Ro, how is our Ro? A doctor came out from inside, looked at the people outside, and said to them, the surgery was very successful, and there were no rejection reactions. Your granddaughter's life has been saved. What kind of surgery did you perform? Qiao Lifan stepped forward and asked. The doctor initially wanted to dodge the question, but when he saw it was Qiao Lifan, he immediately wanted to head back into the operating room. Qiao Lifan grabbed his collar. What surgery? His eyes were cold, as if he were ready to unleash a massacre at any moment, making the doctor feel somewhat flustered. He glanced at the grandparents, who were completely focused on their granddaughter and had no intention of helping him. Heart transplant. Ro had congenital heart disease, and in order for her to live smoothly, the Xue family had to bring Xiao back. Where is she? Sununtai Wanwan Krisidon. The doctor pointed towards the operating room. Xiao definitely couldn't survive, all for the Xue Ro. Huli, keep an eye on them. Su Wanwan turned back to instruct. Huli received the order and immediately stood in front of Xue Ro's bed. As long as he was there, no one could get past. After Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia entered the operating room, they found Xiao, who was lifeless. There was a large hole in her chest, and her eyes were still open. There were many wounds on her wrists and ankles, caused by struggling violently. Seeing this scene, Su Jiajia clenched his fists. Su Wanwan turned to look at Su Jiajia, trying to sense his feelings. Kill them. As Su Jiajia repeated the phrase, to kill them, his mental energy gradually spread out, pressing down on all the medical staff in the room, making it hard for them to breathe. Seeing this situation, Su Wanwan quickly hugged Su Jiajia. Baby, let us think of a way to save Xiao, okay? You need to calm down first. Is it still possible to save her? She is already dead. Su Jiajia's nose was sore, holding back his pent-up anger, wanting to rush out like a little leopard. Su Wanwan immediately picked Su Jiajia up, frowning and scolding. Su Jiajia, calm down. What can you change by going out now? Can you bring Xiao back to life? Or can you make them pay the price they deserve? I know you want to avenge Xiao, but rushing out like this won't change any outcomes. Chapter 101. Xiao is gone. The only consequence that could arise is that Su Jiajia is thrown in a prison, where she will have to endure the blame from others for the rest of her life. It was only then that Su Jiajia burst into tears, hugging Su Wanwan's neck tightly. Sister, what should I do? Xiao is dead. We couldn't help her. He cried so hard that he could hardly catch his breath, tears and snot flowing together. Every time he saw Xiao's face, he remembered how they used to play together. He really liked Xiao, who was his first friend. He wanted to have children with Xiao in the future. But now Xiao is gone. Why did Dad have to die, and Mom had to die? And now that Sister is finally getting better, his friend is gone too. Su Jiajia felt as if the whole world had abandoned him. It seemed that he was destined to be all alone. Qiao Lifan stepped aside to make a phone call, and after hanging up, he signaled Su Wanwan to take Su Jiajia outside. He would handle things here. He had a plan, but he wasn't sure if it would work, and he wouldn't tell the two of them until he succeeded. Su Wanwan took Su Jiajia outside, who was still crying loudly. Huli stood in front of Xue Ruru's bed, looking at Su Jiajia with deep sympathy, even though he didn't know exactly what had happened. So you took Xiao away to save your granddaughter, right? Then is Xiao not your granddaughter anymore? Su Wanwan asked softly. Her grandmother sighed. Xue Ruru has always been a child of misfortune. She has always been by our side. We had no choice. If we hadn't taken Xiao away, she wouldn't have had a home. Su Wanwan felt that everything this person said was unreasonable. If you hadn't taken Xiao away, she would at least still be alive now, and we could help raise her. Can you live with this on your conscience? Su Wanwan couldn't understand the mentality of these two people. This is what we did. So what? If you have the ability, let us die. Xiao's grandfather shouted, taking advantage of the fact that no one could punish him. So he acted so arrogantly. If Su Wanwan hadn't come today, Xiao could have died without anyone knowing why. No one would know why Xiao died. Is it that easy to want to die? Su Wanwan released her mental power, tightly wrapping it around the two of them in Xue Ruru. She had read in a book that mental power could weave illusions for others, which could be good or bad. Huli stood in the corridor outside. blocking all the doctors who wanted to come and check on the situation. He wouldn't let anyone disturb Su Wanwan's plan. Su Wanwan thought to herself that she wanted them to feel what it was like to have their hearts ripped out. At the same time, Shui Xiaoxiao's grandparents clutched their hearts, and even Shui Ruru on the bed struggled fiercely. The sensation of having one's heart forcibly cut open and then pulled out, only to be put back, lasted just twice before the three of them fainted. Su Wanwan glanced at the three people on the ground, snorted softly, and entered the elevator. Her only bit of mercy was not to kill them with her own hands, but to let them spend the rest of their lives in prison atone for their sins. Qiao Lifan and Huli followed closely behind. In the hospital, everyone felt that powerful mental energy. Was that just now Su Wanwan? Isn't she just a cook? How could her mental power be so strong? Yes, they hadn't heard of her having any abilities. It seems she didn't even have fire abilities. Could it be that Su Wanwan was actually hiding her skills? She caused such a commotion in our hospital. Shouldn't we spread the news as a form of reciprocity? After a group of people said this, they secretly went online to spread the news. Su Wanwan felt a bit regretful in the elevator. She had just been advising Su Jiajia to keep it together and not go on a rampage. Yet, she was the one who acted impulsively first. I'm sorry. I was impulsive this time. Su Wanwan leaned against the side of the elevator, placing Su Jiajia on the ground. Su Jiajia stayed silent, but his sister was still quite cool. It was just that he couldn't vent this anger himself and felt a blockage in his heart. I've already called the investigation bureau. They will come to take Shui Xiaoxiao's grandparents away soon. Shui Ruru should follow the same path as Shui Xiaoxiao, Qiao Lifan said. They will be sent to a juvenile protection organization. He had just checked. The Shui family still had some power, but all the assets were in the hands of the old couple, so Shui Xiaoxiao's father could only exploit Shui Xiaoxiao to make money, resulting in such a tragedy. It was heartbreaking. I wanted to play with Shui Xiaoxiao, and I wanted to go to school with her, Su Jiajia said while wiping his tears. Just like that. She was gone. It was too sudden. If I had come a little earlier, could I have saved Shui Xiaoxiao? If I had stopped Shui Xiaoxiao before she went into the operating room. But thinking more about it now is futile. The Shui family can reunite in prison. Qiao Lifan sighed deeply. Huli, perhaps due to having experienced too many farewells, showed no reaction to the situation before him. He only felt a bit heartbroken seeing Su Jiajia cry. In his heart, he had completely regarded Su Jiajia as his younger brother, so he couldn't bear to see Su Jiajia wronged. Sister, how can we bring Shui Xiaoxiao back to life? Su Jiajia clung to Su Wanwan's leg and asked. Su Wanwan patted Su Jiajia's head. Shui Xiaoxiao didn't just have a cut. She lost a heart. How could someone live after losing an organ? Besides, even if we take out Shui Ruru's heart now, it would be too late. Shui Xiaoxiao will be watching you from above. Su Wanwan comforted him. Everyone becomes a star in the sky after they die, watching over us. She will too. Su Jiajia sniffed, but it's not night right now. There are no stars. Stars are always in the sky. We just can't see them during the day. So, should we go out tonight to look for them? Su Wanwan suggested. She didn't want Su Jiajia to turn dark because of this incident, nor did she want such things to happen again in the future. If only she could personally punish others. But she wasn't high enough. She didn't have the ability to suppress everything with a single move. She would make sure to stand high enough in the future, even if it was for Su Jiajia. She was no longer just a food critic who could satisfy herself while letting her family go hungry. Chapter 102. Want another strike? Don't feel too much pressure. I will help you. Qiao Lifan spoke up from the side. There were still many things he could do. It's just that Su Wanwan had never clearly stated that she needed him. Then, let us take good care of them in the prison. It's not that we can't kill them, but making them wish they were dead is always possible, right? Su Wanwan said softly. It's not that she didn't want to be merciful. The consequences of mercy were like this, and she couldn't bear it. Qiao Lifan happened to know someone, made a phone call to explain the situation, and ended the call. What delicious food should we have tonight? If Jiajia doesn't eat, Sister Xiaoxiao will be very sad, right? Su Wanwan wiped the tears off Su Jiajia's face. Su Jiajia looked extremely pitiful at the moment. I want to eat something sweet, Su Jiajia said softly. And bring some for Shui Xiaoxiao. Okay, how about I make you egg tarts tonight? And little cakes, which Jiajia has never eaten before. Su Wanwan tried her best to comfort Su Jiajia. Don't be fooled by her calm demeanor. It would be a lie to say she wasn't sad. A lovely little girl just disappeared like that. Unless her heart was made of stone, she would feel regret. Okay, Jiajia and T really want to eat. But every time she ate dessert, her mood would improve. Qiao Lifan reached out tentatively and pulled Wanwan into his arms. Wanwan just glanced at Qiao Lifan and didn't refuse. She also hoped someone could help her relieve her emotions. Shui Xiao was personally rescued by her from her father's hands. But now she was gone. She had saved her the first time, but couldn't save her the second time. It would have been better if the little girl had lived with them from the beginning. Shui Xiao loved her grandparents so much. Why were they so cruel? Were her parents the same way? Do they not love the two of us anymore because they have a new child? Jiajia looked up at Wanwan with tears in her eyes. Wanwan opened her light brain and showed Jiajia the family member check she had just learned. Look, we don't have any other siblings. However, when she looked, she also discovered some clues. Her parents were indeed not dead, which was undeniable, because she had just seen that in Qiao Lifan as family members. The deceased were in black and white, not in color. So Mom and Dad didn't abandon us, Jiajia said softly. He had never given up on his parents in his heart, and had always wanted them to come back. It was just that he had never had the chance. Yes, we will reunite with them sooner or later, so we need to live well now. Only then can we make them happy when we find them later, Wanwan said, stroking Jiajia's hair. Now, she needed to distract Jiajia. Otherwise, if he kept immersing himself in the loss of Shui Xiao, she was afraid it would affect his heart. Let's go home. Jiajia buried his head in Wanwan's embrace. He still had to take Wanwan to the parent-teacher conference tomorrow, and couldn't let all the other kids see his swollen eyes. The aircraft was parked on the top floor, but when they reached the top floor, they found a crowd of people surrounding the aircraft. Who do you think you are? You think you can cause trouble at our Federal General Hospital and still leave? The leader was an old man with gray hair standing at the front. What do you mean we're causing trouble? Is it right for you to perform heart transplant surgeries on others without permission? Is it right to disregard the lives of others? Wanwan frowned. Directori, are we the ones causing trouble today? Qiao Lifan stepped forward. He recognized who was opposite him. Your fiancé, he is in our hospital. Using mental power? As the Supreme Commander, you should know that it's prohibited to use mental power outside, right? If I report this, do you think she will still be here? Director Qi thought he had Qiao Lifan in a tight spot. Then what about you? Qiao Lifan scoffed. He had never taken anything seriously. At that moment, several men in black emerged from various places, all pointing their weapons at Wanwan and her group. Are they going to make a move? Wanwan raised her eyebrows. This should count as self-defense, right? Qiao Lifan nodded at Wanwan, signaling to go ahead. Huli quietly stood in front of Jiajia. He wouldn't let Jiajia get hurt. Jiajia now found Director Qi extremely displeasing. He immediately transformed into his mecha, aiming the cannon at Director Qi. As long as he dared to move, he would dare to fire. Go, kill them. Director Qi was so angry that the few remaining hairs on his head stood on end. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. This little brat, Jiajia, was the first. The surrounding men in black rushed in immediately. Qiao Lifan immediately released strands of mental power, and Wanwan took out her large scythe. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wanwan closed her eyes, and all the movements of the men in black appeared to her as if in slow motion. Qiao Lifan's strands quietly wrapped around everyone's feet. However, his mental power was already showing signs of exhaustion. He was only at S-level mental power and couldn't support wrapping so many people at once. But he wanted to buy time for Wanwan and Jiajia. Wanwan immediately drew a circle with her scythe around herself. Instantly, a circle of golden ripples spread out. The men in black looked shocked and terrified when they arrived. Director Qi hadn't told them that this woman had such high mental power. She could even transform. Those who couldn't dodge were instantly killed, and the remaining men in black turned and ran towards the exit. Compared to money, life was still more important. Wanwan shook the scythe in her hand and said, "How about it? Want another strike?" Someone blocked Director Qi, and another person pulled Director Qi aside, allowing him to avoid this attack. He now looked somewhat disheveled. His 3 hairs were messy, and his index finger trembled as he pointed at Wanwan. Do you know the consequences of no hospital being willing to treat you in the future? Even if you die, Our Federal General Hospital won't accept you. Director Qi shouted loudly. He had never seen such an arrogant junior who had ever met him and not been respectful. Yet these few people not only disregarded him, but also caused chaos throughout the entire Federal General Hospital. If he didn't kill these few people today, he would feel comfortable. Just throw them into his laboratory for research. Su Wanwan shrugged. Don't worry, I won't let myself get hurt to that extent. Qiao Lifan chimed in from the side. It's fine, we have a family doctor. We probably won't need your hospital. Chapter 103. Make some delicious food. Otherwise, he'll be too upset. destined was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath and fainted directly. This was no longer just a chaotic situation within the Federal General Hospital. The top of the building looked as if it had experienced a war, all in ruins. It's not satisfying. Jiajia angrily put away the mech. If it weren't for destined's suggestion, how would those doctors have the guts to make such a decision? Su Wanwan looked at the aircraft. Thankfully, it was intact. The group entered the aircraft, completely saying goodbye to this hospital and to Xiao's grandparents. She never imagined that her grandparents, who were willing to take her on a variety show, were actually devils. Jiajia hung her head, feeling down again. They must have been plotting this for a long time, but now it seems that freeing Xiao was a good thing. With the person gone, Su Wanwan couldn't say anything to comfort Jiajia. All she could say was that Xiao had left her devil-like father and devil-like family, which was a blessing. Jiajia sighed softly. If I had gone to the Juvenile Protection Organization back then, would I have ended up the same way? Su Wanwan directly hugged Jiajia and rubbed her, saying, how could that be? Our Jiajia is the cutest child in the world, and will never end up in a place like the Juvenile Protection Organization. She suddenly thought of the original book, although it never mentioned where Jiajia ended up. After coming here, she realized that if following the original storyline, Jiajia would definitely have gone to that place. But what happened there was unknown. There was always a trigger that led to a series of subsequent events. Perhaps it was related to those children with high mental powers who were taken away at that time. But she had no way to investigate. Qiao Lifan, how much do you know about the Juvenile Protection Organization? Su Wanwan asked. Qiao Lifan was suddenly called by his full name and felt a bit unaccustomed. Especially coming from Su Wanwan's mouth, it felt very distant. That's an organization that was initially self-organized and later incorporated. Most of the people there entered because they had similar experiences before. Su Wanwan asked again, have you been to the protection center? Did you notice anything unusual there? She wanted to see what the situation was like there. Perhaps there were some unspeakable secrets. And since the people in the organization had come from that time, shouldn't the screening personnel be more cautious? Why were Xiao's grandparents allowed to take her away so easily? Qiao Lifan shook his head. I only learned a bit when I sent the child over, but I'm not sure about other things for now. What he could see was only the superficial situation. He didn't know what it was really like inside. Was there anything strange inside? Qiao Lifan asked curiously. Before this, he had only focused on the war. It was only after living with Su Wanwan that he gradually became interested in these matters. I went there once to find Xiao with Jiajia. The people inside seemed to be very wary of us. Xiao said that all the children with stronger mental powers were taken to another place. She had a toy that was said to be given by the dean, and no one was allowed to touch it. Su Wanwan shared everything she found strange with Qiao Lifan. She couldn't investigate on her own now, and sometimes had to rely on Qiao Lifan. Well, after a while, I'll go talk to them. He had also helped out at the protection organization, so he had a few acquaintances there. Su Wanwan nodded, okay, I'll wait for your good news. Her live streaming platform was ready, and she just needed to release the news tonight. It didn't matter if there were many or a few people on the first day, as long as others knew she had switched platforms. She had also left the original Star Wheel Entertainment. From now on, she was a free streamer. Sister, make more delicious food tonight. Jiajia thought that Su on his sleeve beautifully. Otherwise, he would be too upset. Su Wanwan nodded. Okay, I'll make you a lot of delicious food today. We'll have a feast. There were 2 foxes and a panda at home, just right for a mix of meat and vegetables. She could also make a stir-fried bamboo shoot dish for Qiao Lifan. After everyone returned home, Su Wanwan began to prepare. She bought some vegetables and meat, and even specifically asked the Agricultural Research Institute to prepare more dishes for the day, just in case more people showed up. She released an announcement on Xinglong 3 hours in advance, along with the link to her platform. Tonight at 8 o'clock, don't miss it. As soon as this news was released, it instantly excited her fans. They almost thought Su Wanwan would stop streaming, but unexpectedly, she was going to a new platform. Su Wanwan glanced at the comments, chose a few lucky viewers to respond to, and then began to prepare the ingredients for the evening. She needed to make the cream first, then cut some beautiful fruits, and the cake base could be baked fresh later, while she washed the meat and vegetables clean. After everything was prepared, Su Wanwan looked at the fully stocked kitchen and felt like she had prepared too much. But it was okay. The extra materials could be given to her fans. Plus, to make up for the hard work of the Agricultural Research Institute, she had to send some over. After all the materials were ready, she tidied herself up and started the live stream on time. Hello everyone, I'm Su, the one raising little ones. Have you missed me? Su Wanwan thought she would see a cold barrage and very few online viewers, but to her surprise, the number was almost the same as when she streamed before. You all came, that's great. Su Wanwan couldn't help but feel a bit teary. It was the first time she felt so genuinely liked by so many people. Oof. Don't think you can escape our grasp just because you change platforms. We're always watching your live streams. Sister Su, where's my administrator? Quickly give me back my shiny title. What are you going to teach us to make today? It must be something even more delicious with so many materials. Su Wanwan took a deep breath to calm herself down. Today, I'm going to teach you how to make a cake. Everyone eat something sweet and your mood will improve. She began with the ingredients for the cake base, which only required 4 ingredients: low-gluten flour, butter, sugar, and eggs. Then put them into the oven to bake. She wanted to take her time today, so she didn't set up a barrier, allowing her to chat more with her friends. Chapter 104, what kind of meal is this? Sending off Xiao. However, she also has her fears. Which is, what should she say if people ask about Xiao's current situation? Sometimes, what you fear the most will come true, just as she thought this. Someone took the lead in asking about Xiao's condition. As long as Xiao doesn't do that kind of live stream anymore, they still like her very much. So many people want to know how she is doing now. Su Wanwan looked at the barrage and accidentally cut her hand. I'll go handle this. The kitchen had a small treatment device, and as soon as Su Wanwan put her hand inside, a gentle light emerged and healed the wound. Did something happen to Xiao? Why does the host seem a bit distracted? The host's reaction just now was definitely off. Will she tell us? Who looked at Su Wanwan with questioning eyes. The entire livestream room was discussing this matter. Should she say it or not? If she doesn't say anything, these people won't let it go. Su Wanwan sighed. She should have known this would happen when she started the stream. Let me tell you, Xiao is dead. She was taken back by her grandparents, not for a better life, but because they wanted to save their granddaughter who has congenital heart disease. We arrived too late. We couldn't make it in time. Even if she doesn't say it, people should already know what happened next. So Xiao is dead. And you're here, live streaming a lavish dinner? Aren't you sad? What kind of meal is this? Is it the farewell meal for Xiao? Malicious barges flooded in, and Su Wanwan steadied her mind. What should I do? Should I die with her? Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. Not all sadness can be seen on the surface. Jiajia also sent a barrage, and his name was obvious. He was the child of Su. After he sent this barrage, the barrage list instantly quieted down. If you want to watch cooking today, you can stay, but if you want to continue discussing this matter, I want to entertain it. Su Wanwan didn't want to dwell on this issue any longer. The main content of today's live stream is cooking. The rest shouldn't be her concern. Thinking positively, if Zai hadn't saved Xiao, perhaps Xiao would have been gone long ago. After she came out, at least she had a period of happiness. Su Wanwan pretended not to see and continued to work on the cake in her hands. The cake was baking, and her cream was already ready. While the cake was baking, she turned around to make a pot of sweet and sour ribs. On days like this, one should make something sweet. Just as the sweet and sour ribs came out, she saw the screen explode with dazzling effects. Qiao sent a big rocket X10, and this number kept increasing. It abruptly stopped at 66. Don't send so many gifts. That's just too much. This platform was built by her, and all the earnings belonged to her entirely. While other streamers split them 70-30, with the platform taking 30. Now, it has attracted some streamers. If the live stream platform becomes successful in the future, she could have an additional source of income. How about this? Qiao, what's your address? I'll send you a portion of what I've made, and I'll take care of your meals from now on. Su Wanwan looked at the Qiao in the barrage, but his personal homepage was still blank, and she couldn't see the address. She had a vague guess in her heart, but couldn't confirm it yet. You really mean you'll take care of my 3 meals a day? Su Wanwan nodded at the barrage. Yes, I will. Just tell me. The people in the live stream room were also very curious about this ID. Those who often watch were familiar with it. Qiao revealed his address to the host, and Su Wanwan took a look and then gave a rather strange response. Qiao Lifan on the sofa smiled and waved at Su Wanwan. It's you? You still have money to send big rockets? Su Wanwan wanted to know how much money Qiao Lifan had in his little treasure chest. One big rocket costs 1,000 star coins, so 66 is 66,000, which means Qiao Lifan had submitted a whole number. Now I know the joy of making money. Having money to send big rockets is indeed quite joyful, Qiao Lifan shrugged. Su Wanwan never expected that Qiao Lifan's sudden realization was because of this. So the Qiao who started sending big rockets to Su Wanwan from the very beginning is actually General Qiao. So the two of them have actually been secretly, since long before we even knew. Regarding revealing the true identity of the top supporter at such a moment, Su must be very touched, right? Su Wanwan wasn't particularly moved. It was just money from her own family, which wasn't worth it. It was merely moving from Qiao Lifan's pocket to her own. She didn't want to profit from her own family. Host, the cake is ready. The people in the live stream room reminded her as they smelled the sweet aroma of the cake. The scent was incredibly fitting. After learning that the top supporter was actually Qiao Lifan, it felt even sweeter. There was a sense that real sweetness had come even earlier. No more sending big rockets. Otherwise, I'll deduct money, Su Wanwan threatened. Fortunately, this was her platform, and there was no commission. Otherwise, it would be even more uncomfortable. It felt like her money had gone into someone else's pocket. Qiao Lifan nodded. Of course, he had to listen to what Su Wanwan said. Now I'll teach everyone how to make a cake. You can make this cake according to your preferences. I mostly put in things that Jiajia and I like. Su Wanwan took out the baked cake base and adjusted its shape. She divided the cake base in half, first placing one half on the table, spreading a layer of cream on it. She particularly liked red bean filling, so she spread a layer of red bean paste inside. The cake base made today was especially soft. It was delicious even on its own, and with the cream, it was even more delicious. The entire room was filled with a sweet aroma. Jiajia was very quiet today, resting in the room, and had no intention of coming out to help. His mind was full of thoughts about whether Shui Xiao would be happier if she were here now. But no matter how he thought about it, Shui Xiao would never appear again. Qiao Lifan watched all of this and opened a chat box to say something to someone. After receiving a reply, he gently frowned. Jiajia saw everything, but didn't explore what was said. If it were something that could be discussed, Qiao Lifan would have told them long ago. Since he didn't say anything, it could only be kept a secret for now. Chapter 105. Guobao Ro, is it meat wrapped in a pot? Su Wanwan finally smoothed the outer layer of the cake and then added some fruit for decoration. Since she couldn't make fondant, this was already considered top tier. After finishing the sweet and sour ribs and the cake, she made some small buns and egg tarts and stir-fried a few dishes. Tonight's main course could easily be replaced with the cake and small buns, and the dishes were made for the kids to enjoy more. Let me teach you another dish. This one is from the northeastern region of the ancient Blue Star, called Guobao Ro. Su Wanwan explained to everyone. Is it really meat wrapped in a pot? Can it be eaten? Are you really using a pot? I want to try this dish. Su Wanwan glanced at the comments, her expression a bit smug. This is my favorite dish. Since you don't like it, then you'll miss out. She took out carrots, green onions, ginger, and shredded them. Then sliced garlic and pork loin for later use. The pork slices were marinated with a little cooking wine and salt. Then she mixed 100 grams of dry starch with 30 milliliters of water until smooth, filtered out the excess water, and added a bit of cooking oil. Su Wanwan methodically followed each step. Those in the live stream who had the ingredients were already following along, while those without were quietly watching Su Wanwan cook. All the ingredients are available for purchase. If anyone wants to try this dish tonight, you can buy them. Su Wanwan glanced at the screen. After switching to a new platform, she authorized the Agricultural Research Institute to list as much stock as they had. She poured the starch mixture over the pork slices and mixed it well. In a pan, she heated oil, and when it reached about 60 heat, She added the pork slices, which could be taken out after about 2 minutes. When the oil reached 80 heat, she fried them again until the pork slices were golden and crispy. Su Wanwan skillfully fried the pork slices to a golden color. After draining the oil from the pan, she added white vinegar, white sugar, and a bit of salt, simmering until thickened. Then she added the green onions, ginger, garlic, and carrots, stirring well before adding the pork slices to mix everything together. The smell is so pungent. Is this really delicious? And why isn't the pot wrapping the meat? Su Wanwan looked at the comments and then held up a few slices to the camera. Who said Guobao Ro is about the pot wrapping the meat? The original name is Guobao Ro, but because there were many foreigners in the area at that time, it became known as Guobao Ro over time. Su Wanwan shrugged, lucky that her curiosity led her to research the origin. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to answer that question. Now you can slowly taste it. While we also get ready to eat, Su Wanwan called out to everyone to bring the dishes to the table. Today, Su Jiajia seemed listless and lacked energy. He glanced at the screen of the live stream, feeling the malice from the internet for the first time. Did he have to perform a dramatic crying scene in the live stream? Jiajia, eat more cake. It's sweet and good for your mood. Su Wanwan served him a big piece. The cream was homemade, rich in dairy flavor, and not greasy. Su Wanwan usually loved this kind of cream. After taking a bite, Su Jiajia rubbed his eyes. It's really sweet and delicious. Eating delicious food did lift his spirits a bit. Host, I'm also in a bad mood. I want to eat cake too. 1086. This time, Su Wanwan put the dish up, but they also wanted to taste what the cake was like. After seeing this, she could only cut another piece to put up. Try it, and remember to try making it yourself. How can you know you can't do it if you don't try? She was a practical person, regardless of whether the dish turned out well or not. If she was interested, she would definitely try it. Many people were eager to give it a shot, wanting to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Cooking isn't just a woman's domain. I advise the men in front of the screen to get involved too. If you can cook, it will taste just as good. She didn't know how many people in this era shared her views on division of labor, so she could only remind them. After finishing, she immediately returned to the table. This time, she had prepared a total of 40 egg tarts, enough for everyone to enjoy. And the warm egg tarts were indeed delicious. Sister, let us eat this tomorrow too. Su Jiajia pointed at the cake in front of him, genuinely loving the sweetness and softness. If you want to eat it, I can make you other shapes, and since there's a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow, how about we bake some cookies to take along? Su Wanwan had a sudden idea. After all, it was a parent-teacher meeting for the lower grades, so it shouldn't be too serious. Baking some cookies would help Su Jiajia bond with his classmates and make new friends. I want to eat too, Su Jiajia blinked. Everything he had tried tasted good. Even what he had eaten was good. Qiao Lifan chimed in after a while. I want to eat too. Was had promised to provide him with 3 meals a day? Shouldn't tea snacks be included too? Missing out on Su Wanwan's cooking felt worse than missing out on $1 billion. Okay, later, Huli can come to watch me cook. And tomorrow you can go to the factory to assign those who don't have work to bake these cookies, then package them in nice bags for sale. Su Wanwan wanted everyone to taste her dishes. Okay, I learned quickly, Huli promised. Although they had eaten together many times, he still felt a bit reserved. The small cakes on the plate were indeed delicious, and he wished the half-beasts could also enjoy such delicacies. By the way, is the residence of the half-beasts far away? Tomorrow, I'll send them some money for transportation, or if anyone wants to stay nearby, I can tally that up. If there are many people, I can build a dormitory. So Wanwan said yes, Steve. If she bought a whole building for a dormitory, it would be much more convenient for the half-beasts to travel back and forth. It was a bit dangerous for leopards to run around the streets during the day. Can they stay nearby? Huli's eyes flickered, surprised that someone would be so kind to half-beasts. This is also for work efficiency. Having you stay nearby would greatly improve productivity. Su Wanwan had her own motives. They would be tired from traveling, and while working, they would want to rest. If she could fundamentally solve this problem, there wouldn't be any issues with laziness. They should be very willing, Huli said decisively. Chapter 106. Why is Qiao Lifan in her room? Su Wanwan had never been to the residence of the half-beasts. She would understand why it was said, so, after just one visit, the current residence of the half-beasts could only be described as tragic. The fact that no one was willing to use it indicated a lack of money. It was merely a place made up of ruins where one could sleep. Moreover, the half-beasts gathered together, so they didn't have to worry about anyone with ulterior motives coming over. All right, I'll start preparing. The future is all about money. A lot of money. If I say I have no selfish motives, no one would believe me. After finishing her meal, she had the robot wash the dishes and went upstairs to sleep. Su Wanwan stretched. After a full meal, she felt lazy. All she wanted now was to go upstairs, take a hot shower, and then go to bed without thinking about anything. While showering, as the hot water poured down from above, Su Wanwan thought about the memories the original owner had shown her. The father and mother in the memories were truly beautiful, but it seemed she had never seen anything unusual about them, unusual enough to go missing. There was nothing useful in the diary either. Her childhood seemed completely normal, playing with her parents day after day. The only thing she knew now was that the disappearance was related to that mysterious phoenix pattern, but it seemed there was no similar pattern seen anywhere on the entire blue star. Searching for it was even more difficult. Su Wanwan leaned against the wall and sighed softly. What should she do? If she went with the flow, she didn't know if the ending of this book would change. Perhaps the main characters would know something. She made up her mind, wrung out her hair, dried her body, wrapped a towel around herself, and pushed open a bathroom door to walk out. The moment she stepped out, she was startled and immediately closed the door again. Why was Qiao Lifan in her room? Could you pass me my clean clothes? Su Wanwan opened the door a crack and spoke. Qiao Lifan was sitting at her bedside, having shifted to the other side. He hadn't expected Su Wanwan to finish her shower without getting her clothes. Where? His face turned slightly red. He had never interacted with women during his time in the team, so this was his first real experience. Right next to you on the bed. Su Wanwan had originally planned to get dressed and go to bed after a shower, but now Qiao Lifan had disrupted her plan. Qiao Lifan reached out, felt that something was off, and had to close his eyes to grab the clothes for Su Wanwan. After Su Wanwan took the clothes and got dressed, she walked out of the bathroom again. What are you doing here? The atmosphere between them was slightly awkward. Su Wanwan knew that if Qiao Lifan was outside, he would never dress like this. The headquarters asked me to go back and bring in new recruits, so I might have to go out during the day from now on. Qiao Lifan rubbed his nose and said. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Did he really need to report such a trivial matter to her? Just go. I'll be fine with Huli and Jiajia during the day. And I might also need to go to the factory soon, so I won't have much time. By then, the house would probably just be left with Su, Jiajia, and Huli. Okay, do you want me to help you? Qiao Lifan pointed to Su Wanwan's hair. Normally, after a shower, one would dry their hair directly, but Su Wanwan couldn't do that. Su Wanwan obediently sat on the chair, with a helper to blow dry her hair. Why not enjoy it? Qiao Lifan untied the towel from Su Wanwan's head, and her long black hair fell down like a waterfall, carrying a pleasant scent of shampoo, like the fragrance of some flowers. His hands trembled slightly. He wanted to touch her hair, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Even General Qiao gets nervous? Su Wanwan teased. It was just drying her hair, yet it felt like he was completing some special mission. I have no experience. Qiao Lifan carefully lifted Su Wanwan's hair and used the rising steam to disperse the moisture. This method was very convenient, and the hair dried smoothly, feeling extremely comfortable to the touch. Qiao Lifan watched regretfully as the strands of hair slipped through his fingers. He wished this moment could last a little longer. Being alone with her was too attractive for him. He wanted to know everything about Su Wanwan. If you want to touch it, I can lend you my hair for a while longer. Su Wanwan shrugged. She could clearly see Qiao Lifan's expression in the mirror. She finally understood why so many people liked those in high positions. When they showed such a contrast, it was truly adorable. It was like a big gray wolf suddenly turning into a little white rabbit, or a star general, the highest commander, whose true form was actually a giant panda. She and T looked at the team's homepage recently, but she guessed many were discussing this matter. During the last variety show, it was his first time revealing his true form. Ahem, no need. I was just mentioning this to you. I'll head back now. Qiao Lifan waved his hand and immediately turned to push open the door. Su Wanwan watched Qiao Lifan's back in the mirror. His figure had a sense of fleeing in a hurry. After returning to his room, Qiao Lifan immediately locked the door behind him and hid in the bathroom to take a quick shower. As soon as he closed his eyes, the fragrance of Su Wanwan's hair lingered in his nose. And that question, does General Qiao get nervous? After a few slightly heavy sighs, Qiao Lifan quickly took a shower. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan opened the wardrobe and looked at the clothes inside. She hadn't bought new clothes in a long time, but these were still enough. Tomorrow, when she goes to the parent-teacher meeting, she wanted to be the most beautiful woman among the parents. Jiajia, come help your sister pick out an outfit. Su Wanwan opened the door and beckoned to Su Jiajia downstairs. Su Jiajia looked at Huli, who was tidying up the kitchen, washed her hands, and then turned to go upstairs. Sister, you look good in anything. You don't need me to choose. Su Jiajia didn't understand why Su Wanwan was making such a big deal out of it. But some clothes aren't suitable for tomorrow. You wouldn't want to see the other parents looking all pretty while your sister looks like a country bumpkin from an unknown galaxy, right? Su Wanwan tried her best to tempt Su Jiajia. There was no way she could pick out suitable clothes on her own. Su Jiajia flipped through her photo album and then picked a picture to send to Su Wanwan. Sister, just buy a set according to this. It will definitely look good. I've already used face-swapping technology to put your face on it. I still need to go help brother Huli tidy up the house, so I'm off now. Chapter 107. 100,000 for one piece of clothing. Why not just kill her? Su Wanwan looked at the picture sent by Su Jiajia. In the photo, she was wearing a simple white knee-length dress. Her long straight hair flowed down her back, with a small hairpin on one side. She looked quite like a youthful and beautiful student. I must say, Su Jiajia has pretty good taste. However, she was stunned when she saw the price of the dress. This simple outfit cost a whopping 100,000 star coins. Sophia, are you seriously buying me this dress? Su Wanwan poked her head out from upstairs. You dare to even look at such an expensive piece? Since she started her factory, she didn't have much money left. Spending 100,000 on a dress would be faster than just killing her. Su Jiajia immediately turned her head to look upstairs. Sister, it looks good on you. Didn't you always buy expensive clothes before? This one isn't as high as the previous ones. I can't afford it. Su Wanwan yid. If you knock off a 0, I might consider it. Then let me send you another one. Su Jiajia sent another picture to Su Wanwan. This time, the dress was much cheaper and also quite nice. Su Wanwan hesitated between the two dresses, glanced at her income from today's livestream, and ultimately decided to buy the more expensive one. I have to admit, the expensive one really looks good. It would have been better if Su Jiajia hadn't picked it for her. She could have just found something in her wardrobe to wear for the parent-teacher meeting. Early the next morning, Su Wanwan got everything ready. The cookies were baked and packed into cute bags. The parent-teacher meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m., and they planned to leave at 8:30 a.m., which would be just in time. Sister, let us go. Su Jiajia opened Su Wanwan's door and peeked in. She was also wearing new clothes today and loved them. Su Wanwan braided her hair into a small braid and pinned it with a white bow before following Su Jiajia. Let us go. You know where the school is, right? Su Wanwan glanced at the message sent to her phone regarding the meeting. The instructions were quite clear. Parents needed to help their children find the classroom, probably to see if the kids could accurately locate it. I know where the classroom is. Don't worry, sister. Su Jiajia had already studied the school layout before they set off and noted where his classroom was located on which floor. He was determined to be the first child to enter the classroom. Su Wanwan input the coordinates, activated the flying device, and when they arrived at the school gate, it was just 8:10 a.m. Coming so early, the gates might not even be open yet. She looked at the school gate, noticing there was no one around. It was just the two of them standing there. It's the first day. It's good to come a bit early, Su Jiajia said, looking forward to the school, or more accurately, to the upcoming mech class. He was eagerly anticipating the day he could pilot a mech in school. He hopped over to the verification machine at the gate, scanned his face, and soon, the screen displayed Su Jiajia's identity information. The gate opened, and a robot came to guide them inside. At this time, other grades were already in school, as their parent meetings were scheduled a few days earlier. So their times didn't overlap. After leading them to the lobby, the robot stepped aside to act as a guard, and from there, Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia had to walk on their own. Su Jiajia glanced at the building's layout. It was pretty much similar to his map. After just one look, he headed left. Sister, this way, Su Jiajia whispered to Su Wanwan. The preschool kids were on the first floor, and each grade went up one floor. After finding his classroom, he pushed the door open. There was already one child inside, and the teacher stood at the podium. The teacher was a beautiful young woman, exuding a refreshing aura. Upon hearing the noise, she turned around, her eyes crinkling into a smile. You must be Jiajia. You've been doing very well in class. You might even be able to skip a grade. Jiajia respectfully bowed to the teacher. Hello, teacher. This is my sister, Wanwan. Wanwan also greeted the teacher. Hello, I'm Wanwan, Jiajia's sister. Wanwan, the one who makes delicious food? A parent suddenly asked, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Her child was in the same class as Wanwan. Yes, that's me. Wanwan Diplaith. I baked some cookies this morning. Here, have some. She took out the cookies from her bag and handed 2 packs to Jiajia. Jiajia immediately ran over to give 1 pack to the little boy and 1 to the parent, then returned to Wanwan to grab another pack for the teacher. Teacher, you try some. My sister's cookies are really delicious. Jiajia had been craving them since he smelled them in the morning, and now he finally got to eat them. The preschool teacher wasn't too serious. She took the cookies and opened one to eat. Wow, they really are good. I watched your live stream before, and all that food looked so tempting. The teacher's eyes sparkled. No one can resist good food. This is much better than the nutrient solution. If I could have real meals every day, I wouldn't want to drink nutrient solution ever again. After eating 2 pieces, the teacher put the cookies away to enjoy later. This bag of cookies would last a long time. The little boy who came in first seemed to dislike talking. No matter what they discussed, he remained silent. The classroom seats were arranged in a circle, and the little boy sat closest to the door. Jiajia simply went over and sat in the second seat. Why aren't you eating the cookies? My sister's cookies are really good. Jiajia pushed the cookies toward the little boy. The boy didn't even bother to look up. I don't want to eat. Eating takes time. Drinking nutrient solution is the quickest way to eat. If he had a fight in a mech later, there wouldn't be time for meals. Just try one. How will you know if it's good if you don't even try? Jiajia tilted his head, determined to make the little boy taste one of his sister's cookies. The little boy frowned, clearly annoyed. I said I didn't want to come this early. You insisted I come, and now I'm so annoyed. I might as well have stayed home and read for a while longer. Wanwan raised an eyebrow. This little boy had some character. It seemed like he was the one acting like the parent, while the adult beside him was the obedient little one. Had their roles been reversed? Chapter 108. You don't deserve to eat my sister's cookies. Jiajia looked at the cookies on the little boy's table and snatched them back. You don't deserve to eat my sister's cookies. He didn't respect the hard work of others. Those cookies were wasted on him. Whether he ate them or not was his own business. Wanwan poked Jiajia's arm. Jiajia threw a small tantrum, not wanting to give him the cookies at all. They were too delicious, and he couldn't get enough of them himself. It was ungrateful to share with someone who didn't appreciate it. The little boy glanced up at Jiajia, asking if he could be a little quieter. He hadn't noticed such a noisy person in class during his online lessons. Jiajia shook his head, no way. The teacher hasn't said anything yet. And if you want quiet, the hallway is the quietest place. What could such a small person possibly be studying? Our child is like this when he studies. No one can disturb him. He's quite cute normally, his mother chimed in. Raising a child who loves to study, she wondered if it was a blessing or a curse. Will he do well at school? There are many students here, and class isn't completely silent, right? Wanwan was a bit concerned about the little boy's mental state. If something uncomfortable happened, it could be quite stressful for him. I don't know. I just plan to let him try it out first. He can't study at home his whole life. If he doesn't understand some knowledge, he can't ask, and he might even get it wrong, Wanwan said, looking at the little boy, who was not wasting a single moment on his studies. His pen was constantly writing something. Suddenly, he turned to his mother and hit her lightly. Can you please be quiet? It's annoying. His mother said nothing and obediently closed her mouth. Wanwan couldn't help but move 2 seats away. He seemed hard to deal with, and it might be better to avoid contact if there were issues with his education. How can you hit your mother? Jiajia said, incredulous. Since he came to school, he couldn't possibly not chat with others. His mother waved her hand, signaling that she was fine. For a moment, Wanwan thought the woman might be their nanny. Fortunately, at that moment, a little girl came in, breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. The time was also approaching for the parent-teacher meeting, and students were entering one by one. Jiajia pointed at the little girl sitting across from them. Sister, she's also very capable. He was observing his classmates during class, wanting to see who was better and who was worse. He wanted to find some quick learners to study with so he could learn faster too. Meanwhile, the surrounding parents were discussing Su Wanwan. Before the meeting started, Su Jiajia placed cookies on every table. These are made by my sister. They're delicious. You should all try them. Su Jiajia smiled as he played the role of a little cookie delivery angel. Just as he finished distributing them, the class bell rang, and the parent-teacher meeting began. This was the first meeting for all the little children, and the first segment was self-introduction. After that, the teacher briefly explained what needed to be done in the next semester. They could come to school to learn or choose to continue studying at home. Children who passed the exams could advance to the first grade. If they didn't pass, they would have to stay here to continue learning basic knowledge. Sister, I want to be the first to go to the first grade, Su Jiajia said to Su Wanwan. He had already learned most of the knowledge here and heard that when going to the first grade, they could touch real mechas. Then Jiajia has to work hard. Su Wanwan encouraged him. Having a goal was a good thing. The first exam would be open for registration next week, and any students who wanted to sign up could stay afterwards. After the teacher finished speaking, it was time for parents to ask questions. They could raise any concerns at this time. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and realized she didn't have any questions. She could take Su Jiajia to register after all the parents finished asking. First batch? Su Wanwan asked succinctly. Su Jiajia nodded. First batch. I'm not worse than anyone. The little boy who came in first also had an unusual obsession with the first batch of exams. He kept watching the teacher, occasionally writing something in his notebook. He's not impressive, Su Jiajia whispered in Su Wanwan's ear. If he were really skilled, he wouldn't have left an impression. Su Wanwan stopped silent. She didn't like children like that anyway. Soon, the meeting concluded, leaving 3 of them behind. Su Jiajia, the first little boy, and the little girl. You 3 want to register for the exam, right? Come fill out a form here. Come to school next Monday for testing. You'll get to touch real mechas. The teacher said enticingly. Hearing they could touch real mechas, Su Jiajia's eyes lit up. His mental energy could now manifest mechas, and he had become much more skilled at operation. Teacher, I can definitely go to the first grade. Su Jiajia quickly filled out the form and handed it in. The teacher glanced at it and asked, why are your family members left blank? Write down a few more. Su Jiajia shook his head. There's no one else at home. Just me and my sister. The teacher immediately looked apologetic as she took back the registration form. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Su Jiajia shook his head. It's okay. He was already used to it. He didn't envy others with moms and dads because he still had his sister. When you go to the first grade, it will still be me teaching you. If you pass the exam, you must work hard. The teacher smiled as she patted Su Jiajia's head. She really liked children, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen this job. Su Jiajia also liked this teacher, mainly because her teaching was clear. He could understand after just one explanation. Plus, since it was a practical class, it would be much easier to operate. When you go to the first grade, you'll also be exposed to some strategic deployment issues. You can look at books at home first, and if you pass the exam later, it will be easier to accept, the teacher said as she collected the registration forms and prepared to leave. She still had to arrange for the exam and then wait for the school to start next week. Su Jiajia pulled out a cookie from Su Wanwan's pocket and took a couple of bites. He would definitely be one of the first children to become a primary school student. Chapter 109. Didn't they say the female lead is very impressive? Sister, should we go see Brother Qiao? Su Jiajia suddenly asked. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and shook her head. You should be at the command center now. It's probably not a place we could just go to. After all, there are military secrets involved. Su Jiajia opened a page for Su Wanwan to see. It boldly stated, the Federal Combat Team welcomes family members. Su Jiajia tilted her head, her little face peeking out from behind the screen with a smile. Let us go. Let us go together. Su Wanwan sent a message to Qiao Lifan, asking him first. There's no harm in checking. Come on, I'm waiting for you. Qiao Lifan's response speed made Su Wanwan feel like he wasn't taking his work seriously at all. How could he reply so quickly? Then let us go. She had never been to the command center before and had no idea what it was like. In her previous life, the highest level place she had been to was probably a platinum 5-star hotel. They boarded the aircraft and flew directly to the command center. The command center was composed of several silver-white buildings, with guards stationed at the entrance. Who are you? One of the guards asked when he saw Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia. We are Qiao Lifan's family. Here to see him, Su Wanwan replied. She wasn't sure if that would be acceptable. Just as she felt a bit nervous, Qiao Lifan walked out from inside. He was still dressed in a very casual outfit today, but since he was just bringing in newcomers and not going to battle, he dressed a bit more casually. Is the parent meeting over? Qiao Lifan asked with a light smile. Su Wanwan nodded. We need to prepare for the exam next week. If I pass, I can move up to the first grade. The guard looked at Qiao Lifan in shock. The child is already this big? They usually stationed here and didn't he often go online to check the news, so they were surprised to find out so much had happened in such a short time. The gate opened, and Su Wanwan followed Su Jiajia beside Qiao Lifan. The organization let me bring 2 newcomers this time. They might join the federal combat team in the future, Qiao Lifan said. After interacting with these 2, he understood why Su Wanwan had specifically asked about them. They were very capable and learned quickly, and they might even surpass him in the future. Su Wanwan thought for a moment. These 2 newcomers should be the male and female leads. In the original story, they were described as a sentinel and a guide, with the male lead possessing strong mental strength but prone to mental disturbances, while the female lead could calm his chaotic mental state. They were simply a perfect match. She wondered what would happen when the current male and female leads met the former vicious female supporting character. Su Wanwan looked at the large gate in front of her and felt a bit intimidated. But then she thought she wasn't a vicious female supporting character anymore. She was an older sister who loved her little ones. Let us go see the newcomers you brought. Su Wanwan encouraged herself. Qiao Lifan led the way forward. All his equipment was on the top floor, and the higher-up who handed these 2 newcomers to him definitely had other intentions. Perhaps they were meant to take over his position in the future. You have to believe that you can do it too, Su Wanwan said to Qiao Lifan. She couldn't let him follow the old path anymore. She had to help him become the male lead in her hands. It's just a matter of mental strength not being high enough. It's nothing. Qiao Lifan lowered his gaze. After interacting with these 2 newcomers, he realized his own shortcomings. Previously, he might have thought it didn't matter to give up his position since he just wanted to work hard in the team and protect this small planet. But now, his thoughts had subtly changed, all because of Su Wanwan. If he couldn't provide her with a better life, it would be better to let someone else take his place. If in the end, he was nothing, he wouldn't deserve to marry Su Wanwan. What are you thinking? Su Wanwan asked when she saw Qiao Lifan fall silent. Qiao Lifan turned back and took Su Wanwan's hand. I'm thinking that for you. I need to work a bit harder. At least I can't be outdone by the newcomers. Su Wanwan felt the warmth in Qiao Lifan's palm and felt a bit uncomfortable. Though there weren't many people in the corridor, she wondered how many people were watching from the monitoring room. I will marry you, Qiao Lifan said firmly. During their time together, he had become increasingly sure of this decision. He really liked Su Wanwan very much. It was like a ray of light shining into his dark life. Once someone has seen the light, they wouldn't willingly turn back to the darkness. Then you have to work hard, or be careful. Jiajia in the future might surpass you, and even the current Jiajia is very impressive, Su Wanwan said proudly. Even if she didn't darken, Su Jiajia had her own path. I will definitely work hard to surpass Brother Qiao. After all, I'm still young, and I have plenty of time to practice. Su Jiajia patit hatchist. This statement offended both of them. Hey, are you saying your sister is old? Su Jiajia quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. How could that be? Sister will always be 18. Sister will always be the prettiest. Su Wanwan huffed and turned her head away, refusing to accept even after the attempt at a remedy. This body was only 18 this year. It felt like she had stolen decades of time. Being young is really great. After reaching the top floor, Su Wanwan looked around. There were small rooms, some dedicated to strategic research and others for training, each room serving its own purpose. The 2 newcomers were in the training room, one practicing mental strength and the other practicing martial arts. Su Wanwan took a glance and was captivated. Both of them were very beautiful. The female lead had a strikingly aggressive beauty, while in comparison, she felt like a plain bowl of kanji. The 2 were training and chatting happily in the training room. These are the newcomers, Su Wanwan said, looking at the 2. Qiao Lifan nodded. They can complement each other's weaknesses. They truly are a pair. Boss, is this your sister-in-law? The woman inside opened the door a crack and asked. Qiao Lifan nodded. Yes, her mental strength is also quite high. If you're interested, you can spar with each other. The rooms here have been specially modified. So even if they released their mental strength, not a single bit would leak out. Upon hearing that they could spar, the woman's eyes lit up. I'm Gu Yunxi, and this is Shun Qingcheng. Let us spar. Chapter 110. My sister is quite amazing. As soon as she heard the name, Su Wanwan's eyes flickered, as if there was some discrepancy with her memories. However, she was sure that the people coming here for training at this time were definitely the male and female leads. There couldn't be anyone else. But sparring with a female lead, isn't that just asking for humiliation? Let's give it a try. Qiao Lifan helped Su Wanwan open the door to the training room. Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan and could only muster her courage to walk in. In the original book, the female lead's abilities were described as unparalleled. How could she possibly defeat her? Seeing this, Shun Qingcheng also stepped out of the training room, leaving the space to the two girls. My wife is very strong. Aren't you afraid your sister-in-law will suffer? Shun Qingcheng asked confidently. In his eyes, no one's mental power could surpass that of his guide. Although she appeared delicate, she was fierce in a fight. Why be afraid? My sister is quite amazing too. Su Jiajia pouted and snorted softly. Someone looked down on his sister. Shun Qingcheng couldn't hold back and chuckled, wanting to ruffle Su Jiajia's hair. This kid was too adorable. Su Jiajia quickly dodged, as her sister seemed to dislike these two people quite a bit, so he didn't need to like them either. Shun Qingcheng's hand awkwardly hovered in the air before retracting back into his pocket. How could a child he just met harbor such animosity toward him? Inside the training room, Su Wanwan looked at the opposite Gu Yunxi. Gu Yunxi wore a confident and triumphant smile. I'm very strong, you know. She stretched out her hand, condensing her mental power, which took the form of a small cat, pure white with a pair of different colored eyes. Such a small creature would likely go unnoticed in a typical fight, making it relatively powerful, and its agility was unmatched by her scythe. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanwan managed to condense her scythe. Let's get a try. I haven't sparred with anyone before. Gu Yunxi smiled. It's okay. The training room has protective mechanisms, so no one will suffer any real harm. Su Wanwan felt a bit more at ease and raised her scythe high, swinging it toward Gu Yunxi. Gu Yunxi nimbly dodged, the little cat accompanying her as it leaped through the air, revealing its sharp claws. This move was incredibly fast. Before this, no one had managed to evade it. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxi stood by with her arms crossed. Su Wanwan quickly assessed the situation, then swung her scythe at Gu Yunxi. To hit such a nimble cat, she admitted she lacked the ability. It was better to directly attack its owner. Indeed, the little cat sensed Su Wanwan's intentions in midair and immediately turned to pounce on its owner. At that moment, Su Wanwan unleashed her full mental pressure, trying to slow the cat's movements. As long as she could catch its owner, she would win. The mental power took effect, and the cat seemed to have its hind legs pulled, unable to move. The scythe's glimmer quickly reached Gu Yunxi's front. Grazing her arm before the training room activated its protective measures, nullifying the blow. You won. You're amazing. No wonder you're General Qiao's woman, Gu Yunxi said, her eyes sparkling. There was actually someone stronger than her here. It was incredible. Shun Qingcheng rushed into the training room, looking worriedly at Gu Yunxi's arm, which was bleeding. You shouldn't spar with others anymore, Zabayabo. How can I get stronger without sparring? I'm not a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Gu Yunxi nonchalantly shook her arm and used a nearby healing device to treat her small wound. Su Wanyan retracted hersikit, feeling a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head. Weren't you supposed to be very strong? I'm sorry, it was my first time sparring, and I didn't know how hard to hit, she apologized. It's fine. Getting hit now is better than getting hit on the battlefield later, or that could cost you your life. Gu Yunxi brushed it off. Qiao Lifan watched the two of them, and then glanced at the weak and helpless Su Wanwan. You must be scared, he said softly to her as he walked over. Su Wanwan hadn't been scared moments ago, but now she truly felt frightened by Qiao Lifan. What was wrong with this man? Did he have multiple personalities? Then I might be a shy mimosa, if I get scared so easily. What is a mimosa? Qiao Lifan had never heard of such a plant, but it sounded quite cute. It's a plant that folds its leaves when touched. I used to love raising them. It felt like having a living creature, which made me less scared when I lived alone. Of course, if the mimosa opened and closed on its own when no one touched it, that would be even scarier. You all continue training. I'll take your sister-in-law downstairs. Qiao Lifan said, and then took Jiajia and Su Wanwan downstairs. Su Wanwan carefully recalled what had just happened. It seemed that her judgment had indeed been mistaken. The female lead was likely just beginning to develop her abilities. She couldn't compare to her peak, but she was already quite formidable. Thinking of this, Su Wanwan felt downcast again. If the thoughts of the male and female leads hadn't changed, then in the end, Qiao Lifan would still die. Not just Qiao Lifan, but she and Su Jiajia wouldn't survive either. In the original book, it was said that Gu-Yunxi had a vengeful personality and a strong sense of justice. Any decayed forces she discovered would be uprooted. If she found out about her previous mistreatment of Su Jiajia, it would be the same. What's wrong, sister? You don't seem very happy since meeting those two, Su Jiajia asked curiously, looking at Su Wanwan. Although he had often seen Su Wanwan looking downcast lately, there was always a reason behind it. It's just, I thought of some things and wonder if I can defeat those two big monsters. Su Wanwan sighed deeply. Su Jiajia thought for a moment. Sister, didn't you teach me before that when you're feeling down, you should eat something delicious? Let's go cook. He said this just as the elevator doors opened, revealing a floor full of Qiao Lifan subordinates. His subordinates weren't just from the combat team. There were also some from the command and logistics departments, numbering in the hundreds on one floor. They all heard Su Jiajia's exclamation about going to eat. Sister-in-law, are we cooking today? It wouldn't be what I think it is, would it? Just give me a bite. No need to make too much. Don't you dare snatch food like bugs. If there really is any, they said at the end, losing confidence. With so many people, how long would it take to finish cooking? Not to mention, they still had to eat afterward. Chapter 111. We just want to taste sister-in-law's cooking. Su Wanwan glanced at the people in front of her. Their desire for food was almost shining in their eyes. She rolled up her sleeves and looked at Qiao Lifan's subordinates, saying, since we're celebrating our meeting, I'll cook a meal for you all. With so many people, it's just right to use a big pot. Cooking a large pot of rice can be quite delicious. Everyone looked at Qiao Lifan together, wondering if their leader would refuse. Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan and thought there were too many people. It would be exhausting. Su Wanwan shook her head. It's fine. I'll make something simple. Cooking is mainly about the thought behind it. And with so many people, she couldn't possibly make anything too complicated. Anything is fine. We just want to taste sister-in-law's cooking. No one will mind a single bite. Su Wanwan turned back to Qiao Lifan. Where can I start a fire? Qiao Lifan directly pointed out two people. Go to the conference room and help your sister-in-law light the fire. Using fire abilities would be more convenient. Ever since Su Wanwan received the heart-shaped pendant from Qiao Lifan, she felt like a mobile kitchen. Once she had time, she could add an oven or something, and she could cook wherever she went. With so many people, what do you plan to make? Qiao Lifan asked curiously. Su Wanwan teased, you go watch them train. I can't hold you up while you're bringing in new recruits. She planned to prepare some home-cooked dishes, and they could be made in a big pot. Can you give me someone strong to help? Su Wanwan asked while tugging at Qiao Lifan's clothes. Qiao Lifan raised an eyebrow and called out another person. The newly called person was burly, and just looking at him was enough to know he was strong. Su Wanwan ordered some ingredients online and then went to the conference room to start preparing. It wasn't suitable for a live stream here, so Su Wanwan just got to work. She planned to make a pot of sauce pork ribs and a pot of pickled vegetables with vermicelli. Though it was a bit rustic, it smelled really good. Since there were so many people, she added almost all the meat with bones, rounding it up to about 2 cows. Thankfully, they had pots big enough to hold all. How's your appetite? Su Wanwan asked tentatively, as it would determine how much rice she needed to cook. We usually drink 2 bottles of nutrient solution. Someone who was called over laughed and scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Normally, after finishing 1 tube of nutrient solution, they wouldn't be hungry anymore, but they were different, it seemed, due to their quick consumption of energy. Su Wanwan looked at the pot and simply took out 2 large iron buckets. This should be enough, though it would be a bit of a hassle when serving the rice. As she worked, she thought about why she had agreed to cook for these people. At first, it didn't seem like too much, but now it felt like she had dug herself a pit. Huli, take Jiajia out to play. You can't help today. Call you when it's time to eat, Su Wanwan said while putting on an apron, directly sending the 2 little ones away. There was nothing they could help with here. You strong ones, go chop the beef into small pieces. The rest, come help me prepare the ingredients for another dish. Just cut them into small pieces. Su Wanwan began directing. and the space in the conference room was large enough for everyone to get moving. With their help, they should be able to process all the ingredients within the designated time. Su Wanwan stretched and looked at the time, joining the fray. There were still 4 hours until lunch, and they had 3 hours to process the ingredients. Come on, whether we can eat on time for lunch depends on you all. As long as the ingredients were processed, her cooking speed would be quicker. Upon hearing this, everyone sped up their movements. Everyone wanted to taste Su Wanwan's cooking. Su Wanwan organized the chopped ingredients on the side. She wanted to make some blood sausage, but she wasn't sure if everyone could accept it. After some thought, she decided to make some. If they could accept it, they could eat it. If not, it was fine. She could just leave it there. What is this? Can blood be eaten too? A nearby chubby guy was shocked by Su Wanwan's actions. Su Wanwan nodded. It's really delicious, but not every kind of blood can be eaten. Like your own, for instance. Mainly, no one would dare to try eating human blood. Right? I'll do it. You just watch. At the end, if you want to try, you can. If you don't, it's fine. I can eat it. Su Wanwan smelled the pickled vegetables and found it a bit overwhelming. To be honest, it didn't smell good before it was done. She first stir-fried the seasoning for the sauced ribs and poured it into the big pot beside her. After cutting out a portion of the ribs, she boiled some and set it aside for later. The pickled vegetables were the same. After cutting some, she washed a portion first, otherwise it would pile up too much and she wouldn't be able to wash it all at once. It smells so good. But sister-in-law, do you have to prepare like this every day? A soldier beside her asked curiously. Su Wanwan nodded. Yes, it's worth it to prepare for delicious food. But making a portion for 2 people isn't that troublesome. It's much simpler. It looked complicated mainly because of the large quantity. Are there simpler dishes? I just found out who my fiancée is, and I want to make her something to taste. The fiancée assigned to me looks really beautiful. When a man mentioned his fiancée, his eyes sparkled with happiness. When it came to fiancé, Su Wanwan thought of the previous mechanism for assigning fiancé. These two definitely weren't a match. Are there any successful marriages from assigned fiancé on your side? Su Wanwan was curious about this matter. Upon hearing this, the man shook his head. No, so we're all watching the boss. If the boss can successfully get married, we might feel a bit hopeful. Most of the fiancé assigned to us don't want to live such a hopeless life. Mainly, every time they went on a mission, they didn't know if they could come back. They might go out as a complete person and come back in a small black box. They couldn't bear that kind of huge disparity. Su Wanwan understood. The reason she wasn't afraid now was mainly because Qiao Lifan's abilities were sufficient. As long as he went out, he could come back alive. So she wasn't too worried. What about your logistics and administrative staff? They don't have to go on missions. The man shook his head again. When that side gets busy, it's also chaotic. Maybe they won't go home for a month. So generally, no one chooses to marry us. Those girls online who shout about wanting to marry a soldier are all fake. Chapter 112. The Federal Battle Team's online marriage recruitment, they had long stopped believing it. But when they saw the assigned fiancé, they still wanted to give it a try. If they could learn Su Wanwan's skills, it would definitely give them extra points. What if it was real? Don't you want to reach out? Su Wanwan di maindi de everyone. Many had already canceled their assigned relationships with their fiancé, so they wouldn't receive any more assignments. They could now be called a home for single dogs. How could they reach out? Just go up and say they were from the Federal Battle Team and ask if they were willing to be their fiancé. That seemed a bit off. The man chopping bones was doing it vigorously, as if he was releasing all the resentment from being rejected in recent years. Look, we all have Starwave accounts now. Why don't you register one? You spend every day together, you can share some simple daily updates, and once the number of followers increases, you can start looking for partners. Su Wanwan admitted this tactic didn't seem particularly clever, but in some ways, it was still quite useful. Would that work? The 3 of them gathered around. If this tactic could help them find girlfriends, they were willing to give it a try. Who wouldn't want a sweet and soft girlfriend to come home to after work every day? They were willing to hand over all their money just to get a girlfriend. How would they know it wouldn't work if they didn't try? When Su Wanwan encountered challenging matters, she wanted to try it herself. If successful, great. If not, she would find a way to make it work. The fat guy, still holding the knife, opened the door, just a crack, saw that Qiao Lifan was not outside, and quickly called someone in. The person hesitated to approach because of the knife in the fat guy's hand. I'm not going to chop you. Hurry up and come over. I I have something to tell you. The fat guy put the knife aside and waved at the person. Only then did he approach. The newcomer was small and thin, with glasses perched on his nose. Why did you call me? Every time you do, it's never anything good. Our sister just mentioned that we could open a Starwave account and look for partners. I think it's a great idea. He then repeated what Su Wanwan had just said. No one want to date you. What are you thinking? He pushed up his glasses. He was responsible for intelligence analysis in the group and knew where everyone's strengths and weaknesses lay. With such a bunch of rough men, wanting to have partners was just a dream. Regardless of whether we can find anyone, just let us try, okay? After seeing Qiao Lifan and Su Wanwan, he became increasingly eager to get married. Fine, I'll give it a try. You guys hurry up and help sister cook. If we don't eat by noon, we're going to beat the three of you. After saying that, he snorted lightly and went back to his room. Su Wanwan looked at the departing figure of the little glasses wearer. The people in the command center were indeed quite interesting. She really liked this place. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He actually wants a wife more than we do, just pretending. The fat guy stretched his limbs and continued chopping bones. I'm not bragging. My butchery skills are quite good. Hand this cow over to me, and you can't go wrong. That's hilarious. You guys better hurry up and try it out. What if it works? Su Wanwan felt like the entire command center was like a big family. Moreover, they all liked Qiao Lifan. How did Gu-Yunxi and Shin Qingqing manage to win them over in the end? Was it really just based on strength? Hey, let me ask you, if one day someone more powerful than your boss came and asked you to follow him, would you leave with someone else? Su Wanwan quietly asked. She wanted to eliminate this possibility in advance. How could that be? We're not following the boss just because he is strong. It's because he is interesting. Working with him lets us learn things, and it's not so rigid. We all enjoy being with him. The fat guy laughed heartily. Changing our boss is simply impossible. The two people cutting vegetables nearby chimed in. Plus, we get to eat such delicious meals with our boss. We wouldn't get that with anyone else. Su Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect it to be this simple to win over these people. No wonder it was so easy for the male and female leads to win them over later on. These two dishes can be eaten after simmering a bit longer. After finishing tidying up and throwing everything into the pot, Su Wanwan found a seat to sit down. Her back was sore from all the work, and she could finally rest for a while. Come on, speed up the time barrier. I'm so hungry. Today's meal involved their participation, making the few people in the room the most excited. What could be happier than eating the food they made? As the aroma of the dishes wafted out, the time was sufficient. Let us eat. I'll serve some here, and you guys take the rest outside to share. Su Wanwan took out bowls and chopsticks, reserving portions for the four of them, leaving the rest for those outside. Go call them to eat. Li and Su Jiajia, I'll go call them. Su Wanwan said to the little fat guy. Then we want to be polite? He still couldn't believe that all this food was for them. Su Wanwan nodded. Go call them, and remember to tell them that the brown ones are blood sausages. If they can't eat them, don't force it. She sent a message to Su Jiajia, wondering where these two little ones had run off to. But the message seemed to have vanished into thin air with no response. In a panic, she sent a message to Qiao Lifan and Li. Where did this little rascal run off to? Come to the top floor. Qiao Lifan was the first to reply. Su Wanwan glanced at the message and immediately ran out of the meeting room, taking the elevator to the top floor. As soon as she arrived on the top floor, she saw Su Jiajia facing off against Gu-Yunxi in the practice room. My sister doesn't like you, so I don't like you either. Do you dare to fight me? Although Su Jiajia was small, her aura was strong. Su Wanwan found the scene somewhat amusing. How could a 5-year-old child confront Gu-Yunxi? Jiajia, it's time to eat. Su Wanwan called out, but Su Jiajia had no intention of moving. Sister, I must win against this woman today. I don't believe I can't beat her. She was completely confident in her mental strength. Su Wanwan didn't understand where Su Jiajia's hatred came from. It was inexplicable, as if she had a strong aversion to Gu-Yunxi. Chapter 113, You Lost. So, give us General Qiao. Could it be that the plot of the original book is influencing Su Jiajia? Gu-Yunxi, despite her usual calm demeanor, couldn't sit still at this moment. If we're going to compete, how about this? If you lose, you have to give your sister's fiancé to us? Then you won't be able to cling to him anymore. He'll have to share all his knowledge with us before he can go home. Gu-Yunxi directly threw out this bet. Since we're playing, let's make it interesting and beneficial for her. Upon hearing this condition, Su Jiajia hesitated a bit. He could accept betting himself, but he couldn't accept involving others in their wager. This is a bet between you and me. You can ask me for help, but I can't decide others' matters. Jiajia raised his chin. Jiajia found it boring. Since it wouldn't benefit her, why should she bet against Jiajia? She wasn't that idle. Forget it, I won't compete with you. I'd rather use this time to train more, Jiajia scoffed. This kind of unhelpful wager was really dull. Are you afraid? Jiajia crossed his arms and stood opposite Jiajia, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Billy beside them looked worried. Jiajia was still so young. How could he compete against Jiajia? It would be fine if he won. But what if he lost? Jiajia closed the door. I'll fight you, and the wager will be as previously stated. If you lose, you'll give General Qiao to us. Now let us begin. Jiajia clenched his small fist, revealing his mecha. Fortunately, the training room was spacious enough for him to sit down and for the mecha to move around. Wanwan found a seat outside. Since the two couldn't fight to the death, let them have their fun. She was curious about how the two got into this situation. How'd they end up like this? Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan. She didn't seem to dislike Jiajia that much. Qiao Lifan shook his head. When I came up, I saw them at stalemate. Shen Qingcheng glanced at Jiajia inside, then turned to Wanwan. If my sister-in-law doesn't like us, we can leave. Can you not send your brother over as a shield? Wanwan felt a bit confused by this. What do you mean by sending my brother over as a shield? I was downstairs cooking and didn't know about this. Shen Qingcheng rephrased his question. Can I ask if you really dislike us? To this, Wanwan was quite certain. Yes, I really dislike you, for no reason at all. They always thought that everything they did was for justice and to make the world a better place. Undeniably, they did make some contributions. And if she were an ordinary resident of this world, she might be grateful to them. Unfortunately, she wasn't. Now her fiancé was a federal general, and he might be her husband in the future. The thought that all the honors Qiao Lifan had fought for over the years could be taken away by these two, and that he could lose his life due to their commands, made her unable to like them from the bottom of her heart. Shen Qingcheng was curious about Wanwan's feelings. Why? They are beloved wherever they go. Everyone likes them, whether because of their looks or abilities. Even the leaders of Star City are the same. Yet Wanwan's malice towards them was unmasked. I said there is no reason. I just really dislike you. Not all. Unless you show me something that makes me like you. Wanwan knew that everyone liked them merely because of their undeserved protagonist aura, making them seem like two heartthrobs who attracted admiration wherever they went. But without that aura, they were just ordinary people. Shen Qingcheng couldn't grasp Wanwan's meaning. After all, we are not perfect and cannot be liked by everyone, but your baseless malice is quite distressing. Since it's unclear where it stems from, it can't be eliminated. Should we let Wanwan continue to misunderstand them like this? Then you could just be distressed. I can only say you don't need to care about what I think. After all, she was the only one in the world who was uncontrollable. She was an anomaly, originally a villainess in this world, but now it was not necessarily so. Since Shen Qingcheng couldn't understand, he could only look at Jiajia in the room, hoping she would return safely. Since they had already lost to Wanwan, they couldn't lose to Jiajia again. Wanwan wasn't too worried. Jiajia's current strength was okay, and even if he lost, it wouldn't be that bad. Moreover, where Qiao Lifan wanted to go, his two legs were still his own. Who could control him? Jiajia operated his mecha, firing cannons everywhere, filling the training room with his projectiles. Soon, alarms blared in the training room, followed by a barrier appearing inside. Wanwan looked toward the training room, curious about what was happening inside. As the smoke cleared, Jiajia was lying in a corner, and the little white cat had closed its eyes, looking as if it were dead. Jiajia jumped down from the mecha. With this little ability, why does my sister dislike you so much? Something's off. Jiajia circled around Jiajia twice. On the surface, Jiajia looked fine, seeming powerful and beautiful, but in an actual fight, even this little kid couldn't win. Shen Qingcheng rushed into the training room like mad and picked up Jiajia. Since you can't accommodate us, we won't stay any longer. They didn't have to stay on Blue Star. With so many planets outside, couldn't they find one that would accept them? Wanwan looked at Shen Qingcheng, showing no intention of stopping them. Will be troublesome for you if they leave? Wanwan asked Qiao Lifan. Qiao Lifan shook his head. Not troublesome. There are new recruits every year, and there are many with good potential. Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan. Then I want to stop you. She didn't know if this action could save Qiao Lifan. She was just an ordinary person. She could be selfish, and all she cared about now was her family. She didn't want her family to have problems, didn't want Qiao Lifan to die, and didn't want Jiajia to turn dark, leading to a series of issues afterward. Chapter 114. I want to know how capable Qiao is. Qiao Lifan didn't think losing 2 newcomers would cause any problems. Even though it was a directive from above for him to take them, he wasn't new to defying orders. Besides, even if they left, they would find another place to stay. Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan and said, "If there's something wrong, you must tell me. You can't just unconditionally indulge me. You know?" It seemed like no matter what she said or did, Qiao Lifan wouldn't refuse her. Qiao Lifan nodded, although he agreed on the surface. He always felt that the words of his fiancée were beyond rebuttal, as long as it didn't cross the line or anything else. What was wrong with indulging her a bit? "Sister, let's go eat," Su Jiajia said, hugging Su Wanwan's thigh, feeling hungry. He felt no guilt about Qiao's departure. He had only sparred with her, and it was that man's pettiness. "I haven't asked you yet. How did you end up confronting Qiao today? Didn't you say it was just for fun? How did it turn into a fight?" The disparity seemed too great. "Because I want to know how capable Qiao is to make Brother Qiao teach them. After the competition, I realized she was nothing special." Su Jiajia snorted, turning his head away proudly. "And for some reason, I really dislike her. I feel like I want to kill her." Su Wanwan rubbed Su Jiajia's little head, wanting to say something, but sighed instead. This must be the emotional interference from the original book that affected Su Jiajia, causing these feelings. She couldn't blame Su Jiajia for such inexplicable emotions. "Let's go eat. They should be almost done." Su Wanwan took Su Jiajia into the elevator. Qiao Lifan watched from upstairs as Shun Qingsheng left with Qiao. Was that what being in love looked like? Perhaps he learned something. Are we eating or not? General Qiao? Su Wanwan waited in the elevator for a while without seeing Qiao Lifan, so she leaned out to call again. Only then did Qiao Lifan quickly walk into the elevator. As soon as he stepped inside, he caught a whiff of delicious food, which made his stomach growl a few times. "Brother Qiao, are you starving?" Su Jiajia turned back curiously. It was his first time hearing someone's stomach growl. Qiao Lifan covered his stomach, pretending nothing had happened, and looked elsewhere. It seemed a bit awkward, but it was no big deal. The people downstairs each had a bowl of rice, gathered around the big pot eating. The big bones were too fragrant, and no one wanted to leave the table. "Sister-in-law, you guys should hurry and eat. This food is really delicious," someone said, holding a bowl and grabbing more dishes as they spoke. After eating bones, they could have some pickled vegetables to refresh their palate, which allowed them to eat a lot more. "We can't compare to you guys who do physical labor. You eat so much." A little girl held a bowl with a hard-won piece of bone in her hand. "So wants my." It warmed her heart that someone liked her cooking. "Enjoy your meal. If it's not enough, I'll add more later. The dessert after the meal isn't ready yet, but it's quite simple." Su Wanwan pointed to the room. "Hurry in and eat." Huli was really hungry. His stomach felt like it had shrunk. "Is today's big bone ready?" Qiao Lifan saw the bowl on the table. Besides sweet and sour ribs, they hadn't eaten other bones, and this one looked really big. Su Jiajia immediately rushed to find a piece, and then quietly sat down to eat. He was already a bit hungry, but hadn't mentioned it. He had forgotten about his hunger while looking for Qiao and fighting. "How is it? The taste is not bad, right?" "Sufiafia. You need to eat more to grow taller," Su Wanwan said as she put a piece of pig's trotters into Su Jiajia's bowl, full of collagen. She had stewed the trotters until they were soft and tender. She loved this kind of trotter that could be easily pulled off the bone with a gentle bite. "It's really delicious," Huli chimed in. "Maybe we can go to the factory tomorrow and let the others learn." "I'll go to the factory and take a look after we finish eating," Huli said. Su Jiajia looked hopeful. He wanted to go with Huli. He had nothing to do this week anyway, and he already knew the exam content, so he didn't even need to practice. "You 2 kids can't go alone. It's not safe. You're so small. If someone wants to kidnap you, they could just carry you away, and no one could catch them," Su Wanwan threatened. She really didn't feel comfortable letting Su Jiajia go out alone with Huli. "Sister, I want to go," Su Jiajia said eagerly, looking at Su Wanwan with hopeful eyes. He had never been to his sister's factory, and it would be great to leave time for his sister to spend with General Qiao. Who knows? By the time he returns, his sister might have a baby. He needed to be an independent cub and not make his sister worry. Su Wanwan heard Su Jiajia's thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. What on earth was this little guy thinking? If you really want to go. Su Wanwan paused but still couldn't agree. It was too dangerous. She couldn't let go of her worries. So then I want Huli to stay and keep me company. If he doesn't go, then Huli can't go either. Otherwise, it would be so boring for me here. Su Wanwan sighed deeply. If Huli went, then Su Jiajia had to go too. Was Su Jiajia really glued to Huli? I need to go explain the situation to the commander. I can't stay with you too, so you could just go to the factory together. Qiao Lifan said from his side. His eating posture was very graceful. Even while eating the juicy big bones, not a drop of sauce splashed on his white clothes. In contrast, Su Jiajia looked like a little kitten eating, with soup from the big bones all over his face, sticky and messy. That's fine. Let's go together later. In fact, Su Wanwan just wanted to go home and lie down, but unfortunately, Su Jiajia was full of energy. As soon as Su Jiajia heard he could go to the factory with Huli, he became excited. Yay, let's go together. I haven't even been to my sister's new factory yet. Once we get there, I can smell all kinds of delicious scents. There's nothing fun there. Why are you so excited? Su Wanwan raised her eyebrows and asked, looking at Su Jiajia's little face. Su Jiajia thought for a moment. Maybe it's because Brother Huli is going. Wherever Brother Huli is, it's fun. Chapter 115. I'm no longer Jiajia's favorite person otherwise. He would want to check out a workplace. How boring would that be? Su Wanwan sighed and took a big bite of meat to chew. So, Su Jiajia wanted to go because Huli was going. Was it right or wrong for her to bring Huli back? Now the two of them seemed inseparable, like conjoined twins. Don't tell me you want to take Brother Huli to school with you in the future too. Su Wanwan felt a bit jealous. She was supposed to be Su Jiajia's sister, and before, Jiajia had always clung to her. How did it change so quickly? I don't want to take Brother Huli with me. What we learn is too childish. When we learn things that Brother Huli doesn't know in the future, then I can take him along. Su Jiajia huffed lightly, feeling very proud. Her brother Huli was so amazing that, of course, he would need to learn first-grade knowledge. I can still teach you when you come back from school. Huli spoke up from the side. He had self-studied up to middle school level, so tutoring elementary school was a piece of cake. Leaving Su Jiajia with Huli made Su Wanwan feel reassured. All right, then you two can study well at home, and I'll go out to earn money for you. If there's nothing, don't come looking for me. Su Wanwan said with a huff. It felt like her little fox had been taken away by someone else. That feeling wasn't good at all. Su Jiajia cautiously glanced at her sister's expression, feeling that her words today were strange. Is sister angry? He asked quietly. Su Wanwan shook her head. No, just go play with others. You don't have to think about having a sister. Now, Su Jiajia was sure that his sister must be angry. Then sister, don't be angry. Jiajia will play with you in the future. No, go play with Huli. He must keep an eye on him. He is a little troublemaker. Su Wanwan reminded him. Huli felt a bit awkward on the side and didn't know how to respond, while Su Jiajia exchanged glances with Huli. He immediately ran into Su Wanwan's arms, rubbing the oil from his face on her cheek. Jiajia loves sister the most. So please don't be angry. Qiao Lifan chuckled from the side. How old is he? Yet he still acts like a child. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Do you think I'm too old? How old am I? I just turned 18. I'm just a child. What is wrong with having a little childish temper? If you can't handle it, then just break off the relationship. After all, she was young and beautiful, and she wasn't lacking for men chasing after her outside. On the contrary, Qiao Lifan stayed in the squad every day and didn't meet many women. Could he find someone better than her? Although thinking this way was a bit narcissistic, facts spoke louder than words. Hearing her say this, Qiao Lifan's eyes darkened. Breaking off the relationship was impossible. You could forget about it for the rest of your life. You will definitely be my bride in the future. Su Wanwan huffed lightly. Who said she could only hang on to Qiao Lifan for her entire life? How boring. Besides, with the male and female leads around, they would definitely do everything possible to break this bond. If this time, Shun Qingcheng and Gu Yun, she went to their old enemy's side, then Qiao Lifan would be their biggest enemy. To get rid of him, they would try every means to disturb Qiao Lifan's heart. And then they would target her and Su Jiajia. Thinking of this made Su Wanwan feel a chill down her spine. Doesn't that mean her situation was very dangerous? However, in the original book, Su Wanwan didn't have such strong abilities. Now her mental strength was their only guarantee. After finishing the meal, I'm going to the factory. You think about how to explain to the chief. If you can't explain it, remember to call me anytime. Su Wanwan wiped her face. Fortunately, the makeup didn't smudge even when it met oil. Otherwise, she would have to retouch it. Since you want to go with your brother who leaves so much, then you too can take your time eating. Come to the factory after you're full. Su Wanwan wanted to try the feeling of letting go. She couldn't keep Su Jiajia tied to her side for her whole life. Before, she had said that Su Jiajia couldn't cling to her so much. But now that Su Jiajia really had someone else to cling to, she felt a bit uncomfortable. When she left, she looked back to confirm that Su Jiajia really hadn't followed her, feeling a little disappointed. The child was now leaving her parents. She called a flying vehicle, setting the destination to the factory. She was a bit tired that day, and it was just right to take a nap on the flying vehicle since it could drive itself to the destination. Unexpectedly, when she woke up from this nap, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place, and there was no one around. She couldn't tell where she was for a moment. Her hands were tied to the bed. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't move a solid wooden bed with her own strength. Is anyone there? Su Wanwan asked. The person entering from outside the door looked very familiar. It was Shun Qing-chung. Your brother harmed my lover. It shouldn't be too much for me to come to seek revenge, right? Shun Qing-chung's face held a hint of mockery. No one could harm his beloved Shibao. In that moment, Su Wanwan felt something was off. It seemed like she had taken on the role of the villain again. And it was the kind of vicious female antagonist. No, weren't they just sparring? Su Wanwan twitched her mouth and asked. Shun Qing-chung scoffed. If it weren't for your brother constantly pressuring her, would she agree to spar with your brother, given Shibao's personality? She is just not strong enough yet. You're too aggressive. He drew a short knife from his waist and slowly approached Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan looked at the short knife. Just because she was the female antagonist, did that mean she couldn't escape this fate of death? She just wanted to protect her family. As everyone knows, your wife is already an adult. She should have her own judgment, right? Besides, if you didn't want her to spar with them, why didn't you stop at that time? Did you think your wife was strong enough to beat my brother? In the end, she couldn't beat him and got angry? Su Wanwan felt a bit scared, but her mouth was not scared. Even if she died, she would still keep talking. It seemed like Shun Qing-chung was hit with a truth bomb. He immediately flicked the short knife. Stop talking nonsense. People like you die from talking too much. He raised the knife, aiming straight for Su Wanwan's heart. In a moment of urgency, Su Wanwan immediately mobilized her mental strength to weave a large net. Chapter 116, It's Time to Sleep. Don't make things complicated. She didn't know if this would work, but at least it could hold them off for a while. Qing-chung. At this moment, Gu Yunxi ran in from outside and hugged Shin Qing-chung from behind. You've lost control again. Didn't you say that after I marry you, you would control your temper? Su Wanwan opened one eye to take a look. It seemed like she was no longer in danger. But what was happening now? Was it the scene for the male and female leads? However, they were being too aggressive, taking advantage of her vulnerability, which was not something normal people would do, right? Shin Qing-chung was like an angry leopard, frantically accusing Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia. Su Wanwan couldn't help but sigh. If he had the ability, he should untie her first. Her wrist was already hurting. And what did it mean that they thought Gu Yunxi was easy to manipulate? Su Jiajia was under the influence of her emotions. Although she didn't know if Su Jiajia could change this habit in the future, at least right now. He was out of control. You go rest. I'll handle this. Don't complicate things further. It's time to sleep. Gu Yunxi placed her hand over Shun Qingchung's eyes. Shun Qingchung immediately fell down. Gu Yunxi looked apologetically at Su Wanwan. I'm sorry, Qingchung has this personality. His mental domain often goes into chaos, and this chaos affects him as well. It was the first time Su Wanwan heard the term mental domain chaos. What caused the chaos? Gu Yunxi shook her head. I'm sorry, I can't disclose that. I'll untie you now. Just as she was about to release Su Wanwan, the door was suddenly kicked open, and Qiao Lifan walked in from outside. What do you want to do? I admit that Su Jiajia injuring you was our fault, but you can't attack innocent people. Can you? Behind Qiao Lifan were Jiajia and Hu Li. The two were ready to attack, looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. Shun Qingcheng, who was on the ground, heard the loud noise and staggered to his feet. What do you mean innocent? You are with Jiajia. None of you are innocent. Anyone associated with Jiajia was now Shun Qingcheng's enemy. Wanwan clicked her tongue. Now the two parties were completely at odds, and she still had to stay tied up for a while. Wait, she had a dinner knife with her? Taking advantage of the negotiation between the two sides, Wanwan quietly pulled a small knife from her pocket and cut the rope binding her wrists. There were red marks around her wrists that looked quite bothersome. If I had known this, I shouldn't have taught you anything, Qiao Lifan regretted. He should have observed for a few more days before making a decision. Now these people viewed his fiancée as an enemy, and he couldn't betray Wanwan. You didn't teach us much anyway, and it was completely useless. We might as well practice on our own, Shun Qingcheng scoffed. He really didn't like the way these people spoke. Qiao Lifan seemed like a high and mighty emperor. Although he couldn't deny his strong abilities, they weren't weak either. At least they were good enough to be specifically chosen by the commander to train in the battle team. That would be best. Qiao Lifan turned his gaze to Wanwan, who was off to the side. God knows how scared he was when he just found out that Wanwan wasn't at the factory. At that moment, the worst outcome he could think of was that Wanwan had been taken away by interstellar bandits. The locations of these bandits were not fixed. They might change coordinates every hour. Finding Wanwan would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Thankfully, she was still within the blue star. Let's just go our separate ways, but if you can't let go of this, Shun Qingcheng, and insist on taking revenge, then let's have a fight, Wanwan said, rubbing her wrist. Shun Qingcheng shot a glare at Wanwan, filled with hostility. Why is this woman so troublesome? That little brat was also quite annoying. With someone like this in the federal battle team, it clearly wasn't a place he liked. Sooner or later, he had to turn this planet into his own, creating a paradise for his beloved. Just thinking about his beloved softened his expression. Wanwan watched from the side, feeling like Shun Qingcheng had a split personality. One moment he wanted to kill her, and the next he turned gentle. Gu Yunxi tugged at Shun Qingcheng's sleeve. Let's go. We can switch to another planet. Why do we have to stay here? Shun Qingcheng glared fiercely at the four people. When I come back, you better clean your necks. Wanwan touched her neck. It was quite clean and didn't need washing. Brother Qiao, I really hate them, Jiajia said, touching her chest. Just seeing those two made her want to immediately pull out a mech and kill them. But she also knew that doing so was wrong, so she had been suppressing her feelings. It turns out your hatred might have a reason. Next time we meet, we'll be enemies, Qiao Lifan shrugged. Now he had a reason to go find the commander and explain the situation. Thankfully, his sister was okay. Otherwise, he would be sad. After washing her hands, Jiajia found that Wanwan had already left. He quickly searched for a flying vehicle and was surprised to find that Wanwan was not at the factory when he arrived. He thought he had arrived too early, but after waiting for a while, he still didn't see Wanwan's figure. That's when he felt that something was wrong. Wanwan looked at Jiajia seriously and said, I'm sorry for making you worry. At my age, I shouldn't be throwing a tantrum like a child. It was just that Jiajia made her feel so secure. However, if she had gone out with Jiajia and Hu Li today, the ones captured might have been the three of them, so she didn't regret it. Sister, you're so shy. You're an adult but still act like a child. Jiajia made a face at Wanwan. He didn't dislike Wanwan. He just wanted to play with Hu Li a bit more. He didn't expect Wanwan to think this way. This time, it's just a little childish. It won't happen again. Wanwan took a deep breath. She initially just wanted to create a little trouble. She thought it would be fine once she got to the factory, but now it had made everyone worry about her. Jiajia stood on tiptoes but couldn't reach Wanwan's head, so he could only pat her shoulder. After all, you're doing this for the first time as a sister. Jiajia forgives you. He often acted willfully, and every time, it was Wanwan who tolerated him. Now it was just a role reversal. It was nothing serious. Chapter 117. Then I want to go to the half-beast factory. Do you still want to go to the factory to play? Wanwan asked Jiajia. Jiajia wanted to go, but hesitated a bit. With everything that had happened, could he still go? If you want to go, let's go together. Let your brother Qiao handle his own business while the three of us go, Wanwan said, rubbing Jiajia's head. He was also scared. Jiajia's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Then I want to go, mainly because I want to see what delicious food there is. He was at a growing age and should eat more good food, otherwise he wouldn't grow tall. Wanwan glanced at Qiao Lifan. Then we'll head out first. Qiao Lifan nodded. He had already delayed his matters for quite a while. If he didn't take the initiative to find the leader soon, they would come looking for him. Wanwan called for a flying vehicle as they left. She couldn't afford to sleep during the ride anymore, afraid she'd wake up and not know where she was. What does your sister's factory have? Jiajia asked curiously. He couldn't imagine a place filled with food. Wanwan thought for a moment. There are small rooms, and each one is filled with half-beasts making different kinds of food. It was a vague description, but it was enough to excite Jiajia. Can Jiajia work there in the future? Jiajia asked, wishing to immerse himself in food every day. Wanwan raised her eyebrows. You're not going to your favorite mecha anymore? You want to be a chef? Jiajia seriously considered it, but quickly abandoned the idea. It was impossible for him to give up controlling mechas. Then I still want to fight. Let someone else be the chef. I just want to eat. Jiajia chuckled. Who could refuse his sister's delicious food? Fortunately, they were not far from the factory. Upon arrival, Wanwan looked at the nearby building, which was where she planned to build dormitories. If the half-beasts moved there, they could rest more each day, as the factory would be just outside their door. As the variety of food increased in the future, they could add more buildings. Sister, your factory looks a bit ugly, Jiajia honestly said. Wanwan hadn't paid much attention to the factory's exterior, so it was just a gray and white flat building. The dormitory was also a plain gray-white structure, lacking any distinctive features. Hearing Jiajia's comment, she suddenly had an idea. Then, Jiajia, how about considering designing the exterior of this building? Letting Jiajia do the design would give him a sense of involvement. Can I ask Huli to help with the design? After saying this, he regretted it. Wasn't that bringing up an unnecessary topic? He quickly added, I'll do it myself. Once I finish, I'll send it to you. Wanwan was no longer fixated on the details and didn't have such a strong desire for control over who Jiajia played with. That's fine. You can work with Huli. After all, you're still so young, Wanwan shrugged, leading them through the factory's entrance. Inside, the half-beasts were diligently working, and no one was slacking off. They had already produced many finished products in a day. These products were stored in time-stopping preservation cabinets. Wanwan casually took out a dish to taste. It was indeed not easy to prepare something that looked decent in such a short time, and the flavor was also on point. For now, she could rest assured about this. Next came the issue of opening the store and selling the food. Wanwan took out a live-streaming hoverball and started the broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Sue, the one raising little critters. Some of you may already know that I recently started a factory. Today, I'll show you around my factory. As Wanwan moved the live-streaming ball around, her fans couldn't contain their excitement. Most of them rushed into the live stream as soon as they received the notification. If I'm not mistaken, are these half-beasts? They look kind of cute dressed like that. This should be to prevent their fur from flying around, right? Huli would also need to wear similar gear to enter the factory, considering he had fur too. Yes, our clothes are specially customized to prevent their fur from flying around, and they're very breathable, ensuring they won't feel stuffy while wearing them. Wanwan explained to the viewers. Finally, someone pointed out the key detail. Is the host going to announce today that the food is available for sale? Waiting for it to be listed, Wanwan smiled. Yes, you figured it out. The preservation boxes behind me contain the prepared meals. Let me open one for you. She opened a box, revealing steaming dishes inside. One dish paired with a serving of rice, and each box contained the same dish to prevent cross flavors. Wanwan directly informed Bai, who was in charge of raising little critters, to help list the dishes, starting with 1,000 servings of each. They didn't have more stock. And for those who hadn't eaten dinner yet, good luck. Everyone anxiously watched the product listing page, eager to grab the food as soon as it was available. They had watched the live stream for too long without tasting the food. Now, holographic sharing was no longer sufficient for them. Don't worry. I'll list the prepared meals every day at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 5 p.m. If you buy them and aren't hungry or don't want to eat right away, you can store them in your preservation boxes, Wanwan informed them. Each meal was very affordable, with a meat dish priced at only 30 star coins, while a tube of fruit-flavored nutrient liquid was 3,000 star coins. Comparing the two, More people would choose to eat the meals since they were both cheaper and tastier, providing a stronger sense of satisfaction than the nutrient liquid. Bai quickly set up the link and scheduled it to go live after 5 minutes. If you find any fur from the half-beasts in your meal, you can contact me for compensation, but as you can see, that shouldn't happen, Su Wanwan assured everyone, showing them around each workshop. If anyone still thought the half-beasts were dirty in such an environment, she couldn't help them. Chapter 118. Orange Bunny Online Strike. The half-orcs only have fur on their ears and tails. Their bodies are not furry. Some people who want to eat are still hesitant due to their prejudices against half-orcs. Moreover, if you think half-orcs are dirty just because of their fur, I feel there's no need to worry. The half-orcs you imagine live in a primitive world, coming and going in the wind and rain, and just licking their fur when they get dirty, right? Su Wanwan asked tentatively. She needed to understand the mindset of those who disliked half-orcs to better address the issue. Aren't they? I've heard that the habitats of half-orcs are very harsh, and their ears and tails are always covered in dirt. I've heard half-orcs don't wear shoes or clothes, just walking around naked every day. That's so dirty. And they even use their hands to scoop up mud. Ugh. Su Wanwan chuckled. Where do you think these half-orcs live? Even in the harshest environments, they wouldn't dislike cleanliness that much, would they? The half-orcs nearby also guessed what the people in the livestream were asking. A helpful little bunny quietly came over to take a look. How could we possibly scoop up mud with our hands? And we bathe every day. I even use orange-scented body wash. It smells great. His ears stood up in anger, and he kept stomping his feet. This stereotype is too severe. Su Wanwan's live stream had a scent-sharing feature, so when the bunny first came over, everyone in the stream smelled a pleasant fragrance. How about that? Doesn't it smell good? After I got paid, I specially bought 2 oranges and preserved their scent. So now I'm the orange bunny. Su Wanwan Gaimdin. Are you all reassured now? If that's the case, it seems there's no reason to dislike half-orcs anymore. Aside from some inherent animal traits, there doesn't seem to be anything else to dislike. I always thought half-orcs were very unclean, which is why I had so many prejudices. Yeah, since childhood, someone told us that half-orcs are very dirty. If it weren't for the streamer bringing half-orcs to live stream, I might never have known this fact. Su Wanwan Shirag. She didn't expect a rumor to have spread for so long, but it was good to clarify it now. You have to believe that we are really very clean. Living in such shabby places is not what we want. Plus, Boss Su has built us beautiful dormitories, so our living environment will become clean soon. The little bunny kept explaining. He had wanted to explain this to others when he was out, but there was no opportunity to speak outside. Now that he finally had a chance, he wanted to express himself fully. Su Wanwan didn't rush him, just quietly waited for him to finish. These half-orcs had been suppressed for too long. Finding a moment to release their feelings was good. Jiajia also liked these half-orcs, so once you understand, you must change your view of them. Who doesn't like furry little animals? Su Jiajia chimed in, subconsciously wanted to pull out Hu Li's tail. But he had tied his tail and ears up with clothes, so Su Jiajia couldn't reach it. Without a tail to touch, Su Jiajia felt empty-handed. Jiajia is so cute. Hu Li has tucked away his ears and tail, not letting you touch them, right? When can I have a little one like Su Jiajia? That would be too cute. Me too. I've been married for several years and still have no little ones. It feels like this marriage has no meaning at all. Su Wanwan licked her lips, contemplating whether to mention this matter. If she did, it would likely attract the attention of the higher-ups, but if she didn't so many people wanted their own little ones, and she wanted to help a bit. You can eat the meals produced here for a few more days, and then try to conceive little ones, Su Wanwan suggested. Just a reminder, whether they do it or not is up to them. What do you mean? Does a streamer think that eating will make us pregnant? Is there such a function? If that's the case, I must eat the meals from the bunny Su for all 3 meals. If we can't grab any, we can also make some simple dishes ourselves. Su Wanwan nodded. Today I will post some simpler recipes on my homepage. If you want to try, you can start right away. Simple things like frying an egg, stir-frying noodles, or fried rice. These are easy enough for beginners to follow along with the tutorial. It's undoubtedly a great opportunity for everyone to get into cooking. Once this was said, the people in the live stream became excited again. Many of Su Wanwan's dishes looked appealing, but they felt powerless to learn them. Now, if they could actually get some particularly simple recipes, they wouldn't be afraid of anything. The raw materials can be bought from the Agricultural Research Institute. After a while, the yield there should increase, making it more convenient for everyone to buy things. So Wanwan explained. She noticed her shopping links were constantly fluctuating between being out of stock and available. It seemed like they had rushed a batch and then put it on the shelf. With just 4 people, they must be very busy every day. Su Wanwan glanced at the countdown. Only 1 second remained. At the moment of the sale, everything was snatched up instantly. The snacks were a bit slower to sell because at this time, most people just wanted to eat. But in the end, everything was sold out. After selling out, Su Wanwan directly clicked to ship, and immediately, many little robots rushed in to take away the goods they needed to collect. Each little robot could carry up to 10 portions, and after a busy moment, they finished moving everything. Once the goods were cleared out, Su Wanwan waved at the camera and ended the live stream. She felt the sales were quite good. As long as there were no problems with the food, that was fine. Su Wanwan looked at the empty refrigerator and said, I will come here more often in the future to supervise them and ensure they don't slack off. Huli said. In fact, even if Huli didn't express his determination, Su Wanwan believed these half-orcs wouldn't slack off. At least for now, they seemed quite motivated. Su Wanwan was considering opening a shop online. She couldn't always go live to sell vegetables during meal times, as she might not be able to make it every day. Chapter 119. The onlookers are just ordinary people. Do you know what you need to prepare to open a store? Su Wanwan asked curiously, as she had never tried it before. Jiajia checked and told Su Wanwan, just click to register the store, and all the qualifications will be automatically approved. But I don't know if it will work out. Since there were no precedents for selling food, everything had to be figured out by Su Wanwan herself. Then I'll try it when I get back. She felt that she had accumulated too many things on her plate. Her self-media company hadn't been established yet, and she still needed to recruit some new hosts to do live broadcasts together. At that time, they could set up some live streaming rooms in her company. She didn't have time to live stream cooking every day, but she could bring in new hosts to help teach others. Su Wanwan directly selected an address on her flying vehicle and immediately chose the desired style online. She quite liked this kind of decoration that resembled a simulation game. All the blocks were simulated. She could search and drag in whatever she wanted, and the little robot would arrange everything properly. It was particularly suitable for someone as lazy as her. Jiajia was also preparing the design plans nearby, and there were some very useful applications that could help him build the entire house. Sister, how big of a factory do you want? Jiajia was considering whether his ideas could be incorporated. Su Wanwan thought for a moment. About 3 stories, that should be enough. Jiajia immediately built a 3-story house and then began decorating the exterior. Let's make the main entrance look like a little fox and put a tail on the roof. Jiajia had some creative ideas. This was a rare opportunity to build something himself. Go ahead and mess around. I'm not good at the appearance aspect. If you want to play, you might as well design the look of my store and company too, Su Wanwan shrugged. It was best for her to be a hands-off manager. Anyway, if she were to build it, she would just end up with a lonely building standing there as the end result. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and directly posted a message on her Starwave. Hiring hosts, good treatment, and favorable prices. Looking for those who can cook at home. She admitted her little advertisement was a bit perfunctory, but she couldn't think of more words. She just wanted to recruit some hosts first, and by tomorrow when the company was established, they could go straight in. Then she could continue being her hands-off manager. As soon as the message was sent, many people immediately applied. Who wouldn't want the chance to get close to Su Wanwan? Plus, they could watch her cook and learn knowledge. Who wouldn't want to join in on such a great opportunity? How's your mecha exam preparation going? Su Wanwan asked. The first grade exam shouldn't be too difficult. She actually liked the current school system. As long as one had the ability, they could even advance a grade every week. However, she wouldn't force Jiajia to do anything. He could just go at his own pace. With my proficiency in operating mechas, how could I possibly fail the exam? Jiajia was very confident. Su Wanwan shrugged. Your exams can't possibly require you to pilot a mecha for practical operations, right? I glanced at it last time, and that seems to be a curriculum for after 5th grade. When it came to this, Jiajia shrank back. Yeah, we only have theoretical knowledge for the exam. We can't play with mechas yet, so I need to advance to 5th grade as soon as possible. After hearing this, Su Wanwan replied, but I remember the youngest 5th grader is 12 years old now. Do you plan to break that age record? Of course. I want to become the youngest mecha pilot in history, Jiajia said proudly. Su Wanwan didn't respond. She glanced at the scenery outside, then changed the route. She wanted to check her home. If nothing major happened afterward, she would probably be living at Qiao Lifan's house for a while. So she wanted to see what she could take with her. "We haven't been home for a long time," Jiajia said excitedly as he looked at the route. Su Wanwan crossed her arms and looked at Jiajia, somewhat sarcastically saying, "Some kids get all excited when they see their brother Qiao. They don't even want to go home." Jiajia pouted. Maybe his sister should just be a quiet beauty. She looks pretty when she doesn't talk. After the flying vehicle stopped at her old home, Su Wanwan looked around to make sure there were no members of the organization with the Fire Phoenix emblem lurking before getting off the vehicle. The tomatoes at the entrance were growing well, and there were also some vegetables like green beans and eggplants mixed in. She could take everything else away. But what to do about the seedlings? Can this be used? Huli found a few old pots from somewhere. Temporary transplantation should be enough. Sure, just dig them out. But don't break their roots. Su Wanwan brought a small shovel from the corner, dug around the edges of the plants, and carefully moved them into the pots one by one. "What are you doing? How can you steal from someone else's house?" Su Wanwan initially thought someone was catching thieves on the street and ignored it. "I'm talking about you. You look quite familiar, that host. You didn't secretly dig up vegetables from someone else's house, did you?" The person who came was a man who looked somewhat older and was sternly pointing at Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan was a bit confused and looked at the house number again to confirm there was no mistake. "Did you get it wrong? This is my house. Just because you say it's your house, it is. If it's your house, why are you digging up these vegetables here? I'm calling the police." The man blocked Su Wanwan with one hand while dialing a phone with the other. Su Wanwan felt a bit helpless. What was this? Moving things around in her own home, and now she was being treated as a thief? "Then go ahead and report it. I won't be able to explain it to you. When they come, I'll tell them." Su Wanwan clapped the dirt off her hands and simply sat down to rest for a while. "Sister, how come I didn't see this person around before?" Jiajia was a bit scared. What if he's sent by that organization? An undercover? Su Wanwan was not familiar with the people around, and she didn't go out. So, of course, she didn't know who lived nearby. However, hearing Jiajia say this made her alert. No matter who came, if they could fight, they would fight. If they couldn't, they would run. If they really were from the patrol team, that would be even better. The only thing she was afraid of was the worst-case scenario. Chapter 120. When you say you stole something and you still run away, look at him with those sneaky eyes. He really doesn't seem like a good person, sister. Jiajia said to the man who was on the phone beside them. Moreover, he was stealing glances at their direction while talking on the phone. "Let's move these plants up first, then wait on the aircraft. We'll see who comes and decide what to do next." Su Wanwan said. She initially wanted to bring that bottle of nutrient solution with her, but it didn't seem like a good opportunity right now. She glanced at Jiajia, formulated a plan in her mind, and whispered a few words in his ear. He immediately transformed into a little fox and ran off. Jiajia was small enough to sneak to the window and get in to retrieve the nutrient solution. Su Wanwan kept an eye on the window while also paying attention to the man's movements. If he really called the patrol team, someone would have arrived by now. But even until now, not a single shadow could be seen. "Huli, hurry up and move." Su Wanwan had a bad feeling. Huli immediately moved all the plants that had been dug up onto the aircraft. Hey, what are you doing? Just admit you stole something. Why are you running off with things?" The man shouted from his side. If he couldn't keep an eye on these three, he was in big trouble. At this moment, Jiajia also ran back with a little box in his mouth, inside which was the bright red nutrient solution. Once Su Wanwan had a reliable laboratory, she planned to send this nutrient solution for analysis. But for now, it was safer to keep it in her own hands. From a distance, Su Wanwan saw several people in uniform walking towards her. What patrol team could go out without an aircraft? Something fell off. They needed to leave quickly. Su Wanwan immediately called the two of them to the aircraft, and she boarded it just as those people were getting close. "If you really are from the patrol team, just go find Qiao Lifan. He will know where I am. Bye." Su Wanwan waved her hand outside and directly started the aircraft. She found these people unfamiliar, so for safety's sake, it was better to slip away first. Right now, the most valuable things in her possession were this bottle of nutrient solution and these plants. These plants had not mutated during the cultivation process. They had grown into their original forms. "Look, sister, red tomatoes." Jiajia looked curiously at these plants. It was the first time he had seen them just sprouting. Actually, tomatoes are originally red, and eggplants are originally purple. I suspect the color changes were due to the accelerated ripening from the barrier. The taste is about the same, Wanwan explained. Once they returned, she should plan her vegetable garden well. It's just a pity that she only knows how to plant but can't distinguish what these seeds actually are. Suddenly, she thought of those people from the Agricultural Research Institute. Can you identify the types of seeds? She quickly received a reply. Absolutely no problem. This is what we've been researching for years. Could you come over here? I'm a bit tied up. After much consideration, Wanwan sent that message. If she went out now, she was afraid those men in black would follow her to her current residence. It felt more secure to ask destined to come over. Destined responded with an okay gesture, telling Wanwan to just wait quietly at home. Wanwan finally felt relieved. When the seeds from the auction were all planted and sorted, she would have her own little vegetable garden. No more going out to buy vegetables, nor seeing those colorful and oddly shaped crops. Destined will come over to help us look at these plants. Today we'll just stay home and not go out. Wanwan felt a bit scared, wondering if those people were waiting around her house to see when she would return. If she had run a little slower today, it would have been disastrous. She was still young and didn't want to die yet. We will definitely behave and stay at home. So Jiajia promised, saying he would be a good boy now. Master, if you're really worried, you could hire a few mercenaries to accompany Jiajia to and from school, Huli suggested. There are many mercenaries in the world now, specializing in ensuring the safety of employers or undertaking dangerous tasks. As long as the price is right, there is no shortage of people willing to take the job. How we find them? Wanwan was still a bit confused. This was equivalent to bodyguards in her past life, but she had never hired one before. Just search for a website on the Light Brain, write down your needs, and someone will come to you. If everything is suitable, you can reach an agreement. Huli had previously worked at the reception platform there, so he knew the process. Wanwan immediately opened the website to take a look. Both parties' information was confidential, only visible to the back end. The mercenaries could only see each employer's requirements. After thinking for a moment, she asked, Jiajia, what kind of person do you want to accompany you to school? It was better to consult Jiajia's opinion, but she also had to ensure that the person who came was somewhat like their family. I want a pretty big sister, Jiajia said with a smile. Squinting his eyes, who doesn't like a beautiful big sister? Wanwan raised her eyebrows and then posted a message on the webpage, hiring a mercenary, food and accommodation provided. 100,000 star coins per month, looking for a pretty big sister. She felt a bit weird posting it, as if she were an old man with some special fetish. Just as she was still hesitating, destined arrived outside. Is there anything good to eat today? Bring it all over, destined said, walking with his hands behind his back, as if he were inspecting. Wanwan shrugged. If you want to eat raw plants, I have some. She was too lazy to cook today and planned to directly order something from the factory to eat. Hey, what is this? Isn't this a red tomato? Did you grow this? Destined hurried over with the 3 people behind him to take a look. The tomatoes looked a bit lonely in the sink, but when they got closer, they could smell the aroma of tomatoes, which was much better than the various colors. I suspect the colorful vegetables are because of the accelerated growth. After all, the previous vegetables took a long time to grow from the soil. But if they are ripened quickly, it only takes a few minutes. Chapter 121, Should we abandon the barrier and plant by ourselves? So, you mean we should revere this planting method again? That way we can obtain the crops originally from the ancient blue star? Director Qi quickly understood Wanwan's meaning. But putting aside the time issue, it's not very realistic for them to just watch these plants for a few months. The crops I grew had a barrier applied to maintain the temperature, and after I left them alone, they ended up like this. It's not too wasteful. At that time, we could gather a group of people who like gardening to grow some in their own homes. The current living conditions are good. Everyone lives in standalone houses with their own vegetable gardens, although people don't call them vegetable gardens. But the time required is too long, and I think it would be difficult to implement. Director Qi did not quite agree with this statement. However, if we don't try, we will never succeed in the future. We can find some people willing to grow vegetables, distribute some seeds to them, and they can keep the vegetables they grow for themselves or sell them. If more people start planting in the future, wouldn't it be guaranteed? Wanwan said. This would also reduce the burden on the Agricultural Research Institute. After hearing this, Director Qi fell into deep thought. For every batch of crops that matured, he kept a portion of seeds. Now he could say he was not lacking seeds, but they couldn't be wasted. So, should we give it a try? Director Chi was a bit reluctant when he said this. Seeds were quite precious, and to just give them away so casually? Of course, we should give it a try. I have some seeds here that I want you to help identify, and then I'll grow some more. Su Wanwan came to see Director Chi mainly for this. The seeds in her hand were of various types. Almost none of them were the same. They were likely collected by predecessors who put so many seeds together for preservation. But as time passed, they were covered up and later auctioned off. Director Chi picked up one seed and observed it carefully, then called the 3 people beside him to take a look. What do you think this seed is? The potato took a glance and said, "This seems to be a flower seed. I studied flower seeds when I researched flowers, and it looks similar to this. Not edible." The sweet potato felt a bit heartbroken. He was waiting to come here today to get more seeds, thinking he could eat them once they grew. If you want to eat, those tomatoes over there can be eaten. Just pick one and wipe it off and it's fine. Su Wanwan pointed to the tomatoes in the basin. She didn't dare to go out now, so she hadn't moved it outside. After Director Chi left, she would check outside for dangers and find a good place to plant it. Then I want to be polite. He had eaten the tomatoes grown in the research institute before and thought they didn't have much flavor. Since they were grown by Su Wanwan in their original form, they should be much tastier. By the way, there's a chef competition the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go and take a look? In previous years, they only competed in nutrient solution formulation, and the judges were all old stubborns. They probably don't even know you can make traditional dishes. Director Chi also planned to make Su Wanwan more famous. He aimed to let people from the entire Blue Star and outside planets know that there was someone here who could make ancient cultural cuisine. Chef competition, making nutrient solution? Is it specified that only nutrient solutions can be made, or can anything related to food be made? Su Wanwan needed to clarify this before going. She didn't know how to prepare nutrient solutions. She only knew how to cook. As long as it was something edible, it was fine. She had asked someone about this a long time ago. The Agricultural Research Institute had already wanted to study ancient cultural cuisine back then. Su Wanwan thought for a moment, then said, "I will go." It's also a good opportunity to let those who don't know what food is see what really tastes good. 1,000 times better than that oily nutrient solution. If there is time, it's better to buy some meals or make some myself. Now people on Blue Star are not too busy with work, and even if they are usually busy, they can have household robots help prepare meals. After work every day, the house is filled with the aroma of food. It's the happiest scene. The location is here at a nutrient solution formulation center. I'll help you register first, and then let them prepare some materials over there. Directori handid subangwan akard. What they have over there are all chemical materials, which are absolutely not suitable for cooking. All right, then I'll trouble you. Su Wanwan took the card. 2 days later, if the judges are all elderly people, then she can make some softer dishes like beef noodles with steamed eggs or fish. There are so many delicacies. Even randomly picking out 2 would be enough to astonish them. After setting a reminder schedule to ensure she wouldn't forget, Su Wanwan then tidied up her private messages. Most of the half-beastman housekeeper positions had been allocated, and now only her anchors were left. There were many resumes submitted, and Su Wanwan filtered out 5 people from them. These 5 people were basically those who had followed her cooking live streams, and there were pictures as evidence. Those who could learn by watching the live stream wouldn't require much effort once they came. She sent the address to these few people, asking them to come for an interview tomorrow. If they passed, they could become anchors for her company. Once everything was arranged, Su Wanwan took a look outside the door. After confirming there were no strange people, she moved all the plants in the house outside. These plants had taken a long time to grow. They couldn't wither again. The next morning, Su Wanwan went directly to her company for inspection. There were no little robots moving around inside. All the arrangements were as per her settings. The payment had already been completed at the moment the design was submitted, and now looking at this building in front of her, she felt it was somewhat unreal. In the past, she wouldn't even think about starting her own company. Even going on a trip required careful budgeting. But ever since she came here and started teaching cooking, she had truly achieved financial freedom. She had also done many things she had previously dared not do. After looking around, the anchors who came for the interview had already arrived. They were all fairly good-looking young girls, and they didn't seem very old. Is this the real Zai Su? It seems to be the real Zai Su. I thought I wouldn't get to see Su. Chapter 122. The company of Su is run by Su herself. How lucky is this? Su's company is actually personally run by Su. Who wouldn't want to join? Su Wanwan lightly coughed to stop their discussions. This company is mine, but I haven't hired any other employees yet. You're the first batch, so right now, it's just me. A little girl with 2 pigtails was extremely excited. I followed along with everyone in her live broadcasts, and I found that the dishes we made were really delicious. Su Wanwan thought she should give each of them a nickname. Otherwise, remembering their names would be too difficult. You guys can each choose a live broadcast room and then make a dish for me to taste. That's the basic requirement. Just be able to cook. It doesn't have to be gourmet, as long as it's edible. Su Wanwan waited outside for them to line up by age, making it easier for her to address them later. The live broadcast room felt like a small warehouse, filled with everything. They could eat a bite after finishing their cooking, or even share with fans. But the most important point was not to waste. That was the bottom line. She reserved an office for herself, which also had a bed, so she could sleep there if she couldn't go home at night. Everything felt perfect. The aroma of dishes wafted from the live broadcast room. Su Wanwan smelled scrambled eggs, sweet and sour ribs, and porridge. She hoped these people wouldn't all have the same ideas. Otherwise, they would only have 2 or 3 types of dishes to eat. Not long after, a few of them walked out of the room with rice, porridge, and 5 dishes. Su Wanwan tasted each one. The flavors were quite acceptable. What she taught were just some home-cooked dishes, and each person's cooking had its own style, which was great. Good job. So, are you all free today? If you are, let's start broadcasting after we finish eating. Su Wanwan was eager to see the results. We have nothing to do at home, so we came for the interview. We can do it any time, said a slightly older woman in the middle. Su Wanwan nodded and invited everyone to sit down. Let's have breakfast first. Once we're full, we'll start the live broadcast. You can use a lottery system to give away the dishes you cook during the live broadcast, and if you're hungry, you can make something for yourselves. I also have recipes on my Weibo, so if the audience wants to see something, just search for it. She explained the broadcasting process to them. If they want to see some new dishes, just call me, and I'll write them down for you. A few simple dishes can be combined to create a new one. The possibilities are endless. So, does that mean we're like a tutorial that's online all day? The girl with pigtails asked. Su Wanwan nodded. You can understand it that way. I usually don't have much time, and my broadcasting frequency has decreased. My original intention for live broadcasting was to ensure everyone could have warm meals. We'll work hard. They immediately raised their hands to express their determination. Just being able to work with Su already made them feel very happy. After finishing the meal, the 5 of them went straight into the live broadcast room and closed the door, creating a uniform ID. Su Wanwan quickly posted a dynamic update on her homepage, recruiting for the front desk and everything else. Her company couldn't just have 6 people. That would be a waste of space. She could also find some pretty beast men to come and broadcast, which would help dispel people's prejudices. She sent a message to Huli, asking, are there any pretty beast men who want to do live broadcasts? They can send me a private message directly. Just after sending it, she received a phone call from someone named Qiao Lifan. Hello, what's up? Su Wanwan walked to the window, looking at the scenery nearby. Her floor was already quite high, and, looking down, she could see people walking on the street. The sky was still bright, and the sun was shining warmly into the room. I talked to the chief about Gu Yunxi's situation, and they said not to worry about it. Since they want to leave, let them go. Qiao Lifan's pleasant voice came from the phone, momentarily distracting Su Wanwan. For a moment, she really thought Qiao Lifan was her husband. At least, it was a feeling she had never experienced in her previous life. That's fine, but you don't need to report to me. Su Wanwan felt a bit strange. Qiao Lifan, such a capable person, reported his whereabouts to her every day, as if she were his superior. Of course, you need to know. You should be aware of my every move. I want you to know I'm serious. Qiao Lifan paused before finishing that entire sentence. Su Wanwan took a deep breath. Okay, well, you don't have anything else going on, right? I'm a bit busy here, so I'll hang up. After saying that, she hung up the phone, feeling a sense of urgency to escape. Su Wanwan slapped her face. She had never been this timid before. Why had she changed after interacting with Qiao Lifan? It felt as if she were sick. Sister Su, someone wants to know how to make egg tarts, but I don't know how. A message came from the live broadcast room. Each room had a directional information transmission device, so she would receive messages immediately. Su Wanwan quickly sent her the egg tart recipe, along with some recipes for small breads and cakes. Since they liked pastries, they could spend a day making them. In the future, they could categorize. One could make main dishes, another could make soups, one could make desserts, one could specialize in cakes, and another could handle drinks. 5 people were just enough for these roles. She checked the data of the 5 people in the background. Being beautiful certainly played a significant role. The live broadcast room of the girl with pigtails had the most viewers and received the most gifts, but none of the 5 were stage fright. They all introduced themselves confidently, which made Su Wanwan very pleased. As long as they could work seriously, that was good. Plus, her platform was just starting out, and the traffic was indeed not very large. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out photos of the 5 girls, edited the images on her computer, and wrote a few big words on them. Food first team. She wanted these girls to debut while cooking. They were so beautiful. It would be unreasonable if they didn't become popular. Who said only singers and dancers could form a team? She could lead a group of little chefs, and there was nothing wrong with that. After finishing the edits, she uploaded the image with a live broadcast homepage link to her homepage. If there was no one, then she would create an audience. Chapter 123. They're watching you. Be low-key recently, sure enough. As soon as the news was sent out, it attracted a lot of viewers. And many people wanted to know what the Cooking Girl group was all about. Su Wanwan looked at the traffic. It had already reached 100,000 views right after being posted. She planned to spend another 1 million on promotion today, aiming to ensure that everyone who played Starwave would see the message she posted. The comment section had already started discussing, with curious people clicking through to check the homepage. So, the Cooking Girl group is just 5 streamers cooking nonstop all day? Are they teaching the dishes that Su Wanwan taught before? But didn't Su Wanwan's previous stream have all the replays? Does the person above not know that Su Wanwan's livestream was banned? It's been a long time already. The livestream was banned, so all the previous replays were gone, and Su Wanwan didn't have the habit of recording her streams. So it could be said that all the previous videos were lost. Only a few people had downloaded videos they were interested in, and those could still circulate online. Su Wanwan glanced at the comments and replied to a few people who had asked key questions. One benefit of this livestream format is that if you don't understand something, you can ask the streamer to show you how to do it. And almost all the finished dishes in the live stream will be given away. If you want to watch the cooking but are afraid you won't learn it, you can ask the streamer to slow down and cook along with you. So by the time the streamer finishes a dish, you can also have it done. After replying, Su Wanwan closed the webpage. There had been no news from the higher-ups, and all she knew was that the nutrient solution was developed at their behest. Why was Teehee anxious about something that could affect his sales? Plus, as she mentioned earlier, if one takes longer to eat, they might produce offspring. But drinking the nutrient solution wouldn't help. She just needed to make this point public. She was validating her thoughts. Have you done anything outrageous recently? It was a message from Qiao Lifan. Su Wanwan glanced at it and replied, maybe not. Aside from encouraging her fans to try for babies after eating. They're watching you. Be low-key recently. After Qiao Lifan sent this message, there was no further reply. He was still at the command center, and sending this message was a bit risky. After reading it, Su Wanwan looked downstairs again. The crowd seemed normal, and there should be no one sent to monitor her. They were probably just watching her updates. However, she didn't want a live stream recently. Even if she did, there wouldn't be any useful information to see. For tomorrow's chef competition, she would have the Agricultural Research Institute help spread the news. By then, everyone would know that food was 1,000 times tastier than the nutrient solution. Su Wanwan sent a message to the 5 livestream rooms through the built-in system, asking, how do you feel about the livestream? If it's good, I'll leave to handle some matters. All 5 livestream rooms replied almost simultaneously, great, you go ahead. After reading their replies, Su Wanwan took her things and left Cub Media. She needed to visit the Agricultural Research Institute to check out the videos of past chef competitions and some rules. After all, it was her first time preparing to participate, so she needed to be well prepared. When she arrived at the entrance of the original Agricultural Research Institute, she found that the dilapidated sign had already been taken down. Moreover, there was no one inside. What was going on? Had they run away? She grabbed a passerby and asked where the Agricultural Research Institute had gone. The person, dressed in what seemed to be Research Institute attire, looked at Su Wanwan with some confusion and said, the Agricultural Research Institute has long moved back inside. You didn't know? Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow and released her grip on him, saying, "Sorry for bothering you. I'll contact them myself." The man scratched his head and said, "I remember now. You're Su Wanwan, the cooking streamer, right? I'm currently an assistant at the Agricultural Research Institute. I can take you in." When he arrived, he heard the director of the Agricultural Research Institute mention that they had a lifesaver, which was that cooking streamer. In that moment, he hadn't recognized her, mainly because Su Wanwan looked more gentle and serene offline than she did in the live stream, making her appear much prettier. "Okay then, I'll trouble you," Su Wanwan smiled. However, it was really something for Director Qi to not inform her about this, especially since he had been to her home just yesterday. It should be a good thing that they had moved back to the Research Institute, and they had even managed to get an assistant in such a short time. After he picked up a bag of seeds from the original Agricultural Research Institute, he took Su Wanwan back inside the institute. This was her first time seeing the structure inside the Research Institute. It was a stark contrast to the shabby exterior. Everyone inside wore white lab coats, and there were busy people coming and going. "Our Agricultural Research Institute has now moved to the top floor. The sun is most abundant up there, which is great for growing plants," the man explained to Su Wanwan. Upon reaching the top floor, Su Wanwan finally saw familiar faces. She playfully scolded them, saying, "You moved and didn't even tell me? You made me come find you. Hey, I didn't mean to keep it from you. I just forgot because I was busy, and I didn't expect you to come looking for us." Director Qi quickly found a chair for Su Wanwan. If it weren't for Su Wanwan, their Agricultural Research Institute might not even be here now. She was their lifesaver, so how could he forget that? Su Wanwan took a rough glance around. They were in a small room on the rooftop with a large terrace outside that looked to be about 1,000 square meters. It was definitely enough for planting. The sunlight poured in without any shadows, but they would need to take some measures during extremely hot weather to prevent the plants from wilting. "Is this it? Have you finished moving? Is this where you'll work from now on?" Su Wanwan looked outside. It seemed like seeds had already been planted in the little mounds of soil. "Yes. It said that only naturally grown plants can regain their original colors. So we took a large chunk of land, but we still want to try. If the time flow too fast, can we restore their colors to normal?" Director Qi was also worried. If the plants grew too slowly, they wouldn't be able to keep up with demand. Even if they found another batch of people willing to farm together, it still wouldn't be enough. "How about this? We cultivate each plant for different amounts of time and see what changes happen," Su Wanwan suggested. Chapter 124. The evidence of Su's mistreatment of cubes. After all, it can be seen that the most primitive-looking crops taste better. The fruity aroma is also richer, and the oddly colored tomatoes indeed taste a bit off. Okay, wait a minute. You didn't come here just to give us suggestions, did you?" Dinchi looked at Su Wanwan curiously. After coming here, she hadn't said much else, only guiding their vegetable garden. Su Wanwan then remembered her main purpose. "Oh right, I wanted to check out the recordings of the past culinary god competitions and their rules. Also, could you guys from the Agricultural Research Institute send out a message? If she promoted it herself, it would only attract her fans, and those who don't like vegetables wouldn't come. But if the Agricultural Research Institute promoted it, that would be different." No problem. Digwa, go find the videos and materials. I'll handle sending this out." Dean Qi waved his hand, directly assigning the task to Su Wanwan. "For such a small matter, just say a word, and I'll definitely help." Digwa quickly found the materials and showed them to Su Wanwan. Actually, there wasn't much to see. It was just about how to mix existing ingredients to create pleasant aromas and then incorporate those aromas into the nutrient solution. "Is it tasty?" Su Wanwan was curious about the flavor of these things. She couldn't smell anything from the replay, only seeing the colorful liquids. Digwa's expression suddenly became hard to describe. It didn't seem like something drinkable. It's like drinking perfume straight. There are no other flavors. If I were to try it, I'd have to pinch my nose. Then why hold this competition? Shouldn't the winning items be tasty? Su Wanwan didn't understand the significance of this culinary god competition. If taken literally, it should be about culinary skills. However, since nutrient solutions aren't considered culinary skills or tasty products, how could they be combined? It's mainly been passed down from a long time ago, so it has continued to this day. Dean Qi shrugged. So this program still has relatively few viewers. However, if Su Wanwan participated, it would be different. "You're not tricking me, are you?" Su Wanwan felt like there was some conspiracy involved, as if a pit had been dug for her to jump into. destined waved his hand, insisting he wouldn't tea-trick Su Wanwan. The previous culinary god competitions indeed judged based on taste, but ever since the variety of flavors and nutrient solutions increased, it started developing in other directions. If there had been a history of judging based on taste, Su Wanwan thought she could give it a try. Otherwise, if the food made wasn't meant to be eaten, then what was the point of making it? All right, I've sent it out. Ever since you started the link, our Xinglong homepage has gained a lot of attention, destined said proudly. He felt very pleased looking at his homepage. I guess I'm a bit of a minor celebrity now. We don't have to worry about the future of the Agricultural Research Institute, right? When he first met destined, he was quite gloomy, but unexpectedly, he was finally happy after such a short time. For someone who had spent almost half their life in research, this should be the best outcome, right? By the way, the only requirement for the culinary god competition is that no pre-prepared products can be used. Everything must be made fresh, destined stated. Although this point wasn't that important to Su Wanwan, he still felt the need to mention it to her. So those nutrient solutions also have to be formulated from scratch? Su Wanwan suddenly became interested. She had always wanted to know how nutrient solutions were made. Since they had to start from the beginning, she would know what was included. Exactly, destined nodded. Although he didn't know why Su Wanwan was so excited, it seemed to touch on something she was particularly interested in. Thank you, I got it. Just as Su Wanwan was about to leave, she received a message from the live stream room. Su, quick, take a look at the live stream. Su Wanwan found a place to sit down and randomly clicked into a live stream room. What she saw was a barrage of some rather inappropriate comments. Su Wanwan is making money off cubs, and someone like this can even run a company. The evidence of cub abuse is solid. Why is General Qiao with such a woman? Still daring to abuse cubs? She's simply a demon. Listen to me, everyone. Don't watch her live stream or give her gifts. Save your money to buy some good-tasting nutrient solutions instead. Su Wanwan was somewhat confused, wondering what had happened. The abuse of cubs was something the original owner had done, and it had been a long time since then. Had someone dug this up? She logged onto the Xinglong homepage and saw that Su Wanwan's cub abuse was trending at number 1. Clicking in to take a look. The gist was that she had been abusing cubs for years, and Su Jiajia was the second Shui Xiao. There must be someone behind the scenes pushing this narrative for the public opinion to escalate so quickly. She just couldn't understand. She merely started a cooking team. Who did she offend? Her private messages were blowing up, with everyone demanding an explanation. There were even photos and videos from that day when a minor protection organization came to her home, but the video had no sound, so she couldn't tell what they said. What happened? destined leaned in curiously to take a look. After watching for a while, he frowned. Whose cake did you touch? Someone's unhappy, right? There are so many self-media companies on Owlon Star. How could my one company touch anyone's cake? Su Wanwan shrugged, feeling a bit puzzled. Moreover, Qiao Lifan was clearly present that day, yet he was absent from the video, perhaps to avoid involving that deity. I'll head back to handle this. I can manage it myself. Su Wanwan waved at destined and rushed back to Cub Media as quickly as possible. Today's live stream would have to be called off. She could only let the 5 of them in the broadcast first. Do you trust me? Su Wanwan's first question was this. If these 5 could trust her, they would continue, believing she could handle everything well. But if they didn't trust her, that was fine too. They could leave directly, and she wouldn't push them to stay. We have a question too. Did you really abuse the cubs? The leader said, sounding somewhat worried. She felt that Su Wanwan shouldn't be that kind of person. Chapter 125. Please, I'm human. I have my joys and sorrows, to be honest. Su Wanwan couldn't deny this point. I did indeed mistreat the cub, but there were reasons for it. You all should have seen what kind of child Su Jiajia is now, she said while lowering her head. Although it wasn't her doing, it was a past that this body couldn't erase. Sister Su was still a child back then, and living with a child over a decade younger than her must have been difficult. One of the streamers spoke up. These are not excuses. I did wrong before. So I'm listening to whatever people say. Su Wanwan shrugged and returned to her office. She thought this matter was over, but it wasn't at all. Once she settled down in her office, Su Wanwan felt a bit sad. She was just taking the blame for the original owner. She had felt so heartbroken for Su Jiajia when reading, and now she was just as upset about why she had to take over Su Wanwan's body. Dealing with these messy affairs still fell on her shoulders. Moreover, she was now a public figure and couldn't blur the lines of right and wrong. saying things she hadn't done as if they were not done. Why do I see you looking so down? This isn't like the previous Su Wanwan. She heard a voice and looked up to see Qiao Lifan sitting beside her. She didn't know when he had come or how long he had been watching. Please, I'm human. Humans experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Who can be happy all the time? She said, as if everyone wanted the same, but she was facing uncontrollable circumstances. Qiao Lifan cleared his throat. I've investigated your past. Before the day I met you, you had been mistreating Jiajia, right? Su Wanwan glanced to the side. Yes. She wanted to say it wasn't her doing, but who would believe that? At least none of the fans would. Then why? Qiao Lifan wanted to know more from Su Wanwan to better help her. Su Wanwan sighed. If I knew, it would be great. The original book, as author, didn't provide any explanation about this. Moreover, in the memories the original owner showed her, she only felt the emotions, the frenzied desire for revenge against everything around her. But where did it all come from? Qiao Lifan fell into thought after hearing this. He didn't know how to comfort Su Wanwan. This matter was indeed a bit complicated. Su Wanwan nodded. Yes, it's hard. Just explaining one get anyone to listen. Now everyone outside just says I'm a bad woman who bullies cubs. She picked at her hands and sighed deeply. Today her mood was irreparably bad. At that moment, a small figure dashed in from outside and directly into Su Wanwan's arms. Seeing Jiajia made her mood a little better. Only the people close to her knew what kind of person she truly was. Although the online clarification still needed to continue, she felt a bit less sad now. Sister, I saw what they said online. You must be very sad, right? Jiajia looked up with a timid face. He remembered how his sister had once seemed like a demon and knew that now she was a good sister. So, a good sister shouldn't be attacked by those online rumors. Su Wanwan pinched Jiajia's little face. Of course I'm sad. I'm human. How can I not be? Then let me find someone to take down that trending topic, Qiao Lifan suggested, thinking that if they suppressed the matter, no one would be able to comment. Su Wanwan immediately shook her head. No, that would make me a coward. I'll explain myself. She wanted to make a video. Those who wanted to stay could stay, and those who couldn't accept it could leave directly. Sister, I'll be with you. Jiajia couldn't bear to see his sister so upset. Plus, if he was there, the clarification should be easier. Most of the online discussions were because of him, saying that his sister treated him poorly and used him to make money. Although things weren't that good before, they weren't that bad either. Then you two go out for a bit. I want to record a video with Jiajia, Su Wanwan said. Want to chase them away. She wouldn't feel comfortable recording with anyone around. Qiao Lifan thought for a moment. I'll go with you. After all, I was there that day too. Just no one caught me on camera, but there is footage with a minor protection organization. Su Wanwan nodded. That was fine. Huli wisely left the room, finding a spot outside to sit quietly and wait. He knew today matters had nothing to do with him. Forcing himself into the situation would be pointless. It was better to let Su Wanwan think about how to address it properly in her office. Su Wanwan looked at Jiajia and Qiao Lifan beside her. You both know the truth now. Even if some netizens say something irrational later, you can't get upset, okay? Qiao Lifan was most worried about Su Wanwan's mental state. Su Wanwan shrugged. You think too little of me. I'm fine. I just need a bit of time. Once the three were ready, Su Wanwan directly started the live stream. As soon as she opened the stream, fans rushed into the room, all worried about Su Wanwan. After all, this incident had caused quite a stir. But at the same time, they wanted to know the truth. Cub Su, you're not really relying on mistreating cubs to get him to stream with you, right? Did Cub Su really mistreat the cub? I don't believe it. Can we address this issue directly? Su Wanwan glanced at the bullet comments and said, I indeed wasn't very good to Jiajia before. As she began to speak, the entire livestream room fell silent, everyone waiting to see how Su Wanwan would respond to this matter. So the streamer has admitted to the fact of mistreating the cub? Fans can't still be trying to argue for her, right? But if she mistreated the cub, how can Jiajia sit beside her so peacefully without any fear? What do you know? Would he dare to say anything? Isn't he afraid the streamer would beat him up after the stream? Jiajia quickly interrupted. That is not true. Because my sister was not good to me, that was a long time ago. My sister is really good to me now. Chapter 126, General Qiao. Don't be fooled by this woman. He is not stupid. If Su Wanwan had still treated him poorly like before, He would have taken off the head of the household robot long ago, okay? But he didn't do that, which only proves that Su Wanwan hasn't done anything wrong now. This kid is foolish. He is probably pretending to be deeply affectionate to make up for past mistakes. Kids are easier to deceive. Su Wanwan wasn't anxious, but Su Jiajia was getting anxious. Why are these people like this? He is living well now. And why should his life be judged by others? Everyone, can I say something? Qiao Lifan spoke up. He adjusted the angle of the floating ball to direct the camera at his face. General Qiao, don't be fooled by this woman. I think Deputy Lin is pretty good. Why don't you just be with Deputy Lin instead? What is so good about this woman? Although she can cook, she is a demon who abuses cubs. Qiao Lifan smiled lightly. Things aren't as scary as you think. Let me explain the most widely circulated video online. The online claim is that Su Wanwan abused cubs, which led Su Jiajia to contact the Minor Protection Organization, right? But is that really the case? That day, due to a shortage of personnel at the Minor Protection Organization, I helped out for a day, so I know the whole story. The fans in the live stream were anxious. You saw Su Wanwan abuse cubs and still chose to be with her? We need an explanation. Isn't it unreasonable to not explain? Just because I like an interstellar general, must it be related to a scandal? Qiao Lifan shook his head. I didn't see Su Wanwan abuse cubs. That day, it was because their aunt came to sell Su Jiajia that they called the Minor Protection Organization. When I went to handle it, I saw Su Jiajia tightly sticking to Su Wanwan. They didn't seem to have any barriers between them. Su Jiajia quickly chimed in. Yes, at that time, my sister was already doing well, so don't always say I'm foolish or that I wasn't willing. He really liked being with Su Wanwan. Although it seemed like the online fans didn't quite believe it, he was living his own life. So why should he make others believe it? As long as his sister liked him, that was enough. Su Wanwan felt warm inside, seeing both sides speaking for her. Let me tell you about the situation. When I first started taking care of Jiajia, I was also a minor child. The first time I left the adults, I felt somewhat at a loss, even thinking that my brother's arrival was what caused my parents to disappear, so I began to self-destruct, which was the beginning of the abuse of cubs. Now Su Wanwan can calmly recount this experience. The people in the live stream didn't know what to say. Originally, Su Wanwan's actions did deserve condemnation, but facing such a backstory, they couldn't find words. Isn't it inherently hard for one child to take care of another? One person started, and others echoed. Su Wanwan wiped her eyes. I didn't exploit Su Jiajia for money, and I accept everyone's supervision for the next 24 hours. Su Jiajia isn't a fool. If something happened, wouldn't he run away? So the situation is already clear. Although Su Jiajia might have done something wrong before, he has already changed, right? The fans in the live stream began discussing, mainly because Su Wanwan's recent popularity was too overwhelming. Everyone wanted to wait for Su Wanwan to fall from grace. But unexpectedly, Su Wanwan didn't give them that chance, with Qiao Lifan and Su Jiajia debunking the rumors. Even if those people wanted to manipulate public opinion, they couldn't do anything. If you choose to unfollow because of this or anything else, I can accept it. Just remember that food is innocent. And I hope you can continue to love food and enjoy eating. After Su Wanwan said this, she turned off the live stream. She had said everything that needed to be said, and there was nothing more to explain. This big issue was considered resolved. Those who would believe, and those who wouldn't she couldn't force them to. Su Wanwan stretched lazily. It was done, so it was over. Qiao Lifan opened the display screen beside him and checked the addresses of those who had made comments. The person who spread the rumors didn't seem too far from us. Su Wanwan leaned over to take a look. It was a map, and she couldn't understand it. She still didn't know where everything was on the entire Azure Star. Look, the coordinates here seem to be in Star Disk Entertainment. Qiao Lifan pointed to the coordinates on screen. That building there is Star Disk Entertainment, and the coordinates point to inside Star Disk Entertainment, which proves that the information was released by someone from there. But I didn't provoke Xian Bazai. Su Wanwan was somewhat puzzled. What benefit was there for him to deal with her? What if it wasn't Xian Bazai who wanted to send it? Su Jiajia asked. He remembered that there had been a streamer who had a bad relationship with his sister. That streamer claimed to be the queen of food. But now Su Wanwan not only established her own company, but also led a food group. Won her status as the queen of live streaming was certainly in jeopardy. Su Wanwan tapped her fingers on the table, thinking, if Wanner is the type of person who opposes anyone who streams food, then she really needs to be dealt with first. Otherwise, it could be said that there would be no peace in the future. After all, she would always be in this line of work. Wanner, let us contact her first. If she really intends to go all out, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Wanwan shrugged and sent Wanner a message. The big brothers in her live stream room always supported her because she was a single woman and looked pretty. But what if they found out she climbed the ranks by currying favor with XIM? That would break their hearts, right? Wanner replied promptly, not bad, very clever. You figured out it was me so quickly? It must have been your little lover who told you. To be fair, your little lover is quite good-looking and capable. How about you give me your little lover, and I'll let your company and your live streaming platform go. How's that trade sound? Even without seeing Wanner's face, Su Wanwan could imagine her smug expression. At this rate, Su Jiajia would turn dark, but she would. Chapter 127. Do you think your old hag appearance is worthy? Dream on. Your old hag appearance is not worthy of our General Qiao. Su Wanwan said this with a fierce tone. If she was uncomfortable, then Wanner shouldn't expect to be any better off. After seeing this message, Wanner was so angry that her hands trembled. Why was she labeled as an old hag? At her age, she was just right to match with General Qiao. After sending the message, Su Wanwan closed the chat window. She was afraid of having a heart attack if she looked for even one more second. Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan and already guessed what the other side replied. Don't want to resolve it? Su Wanwan nodded. Indeed, she had no intention of resolving anything. So they might as well hurt each other. She wasn't afraid of trouble, just of complications. Just right, the dirty deeds in Xingpan Entertainment should be made public. Sister, you look much prettier now than before, Su Jiajia said sincerely. He didn't like his sister always being submissive. It made her seem too weak. She should handle things when they arise. She had the ability to do so. How long was she going to keep being a timid turtle? Can you pull up the surveillance footage from Xingpan Entertainment? Su Wanwan turned to Qiao Lifan. She knew he had that capability. Qiao Lifan nodded, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Sister, what can I do to help? Su Jiajia also wanted to lend a hand. Search for any inappropriate comments made by Wanner and her fans in the past. We need screenshots and recordings, Su Wanwan instructed. The three of them each took on their tasks, while Su Wanwan prepared to start writing a little essay. Today, she would return the water that had been splashed on her. Wasn't this an attempt to sow discord between Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia? Su Jiajia looked at the screen. Although he was still young, he could handle such simple tasks. He would definitely gather all the evidence as quickly as possible. It turned out that the more he searched, the more he realized how chaotic this person's life was. The men around her weren't just one or two, but several top gift givers from the live stream. Although these photos were on some small accounts, there were still ways to trace them if one wanted to investigate. He immediately saved all this information, fearing that one copy wouldn't be enough, so he made a backup. When Qiao Lifan saw the surveillance for the first time, he immediately muted and exited the page. It was a bit too much to handle. The two of them didn't know if they were celebrating the success of the matter, but they were actually messing around in bed in broad daylight. Not looking was one thing, but the system was still automatically recording in the background. This was all evidence. Can we find the addresses of those top gift givers? Should we also get the surveillance footage? Su Wanwan was now ready to take action. Even if she didn't expose Wanner's chaotic nightlife, Wanner would still bite back at her, so why not strike first? Sure, no problem, just let me see their IDs, Qiao Lifan said. As searching for information was his strong suit, he had to look up enemy data back at the command center. Su Wanwan created a small account and entered Wanner's live stream to take a screenshot of the historical gift rankings. She didn't think the big brothers who didn't spend much would mind. After Qiao Lifan received the screenshots, he began searching again. After watching today's surveillance, he was worried he might get eye strain. Wanwan, what if I get eye strain? Qiao Lifan said while looking at the screen. Su Wanwan was startled by his tone. If she hadn't misheard, was Qiao Lifan acting a bit spoiled? Then, should I take over? I'd rather continue enduring. Wanner wasn't very attractive, and those top gift givers weren't exactly eye candy either. The men around her were even worse. He couldn't understand that mustache man at all. Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan's somewhat lethargic expression and reached out to pat his soft hair. Good boy, once the job is done, I'll make you some candy. Jiajia's eyes widened in shock. Sister, you didn't say you'd make me candy. Qiao Lifan was already an adult. Did he really need the few pieces of candy made by Wanwan? He was still just a kid. He was the one who needed it. Should Tia's sister who prioritizes romance over her brother be discarded? Wanwan immediately took out a small bag of candies from her pocket. Look, you already have yours. It still needs to be made. Qiao Lifan was still somewhat dazed from Wanwan's gentle touch on his head. How could he, a general, be spoiled by a little girl? It was a bit hard to accept. Even thinking about it 100 times was still hard to accept, especially since Wanwan seemed to treat him as if he were the same age as Jiajia. Qiao Lifan swallowed hard. The candy in Wanwan's hand seemed quite delicious. He quietly reached into Wanwan's pocket, feeling like there were always a lot of treats inside. As he touched, he found a wrapper and pulled out a bag of cookies. Can I eat this? Helping with research should come with some reward, right? Go ahead. You and Jiajia are just like little kids, Wanwan shrugged. The snacks in her pocket were all for comforting children, since Qiao Lifan wanted to eat. She let him take it. Qiao Lifan opened the package and took out the cookies. Eating something sweet could indeed lift one's spirits. Watching such eyesore content was hard to take in without something sweet to balance it out. His private life was chaotic enough, but he wondered if the people in her live stream were watching her for this reason. Qiao Lifan didn't quite understand why these people watched Wanner's live stream. If it was for chatting, there were many streamers who could chat better than her. If it was for looks, she wasn't that pretty either. As for dancing, for now, there was no one as bold as her. Wanwan shrugged. Who knows? Once the photos and videos are sent out, we'll find out. Those men weren't necessarily good people. With a bit of money, they could do whatever they wanted. She might as well expose it all. She wanted to see whether Wanner would run out of luck first, or if she would. After finishing her little essay, she searched for information online. If she wanted this news to spread quickly, she needed to find an account with many fans that specialized in breaking news. After looking around, she locked onto an account with 30 million followers, and this incident was also featured on that person's homepage. This meant they were still accepting orders. As long as they could post this information, she would pay whatever it took, as long as she had it. Dismantling this time bomb wouldn't be a loss at all. Wanwan switched to a small account and privately messaged, "Are you accepting orders?" Big scoop. Chapter 128, a message for 500,000. They quickly replied over there. How much? Wanwan thought for a moment. The anchor who exposed me has a chaotic private life, plus some other things. Their photos, videos, and audio. Is that exciting enough? Although Wanner danced quite openly in the live broadcast, she had just discovered an interesting fact while browsing through Wanner Starwave. She had always been writing a pure and innocent script for herself, claiming she had never been in a relationship. The only time she wanted a date was during school, and she was mocked by her classmates at that time. If she hadn't seen those bizarre performances, she might have almost believed it. The blogger on the other side thought for a moment. 500,000. Wanwan immediately replied with a deal, as long as it could be sent out. She quickly organized the documents and sent them to the blogger. Mission accomplished, done, time to go back and eat something good. Wanwan stretched la city. And she was also thinking that being in Wanwan's body wasn't completely without benefits. If it weren't for the original owner's actions, she wouldn't have met Jiajia. I want to eat something warm, sister. Jiajia was snuggling in Wanwan's arms and didn't want to get up. The weather had cooled down these past few days, making it suitable to eat something warm to warm his stomach. Wanwan thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Let's go." Just in time to do a live broadcast tonight and see how it goes. She wasn't sure if her clarification today would be effective. She would find out when she got back. Food is innocent. Let's go. The newcomer is gone, and I don't have much to do recently. I can change positions next month. Qiao Lifan had been at the border for many years and rarely came back. Now that he met Wanwan, he wanted to stay home. With such delicious food at home and the lovely Jiajia, who would want to drift alone outside? I see you just want to mooch off meals. As far as I know, General Qiao hasn't stayed home for over a decade. Wanwan glanced at Qiao Lifan, a man full of schemes for the sake of food. Qiao Lifan shrugged. Who wouldn't be indifferent to such delicious food? Tomorrow, I have to participate in the chef competition. I've already submitted the recipes to the robot, so you all can just make do with what you have. Wanwan left early in the morning and wouldn't have time to cook. Speaking of robots, Wanwan thought of something. Why was your robot previously called Wanwan? It shares her name, and no matter how much it substitutes meals, there's no need to name it after a household robot. Qiao Lifan chuckled casually. Su Wanwan snorted and pulled Jiajia out of the office door, wondering if she would believe it. The weather now really changes quickly, just as they reached downstairs. It started to drizzle lightly. The anchors in the company had already left early, leaving only the four of them. Huli directly shielded his tail over Jiajia's head, saying, "We'll go ahead." His large tail was a natural umbrella, and Jiajia under it didn't get a drop of rain. Su Wanwan looked at the flying vehicle across the street and suggested, "Why don't we run over?" The rain wasn't heavy, and neither of them had tails to shield them. Qiao Lifan, a big panda, couldn't possibly crawl over on his stomach, could he? Qiao Lifan took off his coat and draped it over Su Wanwan's head, saying, "Let us go." Just as Su Wanwan was about to ask what he would do, Qiao Lifan had already stepped into the rain. Not to mention, his back was quite pleasant to look at. Su Wanwan hurried to catch up with him, draping the coat over his head too. Together, it wouldn't be a problem. Jiajia leaned by the window, watching Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan, sighing, "My sister is finally going to be with brother Qiao." Huli, when are you going to date someone? By calculation, orcs of this age are already adults and can seek their love. This life my sister saved me, so I want to let my personal affairs affect my work. Huli meant that he didn't want to continue the lineage at all. Moreover, since orcs are destined for tragedy after birth, he figures this generation should just end here. You can't underestimate yourself. My sister is working hard for the orcs. Jiajia held onto Huli's tail tightly, giving the impression that if he said one more depressing thing, she would pull his tail off. Huli quickly rescued his precious tail from Jiajia's grip, saying, I know. I will definitely work hard to find a pretty girl and have a particularly cute baby." If he didn't say that, would his tail still be there after today? Jiajia was satisfied, just as Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan boarded the flying vehicle. "What are we eating tonight?" Jiajia felt like he was starving to death. Normally, being inactive at home was fine, but today he had helped Su Wanwan look up so much information. He felt he had to eat more to justify his stomach. Su Wanwan kept him in suspense, saying it was a secret. While saying that, she ordered ingredients online. There were many things that could go into Odin, and she planned to make a light soup base with a slightly stronger flavor. It would be nice to eat something spicy to warm up, but Jiajia was too young to handle it. Making the soup base was simple enough for her, and it would definitely be different from what was sold outside. But it would still be delicious. My sister seems to have become bad lately. She used to tell us in advance what we were going to eat. Jiajia was a bit sulky, feeling like there were ants crawling on him while waiting, which was extremely uncomfortable. It would be better if she just told him directly. Su Wanwan showed Jiajia the ingredients, saying they were having these tonight, so think about what it might be. Anyway, even if she told Jiajia, he wouldn't know what it was. Just looking at the ingredients was like revealing everything. Jiajia looked around and guessed hot pot, but it seemed like the ingredients for hot pot were all missing this time, and there were more vegetables. Could it be spicy hot pot? He had seen something called spicy hot pot when he was looking up information, which also involved cooking various vegetables together and then seasoning them. The only hot and warm food suitable to eat now seemed to be these. It wouldn't be possible to have a bowl of noodles for dinner, right? Su Wanwan shook her head, giving up. "You won't be able to guess. Just go home and wait for me to cook for you. You all go warm yourselves up first." She would be busy in the kitchen for a while, and it would be warm soon enough. No need to warm up in the room again. For her, cooking was something that made her happy. Chapter 129. The streamer must not stop streaming. The ingredients she bought are all things that could be boiled in water for a bit. And there are also some shrimp for making shrimp paste. When cooking for herself, she doesn't have to be too particular. Whatever she has can just be added in. There's no fishball or lucky bag available right now. She can also add more vegetables. After Su Wanwan got everything ready in the kitchen, she started the live stream. "Hello everyone, I'm Su, the one who raises little ones." She glanced at the number of viewers. Compared to before, it seemed there wasn't much change. The ones who came in were still her loyal fans. Bai, who manages the chat, was diligently maintaining order in the comments. After today's incident, anyone who continued to insult would be banned by her. "Go Su, we almost thought you wouldn't stream anymore. I hope you can bring us more delicious food. It's so satisfying to watch you cook after work every day. So once my Eve, how could she stop streaming? If she didn't tea, who would bring you new recipes?" It wasn't tea against her original intention. "Today, I'm going to teach you how to make a warm soup for winter. First, Let's put in the kombu, which looks similar to kelp and is also used as a medicinal ingredient on the ancient blue planet. Today, we're using it to make soup. Su Wanwan didn't want to rush today. She just wanted to cook slowly. It feels like we're back to the previous live stream rhythm. I really love this calm feeling. Is it that the streamer only cooks slowly when she's not feeling well? Su Wanwan stirred the soup in the pot and found a stool to sit down. Sometimes cooking can relieve inner pressure, provided you're not too busy in the day, isn't too tiring. You just want to eat a warm meal. Su Wanwan cooked slowly today, and since the ingredients were all prepared, the viewers could follow along with her. It looks so healing. My ingredients have arrived. I'm coming too. Wait for us. Our ingredients just arrived. Su Wanwan wasn't in a hurry. Simmering the soup longer would enhance the flavor. No rush, take your time. Once the broth changes color, it will be ready. Su Wanwan sat in front of the stove, taking her time. Today, she just wanted to quietly watch the broth turn a beautiful amber color before adding the ingredients one by one to cook. I suddenly understand what the streamer means by healing. This is my first time cooking, and it's really amazing to see the plain water change color with the ingredients. Yeah, I've started cooking too, but I don't know how long to boil the ingredients for them to be done. So this color will take about 20 minutes. Don't let the water get too hot. Simmer it on low heat. At this moment, Jiajia was running around the house, trying to warm himself up. Honestly, it worked. In no time, he was out of breath and came to Su Wanwan's side. Sister, I'm here to help you. Su Wanwan looked around. There wasn't much that needed help today. Why don't you wash those vegetables? Just put them aside after washing. Su Jiajia immediately took the vegetables to the side. It was really cold when not moving in this weather. However, it seemed a bit too early to turn on the whole house heating system. Huli, go close all the windows. It's too cold, Su Wanwan called out. The worst part is this cold wind. Drinking hot water in winter warms the body, right? We've only been drinking nutritional liquid before, and it gets cold quickly. If it's hot water, can we make some milk tea to wait for it? Most of the friends on live stream had learned Su Wanwan's secret technique for making milk tea, but the tutorial video was no longer available. After seeing the comments, Su Wanwan understood what they were thinking. All right, while we have the break, I'll teach you one more time. Watch closely. Su Wanwan took out the tea leaves, added sugar and water to caramelize it, then added milk to boil together. If anyone studies ancient culinary culture, you can also try making small balls with glutinous rice flour to put in. It's delicious too. But since we'll be eating soon, we want to add that for now. Su Wanwan filtered the cooked milk tea into a large bottle and poured out a few cups. Everyone gets a cup to warm up. While drinking milk tea, Su Wanwan continued to simmer the soup, occasionally chopping shrimp into a paste and preparing the whole shrimp to cook together. After 20 minutes, she added a handful of bonito flakes, which are shaved flakes of skipjack tuna she had used before when making takoyaki. The viewers should be familiar with it. I was sold on this when we made takoyaki last time. It's delicious even on its own, but will it taste even better in the soup? They're all used to enhancing flavors. If you like this taste, anything you make will be delicious. Su Wanwan wanted to taste it, but in front of so many people, she had to wash the spoon and the bowl after sneaking a sip. Now we can turn off the heat and let it sit for 15 minutes before moving on to the next step. Su Wanwan took out a few radishes and cut them into large chunks, then dumped all the prepared ingredients into the pot to cook. Last time, she saw in the agricultural research link that they also added vermicelli, so she threw that in too to avoid getting hungry. Let us take away the surface oil and moisture from these things so they can absorb the broth better later. The broth next to it had also settled. After filtering, she added a bit of sake and soy sauce, then put all the ingredients in to simmer together. Next, she added her favorite flavors freely, throwing in many seasonings, wanting something sour and spicy, making it similar to a malatang base. You shouldn't learn this. The flavor is a bit strong. After you get familiar with cooking and know what you like, you can do it freely. Su Wanwan put the remaining vegetables into the pot. Eating something light would be a bit hard for her. She needed some stronger flavors to balance it out. Even through the screen, the viewers in the live stream could smell the pungent aroma. Excuse me, I'm turning off the taste sharing. It's really overwhelming. The streamer's flavors are still as strong as ever. I can't handle it anymore. How long do I have to practice to get used to this sour and spicy taste? Su Wanwan smiled while stir-frying the chili, seemingly unaffected. In reality, she was almost in tears, but she didn't say anything. Chapter 130. How can you cry over stir-frying a base? She is a strong streamer. How can she cry just because she stir-fried a base? The streamer can't be crying, right? It seems today's events have really hit her hard. But don't worry. The streamer has fans too. This time we'll always be by your side. Just now, Wanwan was choked up by the spiciness. But now she really felt like crying. Don't be emotional. Don't be emotional. We are just simply making a dish. I was just stir-frying chili, and look, it's fine now. Wanwan quickly wiped her eyes. The chili was really potent this time, making her eyes hurt. The fans finally calmed down, and Wanwan hurriedly finished preparing the dishes before rushing out of the kitchen. Today's food was all in a big pot. Anyone who wanted to eat could just serve themselves. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready. Anyone who wants to eat, come over. Wanwan called from the living room. After working for a while, she didn't feel so cold anymore. There wasn't a hint of cold wind in the house. Li and Qiao Lifan immediately emerged from their rooms. The smell they had sniffed outside was just too overwhelming, so they had hidden inside. Even now, the smell outside hadn't dissipated. It seems a bit too pungent, sister. Jiajia said, her eyes watery, wanting to rub them but hesitating. Li glanced at Jiajia and quickly cast a gentle wind spell to disperse the pungent smell in the living room. Much better. Thank you, Li. Jiajia quickly sat down on her little chair, served herself a bowl of soup, and started slurping it up. People in the live stream were also discussing the matter. If Wanwan was still mistreating the cubs, how could Jiajia be so obedient? Yeah, there should have been some clues during the process. But there aren't any now. Jiajia is so cute. Who would want to mistreat such an adorable child? Jiajia had no idea what was being said in the live stream and continued sipping her warm soup. Sister, let's have this for breakfast in the future. She was very satisfied. It was delicious and comforting. Although there was a bit less meat, it didn't stop her from eating. Wanwan pondered for a moment. Let's see how I feel. It's rare to have time to make soup in the morning, but if Jiajia really wanted to eat it, it wouldn't be impossible. After all, the soup could stay fresh for a long time. She could make more at once and store it. If sister doesn't make it for you, come to Annie's house. Annie will make delicious soup for the baby. The cub is just too cute. When can I have such an adorable cub myself? Didn't cub Sue say to try again after eating for a long time? So has anyone succeeded? Everyone was waiting for a result, as it seemed no one had tried before. For a moment, the bullet screen went silent. Everyone was waiting for someone to respond. As long as someone said they had succeeded, their mood would improve. It turns out, Cub Sue's words are indeed credible. Someone posted this message along with a picture of a health checkup report, showing that her cub was already 2 months old. She had been eating well even before Wanwan said this, and unexpectedly won the lottery at her health checkup. Wanwan glanced at the bullet screen, but didn't speak. This wasn't something she should comment on. She might get called for a talk. Taking advantage of the meal break, she looked at the blogger who had collected money. At exactly 6 o'clock, he had already sent out that message, full of emotion. Likes and shares had already surpassed 100,000. Almost everyone was munching on this gossip, and the entries about Wanwan had dropped significantly, soon to fall off the trending list. In its place, a scroll through the homepage was filled with pictures of Wanwan. Wanwan walked over to turn off the live stream while sipping her soup, then seriously looked at the news online. It wasn't just Wanwan's fans speaking out. There were also family members of some top fans. Some were secretly spending money behind their families' backs, while others were underage cubs who had stolen money from home to spend. It was hardly peaceful. Wanwan even created a small account to watch for a while in Wanwan's live stream. The number of people in Wanwan's stream had noticeably decreased, almost reducing by 2/3. Furthermore, Wanwan appeared somewhat troubled, unable to jump or cook well, causing her to lose even more viewers. Brothers, don't listen to those people online spreading nonsense. The now famous Wanwan is trying to mess with me, Wanwan said in a cutesy voice. She was nearly frantic, having gotten used to a life of luxury. Suddenly not being able to earn money made her uneasy. She had a lot of things she wanted to buy next month, and with so few people in the live stream, it wouldn't be enough for her to buy what she wanted. Wanwan is such a big streamer. She's no longer with Xingpan Entertainment or this platform. How can you still spread rumors here? I'm not watching anymore. I used to think your stream was quite interesting, but messing around with big gift givers is just wrong. Stop watching. Everyone disperse. Wanwan looked at the bullet screen. The current situation could only be described as Wanwan bringing it upon herself. If she hadn't done anything, no matter how much digging she did, she wouldn't have unearthed anything. At that moment, the door to her live stream opened, and a head poked in. Stop the stream, stop the stream. Come out, let's talk. The person's distinctive mustache was too obvious. Su Wanwan recognized him as exclaims immediately. Wanwan wanted to say something, but she could only in the live stream. Today, she had earned only a few dozen interstellar coins, not even enough to buy a bottle of nutritional liquid. Most of the money she had previously earned had gone towards buying pretty clothes and bags, and if this continued, she would have to live on air. Su Wanwan looked at the stream, ended message, and smirked. She had thought about letting her off the hook and not pursuing it, but what she got in return was even more outrageous behavior. So, she decided not to hold back and let herself be a little happier. What's up? Is there new news from Wana? Qiao Lifan asked curiously. They had already done so much. Wanner shouldn't be without action. Yeah, exclaims called her away. He probably wants to discuss what to do next, Su Wanwan shrugged. Anyway, it was none of her business. As long as she kept an eye on the situation and didn't get dragged into it again, that was enough. It was just too troublesome. I guess exclaims will come looking for you, Qiao Lifan said. Just as he finished speaking, Su Wanwan's phone rang. Chapter 131. If you let Wanner go, I'll let you go. Su Wanwan answered the phone and put on speaker, and immediately, the voice of exclaims came through. You're quite something, aren't you? First, you poached my most profitable Xiao, and now she's gone without a trace. Now you want to bring down my Wanner too. Su Wanwan shrugged. You started it. Why can't I be unjust? Or do you think Xiao and Wanner's live streaming tactics are correct? Beside her, Qiao Lifan quietly turned on the recorder, waiting for exclaims' response. They earn money through their own skills. What's embarrassing or incorrect about that? In live streaming, there are only two types, those who make money and those who don't. If they want to make money, they naturally have to come up with some creative ideas. Exclaims sounded as casual as if discussing what to have for dinner that night. Then what do you mean by calling me today? Subangwan countered. You can't just be calling for a chat. Let Wanner go, and we'll let you and your company go too. How about that? It's not a bad deal, right? Exclaims fell silent for a moment before speaking. In his company, Wanner was a cash cow. Without her, the company's profits would plummet. If that's the case, I advise you to give up early. When Wanner spread rumors online, did she ever think I would retaliate? Subangwan's chirath. She could only say this was just treating others the way they treated her, nothing too excessive. She was merely returning the favor. Exclaims clearly had no good answer to this. He didn't even know what Wanner had done, but if he thought back, he might not have stopped it if he had known in advance. Removing Su Wanwan would also be good for Xingpan Entertainment. It would mean one less strong competitor. So, how do you want to solve this? Do we apologize to you? Exclaims genuinely wanted to protect Wanner, as she was the only profitable streamer he had left. No need to solve anything. Just let things develop on their own. I'm busy, so I'll hang up now. Bye. After saying this, Su Wanwan hung up the phone. He wanted to keep arguing with exclaims. This man could give up anything for money, but she couldn't lower herself like that. If you're in the food business, you have to serve decent dishes. Why let the audience focus on something else? Did you record everything we just said? Su Wanwan checked the recording. Exclaims' words were clear, and she could hear everything distinctly. Su Wanwan smiled. If she couldn't live off being a freeloader in this world, she might as well find another way to live. In business, no one could rely on others. The only person she could rely on was herself. Exclaims dares to say that. If someone discovers his thoughts, it seems he doesn't fear it, Qiao Lifan said after thinking for a moment. If he were afraid, why would he be so indifferent? And all the streamers in the circle know what kind of person he is. But keeping it might be useful. It's not like this is the only matter it can be used for. Su Wanwan saved a copy of the recording for herself, leaving the other copy with Qiao Lifan, which was safer than keeping it with her. Sister, I want to eat some of what you have. Jiajia licked his lips. The light soup made his body feel warm. He was almost full, but he wanted to taste the adult flavor. It smelled delicious. Now, there was no longer that choking sensation. Instead, a rich aroma replaced it. Jiajia liked it and was curious. Kids can't eat something this spicy. Su Wanwan had specially made it extremely spicy today to relieve her mood, and a single bite was enough to choke Jiajia. But I want to eat it. Jiajia looked eagerly at Su Wanwan's bowl. What was in it looked different from what he had, and it looked delicious. He was dying to try it. Su Wanwan could only scoop out a piece of meat, swish it in her bowl, and then hand it to Su Jiajia. Here, try this. Su Jiajia immediately shoved the meat into his mouth. His face turned red, but he stubbornly claimed it wasn't spicy. Beside them, Hu Li and Qiao Lifan were laughing so hard they could hardly breathe. Su Jiajia was just too cute. Sister, is this really something edible? It seemed like he had just stuffed a pack of explosives into his mouth. Tears were uncontrollably streaming down his face. It was pitiful. Su Wanwan stifled her laughter and poured him a cup of milk tea. I told you it was very spicy. What could I do if you didn't believe me? It's good for kids to be curious, but this was blind curiosity. Sister, why don't we make this for the chef competition tomorrow? I guarantee the judges have never tasted anything like it. Su Jiajia gasped. It was too spicy, but he still wanted to help Su Wanwan trick those judges. I really think it could work. Look, those judges can even drink that awful nutrient liquid. This is just a bit spicy. They'll definitely find a way to swallow it and then evaluate it. Qiao Lifan glanced at past competition videos during his free time. Those nutrient liquids had only appeared in the chef competition. They weren't even available on the market. Currently, the market was filled with fruit-flavored nutrient liquids. He had never seen anyone sell nutrient liquids that smelled like perfume. Then, should I make the dishes we ate tonight? Wanwan tentatively suggestive. She wanted to create some dishes that hadn't been made so far to avoid someone else coming up with the same idea by tomorrow. Thinking about the diverse dishes from the previous chef competitions and comparing them to now, Su Wanwan felt inexplicably a bit sad. I think that's fine, or you could make some slight adjustments. Qiao Lifan was very satisfied with tonight's dinner, mainly because it had everything. No matter what the judges' tastes were, they would always find something they liked to eat. Then I'll check out the scene tomorrow. Su Wanwan wasn't sure yet, pondering what the judges would like. I just saw that Wanner is also going. Su Jiajia was always surfing the web and had a firm grasp on the latest news. He had a secondary account that followed Wanner, so he would receive notifications whenever there was news. What is Wanner going to do? Is she going to burn charcoal? Or has her cooking improved during this time? She can't be going to mix nutrient liquids, right? Su Wanwan touched her chin, curious. Su Jiajia chuckled. Wanner can't cook better than my sister. I don't know what mixing nutrient liquids tastes like, but when she starts the live stream tomorrow, I'll go mess with her in the comments. Chapter 132. The chef competition. Su Wanwan turned to Su Jiajia, who may not have been very tall, but certainly had plenty of ideas. At least Wanner had the backing of Xingpan Entertainment, and she would definitely hire some online influencers to help manage the live stream tomorrow. In her heart, she had only prepared a few recipes for the competition, planning to see what kind of judges would be present before making her final decision. If there were more older judges, she would make something lighter and softer. If there were more young people, she would prepare dishes that they would enjoy. From previous videos, it seemed that the judges changed every year. The next morning, Su Wanwan dressed lightly, wearing a subtle makeup and comfortable clothes, and headed to the venue with Su Jiajia, Hu Li, and Qiao Lifan. The rules allowed each contestant to bring 3 family members, while the people from the Agricultural Research Institute could enter without needing anyone else to accompany them. Are you nervous? Su Jiajia asked, tending to Suanen. They were now at the entrance of the competition venue, where many people were coming and going, engaged in conversation. As a complete newcomer, Su Wanwan was surrounded by ambitious individuals, most of whom had never watched her live streams. Who is that girl? She's participating in the chef competition? I've never seen her before. I've worked at various nutrition liquid research centers here and have never encountered her. She must be here just to fill the numbers. What is there to be afraid of as a newcomer? Who can compete with our sister Wanner? She has been live streaming for so many years. She finally thought of coming back to check things out. Upon hearing Wanner's name, Su Wanwan immediately looked back and saw Wanner standing in the crowd. Today, she was wearing a deep V-red evening gown, as if she were about to walk the red carpet. In contrast, the people around her were dressed quite plainly. When Wanner spotted Su Wanwan, she scoffed dismissively. That is not just any newcomer. She's the hottest live streaming star on Wanwan Star right now. Almost every household has been cooking recently, thanks to her influence. Upon hearing this, everyone around turned their attention to Su Wanwan. This newcomer is so impressive. We need to watch her closely. Su Wanwan didn't take Wanner seriously. Her cooking couldn't compare to what she made herself. The nutrition liquids she had never even seen before couldn't be compared to the meals she ate day and night. Since Wanner was so arrogant, It just proved she must have some tricks up her sleeve. Qiao Lifan spoke up beside her. She probably bribed the judges. Though Xingpan Entertainment has issues, their resources are still the strongest in the industry. It's only natural for Wanwan to spare no expense for this cash cow. Wanwan shrugged. If she really used underhanded methods, then it would be expected if I can't win. All I can do is do my best with what I can control. I don't want to think too much about the rest. Overthinking will only complicate things. It's better to go with the flow. As long as those judges don't have taste issues, they should know what's good. Soon, the contestants were orderly guided into the venue. This competition was being streamed live with multiple cameras, ensuring that no contestant would be missed. It would also allow everyone to see the situation on-site and smell the aromas in the air. Most of Wanwan's fans had learned about her participation, making the live stream lively. Our Sue is truly amazing. She looks good in anything. Why not wear a hanfu for such a great opportunity? If she wore a hanfu, she would definitely be the prettiest contestant. The sleeves of hanfu are quite wide. It might be a bit difficult to cook in them. Wanwan waved at the people present and stood in her designated spot. The seating arrangement in the venue was circular, with contestants spaced far apart, eliminating any possibility of interaction or sharing ingredients. The organizers learned that Wanwan would be cooking and had prepared plenty of ingredients in advance, while the other contestants had tables filled with chemical instruments. Glancing towards Wanwan noticed that her table was also set up with vegetables and meats. This meant that Wanwan would also be cooking today, though Wanwan was curious about what she would make. Although they were seated far apart, Wanwan could easily see what Wanwan was doing if she turned slightly. The panel of judges was interesting, consisting of 10 judges in total, 5 young and 5 slightly older. According to the plan from the previous night, making Odin would be perfect, with lighter flavors primarily for the older judges and more robust flavors for the younger ones. After all, these judges had not tried traditional meals, so she would make anything too spicy. Rather than gourmet food, what she was preparing could be considered a type of snack. In addition to Odin, she planned to make a plate of fried noodles. From the videos she had watched, people making nutrition liquids didn't just stick to one flavor. Therefore, she couldn't just stick to one dish either. After the host announced a series of guidelines and officially declared the competition open, Wanwan immediately began preparing the broth. Contestants were not allowed to use time-accelerating barriers, and the time given was generous, 2 hours in total. Wanwan had enough time to prepare some side dishes as well. The judges were murmuring among themselves, noting that this was the first time in the competition's history that traditional food was being represented, and there were 2 contestants at that. They were likely in for a treat today, but when they glanced at Wanwan, their expressions clearly showed concern. However, they had received instructions, so they found it hard to voice their opinions. Making broth wasn't particularly technical. It was just about putting the ingredients in. While the broth simmered, Wanwan took the opportunity to prepare something else. The fried noodles needed to be made just before the end to achieve the best texture. There were no preservation devices in the venue, which was likely a test to the contestants' time management. Wanwan really missed the various competitions from before, like sugar sculpting or making different types of cakes. She wondered how many more years it would take to see that kind of glamour again. As she worked, Wanwan observed the others making nutrition liquids. They were mixing various materials to create liquid and extracting substances from diverse ingredients. However, since she didn't understand what they were doing, she couldn't tell what they were extracting. Nevertheless, it was probably some essential components that, after drinking daily, could only guarantee that one wouldn't die. Chapter 133. The pot exploded. The pot flew up. The aroma of the food she was cooking wafted through the air, making the other contestants restless. The fragrance of her dishes completely overshadowed the scent of the nutritional solutions they were holding. In a live streaming room, people began to ask who was responsible for the delicious smell. It was different from the nutritional solutions, but it made their stomachs grumble. Fans of Wanwan were happy to act as commentators, lurking in various live rooms and immediately responding whenever someone asked about it. Gradually, the number of viewers in Wanwan's live stream even surpassed that of others by several times. "Hey, can you control your smell a bit? I can't even smell my own dish anymore," said a contestant beside her, unable to hold back her disdain. How could such mundane smells invade such a high-class competition? Wanwan shook her head, indicating that she had no way to control it. The rules here prohibited the use of spells and barriers, so she couldn't suppress the aroma. Besides, she could now smell the scents coming from both her left and right sides, making her feel a bit dizzy. The contestant was a bit angry, but didn't say anything further. A judge noticed the commotion and asked, "Contestant number 7, do you have a problem?" Wanwan was number 6, and the contestant next to her spoke up, "The smell of what she's cooking is too strong. I can't even tell what my nutritional solution tastes like. Can I switch places?" The judges whispered among themselves and shook their heads, apologizing. There is no precedent for this. In previous competitions, the air was filled with the scent of perfumes, but now there was a sudden addition of food aromas, which made all the judges sniff deeply. However, there was also a hint of burnt smell mixed in the judges' eyes. They just hoped that today's contestants had solid basic skills. They would rather drink unpleasant nutritional solutions than eat burnt food. They heard it was even worse than gasoline. Wanwan wrinkled her nose. She could also smell that burnt odor. Since the problem didn't originate from her, it must have come from Wanwan's side. Just as she glanced back, the stove in front of her suddenly made a strange noise, and with a bang, the stove exploded, sending the pot flying into the air. Wanwan stared blankly at the scene before her. She had never seen anything like it. A stove exploding? A pot flying? Was it the stove's fault or the pot's? As she watched, the pot of hot soup was about to fall from the sky. But she couldn't leave her position. Otherwise, it would mean disqualification. One of the judges rushed out and performed a spell, stabilizing the pot as it landed safely back on the table. What a joke. If we stick to the rules at this moment, Wanwan would be in danger. He whispered to her, kindly offering her a handkerchief. The handkerchief had a faint fragrance, quite considerate. Wanwan raised an eyebrow, not taking the handkerchief and simply saying thank you. This shouldn't count as me violating the rules, right? After all, it was my spell. The judge's actions were also to protect her life. No problem, just keep going. Use this handkerchief to wipe the soup off your face, he said. Wanwan looked up at the man. It was that she didn't want to take it, but after Qiao Lifan pointed out that Wanner had a problem, she didn't dare touch anyone's belongings now. Her pot flying must have been due to some oversight, perhaps even a design by Wanner. So this man suddenly being so attentive raised her suspicions. She wasn't going to easily hand over her achievements to someone else. Quickly go check what is going on and replace the equipment, someone immediately said. The live stream began to discuss as well. Is someone trying to prevent Wanwan from winning? So they pulled this stunt. But it looks to me like Wanwan just can't cook. And this is the result of improper operation. No need for such conspiracy theories, right? Wanwan has been live streaming for months, and nothing like this has ever happened. I don't believe it's her fault that issues arose at the competition venue. Jiajia, watching from below, glanced at the comments. He believed this was definitely not his sister's fault. She had never encountered such problems at home. Moreover, Wanwan was just normally making soup and hadn't used any dangerous equipment. So how could such a situation arise? Someone must be sabotaging her, trying to prevent Wanwan from cooking. This way, the judges wouldn't have a difficult time either. Wanwan checked the time. There were only half an hour left. The new equipment from the judges had not yet arrived, and the pot of Odin clearly needed more time to cook. She could only start making the stir-fried noodles first. If there was still time left later, she would send the Odin pot back to reheat. Excuse me, when will the equipment be replaced? Wanwan raised her hand to ask. The judges shook their heads. The equipment was managed by the organizers, and they didn't know how long it would take, or even if there were spare devices available. Wanwan crossed her arms and paced. She was boiling noodles, and the stir-fried noodles didn't take long, but the problem was with the 2 pots of soup. At this moment, Director Chi from the Agricultural Research Institute couldn't sit still anymore. What's going on? The time is already short, and now the equipment has problems. It's been 10 minutes without any updates. What are they doing over there? Potato glanced at the equipment replacement area and said, why don't you go take a look? If the director made a move, they would at least have to give some respect. As soon as Director Chi stood up, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. The competition is ongoing. No audience is allowed to leave their seats. He had to sit back down again. If they had replaced the equipment earlier, he wouldn't have had to move at all. With only 20 minutes left in the competition, the organizers finally brought over the new stove. Su Wanwan calculated the time. Even if they were to make it fresh, it shouldn't take this long. This must be an intentional delay. She glanced back and caught a glimpse of Wanner's smug smile. Did she think this would break her? That was no different from dreaming. The reheating time for the Odin definitely wouldn't take 20 minutes. Moreover, even if it was reheated, she could guarantee that the taste of the food would be the same as when it was freshly made. No matter what the judge's preferences were, with so many problems arising, as long as she could finish the dishes in her hands, she could at least give herself an explanation. With 10 minutes left in the competition, the organizers announced, "All contestants, please hurry up." Everyone quickened their pace. As the delicious aroma from Su Wanwan's side grew stronger, those preparing nutritional solutions couldn't sit still either. The smell was entirely different from theirs, and, just by frying some rice, it was enough to overshadow all their scents. Chapter 134. There must be a trick. Everyone stopped their actions, and just smelling the aroma made their stomachs growl. They all wanted to know what Su Wanwan would ultimately create. Only Wanner remained calm, looking at exclaims on the stage, who gave her an okay hand gesture. He had already taken care of everything with the judges, no matter what Wanner made. They would say it was delicious. Once she won the championship, they could ride the wave of publicity, and more people would come to know Wanner. Just the title of champion would sustain their star-played entertainment for a month, and they could bring in some newcomers as well. With one Xiao gone, they could just create more Xiaoxiaos. They all understood each other's thoughts. The family members watching in Wanner's live stream room became unsettled. Another camera angle clearly captured exclaims giving a gesture to Wanner. There must be a trick. She immediately informed Bai, who was raising the cubs, and discussions about strategies began in the fan group. Su Wanwan focused on finishing her work, too busy to see what Wanner was making, and she was blocked by another contestant, so she couldn't see anything. As the 10-second countdown began, when it reached 1, a transparent cover appeared in front of everyone, enveloping the entire stage. No one could touch the items in front of them anymore. The first 5 contestants had made various flavored nutrient solutions. They had completed all kinds of fruit flavors in previous seasons, and this season they started experimenting with plants. Just smelling it felt good, with a fragrant scent of grass, as if they were in the mountains. However, the judges' expressions when tasting were somewhat hard to describe, but it seemed that the situation had been similar in past years. This nutrient solution was hardly drinkable. When Su Wanwan's dishes were served, the judges' furrowed brows slowly relaxed. At least it was something edible, and the flavor was definitely much better than the nutrient solutions. The clear soup was not spicy, while the broth was rich and might be slightly spicy, depending on preference. Su Wanwan said this, fearing the older judges might not accept the spiciness. However, they were curious about the spice. The nutrient solution was, after all, a slippery, oily substance that hardly had any flavor besides sweetness. The appearance of a taste beyond their understanding intrigued each of them. After looking and smelling, they began to eat. Everyone chose ingredients they thought they would like and took a bite. Once that bite went down, they couldn't stop, finding it far more delicious than the nutrient solutions. Seeing the judges' expressions, Su Wanwan smiled slightly. As long as they liked it, that was enough. No matter the outcome, at least these judges who didn't watch the live stream had eaten. The beginning is always tough. As long as one person accepts it, the road ahead will be much smoother. The fans in the live stream room were also very excited. Cub Su's food is the best. If you don't agree, come debate. Thankfully, I had the Odin from Cubs Su's live stream last night, so I'm not craving it at all now. The person above is going too far. We weren't in the live stream room last night, so now we can only smell it. Su Wanwan didn't know what was happening in the live stream room, but she could hear Su Jiajia's thoughts. This person is speaking the truth. Sister's cooking is just delicious. What Wanner? Can she be half as good as Sister's cooking? Poo. So what if the pot exploded? She still finished it. What does the organizer's issue have to do with Sister? Su Wanwan glanced at Su Jiajia, who seemed quite protective of her sister. However, she had a rough understanding of the situation in the live stream room. Some thought Wanner's food was better, while others felt her cooking skills were lacking because of the exploded pot. What concerned her was the judge who had just helped her. He didn't look like a good person at all. He seemed more like a playboy who frequented brothels. When he saw Su Wanwan looking at him, he even winked. Su Wanwan took a deep breath and averted her gaze, fearing she might throw up. Did this man think of himself as a natural charmer? Obviously, the man took her action as shyness, which only spurred him on. Below the stage, Qiao Lifan squinted his eyes. If this weren't a competition, he would have loved to punch that man's teeth out. If he weren't here today, would that man have gone even further? After finishing the meal, the man gave her a thumbs up, but Su Wanwan didn't want to look at him at all. She hadn't used too much oil in her cooking. Why did it seem like she had given this man a buff? Qiao Gij, can you hold it? Su Jiajia turned to look at Qiao Lifan, wondering why he seemed so indifferent. Did he not like his sister? But the feelings from a few days ago didn't seem fake. This attitude left her puzzled. Even when she asked, Qiao Lifan had no intention of answering, just staring intently at the stage. The man also sensed Qiao Lifan's gaze and glanced down at the ground. Soon, it was time for Wanner to present her food, and Su Wanwan was quite curious about what Wanner had made. However, when she saw a plate of charred food being served, she almost couldn't hold it together and nearly laughed. It looked like it was meant to be sweet and sour ribs, but while the ribs were there, the sweet and sour sauce was nowhere to be seen. It looked more like something that had been rolled around in ash. It was quite ugly, and the smell of burnt food wafted through. Su Wanwan had probably missed it from too far away, but now it was really overwhelming. The judges exchanged glances, their expressions hard to describe. But since they had already been paid, they had to eat it. The people in the live stream room laughed at the judges' expressions. This Wanner really lacks self-awareness. Doesn't she know how bad her cooking is? Will she eat her own food during the live stream? It looks unappetizing and smells worse. It's not even something edible, a world apart from Su Wanwan's food. If she wins with this, I want to watch the show again. It's obvious there's a dark scheme. Who knows how much Starplate Entertainment paid the judges? Chapter 135. What is this you made? Can it be eaten? The organizers looked at the comments in the live stream, feeling a bit anxious. They hadn't expected Su Wanwan's influence to be so significant when they took the money. The fans were all alive. Although Wanner had over 5 million fans on the live streaming platform, her usual interaction might not be as high as Su Wanwan's. Boss, what should we do? If we tell the judges now, is it still too late? The staff quickly ran over to communicate with the organizers. After thinking for a moment, the organizer realized that if they suddenly made the judges follow their own ideas, StarChart Entertainment would retaliate against them. In that case, all the money would have to be refunded. However, if they didn't say anything, he could still hold onto a glimmer of hope. What if Su Wanwan's fans weren't as fierce as they claimed in the live stream? His program could still go ahead as planned. Besides, she was just a small internet celebrity, while Wanner had a company backing her, and Su Wanwan was all alone. Forget it. He waved his hand, deciding to proceed as previously agreed. The judges exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Finally, one of the judges at the end cautiously asked, "May I ask what dish you made?" Wanner flicked her hair and replied, "Sweet and sour ribs. Can't you tell?" The judges looked ashen. How were they supposed to comment on that? The man who had previously helped Su Wanwan spoke up, saying, "These sweet and sour ribs are neither sweet nor sour, but they do have a burnt taste and a hint of bitterness, as if you've drunk pure coffee. Miss, you must have put a lot of effort into making this dish, right?" Su Wanwan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Was it a compliment or a criticism? It sounded like all the flaws were being pointed out in a way that was quite impressive. With his opening, the other judges began to comment one by one, but the way they praised it really felt quite off. Qiao Lifan watched from below the stage, glancing at Su Jiajia, who was watching the live stream next to him. How was the situation in the live stream now? Su Jiajia looked a bit silent. It seemed like the water army hired by StarChart Entertainment had come into play. As the number of people in Wanner's live stream surged, and all the comments were positive, they completely drowned out the statements from Su Wanwan's fans. Flattering hard. Propping up hard. I don't believe Wanner can go far. Su Jiajia immediately exited Wanner's live stream. If these comments were seen by uninformed viewers, they would definitely think that Wanner's cooking was better, but it didn't matter. They couldn't fight against the so-called power now. Su Wanwan had already anticipated the outcome, changed to a more comfortable standing position, and thought that after 2 hours of busyness, she would definitely take a nap when she got back. Usually, she didn't feel tired at home, but once she was out doing something, she felt extremely tired. She didn't know what the problem was. Wanner stood proudly in front of her cooking station, looking disdainfully at Su Wanwan. She's just a kid. What does she have to compete with me? Behind her was the entire StarChart Entertainment, but behind Wanner were just 2 smaller kids and a rough man who only knew how to fight. Su Wanwan was both indifferent and concerned about this title. On one hand, she thought she came on this show to promote food. On the other hand, she felt that since she was here, not winning an award would be a loss. Mainly, she was unwilling to lose to someone like Wanwan. After everyone had tasted the dishes, someone came forward to collect the scoring sheets, removing the highest and lowest scores, and then averaging the remaining scores to determine their final scores. Su Wanwan was quite curious about what score they would give her. All the results would be publicly displayed on the big screen, and everyone would be able to see the judges' scores clearly. Su Wanwan looked up, found her name on the list, and saw that her score was not low, roughly estimated to be around 95. But when she looked at Wanner's score, everyone had given her a perfect 100. If there was no foul play in this, who would believe it? What is this? I've never seen a contestant score a perfect 100 in this competition before. The unfairness is really obvious, right? That plate of dark stuff can get 100? Jiajia looked at the scores on the big screen, her hands trembling with anger. Her sister prepared for the competition so seriously, but couldn't get a good score, while Wanner could casually fry something and get 100. Qiao Lifan keenly noticed that Jiajia's emotions were off and immediately took her little hand. Everyone knew Su Wanwan's strength, and everyone had seen what she made. This trip could be said to have been worthwhile, but it was unfair. Jiajia was extremely upset, thinking they had watched a lot of videos about this competition beforehand, but now it turned out like this. Nothing is absolutely fair. I'm going out for a bit. You all wait here for me. If after it's over, there's no sign of my sister or me to pick you up, just don't move. Qiao Lifan said before quietly leaving. Huli exchanged glances with Qiao Lifan. Without him around, he had to keep an eye on Jiajia. He couldn't let her run off. Su Wanwan was about to burst out laughing looking at the big screen. If only they had made it a bit more genuine. It wouldn't be so funny. At that moment, the host came on stage, holding the heavy chef god trophy. He first handed the microphone to Su Wanwan and said, I heard you're also a food broadcaster. May I ask, after losing to a senior who is also a food broadcaster, what are your thoughts? The reason for this question was to create a bit of buzz, no matter what Su Wanwan said. The words of his second place will be posted online the next day. Su Wanwan smiled and leaned closer to the microphone, saying only one sentence. May I ask if you dare to eat the food made by Wanwan? If this host could eat that plate of sweet and sour ribs without changing color and say it was delicious, then she would concede. These people just weren't eating. They couldn't possibly be without taste, right? Wanner's live stream was also in an uproar, turning into a battle between two fan bases. They must be jealous that our Wanner cooks so well. Otherwise, why would they ask like that? Why can't they eat Wanner-esque dishes? Only hers are edible. Then do those upstairs dare to eat Wanner-esque food? Just that one sentence silenced him. When they were in the live stream, they had seen Wanner's culinary skills. It was just that the more popular Wanner became, the happier they were. Chapter 136. The champion of the cooking god competition is. Su Wanwan's words quickly made headlines with the title of the cooking competition. Surprise. Famous streamer Su Wanwan actually said this at the cooking god competition. Would you dare to eat the food made by Wanwan? The host's expression was somewhat unsightly. How could he dare to eat? Those sweet and sour ribs looked like they were meant for warming up a furnace. It was truly a pity for those judges. Sorry, we cannot eat during the hosting period. The host laughed bitterly and rejected the suggestion. However, Su Wanwan clearly did not want to let him off the hook. So why don't you try it today, do you dare? The host waved his hands repeatedly. He had seen the judges' expressions backstage, how terrifying they were. If he ate, it would cost him dearly. Moreover, the money collected wouldn't even go into his pocket. He was just a weak, pitiful, and helpless host. Su Wanwan looked at the host beside her and understood his thoughts. The people in a live broadcast room should have seen it clearly too. The host's expression was visible to the audience in the live broadcast, and they probably already had their conclusions about what was happening. The host's face was written with refusal. Would he be deducted wages after going back? It seemed somewhat amusing. The host was too honest, failing to manage the expressions of the judges well. Look at them. They were eating without changing their faces. Su Wanwan smiled and stopped talking. The host quickly handed the microphone to Wanner. Wanner gave a very formal speech for nearly 10 minutes, and the host couldn't stand it anymore, quickly snatching the microphone from her hand. Announcing the end after the award presentation, Su Wanwan got second place, and many people were unconvinced. Taste does not lie. Even if one has not tasted it, they know what kind of taste is pleasant. That entire burnt smell, even if made into a nutrient solution, no one would buy it, right? For a time, a large number of people left comments on the homepage of the Cooking God competition demanding an explanation. Otherwise, let the dishes made by Wanner come out and let people judge for themselves. Whether it is delicious or not, let them decide. After the event, Wanwan hurried to Jiajia's side, only to see her puffing out her cheeks and staring at Wanner. Sister, how can something so bad win first place? What is the reason? Jiajia didn't know the twist and turned behind this, and thought that as long as one has strength, one can win. Wanwan shrugged. Maybe their taste buds have problems? Speaking with a guilty conscience, it's hard for them. Jiajia was nearly furious. She kept looking at Wanner, who walked down from the stage like a proud peacock. She wanted to shake hands with those judges, but they glanced at her and left, instead crowding around Wanwan. Your dishes are really delicious. We all hope you can keep going. The man who had helped Wanwan earlier spoke first. Wanwan raised an eyebrow. How can I keep going? With such an unfair and unjust competition, how can I be expected to continue? The man extended his hand to Wanwan. My surname is Bai. They all call me by San Xiao. Let us get to know each other. Wanwan took a step back. Sorry, I'm not interested. She didn't want to face an oil field every day. The pressure was too much for her. This is not our own will. Mainly the organizer said so. We can't refuse, right? Your attitude really makes us heartbroken. A man beside also chimed in. If they could build a good relationship with Wanwan, they would definitely have good food in the future, and Wanwan seemed to have much more potential than Wanner. No one would want to have too many connections. TSK. Wanwan turned around with Jiajia and left. She was not interested in dealing with these people, wasting her energy. Wanwan. I really didn't expect Wanner would actually bribe the program. No, I never expected Wanner would come to participate in this competition at all. She also walked out from inside. Thinking about the scene of Wanner winning just now made his heart ache a bit. Can't they tell what is delicious and what is not? It's okay. When I saw Wanner, I thought of this result. It's just that knowing it's really this result makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Wanwan spoke sincerely. Wanner would definitely rely on all her connections and use all means to win. In the end, it was her own strength that was lacking, which made her unable to compete with Wanner. At this moment, Qiao Lifan also walked out after finishing his communication, his face dark and clearly displeased with the negotiations. This matter has caused Wanner to gain some fame. She thought it was his problem if he hadn't invited Wanwan to participate in this competition. Perhaps they wouldn't have encountered Wanner at all. It's okay. Those judges might have bad taste, but the people in the live broadcast room saw everything clearly. Recently, we don't need to do anything. We just need to wait quietly. Wanwan took a deep breath. She was a bit angry just now on stage, but she had calmed down now. After a while, she wanted to see what food-related variety shows there were. As long as there was one, she would participate, and she wanted to see how much money Xingpan Entertainment could afford to let Wanner squander. To produce a program would cost at least several million. Although Xingpan Entertainment was wealthy, they couldn't sustain it for a month. Huli, help me check what cooking shows are currently available and nutrient solutions too. I want to participate in all of them. If Wanner has the ability, she can follow me one by one. Now that Wanner has beaten her, she should be in a proud phase, and she would quietly wait for Xingpan Entertainment to give up on supporting her. Is a money tree or a prodigal? Huli immediately started searching and noted down all the existing program names. Just then, Wanner also walked out, followed by Xi and Bazzi. Wanner raised her head. Wanwan. You still lost? How do you feel? Sometimes, if you want to win, you have to use some means. A pure person like you can't go far. This is the first lesson your sister taught you. Wanwan sneered. Within this month, I will participate in every cooking show, if you have the ability. Win against me in every show. Wanner giggled and turned to Xi and Bazzi beside her. Brother Xi, you will always support me, right? The money Wanner earns from Xingpan Entertainment is the most, so Xi and Bazzi would certainly not give her up. She has the strongest resources in the entire Azure Star. What can Wanwan use to compete with her? Chapter 137. What's wrong with sister using a little trick? Xi and Bazzi hesitated upon hearing Wanner say this. The expenses for this round of arrangements had already cost a large sum of money. If Wanner really wanted to continue clashing with Wanwan in the future, how could he possibly have that much money to support her continuously? Moreover, she wasn't earning money now. Ziangxin Batsai Hizitata. Vanya pouted in anger. I knew you loved someone else more than me. After that, she added, is it because that female streamer outside is prettier than me? Or do you just want to drive me away? Xin Bizai quickly waved his hands. He didn't dare to provoke this ancestor. If he really upset Wanner, wouldn't the money spent just now be wasted? Su Wanwan shrugged and directly took Su Jiajia onto the flying vehicle, leaving Wanner to perform on her own. It had nothing to do with her. Although it appeared to be a loss, she had actually won. Everyone in the live stream knew that the food she cooked was delicious. Qiao Lifan comforted her from his side. You should be confident in your cooking. I mean, you know your food is good. Su Wanwan tossed her long hair and said with a huff, of course I know. My cooking is delicious. Hu Li and Jiajia both like it, right? The work I did in my previous life wasn't in vain. I learned a lot of little tricks. Sister, I have an exam tomorrow. You mustn't forget. Su Fiafia, uncertain after today's setback, wondered if her sister would even attend the exam day. When they met other parents, she didn't know how they would discuss her sister. Don't worry. Wake me up after you get up tomorrow morning. Su Wanwan ruffled Su Jiajia's hair. She hadn't posted anything since finishing the competition. The fans were getting anxious, fearing that Su Wanwan would stop cooking due to this setback. If they had to learn from Wanner, they might as well drink nutritional liquid. Some confused viewers, after seeing Wanner win the championship, went to watch her live stream replay. After watching, they were left speechless. Isn't there an official explanation? How could such an awful meal win the championship? What are your scoring criteria? If Su Wanwan stops live streaming because of this, it will all be your responsibility. Give us all a fair answer. What benefits did you give Wanner? After browsing through the comments under the official post, Su Wanwan wore a faint smile. So, she wouldn't appear for the next few days and see how long the cooking competition could withstand the pressure. Wasn't this just self-inflicted? If you take the money, you have to face the consequences. Huli also glanced at the comments and finally felt a bit relieved. Otherwise, it felt like he had a lump stuck in his throat. Su Wanwan thought for a moment, logged into her Starwave account, and posted, due to recent emotional issues, I will pause live streaming. I believe those who have tasted my cooking know whether it's good or not. Then she closed the webpage, reflecting on her own hunger. It seemed a bit naive to genuinely believe that delicious food could sway the judges. In the end, she couldn't compete with money. To succeed, it seemed that effort alone wasn't enough. Unless her company could rise to the same level as Xingpan Entertainment, making everyone dare not underestimate her. The organizers wouldn't be afraid to accept bribes. Otherwise, such situations would persist. Su Wanwan couldn't help but stretch. She was exhausted. It was more comfortable to rest at home. Just then, her secondary account pinged with a notification that Wanner was live streaming. Out of curiosity, she clicked in to take a look. Wanner was still wearing the outfit from today's competition, her face full of smiles. The comments were buzzing with questions about why she won the championship, but she seemed unconcerned. Why did I win? It's because I have talent. You all keep saying Su Wanwan is better than me, but it's just that. Am I feeling guilty? Why should I? What I made is delicious, and it captured the judges' hearts. So what? Listening to her shameless remarks, Su Wanwan felt no emotional turmoil. Who could break her thick skin? When she decided to be shameless, no one could stop her. Qiao Lifan also heard what was being said in the live stream and operated on his light brain for a while. Suddenly, Su Wanwan noticed that Wayner's screen became incredibly glitchy, producing numerous funny emojis that perfectly matched her expression, making her look like, I'm awesome. What are you going to do about it? You did this? Su Wanwan looked up at Qiao Lifan, surprised that he could pull off such a stunt. Qiao Lifan remained silent, but the smile on his face betrayed him. What did you do? What did you do? Su Jiajia immediately jumped up from his seat and ran to Su Wanwan's side to take a look. After seeing the bizarre emojis on the screen, he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Qiao is amazing. Teach me, Brother Qiao. He wanted to vent some frustration for his sister when faced with such situations. I'll teach you when you grow up a bit more, maybe when you're 7. In 2 years, Qiao Lifan essentially made a promise to Su Jiajia. After hearing this, Su Jiajia looked forward to growing up quickly. If I could go to 6th grade, does that mean I've grown up? I don't have to wait until I'm 7, right? He had an extraordinary obsession with things he liked, like mechs, because he loved them. He could excel in them. What's the rush about growing up? When you grow older, you might wish to return to your younger days, Su Wanwan said with a smile. Back in her 20s, the time she missed the most was her college days, carefree. Although being an adult, and earning money was great. She could never return to that carefree state. Jiajia didn't understand yet. He only knew he was just a kid and couldn't do many things he wanted. But if he grew up, he could do them. Have you ever thought about going back to school? Qiao Lifan suddenly asked. Wanwan was just the right age to be in college, but she hadn't gone due to family issues. Now that her career was just starting, he wondered if she had that intention. Wanwan pondered for a moment. If I go to school, I would definitely choose a major related to food. If there's something I like, it wouldn't hurt to go. After all, it would help me better understand the plants now. So I wouldn't be confused when I see those colorful plants. The change in color was okay, but some even changed shape. She would have to start learning from scratch. Qiao Lifan thought for a moment, opened a chat box, and typed something, then closed the window. Chapter 138. Brother Qiao has been sneaky. Lately, Jiajia has been feeling that Qiao Lifan has been acting mysteriously lately, as if he is hiding many secrets from them. Sister, do you think Brother Qiao is secretly doing something he can't tell us? Wanwan. Why does he feel that Qiao Lifan has been acting strange lately? He hasn't been saying anything about what he is doing, and he always does things quietly. Wanwan also feels that Qiao Lifan seems to have some secrets that he can't disclose, but that is his freedom. As long as it's not cheating or anything against principles, she won't interfere. If he wants to say something, he will naturally say it when the time is right. Wanwan reassured Jiajia. She is someone who can give her part of freedom. Aren't you worried that Brother Qiao might find another woman? Jiajia asked softly. As an observer, he was concerned. How could Wanwan not be worried? Would she be able to find another good man after missing out on this one? If his heart is with me, then he is mine. If his heart goes elsewhere, what use is he to me? Shall I just frustrate myself? Even if Qiao Lifan found someone new, she was not the type to be unable to let go. Jiajia seemed to understand, yet also seemed confused. The adult world of emotions is too mysterious for him to comprehend. Qiao Lifan has sharp ears. He heard everything Jiajia just said. I don't have anyone else. I only like your sister. Don't worry. I was just asking if there are any universities nearby that specialize in botany, he explained. As far as he knew, there shouldn't be any. The only place researching plants nearby is the Agricultural Research Institute, which does not hire outsiders. Even if they did hire, it would make a difference whether Wanwan applied or not. After all, she could freely enter and exit the Agricultural Research Institute now. I'm going to sleep now. You guys can eat something later. Wanwan greeted them and returned to her room, locking the door. She needed to check the trending topics online. Wanwan probably couldn't come up with any other tricks now, but she was still worried about her washing herself clean. What she wanted was for Wanwan to go down a dark path, preferably never to be seen again during a live broadcast. Wanwan flipped through a couple of pages, all of which were condemnations. Eventually, she couldn't resist her fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was already dark, and it was close to evening. She had slept for a long time, and her head felt a bit dizzy. It felt like countless people were sending her messages asking about her situation. I will definitely get justice for you. Otherwise, I will quit this Agricultural Research Institute. What's the point of being in a position where I can't solve problems? Sister, should we come down for dinner? You haven't come out all day. Wanwan, the vegetables you planted have borne fruit. At a glance, Wanwan thought she had died, and these people were sending messages in remembrance. She quickly posted in her circle, I'm still alive, not buried yet. Please be careful with your words. It was as if they were sending her off. She hurriedly opened the door and saw that outside was eerily quiet. The three of them were sitting on the sofa, silent, as if something major had happened. Wanwan sighed, leaning on the railing. What are you doing? Am I dead? Why the long faces? I just let you all eat leftovers for lunch. Sister, you finally came out. We thought you were feeling down. Jiajia rushed into Wanwan's arms. It had only been half a day since they last saw each other, and he realized how important Wanwan was to him. Usually, when she was around all the time, he didn't think much about it. Ugh, how could I be feeling down? What vegetables have borne fruit? Let me go take a look. Wanwan walked outside and realized she hadn't checked the garden for days. Now the garden had everything. Cucumbers, green beans, and chili peppers had all grown. Some fruit seeds had sprouted, and strawberries were also growing, while the remaining fruit trees needed more time to cultivate. Jiajia, go pick some to eat. Wanwan pointed to the strawberries on the ground. She didn't want to bend down. so it was most suitable for Jiajia to do this. Jiajia hurriedly picked a few large ones and handed one, a red fruit. Wanwan. What is this? I've seen something like this before. This is a strawberry. It's very delicious. With one bite, it was sweet and juicy. Her favorite. Jiajia curiously held the strawberry and took a small bite after a long while. Why doesn't it taste quite like the strawberry-flavored nutrient solution? The strawberry-flavored nutrient solution was hard to drink. He thought it should taste like that. I don't know how they added the flavor into the nutrient solution. It definitely doesn't smell as good as real fruits, Wanwan recalled. It should be because the oily smell mixed in, making the fruit flavor somewhat off. Then do the other fruits not have the taste of the nutrient solution? Jiajia was curious. He wanted to try them all. But that wish seemed a bit extravagant now, because many crop seeds were no longer available. They were destined to disappear in the tide of history. Of course not. If I have seeds, you can taste them when they grow. The fruit seeds at the Agricultural Research Institute seem not to have started research yet. Wanwan remembered seeing their seed storage cabinet last time she visited. There were all kinds of classifications, but at that time, the land was simply too small to spare space and time for planting. Are you really not going to do a live broadcast lately? Qiao Lifan asked. He saw that many people were waiting for Wanwan's live stream. The fans were very enthusiastic, but Wanwan definitely seemed a bit indifferent. The white person raising the pets also sent a message, hoping he could talk to Wanwan properly, because many people were waiting. Qiao Lifan took a look at Wanwan's condition and directly declined for her. Now is indeed not a suitable time to start a live broadcast. He could feel that Wanwan was already a bit tired. After Wanwan finished cooking and had dinner with the family, she went back and fell asleep again. It was just a match, yet seemed to have drained her life force for a long time. It took such a long sleep to recover. Sister, I have an exam today. Jiajia anxiously shouted outside the door early in the morning. Time was running out. Why was his sister still not out? Wanwan had already gotten ready and was lying in bed in a big X shape. She and T slept it all last night, waking up at 3 in the morning and then continuously reading comments until now. Chapter 139. Jumping up a level after hearing Jiajia call her, Wanwan walked out of the room. She still needed to check on Jiajia's exam. Jiajia was still young and couldn't go alone. Wanwan stretched and opened the door. Let's go. Time for the exam. Today's exam shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Jiajia confidently patted his chest. Of course. I will definitely be better than the other kids. I will make my sister proud. Wanwan couldn't help but laugh at his words, wondering where he learned such phrases. Returning to the campus. It didn't feel so unfamiliar to them anymore. The exam location was on the playground, which provided enough space for the students to use their mechas. After Wanwan brought Jiajia to the site, the other 2 participants were already waiting there. There were only 3 of them taking the exam today. Now that everyone is here, let's get started with the exam, the teacher said, holding a score sheet that listed the scores for each subject. As long as a student could score 80 points, they would pass the exam. Jiajia's eyes lit up at the sight of the mecha. This was his first time touching a real mecha. The first grade assessment was quite simple, consisting of basic operations. Once Jiajia got on, he operated it as if he were in water. Thanks to previous battles using the mecha, he was much more familiar with it. The teacher watched and showed an appreciative look. Jiajia's operating skills were good enough to go to a higher grade. The first, second, and third grades are all about consolidating mecha operations. Are you interested in taking the next level exam? Jiajia reluctantly jumped down from the mecha, but his eyes brightened at the question. Can I? If he could, he definitely wanted to learn more advanced techniques in a higher grade. Of course. I'll call the teachers from the higher grades over to see which grade you can go to, the teacher said, making a phone call to gather all the teachers. The boy who had sat next to Jiajia at the parent meeting snorted, I want to go to a higher grade too. If Jiajia could go, so could he. There wasn't much of a difference between them. The teacher looked at the boy hesitantly. He seemed more theoretical and lacked practical experience. If it were up to her, she wouldn't recommend him taking a higher grade exam due to the low chances of success. In third grade, as long as you can operate a mecha to dance, you pass. In sixth grade, you need to dance while hitting moving targets, one of the teachers explained. The fourth and fifth grades were somewhere in between, depending on how Jiajia wanted to approach it. If he jumps to sixth grade, will he still be able to catch up on the middle level courses? Wanwan asked, concerned that Jiajia might miss out on essential knowledge. Actually, if your skills have reached 6th grade, it means he has already mastered the previous content. The elementary school curriculum focuses on mecha operations. Maintenance and repair are only introduced after basic levels. With this, Wanwan felt relieved. As long as Jiajia wouldn't have any gaps in knowledge from skipping grades, it would be fine. Sister, I want to try 6th grade, okay? Jiajia believed his accuracy was sufficient, but needed to practice dancing a bit more. Then go ahead, as long as you're sure about it, she said. If Jiajia wanted to go and could go, she had no objections. She wanted to be an open-minded parent and not always control Jiajia. Besides, his decision at this moment had no downsides. The teachers immediately prepared the testing area. They each had a button. Once pressed, the playground transformed into an exam-specific venue. The moving targets slowly rose, and lines were drawn on the ground. Jiajia needed to operate the mecha to dance behind the lines and then hit the targets. A display screen in front of him showed the actions he needed to complete. The teachers led everyone away from the site and observed Jiajia's operation from the outside. Previously, a student had accidentally pressed the launch button while operating a mecha, nearly causing chaos among the teachers. Jiajia took a deep breath, and Wanwan also inhaled deeply from outside the venue. She didn't know how difficult it would be to operate a mecha, but it didn't look easy. Just getting the mecha to dance seemed challenging. Now, the exam had begun. After the 6th grade teacher announced the start, he closely monitored Jiajia's operation. There were also invisible cameras around the mecha that could clearly capture Jiajia's movements. This kid is impressive, so skilled. Did he have prior experience operating a mecha? The teacher thought while watching, continuously praising him. The boy next to him, however, looked disdainful. How hard can it be? I already thoroughly researched the operation methods. I can do it too. Of course, Wanwan couldn't explain that Jiajia had once manifested a mecha using his psychic powers. She could only say he had played with them at an amusement park. Not bad, not bad. Although the amusement park mechas felt like toys, there are many similarities in operation. At such a young age, he has this determination. His future is promising, the teacher thought, stroking his chin, already planning to take this student. There were few kids specializing in mechas, due to the current scarcity of young children. No one wanted their child to pursue such a high-risk profession in the future. By 6th grade, there were only a few left, mainly because he enjoys it. I want to satisfy him as much as possible within my capabilities. Wanwan's purpose for coming was this. She wanted Jiajia to grow up like a normal child, learning things he liked and enjoying good food. Parents like you are rare. Several other teachers felt touched by her words. It was rare to see such a sensible parent. Wanwan looked at Jiajia. He had already begun firing at the moving target. The moving target was a red circular plate that appeared unpredictably, and from their distance, the red dot looked quite small. With a burst of flames, the counter displayed a big one. The first target was hit. The teacher pressed the control panel in his hand and quietly increased the difficulty a bit. He just wanted to see how far Jiajia could go. Wanwan rubbed her hands together. Although it wasn't her exam, she felt even more nervous than Jiajia. Chapter 140. You have to dance while hitting the target. Jiajia glanced at the camera next to him in the cockpit, suspecting that this teacher was messing with him. But he had no evidence. The speed at which the cards appeared was getting faster and faster. Was this really 6th grade exam content? If 6th grade was this intense, could he still attend the beginner class? Wanwan couldn't cheer for Jiajia out loud, fearing it would distract him. So she could only clench her fists and silently encourage him in her heart. Is this really 6th grade and not advanced? Does this teacher find me a bit unsatisfactory? Oh no, I almost missed that. Unless I turn into a mech. Wanwan almost laughed out loud as she listened to Jiajia's inner monologue. Little ancestor learned a lesson today. By the time the teacher stopped the training session, Jiajia was already drenched in sweat, his eyes a bit blurry. He staggered off the mech and plopped down on the grass. What kind of exam was this? It was like devil training. Wanwan found it quite amusing. Now, Jiajia's energy would be drained at school, and she wouldn't have to worry about him causing trouble when they got home. Not bad, young man. Being able to keep up with this speed proves you're already quite skilled in operating a mech. The 6th grade mech department welcomes your addition. The teacher reached out his hand to Jiajia. However, Jiajia was so exhausted he didn't even have the strength to extend his hand. He was simply too tired. He had to dance while operating the mech. If it were just aiming, it wouldn't be this exhausting. He never wanted to experience this again. Just this once was enough. After resting for a while, Jiajia finally stood up from the ground, feeling like he was about to die. Congratulations! Starting tomorrow, you will attend classes with us in 6th grade. The classroom is on the 6th floor, so don't go to the wrong place. The teacher looked at this child more fondly the more he saw him. At such a young age, he could operate the mech so well. Wouldn't he surpass the class geniuses in the future? Nearby, a little boy frowned when he saw the teacher was leaving. I haven't taken the exam yet. Why are you so confident that I can't beat Jiajia? He thought he was much stronger than Jiajia, and he couldn't understand why the teachers weren't paying attention to him. Wanwan was beginning to dislike this little boy more and more. He was impolite and extremely arrogant. However, if his abilities matched his arrogance, she could accept it. But when the little boy's mech started moving on the screen, it stumbled, and its limbs nearly twisted into a pretzel. The nearby teachers shook their heads. With this level, he didn't have the strength to skip a grade. Give me another chance. The little boy shouted loudly. He refused to believe he couldn't beat his peers. Wanwan shook her head. This little boy's obsession was a bit too heavy, which wasn't a good thing. If he succeeded today, it would be fine, but since he didn't, if he became stubborn, it could easily lead to problems. Is he usually like this? Wanwan asked the parent beside her. The parent seemed quite pleased, saying yes. Our child is ambitious and wants to do his best in everything. He will definitely pass the exam today. She always told her child to do his best. So he was working hard to be the best among his peers. Seeing that the parent was like this, Wanwan didn't say much more. In mech exams, if one only relied on theoretical knowledge without hands-on experience, operating it smoothly would naturally be difficult. Even if given another chance, his operating fluency still wouldn't meet the standards. Can you accept him in 3rd grade? The 3rd grade teacher shook his head. They couldn't accept him. The conditions for 3rd grade required smooth operation of the mech, which he clearly couldn't achieve. 1st graders could manage some basic movements, but to coordinate the entire mech, he wasn't capable. The teacher directly took away the exam device, saying he should slowly learn with the 1st graders instead. The little boy was a bit angry. I clearly operated according to what was written in the book. Why is it still not working? It must be a problem with the book. It's not the book's problem. Operating a mech isn't just theoretical knowledge. You need to practice continuously, whether using holograms or finding real mechs. The teacher believed he had made himself clear. If he only focused on the knowledge in the books, he had no hope of passing the exam. The little boy bit his lower lip until it bled, but still couldn't stop. It's all your fault. Why didn't you have money to buy me a mech? I want a real mech to practice. Jiajia blinked. This person seemed a bit crazy. His family didn't have a mech either, although they did have a small cheat device. Then I'll just bring Jiajia to class tomorrow. Thank you, teacher. Wanwan bowed to the teacher. She still had to be polite to the teacher who would be teaching Jiajia in the future. What are you so proud of? Your sister lost to such an ugly streamer in the chef competition. If it were me, I wouldn't even have the face to come to school. The little boy sneered, feeling that Jiajia's smiling face was mocking him. What my sister does has nothing to do with you. You can't even eat the food my sister makes. My sister is the best sister in the world. What are you so proud of? Jiajia made a face at the little boy. Just because he passed the exam, did he want him to cry? The little boy couldn't stand this provocation and suddenly rushed at Jiajia, started to fight him. He was determined to beat Jiajia today for passing the exam. He hadn't passed the exam, so why could Jiajia? Jiajia was taken aback at first, then quickly dodged to the side. He didn't have the advantage in strength, but he was fast and could occasionally use some tricks. The little boy attacked Jiajia like an angry lion, while Jiajia tripped him and pinched his waist, having a great time. He was used to running outside every day and ate the meals his sister cooked. So his physical fitness was much better than that of this boy who stayed at home studying and only drank nutritional liquid. The little boy's mother anxiously tried to call him back, but the little boy showed no signs of obedience. All he could see was Jiajia. He had worked so hard. Why should the daughter of a loser be able to compete with him? Suddenly, he unleashed his mental power. The teachers present all changed their expressions. The little boy's mental power level was B, and he intended to use his mental power to pressure Jiajia. Using mental pressure between children was a very dangerous thing. Chapter 141. Why is he inferior in everything? Seeing the little boy not stopping for a long time and even releasing his psychic energy, Jiajia was a bit annoyed. This person simply didn't know how to appreciate good things. He wanted to go home and eat the meat his sister made, and had no time to play with him anymore. Moreover, it was just B-level psychic energy, which felt like a gentle breeze to him. If he had to suppress everyone stronger than him, then the whole world would be his enemy. Jiajia snorted lightly and released his own psychic energy. The little boy instantly kneeled on the ground, gritting his teeth and staring at the floor, wondering why he was inferior in everything, even though he had worked so hard. When he saw the teachers coming over, Jiajia immediately withdrew his psychic energy. His sister had said that they must never let outsiders know their psychic energy level. Otherwise, it would lead to endless trouble. He was very obedient. "Are you okay, my child? After we go home, I'll buy you a mech, the best one. Please don't do this." Wanwan looked at the mother and son, stepping forward to check on Jiajia. "You're not hurt, right?" Jiajia shook his head. "He can't catch up to me. Sister, Jiajia is also very powerful, okay?" Wanwan pouted. Although she didn't want to admit it, Jiajia was indeed quite impressive. "All right, let us go home. I'm starving." Wanwan thought the best outcome would be for Jiajia never to encounter that little boy again in his lifetime. Otherwise, there would definitely be a war of words, and dealing with such parents would surely be troublesome. You must not let your child give up on studying mechs. He is truly a rare talent, the teacher reminded as he watched Wanwan's back. They all hoped someone would stay behind to take over. It had been too long since a talent emerged in this field. "Don't worry, as long as Jiajia wants to learn, I won't interfere." Wanwan waved her hand at the teacher, planning to bake some cookies and small cakes for Jiajia to take to school tomorrow. She didn't even know how many classmates he had, so it was better to make more just in case. "Sister, am I very powerful?" Jiajia looked at Wanwan expectantly, wanting to receive some praise. "Jiajia is very powerful. You were originally a first-grade classmate, but unexpectedly, you will become a sixth grader tomorrow." Wanwan generously praised him. She didn't want Jiajia to grow up feeling discouraged, as long as he wasn't arrogant. A few compliments wouldn't hurt. "And is my sister not sad anymore?" Jiajia noticed Wanwan's expression seemed very happy. It was completely different from the day she returned from the cooking competition. "I'm not sad anymore. What is done is done. No matter how I performed in the cooking competition, losing is losing. I didn't plan to argue about it." Wanwan had completely let go. But this Jiao was indeed hard to let go of. "That's good. Your expression yesterday was like you had just finished something and didn't want to do it anymore." Jiajia observed Wanwan's good mood, and his spirits gradually lifted. Perhaps it was because his sister had occupied a large part of his memory, making him still a bit afraid of her serious side. He was worried that if she got angry, she would revert to her previous self. How could that be? "I'm looking forward to my brother achieving great things in the future and earning money for me to spend." Wanwan held Jiajia's hand, and they walked slowly on the road without calling for a flying vehicle. They had been here for so long, but hadn't properly explored this planet. "Hey, beautiful. You're so pretty. Come in and buy a couple of clothes. We have many that suit you and your little one." Before Wanwan could speak, she was pulled forcefully into the store. The clothes were indeed quite beautiful. Some had a little dress feel, while the main items were casual styles that could be worn daily. The little boy's clothing designs were also nice, very simple, without gaudy patterns or designs, which Wanwan preferred. "Then let us pick 2 pieces." Wanwan pointed at the clothes inside. After all, Jiajia would need to wear them to school, so it didn't matter where they bought them. Seeing the store opening, the manager's eyes were squinting with joy. "My child is about the same age as yours. I'm good at picking clothes." Wanwan found a spot to sit down, still feeling somewhat confused. "Why are you pulling customers in on the street? Isn't this place not selling well?" The foot traffic at the school gate was indeed quite large, but it seemed fewer people came in to buy clothes. Don't mention it. This is how I pull people in. There are very few who can come in to pick clothes. When I started this store, I was deceived. They told me this location was great, but when I got it, I found it wasn't suitable for selling clothes at all." The store owner almost cried as he spoke. Initially, he wanted to open a store to earn some tuition, but now he couldn't even make the rent each month. Wanwan suddenly thought of an idea. "Have you considered selling other things?" What can I sell? All the clothes in my store are hanging here. It's not easy to change to something else. The store owner was now worried sick. Sell some snacks, like baked cookies or small cakes. As long as you can attract people in, they should buy clothes. Your store's clothing aesthetic is quite good. Su Wanwan looked at a few pieces of clothing and decided to buy them all. Su Jiajia also picked out the clothes he liked, hoping to buy enough for a semester, so he wouldn't have to choose online later. I heard it's really hard to grab. They only sell a few portions each day. If I just grab one, it might not be enough. The store owner hadn't thought of that. After all, the trend of cooking was quite popular recently. You could go directly to the factory to order. ISNT their contact number online. Just tell them how much you want, and they can deliver it to your door, as long as you're not afraid of beastmen. Su Wanwan was actively promoting her business idea. It could be considered a trial run since the wholesale business hadn't been fully advertised online yet. Not many people knew about it. Now that the half-beastmen in the factory were producing things, they could say it was fast and good, and it wouldn't be long before they could be put to use. Then, should I try it later? As long as they're essay channel, it's fine. What I'm worried about now is not having a place to stock the goods. He has even tried the food in the factory. He knows how good it tastes. Give it a try. Trying it doesn't cost anything. If it really works, then that would be a big help. Su Wanwan saw that Su Jiajia had finished picking the clothes, so she directly transferred the money to the owner and hurriedly prepared to give Huli a heads up to avoid him being confused later. Chapter 142, Mercenary Sister Spicy Pepper. Then I'll be leaving now. I hope that when I come back next time, the boss's shop will be thriving. Su Wanwan waved goodbye to the boss. If there are some snacks at the door of the shop, Su Jiajia can just come here to buy them directly if she wants to eat something in the future. She wouldn't even have to go through the trouble of making them for Su Jiajia anymore. Sister, if they sell these things at the school gate, what if I can't get any? Su Jiajia was particularly worried that the things she wanted to eat would be sold out. Su Wanwan had considered this issue too. Snacks near schools have always sold out the fastest. Don't worry, if you can't get them at school, I can make them for you when you get home. The original chef is here, so there's nothing to be afraid of. When Su Jiajia heard this, she smiled and quickly took all the clothes Su Wanwan was carrying. I'll help you carry them. The 2 large bags of clothes weren't light, and Su Wanwan found it a bit funny to see Su Jiajia wobbling as she walked. How do you plan to get to class tomorrow? Su Wanwan thought about whether she should get Su Jiajia some transportation or something. Su Jiajia hadn't thought it through either. Walking would be too far, and he would have to leave an hour early. But if he used a flying device, he couldn't go alone as a young cub, and Su Wanwan couldn't take him to school every day. How about this? I'll buy a flying device or a car and have Huli take you to school every morning after he drops you off at the factory. Su Wanwan almost forgot that they had Huli at home, but brother Huli is also very tired. By the way, didn't you send a message looking for mercenaries before? Did you find anyone? If so, wouldn't that person be available? Su Wanwan slapped her forehead. She had completely forgotten, and now replying to her previous message might not even connect her to anyone. She opened the app and found she had received many messages, all with her photos included but encrypted with some minor facial changes, so even if she saw them on the street, she might not recognize them. I'll try to contact someone. She scrolled through and saw one that was particularly fitting and very pretty, which she liked. Having a beautiful woman as a bodyguard at home would make her happy every day. In the introduction, it mentioned a fiery temper, which she hadn't quite understood yet. After sending the message, the other party quickly replied, I can start today. Here's South the time and place for the interview. Su Wanwan estimated how long it would take to get home from there and sent the information back. If all goes well, you should have a beautiful sister to take you to school tomorrow, Su Wanwan said, looking at the screen. What if things don't go well? Su Jiajia raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't this be a simple matter? Su Wanwan thought for a moment. Then we would have to find someone else. But there will definitely be someone to accompany you to school. After all, she couldn't get up early every day. As they arrived at the door, someone suddenly took the things from Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia's hands. Su Wanwan looked up in surprise and saw a person wearing a red short skirt, revealing 2 fair legs with long hair styled in big waves. She was almost stunned. So beautiful. Su Jiajia was also mesmerized. What a beautiful sister. If only my sister looked like that. I'm the person who just replied to you. You can call me Spicy Pepper. This is the building, right? Spicy Pepper glanced at the house in front of her and walked straight to the door to wait. Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia exchanged glances and saw satisfaction in each other's eyes. Who would tea like such a big sister? Once inside the house, Spicy Pepper directly placed the items she was holding on the table without entering the room without permission. I saw what you wrote on the website. Mainly, you're responsible for the child's safety and picking him up from school, right? Spicy Pepper asked straightforwardly once she sat down. She couldn't believe such a simple job offered so much, so she didn't think much before sending a message. Just looking for someone pretty made her think it was some strange job. Yes, that's the main job. Since I'm quite busy with my regular work, I need someone skilled to ensure his safety. If Spicy Pepper's skills are good, I can offer more pay. For a long term? Or just a few days? Spicy Pepper wanted to find a more stable long-term job. Constantly changing jobs made her financially strained. Su Wanwan initially wanted it to be a temporary arrangement. But now it seemed that to prevent from getting into trouble, it would have to be long-term. Long-term, it's probably for a few years. Meals and accommodation are included. After you drop Su Jiajia off at school, if he doesn't call you, you'll have free time during his school hours. Su Wanwan felt that this free time was already quite long. Spicy Pepper's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This was a good job, and her resume hadn't been sent in vain. Okay, I'll take it. Then you can take Su Jiajia to class tomorrow. It just happens to be his first day, and you can just say you're my recognized sister, here to help take care of the child. Su Wanwan already had the excuse prepared. This way, no one will be suspicious. After handing Su Jiajia over to Spicy Pepper, she went to prepare dinner. Tonight, she would simply have hot pot and bake some extra cookies for Su Jiajia to take to school tomorrow. With a new member in the house, she needed to prepare more food. With a name like Spicy Pepper, she would probably like spicy food as well. Su Wanwan added a piece of hot pot base and waited for it to boil, then brought the pot to the table. It smells good. What does your family do? Spicy Pepper was very curious about her new employer's family. She hadn't seen a kitchen in a long time. Instead, she was used to many nutrient solutions and various flavors of nutrient solutions. Su Jiajia quickly found Su Wanwan's homepage and showed it to Spicy Pepper. Look, this is my sister. She teaches cooking. There are so many people when she's live streaming. Spicy Pepper watched with great interest. Her private life was quite dull. Just practicing martial arts every day, shopping, and spending money. She and T really tried new things. So, are we eating this tonight? Spicy Pepper started to feel a bit hungry. Ever since she started this job, her life had been quite simple, just taking orders to make money and then spending it. And she had really tried anything new. So yes, my sister's cooking is very delicious. He felt that Spicy Pepper seemed like someone from his grandparents' generation. Not even knowing about this. Chapter 143. Sister really want a little handsome guy. Su Wanwan had just finished preparing the pot. And since Hu Li and Qiao Lifan weren't coming back for lunch, it was just the three of them eating. How we eat this? Little Chili was very curious. Su Wanwan briefly explained to Little Chili and then tossed all the meat slices into the pot. These slices were leftovers that Hu Li and Qiao Lifan had cut earlier. Since they hadn't been used up, today was a good opportunity to finish them off. When they returned, she could have them cut more. Does Su Jiajia go to class every morning and come back in the evening? Should I pick her up for lunch? Little Chili needed to clarify all the processes. Otherwise, it would be confusing tomorrow. If you want, you can bring him some snacks or fruit. The school seems to provide meals, Su Wanwan suggested tentatively. As soon as she mentioned the school providing meals, Su Jiajia immediately shook her head vigorously. I don't want that. The school provides nutritional liquid. I want Sister Little Chili to bring me food. The thought of drinking nutritional liquid made Su Jiajia reject it completely. After having tasted the meals cooked by her sister, she absolutely could not accept nutritional liquid anymore. It lacked satisfaction and fullness, making her feel not hungry, but devoid of any soul. Little Chili suddenly felt that her box of nutritional liquid was a tax on intelligence. Meals were indeed much tastier than nutritional liquid. So, will Sister cook at noon, and I'll bring it over? Little Chili wondered if Su Wanwan had time to cook every day at noon. Su Wanwan shook her head. I probably want to cook every day. You could just go to the factory in the suburbs and pick up 2 portions of food at noon. One for you and one for Su Jiajia. The others can handle themselves. No need for me to worry. I've heard of that factory. It's all half-orcs, right? I'd really like to find a handsome half-orc, Little Chili said, cupping her face. She was eager to see half-orcs. Seeing an opportunity, Su Wanwan thought, "Wouldn't Huli's future be secure then? We have a half-orc at home who will be back later. You can take a look first," Su Wanwan said, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. If she could matchmake these two, it would be a good fate. After eating, go rest. I still need to take Jiajia to buy some things for school tomorrow. And the most important thing is the flying device. Little Chili touched up her makeup. "Let us go. I'll accompany you. I have plenty of energy." Su Wanwan didn't refuse, as the two of them really couldn't carry too much. It was a bit tiring to make multiple trips. "What do you want for school? Paper and pen, or a display screen?" Su Wanwan first asked Su Jiajia's opinion. Nowadays, it seemed fewer people used paper and pen. Most used electronic devices to take notes. Su Jiajia thought for a moment. "Actually, I still want to use paper and pen." Perhaps influenced by her sister, she wanted to experience the lifestyle of some ancient people from Blue Star. Writing on paper seemed particularly fulfilling. "Then we'll buy both. Let us get an electronic one too. You can use whatever you want in class," Su Wanwan said. Now that she had money, she no longer had to agonize over purchases like before. Naturally, she wanted to provide better for Su Jiajia within her means. Little Chili looked at the two people beside her and felt that this family relationship was really nice. She had received family assignments before, but she always felt uneasy and didn't adapt well. Now that she had finally found such a wonderful family, she hoped to stay longer. After arriving at the mall, she checked the navigation and led Su Jiajia directly to a store selling stationery. The current stationery stores were quite different from before, filled with various electronic products. The projection device she had bought for Su Jiajia also needed an upgrade. The previous one was outdated and couldn't compare to the new ones. "What do you want to buy?" The staff at the entrance immediately greeted them enthusiastically upon seeing them. Su Jiajia looked around but didn't see any paper or pens. So she asked, "Do you sell paper and pens?" As soon as the staff heard paper and pen, their expression changed. They had initially thought they were dealing with rich customers, but now they looked like two poor kids who still used traditional paper and pen for their children. Everyone was using advanced technology. Plus, paper and pens were so cheap that selling them wouldn't earn her any commission. "They're in the back. Help yourselves. Just don't break the electronic devices outside. They're expensive," the staff said, making Su Wanwan's expression darken. What did that mean? Did she think they couldn't afford it? Encountering such a staff member just to buy stationery was ridiculous. "Do you think we can't afford it? I could buy out your whole store if I wanted to. Do you believe that?" Little Chili frowned and said. At that moment, Su Wanwan realized why Little Chili was called Little Chili. Her personality was quite fierce. "Do you know how much our store is worth? You think you can buy us out? Aren't you afraid of talking big and injuring your tongue?" The staff rolled their eyes. They were so oblivious. Coming to buy paper and pen, how much money could they have? "Hey, you should go rest in the back. Don't talk anymore." Sorry. This is our new staff. She has had a bit of a personal issue today, so her mood isn't great. Please don't take it to heart. The store manager quickly pushed the original staff member into the back. Customers coming here were all guests, whether they bought a lot or a little. Families with children would always come. How could we not take it to heart? We care a lot. Little Chili crossed her arms and huffed. If this matter wasn't resolved today, she would make sure everyone knew what kind of temperament the staff at this store had. Those who are short on money don't deserve to go to school or buy stationery. Then how do you want to resolve this? Is it a salary deduction or termination? The manager forced a smile, realizing she had encountered a tough situation today. This wouldn't be easy, keeping such a staff member. Aren't you afraid it will affect your store's image? Su Jiajia tilted her head and asked. The manager's smile froze. How about you let us deduct some money, and we'll consider it settled. Today, all your purchases will be 20 off. Su Wanwan looked up at the manager. This isn't about the money. Your staff has a problem, and you still want to cover it up. This store probably won't last long. The manager's smile faded. Then you could choose not to buy. You can leave. At this moment, there were many people in the stationery store, and upon hearing the manager speak like that, they began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 144. Fire her. Fire her. They came to shop, not to be mistreated. After spending money in the store, do they have to endure such unfair treatment? If you don't give that young girl an explanation today, we won't buy anything, and we'll post about it online for everyone to judge. One person put down the electronic screen in her hand and turned to the store manager. She initially wanted to buy the best electronic screen for her child who just started elementary school, but the staff was somewhat indifferent when she entered. However, their attitude clearly changed when they saw her making selections. Although she felt uncomfortable, she didn't say anything. She never expected that not buying expensive items would mean she couldn't even enter the store. If she buys less next time, won't she suffer the same treatment as Su Wanwan? The store manager saw all the customers discussing the matter, and the people outside glanced over and didn't leave, gathering around to watch. Now she was starting to feel the pressure. She had initially wanted to protect that staff member, but if she did, her store would be doomed. She immediately turned around and called the staff member from the break room, telling her, "You don't need to come in starting tomorrow. I'll settle your salary in a bit." The store was more important. Losing one staff member could be replaced, but if the business went under, what would happen to her family? They were all relying on her to put food on the table. The staff member widened her eyes in disbelief. "I've sold so much for you in the past 2 months, and you're firing me over a few customers? If it weren't for my dad's repeated warnings, I wouldn't be here helping you." The manager desperately signaled her to leave. "I'll give you a bit more for this month's salary. Just hurry and go. If you stay here any longer, I won't be able to do business." Who would have thought the staff member didn't care at all? Did I say something wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. Why should a poor person raise kids? How can they send their kids to school? They just write with paper and pen. And if they lose it, it's gone. A pen only costs 5 interstellar coins, and a better one is just a few hundred. If you want to give your child the best learning environment, of course, you need an electronic screen. Although it's a bit expensive, costing thousands. It's so convenient to take out any time to watch. If we had said earlier, "We want to buy the best electronic screen," would you have had this attitude? Su Wanwan asked. The staff member was now somewhat stubborn, not feeling that her attitude was problematic. If all stores catered only to the wealthy, would the poor all have to die? If you had said that earlier, I would have taken you to see it. The staff member scoffed lightly, her expression softening a bit as she looked at Su Wanwan, now seeing her more like a moving gold mine. "The best electronic screen in the store costs 2 million. But I'm not buying it from you, just because of your earlier attitude. Are you sure you're not wrong?" Su Wanwan looked at the staff member, curious about her thoughts. "Quite interesting. Buy wherever you want. It's none of my business. If I get fired because of you, what do you think I'll go through without a salary?" The staff member shouted, reaching out to push Su Wanwan. All of today's trouble started because of Su Wanwan. If she hadn't been there, she wouldn't have lost her job. Just as her hand reached near Su Wanwan, it was slapped away by little Chili. "What are you doing? You still want to make a move? I'll hit you if I want." The staff member retorted, looking poor yet dreaming of buying the most expensive screen. She ripped off the apron with the store logo and approached Su Wanwan menacingly. Little Chili immediately stood in front of Su Wanwan, drawing her dagger and blocking her way, narrowing her eyes at the staff member. "If you take one more step forward, I can't guarantee you'll make it home alive today." Protecting her employer was her duty, and if this staff member wanted to attack, she would retaliate. "Who are you trying to scare? Guess if I care?" The staff member completely disregarded her, thinking it was just a childish trick. With so many people in the mall watching, why should little Chili act? Who would have thought that as she stepped forward, a lock of hair was sliced off, leaving a small cut? "How's that? Want me to style your hair? Maybe get a face tattoo too? That red line seems to suit you quite well." Little Chili smirked, finally in her element. Su Wanwan stood vain, predicting su Jiajia, who was worried about being jostled by the crowd. The benefit of bringing another person shopping became apparent now. The staff member looked at the dagger in little Chili's hand with obvious fear. It wouldn't kill her, but it would hurt a lot. She rolled her eyes and plopped down on the floor, wailing, "You're bullying me. Is this how you treat people? I just said you were poor. Is this how you treat me? Making me lose my job and wanting to kill me. How can there be such people?" Newcomers were confused and were led by the staff member's cries. Whose girl has so much power to make someone lose their job? You don't know. She just came in to buy things, wanted to buy some paper and pens for her child. But the staff member said she was poor and didn't want her to touch the electronic screen. Who could feel good hearing that? You all think about it. If you encountered such a situation, could you say you would accept it? After listening to the explanation from the onlookers, they gradually understood that it was the staff member's problem, and now she was biting back. "Fire her! Fire her!" This call resonated widely, and instantly everyone around began to shout along. The manager had no choice but to call someone to quickly escort the staff member away. If she couldn't be removed, the day's business would be ruined. Just wait. You will all get your comeuppance. I've never seen such people. The staff member continued to shout even as she was dragged far away. You all just go in normally to buy things. The staff member has been dealt with. If there's anything, we can discuss it. The manager looked at Su Wanwan, remembering her well. This woman wanted to buy the most expensive electronic screen for her child to learn. That was a big sale. Sister, there's another store selling stationery across the street. Let's go check it out. Jiajia didn't want to step into that store at all. With staff like that being protected, it was clear the manager wasn't a good person either. She had quickly checked other stationery stores nearby during the commotion and found that there were indeed more than one. Rather than waste time here and let them profit, it would be better to go to another store and spend properly. Chapter 145. This is a big client. The stationery store across the street has a very small storefront, and the variety of items they sell is not as comprehensive as ours. The store manager is eager to win back this big client, Su Wanwan. Just thinking about how much profit the best electronic screens can bring makes her feel ecstatic. Little Chili glanced at Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia's indifferent expressions and knew they definitely wouldn't be buying from this store. But didn't the owner and staff of that store treat people with respect? Wishing you all the best with your peak business. After saying that, Little Chili strode over to catch up with Su Jiajia and Su Wanwan. Why come here to suffer when you can buy things anywhere else? The store manager's expression darkened as she watched Su Wanwan and her group walk away. Her store has the most comprehensive selection on the entire Azure Star, which is why she could be so arrogant. Things have always gone smoothly for her, so why did she hit a snag today? The stationery store across the street indeed looks less impressive than the previous one, and it seems to have fewer varieties. There's only one person in the store, a woman dressed in a white cotton and linen long dress, who should be the owner of this store. May I ask what you would like to buy? She seemed a bit surprised to see someone enter, as most shoppers looking for stationery usually head to the larger store at the back, which has a more attractive display. Every time a customer comes to her store, it surprises her. Do you have any paper or pens? Su Jiajia asked. She hoped this store owner wouldn't be like the one they just encountered. Yes, we do. They're all in the back, and we also have some calligraphy brushes, which I source from artisans. The store owner led them to a small room in the back. The small room is filled with various types of paper and pens. There are calligraphy brushes and rice paper, as well as regular paper and pens. Sister, can we buy them all to try? Su Jiajia's eyes lit up as she looked at these small items, mainly because she had never used them before and was curious. Su Wanwan glanced at the prices, which were similar to those in the ancient Azure Star. They were all priced in the single digits or teens, and after seeing astronomical numbers daily, she felt a bit unaccustomed to seeing such low prices now. Then take whatever you like back, but you must use them. It would be pointless to just buy them and let them sit there. Su Jiajia immediately nodded and started picking out the items she wanted. Su Wanwan went to the front to buy an electronic screen and a holographic projector. The manager's introduction was very detailed, and Su Wanwan directly bought the two most expensive ones. Why are your items the same as those in the stationery store across the street, but the prices are so different? Su Wanwan looked at the two items in her hands. Together, they cost only 200,000 interstellar coins, but she could only buy one at the other store. The store manager felt a bit embarrassed. We have fewer customers here, so naturally, the prices are lower. Selling one item is better than selling none. There are more people over there, so even if the prices are doubled or more, someone will buy them. Su Wanwan understood immediately. The other store makes more profit, while this one can only compete on price. Yet many people still prefer to go to the other store. Don't worry, a lot of people will probably come over soon. A large portion of the customers from over there will want to come here after hearing about the recent dispute. After Su Wanwan packed her items and transferred the money, she left the small store. Before leaving, she glanced back and indeed saw many people. Sister, hurry home. Su Jiajia kept staring at the bag in Su Wanwan's hand, filled with so many new items that would last her a while. Little Chili directly took the bag from Su Wanwan's hand. I'll carry it. You still need to hold on to Jiajia. She hummed a little tune, clearly in a good mood, and was relieved that the new employer wasn't a pushover and could listen to her. She just couldn't stand the sight of the host family being taken advantage of. Boss, could you come to the company? We have another problem with the live stream. Su Wanwan glanced at the message and pushed Su Jiajia towards Little Chili. You all go back first. I have something to handle. On the way, she quickly found a website to order a new flying vehicle. The vehicle is light blue and has 2 mechanical wings, looking quite cute. She saw it was a new model and didn't hesitate to pay in full. Once Wanwan arrived at the company, she immediately checked the live stream page and saw that a considerable portion of the comments mentioned her being the runner-up. Your boss only got 2nd place in the competition. How good can her cooking be? And a cooking team? Can you even call yourselves that? I think you should stop the live stream. It's quite embarrassing. A few hosts maintained their composure. Even though the comments were filled with harsh words, they were still diligently cooking. However, they didn't seem to be in a good mood, and their expression management was lost. She quickly sent a message to the live stream room. From now on, all the food you make will be given away. Make as much as you can, and duplicate IDs won't receive anything. Just ensure the taste is good. These people's taste buds weren't numb. They could taste it themselves. Now the comments were divided into 2 factions. One believed there was foul play on the organizer's side, while the other thought Wanwan's cooking wasn't as good as people claimed. Wanwan watched the live stream without blinking, wanting to see the effect. How good can your cooking be? Even Wanwan's cooking can't compare to Wanner. Live room 1. Just try it and you'll know. I don't believe this will taste good unless you send me a portion. Live room 2. You're the one. Wanner's cooking is the real delicacy. Too bad that live stream doesn't do giveaways, so we can't taste it. Live room 3. So delicious. Cooking for yourself is the best. Wanwan laughed out loud after taking a look around. These few hosts were quite amusing. The giveaway items arrived quickly. As soon as they were sent out, people on the other side had already received them. Brothers who received the giveaway sent a comment. Is it really good or just pretending? I heard these ingredients taste good no matter how you cook them. Waiting for online feedback. If it's not good, I'll blacklist this so-called cooking team. Sorry I'm late. I finished a portion already. It's really good, and I want another. Seeing the comments, the expressions of the few hosts gradually improved. They knew that their home-cooked dishes couldn't taste bad. As long as these people could eat, they wouldn't say a single bad word about Wanwan. Why didn't they think of this earlier? Chapter 146. The 2 major streamers compete online. Wanwan saw the bullet comments calm down, and her mood finally settled. Although getting 2nd place didn't affect her much, it did have quite an impact on her company. At the very least, she shouldn't let these streamers handle her aftermath. Wanwan thought for a moment and posted an update. If anyone doubts my cooking skills, feel free to privately message me for a portion of my cooking to try, and also ask Wanner for a portion for comparison. She wasn't feeling guilty, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The question was whether Wanner would dare to show her dishes to her fans. Although it couldn't be ruled out that fans might lie, at least she could let them taste what real sweet and sour ribs should taste like. Immediately, countless private messages flooded her backend, all eager to try the divine delicacies that Wanwan had made that dared to openly challenge. Wanwan planned to cook directly at the company. She ordered a lot of ribs and used the largest pot to cook, so she could send out many portions at once. Now Wanner was also live streaming, and she casually clicked into her secondary account to check on Wanner's live broadcast. Sure enough, there were many people in the bullet comments asking Wanner to do a giveaway. At first, Wanner could still play it cool, but as more and more comments appeared saying they wouldn't send gifts unless she did a giveaway, she became completely angry. Wasn't it just letting them eat the food I cooked? I'm telling you, I'm a champion of the cooking competition, and my food is quite expensive. Even the people in my company can't afford it. How about this? Whoever sends me a big rocket, I'll send them a portion. Wanner acted as if she was very reluctant. The food she was making was precious. Suddenly, a row of big rocket icons appeared on the screen. The viewers of Wanner's live stream were not short of money. They just didn't want to see her desperately dancing when she clearly lacked skills. Using their own taste buds for experimentation was the best result. Some of the IDs of the viewers looked familiar to Wanwan. They had also messaged her in her backend. For comparison, it was obviously better to have dishes from both sides. Wanwan directly entered Wanner's live stream with her main account. Let us both make sweet and sour ribs. We'll make them fresh and send them out, allowing the viewers to compare for themselves. If hers didn't taste good, she would voluntarily withdraw. After saying that, Wanwan opened her own live stream. Waving at the screen, long time no see. Have you missed me? In fact, it hadn't been long, just a few days. But for her, who used to stream every meal, it felt like quite a while. In front of her was a large pot of ribs boiling. enough to send to all the friends who had messaged her in the back end. People from Wanner's side ran over. Aren't you just asking for humiliation? Wanner is the champion. If what you make is delicious, wouldn't that mean the judges were biased? Wanwan glanced at the bullet comments. She didn't want to hold back anymore. What if it was biased? How many people had seen Wanner cook during the live stream? And how many had smelled that burnt odor? If she couldn't win even in taste, what else was there to talk about? It was a bit ridiculous. Upon hearing Wanwan say this, those who had been commenting fell silent. If Wanwan thought it was biased, they wanted to see how biased it could get. Do you need big rockets to deliver? You two aren't colluding to scam money, are you? Wanwan shook her head. I don't want big rockets. I just want to give you food if you want it. No gifts needed. Wanwan stirred the ribs in the large pot, removing the blood water, and then fished them all out. She cooked much faster than Wanner. Wanner had to both cook and dance, which made her process several steps longer. Hearing that they didn't need big rockets, the new arrivals felt reassured to stay. Many of Wanwan's old fans were helping to maintain order. They had eaten Wanwan's food before and knew her score was definitely not wrong. Wanwan added the seasonings to the pot, stir-frying on high heat. And as she stirred, the aroma slowly spread out. The streamers in the live broadcast also poked their heads out to watch. Our boss is live streaming to give away food. If you don't believe in her skills, you can go to her live stream. With this promotion, more people came to Wanwan's live stream. This new streaming platform had never seen such popularity before. Before long, Wanwan had packaged the sweet and sour ribs and found the people who wanted them in the bullet comments, directly arranging for a little robot to deliver them. How was it on Wanner's side? You can wait a bit and eat together, making a comparison. Otherwise, if Wanner finishes her food later and you forget what mine tasted like, what then? It smells so good. What should I do if I don't want to wait? She is still dancing over there. Wanwan directly requested a connection with Wanner's name so they could see the status on both sides. Wanner hesitated for a moment before accepting the connection. What is the matter? Are you afraid you'll lose and come to admit defeat? Wanwan is norte de la Italy. I'm just complaining about how slow you are. She had already packaged half, while Wanner had yet to finish. The ribs were still stewing in the pot. Even without looking, one could tell they were overcooked. When they were finally taken out, they might fall apart. Badly presented dishes would leave a bad first impression. Wanner looked at the screen and saw the neatly arranged sweet and sour ribs on Wanwan's side, all packed in small bowls with a piece of broccoli for decoration. They looked extremely beautiful, like pieces of art. The sweet and sour ribs were glossy and not black at all. Wanner felt a bit anxious and her movements became frantic. Regardless of how much seasoning she had, she directly grabbed a handful and tossed it into the pot, like scattering flowers. Then she threw in the watery ribs, causing oil to splash high. Oh dear, it's all your fault for wanting to eat Wanner's dishes that I got burnt. You're so mean. Wanner pouted while rubbing her arm. She was wearing a light gauze outfit today, which couldn't withstand the oil stains at all. Oil splashed on her arm, stinging painfully. In contrast, Wanwan was dressed in white, not a single oil spot on her. What is that burnt smell? Wanner, your pot must be burnt. Wanwan sniffed. The burnt smell was quite overwhelming. Coincidentally, Wanner seemed to want to compete with Wanwan today by using a much larger pot than usual. This made stirring it quite a challenge. With the remaining time, Wanwan made herself a cup of milk tea, sitting in a chair watching Wanner's antics, as if she were watching a circus clown. Chapter 147. What if there really is a hidden agenda? Wanner was flustered in the live broadcast room, and both sides of the audience could see it. Those who had spoken up for Wanner earlier fell silent, with only a few still struggling, believing that Wanner was just nervous today. She's been live streaming for so long. Would she really be nervous? And if live streaming made her nervous, why wasn't she nervous during the chef competition? Wanwan mercilessly pointed this out. The comments in the chat went quiet again. It seemed they could no longer find reasons to argue. Wanner was just inexperienced, not very skilled at cooking, and this sweet and sour ribs dish seemed to be learned from Wanwan. Does Wanner have any signature dishes? Probably not, right? Every day, she just tosses random ingredients into a pot while dancing, and by the time she ends the stream, everything is burnt to a crisp. Wanwan took a sip of milk tea, like an old man sipping goji berries. Wanner's expression grew more and more ferocious as she slammed her hand on the table. Can we stop talking about this? No matter what, I won the chef competition. I'm the best at cooking. Su Wanwan ignored her and just watched the little delivery robot lining up to pick up goods. You know very well how you got that championship. Wanner should have a clear conscience, yet she still deceives herself. What's the point? If you say something fake enough times, does it become real? Wanner was getting angrier, her movements becoming more violent. She was about to overturn the entire pot of sweet and sour ribs. The ribs at the bottom were already burnt, while the ones on top hadn't even absorbed any sauce yet. The viewers in the live stream were also anxious. What kind of dish could you get from a big rocket? This looks way too bizarre. Just this? A big rocket? I would even buy a small heart. Su Wanwan shrugged. She had already finished her part and was just sitting in the live room, making sarcastic comments. Zai Su, I just private messaged you. But it seems a bit too late. Can you make another pot? Those who didn't get a chance to grab some looked eagerly at the now empty pot. The volume of private messages was too large. Although Su Wanwan had already handled some, more and more kept coming in. Great. Let us show this champion how sweet and sour ribs are really made. Su Wanwan repeated the process from earlier. By the time her second pot came out, Wanner had finally managed to coat the sauce evenly, but there was hardly a good piece of ribs in the pot. Every piece was blackened, and the presentation was lacking significantly. Which of you two is making the authentic version? The newcomers in the live room were a bit confused. My previous account was banned by the platform, so I don't have past videos. You'll know whose is authentic once you taste it. Everything would be decided by the audience. The judges of the chef competition also knew whether there was a hidden agenda. They understood in their hearts. By the time these people tasted the ribs from both sides, they would see who they would still claim was better. Let's see how those judges would explain themselves. And what Star Chart Entertainment would do. Just thinking about it was thrilling. You both are streamers. Why do you need to turn on each other? Fivas, Zopalting Vanya started to come over to Su Wanwan's side. Su Wanwan snorted lightly. Why turn on each other? You should ask Wanner. I have always been diligent in streaming. I finally entered a competition, only to be suppressed by money. How can I feel good about that? Just let it go? What kind of skill is it to go crazy in Wanner's live room? Wanner was sweating while cooking, and she couldn't figure out why the ribs wouldn't cooperate. No matter how she flipped them, she couldn't make them even, nor could she prevent the black marks on the ingredients. She had already tried many times, which is why she joined the chef competition, thinking she was ready. But unexpectedly, it still didn't work. I made it. I'll send it out to the brothers who just sent the big rockets. Brothers, please give good reviews after eating. Wanner quietly wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Just looking at it made her not want to eat. Would the fans buy it? To be honest, the presentation was indeed lacking a bit, but it shouldn't be inedible, right? Wanner desperately comforted herself and, lacking confidence, called the delivery robot to send out the sweet and sour ribs. All right, those who receive the 2 portions of sweet and sour ribs can connect now. The 3 of us will accept your reviews together. Su Wanwan finished half a cup of milk tea and just wanted to add some coffee when she suddenly remembered that the coffee hadn't been brewed yet. It felt really uncomfortable missing a flavor. Immediately, someone applied to connect. Many were waiting for Su Wanwan to speak, with both dishes untouched. Some even cooked some noodles and steamed rice, waiting to eat together. Su Wanwan accepted the first connection, which was from a slightly chubby boy. When she connected, Wanner could see it from her side too. She seemed a bit restless, waving her hand to the screen. You can start eating now. Give it a try. However, everyone has different tastes, so I can't be sure you'll all like what I made. But with 2 identical dishes, it should be easy to tell which one is good or bad. The boy seemed a bit nervous. It was his first time in such a large live room. In front of everyone, he opened both boxes, and the blackened one was undoubtedly made by Wanner. The other one, with a bright color, was made by Su Wanwan. Just in terms of appearance, Su Wanwan's had already won. First, let us talk about the taste. The dish on the left has a flavor that I can't quite accept, like something burnt. Since I haven't really cooked before, my description might not be very accurate. For people like me with 2 left hands, I can only cook a pot of rice. And there's not much difference between mine and Wanner's. For the sake of my stomach, it's much more convenient to buy ready-made food. In front of everyone, the boy took a bite of Wanner's dish, and his face instantly scrunched up. Then he ran out of view of the camera to spit it out. Vanya, while you're beautiful, today's food makes me wonder if you have no sense of taste. It's not just burnt. The whole dish is overly salty. You can't even taste anything else. He quickly took a bite of Su Wanwan's dish, and his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. It's sweet, with a slightly pungent flavor. It smells a bit sour, but the sourness isn't that strong in my mouth. I really like it. Chapter 148. Is it tasty? Sorry, your opinion can't represent everyone, right? Let me take my turn. The little boy had already started devouring the food, eating crazily from the dishes made by Su Wanwan, but Wanner hadn't touched her food at all. Su Wanwan directly hung up the call, telling her to choose someone, to avoid saying that she only picked her own fans. Wanner stared at the screen of the invite for a long time, finally finding a familiar ID and clicking agree. Give it a try, Brother Qingfeng. It's made by Wanner herself. At the moment the camera turned on, Wanner almost lost her composure. She thought this Brother Qingfeng would be a clean college student, but instead his hair looked like it hadn't been washed in a month, and his face was shiny with oil. Qingfeng opened both boxes of food, and when he smelled the aroma from Wanner's box, he couldn't help but frown, but quickly adjusted his expression. It smells good, let me try. He picked a piece from Wanner's box, and after finishing one, he couldn't hold back. Sorry. Actually, it's quite delicious, just has a unique taste. Wanner was so angry her face almost twisted, quickly cutting off the call. Was her food really that bad? It was just slightly undercooked. You all say you like me, like my cooking, like my live streams, but now you won't even eat the food I made? What kind of love is this? Wanner cried, throwing down the spatula in frustration. While mumbling, she scooped up a piece of pork rib from the pot and threw it in her mouth, her expression changing instantly as she turned to spit it out. This is not something a human can eat. It was indeed her first time tasting something she had made herself. She never expected it to be so terrible. Su Wanwan smiled as she watched Wanna. Did she realize her food was bad? Fans had already recorded this epic showdown and posted it online, making the culinary competition even more exciting. Now, there was evidence. Wanner couldn't even eat the food she made, yet the judges said it was good? Was this a moral decay or a degradation of humanity? Inside the culinary competition venue. Boss, I told you if we had stopped it immediately, we might have had a chance. Now, there's really no way. They had been frowning for 2 days, and the organizers had said before leaving, solve this within 3 days. After that, everything was left to them. So what do we do now? There's nothing we can do. Just apologize to the judges. We'll do it too. They could only minimize the damage as much as possible, and minimizing it depended on whether the culinary competition could proceed normally. The current viewership was still promising. Over here, Su Wanwan hung up the call and the live stream, letting out a deep sigh. Wanner really had guts, insisting on confronting her. Couldn't she do something else? She had switched platforms and wouldn't compete for the title of the #1 female streamer anymore. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky, and Su Wanwan rushed to the window to look outside. She saw flames shooting up into the sky, a mushroom cloud rising, and everyone on the street stopped to look in the direction of the sound. Su Wanwan suddenly felt this scene was damned familiar. What was going on? It seemed like the epic battle from the book had come earlier. In the original story, the scene of the last battle was almost identical to what was happening now. And it was during that war that Qiao Lifan was ambushed and killed by the insect race. But the female lead in the original book had just left not long ago. Why would they start a war now? Su Wanwan looked towards the sky and immediately ran out of the company. She had to go. She promised that Qiao Lifan wouldn't die in this war. On the way, she dialed Qiao Lifan's number. Answer. It wasn't long before Qiao Lifan picked up the call. His voice was calm, as if he hadn't set off yet. What's wrong? I'm preparing to help. Qiao Lifan was likely organizing people to board the warship in an orderly manner. He was a soldier of the Empire and had to take on responsibility. Can't you not go? Su Wanwan knew this suggestion would put Qiao Lifan in a difficult position. But if he didn't say it, he would really die. I cannot go. Sorry. Wait for me to come back. Qiao Lifan's voice paused. He couldn't give Su Wanwan a stable future for now. Su Wanwan gritted her teeth. Then wait for me at the entrance of your command department. I'll be there soon. As soon as she burst out of the company door, she saw Su Jiajia downstairs, sitting in a mech and waving at Su Wanwan. There was an empty seat beside him, enough for one more person. Su Jiajia understood her. Although he usually didn't care much about Qiao Lifan, he definitely liked him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed at Qiao Lifan's house for so long. You shouldn't go. It's dangerous. Su Wanwan looked at Su Jiajia with concern, afraid he would get hurt. Jiajia shook his head. Sister, I'm going with you. We'll both go. He was now a 6th grade student and could help. Produce. His speed was much faster than Su Wanwan calling for a flying vehicle. After hearing Su Wanwan's words, Qiao Lifan stood still, waiting. Lin, the deputy officer, looked at Qiao Lifan with anger. You're fine, taking a woman to the battlefield? We want to help you. That woman, Su Wanwan, looked weak. What use was she? Moreover, she couldn't even transform her body. If she could turn into a bear or something to block some attacks, that would be fine, but she was completely useless. You don't have to go if you have a problem. Qiao Lifan shot Lin a cold glance, his eyes icy, with not a hint of smile. Lin scoffed. Why shouldn't she go? If she doesn't go, it's because that woman doesn't want to. I think she's just saying that. Don't wait. The soldiers over there won't hold out much longer. In war, even a minute's delay could cause more casualties. They couldn't gamble with other people's lives. It's coming, Qiao Lifan said, looking a light in the sky. That was Su Jiajia's mech. He had seen it before. Su Jiajia braked smoothly and landed, looking at Qiao Lifan, making a gesture with the mech. How was that? Fast enough. Took 30 seconds. Our warship can't accommodate such a large mech. Why don't you take a flying vehicle? Lin mocked at the door, looking at the two with obvious disdain. And not just any disdain, but particularly strong disdain. Chapter 149, if we can return safely. Let's get married. Then there's no need for you to worry. Of course we wouldn't bring such a big guy with us. With a burst of light dispersing, Su Jiajia's mech was immediately retracted. Deputy Lin was a bit surprised, but said nothing. She would never admit that Su Jiajia was impressive. What could such a small child do on the battlefield? It would be good enough if she didn't become a hindrance. Once we arrive, you two just stay on the warship. Don't do anything unnecessary, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety, Qiao Lifan instructed the two. More important than the outcome of the war is the safety of Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia. He didn't want anything to happen to Su Wanwan in front of him. Su Wanwan seemed to agree on the surface, but secretly she had already thought it through. Her mental power wouldn't be of much use, and what if, after a battle, she could immediately reveal her true form? Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan's expression and knew she wasn't taking it to heart. Anyway, just pay attention to safety. As long as they could return safely, that was good enough. Su Wanwan smiled brightly at Qiao Lifan. If we both return safely, then let's get married. It was about time. Dragging on the test of their relationship was just exhausting both sides, so it was better to settle things between them now. Qiao Lifan was first surprised, then delighted. A bit of emotion appeared on his calm face, and after a moment, he pursed his lips and replied, okay. He wanted to build a family with Su Wanwan, to have his own life. These are things no one else could give him. The soldiers around them were also cheering. Together. Together. Where do we get to eat wedding candy? When do we get to drink wedding wine? Can sister-in-law still cook? Only Deputy Lin's face was not good. She was the one who least wanted Qiao Lifan to start a family. If Qiao Lifan were still alone, she could do something with him. But if he had a family, especially with such a delicate woman, they would have to avoid suspicion in the future. She liked Qiao Lifan very much and admired him. Her favorite was a capable, strong person, and she believed that strong individuals shouldn't be dragged down by unnecessary emotions. Su Wanwan looked at Deputy Lin beside her and directly hugged Qiao Lifan's arm to assert her claim. She seemed not so weak after all. Moreover, her strength would only grow stronger. Deputy Lin scoffed softly and turned her head away. If anything happens to you later, I won't save you. She would love to watch Su Wanwan die in this battle, wishing to see her ashes disappear into the universe. Su Wanwan is norte de la Italy. I don't need you to save me. She could protect herself. She wasn't without self-awareness. Soon, they reached the edge of the war zone, deep in space, surrounded by darkness, where the insect race was battling humanity. Do you recognize that person? Su Wanwan pointed to a woman in the insect army who was slaughtering humans. She looked exactly like Gu Yunqi. Defected to the insect race? Interesting, I didn't expect the defection speed to be so fast. It seems she's become a small leader within the insect race. Qiao Lifan stroked his chin. On another warship, there were countless mechs. They needed to first get to the other side to retrieve mechs and then participate in the battle. You two stay here and don't go anywhere, Qiao Lifan told Su Wanwan. This time, the number of insects attacking was greater than ever before. Su Wanwan looked out the window and saw a mass of insects outside, grotesque and horrifying. She suppressed the nausea in her heart. If she couldn't help, she would lose Qiao Lifan, and if she wanted to help, she couldn't be afraid. Qiao Lifan turned to look at Su Wanwan, and after confirming she was sitting quietly, he walked out of the warship. Sister, are we really going to wait here for Brother Qiao to come back? Su Jiajia asked softly. Now, there were only the two of them left on the warship. It seemed there was still a pilot in the cockpit, but apart from them, there was no one else. Su Wanwan shook her head. If we're just going to wait here, why did we come? Let's sneak out quietly in a bit. She needed to find a way to transform into her true form. Having her true form would definitely provide much stronger combat power than just using mental force. Su Jiajia nodded quickly. He wasn't very familiar with his mech yet. He would have to use it more in the future. Now that he had combat experience, wouldn't future exams be a breeze? Su Wanwan looked at Su Jiajia, and then at the battlefield outside. Qiao Lifan had already rushed out. His mech was black, blending into the endless darkness, and each shot could send a large number of insect corpses flying. Several times he narrowly avoided being hit by slime, but Qiao Lifan skillfully dodged. After watching for a while, Su Wanwan took Su Jijia's hand. Let's go. Insects were continuously pouring out from a black hole, densely packed. Su Jiajia thought only that it must feel great to fire a shot like that. Su Wanwan had already grasped her scythe, which emitted shimmering light, as if it were illuminating the area. Upon seeing this light, Qiao Lifan immediately looked up, and just that glance nearly caused a bug to land on his head. Su Wanwan jumped up, slicing a bug in half with her scythe. Don't look at me. Focus on fighting. Remember, you promised to marry me after we return from the battle. She had it all noted down. Don't get any of the insect liquid on you. It will corrode. Qiao Lifan saw that he couldn't persuade her and stopped trying, just doing his best to protect Su Wanwan from harm within his capability. Otherwise, he would regret it. Su Wanwan nodded. She had read a lot of books and knew what to do. The light circle from Su Wanwan's scythe spread out like ripples, wildly expanding until it reached the invisible end. The insects affected by the light circle froze for a moment, their bodies stalling, and some even had their legs severed, becoming immobile debris. Su Wanwan looked at the scythe in her hand. It was quite effective. However, she thought about how much she wanted to transform into her true form. She wanted to know what her true form was and how it related to her parents. What were her parents that led them to be captured for research, resulting in the birth of 2 children with 3S level mental power? Everything was a mystery. She could only become stronger to have the chance to uncover the secrets. As Su Wanwan fought, she suddenly felt her body heating up, as if a flame was surging from her chest. Chapter 150. The Phoenix of the True Body. As the flames grew fiercer, a shadow gradually appeared before Su Wanwan. It seemed as if there was a winged, red beast slowly spreading its wings towards her, almost as if it were teaching her, gently flapping its wings. Then, it tilted its head back and let out a clear phoenix cry. The people around Qiao Lifan were startled by this cry. Everyone knew that people on the Azure Star had various true forms, but no one had ever seen a true form that was a phoenix. Only a few decades ago had anyone on Azure Star mentioned anything about phoenixes. Most people had only seen this legendary beast in ancient texts. Su Wanwan felt as if she were being summoned by it. Mom? She murmured unconsciously. When she came to her senses, she realized what she had just said. Could it be that her mother's true form was a phoenix? She closed her eyes and opened them again, tilting her head back as another clear phoenix cry escaped her lips. Her true form was indeed a phoenix. Opening her mouth, she unleashed a fireball that struck the insectoid enemy, filling the air with the delicious aroma of roasted meat. With the blessing of the phoenix, the offensive from the team became much smoother. As a guide, Qiao Lifan pointed the way for Su Wanwan. Wherever he pointed, she would unleash a fireball, which had devastating power, capable of incinerating insectoids within a radius of several hundred meters. Su Wanwan, how could your true form be a phoenix? Gu Yunqi gritted her teeth. Her Shun Qingsheng had taken an immense amount of time to evolve into a dark sentinel. Suddenly, a useless woman appeared, stronger than her Shun Qingsheng. This was unreasonable. Su Wanwan ignored Gu Yunqi's shouts and instead pursued her, spitting fireballs. It was this woman who had put Qiao Lifan in a deadlock. However, in the original story, Gu Yunqi had not betrayed them. It was still her decision that led to Qiao Lifan's demise. Su Wanwan now found Gu Yunxi very displeasing, particularly so. Qiao Lifan understood Su Wanwan's thoughts and directly cleared the way for her. Even with Shun Qingqing's protection, Gu Yunxi was still fleeing in a panic. Her hair singed and charred, as if she had received a free perm. Su Wanwan was overjoyed, calling out several times, her cries boosting the morale of her side. As long as she could send Gu Yunxi back to her hometown quickly, she was willing to do anything. She simply did not want to see this woman again. Gu Yunxi was desperately fleeing, clutching her head. Su Wanwan looked at her and suddenly had another thought. What if she didn't let Gu Yunxi go? What if she killed her? Wouldn't that mean her life with Qiao Lifan would no longer be disturbed? If today she let Gu Yunxi and Shun Qingqing go with their protagonist halo, they would eventually return with the insectoids. If by then they had developed items capable of countering her fire, it would become even more difficult. Now was the perfect opportunity. Jiajia looked at her sister above, feeling somewhat unbalanced. Why was her sister such a beautiful beast while he was just a little fox? Looking like countless other little foxes, except for the little blue mark on his forehead, Su Wanwan looked down at Jiajia. The two had a very tacit understanding. With just a glance, Jiajia knew what to do. They needed to surround Gu Yunxi and then take down Shun Qingqing together. The current insectoids were not fully developed. Their brains were not that advanced. It would take a long time for them to find a way to break through. By the time that long time passed, their weapons would have improved significantly. For now, they needed to kill the leader first to prevent any future troubles. Below, Qiao Lifan saw Su Jiajia's actions and directly encircled the three of them, driving Gu Yunxi and Shun Qingqing into a corner. In this place, the two could absolutely not escape. Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan and smiled slightly, spitting a fireball toward the center. Their minds were connected. They were the best combat machine. As Gu Yunxi and Shun Qingqing realized they had ended up in a corner, they immediately turned around to face the three of them. What do you want to do? Su Wanwan was above, while Qiao Lifan and Su Jiajia were below, completely surrounding Gu Yunxi and Shun Qingqing. We're going to kill you, Su Wanwan said calmly. At first, she even thought fighting was wrong, but as she became more assimilated into this world, she realized that without war, there could be no peace. To achieve peace, one must win in war. Today, the key to victory in this war lay with Gu Yunxi and Shun Qingqing. You must be dreaming. Why do you want to kill us? Just because we're on the opposite side now? I was your disciple before, Qiao Lifan. Gu Yunxi exclaimed. Qiao Lifan sneered. So what? Su Jiajia moved in sync with Qiao Lifan. Isn't this enough? Now Gu Yunxi and Shun Qingqing were their enemies. Why couldn't they kill them? With a fireball in her mouth, Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia aimed at Gu Yunxi and Shun Qingqing and fired. After a burst of light surged toward the two, the light dissipated, leaving a cloud of dust in the air. The insectoids, seeing Shun Qingqing and Gu Yunxi disappear, immediately organized a retreat. Everyone blocked the wormhole, aiming a massive amount of firepower at it. This wave of insectoid losses was significant. They probably wouldn't attack again for several years. The moment of peace they desired had finally been achieved. After the last insectoid retreated, everyone erupted in cheers. Some people fired signal flares toward Azure Star. When the flares passed through the atmosphere, they would explode, and everyone would see the victory of this war. Su Wanwan looked at the people before her. Their losses were minimal, mostly just injuries, with no casualties. Among them, Vice Officer Lin was the most seriously injured. She had rushed in to fight for her honor, but hadn't been as formidable as Su Wanwan. Back on the battleship, Su Wanwan saw Vice Officer Lin bandaging her wounds and joked, "What's wrong? Is this our great Vice Officer Lin? Is that all it takes to get injured? Not so impressive, huh?" She crossed her arms and looked at Vice Officer Lin. "That's why you shouldn't speak too confidently before going out. Someone always ends up failing." Vice Officer Lin covered her arm, which had been corroded by the bodily fluids of an insectoid, with the skin almost rotting off the surface. Even the healing device couldn't restore it. She frowned at Su Wanwan. "You're just a bit luckier, so what are you showing off for?" Chapter 151. Preparations for the Chinese wedding. My luck is good? Does that mean it's normal for me to never be able to transform into my true form in this lifetime? Since this Deputy Lin doesn't like her, There's no need for her to like him either. Why should she go out of her way to please others? Deputy Lin pressed his arm slightly, which made him suck in a breath of cold air from the pain. This Su Wanwan is sharp-tongued. What exactly does Qiao Lifan see in her that makes him so concerned? Su Wanwan lightly huffed and turned to look at Qiao Lifan. Am I not impressive? Before Qiao Lifan could respond, Su Jiajia spoke up first. Sister's really amazing. She is transformed into a phoenix. When that enormous phoenix appeared beside them, everyone was extremely excited. Su Jiajia, who was below, could relate. Everyone around her was shouting like crazy. Su Wanwan didn't expect that the reason she couldn't use fire-based barriers was indeed related to her abilities concerning fire. A phoenix, she had never seen a real one before. But now she was one herself. Qiao Lifan wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked up at Su Wanwan. Do the words you said before boarding the battleship still count? Su Wanwan regained her composure and wanted to brush it off with a joke. She blinked. What did I say? I don't think I said anything. At that moment, Su Jiajia's little coat began to leak information. Sister, you said that if we win this battle, you would come back and marry Brother Qiao. He can testify. Su Wanwan shot Su Jiajia a glare. She wasn't ready to get married so soon. What was wrong with Su Jiajia, staring at her like that? Why was she in such a hurry to see her married off? Su Jiajia innocently shrugged. Isn't this helping my sister fulfill her wish? Seeing Deputy Lin eyeing them closely, if Su Wanwan didn't take action first, she would eventually be snatched away by him. Deputy Lin watched the interaction between the three of them, feeling quite envious. She never expected that Qiao Lifan was so set on Su Wanwan. What was so good about her that she couldn't see? Then let's get married. In a couple of days, after you all return, we should hold a celebration banquet. Once the banquet is over, we can choose a venue and have a traditional wedding, Su Wanwan said, having always yearned for a Chinese wedding. Nowadays, many people choose to get married online, with ready-made AI officiants who can directly read vows online. If people want to attend the wedding, they just need to find a seat, and some high-end ones even have holographic projections. Those kinds of weddings can make people feel like they are there in person. We'll do it as you say. You should join us for the celebration banquet. After all, you contributed significantly this time. Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan, finding it truly rare to hear such words from her. Su Wanwan shrugged. Just grab me to be the chef. No, you will just guide us. There are people from the logistics department in the combat team now, and they expressed curiosity about cooking ever since you visited last time. They hope to learn how to cook, so we mainly want you to teach them. Qiao Lifan quickly assured Su Wanwan. He absolutely didn't want her to be a mere tool. Moreover, there would be a lot of people at this celebration banquet, and it would be impossible for Su Wanwan to handle everything alone. That sounds better, Su Wanwan said as she sat beside Qiao Lifan. And soon they arrived at the command center. There was a floor in the command center specifically for group meals where everyone was gathered. The commander rarely made an appearance. He glanced at Su Wanwan and then at Su Jiajia. Haven't you tried the nutritional liquid I gave you? That's my hard work. But looking at Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia now, it was clear they hadn't drunk it. Su Wanwan shook her head. Sorry, we prefer traditional meals. So we've been keeping that nutritional liquid. After all, it was a gift from the commander. She couldn't just throw it away. She had intended to find time to analyze it, but hadn't gotten around to it. I originally wanted to control your abilities, but it seems that not controlling them is the best result for you. Especially after Su Wanwan marries Qiao Lifan. It means there will be an additional strong player for the Azure Star. As long as Qiao Lifan is fighting, Su Wanwan will definitely help. He wouldn't have to worry about controlling her anymore. Such strong abilities might even be beyond his control. Su Wanwan shrugged and asked Qiao Lifan where the kitchen was before heading over to teach the logistics department chefs. Those chefs were usually responsible for preparing the nutritional liquids for the combat team and had to be very precise in their work, including the seasonings. Su Wanwan tirelessly explained to them that sometimes cooking more was just a matter of grabbing a handful, which is why the dishes made by different people had varying flavors. We should definitely have some meat dishes at the celebration banquet. Let's just eat all meat today. Su Wanwan thought for a moment and wrote down a few recipes. She wanted to see if these chefs could cook the dishes on their own by looking at the recipes. If they could, that would be great. It would be like having a second kitchen. As long as they had the recipes and the cooking process, they could do it themselves. Then they could directly log on a Star Wave, watch the videos, and make delicious meals. Don't worry, we can do it, they assured her. They were all experts at preparing nutritional liquids. It was just a bit challenging to stir things in the pot while cooking. Su Wanwan pointed to the large pot. For things like boiling, you can just stir and scoop a bit. It will cook evenly. If you're stir-frying, make sure to use a pot with a larger opening. That makes it easier to stir. After she guided them around, the chefs were able to cook quite well. Su Wanwan took a break and glanced at the recent news. To her surprise, after logging on to Starwave, she was greeted by a row of apology letters. "I'm sorry, I took money from StarDisk Entertainment," which is why I said those insincere words. The dishes made by Su Wanwan are truly deserving of the championship. Such messages scrolled by in a long line. Both the organizers and the judges participated, sincerely apologizing. Some even attached videos. As a result, everyone turned their attention to StarDisk Entertainment. They hadn't even settled accounts with them regarding the previous incident with Shui Xiao, and now there was another one. The antics of StarDisk Entertainment were now in everyone's sights. Xi and Bazzi wanted to issue a statement to explain, but as soon as it was released, it was met with a barrage of attacks, and even Wanner couldn't escape. Su Wanwan stretched lazily. This was also a way of asserting her justice. Even if making money, there should be humanity involved. Chapter 152. When are you planning to have a cub? For a moment, the host from Star Chart Entertainment began to flee, all wanting to come to Su Wanwan's live streaming platform. The hosts who signed contracts outside came to Cub Media, where the revenue sharing is 20 for the platform and 80 for the host, which tempted many people. After all, when they were at Star Chart Entertainment, it was only a 50-50 split, and they still had to deduct operational costs. Su Wanwan's principle here is that if you can do it, you can join. As long as the content of the stream is outstanding, or if you have talent, you can receive exclusive recommendations from the platform. Su Wanwan was quite satisfied with such rules. After all, they were set by her. Watching the number of people on her platform increase day by day and her savings grow, she felt increasingly at ease. As long as there was money to be made, how could she not be happy? "Hey, have you and our General Qiao settled down? When are you planning to have a cub?" The chef next to her teased while cooking. Just thinking about General Qiao and Su Wanwan's cub made him unable to help but smile like an ant. Adding a cute little bundle to the team would be great. Su Wanwan tugged at the corner of her mouth. It was still early for that, thinking too far ahead. The current goal was to plan the wedding, and everything else could wait for later. Su Wanwan looked at Qiao Lifan outside, who indeed looked quite handsome. Moreover, he looked really charming when he was focused on work, and most importantly, his true form was a panda, which hit all her cute spots. However, she had never dared to harbor any fantasies about Qiao Lifan, because the future was inherently uncertain. But now, she surprisingly felt a bit of anticipation about possibly forming a family with Qiao Lifan. It seemed like everything was falling into place, and the future would be peaceful. Look at our sister-in-law. She must really like General Qiao. Her little eyes could practically sparkle. These two were probably the only couple in the team likely to get married, which was too beautiful. She also wanted to fall in love. Speaking of love, Su Wanwan suddenly remembered the idea she had proposed to them that day. "Have you set up your dating platform yet? If it's up, shouldn't you at least have 2 couples by now?" "We've set it up, we have. But us logistics folks aren't as good-looking as the others, so we're thinking that if we can cook really good food, surely someone will like it." The chefs were quite optimistic, not overthinking things. Su Wanwan pondered for a moment. It should be possible. There were many people outside who wanted to eat good food, but didn't have the skills. If these chefs could be trained, it would definitely work. Dishes are ready. Coming out now. The chef carried several large plates of meat and walked out. Su Wanwan suddenly remembered that the factory seemed to have started making dumplings. How could there not be dumplings during a big reunion? She immediately ordered a batch to be brought over, all placed in large plates. Dumplings are a must for reunions. There are also rice balls, but I haven't started making those yet, so sorry, no tutorial at the moment. Su Wanwan placed the dumplings in the center of the table, ensuring every table had some. Qiao Lifan was the first to raise his glass. "May we win battles every year and live the lives we desire." All the soldiers cheered in unison, and Su Wanwan was also infected by this atmosphere. It felt really good, that sense of unity, where everyone's hearts were in the same place. The commander gestured for everyone to quiet down. He had a few more words to say. "Do you know why your marriage rate is so low?" Everyone shook their heads in unison, wondering if it was due to their work or their abilities. But these are things they should have known before accepting matches. It's because I assigned you all to people who don't like team members, the commander said with a smile. Su Wanwan didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Shouldn't such things be taboo to mention? The soldiers were stunned. They hadn't thought it would turn out like this. They originally thought that experiencing a failed relationship would help them serve the team better. But now it seemed that their idea was wrong. Qiao Lifan was a clear example. After being with Su Wanwan, he became more vibrant, more like a person rather than the fighting machine he used to be. In the future, I will reconsider my arrangements carefully. You guys can also work on that dating platform together. Let us all put in some effort. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers cheered again. Great. They can also date, like General Qiao. Su Wanwan looked at the commander before her, not sure if she could really trust him. But with the intent of gathering more information, she asked, Commander, do you know the symbol of a fire phoenix? She wanted to know where the fire phoenix symbol came from. Fire phoenix? It's a research lab in the south. You can easily find their location. Why do you ask? Su Wanwan shook her head. It's nothing, just suddenly thought of it. Knowing where this organization was located would help her find her mother. Since she was missing and not dead, she had to check it out. Jiajia, next to her, understood Su Wanwan's thoughts and quietly held her hand. Then picked up a dumpling and brought it to Su Wanwan's mouth. Eat. Su Wanwan took a bite of the dumpling, filled with meat, which she liked. After expressing their opinions, everyone began to feast on the dishes on the table. In the past, such victory banquets mainly focused on fun since the food and drinks were just nutrient liquids, which weren't very interesting. Qiao Lifan glanced at Su Wanwan. I'm getting married to your sister-in-law. You all must attend. We're going to hold an offline wedding. Hearing about the offline wedding, everyone was excited. What is an offline wedding? I've never seen one before. It must be beautiful. With a sister-in-law around, the wedding decorations would surely be much better than the online ones. Why get married in the future? I also want to have an offline one. Various styles could be chosen. The main thing was to be immersive. Su Wanwan had already begun to envision the wedding venue's decorations. Not planning to spend too much time on it, just keeping it simple. Saying it would be simple, she had already created 3 plans using software in a short time, hoping to incorporate pandas and phoenixes into the venue, representing her and Qiao Lifan. She also hoped for a scene interwoven with red and green, symbolizing a prosperous union. Chapter 153, I come to give you a surprise. After finishing the design, Jiajia directly set the address to the 2nd floor of the factory, just waiting for the little robots to carry out the construction. It should be ready for inspection by tomorrow. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Qiao Lifan turned around and came to Su Wanwan's side. He had been watching Su Wanwan writing and drawing on the screen, not knowing what she was doing. I'm designing our wedding venue. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event, so it has to be done well. You wouldn't want to do it multiple times, would you? Su Wanwan threatened Qiao Lifan with a glance. If this man wanted to do it multiple times, she would definitely turn around and leave immediately. Su Wanwan looked at her design and felt it was very suitable. This was her ideal wedding scene. Next up were the wedding outfits. She needed to prepare 2 sets of hanfu, along with intricate headpieces that would look stunning. You see, the style of the clothes must be correct. They will only look good when worn. As for the headpieces, I think I can just let the little robots handle them. After I finish the design, I can have the robots custom make them. Su Wanwan sketched a simple design and planned to refine it when she got back. Is this the kind of jewelry people use for weddings on the ancient Azure Blue Star? This was Qiao Lifan's first time seeing such jewelry. It was quite intricate, but he could already imagine how beautiful it would look when worn. Su Wanwan was especially grateful for her habit of drawing, which made sketching a design not difficult. Otherwise, having an idea alone wouldn't make it concrete. Qiao Lifan looked at the design in Su Wanwan's hand. He wanted to understand everything about her. There was so much he didn't know. Everything had to be approached slowly and studied carefully. By the time Su Wanwan finished her drawing, the celebration party was also coming to an end. Everyone was full, with some lying on the sofa, unable to move. They had eaten too much. Their stomachs felt like balloons. Su Wanwan quickly went to ask the Agricultural Research Institute if they had any hawthorn, gathered a basket, and made some hawthorn water for them to drink. After drinking the hawthorn water, they all felt much better, at least alleviating some of the bloating. Next time, even if it's delicious, we can't eat this much, or our stomachs will suffer. When is the wedding scheduled, sister-in-law? We need to clear a day in advance. They were all single, and now they could rest for several days. With nothing else to do, they could attend the wedding. Su Wanwan calculated the time and decided on 3 days later. 3 days later, we'll meet at the factory. That was just enough time for her to prepare everything and give them some time to get ready. Great. Sister-in-law, prepare more dishes. I want to eat to my heart's content. You go to a wedding, not just for the food. Look at your priorities. Do you dare say you won't want to eat when you go? Su Wanwan smiled at these words. Indeed, the people in the team were quite interesting. She was sure she could find partners for them. Coupled with the efforts from the commander's side, they would surely all be happily married. It would be the best outcome if everyone in the team could have children. Can you accompany me to find my parents tomorrow? I want them to attend my wedding. Su Wanwan looked up at Qiao Lifan beside her. She felt that her parents must have been imprisoned, since she had taken over the original owner's body. She had to help fulfill the original owner's dreams. Her parents were essentially hers. She couldn't completely ignore them. Of course. Let us tidy up tonight, and tomorrow we'll go and retrieve that laboratory's hideout, Qiao Lifan replied. He actually hadn't told Su Wanwan that he felt this matter was related to the commander. If he told her, it would add a lot of pressure on her. So, he decided to keep it a secret for a while longer. His friend had also responded. His experiment had succeeded. Let's take Su Jiajia out for a bit. I have a surprise for him, Qiao Lifan whispered in Su Wanwan's ear. Su Jiajia would definitely love his surprise. Is this something you've been mysteriously working on lately? It seemed Qiao Lifan had been hiding something from him. Qiao Lifan nodded. It's not a bad thing. I wanted to give you a surprise, so I didn't say anything. Upon hearing it was not a bad thing, Su Wanwan felt less eager to know. Good things were fine to share at any time, but she needed a heads up for bad news. Su Jiajia was still unaware of what Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan were secretly plotting. His eyes were fixed on the food in front of him. If he couldn't eat, he would run a few laps to digest before eating again. His goal today was to stuff himself with all the dishes. As people began to leave in batches, Qiao Lifan gave Su Wanwan a look, asking, Are we leaving? Jiajia, you've eaten enough, right? Brother Qiao wants to take you somewhere. Su Wanwan said as she approached Su Jiajia. Su Jiajia, with oil on his face from eating, cluelessly wiped his hands and mouth and followed behind Su Wanwan. Are we going to a fun place? After boarding the flying vehicle and arriving at their destination, Su Jiajia exclaimed in awe. The building in front of him was spherical and looked like a shining meteor from the outside. Qiao Lifan was the first to disembark, leading Su Jiajia ahead. It's right inside. Let us go take a look. As Qiao Lifan approached the spherical building, the lower half of the sphere gradually opened to reveal a door, revealing an array of intricate, high-precision instruments. Su Jiajia hesitated to enter, fearing he might break something with the air. The head of this laboratory is an old friend of mine. I asked him for a favor, Qiao Lifan said slowly as he walked in front of Su Jiajia. Su Jiajia still couldn't guess what Qiao Lifan was up to. What were they going to do in the laboratory? Was it about developing a new type of mech? And did he want Su Jiajia to experience it? But Su Jiajia already had his own mech. As Qiao Lifan led Su Jiajia deeper into the lab, they finally saw the white-haired head of the laboratory. He looked quite old and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? A full 10 minutes. Qiao Lifan quickly chuckled. Just 10 minutes. Next time I'll be on time. Behind the old man stood a capsule-like device with many tubes connected to a little girl. The girl had her eyes tightly shut, and it was unclear whether she was alive or dead, but her appearance looked strikingly familiar. Chapter 154. Shui Xiao Xiao's Resurrection. Shui Xiao Xiao? Su Jiajia looked excitedly at the girl inside. Wasn't Xiao Xiao dead? How could she be here? He thought he would never see Shui Xiao Xiao again in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, he encountered her here. What happened to Xiao Xiao? Su Jiajia wanted to touch Shui Xiao Xiao through the capsule, but he only felt a cold sensation. Just as he was about to ask again, he suddenly noticed that Shui Xiao Xiao inside had opened her eyes, and their hands overlapped through the glass. Su Jiajia was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What did he see? Shui Xiao Xiao was awake. He took 2 steps back, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. Your brother Qiao asked me to help this little girl get an artificial heart. Now the experiment is finally complete. Aside from some emotional deficiencies, she is just like a normal human being, the person in charge said to Su Jiajia. If it weren't for Shui Xiao Xiao, his research might never have succeeded in this lifetime. This Shui Xiao Xiao had helped him once. Wow! Su Jiajia exclaimed in admiration. He really didn't expect this to happen. The person in charge pressed a button, and the liquid inside the capsule was drained, with the tubes withdrawn from Shui Xiaoxiao's body. Immediately after, a door opened in front of the capsule, and Shui Xiaoxiao walked out. As she passed through the door, her clothes instantly dried, and she lifted her head to reveal a smile. Su Jiajia, long time no see. After stepping out, Shui Xiaoxiao smiled and hugged Su Jiajia. She could finally see him again. Previously, she thought she would never see him again, but as her consciousness gradually awakened day by day, she was astonished to find that she was still alive. She could still perceive everything outside, and, after a long time, she discovered that someone had saved her, giving her a second chance at life. The treatment device couldn't heal a damaged body, but the head of this laboratory could. Su Jiajia gently hugged Shui Xiaoxiao's body and realized that what he touched was indeed real. Shui Xiaoxiao was truly standing in front of him. "You're back. Come live with me at my house from now on." Su Jiajia nuzzled against Shui Xiaoxiao's face affectionately. She was his first friend, his favorite friend, and it was wonderful that she could come back to life. "This is the surprise you mentioned. How did this happen?" Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan stepped aside, leaving space for the two little ones. Qiao Lifan shrugged. This old man had been researching how a person could regain new life after losing important parts of their body. When he saw Shui Xiaoxiao that day, he contacted him. Fortunately, it was sent in time. Shui Xiaoxiao's bodily functions hadn't completely deteriorated, giving the head of the lab some time for rescue. As for the mechanical heart and body connections, he wasn't a professional, so he didn't understand. But anyway, when the head of the lab contacted him that day and said the experiment was successful, he brought Su Jiajia with him. "That's amazing. Jiajia is so happy." Su Wanwan watched the scene before her, with the two little friends able to play together again. This was the significance of his research. Seeing them together again felt really good, and Qiao Lifan was also infected by this joy. The head of the lab also walked over unsteadily. He really liked this girl, Shui Xiaoxiao. While helping her reconstruct her heart, he had also seen Shui Xiaoxiao's memories. In those memories, there was always a shadow beside Shui Xiaoxiao, and that shadow was Su Jiajia. Her early life seemed very dark, without a glimmer of light, but after meeting Su Jiajia, her memories were filled with brightness and longing for life. This longing deeply touched the head of the lab. He also wanted to give Shui Xiaoxiao a new life. "Your little one and this girl have a deep bond," the head of the lab sighed. They first met at a banquet when they were both suffering souls. Su Wanwan said, looking at the two children who were already playing. "You mentioned this emotional deficiency. What exactly does it manifest in?" Qiao Lifan asked curiously. "She might not be able to perceive your joy or develop a deeper affection for Su Jiajia, but after the transformation, I implanted the most advanced and powerful attack system in her. She can always accompany Su Jiajia," the head of the lab said to Qiao Lifan. This was also Shui Xiaoxiao's wish. He had seen in her memories that if she could do it all over again, she would choose to stay by Su Jiajia's side instead of seeking her biological family. If she had made such a choice earlier, she wouldn't have died after having her heart replaced. It's good that they can accompany each other. It's better for both of them than for Shui Xiaoxiao to be buried underground while Su Jiajia kept asking where she had gone. "Sister, let's go home. I want Xiaoxiao to try a new dish. She will definitely love it." Su Jiajia was now completely immersed in the joy of Shui Xiaoxiao coming back to life. Su Wanwan nodded. "All right, let's go home." Bringing her home meant one more member in the family, but she could afford it. The momentum of Xingpan Entertainment was no longer what it used to be. Her newly open platform had the potential to surpass Xingpan Entertainment. She naturally attracted traffic, and after proving herself, people became interested in the chef team she mentioned. Qiao Lifan looked at Su Wanwan. "After we get home, should we let the robot help make accessories? I'll take care of that part." Qiao Lifan also wanted to do something within his capabilities. Su Wanwan nodded. "Sure. I'll handle the clothes. I'm quite good at making clothes." Just like the previous Chi Pao, she could still make it herself. Shui Xiaoxiao in the back kept a close eye on Su Jiajia, afraid he might disappear from her sight. Shui Xiaoxiao is now at the age to go to school, right? "What apartment do you want to join?" Su Wanwan asked. Since Shui Xiaoxiao was now her family member, she wanted her to live a life like any normal child. Shui Xiaoxiao said without hesitation, "Combat department." She wanted to protect Su Jiajia and herself. Her appearance hadn't changed, so she would still be recognized. If recognized, she had to be able to solve the ensuing problems by herself and not bring unnecessary trouble to others. Chapitre 155. Combat Genius, Qiao Lifan. I'll take you to the combat department. They should be enrolling new students right now. Wanwan had glanced at the department when she was helping Jiajia with her enrollment. There was indeed such a department in Jiajia's school. Since it's just the beginning of the school year, it's perfect to send Xiao for the exam now. Let's go directly then. Jiajia looked at Wanwan eagerly. He wanted to see Xiao enroll in person. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Okay, let's go. Seeing Jiajia's anxious demeanor, Wanwan could only take him to the school immediately. The school was currently on break, but there were still teachers on duty, idly wandering around near the entrance. And they saw Wanwan coming with Jiajia, and Xiao. Now almost the entire school knew about the genius mecha pilot, and other departments were eager to recruit another genius. Are you here to enroll? The teacher at the entrance immediately spotted Jiajia. Wanwan nadid. Yes. I brought a new child today who wants to apply to the combat department. Can she enroll? Perfect. I'm a teacher in the combat department. What's her skill level? Could it be that the genius I've been waiting for is finally here? Xiao clenched her fist with one hand and struck the large iron gate, creating a dent. The teacher was momentarily stunned and then immediately waved them in. Come in. If you can pass the advanced test, you too can be in the same grade. He was mainly a 6th grade teacher and needed to find a way to get Xiao enrolled. Upon hearing that they could be in the same grade, Xiao instantly became interested. How do I take the test? The teacher had never accepted a student who could skip grades before, so he hadn't thought about how to conduct the test. Here's the deal. I will set up moving targets that can attack you on the playground. As long as you come out with fewer than 10 marks on you, you will pass. How about that? The teacher had already loosened the requirement to 10 marks, which was clearly a concession. However, at this speed, he certainly couldn't give Xiao any preferential treatment. He wanted genuine talented students, not just those who could barely pass. Xiao readied her weapon. She was prepared. Her weapon was a dagger that glimmered with silver light, merging seamlessly with her body. She was the dagger, and the dagger was her. The teacher clearly had never seen a situation like this before. He looked at Xiao and exclaimed, "Interesting. It's as if she is the ultimate weapon. Her strength should definitely be enough to skip to 6th grade. Higher grades would definitely require a test. She couldn't just skip those." The teacher silently adjusted the button to the fastest setting, waiting for Xiao's reaction. The only difference between her test and Jiajia's was that she didn't have to dance. Xiao saw all the targets in her eyes, as if they were in slow motion. She jumped in place and used the protruding obstacles on the field to complete her kills in midair, each kill precise and swift, without any hesitation. The teacher's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a good seedling. She definitely couldn't be mistreated in the combat department. Where did you find such a good student? Teach me your ways. If all my students were like this, I could hold my breath and live a few more years. Picked her up on the way. Wanwan replied. To be precise, it wasn't on the way. It was at a banquet. If it weren't for the banquet at Star Disc Entertainment, Wanwan wouldn't have met Xiao at all. To be even more accurate, it was Jiajia who found her. Upon hearing this, the teacher knew he was doomed. He didn't have the luck to pick up students on the way. Qiao Lifan watched Xiao's skills with surprise. He initially thought she was just a bit better than average, but now it seemed she was even stronger than some members of the team. Once she grows up, she could be directly recruited into the team to fight for them. After the test was over, Xiao was only slightly out of breath. She didn't seem tired at all. This kind of perseverance shocked the teacher. Xiao was still young, but her potential was immeasurable as she grew older. 6th grade. Directly into 6th grade. Such ability would be wasted in lower grades. The teacher clapped his hands excitedly. She was exactly the kind of talent he wanted. Upon hearing she could enter 6th grade, Xiao finally showed a relieved smile. Being in the same grade as Jiajia meant they could go to school and leave school together, as if she had fulfilled a wish of hers. All right, let us proceed with the enrollment, Xiao said decisively. She wanted to be with Jiajia tomorrow. Wanwan was generous and immediately found the payment machine to help Xiao enroll. It didn't cost much, and it would be the same sooner or later. The teacher then eagerly started chatting with Xiao. He had found a treasure. Usually, it was the mecha department teacher showing off. But now he had something to boast about too. This feeling was simply delightful. However, the task of hiring mercenaries became heavier. Hopefully, Little Pepper could withstand this pressure. Su Wanwan looked at the teachers in the school. Then we'll be leaving now. We'll bring them back to school tomorrow. But I might need to take a leave in 3 days. I'm getting married. Su Jiajia would definitely attend the wedding. If Su Jiajia was going, Shui Xiao Xiao would follow too. These two were like inseparable little shadows. Qiao Lifan watched as Su Wanwan completed all the paperwork and began to look forward to the wedding. He had clearly not wanted to get married before. Just the thought of marriage made his head spin. But now, seeing Su Wanwan's demeanor, he felt that marriage would finally settle everything. Why are you looking at me like that? It seems like ever since I told someone I'm getting married, your gaze has been getting more and more strange. Su Wanwan shrugged, although this feeling didn't seem bad. Because I've always been thinking about what life will be like after marriage, and I've never thought about it before. Qiao Lifan honestly expressed his inner thoughts. The reason he was so nervous as the day approached was that he had never experienced it before. It was even more nerve-wracking than going to battle. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single person on the team who could give him useful advice. He had to rely on himself. Su Wanwan couldn't help but laugh at Qiao Lifan's confused expression. Then don't think about it. Just do what you need to do. Let everything happen naturally. The wedding will be arranged by the officiant. As long as you follow what they say, everything will be fine. Chapter 156. The last live broadcast before marriage. Qiao Lifan could only nod, feeling nervous with a bit of sweat on his hands. Su Wanwan brought everyone back home, where her small vegetable garden was filled with fully ripened vegetables. The taste of these vegetables was just like that of those on the ancient Blue Star, rich in flavor and refreshing to the palate. It was exactly the kind of taste Su Wanwan loved. It was amazing how such a small seed could grow into a patch of vegetables. Su Jiajia squatted in front of the plants, watching. In the early stages, he had watched them almost every day, but later on, he didn't check on them daily. However, these plants had grown very well. When he returned and suddenly saw such a large area of green, it truly lifted his spirits. Sister, can we cook these vegetables today? Su Jiajia wanted to give them a good ending, having heard that if they were left unattended for a long time, they would fall to the ground and turn to mud. Su Wanwan first took a photo and sent it to Director Qi of the Agricultural Research Institute, then began to pick the fruits. This tomato can be eaten raw. Give it a try. It was sweet and sour, juicy and delicious, as were those cucumbers. They were all very tasty. Su Jiajia took a few, and everyone in the room got a piece of fruit before starting to eat. Aside from the skin that needed to be spat out, the flesh was really quite good. Su Wanwan liked it very much. It looked like it would taste great. Su Wanwan started the live broadcast, muttering to herself when a lot of people flooded in. They were almost dumbfounded seeing the plants that looked exactly like those in the data. Why do the crops in the anchor's pot look so normal? The red tomatoes, green cucumbers, and purple eggplants all look delicious. Because she is Zai Su, I would be surprised by anything Zai Su can come up with now. Su Wanwan prepared the ingredients, saying, "Today is the last day for me to teach you how to cook. I'll show you my specialty, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's suitable for all ages, and I really like it myself." Why is she in love? Is Zai Su breaking up? No way. I'm rooting for this couple. Please give me a good ending. Su Wanwan chuckled because in 2 days, I'm getting married. She would be Zai Su after marriage. Su Jiajia came over holding a half-eaten tomato, saying, "Sister's tomatoes are really delicious. If you have time, you should try it." A sweet tomato fragrance wafted from the live room, making the audience's mouths water. "Can we buy some?" Everyone in the live room wanted to take some home to try. Unfortunately, Su Wanwan didn't grow many, so she couldn't share with the people in the live room. If they wanted to buy, they would have to wait for the Agricultural Research Institute to produce tomatoes in bulk. What she had grown was too little to sell. Su Wanwan felt a bit regretful, unable to let the people in the live room taste this delicious food right away. But there was no rush. She started cooking scrambled eggs with tomatoes, added a fried egg, and made some tomato sauce for noodles, which would be just right. The last cold dish, considered a dessert, was some sugar mixed with persimmons, all of which she loved. However, since Su Jiajia and the others hadn't tried it before, Su Wanwan wasn't sure if they would really like it. In any case, she wanted to make everything once to see what it tasted like, so she could adjust it in the future. Jiajia watched the dishes in the pot, unable to resist swallowing his saliva. It was just too fragrant. Why could Wanwan always hit their taste preferences with her cooking? Qiao Lifan, seeing Wanwan cook, always wanted to help, but after several attempts, he failed. He could assist with things he had made before, but when it came to new dishes, he really didn't know when to do what. You all just wait at the dining table. I don't want to end up watching you make a pot of burnt food, he said. They all knew that burnt food was really hard to eat. As soon as Qiao Lifan heard it might burn, he immediately walked away, wanting to eat something delicious. Not something that looked like it came from Wanwan's hands. Wanwan got rid of the unnecessary people around her and continued with the cooking process. Some people don't like sweet things, so they could put less sugar, but I only like sweet flavors, so I'll add more here. Wanwan pinched a handful of sugar and directly sprinkled it in. This way, the tomatoes wouldn't be too sour. Otherwise, she would only like to eat eggs. The barrage was shocked at the amount of sugar. I actually think it's worth a try. Su's favorite food can't be bad, right? But that amount of sugar, isn't it lethal? Although I also love sweet things. Forget it, I'll just try it first. Wanwan looked at the barrage, took the scrambled eggs with tomatoes out of the pan, and set it aside. Next was the fried egg. She estimated that they could eat about 9 eggs among them. Xiao Lajiao and Huli had big appetites, so 1 egg pancake each wouldn't be a problem. She made 3 egg pancakes with a layer of tomato sauce underneath, making it look extremely delicious. Today's focus was to whet the appetite, marking a perfect conclusion to this period of live broadcasts. After finishing the last dish, Wanwan waved to the live room, saying, "I'll be leaving early today. See you all in a while. If you want to see the cooking methods, please move to the Chef's group for now. They're almost live 24 hours. Always teaching, no need to wait for me." Once she ended her broadcast, she would organize the recipes and send them out. Now, she was using her own platform, so she didn't have to worry about past live replays disappearing. Wanwan closed the live broadcast, called everyone to serve their meals, and brought the dishes to the table. Since she was the one cooking, she couldn't do everything herself. Everyone gathered around the table, and Xiao Lajiao was seeing all the family members for the first time. To our victory, cheers! It was a small celebration feast. Everyone was excited about this battle, especially with Wanwan's upcoming marriage, adding to the joy. In the near future, this would be a hot topic online. Wanwan had never set up a single persona and didn't act like a virtual girlfriend, so no one online claimed she had fallen from grace. Instead, they were all earnestly congratulating her. It felt like they were getting married themselves. Chapter 157. Going to save Mom and Dad. Do you know the exact coordinates of the laboratory in the south? Wanwan turned to Qiao Lifan. She had to prepare everything in advance. She couldn't go in blindly. A laboratory isn't just any place. They can't just let anyone in casually. Qiao Lifan looked up the map and finally identified an area. It should be in this block. I saw that there was a lab here when I was out on a mission before. He had taken a closer look back then. Otherwise, they would really be going in without any clue now. Wanwan noted down the area. I just need to bring my scythe and my dining knife. All her weapons were on her, so there was no need for extra preparation. It all depended on how Qiao Lifan arranged it. Qiao Lifan took a gun out of his pocket. This is my old friend. I'll bring him along tomorrow. Jiajia, bring your mecha. Now we also have Xiao, Huli, and Xiao Lajiao helping out, so they had a good chance of success. What she wanted to know most was what state her parents were in inside. Are they okay? Until she witnessed it with her own eyes, everything was uncertain. Sister, we're going to save Mom and Dad tomorrow, Jiajia said, sticking close to Wanwan. He was a bit excited and thrilled, eagerly anticipating the day he would meet his parents. It's not certain that we're saving them. We don't even know what their condition is there. What if they're doing well and don't need us to save them? Of course, that would be the best scenario. Jiajia rubbed against Wanwan. He spent so little time with his parents. Most of his time was spent clinging to his sister, so he felt less close to his parents than to his sister. He was also afraid that once his sister saw their parents, she wouldn't like him anymore. Wanwan noticed that Jiajia seemed to have many thoughts today, so she patted his head. What are you thinking? I'm afraid that after you find Mom and Dad, you won't want me anymore. Jiajia had already gotten used to clinging to Wanwan. Suddenly adding 2 more people to his life made him feel a bit unstable. How could that be? You're also their child, their treasure. We're all family. So Wanwan had Su Jiajia was different. His parents had disappeared not long after he was born. In fact, he didn't even remember anything from when they went missing. So his emotions regarding this were somewhat faint. Su Jiajia played with the hem of his clothes, instinctively fearing the things that hadn't happened yet. What if something happens? You still have your sister to back you up. So what are you afraid of? Qiao Lifan chimed in. With your sister around, Jiajia is the happiest kid in the world. After hearing this, Su Jiajia sighed deeply. I want to be with my sister for the rest of my life. I never want to be apart from my sister, even when I grow up. But Qiao Lifan didn't feel too happy about this. Wouldn't that mean he'd lose his two-person world with Su Wanwan in the future? He'd have to bring this little tale along everywhere. Su Jiajia made a face at Qiao Lifan, as if to say, you can't get rid of me. He was just his sister's little clingy person. Qiao Lifan could only accept it helplessly. After all, Su Jiajia was her brother. Early the next morning, everyone packed their things and got ready to set off. Xiao Lajiao was still wearing a red short skirt, but the style was a bit different from yesterday. You know this costs extra, right? Wazti had said that you only take kids to and from school. Xiao Lajiao joked, saying that if she had to go back and forth between schools every day, she wouldn't be able to sit still. I'll give you extra money. If you can successfully bring them back today, 5 million, how about that? And not only money, you can also have extra meals. And I'll make delicious food for Xiao Lajiao. After hearing this, Xiao Lajiao's mouth dropped open. 5 million. How much is that? All right. I'll definitely make sure you bring them back today. Otherwise, I won't be a mercenary anymore. I'll be your family's nanny. Xiao Lajiao's walking speed quickened a bit. Sister, with Xiao Lajiao like this, won't she just go with whoever gives her money? Su Jiajia expressed his doubts about Xiao Lajiao. So Wanwan's child. That might not necessarily be the case. You underestimate our mercenary professionalism too much. Since your sister promised your family, she would never go with anyone else. Little brother, you can rest assured. Xiao Lajiao, halfway through, heard what Su Jiajia said and quickly turned back. Let us go. If we don't hurry, it'll be dawn. Su Wanwan hurriedly urged the two in front onto the flying vehicle. They planned to take advantage of the night to catch them off guard. When they arrived near the laboratory, it was quiet with no signs of life. Is this really it? Is there anyone here? Su Wanwan asked softly. They parked the flying vehicle a little farther away to avoid being discovered. This place definitely isn't abandoned. There were traces of experiments found here not long ago. It's just strange why it's so quiet now. They probably haven't woken up yet, Qiao Lifan speculated. He wasn't sure either. Su Wanwan looked at the laboratory. The entire exterior had no gaps, with only a large door at the front. If they wanted to go in, they could only use the door. But if their parents weren't here, wouldn't that be embarrassing? At that moment, the door suddenly made some noise. And then it opened, revealing two people coming out. They were wearing white lab coats, likely researchers from the laboratory. Su Wanwan, we know you're here, come out. The leader was a short, chubby man with a receding hairline, shouting loudly. Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan exchanged glances and then brought the flying vehicle in front of him and got down. How did you know I was here? Su Wanwan asked curiously. Her flying vehicle was parked quite far away, and if there were radar or something, it should only be able to detect the presence of a vehicle approaching. The blood flowing in your body is the same as your mother's. And this laboratory was established to study that. Can you guess why I know? The person in charge chuckled a couple of times, looking at Su Wanwan as if she were a piece of meat. He had to understand the secret of the phoenix. The phoenix is a legendary sacred beast. If he could grasp the secret of phoenix blood, wouldn't it mean that his descendants could also become phoenixes or even turn into dragons? The two people in the room were almost out of time, and Su Wanwan's arrival was like adding something new to his research. Chapter 158. Are you all stupid? Su Wanwan realized that the instruments in his laboratory were specifically designed to detect her. The purpose was to observe where she was after her bloodline awakened. That's why they could quickly locate her position once she was nearby. Our boss said, we must make you come willingly, and then you won't be able to leave. He said, holding a remote control. With the press of a button, a large net descended from above. The net fell quickly, directly enveloping the two of them. Did you think only the two of us came today? Are you stupid? Su Wanwan shrugged and waved her hand, signaling everyone on the battleship to come down. Little Pepper swiftly drew her knife and cut through the net. If it were me, I'd just kill anyone who barged in, regardless of what kind of research lab it is. Just go in and find the people first. Little Pepper's dagger glinted coldly. She didn't like to dawdle and preferred to settle things quickly. The responsible person's expression changed. He had been too focused on detecting Su Wanwan's life signs and hadn't considered how many people were on her aircraft. Now, it seemed he couldn't fight back. First, kill everyone around him. The person in charge should know where my parents are and how to save them, right? Su Wanwan commanded, and several people rushed out. After all, the laboratory personnel lacked combat abilities. All the devices they had created became useless in the face of overwhelming force. Su Wanwan looked at the increasingly dazed responsible person and smiled cheerfully. You were so focused on tracking my movements that you didn't investigate who was around me or what level of ability I had. That's pretty foolish. If I had known, I would have come over sooner and rescued my parents earlier. She had been worried that her abilities wouldn't be enough, that she wouldn't be able to save them and would end up in trouble herself, which had caused her to hesitate until now. Unexpectedly, she had overthought it. Let's go. Responsible person, take us in and have a look. Little Pepper pressed the responsible person to walk ahead, while Su Wanwan and her group follow behind, with Jiajia protected in the middle. Soon, they arrive at the interior of the laboratory, which was almost entirely built for the sake of Su Wanwan's parents. In the vast laboratory, data was scrolling across screens, and in the center were her parents. Jiajia resembled both their father and mother, looking about 70 to 80% like them and very beautiful. However, at that moment, both of them had their eyes tightly shut, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Su Wanwan looked at the two of them. Their bodies were filled with tubes that were likely supplying nutrients to prevent their sudden death. Due to long-term use, the tubes had almost changed color. Release them, Su Wanwan said. They will die if released. Their current bodily functions can't support waking up. They can only rely on these tubes to survive. Pulling out the tubes would be equivalent to taking their lives, the responsible person said without exaggeration. Su Wanwan looked at the two lying on the bed. Did that mean they could only lie on this small bed for the rest of their lives? This shouldn't be their life. How did they end up here? Su Wanwan asked. She wanted to know what had happened back then. The responsible person looked at Su Wanwan. At this point, if he didn't speak, he might die. To save his own life, he felt he could say anything. They were brought here by us. We told them that if they didn't come with us, you and Su Jiajia would die. If they didn't come here, then you would have to take their place, he said quietly. It was indeed a bit of a despicable tactic, but he had done it for his own future. And then you turn them into this? Su Wanwan couldn't forgive him. She stepped forward to check the life signs of the two. They were indeed still alive, but it seemed no different from being dead. Mom? Dad? She called softly. These terms were too unfamiliar to her, and she struggled to say them. The heart rate monitoring device suddenly emitted an alarm and then calmed down. What does this mean? Su Wanwan asked. Your call was useful to them. Just now, their consciousness awakened for a moment, which is why the device sounded the alarm, the responsible person explained. Su Wanwan looked at them. She couldn't possibly let them participate in a wedding like this. After thinking for a moment, she took out her pot and started cooking some dishes. Who could resist the aroma of stir-fried food? She had often been awakened by the delicious smell of food. So this time, she hoped to wake others up in the same way. Since the recently awakened patients should start with something easy to digest, she planned to make a simple vegetable porridge for them. Su Wanwan grabbed a handful of rice and added some water, then slowly simmered it. As time passed, the fragrance of the porridge grew stronger. She added some sugar and a handful of vegetables, and the aroma intensified further. The intervals between the device's alarms became shorter. Su Wanwan looked towards the two, hoping this would have some effect. As long as they moved, even a little, it would be useful for her. Su Jiajia's small hand also formed a fist. Although he didn't remember what they looked like, perhaps blood ties were truly a wondrous thing. Upon seeing them for the first time, he instinctively knew they were his parents and also his sister's parents. They were a family. He didn't know how to help Su Wanwan, so he could only stand quietly beside her and watch. Suddenly, Su's mother's hand moved slightly, and the device's alarm rang throughout the laboratory. Why does the lab alarm go off whenever they have a fluctuation in consciousness or movement? Qiao Lifan asked a question he was curious about. The responsible person wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Because they might escape. Both of them were formidable, and he had put in a lot of effort to capture them. If they woke up, where would he find another research subject? Then why did you send people to monitor Su Wanwan's residence? Qiao Lifan asked again. The responsible person wiped more cold sweat from his forehead. Because the test subjects were nearly exhausted, he needed to find a new one. He could only look for Su Wanwan. In the current world, the only two remaining who might carry the Phoenix bloodline were Su Jiajia and Su Wanwan. Everyone knew Su Jiajia was a little fox, but Su Wanwan was different. Su Wanwan couldn't transform. He had only recognized her as the one he was searching for when he saw her mention this matter during a live broadcast that day. Chapter 159. Worshipping heaven and earth. After hearing this, Qiao Lifan slit the throat of the person in charge. He had learned everything he wanted to know, and keeping him alive was pointless. As black smoke began to rise from the equipment, Su Wanwan's parents gradually woke up, still somewhat dazed. Their memories stopped at the moment they arrived at the laboratory, with no perception of the passage of time outside. Smells so good. Su Wanwan's mother was the first to open her eyes. Sitting up, she started to look for the source of the delicious aroma. When she saw the girl cooking in front of her, she hesitantly called out, "Wanwan?" Su Wanwan looked up, her appearance strikingly similar to her mother's. At a glance, Su's mother recognized her daughter, Su Wanwan. "Oh, you've grown so much. It must have been tough taking care of your brother all these years, right?" Su Wanwan shook her head. "Not tough. Su Jiajia is very obedient. Su Jiajia came out from behind. I'm such a good child. It's worry-free for my sister to take care of me." Seeing both children safe, Su's mother felt relieved. "I almost thought I would never see you again." Su's mother cried, her tears a beautiful sight. As she softly sobbed, Su's father also opened his eyes. His true form was a nine-tailed celestial fox, and Su Jiajia inherited his bloodline. "First, have a bowl of porridge. You've relied on nutrient solutions for so many years. You can't eat too much now, just a little to whet your appetite." Su Wanwan handed each of them a bowl of porridge. "Wanwan, you've grown up. Who is that person?" Su's father's sharp eyes quickly spotted Qiao Lifan beside Su Wanwan. "I'm getting married. He.S. my fiancée, and the wedding is tomorrow. I came today to see if I could rescue you." She had hoped for more time to enhance her abilities, but with the wedding approaching, she had to try even if her skills were insufficient. Su's mother looked at her in disbelief. Had she slept for a century? How did her daughter suddenly have a fiancé? Although the man was quite handsome, resembling her aesthetic, what kind of person was he? How many people are in your family? Where do you live? Are you wealthy? Do you own a house? Do you have the best aircraft? Su's mother bombarded Qiao Lifan with questions, leaving him unsure of where to start. "I am Qiao Lifan, the highest commander of the empire. I have money and will treat Su Wanwan well," Qiao Lifan stated decisively. Su Wanwan was his choice, and all his wealth was in her hands, so he had no worries about treating her poorly in the future. "Well, okay then. This porridge is really delicious." Su's mother marveled, surprised that her daughter had learned such a wonderful skill. Truly her daughter. "Let's go home." After they finished the porridge and regained some strength, Su Wanwan spoke up. Su's mother immediately nimbly jumped down from the table and went to Su Wanwan's side. "Let's go. It's been so many years since we last met. We have so much to talk about." Su's father followed behind, feeling helpless toward his little wife. She had just woken up. Shouldn't she spend some time with him first instead of turning to find their daughter? "I'll tell you, this daughter of mine is just like her mother, prioritizing her career over her husband. You need to be mentally prepared." Su's father earnestly reminded Qiao Lifan. Worried he couldn't handle it, Qiao Lifan nodded, indicating he was aware. He had known for a long time that Su Wanwan valued her career above all else. After everyone had exited the door, Su's mother turned back to glance at the laboratory that had confined her for years. "Wait for me." Suddenly, she transformed into her true form, a fire phoenix, and shot a large fireball at the laboratory. The moment the fireball made contact, it exploded, turning the entire laboratory to ashes. Once back home, Su's mother looked around. The atmosphere was filled with the essence of the three of them living together, indicating her daughter had chosen well. As long as her daughter could live happily, what more could she, as a mother, wish for? "This house is too small. Later, I'll take you to buy a bigger one." She didn't even know where her original residence was anymore. They would have to buy a new one. The silver lining was that before being taken away, she had saved some money, which hadn't been discovered by anyone and should still be intact in her account. providing some security for their lives. Since the wedding is tomorrow, should we think about what to do for our daughter? Sue's father spoke up. Just follow the wedding procedure. You've been married before. Sue's mother shot a glance at Sue's father, wondering how he could not know the wedding process at his age. Sue's father shrugged. Your daughter's wedding will definitely be different from a normal one. Am I right? Su Wanwan nodded. It is indeed different. I'm organizing an offline wedding, and I'll invite many people. I've also prepared your outfits. She had chosen some more subdued colors based on the couple's body types from her memories, and fortunately, there had been no significant changes over the years. The details are here. You can look over them first. The clothes I made for you will definitely fit. Su Wanwan teased, saying they would fit, but not revealing what they looked like. She would show them on the wedding day, which would surely be a surprise. Sue's mother picked up the schedule to study it, realizing the wedding was much more complicated than she had imagined. She wondered if there would be any hiccups. Can we take this blueprint with us when we go? What if we forget? Sue's mother tried to memorize everything, but it seemed a bit challenging. Su Wanwan reassured her. Don't worry, it's all very simple, and there will be an MC to guide us through the process. Hearing there would be guidance eased her mind. It would be much simpler, avoiding the embarrassment of forgetting the process and looking foolish. Su Wanwan was quite curious. It had been so long since Sue's father and Sue's mother had seen each other, yet when they met, it felt as if they had never been apart. Their memories also stopped on the day they separated, but she and Su Jiajia were different. Just relax and take a look at the process. Qiao Lifan, and I will remember it. If you forget, we'll remind you. Chapter 160. The ceremony one day later. The wedding ceremony was successfully held on the second floor of the factory. Attendees included not only people from the social sphere, but also the half-orcs from the factory. Initially, they felt a bit anxious about their presence, but upon realizing that no one regarded them as outcasts, they naturally blended into the wedding venue. This must be the most beautiful day of their lives. The host was Huli, and when Su Wanwan made his outfit, she specially left a hole for his tail. Having Huli host the wedding was something many people wish for. Sis, how about this hairpin? Su Jiajia had been busy by Su Wanwan's side since early morning, as she had ordered too many pieces of jewelry, each one looking beautiful. The makeup was also designed by her, and the makeup artist had been sent over from Qiao Lifan's side to help. Don't bring so many. It's too heavy for your head. If you like it, you can wear it yourself, Su Wanwan said while adjusting her hairstyle. Today, she would wear a custom-made phoenix crown. Although it looked beautiful, it weighed over 5 pounds, making it feel like a heavy weight on her head. She had styled Su Jiajia as a little scholar today, and while the golden hairpin looked a bit out of place, it was still acceptable. After looking at it, Su Jiajia set it down, thinking it looked better on Su Wanwan. Shall we check if the guests outside have arrived? Su Ananten to Su Jiajia. The dishes for today were specially prepared by a team of chefs, along with the cooks from the command center, resulting in a multitude of dishes. Qiao Lifan was in another room, anxiously waiting for the ceremony to start, but a traditional Chinese wedding required an auspicious time, so rushing was futile. Looking at herself in the mirror, Su Wanwan felt a sense of surrealism, as if she hadn't died while reading that day and hadn't crossed over into this mysterious world of the book. She was just marrying an ordinary person. Seeing their daughter in such elaborate clothing, Su Dad and Su Mom were initially anxious while dressing, but once they saw how beautiful she looked, their worries faded away. Look, my hairpin isn't crooked, right? Su Mom quickly checked herself in the mirror. It was her first time wearing such a beautiful outfit with intricate jewelry, and surprisingly, it suited her very well. She couldn't wait for Su Wanwan to come and see her. Su Wanwan looked outside. She could only hear the sound from outside, but couldn't see how many people were there. Su Jiajia mysteriously ran in and said, Sis, the people outside seem to be about the same as your livestream audience. There are really so many. They had eliminated all the tasks that needed to be done outside, leaving only what was necessary in the room. Is Huli and the others ready? Su Wanwan adjusted her makeup and hair before looking at Su Jiajia. Su Jiajia, dressed like a little scholar, ran around inside and, after listening, sneakily went out to communicate with Huli. At this point, there were only 10 minutes left until the auspicious time. All parties were ready. The auspicious time has arrived. Please welcome the newlyweds. Huli shouted loudly from the front of the stage. Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan entered from either side, with Su Wanwan wearing a veil. This wedding included some small segments designed by her, including her entrance with the veil. As they approached the red carpet, Huli handed the red floral cord to the couple. Led by Qiao Lifan, Su Wanwan walked slowly to the front. In the front row sat Su Wanwan's parents, also dressed in matching hanfu. Su Mom watched Su Wanwan, feeling more fond of her with each glance, realizing that from now on, she was someone else's little girl. There was a hint of sadness. Lift the veil. The balance beam was also custom-made by Su Wanwan's robot in a beautiful bronze color. Qiao Lifan's hand trembled slightly as he lifted Su Wanwan's veil. Most of the time, he had seen her without makeup, and this was the first time he saw her with such heavy makeup. She looked stunning. Once the veil was lifted, the audience gasped in amazement. Usually, Su Wanwan live-streamed with a bare face, directing everyone's attention to the food, but this time was different. She was the center of attention. Finally, Su Wanwan had the opportunity to look at the audience below. Many of them were familiar faces, including those she had connected with during her competitions and loyal viewers from her live streams. There are also teachers from Su Jiajia's school, all here to attend this grand event. Beside her, Qiao Lifan had also applied light makeup, mainly to enhance his aura. After the audience's astonishment, the next segment began. Her process had been greatly simplified, and then came the bowing to parents. At this moment, Su Mom and Su Dad felt a bit of melancholy at the thought of sending off their daughter. Su Wanwan was now a grown woman, ready to get married. How much had they missed while sleeping in the lab? They had missed the most important years of Su Wanwan and Su Jiajia's lives. Su Jiajia looked at Su Wanwan and Qiao Lifan in front of her, realizing they had finally reached this step. Moreover, their parents had returned. It was wonderful. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to parents. Bow to each other as husband and wife. Ceremony complete. Huli recited these lines fluently, feeling a sense of accomplishment. For some reason, he suddenly felt like getting married himself. After the ceremony, Su Wanwan stood up and went to grab a small flower basket filled with candies she had made herself, hoping that those who ate them would have a great day. She tossed the candies into the audience, saying, "May you all have your wishes granted. For those without partners, may you find one. For those with partners, may your love be sweet and sticky." After she finished speaking, the crowd became even more excited. Almost everyone had a piece of candy in their hands. The candies were red, perfectly matching the joyful atmosphere of the day. In no time, the couple's wedding quickly trended online. Everyone wanted a wedding like this. Those who were not married yearned for a destined partner. Inspired by the two of them, the leaders implemented reforms based on an automated allocation system, significantly increasing the success rate of pairings. There would no longer be anyone in the teams who couldn't find a match. This is all thanks to you, my Wanwan. Qiao Lifan's eyes were filled with intense and passionate love, as if he were looking at the most precious treasure of his life. Su Wanwan smiled gently, covering Qiao Lifan's eyes and leaving a kiss on his lips. "Then you must love me well for the rest of your life."